In death, I shall be stronger. Unlock other skills by death. The story begins with a reporter announcing breaking news from Babylon. The Black Dragon Guild has decided to attack the 40th floor of the tower. The reporter claims that they're confident they'll demonstrate the capabilities of a top-tier guild. On the news, the headline reads, Black Dragon, another failure at becoming the world's first. The future of the guild is, the reporter adds sadly, they've once again returned empty-handed. And once again, the reason for Black Dragon's setback is none other than today's main character, the #1 ranked hunter. Once again, Flame Emperor was able to defeat the boss on his own. Hello, Flame Emperor Nim, the reporter greets. Yes. Hello, Yusuha replies nonchalantly. Without missing a beat, the reporter continues. You've once again set a new record. Yusuha absent-mindedly picks at his earwax. The reporter goes on. Since the appearance of the tower, Mr. Flame Emperor, you're still the only one to defeat a boss on your own. Do you have a few words? Suddenly, Yusuha snatches the microphone and says, Enough! Why don't you change my freaking title first? The reporter, confused, stammers, Huh? Yusuha scoffs. I'm talking about Flame Emperor. Why don't you just use my name instead of this silly nickname? What kind of name is Flame Emperor? You might as well call me the Plague. It's so embarrassing. The name Flame Emperor is a play on words in Korean, and it feels like an insult akin to calling Yusuha a plague or troublemaker. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja watches Yusuha on his laptop and thinks to himself, I envy him. Kim Gong-ja sits alone on his bed, contemplating. Yusuha continues, I'm going to find the person who gave me this nickname and torture them. The reporter quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, Kim Gong-ja mutters to himself, to be able to say whatever he wants. He checks his phone and sees a message. Did you guys see Flame Emperor's interview? He's acting crazy again. Another message says, Leave him be. It's not the first time. The cat chimes in. The whole world is watching. He should watch his mouth. The blonde girl adds, Why does his nationality matter at the tower? Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with his personality. He's already a legendary level hunter. Kim Gong-ja says again, I want to be like Flame Emperor too. The cat responds, The hell? Are you a Flame Emperor fan? Are you seriously defending him for this? The blonde girl shrugs. I'm just stating facts. Everyone knows what he's like. Even the broadcasting companies know. But they still air his interviews. Kim Gong-ja repeats, I want to be like Flame Emperor too. The city skyline says, I don't know how the Saintess can date him with his personality. Is that why she's called the Saintess? The cat responds with shock. What? The Saintess is dating the Flame Emperor? The blonde girl nods. Yeah, my friend's a hunter, and he said he saw them together. Kim Gong-ja murmurs, I want to be like Flame Emperor too. The lily replies, What are you talking about? The Saintess is my friend and she said it's not true. Kim Gong-ja repeats, I want to be like Flame Emperor too. The cat, annoyed by the way, who the hell is this guy who keeps saying the same thing? Kim Gong-ja continues to type on his phone, I want to be like Flame Emperor. As he types, he says to himself, I want to be like Flame Emperor too. Meanwhile, the reporter asks, Then Mr. Flame Emperor. Kim Gong-ja says, It must be nice to have everyone interested in every word he says, and I've heard he has a lot of jealous assets. Yusuha exclaims, Wow, you're still calling me Flame Emperor. I said to call me by my name. Kim Gong-ja thinks again, if this world were a novel, a person like him would definitely be the main character, and I would just be an extra. The reporter finally asks, Mr. Yusuha, there are many aspiring hunters who look up to you and try their best. Awakening. Soon after entering the tower in your early 20s, defeating a boss monster that Black Dragon has tried to defeat for 10 years, less than a month after. You are literally writing legends. Please, tell your aspiring fans the key to success in one phrase. Yusuha sighed. Fine, I'm really just going to say a few words so you guys figure it out. Those who will succeed. But don't get in my way, even if you succeed, or I'll kill you. He turned away and the crowd shouted, Flame Emperor! What did you mean by that? Flame Emperor? With that, the broadcast came to an end. To the viewers who were watching, Kim Gong-ja suddenly closed his laptop and sat silently on his bed, tears welling up in his eyes. He muttered, I'm so mad. Is it okay to just ignore people once you've become that great? Though the reporter was the one being ignored, it felt as though it were Kim Gong-ja. If I just had one decent skill like Flame Emperor, he thought, then I wouldn't need to live in this damn studio. I wouldn't be looked down on for being a lowly F-class hunter with no skills. He whispered to himself, I want to become just like Flame Emperor. He tore the papers from his wall and shouted, I'm so jealous. I want to succeed with my own skills too. Or, how great would it be if Flame Emperor's skill were mine? As if in response, a bright light shimmered above him. Kim Gong-ja, confused, looked up and muttered, huh? This is a scene I've only seen 1,000 times in V videos. Could it be a skill card? A system notification flashed, an unsightly envy that is yet to be found in history. Kim Gong-ja blinked. Huh? Another system notification appeared. The tower, astonished by your determination, throws you a skill. Kim Gong-ja, still confused, said, huh? Wait, more notifications followed. The tower is moved by your determination. The tower rewards you for your honest efforts. The tower praises you for your achievements. Kim Gong-ja stared, still baffled. This is different from what I saw in the videos. Nah, why should I care about its tone when I just received a skill card? This is the moment I've been waiting for ever since I got here. He looked at the gold card in his hand. On top of that, it's a gold card. He took the skill card and read its description aloud, an S-rank skill. More system notifications appeared, generating a skill card. Skill card generated. The description read, I want to become like your rank. Sefex activates automatically upon death. You can copy one of the skills of someone who kills you and make it yours. You cannot copy a skill from targets that have already killed you previously. Skills are randomly copied. However, you'll die. Kim Gong-ja muttered, you can copy one of the skills of someone who kills you and make it yours. However, he froze. You'll die. Frustrated, he shouted, what kind of skill is this? Kim Gong-ja continued to narrate, the tower appeared in this world without warning. You could see it on the horizon from anywhere on Earth. Those with nothing to lose entered the tower first and saw its insides. Each floor was filled with monsters from other worlds. A few of those who entered were chosen by the tower and received a skill, and those who heard the rumors flocked to the tower to hunt monsters. He paused, then added, I saw Flame Emperor on the battlefield once. On the news, the hero who cleared the 40th floor was being discussed. One man on television said he was really dancing with the flame spear like they said it was like Nataraja, like the god of destruction Shiva. Kim Gong-ja sighed and said, boss, let's watch something else. The boss asked, why? It's getting pretty good. You don't like Flame Emperor? The man on the television continued, he's achieved rank 1, but his attitude is still the same. He's really not like the other guys. Kim Gong-ja sighed. No, it's not that. He thought to himself, this is the kind of hero humanity needs right now. Kim Gong-ja said, there are people who live like him, and then there are people like me, whose life is like a game with bad luck. The boss groaned, another one of these guys. He sighed. Kim Gong-ja continued, please listen, I rolled an SS plus skill yesterday, but if I use that damn skill, I'll die. I didn't even report it to the Hunters Association. Frustrated and trembling with anger, he cried, Kyuk, I'd feel worse if I had to say that was my skill. Ooh. The boss shouted, throw up outside. A few moments later, a system notification appeared. Today's hunter ranking, Flame Emperor, Black Dragon, Viper. Kim Gong-ja leaned against the wall, groaning, ooh, my head. Suddenly, he heard a shout, Miss Saintess Isabel, Kiak! Miss Saintess Isabel cried, please move, Flame Emperor. Yu Suha raised an eyebrow. Wow, nice acting. If someone saw, they'd believe that you're innocent, huh? Miss Saintess Isabel, terrified, looked at the vial in her hand as Yu Suha spoke. I poisoned the drink you just had. Basilisk stomach acid. It's what you were going to try to feed me. As Miss Saintess Isabel stared at the vial in fear, Yu Suha added, wow, if it weren't for my skill, I would have been in a lot of trouble. He casually tossed the vial, which shattered on the ground. Miss Saintess Isabel stammered, it's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to clear the tower as a team with you. Yu Suha replied, that's what I thought too, but I was wrong. Miss Saintess Isabel pleaded, please, let's just talk. I can explain this. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what, weren't they dating? Is that not true? He furrowed his brow. What kind of couple talks like that? Yu Suha smirked. Talk? That sounds good, more professional, but I get to decide the rules of the conversation. As Yu Suha grabbed Miss Saintess Isabel by the neck, Kim Gong-ja thought, it's a conversation between someone who wants to kill and someone who wants to survive. Yu Suha said coldly. I'll ask the questions. You just need to nod to answer. Miss Saintess Isabel struggled, gasping for air. Yu Suha continued. I have a lie detection skill. Don't try to lie to me. If you answer all my questions, I might give you the antidote. Answer. Me. Who told you to kill me? Was it the witch from Black Dragon? Miss Saintess Isabel thought to herself. He's achieved rank 1, but his attitude is still the same. He's really not like the other guys. She looked down and nodded. Yu Suha said, That's what I thought. This is the kind of hero humanity needs right now. As his arms ignited in flames, he continued, Goodbye, Saintess Isabel. She screamed in agony as flames engulfed her. Kim Gong-ja was shocked and whispered to himself, Hero? That thing, a murderer, a psychopath. He scrambled to get away, shouting, Gag! I have to get away. But he stepped on a bottle, causing it to clink loudly. He glanced back, only to see Yu Suha staring at the alley. Yu Suha said, Oh, I thought I chased all the rats out of this area, but there's still one left. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Those are the eyes of a murderer. The Saintess wasn't the first. Then he panicked. How many has he killed until now? Tens? Hundreds? Or even? As he tried to run, he tripped and fell, shouting in pain, Ah! He looked at his shoes and sighed, My foot. Kim Gong-ja panted, Ah! Ah! Weeding in fear, he continued, Ah! Ah! Yu Suha walked slowly toward him, like a villain closing in on his prey. Kim Gong-ja pleaded, Please. Yu Suha scoffed, Shh! So why did you run then? Kim Gong-ja begged, Please, Flame Emperor, please. Yu Suha coldly asked, Hey, did you see it? Tears streamed down Kim Gong-ja's face as he trembled in fear. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Yu Suha's voice was steady. What did you not see? He grabbed Kim Gong-ja by the throat, his grip tightening. So, you called me Flame Emperor and claimed you didn't see whatever you didn't see. I almost want to believe you, if I were a complete moron. Kim Gong-ja gasped. I won't to tell anyone, please. Yu Suha hissed. If you don't want to become like the Saintess, then talk. Kim Gong-ja thought of Yu Suha as a demon. Yu Suha asked, Which bastard sent you? Are you from Black Dragon too? Kim Gong-ja, overwhelmed by fear, thought to himself, This world was entranced by this GUI. Kim Gong-ja stammered, A lie detection skill. Yu Suha raised an eyebrow, confused. Kim Gong-ja said, You said you had it. If you use IIT, you'll see I'm nobody. Yu Suha was puzzled. What lie detection skill? Kim Gong-ja swallowed, then added, You killed that person. Without any evidence? Just because they were a little suspicious. Yu Suha snapped. Hey, what kind of person do you think I am? He released Kim Gong-ja, who fell to the ground with a gasp. Quick! Yu Suha looked at him. The Saintess was really trying to kill me. If I don't kill her today, she'll poison me tomorrow. Kim Gong-ja gasped. Kyuk, how do you know that? Yu Suha replied coolly, I just know I have a way. And anyways, since you were crying about the lie detection skill, I guess you really are innocent. Yu Suha grabbed Kim Gong-ja's head and said, But you still did see everything. His hands ignited as he said, So just die. My name is Yu Suha. Goodbye. In another scene, Kim Gong-ja's headmaster called out to him, Kim Gong-ja, your name is Gong-ja, so you must become a great person like Confucius. Kim Gong-ja responded, Yes, headmaster. He thought to himself, I don't want to die this way. A system notification appeared, You have died. As he lay on the floor, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Why do I have to die like this? No. Why did I have to live like this? Another notification followed. Because of your death, the skill requirements have been met. Kim Gong-ja sighed. I could have lived a little better. Then another notification appeared. Copy and Hunter Yu Suha's skill completely. A new notification flashed. Creating a skill card. Kim Gong-ja whispered, I deserved a little better. He said to himself, Gold. Another notification appeared. Select a skill card. Kim Gong-ja thought desperately, if I had another chance. Just one more. The notification said, Selection complete. Copying skill. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja woke up. His laptop was playing the news, and the reporter said, Babylon breaking news. The Black Dragon Guild is aiming to clear floor 40 today. They said they would show us the skills of the top guild. Unfortunately, they came back empty-handed once again. Kim Gong-ja suddenly sat up in shock, exclaiming, What? He stared at his laptop. and the reporter continued. The Flame Emperor has solo cleared the boss once again. Kim Gong-ja, still confused, muttered, "What is this? What happened? When did Dai come back home?" He looked at his phone, and then it clicked. Huh. A voice from his cat echoed, "Did you guys see the Flame Emperor interview? He's acting crazy again." On his laptop, Yusuha's voice cut in, "I'm talking about the Flame Emperor. Why don't you use my real name instead of that shitty nickname?" Kim Gong-ja was stunned and looked at his phone. "Why? This all happened yesterday, too." "Just now, I definitely." He raised his hand and said, "Skill card, open." One of his skills flashed on the screen. "I want to be you. Rank effect activates upon death. After dying to an opponent, you can copy one of their skills and make it your own." Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, There's no way. Did I copy the Flame Emperor's skill when I died?" A system notification appeared. Returner's Clockwork Watch rank, X effect, activates upon death. Returns the user to 24 hours prior to death. After returning, all memories and abilities are retained. However, as the hunter's level increases, so will the penalties. Tat's skill. Copied from Hunter Yusuha. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened. "I return back 24 hours prior to my death, with all my memories and abilities. Return. This is the legendary hunter's power." He suddenly understood. So that's why he killed the Saintess. Kim Gong-ja remembered Yusuha saying, "I just know. I have a way of figuring things out," because she would have poisoned him the day after. And he killed me too, even though I'm innocent. Meanwhile, the reporter asked, "Please tell your aspiring fans the key to success in one phrase." Yusuha answered coolly, "Those who will succeed, but don't get in my way even if you do succeed or you'll die." Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, "Die? Let's see who dies this time." A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja shouted, "Fire!" He looked outside and gasped, "Holy, what do we do?" He grabbed his dagger and rushed outside. A person in the crowd yelled, "Don't just stand there, let's go put it out, move it." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the place I live in is not the same as the outside world. It's a city created by the people who came to the tower, aspiring to be hunters. The first floor. Kim Gong-ja ran toward the fire. "No way, is it already?" He checked his phone and muttered, "It's the same time as when I was drinking." The Flame Emperor set fire to the building to cover the evidence. A person in the crowd shouted, "Water users, don't just use your skills independently. Time it right and use them together." The Black Dragon Guild's leader, the Black Witch, announced, "The Black Dragon Guild will take over temporarily. Please cooperate with us for a moment." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the city went by many names. The leader of the Alchemist Guild, rank 5 healer and pharmacist Castellan, said, "The perimeter is secure. Now the problem is the survivors still inside. We need a rescue team." Kim Gong-ja thought again. Some call it Babylon, others call it First Floor City. The Holy Knight, ranked Urban Vigilante Captain, said, "That won't be a problem. This area has been deserted for 5 years. I guess we can be thankful for that." Kim Gong-ja mused, and a few call it Lantern City, but it all means the same thing. It's the city you cannot leave once you enter. A man shouted, "Bring more fire extinguishers. Are there any more water ability users?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the citizens of this city have to live in these extreme situations. That's weird. Why isn't the Saintess here yet? She's not the type to be late to these things. The paladin spoke to the master alchemist, saying, "She said she had work tonight. Maybe she's on a date? I see her with the Flame Emperor quite a bit." The master alchemist frowned. "I don't like that man. I have a bad feeling about him." Suddenly, Yusuha arrived and said, "Wow, damn, who's playing with fire without my permission?" Kim Gong-ja's heart sank. "He's here." The paladin greeted, "Welcome, Flame Emperor." Yusuha responded casually, "Yeah, Hyungnim is here. As you can see, the old slum area is on fire. Could you help us out?" Kim Gong-ja clenched his dagger tightly, his anger building. That psychopath. Asking for a reward to put out the fire he started. A person in the crowd chimed in, "You'll get praise for doing a good deed, just like the rank one." Yusuha scoffed, "Do you think I care about what they think?" Kim Gong-ja, in a fit of rage, thought, who cares about his personality? He's already a legend. Let's be honest, who doesn't know he's a shitty guy? Yusuha turned to leave. "I don't do community service. Later." Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth. He isn't like other hunters. Nobody knows. They all think he's a hero with an eccentric personality. Only I know the true face of that murderer. I have to kill him. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja turned around and a voice shouted, "Sir, Where are you going? It's dangerous. Kim Gong-ja slapped the person's hand away, muttering to himself, for mankind, for the hunter's honor. Hunters are those who hunt monsters regardless of the methods or means. Sir, get a hold of yourself, someone shouted as Kim Gong-ja rushed toward Yu Suha, dagger in hand. That monster deserves to be killed, Kim Gong-ja thought as he ran toward the flames. A man shouted, "There's fire!" Kim Gong-ja ignored the pain as his body burned. Ah, it's hot! The people around him gasped in shock, but Kim Gong-ja thought, it burns. But this is the only way to kill that monster. A system notification flashed. You have died. Another followed, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja woke up, hearing the news blare. Babylon breaking news. The Black Dragon Guild has decided to attack the 40th floor. Kim Gong-ja nodded to himself. Good, the skill is working properly. A system notification said, your current hunter rank is F. There were no penalties for using this skill. Kim Gong-ja muttered, I guess an F rank like me has no penalties. For now, killing the Flame Emperor is impossible. Even if I get lucky, that bastard can just go back 24 hours. This is his skill anyway. So the only way a hunter like me can hunt that guy is. He looked at his dagger, deep in thought. The news reporter asked Yu Suha, when did you first awaken? Yu Suha replied, the summer when I was 21, so it's been about 11 years. The lady remarked, since you remember in detail, you must have a good memory. Yu Suha replied, it's not that. The day I awakened was my birthday, so anyway, that was June 7th. Kim Gong-ja, calculating, murmured to himself while holding his knife, 4,050 days ago from today. I have to die 4,050 times to get to that bastard before he was awakened. He clenched his fist and ended his own life. A system notification said, you have died. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja woke up again. A system notification said, returning to 24 hours prior. Panting in fear, Kim Gong-ja whispered to himself, now. Only 4,049 days left. He stabbed himself again. A system notification said, you have died. And again, you have died. Kim Gong-ja screamed in agony. Another system notification, returning 24 hours back. Another system notification, there were no penalties for using this skill. Another system notification, you have died. Kim Gong-ja grimaced. 2,020 days. Looking at his dagger, another notification flashed. You have died. Kim Gong-ja muttered. 543 days. A few days later, Kim Gong-ja smiled in excitement as he faced his dagger, saying, last. And he stabbed himself again. Day 1. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Kim Gong-ja rested on his bed. He sat up, looked at the clock, and said to himself, it worked. I came back to the time before the Flame Emperor's legend was written. Kim Gong-ja sighed and stood up. Kim Gong-ja sighed and stood up. I died 30 times more than I planned. From the time it took to kill myself to the time it took to rest in between. The trials I endured so that demon's legacy doesn't live on. He put on his hood and walked outside. Now, to find my prey. 11 years ago, May 6th. At 11 in the morning, Kim Gong-ja stood in front of a building, stalking Yu Suha. Yu Suha's phone rang. Good morning, Bab. Yu Suha woke up, groaning. Ugh, my head hurts. Kim Gong-ja and Yu Suha both muttered, I shouldn't have drunk so much. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, for the perfect execution, I decided to replay this day about 10 times. At 9 a.m., he wakes up and leaves the F-rank hunter apartment. Yu Suha sighed. I've got to go to work, work. This miserable life. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. At 3 p.m., he hunts slimes on the second floor of the tower. Yu Suha muttered, damn it. Hunting slimes every single day is pissing me off. Yu Suha shouted in frustration, freak! When do I get to live lavishly like the Sword King? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. As a 21-year-old, he's a typical F-rank hunter, waiting for his life to turn around. Yu Suha sighed. Can't I just win the lottery or something? Or get an S-rank skill? Kim Gong-ja thought normally he would have gotten his wish in about a week. As a slime jumped toward Kim Gong-ja, he swiftly attacked it with his dagger. Kim Gong-ja muttered, but you don't get to have that future. He wiped slime off his hood, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. At 5:31 p.m., Yu Suha said, going to the 6th floor. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, he can't live hunting slimes anymore. So Yu Suha is going to a higher difficulty area that most beginner hunters don't dare enter, the 6th floor. For the next 36 minutes, there will be no one but him in this area. Kim Gong-ja called out, hey, Hunter Nim. Yu Suha glanced back. Kim Gong-ja hesitated before saying, Please help. I got attacked by wolves. Please, lend me a potion. Yu Suha scoffed. Ha, damn, what? Did you already touch the monsters here? Then today's hunt is over. Kim Gong-ja begged. I beg you. PPP potion. Yu Suha crossed his arms. What are you talking about? I can't even fill my daily quota. How much are you going to give me? Kim Gong-ja stammered. Sorry? Yu Suha raised an eyebrow. How much are you going to give me for the potion? I can't even make enough today, and you want me to give you this expensive potion for free? And to a guy I've never even seen before? Have some manners. Kim Gong-ja noticed the potion in Yu Suha's hand. That potion costs 20 gold at the Chemist Guild. I'll pay you 20, please. Yu Suha snickered. I don't think you get it. You look like you're dying, and you can only pay 20? Is your life only worth that much? Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. Then, F4 40 gold. Yu Suha smirked. Scratch that. Give me everything you've got. Kim Gong-ja sighed inwardly. I knew it. Yu Suha grabbed Kim Gong-ja's wallet. Let's see. He counted. 1, 2, 3. Around 60 gold? How are you this poor? Carry some more money with you. Kim Gong-ja whispered. That's all I have. Yu Suha laughed. Don't worry, I'll use it well. Kim Gong-ja thought, it's just how life is, don't you think? Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Then, the potion, please. Yu Suha pulled out an arrow. I've been thinking, if I let you go here, you might come back for revenge later. I want to live without regrets, and since you've seen my face. Kim Gong-ja thought, regret? Yu Suha grinned. So why don't you go ahead and die? Kim Gong-ja smirked. Right. He ducked and kicked Yu Suha in the crotch. I'll live with no regrets after this, Yu Suha screamed in pain. Ah, damn. Kim Gong-ja swiftly drew his dagger and slashed at Yu Suha. Yu Suha staggered from the blow. Kim Gong-ja exhaled sharply. Blood erupted from Yu Suha. Kim Gong-ja rushed forward, stabbing Yu Suha in the head. I can't let a life-threatening incident trigger your awakening, so I'll make sure you're gone. He stood over Yu Suha's body, catching his breath. Yu Suha, despite the fact that you killed me, something was weird about that time. Why would you tell me your name? Yu Suha, in his dying moments, rasped. My name is Yu Suha. Goodbye. Kim Gong-ja grimaced. I realized after 4,090 days, you were pretending to be a knight in a sacred duel. He stepped on the spear Yu Suha had left behind. Kim Gong-ja's mind flashed with memories of what Yu Suha had done to the saintess. His anger flared. How dare you, after hurting all those people? He fell silent, his thoughts racing. Turning around, Kim Gong-ja saw the wolves. Want to eat this guy? Go right ahead. The wolves immediately descended on Yu Suha's body, devouring him. Kim Gong-ja turned and walked away. He found a hiding spot and began to dig. Inside, he uncovered a bag and water bottles. After changing clothes, he covered the hole with his jacket and donned a new one. Kim Gong-ja murmured, to the first floor. Is it really over? He transferred to the first floor city. Moments later, he thought, it's a vigilante. As Kim Gong-ja walked, a guard noticed him but merely yawned, uninterested. Kim Gong-ja sighed to himself. It's over. No one knows what happened. The raid on the 10th floor failed again today. No one! The Sword King, the #1 ranked hunter, hasn't participated in any raids. Because of this, harsh criticisms about him are rising by the day. The Flame Emperor Yu Suha's disgusting legend is no longer in this world. Kim Gong-ja grinned. Boss, one more beer, please. The waiter handed him a fresh glass and said, You're drinking a lot today. Did the hunt go well? Kim Gong-ja replied, Yeah, it did. It was my best yet, he thought to himself, although everyone from ranks 2 to 7 challenged the 10th floor together. Some are suggesting that the ranking system is useless. Kim Gong-ja picked up his glass of beer and said, Open hunter ability window. A system notification appeared. Name Kim Gong-ja rank. F skills 2/4 1. I want to become like Yu's passive 2. Turner's Clockwork Watch X, passive 3. None 4. None. Kim Gong-ja smiled, Kya. This makes my drink taste even better. Just look at these precious skills. He paused. But I don't have any offensive abilities. Is this the greed of being human? Kim Gong-ja, if you want more than this, you're just a robber. Just think about what you can do with this current skill set. I could win the lottery from the Merchant Guild, give and take. I could also sell info about the secrets of the higher floors. Aha, my life has turned around. I'm set for life. Where should I go from here? Suddenly, an old sharp-eyed man entered the pub and said, Milk, Put a little vodka and sugar in some warm milk. Honey would be better than sugar, though. The waiter blinked and said, but I'm not a bee bartender. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what a weird old man. The old man shrugged. I'll pay you extra, don't worry. Someone in the pub whispered, hey, that guy, I think he's the real deal. His friend asked, why is he here? Kim Gong-ja thought, especially in times like this, even if it's just to boost the morale of other hunters. He's involved in discussions about joining forces with others. Kim Gong-ja stared at the old man, shocked. Where is the Sword Saint now? What could he be doing? A system notification appeared. Sword Saint real name, Marcus Callenberry, Babylon News. Sword Saint, missing for 22 days. Could this be the worst loss for the Hunters Association? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it had been a while since he went missing. So I guess he was forgotten until Flame Emperor Yu Suha made a name for himself as the undisputed top ranker. That guy must be the greatest now. That means he must have an S-rank skill, right? Not some weird skill like mine, but a solid offensive one. A system notification popped up. I want to become like you. Rank S effect activates upon death. After dying to an opponent, you can copy one of their skills and make it yours. You cannot copy a skill from targets that have already killed you previously. Skills are randomly copied. However, you'll die. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, wait, that skill, will I copy the skill of any hunter that kills me? Even if it's this era's rank number 1? And I don't even die anymore. I could definitely do this. He remembered a few anonymous posts. I heard he was a father of some super rich European family. No one really knows what skill he has. I heard he had everything but threw it all away to come to the tower. I heard he has a habit of talking to himself. Kim Gong-ja muttered, what the? This guy is a complete mystery. There's no good info on him at all. It would have been great if this guy were even half as egotistical as Flame Emperor. Suddenly, Marcus Callenberry, the Sword Saint, shouted, shut your mouth, don't be so loud. Kim Gong-ja was startled. That surprised me. Marcus Callenberry continued, would you even know how he feels? Kim Gong-ja thought, I guess he really does talk to himself. Is it a must for all top rankers to have something wrong with them? He read a warning message. Warning, something you should never say in front of the Sword King. 8 months ago, I saw this happen with my own eyes. If you don't want to die, then never say this to the Sword King. As an adventurer shouted at Marcus Callenberry, old man, this is a public hunting space, so let's keep some rules, okay? Don't you see we reserved this spot? A few days ago, some high-ranking hunter started to pick a fight with him. Marcus Callenberry said, that's pretty odd. I haven't heard anything about that. A man laughed. Ha! Maybe it's time to change your hearing aids. Or maybe your head is so far up your ass that you can't hear. Looking at your personality, I bet your grandchildren are outside. Marcus Callenberry stared at him seriously. Without a word, he suddenly slashed at the man. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. You're saying the Sword Saint killed a human? I bet this writer works for a big guild. Isn't he just spreading rumors? I don't care if you don't believe me, Kim Gong-ja thought angrily. I just thought you guys might want to know, so I shared it. Anyways, if you don't want to die, then don't mention the Sword Saint's grandchildren around him. That's a word you should never say to him. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry slammed the table and growled, quiet! I'll take care of it, so leave me alone. You're making my vodka taste bad. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this is worth testing. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry grunted and said, thank you for the drink. The waiter smiled. Have a good day, sir. As Marcus Callenberry exited the pub, the other suddenly looked at the door. A lady sighed. Finally, he's gone. Her boyfriend asked, does he have dementia? Why is he talking to himself? The lady's secret lover muttered, I really thought he'd never leave. Kim Gong-ja turned to the waiter. Thank you so much. Here's the money. The waiter nodded. Ah, thank you. Please come again. As Kim Gong-ja stepped outside, he muttered to himself, now, where are you, rank 1? Where did he go? I came out right after he left, so he couldn't have gone far. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja grinned to himself. Found him. That's the only guy who dresses like that in Babylon, so it wasn't too hard to spot him. I wonder what kind of skill he has. The Flame Emperor had an X-rank rare skill. What about the guy who was the top in the previous generation? Maybe he has something even better than returning? And that skill will soon be mine, as long as my lucky streak keeps up. Suddenly, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry's voice rang out. Around here should be good. Kim Gong-ja froze, confused. Marcus Callenberry called out, come out now, youngster. Kim Gong-ja cursed inwardly. He found me out instantly. If it's here, then no one will know what happens. As Marcus Callenberry waited, Kim Gong-ja hesitated before stepping forward. Excuse me, I have a request. Marcus Callenberry grinned. Here, Kim Gong-ja was shocked. What? Marcus Callenberry said. Request? Ah, so that's why you pretended to be tailing me? What did you want from this old man that you came at me like this? Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion. Huh? He thought to himself, he thinks I purposely let him notice me? I'm not even armed. And he's already holding his sword like he's ready to attack MME. I haven't done anything other than follow him? Marcus Callenberry sneered. Your acting is pretty fine. Just what you'd expect from a first-rate assassin. Kim Gong-ja stammered. Sorry? Wait, why would he think that? Kim Gong-ja panicked. Congratulations, Kim Gong-ja. You don't even need to provoke him by mentioning his grandchildren for him to kill you. I'm not following you. Kim Gong-ja tried to explain. Marcus Callenberry's expression darkened. You disgust me. You come all the way here and are still acting. You cannot trick these eyes. Sir, please, I'm just curious. Kim Gong-ja begged. How can you say that I'm a first-rate assassin? I think I look pretty normal and common. Without warning, he drew his sword. Shut your mouth. I have quite a few skills. Among them is one that tells me how many humans you've murdered. Kim Gong-ja's heart sank. Right. I had a reason, but murder is still murder. I knew he would become a monster in the future, but to the people now, I have no excuse. He probably sees a one above my head right now. Kim Gong-ja gulped. I understand, Sword King, but please just hear me out on this one. I really had a good reason to have this number. I swear on my life. Marcus Callenberry's face twisted in disgust. Disgusting. For a demon like you who has killed so many, to even try to put a value on your life. I have not lived a clean life myself, but I have not murdered so ruthlessly like you have. Kim Gong-ja was confused. Huh? Ruthlessly, sir. I've only ever killed one person, he protested. Marcus Callenberry pointed his sword directly at Kim Gong-ja. Do you feel no shame with those blatant lies? Kim Gong-ja froze as Marcus Callenberry continued the count of how many people you've killed. 4,091 is clearly stated as 4,091 right above your head. Kim Gong-ja's blood ran cold. Ah, one for killing Yusuha, and 4,090 for the times I've killed myself. No double way. Marcus Callenberry's eyes narrowed. Did the Black Dragon's witch send you? Kim Gong-ja thought, to that man, I'm a legendary assassin who has killed 4,091 people. This isn't just about copying skills anymore. Desperately, Kim Gong-ja turned to run. Marcus Callenberry called after him. No response? Fine. He paused. It wasn't important anyway. Kim Gong-ja thought, every time he sees me, he will try to kill me. I will use everything I have to end your life, demon. As Marcus Callenberry attempted to slash at Kim Gong-ja's neck, he managed to dodge and step back. Marcus Callenberry's voice rang out. To have dodged my blade, you really are a first-rate assassin. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. Is this old man deaf? Kim Gong-ja suddenly tripped on a stone. Uwak! He tumbled to the ground shouting, Uwak! Ak! Uwak! Trembling on the floor, he thought to himself, no. I was lucky the first time, but I can't dodge this. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said coldly, quiet. Should we capture and interrogate him, this devil? Kim Gong-ja was confused and looked up at Marcus Callenberry. Marcus Callenberry continued, didn't I say I'd take care of this myself? Your interference is not necessary here. The conversation sounds too real to be a mental disorder. Is talking to himself a skill? Kim Gong-ja pondered. Perhaps. Telepathy? I've heard something like that exists in this world. 10. Is he sharing my information with others? 4,091? That there's a murderer who killed 4,091 people? If that's the case, I'll be marked as a target by the Hunters Association, hunted by large guilds and top rankers, until I'm publicly executed in Babylon Plaza. I can't let that happen. I have to die now, before 24 hours pass and I can't reverse it. Kim Gong-ja stood up and said, Old man. Marcus Callenberry's eyes narrowed. That's enough. My mind is made up, even though you may be the teacher. Kim Gong-ja cut him off. Are your grandchildren doing well? Marcus Callenberry was shocked and turned to him. Kim Gong-ja continued, I heard you're from a wealthy family in Europe. They tend to attract some shady characters. The outside world seems dangerous right now. If they carry your bloodline, 10, I'm sure they'll be lovely people. Before Kim Gong-ja could react, Marcus Callenberry slashed at him. As he fell to the ground, Kim Gong-ja thought, the moon. Was it always upside down like that? Ah. As he saw his own headless body, he thought, it's beautiful. I couldn't even see the Sword Saint's attack. What can I do to reach those heights? I want to be like him. I'm jealous. 2. I want that attack. A system notification appeared. You have died. Because of your death, the skill requirements have been met. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. Finally, a second notification followed. Skill card is being created. Kim Gong-ja muttered, I'll have the skills of the rank I hunters from 2 eras. Another notification appeared. Select a skill card. Kim Gong-ja smirked. All right, where are you, Gold? Just like with the Flame Emperor, I'll have. Suddenly, he frowned. Wait, why are there only silver and bronze cards? He stared at the cards in disbelief. Why? Is there no gold card? Am I supposed to believe what's happening? The legend before the Flame Emperor, Marcus Callenberry, reached the top without an S-rank ability, relying on his own strength? There's no way. Yeah, there must be an op skill in one of the silver cards. There has to be. He examined the cards, 3 bronze ones and 4 silver ones. I'll ignore the bronze ones. The chance is 1 out of 4. The silver cards probably contain a mediocre skill, like the kill count. I don't want that. I need an op skill now. Please come out. Kim Gong-ja grabbed a silver skill card. The Sword Saint's OP skill. A system notification appeared. Selection complete. Skill will be copied. Another notification followed, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja suddenly woke up with a gasp. Puck? He looked at his hand and muttered, Open Hunter ability window. Beside him, someone slept peacefully, unaware of his movement. Kim Gong-ja whispered, Is it here? The op skill. He opened his skill window. 1. Returner's Clockwork Watch X passive 2. Sword Constellation, a passive 3. None. Kim Gong-ja sighed. At least it's an A rank, and it's not the kill count skill. But another passive? I'd rather have a rare martial arts or aura awakening active skill. Well, it's still an A tier. I must be getting greedy, he muttered. Skill card open. The system notification read, Sword Constellation. A Kim Gong-ja frowned. That name doesn't really tell me what it does. A voice suddenly broke his thoughts. Who's being so loud? Kim Gong-ja looked around, shocked, and saw an older man staring at him. Old man, I told you, the man said. If you want to train at night, go quietly. Let's keep our manners, please. Kim Gong-ja blinked, confused. The man continued, If you move, I just end up following you. There's no reason to wake me up, you know? Kim Gong-ja finally spoke. Hey there, Wu, are you? The man turned to him, surprised. You can see me? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes. Sword Emperor said, Can you hear me? Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion and replied, Since we're talking right now, wouldn't that be the case? The Sword Emperor sat up, looking around. This is weird. There's no way. Where am I? This place is as small as a doghouse. Where's old man Marcus? Kim Gong-ja, trying to make sense of things, responded, Marcus Callenberry? You mean the Sword Saint? The Sword Emperor glanced out the window. Yeah, it's a bit preposterous to call a beginner a Sword Saint, but, well, that's what people call him. Where is he? He should be around here somewhere. Kim Gong-ja was taken aback. The Sword Saint is a beginner? I can't see anything from this tiny space, the Sword Emperor exclaimed. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, What the? A system notification suddenly appeared. Swordmaster rank, a effect from another world. Cleared his world's tower until the 99th floor but was defeated just before the 100th. His resentment was so great that he became a wandering spirit. He cannot physically interact with this world, but he can mentally interact with the ability holder. Get advice from his extensive knowledge and experience. But only the ability user can interact with the spirit. Skill copied from Marcus Callenberry. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened. Another world. So he's a ghost? He cautiously asked, Hey, were you the spirit for the Sword Saint? The Sword Emperor hummed in acknowledgement. That's right, Kim Gong-ja hesitated. I'm sorry, but I think I copied you. The Sword Emperor froze. Lightning ran down his spine as his jaw dropped. What? He shouted. Return me to that old man this instant. You said you copied me with your skill, so you should be able to cancel it. Don't you know what a refund is? Refund. Kim Gong-ja, sweating from the shock, responded, Come on. I really can't do anything about this. The Sword Emperor's voice cracked as he cried out, Old man Marcus, you are a failure of a pupil. Your teacher was kidnapped by your enemy. Kim Gong-ja, feeling the tension rise, shouted, Can you not cry upside down? My heart might drop. The Sword Emperor grumbled, This is because Marcus didn't respect his precious teacher. This is why I told him to treat me better. Kim Gong-ja sighed, exasperated. Hey, can we please live quietly here? What do you mean, live quietly? The Sword Emperor scoffed. I'm already dead. Kim Gong-ja retorted. Then please die quietly. The Sword Emperor gasped dramatically. I've never seen such an insolent bastard. He's telling a ghost who misses living to go die again. Look at him. Kim Gong-ja shook his head, thinking to himself, why is he so talkative? He recalled Sword St. Marcus Callenberry's earlier command, quiet. Shut your mouth. Your interference is not needed here. Ah, Kim Gong-ja realized. So this is why Marcus keeps talking to himself. He groaned. I have to hide from the Sword Saint for the rest of my life, and now I have this stupid skill. The Sword Emperor looked at him curiously. Hide from the old man? What do you mean? There's no other hunter as kind as that guy. As long as you don't mention his grandchildren. Kim Gong-ja cut him off. I already know that very well. He has a skill that lets him see people's kill count. The Sword Emperor frowned. Detective's insight? What about it? It's a useless skill that just lets you get an idea of whether your opponent is a killer or not. Kim Gong-ja pointed at his head. 4091. The kill count above my head. It's F4091. The Sword Emperor stared at him in disbelief. What? Are you insane? You're totally a beginner. The beginner of beginners. Doesn't even look like you have any aura. How would you even kill 4091 people? Kim Gong-ja sighed. Because I didn't actually kill 4091 people. The only one I killed was someone who would become a villain in the future. The 4090 times is the number of times I've killed myself. I did it to kill that guy from 11 years in the future. I have an ability that lets me copy a skill from someone who kills me. And that guy had a skill that lets him return to 24 hours before his death. So even if I die, I go back one day. I've pretty much become immortal. I wanted revenge, but he was our world's rank 1. And because of his rare skill, I couldn't even kill him, even though I was strong. So I came back to the point before he awakened. The Sword Emperor went silent, processing the information. After a long pause, he spoke again. So you turned back time, just to get revenge on that one guy? Killing yourself for 11 years worth of days? He looked at Kim Gong-ja thoughtfully. What's your name? Kim Gong-ja, he replied. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Gong-ja, why that old man? Why did you come to copy his skill right after getting revenge on the Flame Emperor guy? Kim Gong-ja explained. He's the #1 hunter in this era. I need to get the strongest skills. That's how you get stronger. The Sword Emperor's eyes glinted. The reason you're answering my questions honestly is because the skill card says only you can notice me. Since information can't leak, you don't have anything to worry about, right? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Well, of course. The Sword Emperor stood up and gave Kim Gong-ja a once-over. Stand up. Kim Gong-ja stood in confusion, and the Sword Emperor observed him intently. You've got some insane resolve. Your body doesn't look too terrible, and you've got good ambitions. With this kind of talent. Hey, Kim Gong-ja, show me how you hunt monsters. A few moments later, outside the forest, red slimes scuttled around. Kim Gong-ja looked at them and said, So I should just kill a few of them? The Sword Emperor nodded. Yup. Kim Gong-ja pulled out his knife. Then, he attacked one of the slimes. Suddenly, the slime became aggressive and swallowed him whole. Inside the slime, Kim Gong-ja remained silent for a moment. Then he slashed, and the slime burst open. The Sword Emperor chuckled. I thought so. My intuition was correct. Kim Gong-ja wiped the slime off his body, confused. Intuition? The Sword Emperor's voice grew more serious. In my previous life, I was called the Sword Emperor. My homeland isn't here, but in another world. A tower sprouted up, just like this world's, and I climbed it faster than anyone else. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. The Flame Emperor became a legend by clearing the 40th floor. A system notification appeared, effect from another world. Cleared his world's tower until the 99th floor, but was defeated just before the 100th. His resentment was so great that he became a wandering spirit. He cannot physically interact with this world, but he can mentally interact with the ability holder, get advice from his extensive knowledge and experience. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, 99th floor. That's pretty amazing. The Sword Emperor continued, when you're as strong as I am, you'll know how to recognize talent in a hunter. That's why I asked you to show me how you hunt. Kim Gong-ja smiled quietly. Then your efforts were wasted. I have no talent for fighting at all. The Sword Emperor snorted. What kind of nonsense is that? You've got talent and an incredibly huge one at that. Kim Gong-ja was taken aback. Ha! You're messing with me, right? The Sword Emperor shook his head. Seriously. Of course, you don't have talent in fighting. Your movements are clumsy, your body's average, and you don't even seem like you're able to awaken aura. But the unique talent you possess is that you have no fear of death. Normally, when people fight, they naturally try to protect themselves. But surprisingly, you don't care at all. Dying 4,000 times probably helped you get over that fear. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. That's a talent? The Sword Emperor nodded firmly. Of course, talents aren't something you're just born with. Anyone can awaken a talent as they live their lives. And of all talents, the hardest to learn is overcoming the fear of death. It's an incredible achievement. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, no one's ever told me anything like this before. Not even myself. I was just angry that the Flame Emperor treated me like a bug. That anger led me to kill myself 4,000 times without a second thought. To think death would be my talent. The Sword Emperor suddenly asked, let me ask you something. You said you died to Old Man Marcus? Kim Gong-ja silently looked away. The Sword Emperor continued, I thought it was beautiful. Kim Gong-ja frowned, but didn't respond. The Sword Emperor grinned. Hyuk, this is entertaining, very entertaining. I like it. Your skill wasn't steal, but copy, right? Then Old Man Marcus probably has another me as his ability. You or that old man? I wonder who will become the better hunter. I'll help you so you won't lose to him. No, I'll help you become much stronger than him. Let's take over the tower. Later, the Sword Emperor shouted, Hey, Kim Gong-ja, what are you still doing asleep? Kim Gong-ja groggily replied, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes? The Sword Emperor roared. You've got some nerve. Old Man Marcus might be clearing the 10th floor right now and you want 5 more minutes. Kim Gong-ja covered his ears, groaning. Huh? Fine then. I'll start singing you a song I used to enjoy in my homeland. For your information, I mastered sound arts in my life. The Sword Emperor continued louder. When I sing one verse, I can burst the eardrums of like 30 people at once. Ha 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 ha. What time do you think it is to be sleeping so peacefully? Kim Gong-ja suddenly shot up and shouted, What time is it? The Sword Emperor smiled. It's 4 in the morning, you crazy bastard. 4:01, the Sword Emperor added, a bit sheepishly. Kim Gong-ja rubbed his temples. Ahem. Now that it's 4, the bug should have started to crawl about. Since you're weaker than a bug, you need to get up earlier. Kim Gong-ja muttered, You were probably just bored since you can't sleep. Wow, I was wondering why the Sword Saint got up at 4 every morning to train. It wasn't because he was diligent, but because you were so loud. The Sword Emperor laughed. You're right. I was bored alone, so I woke you up. Happy? Either way, you get to wake up and train, so I think you should be thanking me. Now bow down and praise me. Kim Gong-ja groaned. I want to kill you. The Sword Emperor smirked. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you're jealous, why don't you try dying? Oh wait, you can't even die if you tried. You little zombie. From now on, your name is Kim Zombie. Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth. Damn it. A few moments later, outside, Kim Gong-ja jogged along, the Sword Emperor calling after him. Hey, Kim Zombie! I'll say it again, but you really have nothing but your resolve. I usually like teaching from the ground up, but in this case, you're not even on the ground. I guess you could say you're way underground? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. It's been 4 days since I copied the Swordmaster's skill from the Sword Saint. Since then, I hunted Yu Suha once more and avoided meeting the Sword Saint. The Sword Emperor said, Just by looking at your ability, you've got the power of a bottomless void. K, so cool. I'm jealous. Kim Gong-ja, panting as he ran, replied, I'm running, so please. Phew, stop bothering me. He thought to himself, I'm currently training according to the schedule the spirit set for me. The Sword Emperor grinned. Well, all of that means you need special training, and for that you need to pay the expensive registration fee. So let's go win the lottery, zombie. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja thought there's a guild called the Merchant Troop. Their official name is the Merchant Alliance. The guild leader is the 3rd-ranked hunter, known as Countess. She's the only one with the ability to trade things from the outside world. Because of that overpowered skill, the Merchant Troop has a complete monopoly within the tower. A merchant at the guild greeted Kim Gong-ja. Welcome to the Merchant Troop. What can we do for you? Kim Gong-ja thought, the Merchant Troop is the only place in Babylon where you can buy lottery tickets. Kim Gong-ja showed the merchant his ticket. I came to claim my lottery prize. The merchant smiled. You won the Merchant Troop's happiness lottery. Congratulations. Kim Gong-ja replied nonchalantly. Yeah, well, thank you. The Sword Emperor, curious, asked, Hey, I've been wondering every time I saw them, why do they always wear those cat ear hats? Kim Gong-ja whispered to the Sword Emperor. I heard the guild leader is a cat lady. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Even if she likes cats so much, how could she put cat ears on normal people? I guarantee you she's a huge pervert. The merchant interrupted. Excuse me for a moment, but did you check the dates? You can't cash in tickets after 2 years of purchasing them. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's a ticket I bought right after joining up with the spirit. He spoke out loud, yup, this ticket is from last week. He thought further, I need to win the lottery at least once, and the spirit kept talking about needing money. The merchant nodded. All right, I'll begin doing some background checks. He froze, suddenly looking shocked. A system notification appeared. Happiness lottery, first place prize, 53,000 gold. Last prizes, 43,600, 41,000, 49,000 gold. The merchant trembled. First place prize? The people around them whispered excitedly. The Sword Emperor smirked. Wow, earning money's so easy, huh? The merchant continued, flustered. I've confirmed the number. Please give me a moment. I'll bring my supervisor. Kim Gong-ja waved his hand. Yes, take your time. The Sword Emperor leaned in. Hey, zombie, don't you think you might get jumped in a shady place? Kim Gong-ja whispered back. Before I came here, Yu Suha used his power to win the lottery too. I learned something from that. Even if you try to hide it, you can't. Kim Gong-ja thought, actually, it's safer to have it publicly announced. If the winner gets murdered, it would hurt the merchant troop's reputation the most. A moment later, the supervisor, Arthur Taylor, appeared. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Kim Gong-ja. I am the supervisor, Arthur Taylor, also known as the safekeeper. Please call me by that name. Kim Gong-ja nodded. I'm Kim Gong-ja. Your nickname suits the guild very well. He thought to himself, if he has a nickname, he must be a hunter ranked at least 300. Arthur Taylor chuckled. Haha, I get that a lot. Please, follow me to the upper floors. Kim Gong-ja thought, he's not someone an F rank like me can stand up to. But today's different. I'm a 50,000 gold customer now. The Sword Emperor smirked. I think you get happy too easily because you've never been treated this nicely before. You were so happy when I said you had a talent for dying. I almost felt sad watching you. Kim Gong-ja thought, please just shut up. The Sword Emperor continued, you can't be that easy. Learn from me. You've got to think that the world is there to support your existence. Kim Gong-ja thought, the Flame Emperor and the Sword Emperor are all psychopaths, aren't they? That's one thing I won't learn from them. Arthur Taylor noticed Kim Gong-ja's distracted look. Kim Gong-ja-nim, are you not feeling well? Kim Gong-ja quickly replied, no, I was just lost in thought. Arthur Taylor, relieved, said, thank goodness. You didn't look so good back there. I thought I might have crossed a line. Kim Gong-ja thought, is that Angel? The Sword Emperor chuckled. Too easy, too easy. A few moments later, Arthur Taylor opened the door to the VIP lobby. As he did, golden light spilled from the room. Arthur Taylor smiled. Here it is, the first place prize you'll be taking? Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened. 53,000 gold. Kim Gong-ja thought, this is equivalent to 5.5 billion won in my homeland, around $5 million. He swallowed hard, his mind drifting to the alcohol he could buy and use to drown his sorrows. With this kind of money, I could live like a king. Arthur Taylor gave him a polite smile. You may take it all right now, or store it here in the merchant troop safe. Kim Gong-ja thought, if being successful was my objective, I'd have already fulfilled my dream. But I've decided I want to beat the tower and stand at the top of the hunters. Then, the money will just be a means to get to the end. I've already seen a golden light more attractive than gold coins. Kim Gong-ja said, I'll keep it here with the merchant troop. Arthur Taylor, the supervisor, nodded approvingly. Wise decision. I always recommend this choice to the prize winners. Kim Gong-ja moved closer to the gold, and Arthur added, I understand the temptation to take it, but there are always bad people out there. Kim Gong-ja interjected, I'd like to buy an honorary guild membership. It's 10,000 gold for a second-tier honorary membership, right? I'll pay right here. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Are you not affiliated with any other guild? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes. The Sword Emperor chimed in. You're smarter than I thought. That's right. A guild isn't just a friendly group of hunters. The main reason a hunter joins a guild is for the protection of its name. You figured it out. Kim Gong-ja smirked and thought to himself, there may be vigilantes in the Hunters Association, but the city is too lawless to rely on them. You can see that from how the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint were able to just kill me. The Flame Emperor never belonged to a guild and lived in his own pride. He won the lottery twice, but he probably never paid any protection money. Rejecting every guild meant he made enemies with the large guilds. That's why he was poisoned. There's no reason to make enemies with big guilds. I won't follow that guy's footsteps. Kim Gong-ja said, "There's one more thing." Arthur Taylor gestured for him to continue. "Yes, please speak." Kim Gong-ja hesitated for a moment before saying, "I live in a cheap studio right now. I'll pay the rent, but could you recommend me a different place to stay? And if the newspaper company asks about the identity of the first-place lottery winner, make sure to tell them that I'm an honorary member of the merchant troupe." Arthur stared at Kim Gong-ja for a moment, then sighed in frustration. "You're quite thorough, sir." The Sword Emperor chuckled. Look at his face. He was going to treat you like a fool, but that backfired. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. "Of course, you've always got to be careful considering the state of the world." He thought to himself, who was the guy who said I was easy, huh? The Sword Emperor said, "Did I say that? I don't remember at all." Arthur nodded, his expression neutral. "That's right, sir." Kim Gong-ja thought, that ghost. The Sword Emperor grinned. "Well, you're doing pretty well on your own. Looks like I don't have to treat you like an infant, changing your diapers and everything." Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, "If only you couldn't talk, you'd be so much more bearable." The Sword Emperor laughed. "Hey, you look pretty happy to me." Kim Gong-ja replied with a grin. "Of course, this is only the start." He thought, with 4,000 deaths and 4,000 returns, I've earned this special privilege. I didn't do it just because I was fixated on revenge. Now it's time to enjoy it. The Sword Emperor's voice cut through Kim Gong-ja's thoughts. "Hey, zombie, remember when you said the fees are the most important factor when it comes to tuition? You just got hold of the tuition fees. Now, what do you think is the next thing we need?" Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. A skilled teacher?" The Sword Emperor snorted. You've already got that right in front of you." Kim Gong-ja thought, he has no shame. The Sword Emperor continued, "You need a textbook. Something like an elixir that can boost your physical abilities, or a scroll with martial arts principles. But considering where you're at now, you won't even be able to understand the secret martial art manuals anyway. So, the only answer is to get the elixirs, and we need a damn good one." Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. "How good?" The Sword Emperor paused for a moment thinking, was it called Alchemy Castle or something? That guild with the doctors and pharmacists? Maybe an elixir created by the best master from that guild? There's a store I know of too. Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Aren't those things super expensive?" The Sword Emperor grinned. "Of course, they're super expensive. You want to know how much they cost?" He whispered the price to Kim Gong-ja, who froze as if struck by lightning. Kim Gong-ja exclaimed, "Wait, hold on. Do you mean to say that even if I use all of my leftover assets, I'll only get 4 elixirs?" The Sword Emperor smirked. "You'll probably get 5 bottles if you get a bulk discount. What can you do about it? It's all because you lack talent. Stop complaining and follow me." Kim Gong-ja grimaced. Go slower." But as the Sword Emperor slowed his pace, Kim Gong-ja continued to push ahead and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Ooh-ah!" Frustrated, Kim Gong-ja snapped, "Why are you slowing down all of a sudden?" The Sword Emperor's expression shifted. "Gong-ja, hide. I forgot to tell you about this." Kim Gong-ja furrowed his brows. "What?" Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja felt something, an oppressive aura, as Sword St. Marcus Callenberry walked down the street. The Sword Emperor whispered, "This is old man Marcus's favorite store." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Why are you only telling me this now? Tell me these things earlier." Sword St. Marcus stopped and glanced around. Kim Gong-ja quickly hid behind a dumpster. "What do I do? It'll get troublesome if he notices me." Marcus turned, and Kim Gong-ja stayed absolutely still, holding his breath. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja whispered in frustration, "Out of all the places, why did I have to hide in a rubbish bin?" The Sword Emperor hissed, "This is bad. If the old man is here." Suddenly, the Sword Emperor's expression changed. "He must be buying the elixirs today as well." The Sword Emperor broke into a run. "Gong-ja, we're in trouble. Quick, come." Kim Gong-ja ran and muttered, "Ugh." The Sword Emperor shouted, "Ah!" They watched as Sword St. Marcus Callenberry entered the store, and the Sword Emperor groaned, "No! We were one step behind. What do we do? That store is the best one out there." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's too dangerous to go into the same store as Sword St. Marcus. But then, he took out his phone and said, "Not in the top 20. Looks like she's not in the top 100 either. Even if I extend the range to the top 300. Can't find it." The Sword Emperor, confused, asked, Can't find what? Your luck? Kim Gong-ja smirked. Nope, you could say it's the opposite. We might not be spending as much as we expected. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. What? Kim Gong-ja nodded. I'm saying we might be able to get top-grade elixirs with only a small amount of money. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja added, I happen to know a super good pharmacist. The Sword Emperor eyed him warily. Feels like the place you're heading to is getting scarier and scarier. As people glanced at Kim Gong-ja seriously, he stepped on a puddle of water with a loud splat. The Sword Emperor asked, Are you sure a talented pharmacist lives here? Kim Gong-ja grinned. Not just talented, but a genius. The best one I've ever known. The Sword Emperor looked skeptical. Stop joking around. Why would that kind of genius live in a place like this? Kim Gong-ja shrugged. You can choose not to believe it if you don't want to. An old Filipino man clicked his tongue in disapproval. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I guess they were considering whether to rob me. Since I was muttering to myself, they probably gave up thinking I was insane. I wonder what they'll think when they find out how much money I have in my pockets. The Sword Emperor said, Hey, zombie, you know where you're going, right? Suddenly, a cute voice called out, Please don't touch my experiment equipment, anything but those. A man's voice replied, How many times have we gone through this, and you're still saying that? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yep, this is the place. The man yelled. It's been half a year since half the deadline to pay the price for that. The cute lady responded, If you take all the equipment as well, I really can't make a living. The man snapped, I don't care. Don't even need to take a look anymore. Take everything. The cute lady protested. A week. Just give me a week. No, 5 days. The man growled. Last time you said that 1 week turned into a month, and that month became half a year. A bald black man interjected. There's still an elixir I haven't completed. The cute lady grabbed onto a cart, and as she tried to slide it away, the bald man dragged it off with alarming force. She slipped and cried out in pain. Ah! The bald man grumbled. This is sincere advice from me to you. Don't ever get into the business of making medicines again. The cute lady was left looking sadly at her belongings being dragged away. A person in the crowd muttered, I knew that place was going to close soon. A boy added, everything was too expensive. What kind of health potion costs 40 gold for a single bottle anyway? Another man remarked, she took the business world too lightly at a young age. The cute lady shouted, What do you mean by expensive? The price I get is almost the same as the cost price. She turned to the bystanders. You can't get this kind of quality for a health potion anywhere else in Babylon except for my store. Why, you should be thanking me for doing business in such a terrible town like this. A lady sighed. She still hasn't come to her senses yet. The crowd began to disperse. Let's go. My God, what makes her so special? The cute lady pleaded. Wait everybody. Since you've all gathered, you might as well buy at least a bottle of my special health potion. A guy quickly rejected her. I'm not buying. The Sword Emperor turned to Kim Gong-ja and said, Hey, the best pharmacist of all time that you were talking about can't possibly be that loser, right? Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. What are you going to do if she's the one? The Sword Emperor's eyes widened. What? What do you see in that loser? The cute lady collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Oh. Kim Gong-ja approached her and asked, Boss, are you still in business? She looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Of course, this person is not just a crazy pharmacist or a loser. He said aloud, If you're still in business, I'd like to make an order. A rather expensive one at that. She looked up, recognizing him. Aha, yes, of course, I can make you anything. She stood up immediately, wiping her tears. Before that, when you said expensive, how expensive? Kim Gong-ja thought for a moment. I don't know. Maybe around 20,000 gold for now? The master alchemist gasped. 2? Her jaw dropped and her eyes widened. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. A person who's going to be an unapproachable big shot in the future. The master alchemist stammered. 20,000? How could you? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. If I can acquaint myself with her before she even steps foot in the rankings, she's going to be the goose that lays 100% pure gold eggs. Kim Gong-ja asked aloud, What are you doing? Master Alchemist replied, You should take your orders, boss. Kim Gong-ja mused to himself, I'll become a regular through and through. A few moments later, Master Alchemist said, Although it's shabby, please come inside. She opened the door to her store. It's really quite shabby, though. The Sword Emperor looked around in surprise. Wow! Both Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor were shocked by the state of the store. The Sword Emperor remarked, "It's so reassuringly clean." Master Alchemist fixed some of her things with an air of care. The Sword Emperor glanced at Kim Gong-ja. "Hey, do you really want to take an elixir made by this lady?" Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Master Alchemist blinked and asked, "Are you really commissioning me for 20,000 gold?" Kim Gong-ja replied confidently, "If you can't trust me, should I pay you first?" Master Alchemist's eyes widened. "What? You don't need to go that far. No, if it's possible, I'd like to be paid first." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, her financial situation is so bad that she isn't even able to show basic courtesy. Kim Gong-ja nodded and said, "Take as much money as you need from my account. I'll inform the party beforehand." Master Alchemist asked cautiously, "As much as I need?" Kim Gong-ja clarified, "Of course, I'd like you to keep the budget within 20,000 gold if possible. My money isn't unlimited after all." Master Alchemist sighed in relief. "Then, what kind of elixir do you need?" If you're going to request drugs, I'll have to decline. That's the only thing I won't make." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the guts she has to decline tens of thousands of gold after her store just shut down. Though she's naive, she has strong convictions that will lead her to become the alchemy castellan. Kim Gong-ja reassured her, "Don't worry, it definitely isn't any kind of drug." Master Alchemist sighed. That's a relief. "So what exactly are you requesting to be made?" The Sword Emperor interjected, "Well, fine. Although no matter how I look at it, she doesn't seem to have any skills. I'll tell you the formula." Kim Gong-ja nodded. "I'll only say it once." The Sword Emperor began, "Listen carefully. The liver of a rabbit pig, eyes of the balloon cat, skin of the giant desert earthworm." Master Alchemist added, "and tail of a black salamander." Kim Gong-ja, a total of 23 ingredients, am I correct? The Sword Emperor confirmed. "Yeah, that's it for the ingredients. The process of making it purely depends on the skills of the..." Kim Gong-ja completed the thought. "The alchemist, yes." Master Alchemist nodded. "These combine to form a mixture that greatly increases reflexes." The Sword Emperor was shocked. Master Alchemist continued, "It's an extremely high-quality formula. It's made in a way where you don't refine each of the ingredients, but boil them all together at once, right?" The Sword Emperor answered hesitantly, That's right, but..." Kim Gong-ja confirmed, "That's correct." Master Alchemist's eyes sparkled. "Of course. Usually the skin of the giant desert earthworm contains a very small amount of poison. One of the ways to neutralize this poison is with the liver of the rabbit pig, but its effects vary depending on how it's taken. If it's refined..." Kim Gong-ja nodded to himself. "Yeah, there are always these so-called experts." Master Alchemist paused before continuing. "But in that case, a different side effect can occur. Accelerating your base metabolism would fundamentally..." Kim Gong-ja interjected, "How many days will it take for it to be made?" Master Alchemist thought for a moment. 4 days. If I have enough money, I can prepare it within 4 days. Normally, I could do it quicker. However, I need to buy new equipment, so..." Just then, a man's voice echoed outside the door of Master Alchemist's shop. "Those who have a prescription for the alchemy lord, please come inside." Another man scoffed, "Who are you to stand in front of me? I've been waiting for a whole year." A third man retorted, "A year? I've been waiting a year and a half." Kim Gong-ja's eyes sparkled. 4 days is a steal." Master Alchemist looked at him, confused. The Sword Emperor crossed his arms. "Hey, I still don't approve of her. You have no idea how many people have barks bigger than their bite. It's always those kinds of people who grow up to be swindlers." "And we just threw away precious money." Kim Gong-ja smirked. "Where did you learn that formula?" The Sword Emperor proudly declared, "I created it myself. I consumed all sorts of poisons in order to create the best elixir." Kim Gong-ja nodded thoughtfully. She praised the formula, calling it high quality. She was good enough to figure out the true potential of the formula immediately. Place some trust in her. Although she might look like that, in 10 years, she's going to be the most powerful person in the alchemy castle. The Sword Emperor looked away silently and muttered, "Anyway, wait and see Zombie. She'll definitely take your money and make a run for it." 4 days later, at the hotel provided by the party, Master Alchemist entered, carrying 3 boxes. "Sorry, I wanted to give it to you sooner, but it took longer than expected as I was combining different ingredients together." Kim Gong-ja smiled. "It's okay. You told me it would take 4 days, right?" Master Alchemist handed over the boxes. "It's 3 boxes in total, with 30 bottles in each box." Kim Gong-ja nodded. Then that should last for at least 30 days. 15 times more efficient than the store the spirit knew. This is how you spend money. Master Alchemist hesitated, then asked, "Excuse me." The Sword Emperor, who had been watching the exchange, glared at Kim Gong-ja. "Hey, you're shit-talking me in your head, right?" Kim Gong-ja ignored the Sword Emperor, looking at Master Alchemist. "Yes?" Master Alchemist continued nervously. It's strange asking you this now, but why did you leave such a costly request to a nameless pharmacist like me? Of course, I'm confident in my skills, but looking at the formula you requested this time, I think only about 2 people in Babylon would be able to understand it properly and make it. But people only think of me as a freak. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the reason is because the pharmacist in front of me is a genius of the century. But is it just that? He recalled the fire and Master Alchemist's words. The perimeter is secure. Now the problem is the survivor still inside. We need a rescue team. Kim Gong-ja thought back to the first person to arrive on the scene when the city caught on fire. The paladin had asked, "She said she had work tonight. Maybe she's on a date? I see her with the Flame Emperor quite a bit," Master Alchemist had replied. Master Alchemist had added, "I don't like that man." Kim Gong-ja thought, the person who saw the real personality of the Flame Emperor. Master Alchemist had commented, "I have a bad feeling about him." Kim Gong-ja mused, she's skilled, kind, and has the ability to read people as well. Wouldn't it be a loss to not get close to someone like this? Kim Gong-ja spoke, snapping back to the present, "Because you look kind." Master Alchemist looked confused. "Huh?" Kim Gong-ja smiled. "I helped you because you looked kind. Well, you would have succeeded without my help anyway. If someone is going to succeed, it should be kind hunters like us, so that we can help each other out in the future. It's enraging to see a lunatic psychopath be the only one succeeding. Let's cheer up, the both of us." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it was all true. To the point where I wasn't sure if I could speak more truthfully than this. Master Alchemist shook Kim Gong-ja's hand. "You're right. In order to change the world, you've got to succeed first. Feel free to call me when you have anything to request. I'll always put your request as the first priority." Kim Gong-ja smiled. "If you do that, I'd be thankful." He waved goodbye as Master Alchemist left. The Sword Emperor scowled. "What? Kind hunters like us?" Kim Gong-ja chuckled. "I know I said some embarrassing things, so let's just start training." The next day, moving to the 3rd floor hunting ground, Kim Gong-ja surveyed the area. "It's full of monsters I'm going to have trouble dealing with. What do I do now?" The Sword Emperor shrugged. "Drink the elixir first." Kim Gong-ja took out a can and opened it. He took a sip. It actually tastes quite normal. I can taste some lemon and honey. Suddenly, he felt something spark in his chest. Kim Gong-ja gasped. "What is this?" Everything around him seemed to slow down. He began to sweat, his heart racing. "Ah!" The Sword Emperor smirked. "Oh, not bad. The skill of that pharmacist must have been real." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "What is he saying? Just say it once. My head is going to be burst." The Sword Emperor grinned. "How does it feel? Feels like you could count your hairs one by one, right? And the feeling of sweat dripping down is terribly vivid as well. That's the effect of the elixir. It gives you more time to react by slowing down your perception of the present. Can't you feel it?" Kim Gong-ja groaned. "What are you talking about?" The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "That thing moving around in your heart?" Kim Gong-ja felt his heart pounding in his chest. The Sword Emperor explained, "That's aura. Anyone who has entered the tower as a hunter gets that formed inside their body. It's just that they live their daily lives without recognizing its presence. How proficiently you can control your aura will determine the results of a fight." "Ooh." Kim Gong-ja focused his mind, trying to control the strange sensation coursing through him. The Sword Emperor spoke calmly. "Normally in this state, you're supposed to feel the flow of your aura by doing something like meditation. But if we do that, it's going to take too long. If someone has no talent like you, their body's going to suffer." Suddenly, an orc charged at Kim Gong-ja, ready to attack. The Sword Emperor shouted, "Run, Kim Zombie, if you don't want to end up hurt." "All right," the Sword Emperor continued. "If you don't want to get hurt, release the aura and use it. You must train to fight for real." Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. You damn ghost," the Sword Emperor smirked. I don't listen to someone who can't even use aura. Is this too much?" the Sword Emperor taunted. "Kill yourself if you don't like it." "Ah, then the kill count will go up again. The old man will love you for that, right?" The orc swung its club at Kim Gong-ja, chasing him down. Kim Gong-ja grunted to himself, "It's slow. This must be the effect of the elixir. But why can't my body react?" He pushed himself to run. "Arg!" The Sword Emperor's voice cut through the chaos. "You can evade this. Don't give up. Low-level mobs like orcs have simple attack patterns. Once you identify them, the rest is easy. Charge up the aura in your legs." Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth. "Easier said than done. I can dodge if I just move a single step." "Legs, move," he thought desperately, focusing on his body. As his heart pounded harder, his legs suddenly sparked with energy, and he moved faster. "I did it," he thought, relief washing over him. The Sword Emperor's voice was laced with mockery. "It's harder than you thought, right? That's because you don't have a proper path for the aura to move through. Your body's like a small footpath in a dense forest. You need to open a highway for the aura to flow properly. Right now, you're only tasting the aura because of the elixir. Without it, you don't stand a chance." Tisk. This lady lacks basic hygiene, but her skills are amazing. The orc growled in frustration and swung its club again, narrowly missing. Kim Gong-ja looked back and asked, "And what happens when my footpath becomes a highway?" I hate to admit it, but Bae-hu Ryung is right. Flow through me. Aura, he thought, mentally picturing the flow of energy. A path full of weeds, with no living creatures around. He dodged another swing. "Damn it," Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. "That describes me perfectly right now. But what if I can break through? And what happens then?" he asked, his voice strained. The Sword Emperor laughed darkly. "Hey, do you remember getting your head chopped off so helplessly by old man Marcus?" "I do," Kim Gong-ja replied. "That was just a horizontal slash," the Sword Emperor remarked. Kim Gong-ja thought, such a beautiful attack. Just a horizontal slash? The Sword Emperor continued. "That old man still has a long way to go. But you, zombie, are nothing compared to him." Kim Gong-ja swallowed nervously, barely avoiding another blow from the orc. He took a deep breath and gathered his strength, facing the creature head-on. The Sword Emperor smirked. "Oh-ho? What's this?" Kim Gong-ja concentrated, gathering power in his legs, preparing to strike. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "Creative?" Kim Gong-ja drew his knife, leaping toward the orc. The orc stared at him in confusion as Kim Gong-ja drove the blade into its chest. The Sword Emperor's voice rang out. "Don't let your guard down until the very end. The orc has thick skin. Focus your aura at tip of the blade. Actually, that might be too difficult for you. Just dump all your aura into it." Kim Gong-ja focused all his strength into the strike. "Die," he grunted, pouring every bit of power he could muster into the blow. With a final shout for more strength, the blade sank deeper into the orc's chest. Kim Gong-ja pierced it again, and the orc crumpled to the ground. The Sword Emperor sounded impressed but warned, "You all right? It hurts, doesn't it?" "Yup, probably hurts like a bitch. That's what happens when you use aura without having a proper path for it. Your body's on the verge of death. You did all that just to kill a single orc." Kim Gong-ja, exhausted, spat out, "You bastard!" The Sword Emperor chuckled. "But I liked the part where you bent the aura like a spring. I applaud you for that. Hunters always need to know how to fight with their head." Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth. "I don't. Want to hear .arg?" The Sword Emperor's voice turned cold. "Does it hurt so much you feel like dying?" Kim Gong-ja snapped. "Can't you see?" "Then just die," the Sword Emperor said casually. "Things will get better after that." Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion. "If it weren't for your regression skill, I wouldn't have recommended this kind of training," the Sword Emperor explained. "Even old man Marcus would meditate after taking an elixir. He wouldn't push his body to the limits like you." Kim Gong-ja thought, "What's this ghost talking about?" "But if you die," the Sword Emperor continued, "you can just go back. That's awesome. Your body won't even have a scratch after the toughest training." "Wow, do I envy you." "Hey, zombie, in this case, if you kill yourself, your kill count would go up. Let's use the method that doesn't make your count go up." Another orc appeared, seeing its fallen comrade. The Sword Emperor continued, "Hey, you got a taste of using the aura, right? At this rate, dying 100 times should be enough. 1,000-mile journey starts with a single step, and 100 deaths start with a single death." As the other orc swung its club at Kim Gong-ja, the moment of reckoning was close. The Sword Emperor grinned. "Let's start with death number 1. A system notification chimed. "You have died." "Ow, damn it. My head," Kim Gong-ja muttered, disoriented. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "Wow, what's all this now?" Kim Gong-ja glanced around, confused. You got here too? I wonder if you regress with me as well. Kim Gong-ja surveyed his surroundings, then said, This is where I stay for a bit when I die. I'm calling it a netherworld for now. Fascinating. The Sword Emperor remarked, intrigued. Kim Gong-ja reflected, I would always hear the phrase, you will regress to 24 hours ago. But during other times, a system notification appeared, because of your death, the skill requirements have been met. Kim Gong-ja blinked, his eyes widening. I was able to. See copy, .skills. Another system notification flashed, randomly copy skills of monster orc. Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor stared at the system in disbelief. Kim Gong-ja pointed at the notification. Monsters have skills too? The Sword Emperor pointed back at him. What? This is such an op skill. Both of them stood there, jaws dropped in astonishment. The system chimed again. Please choose a skill card. The Sword Emperor exclaimed, I want this skill too. Hey, the Sword Emperor demanded, who's in charge of this tower? The system responded, please choose a skill card. The Sword Emperor's frustration boiled over. Why would you give such a good skill to a newbie instead of an amazing hunter like me? This is the collapse of hunter culture. Kim Gong-ja sighed. A monster skill. I'll just pick one to start. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Huh? What? You're picking that one? Yeah? It doesn't matter what I pick, Kim Gong-ja replied nonchalantly. The Sword Emperor threw his hands up in exasperation. This is your chance to get ridiculously powerful. Shouldn't you pick something good? Kim Gong-ja scoffed. There's no way to know which card is better than the others, right? They all look the same, just like a game of luck. The Sword Emperor's frustration grew. How do you not know which skill is better? Kim Gong-ja rubbed his temples. Oh, this is so annoying. You really don't get it, do you? The backs of the cards are the same. You can only see the back. How am I supposed to know which one is better? The Sword Emperor circled around. Because I can see them? Kim Gong-ja stared at him, confused. Huh? I can see them. They're fronts, the Sword Emperor said, casually. A system notification flashed. Please choose a skill card. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened as he observed the movement of the cards. The positions. The cards are shifting around in a way that I can only see the back. They move as I move my head, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. He then asked, so, can you see the details of the skills? Kim Gong-ja realized something. But Baehu Ryung can move as he wishes. He must be able to see the fronts of the cards. The Sword Emperor proudly declared, Of course I can. Do you not trust my eyes? When I was young, I was known for my visual acuity. As I grew older, I even mastered clairvoyance. Kim Gong-ja shouted, Eureka! The Sword Emperor recoiled in shock. Ah, are you crazy? Why are you screaming? Kim Gong-ja ignored him. Enough! Tell me what skills you see right now. The Sword Emperor grumbled but complied. Fine, I'm only going to read it once, so pay attention. The Sword Emperor began. First card, oh, nature gives us shelter, but gives us hardship at the same time. In this tough world, the orcs overcame the will of nature by maximizing their fertility. Did a single orc get killed? Don't worry, there are more orcs where you can't see. Blessing of reproduction rank F, however, you will suffer from rutting all year round. Second card, we end our sentence with chi-ik every time, but we don't know why. But have a taste of our chi-ik yourself, and you'll never want to leave the fun of chi again. Lum rank. Chi-ik, shik, however. Chi-ik, shik. Kim Gong-ja stared, stunned. His jaw dropped. The Sword Emperor smirked. See, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have picked the chi-ik chick one. Hey, if you were born as a man, you should wield the power of orcs at least once. Kim Gong-ja's face twisted in disbelief. Are you for real? He thought to himself, they're both garbage, but if I were to choose, it would be chi-ik chick. The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Hey, your thoughts and words don't match? Kim Gong-ja retorted. Well, my thoughts are correct. Chi-ik chick is better than blessing of reproduction. The Sword Emperor grew impatient. Hey, wait. Let's think about this a bit more. Kim Gong-ja responded dryly. I think you're thinking the same thing as me. The Sword Emperor's face turned pale as the system chimed again. Selection complete. The selected skill will be copied. Ah, no! The Sword Emperor howled. Kim Gong-ja woke up, feeling refreshed. A system notification appeared. Your current hunter rank is F. There was no skill penalty. Kim Gong-ja sighed in satisfaction. Yes, this is so good. Thanks to this nice place, my mind and body are refreshed. The Sword Emperor, enraged, shouted, Damn it! I thought you would fall for it. Kim Gong-ja gave him a sidelong glance. Who in their right mind would choose blessing of reproduction? He grinned. Stop being upset and let's go hunt. Kim Gong-ja adjusted his jacket and muttered, Hunter status window open. A system notification appeared. Name, Kim Gong-ja-rank. F skills 4 of 4. I want to be like you. Assess. Passive. Regressors wind up clock. X. Blades constellation. A. Passive. Chi-ik. Chick F. Active. Kim Gong-ja nodded to himself. Good, no problem. The Sword Emperor, deep in thought, said, Gong-ja, I've been thinking about this. Huh? Kim Gong-ja turned, curious. The Sword Emperor continued, You can train by meditation. Dying hurts you, right? Let's just sit down, cross our legs, and train. I'll teach you all about aura in 6 months. Kim Gong-ja scowled. To the 3rd floor hunting ground. The system responded, moving to the 3rd floor hunting ground. Do you not hear me? The Sword Emperor shouted as Kim Gong-ja moved ahead. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja drank an elixir and sighed. Gulp! Tastes great! Hey, Sword Emperor, do you know? Huh? What? The Sword Emperor responded, confused. Want to get into the lotus position? Kim Gong-ja teased. The Sword Emperor scowled. You call me zombie when you're at an advantage, and Gong-ja when you're at a disadvantage. You started calling me Gong-ja back there. I'm just trying to help you work on that habit of yours. Kim Gong-ja charged toward an orc. The orc blinked in confusion. Gurk? It swung its club, growling, Karr. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, just like last time, I can see the movement. The orc raised its club, snarling, Grr! A system notification appeared. Skill activated. Kim Gong-ja faced the orc and asked, Chiik? The orc blinked. Chiik? Chiik, Kim Gong-ja repeated. The orc, now confused, mumbled, Chiik? Kim Gong-ja suddenly charged forward and slashed at the orc's neck. Chi. The orc gasped in pain before collapsing to the ground. Kim Gong-ja wiped his blade and sighed. Phew. The Sword Emperor, furious, yelled, You cheating bastard, I knew you'd do this. Does it feel good to fool such a nice orc? Huh? Do you even care about their feelings? Dirty humans like you are the reason why these pure orcs suffer in this world. Kim Gong-ja smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Chiik! The Sword Emperor's face twisted in frustration. Ag, so angry, so annoying. Why did you give such an op skill to such a slimy human almighty tower? Kim Gong-ja waved him off. Stop sweating and let's go. Let's head to the 4th floor now. A week later, the Great Goblin King stood at the 5th floor boss monster encounter. Gorok, the goblin growled. Kim Gong-ja faced him, closing his eyes. A system notification appeared. Activating skill. Another notification. Skill name, language of the king. Kim Gong-ja shouted, Gorok! And charged toward the Great Goblin King. The system chimed again. Goblin High Society, rank F. The Great Goblin King, confused, muttered, Gorok? Kim Gong-ja smirked. How can somebody other than me be this perfect? A system notification appeared. Language of the king activated. As Kim Gong-ja stabbed the Great Goblin King in the neck, he said, You were the toughest enemy this past week. Goodbye, my acclaimed enemy. The Sword Emperor, furious, snapped, You gotta be shitting me. Getting all emotional just because you killed a monster? Kim Gong-ja sighed. Ah, come on. I barely hunted him after 6 coins. Can't I get some time to be emotional? 1 coin equals 1 life, he added nonchalantly. The Sword Emperor growled, I was just stating the facts. Besides, it wasn't even an honorable fight, right? Kim Gong-ja defended himself. It was. Look, I fought with a legitimate skill earned with 5 lives worth of coins. A system notification chimed. Goblin High Society rank Feffect. The Great Goblin had once pondered, Us goblins are too uncultured. All we say is, Carrick. We cannot shine and be honorable the way we are. At that moment he had an epiphany. That's right. From now on, I will abandon Carrick and speak with Gorok. Gorok. This is the perfect term to describe my royal self. However, this caused a backlash within the tribe. Skill copied from monster. Great Goblin. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. These goblins really spend too much time on unimportant details. The Sword Emperor smirked. That's why they're goblins. Humans aren't any different either. Huh? Kim Gong-ja asked, puzzled. Nothing, the Sword Emperor mumbled, brushing it off. Kim Gong-ja was about to ask more when a system notification appeared. Your existence becomes more apparent. Suddenly, golden light shone. a system notification appeared. Hunter Kim Gong-ja's level increases. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, finally. Another notification appeared. Skill slots are expanded. Your hunter rank is now E-class. Kim Gong-ja grinned. Finally. The system chimed again. May luck stay on your side. The Sword Emperor squinted. Was that fireworks? No blood? It's confusing. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. It was just a level up effect, right? Yeah, the Sword Emperor replied. But it doesn't just look cool. It's sort of a hint. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. A hint? The Sword Emperor said, your aura type is determined by the kind of effect you show when leveling up. For example, the Flame Emperor you killed, his aura type is definitely fire. Fire, Kim Gong-ja muttered. The Sword Emperor continued. The form of your aura is usually influenced by the hunter's trauma, though not always negative memories. Events, scenes, or things that have left a lasting impression can appear in the form of your aura. It's like something from the unconscious. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. So what about the Sword Saint's aura? The Sword Emperor replied, moonlight. When he was young, he got lost in the mountains. Not wanting to die, he climbed to the peak. He said that the moon, shining with the light of the sun, not its own but another's, was beautiful. Living with what's given can be beautiful too. I want to shine like the moonlight, he thought as a 12-year-old. That thought has guided him ever since. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. 12 years old. The Sword Saint is a bit abnormal too, huh? The Sword Emperor grunted. Anyway, we cleared the 5th floor. Let's continue to the 6th. Kim Gong-ja paused. About that. Can't we just skip to the 10th floor, boss? The Sword Emperor turned to him in disbelief. What? You're just a kid. Are you starting to overestimate yourself? Kim Gong-ja grinned. Absolutely not. The Sword Emperor scowled. Do you know how many experienced hunters died on the 10th floor? Kim Gong-ja shrugged nonchalantly. If I can't clear the 10th floor in 2 coins, I'll start calling you master. The Sword Emperor's expression darkened. Huh? So you'll clear it, dying only once? The guy who took 6 coins to defeat the goblin boss will spend only 2 coins on the 10th floor? You might not know this, but I never go easy on a bet. Kim Gong-ja raised his finger. But, on one condition, tell me the skills the boss has on the 10th floor. The Sword Emperor thought for a moment. Well, not bad, kid. And, Kim Gong-ja added, grinning, if I win, you have to call me Gong-ja and be as polite as possible. Oh, are you scared? Forget it then. The Sword Emperor spat on the ground. This monkey is challenging the Great Sword Emperor for having one special skill? Fine. Kim Zombie, you will fail on the 10th floor and serve me as your master until you die. But you can't die, so you'll have to get used to the word master. Kim Gong-ja smirked. Do you have skills that make you delusional? Get ready to serve, Gong-ja. The Sword Emperor chuckled darkly. Hey. Kim Gong-ja joined in. K-hee-hee. As they laughed, nearby hunters whispered, I think he's insane. A few moments later, a guard stopped Kim Gong-ja. You cannot. Kim Gong-ja frowned. What? The guard continued. Are you trying to challenge the boss by yourself? Solo hunting here is an act of suicide. Haven't you seen the news? The Black Dragon Guild failed after organizing a 34-member elite team. Kim Gong-ja smirked. So what? It's the law that any hunter who wants to challenge the boss can enter. The guard sighed. Excuse me, but I record all the hunters entering and exiting. Auditors will check these records later. Then I'll be the bad guy who allowed someone to enter who was obviously going to die. Please understand my position too. The Sword Emperor growled. What? Auditors? There was nothing like that in my world. Kim Gong-ja scratched his head, wondering what to do. The Sword Emperor muttered, they're forever stuck on the 10th floor because they're caught up in politics like this, Kim Jombi. Just beat up this bastard and enter. Kim Gong-ja smiled gently at the guard. I know you're having a hard time. You're right, actually. I really want to commit suicide. The guard blinked in confusion. The Sword Emperor's voice dropped. What? Kim Gong-ja explained, his tone calm. 1 year ago, my lover died. Not long ago, the Ministry of Alchemy told me I have an incurable disease. They said I'd die in 6 months. But I can't live without my lover. Even though I'm weak, I'm still a hunter. Rather than waiting for my end in an alchemy hospital, I'd rather die fighting monsters in my last moments. The guard, clearly moved, said softly, something like that happened to you. Kim Gong-ja handed him a bag of coins. This is what I saved for my hospital bills. The guard hesitated. I can't take your money. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. I can't spend it anyway. I'd rather leave this world with nothing on me. Officer, you don't even have to record my entry. It's my last wish as a hunter. The guard fought back tears. I understand. Go ahead. I didn't see anyone today. The Sword Emperor, astounded, muttered, This is bullshit. Are you two recording a movie? Suddenly, the gates opened. Kim Gong-ja entered and said to himself, I just have to go to the 10th floor, right? At the 10th floor, Kim Gong-ja stood before the door. This is the floor that the Flame Emperor, Yu Suha, cleared before. Today, I'll leave a legacy far greater than his. He pushed open the door to the mansion. Inside, dolls with large, eerie red eyes stared at him intently. Hee. One of them giggled. Hee. Another joined in, their voices echoing eerily. The mansion suddenly erupted in flames. The dolls chirped, Play with us? Will you play with us? What shall we play? Catch? Hide and seek? The ice had all melted and the flowers had been burned away. Let's play hide and seek. One of the dolls giggled. Yes, play with us. Play hide and seek with us. The others chimed in. A system notification rang. You have entered the boss stage. Another notification followed. Challenger, Kim Gong-ja, one person. Kim Gong-ja, undeterred, said to himself, Sure, I'll play with you. May luck stay on your side. A system notification added ominously. In a different timeline, far in the future. A reporter stood in front of a camera, speaking with urgency. The Black Dragon Guild, who held the title of the strongest guild since the tower opened, has just recorded their 30th failure. The reporter turned to Anastasia. What do you think was the reason for your failure? Anastasia responded calmly. We do not lack skill. We were simply unlucky. Yu Suha, overhearing, scoffed. Oh, are you sure about that? Ding. The 10th floor stage has been cleared. Yu Suha spoke with a smug smile. Luck is also a skill, you pushovers. Kim Gong-ja, overhearing, thought to himself, this interview will be remembered as the pushover declaration in the future. He took a breath. I have only one question among all the different types of hunters. Why was the Flame Emperor the only one who managed to clear the 10th floor? Entering the boss stage. 10th floor boss, Hellfire Maiden. One of the dolls turned to Kim Gong-ja and sang, Play with us. You must make it fun, okay? Kim Gong-ja smiled wryly. The way to clear this stage is simple. A doll melted from the flames, her voice high-pitched and mocking. Mister, you're it. Who's the real one? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, You have to find the real doll within the mansion. Another doll shouted, Quick, find it, quick, find it. Kim Gong-ja narrowed his eyes. A single real doll. Destroy it. The Sword Emperor's voice echoed. This is no ordinary flame. This is hellfire made with aura. Kim Gong-ja mentally braced himself. No matter how much aura you wrap around your body to form a barrier, you'll last at most 10 minutes in these flames. Nearby, a hunter coughed as he touched a blonde doll. Yu Suha, likewise touching it, muttered, Bust again. Kim Gong-ja thought, but to a hunter who uses a fire-type aura, there's hardly any effect at all. Yu Suha chuckled. Bust again. Hide yourself away. Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. That's why. That bastard was able to clear it safely. Then he boasted that luck was a skill after doing that. A doll giggled. Or, I might spot you. The Sword Emperor snickered. The guy who lives off luck is you, zombie. Kim Gong-ja snapped. What do you mean? I live off my luck. He could feel the heat pressing in, his body straining to withstand it. The heat is killing me. I'm struggling to endure this with my aura. The Sword Emperor's voice was grim. Even so, your limit will come in around a minute from now. A doll jeered. Done already? Another echoed. Done already? The Sword Emperor added, By the way, old man Marcus can last 30 minutes in flames like this. He's just waiting for the day he can last over an hour, unlike someone who barged in straight away. Kim Gong-ja dryly responded, Thank you so much for the information. The Sword Emperor laughed. So? You only have 2 coins. What are you going to do? The dolls, now circling, whispered, Hide yourself away, or I might spot you. Kim Gong-ja clenched his teeth. What am I going to do? I'll think about it after I die first. The Sword Emperor jeered. You think your aura will suddenly expand when you die here? There are 2 ways to clear this place. Find the real doll by sheer luck, or be skilled enough to use your aura to survive the flames long enough to find it. But you, idiot, only bet on 2 coins? You won't make it. Kim Gong-ja chuckled under his breath. Hey, This guy only knows half of it. We'll see who wins after I die once. He glanced at the dolls, calculating the time. Time until my aura runs out. 10 seconds. Shall I just randomly grab one for now? A doll stood silently before him. It suddenly glanced at Kim Gong-ja and asked, "Are you going to play with me?" Kim Gong-ja reached out and touched it. "Got you." The doll screeched, "Wrong. I'm not it. I'm not it. I'm not it." It melted away. Kim Gong-ja grunted to himself. 5 seconds left. He touched another doll and it gasped, "I'm not it." It continued, "I'm not it." Then it too melted away. 3 seconds. Kim Gong-ja thought, frustration building. Did they really have to design the boss stage like this? The Sword Emperor scoffed. Who would understand the divine thoughts of the tower? It's a perverted psychopath who gives a broken skill to a slacker like you. Kim Gong-ja groaned, "Man, your choice of words." With only 1 second left, Kim Gong-ja could feel his aura shattering. He screamed in agony, "Ah!" The Sword Emperor smirked. "Time's up, zombie." Kim Gong-ja's body was consumed by the flames. "Quack, it's bull burning." The Sword Emperor laughed bitterly. "And you're a masochist who exceeds the tower itself." Kim Gong-ja muttered, "Kill me quickly." The Sword Emperor's voice echoed, "No matter how badly you wanted to become the best hunter, to accept a plan to burn to death like this, there's no denying it, Kim Zombie. You're a real masochist." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Faster." A system notification suddenly appeared. "You have died." Then another, "Because of your death, the skill requirements have been met." A final notification, randomly copying Monster Hellfire Maiden skills. Kim Gong-ja, before the flames overtook him, shouted, "You haven't forgotten the promise, right?" The Sword Emperor spoke with a laugh. "Yeah, I know. Do I look like the kind of narrow-minded jerk who doesn't keep his promises?" Kim Gong-ja heard the excitement in the Sword Emperor's voice. "Ooh, yo, this one's a jackpot." A system notification appeared. Inferno Barrier Rank, S Effect, Grudge, Resentment, Anger. Your deep resentment has remained unresolved, your voice unheard, your hopes unfulfilled. Burn them all away. It's burning. Is it burning? Cover the world in fire. I think I'm going to die. Kill them all. If you wish, a fiery hell made of aura will descend in a radius of 2 kilometers around you. However, you must be inside the barrier. The Sword Emperor laughed. "This is definitely it. Shut up and choose this one." To begin with, it's the only ranked skill this boss monster has. Just imagine hellfire like we saw earlier, coming up whenever you want. Bam! Kim Gong-ja looked at the skill card, his mind racing. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" He paused, glancing at the card. "No, it's just, something doesn't feel right." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. "What is it?" His mind flashed back to the doll's voice. "I'm not it." It's definitely a good skill, but I feel uneasy inside. Kim Gong-ja reflected. "Anyway, let's look at the other skills too," he said aloud. The Sword Emperor grumbled, "I don't get it, but fine." A new list of skills appeared. Labyrinth Planning Rank, A. Doll Control Rank, B. Remote Control Rank, B. Trap Placement Rank, C. And the last one. The Sword Emperor paused, stunned. "Wait, this?" Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. "I knew it." "No, wait, Gong-ja," the Sword Emperor exclaimed, but it was too late. Kim Gong-ja took the card. "This is the one." The Sword Emperor, trying to excite him, said, "Look at this. Wow, a golden card. So cool. If you get this, you can set up a hellfire barrier instantly. Everyone will be attracted to you and your devilish style." Kim Gong-ja's internal voice remained cold. "No, this is the card I wanted." He stared at the card, memories swirling in his mind. "I felt something strange from the beginning. One real doll among tens of thousands of fakes. The real doll has the fire aura, so it won't burn. But why aren't the fake dolls burning?" The Sword Emperor grinned. "There's one answer to that." Kim Gong-ja, having realized the truth, took the silver skill card. Another system notification appeared. "Be careful of fire, awake or sleep rank. Effect, hot. If you leave something this hot alone, our house is going to burn down. But don't worry now. The living beings and objects that you designate will not burn anymore. Enjoy a safe life free from the fears of flames. However, the damage received by water-type and ice-type beings increases by 300%. Kim Gong-ja's mind clicked. It had a skill that allows the caster to not burn a target of choice. Another notification followed. Choice completed. Copying skill. The Sword Emperor cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is one shitty BB. Take Kim Gongja burst into laughter. Wah ha ha ha, go ahead and say Sir Gongja. Go on. You have died. Returning to 24 hours before. Your current hunter rank is E. Kim Gongja grinned as the world reset. Now we can go back without worry and take a look around the mansion until we find the real doll. He sighed. Ah man, this game has gotten too easy. A system notification blared. Penalty occurs due to the skill. Kim Gongja froze. Oh yeah. Another notification followed, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. Trauma? The system responded. Level of the penalty, weak. Kim Gongja narrowed his eyes. What is this? The notifications continued. Commencing penalty. Recreating monster Hellfire Maiden's trauma. In a memory at the mansion, a scene unfolded. A kid stood outside a door, hungry. Mister, I'm hungry. A man opened the door, looking disinterested. The kid begged, just one piece of bread, please. Anything, even scraps is okay. The man sighed, muttering, another beggar this morning? The kid persisted, just a slice of bread. A woman overhearing commented, aren't there more orphans begging in our neighborhood these days? The kid, exhausted, responded, it's okay even if it has mold. A man in the crowd said, there's nothing to eat because of famine. The kid, looking desperate, whimpered, I'm so hungry. Another man, dismissing him, said, these gross kids. The kid repeated, one bread please. A voice from the crowd spoke harshly. I don't know where they're coming from. One person grumbled, I wish someone would clear them all up. Then the scene took a darker turn. The child, in desperation, accidentally bumped into a man. Ouch! I'm sorry, mister. The man raised his hand and grabbed the child's head roughly. Do you have parents? You look very hungry, the man said coldly. Your body hurts everywhere, doesn't it? The child, trembling, nodded. Yes, mister. I'm so hungry. The man smiled in a twisted way. Come with me. I'm a doctor. I have many of your friends in my mansion. You can get treatment and play with them. The child asked eagerly, kind mister, when can I go out and play? The man replied with a grim tone, be patient. A person who seeks food just for hunger is an animal. Just because you were born like an animal doesn't mean you should grow up like one, right? The man continued, I know you orphans well. You don't work because you're young. You travel from village to village, spreading diseases like a virus. The child was confused and scared as the man added, I'm a doctor and a guard who removes diseases like you. Sacrifice yourself. The country's famine, the man said, had one cause, these orphans who only beg. A crowd gathered, shouting, children of the witches, Jakua's poison in our country's viruses. The executioner stood ready. I will save this land by sacrificing you to God. The child's eyes widened in horror as they watched their friend be put to sleep forever. The villagers roared, kill them, kill them. The kid whispered to himself, kind mister. The kind mister with a cold tone said, we don't have enough sacrifices. We need more for the next event. The kid, trembling, asked, where are you taking my friends? Why do you keep hurting us? Why? The Sword Emperor cursed, wow, what is this? Kim Gongja turned to him, are you seeing this? The Sword Emperor sighed, I saw it from the start. I forgot you were here. I can't see you right now. Kim Gongja nodded slowly. I guess only our consciousness is floating around. The Sword Emperor's voice quivered in disbelief. How can they be this crazy? How dare they sacrifice innocent children? Kim Gongja narrowed his eyes. This is probably the 10th level boss stage's original copy. A system notification echoed in the silence, recalling the trauma of the enemy who you have killed. Kim Gongja's heart sank. I had no idea a monster could have once been human. The Sword Emperor grunted in frustration. Not all monsters are like this. Only the bosses. Boss monsters are formed from events in another world. Creatures, heroes, everything that happened there. It becomes clearer as you climb higher. Around the 11th floor, Kim Gongja turned to him, his voice sharp. Why didn't you tell me this before? The Sword Emperor shrugged. You never asked, but it's my first time seeing the original copy. The kid cried out in hunger, his voice weak. I'm hungry. Is anybody there? The Sword Emperor's voice softened. I only knew they were from another world, but there's no way to know what they went through. Seeing it with my own eyes, it freaking sucks. The butler stumbled in panic as the candle in his hand tipped over, catching the mansion's curtains on fire. Kim Gongja whispered to himself, somewhere in the world, things like this are always happening. As the butler screamed, fire, the helper shouted, quick, escape the mansion. Kim Gongja's voice was urgent. Wait, the kind Mr. ran, shouting at the helper, carry the jewels on your way. Kim Gongja snapped, aren't you forgetting something? There are kids in the basement. The children's agonized screams echoed through the mansion. No! Anyone there? It's hot! The flames grew, threatening to consume everything. The kid whimpered, "We didn't do anything bad. We just didn't want to starve. We just wanted to play with our friends. We just wanted to play a little while longer." The mansion burned, the fire consuming everything in its path. A system notification chimed. Reenactment of trauma completed. Penalty ended. Kim Gong-ja sat on his bed, clutching his chest, feeling the weight of the pain from the trauma. He was silent for a moment, trying to steady his breath. The Sword Emperor muttered, What happened to them was tragic and sad, but there's nothing we can do about it now, right?" Kim Gong-ja glared at him, his voice cold. "Wow, that's really the first thing you can say? You're really something else." The Sword Emperor rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I'm trash. But what can we do? The truth is never what you want to hear. That boss is just a monster now. The original children are long dead in the other world, before you were even born. What can we do? If that had happened in the tower, sure, maybe you could die 1,000 times trying to save them. But that happened in the other world. No one can solve this problem. You have to find the real doll and kill it." Kim Gong-ja's voice hardened. "And climb to the 11th floor, 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th. That's how you clear it." The Sword Emperor growled. "Exactly. If you want to be the strongest hunter, the one at the top, you'll have to solve problems like this." Kim Gong-ja took a deep breath. That's probably what the Flame Emperor thought too. Yu Suha would have found the real doll and taken care of it without a second thought, no matter how much trauma he saw. The Sword Emperor barked. "So what? What's your point?" Kim Gong-ja's face darkened. "I don't want to be like that Flame Emperor bastard." The Sword Emperor smirked. "Then what's your plan? Are you just going to sit there not clearing the boss because you don't want to be like him? You need to kill the boss to clear the floor, you zombie bastard." Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. Who decided that? In a sudden burst of anger, Kim Gong-ja slammed the door. "Damn it, I was a fool. I didn't know anything from the beginning." The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Kim Gong-ja, his voice shaking with frustration, shouted, "I was a fool. And you were too. Damn it. Do you remember when you made a scene and forced me to choose an S-class skill?" The Sword Emperor scoffed. "Who do you think I am, a zombie? Of course I remember." Kim Gong-ja's eyes blazed. Resentment, hostility, vengeance. The resentment you couldn't pacify, the voices unheard, the dreams unfulfilled. Burn all of that. If you wish for it, a fiery hell made of aura will descend in a radius of 2 kilometers around you. No one can escape this hell without your permission. Doesn't that sound strange? The Sword Emperor was growing impatient. "Just spit it out. What part of that sounds strange?" Kim Gong-ja stepped forward, his voice low and intense. "The last part. No one can escape this hell without your permission. Then how were the Black Dragon Guild able to return all alive without killing the boss?" The Sword Emperor's face fell as realization hit him. "You're right. How could that be?" Kim Gong-ja smirked. "There's only one answer. The boss gave permission to escape." Kim Gong-ja opened the door, his mind racing. This is the stage that no human could clear. The dolls laughed eerily in the distance, their voices whispering, "Hee hee hee hee." As Kim Gong-ja walked toward the dolls, their eerie voices echoed in the air. "Hee hee hee hee," they giggled. Kim Gong-ja whispered to himself, "The boss only wants one thing from the visitor." The dolls chirped, "Play with us." Kim Gong-ja nodded, his expression unchanging. "Sure, let's play." A system notification flashed. Skill, be wary of fire, takes effect. Kim Gong-ja continued into the burning mansion. The dolls giggled again. Mister, you're not burning. Isn't it hot? Then you can play with us?" Kim Gong-ja smirked. "Yes, hide and seek it is. Be careful, everyone. I never lost a round when I was little." One doll laughed nervously. "Mister is weird." Kim Gong-ja covered his eyes. "I'll start counting," he said. "Hide!" The dolls scrambled. "Everyone hide," they cried. Kim Gong-ja squinted, his voice playful. "I can see your hair." The Sword Emperor muttered to himself. He's playing hide and seek with kids stuck to the ground. Kim Gong-ja chuckled. "Run and hide well." The dolls squealed. "Run far away, let's run so he can never find us." "Don't get caught by Mister." Kim Gong-ja grinned. "Okay, I'm starting." "I found you," he said, pointing to one doll. The doll quickly protested. "Wrong, it's not me." Kim Gong-ja narrowed his eyes. Then is it you?" he asked another doll. "No, that's not me," the doll replied. Kim Gong-ja growled. "It has to be you." "Nope, not me," the doll insisted. Another doll chimed in. "Wrong." Kim Gong-ja sighed, scratching his head. "This is harder than I thought." He thought back to playing with the kids. Then is it you? He asked a girl doll. Nope, not me. The girl giggled. Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Hey, this is a memorial. A child's voice echoed. Wrong, not me, not me. The voices continued. Nope, not me. It's Kim Gong-ja looked at a doll locked in a cage. It stared back at him. Will you play with us? The doll asked quietly. Kim Gong-ja smiled grimly. I caught you. It's your turn now. The doll stared at him, its expression softening. Kind mister, thank you. As the doll melted, it whispered, thank you. A system notification chimed. Congratulations. Normal stage clear. Hidden stage clear. You have cleared the boss stage. Raid, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. One person. Calculating clear reward. Complete. The reward will be given to you 24 hours later when you enter the 11th floor. Sword Emperor smirked. Why do you look like you just ate something horrible? Clearing hidden stages wasn't easy, even for me. But you did it, and the reward is pretty good, isn't it? Kim Gong-ja's expression darkened. You wouldn't understand. You're not human. I was just thinking about how messed up the world is. What we saw in the boss stage. Whether it's this world or ours, shitty things like that will always happen. Sword Emperor fell silent. Well, humans are all the same. The two stood in quiet reflection before Sword Emperor broke the silence with a shout of frustration. Whatever, I can't talk about stuff like this. You were amazing back there. He slapped Kim Gong-ja's back. You cleared the boss your own way. Good job. Kim Gong-ja eyed him suspiciously. You're being suspicious. Sword Emperor gave him a thumbs up and a sparkling smile. Hey, I mean it. It wasn't luck that got you through. It was your own skill. Since we're partners, if something good happens, we should rejoice together. Suddenly, fireworks exploded above them. A system notification rang out. Announcement: the 10th floor stage has been cleared. The 11th floor will open in 24 hours. In the chat, Anonymous, what? What's with the fireworks? Anonymous, there are fireworks on the 1st floor. Is it just here? Hunter Anonymous, I'm on the 3rd floor, and we have them too. Anonymous, anyone else hear about the 10th floor being cleared? Anonymous, was it the Black Dragon? They haven't said anything though. Anonymous, they said their next conquest will be in 2 weeks. As the timer above ticked down, the 24-hour countdown began. Sword Emperor spoke again, his tone distant. At last I saw this exact scene in my past life. Kim Gong-ja nodded. This is my second time. Kim Gong-ja pulled out his phone and opened the HunterNet forum. 245,682. Who cleared the 10th floor? 45. 245,681. Definitely not the Black Dragon. 52. 245,680. What the hell happened? Where are we? 45,679. We reached the 10th. 245,678. To the sound of friends. 245,671. Anonymous. It's definitely not the Black Dragon. The executives are on the 1st floor cafe across from. Anonymous. I'm praying at the Pantheon, and the temple leaders are here. It's not them either. Anonymous. Viper is teaching students right now. Anonymous. Crusader is working at Babylon Plaza. Anonymous. I'm an executive in the merchant troupe. I can't reveal my identity, but it's not us. Anonymous. It's not a guild? Then isn't it the Sword Saint? Anonymous. Sword Saint is drinking milk next to me. Anonymous. What does this mean? Anonymous. It doesn't make sense. Anonymous. No one knows who cleared it. Anonymous. Who was it? Sword Emperor chuckled. You've gone from an extra to the main character. How does it feel? Kim Gong-ja grinned. It feels amazing. Feels like I have the world in the palm of my hands. Sword Emperor's smile faded. Does it? Don't get it wrong. You barely managed to clear the 10th floor, but you're the closest in your world to reaching the top. Kim Gong-ja's grin grew, but his eyes hardened. I know. We just need to actually reach the top of the tower, Kim Gong-ja murmured, as the guard from earlier ran toward him, shouting, Sir Hunter, was it you? The guard's voice trembled. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? The person who cleared the 10th floor, the guard stammered. You're the only one who challenged the 10th floor today. Things are super crazy right now. The higher-ups keep asking me what happened here. Kim Gong-ja gave him a curious glance. And if I did, what are you going to do about it? He casually tapped the guard's armor. The guard looked confused and nervous. Huh? Well, I still haven't heard. My name? I gave you 100 gold, though. Kim Gong-ja smirked. The guard's face paled. Please, at least tell me your nickname. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. I don't have one. Sword Emperor snickered. Ha! Look at his face. he whispered, watching the guard's jaw drop. You made the right choice, Sword Emperor continued. Your name is valuable. You have to hide your identity and make them find you. Kim Gong-ja nodded thoughtfully. I just realized something. Huh? What did you realize? Sword Emperor asked, raising an eyebrow. A system notification flashed on Kim Gong-ja's screen. Please state the floor you want to go to. Kim Gong-ja glanced at Sword Emperor, a mischievous smile crossing his face. The reason you're praising me so much, you said you'd call me Lord Gong-ja if I cleared the boss in 2 coins, didn't you? He looked behind him, taunting. Wow, what should we do now? I really did clear the 10th floor within 2 coins. Sword Emperor's voice wavered as he said, Gong-ja, we're partners. Think about it. We're partners. You and I, equals. The one who reached the 99th floor and the one who'll clear the 100th. Partners. Friends. As Sword Emperor massaged Kim Gong-ja's shoulders, Kim Gong-ja picked his ears. First floor. A system notification appeared, going to the first floor city. Sword Emperor's face fell. Gong-ja? Kim Gong-ja grinned. Whatever. Just call me Lord Gong-ja from now on. For the rest of your life. A few moments later, they found themselves sitting in Starbucks coffee. One person at a nearby table murmured, Someone really cleared the 10th floor? His friend shook his head. I keep watching the news, but I don't see anything about it. Another friend suggested, maybe the Black Dragon cleared it and is hiding it on purpose? No, I'm telling you, another chimed in. I'm sure it was the Sword Saint. Kim Gong-ja glanced at Sword Emperor, sipping his caramel macchiato. What do you think, Mr. Sword Emperor? Victory is sweet, isn't it? Just like this caramel macchiato. Sword Emperor was silent. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. Huh? I can't hear you. Are my earphones broken? Mr. Sword Emperor? Excuse me? Mr. Sword Emperor? Mr. Psychopath? Mr. Lunatic? Sword Emperor didn't respond, just facing the wall in silence. Kim Gong-ja sighed. Ah, I can finally hear you. I thought you went deaf again. You made your lord worry. You shouldn't do that, he grinned. Hey, can we talk casually now? It'd be so weird if I talked to you formally while you address me as your lord, right? Sword Emperor groaned. Just kill me. Just get a new skill and replace Sword Constellation. I want to go back to Old Man Marcus, Kim Gong-ja smirked. That's no small decision. Aren't we lifelong partners? We'll be together forever. As the countdown in the sky read 22:32:50, Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, It's been an hour and a half. It's about time. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as he took another sip of his caramel macchiato. Something caught his attention. To think that such a big shot would come find me. A cute cat appeared beside him and meowed softly. Kim Gong-ja, thinking to himself, no one knows about this cat yet. I'll pretend I don't know. He bent down, rubbing the cat's fur and absently commenting, Are you lost? Want to play with me? The cat purred contentedly in response. Nia Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but smile to himself. The person inside this cat must be a lunatic. What amazing acting. Just then someone approached him. Excuse me, are you Hunter Kim Gong-ja? A voice asked. Kim Gong-ja looked up. He smirked. I was wondering how long it would take. It's been exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. He showed his hunter card. Hunter Kim Gong-ja? The group of people gasped. The black guy spoke up. Yes, we found him, the kung fu lady exclaimed. The cafe in front of the bank. The warrior stepped forward, a determined look on his face. Don't worry, I won't let another guild take him. He approached Kim Gong-ja. I'm the lead recruiter for the Vigilante Guild. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, if you join our guild. Kim Gong-ja cut him off. Sorry to interrupt, but let me just say 2 things. The group paused, confused. Kim Gong-ja held up a finger. First, don't let my name slip to the press. The boy looked uncertain. Until when? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Just until the clock hits midnight. I don't want to get caught by reporters before I enter the 11th floor either. The kung fu lady nodded. That much is fine. Kim Gong-ja continued. And second, this is a public area, so be mindful of the customers. The kung fu lady quickly apologized. I apologize. The boy spoke up again. I'm from the bureau. How much will it cost to rent the cafe for an hour? The black guy chimed in. Hey, get us some coffee too. The kung fu lady nodded again. Yes, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. A few moments later, the coffee was served. Kim Gong-ja looked at the guild representatives gathered around him. There. Let's start. Please tell me your conditions. The blonde boy hesitated before speaking. We're offering 10,000 gold as a down payment. The black guy scoffed. It seems the Vigilante Guild doesn't have much money. Join the Adventure League. We'll give you 20,000. The Kung Fu lady quickly jumped in. Please join the Heavenly Martial Clan. We'll bring you to the master for training and offer 25,000 gold as a down payment. The long-haired man chimed in. It's not like you need training. If you join Pantheon, we'll give you an honorary position. A kid from the bureau stepped forward. Please join the bureau as an ambassador. Kim Gongja watched them with mild amusement. Looks like they were pretty surprised by the name of the Sword Saint. He overheard them murmuring, the Vigilante Guild can offer 36,000 gold. Kim Gongja smirked to himself. The Sword Saint is rank 1 and not even in a guild. Another person sneered. Guilds with no money should stay out of this. You only raised your offer by 1,000. Because of that, people have been wary of guilds and their motives, Kim Gongja thought. One of the guild leaders said, the Vigilante. So, they want someone to overshadow the rumors about the Sword Saint, Kim Gongja mused as he watched the group bicker. As they continued to argue, the cute cat on his lap suddenly spoke up. 500,000 gold, the cat said, jumping down from Kim Gongja's lap and morphing into a lady. I'll also give you the title of Vice Guild Leader, she added, her voice smooth and commanding. Kim Gongja blinked in surprise. The woman who stood before him was none other than the rank 3 Merchant Alliance Guild Leader, Countess. Finally, a real negotiation, Kim Gongja thought, taking off his earphones. Countess smirked. You've got guts, and you don't seem that surprised that a cat turned into a human. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. Thank you. I do have guts. I even see ghosts and stuff. Countess laughed, clearly entertained. Ha ha ha. You're relaxed enough to joke. I like that. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I can't believe the hunter in front of me is in her 40s. She's probably the richest at the top of the tower, so she must drink a youth potion every day. The blonde guy was starting to look uncomfortable. Troop leader, excuse me, but Countess didn't even look at him. You're excused. The blonde guy hesitated. Isn't 500,000 gold and the Vice Guild Master too much? Subjugating the 10th floor is impressive, but we don't really know much about Kim Gongja's skills. Countess glared at him. Are you done? The blonde guy quickly fell silent. Countess didn't skip a beat. Then before you excuse yourself any further, go bring your bosses. Kim Gongja waved them off. Sorry, but I can't hold a conversation with you guys. If there's anyone who can bet higher than 500,000 gold, they can stay. As the guild leaders left, one of them muttered, freaking cat. Countess turned to Kim Gongja. He's here. Suddenly, guild leaders began to enter. Rank 5 Heavenly Martial Clan Guild Leader Viper. One of them barked, storming in. Freaking girl dog. This damned. Rank 4 Pantheon Guild Leader Cult Interrogator. Another man entered with a calm demeanor. I'm a step behind. I admit it was our mistake. Rank 8 Vigilante Guild Vice Guild Leader Paladin. Mistake isn't the right word. Our job is to stop existing hunters from being confused. Troop Leader, you were too excessive. Kim Gongja glanced at the last member who entered, a silent figure. Rank 2 Black Dragon Guild Master Black Witch. Countess smiled warmly. Welcome. Kim Gongja felt a shock of realization. They're all the highest rankers. Countess sighed. I don't know how long it's been since we've all gathered like this. It feels like only yesterday when we subjugated the 2nd floor together. We've gotten old. Viper snorted. Shut up before I boil you up into soup. Suddenly he froze, eyes widening in shock. 500,000 gold? Vice Guild Master? Flaunting your wealth is your specialty, so the gold was expected, but Vice Guild Master? The Heresy Inquisitor from Pantheon threw his hands up. All right, let's order coffee first. He plopped into a chair with a sigh. It's rude to not order when you've come to a cafe. Should the people who lead the tower's greatest guilds be seen like this? I'm going to order a cafe mocha. What about everyone else? He asked, glancing around. Paladin, the Vice Guild Leader, looked thoughtful. A nice cold cafe latte sounds nice. Anastasia, a member of the Black Dragon Guild, added, Hazelnut latte. Hot, extra shot, grande. Countess spoke up. I'll have a hot Americano. Viper, clearly agitated, shouted, What? The world's been turned upside down because the 10th floor was cleared. And you guys can drink coffee? Do your brains run on caffeine? The Heresy Inquisitor grinned. A dark espresso for the Heavenly Martial Clan's master. Understood. The barista, now sweating, nervously called out, Yes. Then, 1 tall iced cafe mocha, 1 tall hot Americano, 1 tall iced cafe latte, 1 grande hot hazelnut latte, 1 doppio espresso. Oh, and what would Hunter Kim Gongja like? Kim Gongja looked at the guild masters, all eyes on him, trying to gauge his reaction. They're all testing me, he thought. Sword Emperor's voice echoed in his mind. Don't be scared. They're just trying to test you by scaring you. Kim Gong-ja smirked. I know, it's nothing compared to being burned alive. Right now, what I need to show them is relaxation, he decided. He calmly addressed the barista. Manager, can I get a menu? The barista handed it over, visibly relieved. Kim Gong-ja examined the menu. Maybe it's because I had a macchiato earlier, but I'm not really feeling coffee right now. Can I get a hot chocolate? The barista nodded, barely holding it together. All right, Kim Gong-ja reflected to himself. To be honest, if there's a reason I'm not that afraid of them, it's… Intrigued. Interesting. It seems like you didn't do much before subjugating the 10th floor. It's almost like you became an entirely different person. Kim Gong-ja considered his words carefully. Because the worst they could do is kill me. Sword Emperor's voice echoed in his mind. Yeah, this is both your talent and strength. Ask them to try killing you if they're scared. Kim Gong-ja kept his cool, muttering under his breath. Thanks for the support, but I'm not releasing you. Sword Emperor's voice growled in frustration. Shit! Countess, who had been listening, spoke up. He wasn't totally inactive. This youngster recently became my guild's lottery winner. He's got luck, guts, and probably skills too. If a youngster has those three, they'll succeed no matter what they do. Viper scoffed. There's no way someone who cleared the 10th floor is a newbie. Didn't I tell you before? Stop pretending and just scout him. Anastasia, sharp as ever, cut in. That's not the point. Just because some of our reputations were hurt doesn't mean all of ours were. Let's put our personal problems aside for later. She turned her gaze to Kim Gong-ja. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, I'll ask you bluntly, which guild are you planning on joining? If you're not planning on registering with any guild like the Sword Saint, let us know now. We need to discuss how to handle the media if that happens. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. And if I am planning on joining? Anastasia's smile grew. Then an intense auction will start. We've stayed too long on the 9th floor. But since you cleared the 10th, the opportunity to advertise the tower's value to the outside world has returned. We need to bring people who aren't just war refugees. And most importantly, the hunters who were living comfortably on the 1st floor will be drawn in with a renewed sense of adventure. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of world will await at the 11th floor? Curiosity is what drives the tower. Kim Gong-ja's expression remained neutral. The food shortage will be resolved too. Anastasia nodded. Exactly. It's hard to manage the food supply with only 9 floors. Countess added, I've kept a route open from the outside world, but it's not enough. It's time for a new product. Anastasia continued. We need to bring adventurers to the land beyond the 10th floor and find things that can only be found there. We need to positively appeal to the tower's potential, an icon that will advertise the start of a new era. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, just like what the Flame Emperor did. Kim Gong-ja then spoke up, his voice measured. And you're saying that icon is me, right? But the Black Dragon tried to assassinate that icon. Was it the witch from Black Dragon? He wondered, unsure of the reasons behind their actions. Still, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He looked around at the gathered guild leaders. I understand what you're saying. You're saying the guild that successfully recruits me will become the new symbol of the tower's growth, and the others will likely end up as lackeys. He paused, a slight smirk on his lips. I'll feel bad if that happens, so let's do this. Kim Gong-ja pulled something from his pocket, catching everyone's attention. Anastasia frowned. Playing cards? Kim Gong-ja grinned. I'll join the guild of whoever wins first place in a game of poker. I don't need money or positions. However, if I win, I'll apply to all your guilds simultaneously. I'll be a guild member on the outside, but in reality, you'll have to treat me as if I'm on the same level as all of you. Countess raised an eyebrow. A youngster who just cleared a floor wants to be put on the same level as us? How amusing. I accept. Heresy Inquisitor leaned back in his chair. As long as there's no trickery, I'm fine with it. Viper scowled. Let's not use our skills either. If anyone uses their skill, that person is automatically disqualified. Paladin shrugged. Our guild's poor, so if we bet on you, we'll lose anyway. This is fine. Anastasia folded her arms, nodding. Fine. I accept your proposal. Kim Gong-ja turned to Sword Emperor with a teasing grin. Sword Emperor, be honest. You don't like calling me Lord Gong-ja, do you? Sword Emperor blinked in confusion. Huh. Kim Gong-ja chuckled. Just call me that until the end of this game. Sword Emperor's jaw dropped in surprise. Huh? Can I really do tat? Kim Gong-ja gave him a sly wink. In exchange, tell me what cards each of these players is holding. Sword Emperor's face lit up. That's easy, Lord Gong-ja. Kaya, I'll accept your kind offer, Lord Gongja. I'll even tell you if they're cheating. Lord Gongja is so generous. Kim Gongja smirked. All right, shall we begin? Sword Emperor grinned widely. Gongja-nim, this one has a straight. You should fold. Kim Gongja nodded, folding his hand. Die. Sword Emperor laughed. This guy's really going to bluff with one pair? Shame, shame. Call and kill him at once. Kim Gongja placed coins into the pot. Call. Sword Emperor leaned in, eyeing the game with excitement. This one's going for a full house? Don't worry, Lord Gongja. I looked under the table and at the deck. There's no way he can get a full house. Trust me and go all in. Kim Gongja grinned and pushed all his coins into the pot. I'm going all in. The table fell silent. Viper slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Freak, this is a scam. As Countess and Paladin took their cups of coffee from the table, Viper pointed at Kim Gongja, his frustration evident. This doesn't make sense. It's already been 30 rounds and this guy hasn't lost a single one. Bluffing doesn't work either. This is totally a scam. Kim Gongja, sipping his cup of cocoa, responded casually. Do you have any evidence? I could be a master poker player. I'd feel bad if you accuse me without proof, senior. He gave a sparkling peace sign toward Viper. Viper scowled. Look at how he's gloating. There's no way this guy is an F rank. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. Wow, how did you know I wasn't an F rank? I didn't have a chance to report it, but I moved up to E rank just yesterday. Viper's eyes widened. I knew it. I knew something was off. Then, as if catching up with himself, he added, Huh? Kim Gongja smirked. Thanks for the praise. He glanced over at Viper. By the way, did you use up all your chips, Mr. Gatekeeper? Viper hesitated. Anastasia, silent until now, watched the scene unfold, her gaze unreadable. Heresy Inquisitor chuckled. Welcome, Heavenly Gatekeeper. I thought it was about time the Heavenly Martial clan got thrown out. So I ordered you another espresso. Please accept it. Viper shouted in frustration. I said I don't want it. Heresy Inquisitor smiled calmly. Yes, I know. You must overcome it. Viper's fury was palpable. You freaking religious hack. A few moments later, only Kim Gongja, Paladin, and Anastasia remained at the table. Paladin tossed her cards down with a sigh. I lose. I'm pretty confident in my poker face. Are you using a mind-reading skill? Kim Gongja shrugged nonchalantly. It could be mind-reading. It could be X-ray vision. Try to figure it out. Paladin shook her head, amused. New guys nowadays are pretty tough. Viper leaned in, furious. Hey, how could you give up so easily, you bastard? Whether it works or not, you should keep going. You're just going to let that cheater go? His espresso shot out of his mouth as he shouted. Paladin raised an eyebrow. Cheater? Harsh words for the new hero, she said, sitting back comfortably. Viper scowled. You can tell that he's using a skill. Paladin nodded slowly. I knew from the beginning. Viper's jaw dropped. What? Paladin smiled knowingly. It'd be weird not to notice. Do you think a newbie would suggest a game and bet everything on luck? Across the table, Countess calmly began to deal the cards. Paladin continued. The fact that he challenged us with a game means I will beat you without you even realizing my skill. And we accepted that challenge. She turned to Viper with a critical look. Heavenly Martial Clan leader, I understand that you like to focus on your martial arts, but please use your head from time to time. Viper was stunned, his jaw still hanging open, as espresso dripped from his mouth. Paladin continued, from the start, we had nothing to lose. If we won, it'd be great, but losing has its merits too. Viper sputtered. But think about your pride. How can that newbie stand alongside our ranks? Paladin's response was cold and practical. Does your pride put food on the table? Heresy Inquisitor, ever the opportunist, suddenly placed a cup of hot espresso under Viper's nose. It feeds you espresso. Drink up. Viper's frustration boiled over. Freak you. Anastasia watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. I'm glad. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. Why? Anastasia's eyes softened. Because you're a reasonable person. She paused, her expression turning more somber. I'm from Ukraine. Well, from the place that used to be Ukraine. After losing my family in the Civil War, I've lived as a foreigner my whole life. Whether here or in the outside world, it's no place for a girl to live alone. Kim Gongja nodded, understanding. You're right. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a coin into the pot. Anastasia's voice was steady. I'm calling. Kim Gongja leaned in slightly, his gaze sharp. So, what are you trying to say? Anastasia's eyes held a quiet intensity. The people in the tower, especially those of the first generation, all have stories. I'm just a normal orphan, nothing special. Sword Emperor, watching carefully, gave a subtle signal with his lips and fingers, indicating that Anastasia had a diamond flush. Anastasia spoke again, her voice soft but firm. This tower might as well be my homeland. Here, we never ask people about their origins. That's the kind of world we've created. She placed her coins into the pot, her hand steady. The fact that I'm Ukrainian, that you're Korean, and that the Heavenly Martial clan leader is from China. None of that matters in the tower. Because of the tower, we can all understand each other's words. Here, we are all equal challengers, at least more than we are on the outside. Her voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. The outside world thinks of us as garbage, but even a rose can bloom from a garbage can. Kim Gong-ja felt the weight of her words, but he didn't let it show. He flicked another coin into the pot. Anastasia met his gaze directly. Kim Gong-ja, when that clock hits 0, the public will hear all about you. Your life will turn upside down. I hope you choose wisely. Kim Gong-ja's expression remained unchanged, but he replied with a smile. Good. Not bragging, but I like getting attention. I hope they praise me and want to be like me. That's all. Anastasia nodded slightly, her lips curling into a small smile. You're honest. You're the opposite of the Sword Saint. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts flashed for a moment. The Black Dragon's guild leader still has a flush. I don't have the hand to beat it, but he set his jaw. All in. He was confident. I'll tell you all right now, Kim Gong-ja said, his voice firm. Clearing the 10th floor won't be my only accomplishment. I'll beat the 20th, 30th, 50th, and even the 100th. No matter how long it takes, I will reach the top of this tower. He paused, letting his words sink in. I respect the fact that you all treasure the tower. I don't plan to fight you all needlessly to see who's the most fitting hero, but I'll think of you as rivals. Anastasia watched him quietly, a subtle sadness in her eyes. Kim Gong-ja continued, I'd much rather see the world beyond the tower than the one within it. Honestly, I don't know much about the famine or the poverty here. If you want to use my name to resolve those problems, go ahead. But please help me climb this tower. I want to taste the feeling of being at the top. Anastasia's gaze turned inward as she sighed softly. I was wrong, Anastasia said, her voice sharp. You're exactly the same as the Sword Saint. With that, she pushed all of her coins into the pot. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment? Anastasia shook her head, her lips curling into a slight sneer. No, it's an insult. You're all greedy people. Countess leaned over and glanced at the cards. Black Dragon, flush. Kim Gong-ja, full house. There was a tense silence as the group processed the result. Kim Gong-ja smirked. So, it is a compliment. Thank you. Kim Gong-ja stood up, his expression unreadable. So, I'll be expecting to be treated as an equal now. Anastasia met his gaze without flinching. Can I expect you to carry the responsibility that comes with it? Kim Gong-ja grinned confidently. Isn't the responsibility of a hunter to climb the tower? Don't worry. Anastasia's eyes narrowed. How flippin' for a newcomer. Sword Emperor laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Yeah, if flippin' was a skill, this guy would be an S rank. Wow, I feel alive again. What the hell is Gongja Nim? He gestured wildly. Zombie. Zombie bastard. Kya, who knew such a beautiful word existed? Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, this is the man they call the Sword Emperor. How embarrassing. Anastasia's voice broke the silence. Are you leaving already? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes, the 11th floor is opening soon. If I don't want to fall behind, I need to get ready. Anastasia tilted her head, curious. You don't even know what's there. How will you prepare? Kim Gong-ja smiled knowingly. Role play. That's the theme of floors 11 through 20. The room went quiet. Anastasia, Paladin, Countess, Heresy Inquisitor stared at Kim Gong-ja in shock, while Viper angrily threw his cup of espresso across the room. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. I got a hint for clearing the 10th floor. I don't know anything beyond that. Anastasia looked away, unable to meet his gaze. I will repay this debt someday, Kim Gong-ja added quietly, his voice sincere. Outside, the countdown was ticking down, 17:42:8. A few hours later, a voice from the crowd asked, No official announcement regarding the 10th floor yet, right? His friend replied. Did you see the video of the Sword Saint? He was really serious, said it definitely wasn't him. A man in the distance held up a sign, 10th floor subjugation celebration, free beer. A woman frowned, shaking her head. And there's nothing on the news. Her friend added, someone said they saw the guildmasters gathered somewhere yesterday. She looked around. Who cleared it? Kim Gong-ja stared up at the sky where the countdown was now showing 0:11 seconds. People in the crowd started chanting the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Kim Gong-ja glanced at his phone. He opened Google and typed, 10th floor cleared. The crowd continued counting down. 5, 4. Kim Gong-ja's phone loaded the page. 3, 2, 1. A blinding light suddenly enveloped the area. The system's voice boomed. Everyone. As of today, the tutorial has ended. A pause. I repeat. As of today, the tutorial has ended. The voice echoed. The 11th floor. Open the 11th floor. Warriors. Climbers of the tower. Congratulations on resolving the grudge of the Inferno Mansion. The crowd gasped in amazement. A woman whispered in awe, I see an angel. A boy next to her looked up, his eyes wide. Is it a goddess? Sword Emperor rolled his eyes. Wake up, that's not a goddess. Kim Gong-ja stared, confused, as the system continued its speech. Sword Emperor scoffed. It's just a system explaining quests to you. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. Is it like an NPC? The system continued unaffected. Warriors, there is a world that needs your help. In this world, the people are suffering from the Demon King's invasion. Sword Emperor chuckled darkly. Even if there were such a thing as a goddess, it's nothing more than a recorded video. The system pressed on. From here on, you will be summoned as warriors to this place, and you will receive a mission to protect mankind. Kim Gong-ja frowned. But how do you know that? Sword Emperor paused, momentarily confused, before muttering, Huh? That's cause. The system's voice interrupted. If you want to accept this mission, say, transmit. Before anyone could react, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, with incredible speed, dashed forward and leapt toward the system, his sword drawn. With a single swipe, he slashed through the system. The system's voice faltered before continuing, if you want to accept this. But Marcus was already gone, landing atop a nearby building with a graceful thud. The system's voice echoed into the distance, its tone almost pleading, if you want to accept this mission, say transmit. A boy in the crowd gasped. What the? It was a hologram? Kim Gong-ja glanced at Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, who was now looking back at him, a mysterious intensity in his eyes. Sword Emperor chuckled, shaking his head. I did that in the past too. See? It's an NPC. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry simply said, transmit. In an instant, he was teleported. A burst of laughter echoed from the crowd, followed by gasps of shock and disbelief. Heresy Inquisitor, grinning from ear to ear, shouted, Ahaha! I lost again! What a beautiful day! A woman in the crowd muttered, Cult Interrogator. Heresy Inquisitor waved him off. Then I'll see you all on the 11th floor. Transmit. And with that, he vanished. One man in the crowd mistakenly called out, transmit. People began disappearing one by one. The system's voice reverberated through the area, booming, warriors, climbers of the tower. The crowd echoed in unison, transmit, transmit, transmit. The system's voice continued unyielding. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, you will be met with a test of faith. You must find your answer. The answer you find will reveal who you truly are. You must know yourself. Paladin leaned in close to Kim Gong-ja, her voice soft. What a shame. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. A shame. Paladin nodded. Think about it. Whoever made this tower put a lot of effort into it. That's a message they left for us. But no one cares. She shook her head. People should have viewed this with a little more emotion and admiration. The tower's existence, the skills, it's all an incredible miracle. But we've already grown too accustomed to everything on the 10th floor. Kim Gong-ja blinked, a hint of surprise in his voice. You're unexpectedly a sensitive person. Paladin shrugged nonchalantly. I majored in music in the outside world. She smirked, adding, Do I seem more charming to you now that you know I majored in music? Kim Gong-ja chuckled. Sounds like it'd be hard to make money. Paladin raised an eyebrow. Your facts hurt. Sword Emperor interrupted their banter, turning toward Kim Gong-ja with a warning. Hey, zombie. Odo, be careful. This human is suspicious. Kim Gong-ja groaned, clearly exasperated. Ugh, what now? Suddenly, a voice from the back of the crowd called out, Are you the hunter Kim Gong-ja? Kim Gong-ja turned to find a group of reporters rushing toward him. His eyes widened in surprise. Paladin chuckled softly, raising her hands in mock apology. Oops, I guess the attention turned to us because of me. Sorry, Kim Gong-ja. I'll see you on the 11th floor. As the swarm of reporters surrounded him, shouting, Hunter Kim Gong-ja Nim. Kim Gong-ja stood there in shock, his mind racing. Wait, is this why you approached me? Paladin, already beginning to transmit, smirked. It's because I have the ability to read people. Think of it as showing my interest. Kim Gong-ja, bewildered, stammered. Then what kind of person do you think I am? Paladin grinned, her tone teasing. That answer is in your heart. Before Kim Gong-ja could respond, she had already vanished, leaving him standing there, speechless. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened. She just ran away? Sword Emperor smirked, crossing his arms. What did I tell you, zombie? I told you she was suspicious. A reporter pushed forward, microphone in hand. We're from Open Gate News. Please answer a few of our questions. Another reporter quickly jumped in, voice eager. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, is it true that you cleared the 10th floor on your own? A third reporter, more aggressive, asked, there are rumors saying that your simultaneous memberships in multiple guilds is a plan orchestrated by the large guilds. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, trying to keep his composure. I have to go to the 11th floor. What should I say? Another reporter pressed, what is your relationship with the Vigilante Guild? Are you really an E-class? Kim Gong-ja, clearly overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, tried to steady his breathing as the reporters closed in. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm going to clear the 20th floor too. The reporters fell silent, stunned. Kim Gong-ja continued, then good work everyone. Transmit. And with that, he began to vanish. One reporter shouted, What? Wait, Hunter Nim! The system's voice echoed through the air. Climbers of the tower, may luck stay on your side. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja arrived on the battlefield, where Sword St. Marcus Callenberry stood in shock. What is this? Marcus exclaimed, surveying the chaotic scene. A soldier in the crowd shouted, Don't step back! Stop the Demon King's army for the Aegim Empire. Humans and orcs clashed violently, the soldiers pushing forward. Do not back down. If we are pushed back, the Empire will fall. One soldier yelled, It's impossible. There are too many of them. Another cried out. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry gritted his teeth, looking around in disbelief. What is all this? What's going on here? A nearby soldier shouted, Do not give up. We are the elite. As a warrior caught an arrow mid-flight, he called out, Everyone watch out for the arrows. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. What do you mean, what? The tutorial is over past the 10th floor. From now on, all stages will be like this. An old warrior approached, his voice full of urgency. Oh ho! Warriors who will save the Empire. Please help us save the Aegim Empire. This port is the final lifeline of the Empire. For the capital to continue receiving support, we must secure it. One person in the back shouted, People in the front, please be quieter. We can't hear anything from back here. Sword Emperor called out, At least you've learned how to increase your vision and hearing. The old warrior turned to Kim Gong-ja. Warriors from another world, please lend your strength to the Aegim Empire. A system notification sounded, Quest, secure the supply line difficulty. FA objective, disaster has struck the Aegim Empire. The Demon King, the monster from the legends, has finally raised an army. The Demon King is cunning, evil, and strong, seeking to cut off the Empire's supply line first. Secure the port. This will be the first step in saving the Empire. Failure to complete will prevent the 12th floor from opening. A blonde lady gasped. Quest, there's really a Demon King. What is the Aegim Empire? Meanwhile, fighting raged on. They're so relentless, one soldier said. Let me read the quest too, his friend called out. How do we clear the quest? Someone else shouted. I'm not sure about the details, but we just have to take these things down, another soldier said. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry decapitated a goblin, his blade cutting through it with ease. Follow the sword, Saint, a warrior shouted, leading the charge. Stupid goblin bastards, a spearman yelled. For 6 years, I've killed about 6,000 of your kind. Destroy them, kill them. Stay calm and push them back, another soldier urged. A system notification echoed. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. Here is your reward for clearing the 10th floor. Kim Gong-ja glanced at the map, contemplating his next move. Sword Emperor grinned. Oh, I knew there'd be some overpowered special privilege. You can't even train yourself, so you're resorting to these cheap little skills. Another system notification chimed in. Hidden stage bonuses. God's blessing is upon you. You now have access to all NPC abilities and locations from the 11th to the 20th floor. Sword Emperor's grin faltered. Huh? The system continued. The merchant God's blessing is upon you. You may select one item from the 11th to the 20th floors and own it. Sword Emperor cursed. Ah, this shitty luck-based game. Kim Gong jasmoled faintly. This is a completely skill-based game. The system's voice explained further. Theme. The tower has set themes for the floors. The 1st to the 10th floor is tutorial, a city for beginners to adjust to the tower, with hunting grounds set for practice. The 11th to the 20th is Demon King Quest. Kim Gong-ja turned to Sword Emperor. To beat the Demon King, you have 2 options, to have enough power to take on the army on your own or to lead an army yourself. Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. And you'll take the second option? Do you have that kind of talent? Have you ever led an army? Kim Gong-ja replied confidently, of course not. But I'm confident I can obtain the talents I need. A system notification appeared. Rank, E-skill 5 of 5, Kim Gong-ja smirked. Hey, Mr. Sword Emperor, did you say this game is a shitty luck-based game? Sword Emperor snarled. Yeah, I did. You little shit. Kim Gong-ja's smile grew. Well, I'll show you now why this is a completely skill-based game. The system flashed, Enju position, conscription soldier, location, 11th floor, Harbor City Concours Korea position, normal soldier, location, 11th floor, Harbor City Concours Sort position, surf, location, 13th floor, Baron's Land Lapa Casabella position, sergeant, location, 14th floor, Fortified Valley Horom Doff position, blacksmith, location, 12th floor, Empire's capital Hakamunia. The system chimed, bringing up the NPC list. Kim Gong-ja said, show only the NPCs on the 11th floor, and from those show the top 100 in skill. The system responded, Korea position, normal soldier, location, 11th floor, Harbor City Concours Sword Emperor, shocked, called out, hey, zombie, this really isn't right. Let's just take small steps to get stronger. I know you're a little cheater, but this is crossing the line. Aren't you embarrassed of yourself? Kim Gong-ja grinned. No, not at all. Kim Gong-ja said, show the NPCs with skills to lead soldiers. Only the top 3. A system notification sounded, Rohan Panbasa position, captain of the Panbasa Night Order, Sarbas Agam position. Concord Division Commander Kim Gong-ja then said, and show these 3 people's locations on the map. Suddenly, ping markers appeared on the map. Kim Gong-ja asked, and show my location as well. He smiled to himself. How is that? Still not a skill-based game? This decent privilege has turned into a really good privilege. Isn't it all based on how you use your wits? Sword Emperor, growing angrier, shouted, what a joke! How is that wits? That's just using tricks. Kim Gong-ja chuckled. Hoo-hoo. Being able to use tricks is also part of one's skills. Kim Gong-ja then thought to himself, the closest NPC to this blue dot. Commander Sarbas Agam. Kim Gong-ja approached Commander Sarbas Agam and said, Commander Sarbas Agam. The commander turned around, noticing Kim Gong-ja. Oh ho, a warrior from another world. What is your business? He raised his helmet. Kim Gong-ja observed him and thought, nice mustache. You must have impressive skills as well. Kim Gong-ja said, if you believe I'm a warrior, I have something to ask of you. Sword Emperor, watching from behind, shouted, run, you stupid NPC. This guy's a scammer. Commander Sarbas Agam raised an eyebrow. Please tell me, if I can, I will try my best. Kim Gong-ja's voice dropped to a whisper. Please kill me. Commander Sarbas Agam was stunned, his confusion clear. Huh? Kim Gong-ja continued, I actually have a secret ability. Sword Emperor mumbled to himself, oh, such a thing. Kim Gong-ja said, if I die, the entire battlefield receives a blessing from God. It's kind of a suicide skill. As long as the blessing activates, the Empire will win. Commander Sarbas Agam's eyes widened. What kind of blessing? But then he shook his head. I cannot take the life of a warrior, no matter the reason. Kim Gong-ja pressed, Commander Sarbas Agam, think about what is more important. If you do not kill me, I will do it myself. He pulled out a knife. Kim Gong-ja said firmly, this is the greatest way to help the Empire. I am simply requesting your assistance. Commander Sarbas Agam hesitated. Request. Kim Gong-ja's voice softened. You are the commander in charge of the harbor city. Rather than end my own life or die at the hands of a monster, I would rather die at the hands of a patriot and a skilled leader. Sword Emperor, clearly tired of Kim Gong-ja's speech, muttered, this is ridiculous. Kim Gong-ja added, there isn't much time. Please, no matter how important the Empire is, to take the life of a man who came from another world to lend their help. Sword Emperor, standing behind them, thought to himself, is he really believing that? Commander Sarbas Agam sighed deeply. Oh, this world is cursed, for the Demon King's army to attack us, and for me to have to take the life of a warrior like this. Sword Emperor muttered from behind, I think your brain is the one that's cursed. Commander Sarbas Agam closed his eyes in prayer. Oh God, do not forgive us our sins. I will at least send you off without pain. Kim Gong-ja nodded solemnly. I thank you truly. Commander Sarbas Agam lowered his helmet. Please tell me your name. Kim Gong-ja closed his eyes, his voice steady. Kim Gong-ja. Commander Sarbas Agam closed his helmet once more, raising his sword. Kim Gong-ja, I thank you on behalf of the Empire. You are a true warrior. A system notification flashed. You have died. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. There is a saying. A system notification immediately followed, completely copying NPC Sarbus Egim's skill. Kim Gong-jasmed to himself. For every person who runs, there is someone who flies. Moments later, in the thick of battle, a spearman stabbed a goblin and shouted, "Stupid goblin bastards! For 6 years, I've killed about 6,000 of your kind." Kim Gong-ja, observing, reflected, there is also this saying. Suddenly, the others noticed something strange in the distance. A warrior asked, "What kind of hunter is he? Why is he riding that?" They saw Kim Gong-ja riding alongside Commander Sarbus Egim. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, a saying by Gong-ja Nim. A system notification appeared. Battlefield perception rank, B potential. Master the ability to analyze a battlefield. You can instinctively recognize the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy and find faults in their defense. Skill copy from NPC Sarbus Egim. Kim Gong-ja said, "This is the skill I've created. If we continue down this path and turn right, we'll run into a commander of the demon army. There are monsters nearby, but not too many. Let's wipe them all out." Commander Sarbus Egim replied, "Ah, yes, sir." He then shouted to his army, "The warriors of the goddess are on our side." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this skill I've gained by acting as a military strategist has earned me the trust of the general. Commander Sarbus Egim shouted, "Wipe them all out, darn goblins." Kim Gong-ja looked at the map and said, "Ah, turn right here." He thought to himself, of course, this is all thanks to the mini-map, as well as the preparations made by repeating this day tirelessly. As a goblin was thrown and said, "Cough," Kim Gong-ja thought, "Ah, that goblin's flying by today as well." Although, it's not all thanks to the skill. A system notification appeared. Lafanta Agim's Holy Sword of Protection rarity. Legendary, the Holy Sword of the Ancestors. Legend has it that the founder of the Agim Empire was bestowed this sword by the goddess herself. In a time when the line between myths and history was blurred, this founder disappeared, as did the Holy Sword. His last words of prophecy were, "On the fated day, the promised one shall appear with the sword. The wielder of the sword will receive the absolute trust of the Agim Empire." Commander Sarbus Egim shouted, "The founder's holy sword, the heavens have not betrayed the empire. Long live the Agim Empire. Long live the warrior. Attack!" Kim Gong-ja said, "Good, very good. Such a view was worth clearing the hidden stage for." The Sword Emperor shouted, "Nonsense! What do you mean it was worth it? You traded it all away for some worthless item. It's just a shiny, useless sword. Why would you choose that one out of all the incredible items?" Kim Gong-ja responded, "Well, it's shiny, durable, and can be used to dazzle all the NPCs until the 20th floor. Don't you see? NPCs aren't just tools that hand out quests. They're also there to help beat those quests." A soldier shouted, "Oh, warrior, watch over us." An adventurer commented, "How come he's the only one who gets to ride with the general?" His friend responded, "He looks like a hunter based on how he's dressed." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "This is exactly what I wanted." Those voices filled with jealousy and envy. The Sword Emperor said, "After everything I've taught you, you're using your enhanced hearing just to eavesdrop on gossip?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Well, I do love attention." The Sword Emperor announced, "Annihilation of the demon army's left wing has been completed." Kim Gong-ja shouted, "Let's maintain this momentum all the way to their base. We can win." A soldier shouted, "Follow the general, follow the warrior." Meanwhile, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry, Liao Fan the Viper, and Heresy Inquisitor fought the goblins. The goblins in fear said, "That's the commander up ahead." Huh? A system notification appeared. 11th floor boss monster, Goblin King. The Goblin King shouted, "Stop them at once, you idiots! Go Rook! Go Rook!" Kim Gong-ja charged at the Goblin King, jumped, and used his skill. Skill activated. The Goblin King screamed in pain, "Go! Rook!" As he was slashed in the throat by Kim Gong-ja, a system notification appeared. Goblin High Society rank, F, as the Goblin King fell to the ground in one slash. The soldiers shouted in victory, "We've defeated the demons. The warrior of the goddess has defeated their army. Long live the Agim Empire." A goblin said, "Keluk, ka-ah," as they fled. The other adventurers shouted, "How dare they?" And they chased the fleeing goblins, shouting, "Solo hunting is our specialty. Kill them all." A system notification appeared. Stage clear. A system notification appeared. The 11th floor stage has just been cleared. A person shouted, "Did we just beat the 11th floor in one day?" A system notification appeared. Calculating subjugators. A person said, "Did this seriously just happen?" A system notification appeared. Calculation complete. Another person said, we're just too strong, aren't we? A system notification appeared. Raiders limit has been exceeded. Another person shouted, long live the Black Dragon Guild. A system notification appeared, displaying the top 10 raiders. A system notification appeared, raid contribution rankings rank 1, Kim Gongja rank 2, Sword Saint rank 3, Heretic Questioner rank 4, Viper rank 5, Crusader rank 6, Black Witch rank 7. Countess a person was confused and said, huh? Rank 1 doesn't have a nickname. His friend responded, Sword Saint is rank 2. Isn't Kim Gongja the one who cleared the 10th floor? Another person said, could he be some kind of secluded master? The Sword Emperor, annoyed, said, Master, my foot. He's just a cunning, lazy bum. Kim Gongja said, do you acknowledge it as a game of skill now? The Sword Emperor turned around and said, no, never. Kim Gongja thought to himself, this ghost truly does value basic skills over abilities. Kim Gongja said to the Sword Emperor, come on, don't pout like that. I promise I'll train my sword techniques diligently before the 20th stage. The Sword Emperor asked, really? Kim Gongja responded, of course. How could I not with the Sword Emperor by my side? Rather, I should be the one begging you to train me. The Sword Emperor turned around sparkling and said, right? Bahaha, you finally realized my worth, zombie. Kim Gongja thought to himself, he's so simple. The Sword Emperor said, you know the towers we've just climbed may be slightly different, but back in my day, Kim Gongja continued thinking to himself, he's really so simple. Commander Sarbasagam suddenly walked toward Kim Gongja and said, warrior of the goddess, we were able to secure victory thanks to you. Because of that, I offer you my sincere gratitude. Kim Gongja said, don't mention it, we all did it together. Commander Sarbasagam said, it seems like I was worried for nothing. There was a prophecy a long time ago stating that there would come a time when the demon army would invade us, but with it would come a warrior summoned from a different world. We were told not to worry, but I was skeptical. I had reservations about the resolve of this warrior, fighting for a world that is not his own. He removed his gauntlet and said, it seems that it was merely an old man's needless concern. I offer you my gratitude once again. They exchanged a handshake. Kim Gongja thought to himself, despite being from different worlds, the meaning behind such a gesture is still the same. Perhaps it's because we are both humans with two hands, regardless of our origins. Commander Sarbas Agim said, I'm looking forward to more of your accomplishments in the future. Kim Gongja replied, I'll try my hardest to exceed your expectations. A system notification appeared. Calculating rewards. A system notification appeared. Calculations complete. A system notification appeared. Rewards will be distributed to the top raiders. A system notification appeared. Top raiders will be granted first entry to the 12th floor. A system notification appeared. Remaining raiders will be denied access until rewards have been distributed to the top raiders. Commander Sarbas Agim said, please take good care of our empire. The Sword Emperor said, wait, only the top are being summoned? Isn't old man Marcus going to be there too? What are you going to do when he flips and tries to kill you? Kim Gongja replied, you worry too much. What's the worst that can happen? Death? The Sword Emperor asked, are you being serious? Kim Gongja said, I'm saying I've got a plan, so don't worry. A system notification appeared. Transfer completed. Kim Gongja said, is this the royal palace of the Igim Empire? Liao Fan the Viper said, oh ho. Anastasia commented, I didn't expect to come to a place like this. Heresy Inquisitor said, Hunter Kim Gongja, you were incredible. Kim Gongja said, Heretic Questioner? He thought to himself, he's used his abilities to appear younger. Heresy Inquisitor said, I enjoyed watching your performance on the 11th floor. Who would have thought to use NPCs in such a way? You used a strange sword, though. Was that a reward from the 10th floor? Kim Gongja said, well, yeah. Heresy Inquisitor said, as expected, to lead the raid on the 11th floor using the reward from the 10th floor. Your application is incredible. Kim Gongja said, no, you flatter me too much. Suddenly, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry attacked Kim Gongja, but Heresy Inquisitor blocked the strike with the holy technique, Inner God, pushing Kim Gongja to safety. Heresy Inquisitor said, how surprising, Sword Saint. When did you transition into an assassin? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, move. He pointed his sword at Kim Gongja and said, I'm going to kill that man. Heresy Inquisitor said, I'm sorry, by that man, are you referring to Hunter Kim Gongja? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry replied, indeed, if you won't get out of my way, I'll be taking an arm from you as well. Heresy Inquisitor said, well, that's a bit inconvenient. I have a lot of uses for my arm, and if Hunter Kim Gongja were to die here, the reputation of our 5 great guilds would plummet into the ground. Heresy Inquisitor added, "Could you tell us why you're targeting Hunter Kim Gong-ja?" Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, "I have no obligation to do so." Heresy Inquisitor said, "So you have no intent of giving up?" With that, he activated his skill holy technique, Godly Transmission. Suddenly, Liao Fan the Viper and Paladin jumped to attack Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry, shouting, "Ayah!" But Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry blocked them easily and said, "You pesky flies!" Liao Fan the Viper grumbled, "This damn geezer, what the hell has he eaten to be this strong?" Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, "It's funny you'd say that. You're in your 40 seconds now yourself." Liao Fan the Viper snapped, "Are you insinuating that I'm old? Everyone knows you really start living at 40. Asshole, Heresy Inquisitor added. Chunmu Master, you are indeed old. You're almost blind. Liao Fan the Viper said, "Isn't he supposed to be on my side?" Paladin said, "Focus on the fight in front of us, Viper. The battle's not in our favor." Liao Fan the Viper and Heresy Inquisitor said in unison, Heresy Inquisitor said, looking at how things stood, "That is indeed the case." "Countess, give me 10,000 gold, please." Countess replied, "Compound interest at 15%. Interest will be compounded starting 3 months from now. How does that sound?" She covered her face with her fan. Heresy Inquisitor said, "You misunderstood me. I wasn't asking to borrow the money." The Countess closed her fan and now angry said, "Hey, you're asking an entrepreneur for a donation?" Heresy Inquisitor replied, "Yes, it's dirty money anyway, so you can just offer it to the church and go to heaven." Countess said, "You're a bigger bandit than me." She withdrew 10,000 gold. As it rained gold, Heresy Inquisitor said, "Thank you." Heresy Inquisitor activated Holy Technique, Devotion, Holy Transfer, Physical Strengthening, Strengthening Targets, Crusader and Viper. Buff duration 300 seconds each. Gold shall link our hands. Procedure complete. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "The gold." Heresy Inquisitor said, "For the next 300 seconds, Crusader and the Chunmu Master will be noticeably different. Even for you, fighting me, Countess, Crusader and the Chunmu Master will be a challenge. Furthermore, the Countess Vault has yet to be depleted. You're free to test which will come first, the Countess's bankruptcy or your death." Countess, not amused, said, "What has my vault ever done to you?" Anastasia said, "If I were to give a word of advice, it won't just be the 4 of them. I'll make it clear now that I will fight with them." Hunter Kim Gong-ja made an official agreement with the 5 great guilds yesterday. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry, confused, said, "Agreement?" Anastasia replied, "Yep. Hunter Kim Gong-ja has simultaneously joined all 5 great guilds with the authority of a guildmaster. And that's to say, Sword Saint, that to draw your sword against him is to do so against all of us. Can you really take all of us on?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "This is the plan I've made." Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, "Remember what I told you on the 11th floor?" Sword Emperor said, "What do you mean?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "That there are 2 ways to face a strong opponent. Either gain enough strength to crush an army alone, or gather an army yourself to fight for you. A solo player is powerless before a hunter with an alliance at his disposal." Kim Gong-ja turned to Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry and said, "Sword Saint, I'd like a word with you." Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, "A word?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, because I'm honestly quite taken aback. I'm not quite sure why you're after me. This may be the first time you've seen me, but I've always looked up to you." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, he's not buying it. The Sword Saint probably still sees me as an assassin sent by the Black Dragon. Before, he said to Kim Gong-ja, "To have dodged my blade, you must indeed be a top-class assassin." Sword Emperor said, "Well, you are quite something from a third party's perspective. To the Sword Saint in particular, you'd seem like a mercenary raised by a major guild, much less a self-made hunter. Or perhaps, in cahoots." Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, "Ho, it's just the same in the tower as it is outside. Since I entered the tower, I've been relentlessly solicited by you, urging me to join your guilds. But I have always declined. Do you know why? To prove that it is possible in this tower to rise to the peak alone. Unlike the repulsive world outside, where things like lineage, nationality, and connections tie you down, here, you can thrive alone. With a single sword, you can succeed by your own potential and hard work. Such are the ideals I wish to spread. But what do you all do? All of you are just like rotten, stagnant water." Anastasia said, "For you, of all people, to say such a thing, you've been living in delusion, blinded by your own ego. If you had lent a hand, many hunters would have lived. You were the only one who wasn't there during the 5th floor clear. as well as on the 7th and 9th floors. If you had worked with us, our casualties would have been halved, Countess said. If you had used your outside connections to aid us, we wouldn't have had such problems with food, either. And that's not all, is it? The organization and order within the tower would have been much more secure and stable. And for you to call us rotten, stagnant water? You are a child, with no sense of responsibility. If you're the rank 1 player, show responsibility befitting your rank. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry remained silent. For grown adults to ramble on and on. Do you think I'm your grandfather or something? Move aside. If you plan on fighting, fight me with a sword. Sword Emperor said, That's the Gramps I know. Indeed, my one and only disciple, Kim Gongja thought. So they still fight, even among the 10 of them. He remembered the battle earlier. Do not back down. If we get pushed back here, it will be the end for our empire. It's not possible, sir. There are too many of them, Kim Gongja said. When even the NPCs of the 11th floor joined together to defend their country, Anastasia said, Hunter Kim Gongja, this has nothing to do with you. It's much more serious than you think. Kim Gongja said, I know, I get it. But we're hunters. Could we first, before anything, concentrate on clearing the 12th floor? Right now, we're pointing fingers and bickering amongst ourselves. We can't behave worse than the NPCs, can we? They're requesting our assistance, though they may just be NPCs. Their country is on the verge of destruction. As Commander Sarbas Agim said to me before, please take good care of our empire. Kim Gongja said, We've been summoned as knights and heroes, and yet the fate of the empire is but an afterthought for us. What's there to being a knight? We simply help do what others can't. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, You punk. Kim Gongja said, Let's focus and solve the rest of the stages just like the 11th floor. Paladin said, Kim Gongja is right. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry looked back and said, Crusader. Paladin said, Though I don't understand why you attacked Kim Gongja, now is certainly not the time to fight amongst ourselves. I'll sacrifice myself a little. Watch carefully. A system notification appeared. Rank a lie detector effect allows the user to detect whether the target is telling a lie or not. It can be used on players, NPCs, and monsters, but what the target believes to be true may be objectively false. Whether to believe or doubt the statement is in your hands. Note: not everyone may believe what you say. Paladin said, As you can see, I have an ability that allows me to see through others' lies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is the skill that has allowed me to reach the Vice Guildmaster rank. Sword Saint, Kim Gongja. If you would place your trust in me, I will guarantee the authenticity of your statements here. Doubt is a poison that eats away at humans, and the truth is its antidote. Kim Gongja thought to himself, This is the ultimate chance? Paladin continued, I don't know about the trust you've lost so far, but it should be enough to guarantee our collaboration for the 12th floor. Kim Gongja thought to himself, to disprove doubt that stemmed from a skill with another skill. Kim Gongja said, That's fine by me. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, Paladin, you are the only one here who has never harmed a single person. All right, I'll trust you as well. Paladin said, I'll take that as you've both agreed. Now, Swordmaster, ask Kim Gongja a question. I swear on my honor and rank that I will be truthful about both of your responses. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry sheathed his sword and pointed at Kim Gongja. Hunter Kim Gongja, you have killed over 4,000 humans. Tell me whether this is true or false. Kim Gongja smiled and said, Yes. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry shouted in anger. Look now, you bastards! You've hired this kid as an assassin and made him do. Paladin said, It is false. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry was confused. He just answered yes to your question. That was false. Paladin said, That is to say he has not killed over 4,000 humans. Do you have any further questions? Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, still confused, looked at Kim Gongja smiling like a kid. Paladin said, That was an absurd question to begin with. How could one person kill so many people? Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, Well, that's because you've raised this young man as a specialized assassin. Kim Gongja said, That's right, I'm a specialized assassin. Paladin said, False. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry couldn't even drop his jaw in shock. He said to Paladin, Crusader, it seems I've misjudged your character. I thought for sure you would be truthful in all your responses. Paladin said, That's why I asked you, right? In the beginning, whether you would really trust me. Are you going back on your word now? Sword St. Marcus Callenberry looked at Kim Gongja and said, Wait, there's no way he hasn't killed a single person. Kim Gongja said, well, that's true. Paladin said, Truth Kim Gong-ja said, but just one person. Paladin said, truth. Kim Gong-ja said, and while it was indeed murder, he was someone who deserved it. Paladin said, truth. Kim Gong-ja said, he tried to kill me first, and he was a massive serial killer. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, Paladin said, it's all true. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry was shocked and couldn't even close his mouth. Heresy Inquisitor, laughing, said, what an amusing deduction. It would have been nice if that were true. But unfortunately, we only met Hunter Kim Gong-ja for the first time yesterday. Sword Emperor said, oh man, old man, what did I tell you? Relying on skills will only ruin you. Kim Gong-ja said, well now, I've answered all your questions. It seems there's been a misunderstanding on both ends. Good thing they were just misunderstandings. But if the guildmasters hadn't protected me, there's a high probability I would have died, right? I'm thinking now's a good time for an apology. What do you think, Sword Saint, sir? As Sword St. Marcus Callenberry looked at Kim Gong-ja said, I think at this point, I need to receive an apology from you. What do you think, Mr. Sword Saint? Paladin said, it is the complete truth. You are fully in the wrong. Anastasia said, apologize to Kim Gong-ja already, Sword Saint. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry sweated and said, I to that hunter. Kim Gong-ja and the others looked at Sword St. Marcus Callenberry. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, how will he act? Though famed for being clean, the Paladin is still a member of the 5 great guilds. Will he claim that the Paladin lied? Kim Gong-ja thought of Sword St. Marcus Callenberry. So, you are all conspiring together to fool me? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. Or will he reveal his skill card to exonerate himself? Though it won't fit his image, it will be the perfect evidence. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, did you say your name was Kim Gong-ja? Kim Gong-ja said, yes, sir. He said to himself, he might try to silence me by killing me, just like the Sword Emperor. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, if you have truly never massacred innocent people. He opened his sword and looked at it. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, oftentimes, when people are in the wrong, they make excuses or distrust others. Just like how the Flame Emperor revealed his evil nature by choosing to silence me. As Kim Gong-ja remembered his encounter with Yu Suha, he thought, no, this isn't right. He thought to himself, with how the Sword Saint resolves this, he will decide on his own what kind of person he is. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry closed his sword and said, please let me try this again. He bowed down and said, I sincerely apologize. I was wrong. I acted impulsively and made assumptions which nearly led me to harm someone. Up until now, based on my own judgment, I believe that anyone who deserved to die should be purged from this world, even if it was just a second sooner. I killed according to my beliefs. However, from this point on, that will never happen again. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, instead of doubting the Paladin or making excuses with his skills, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry admitted his faults. Words alone are meaningless. If there's anything you desire, I shall do it. Kim Gong-ja continued thinking, or even if he planned to kill me to silence me, I would still accept my faults. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, at least that would be the gentlemanly thing to say. However, please spare me from taking my own life. I beseech you. Please forgive this shameless old geezer, so that I may live on to reach the top of this tower. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. He pleaded without hesitation to a greenhorn hunter. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, I am sorry. I might be in the wrong. From now on, I will never kill anyone simply because of my skill. And I want to live, so please forgive me. Paladin said, they are all true. Kim Gong-ja said, Sir Sword Saint, please teach me the sword. Well, to be more precise, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, from now on, please accept my request for a duel whenever I ask. I somehow ended up having a teacher, but I don't actually have anyone to duel with. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, keeping my promise to the guardian spirit, it will be great to partner up with the Sword Saint. It'll result in my gain and growth. If the Sword Saint could be my duel partner. I'm sorry. Please let me try this again. To be honest, I could forgive you without any payment. However, I would feel embarrassed about appearing to be the bigger man. I'm not someone that great. I would feel content with just someone as great as the Sword Saint not viewing me as his enemy. Swords were crossed, so I feel a bit ashamed to forgive you, pretending to be the bigger man. That's why I want you, the Sword Saint, to teach me your best sword technique. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, fucking hell, I feel so embarrassed. How was the Sword Saint able to let out all his feelings like that? Paladin said, unbelievable. Amazingly, that was all the truth. Liao Fan the Viper said, "Are you being serious? You're okay not asking for anything, but you won't? Because you're too embarrassed to act all high and mighty?" Anastasia said, "How should I say this? After watching children immaturely preoccupied with self-profit, it's surprising to see someone like Hunter Kim Gong after so long." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Wow, what a beautiful sight. Someone who earnestly apologizes and someone who earnestly forgives. Humans fight without end. That's why a true apology is a holy miracle." Liao Fan the Viper said, "Stop being so noisy and shut the hell up." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Yep." Countess said, "I hate to say this after such a happy ending, but doesn't this mean my 10K gold was wasted for nothing?" Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, "For me to have." Suddenly, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry grabbed Kim Gongja's arms and said, "I misunderstood such a kind young man." Kim Gongja said, "Excuse me?" Sword St. Marcus Callenberry shook Kim Gongja's hand quickly and said, "You want a duel partner? Of course, it would be a pleasure. I'd be elated to do so any time." Kim Gongja said, Sir Sword Saint?" Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, "Please call me Grandpa Marcus." Kim Gongja, shocked, said, "Pardon?" Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, "Gongja, how old are you, young man? You can't be older than 30. In the outside world, I have a very kind granddaughter. If she ever enters the tower, I promise to sell her on your charms." Kim Gongja tried to look at Sword Emperor, processing what had just happened. Kim Gongja said, I'm really okay." Sword St. Marcus Callenberry became serious and asked, "Are you implying that you're not interested in my granddaughter?" Kim Gongja said, Yes. I'm sorry, but I'm just not interested at all in seeing someone." Sword St. Marcus Callenberry replied, "Nonsense. The spring of love cannot be absent from youth. When you are in love, you are able to see what you couldn't before, such as your own depravity. Do you know how important it is to acknowledge your own depravity? It was the year I became 16. Sword Emperor said, "What did I say? I told you he was a boomer geezer. Do you know what a boomer is? A boomer is someone who won't listen to others. If it were to be put nicely, you could say he has a spine. He has such a spine that he might ascend to godhood with it." Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, "Anyway, do not worry, young man." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "I didn't know that, nor did I want to find out." Sword St. Marcus Callenberry continued, "From now on, I promise to properly look after you. Your clothes are very shabby. Let's start with a suit." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Should I just kill myself and start today over?" A system notification then appeared. "Welcome, Hunter Kim Gongja. You ranked first while clearing floor 11. Receiving floor 11 clear reward." Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, "I know a highly skilled tailor. Are you listening, young man?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Since I ranked first, it's rewarding me first. I did hear about the clear conditions for floors 12 to 20 before my return. I wonder what the reward will be." A system notification appeared. "Please pick from the following 2 rewards. Goddess of Protection explanation. The goddess protecting the Agim Empire was deeply moved by your efforts. The goddess has decided to bestow an important position in the empire to you. You may become the empire's chancellor, the great general, or even the head knight. Once you select your position, you will also receive abilities and status deserving of the position. O hero of the goddess, gather up forces with your fellow heroes and destroy the Demon King's core on floor 20. However, you may not select the goddess's reward if you select the Demon King's reward." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "This I've heard of. The theme from floor 11 to floor 20 is role-playing. Hunters take up positions within the Agim Empire and receive abilities and status of those positions. The top contributors of the previous stage are given the exclusive right to select special positions before anyone else." A system notification appeared, displaying the special classes available for floor 12. Agim Empire's Chancellor, Agim Empire's Great General, Agim Empire's Minister of Finance, Agim Empire's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Agim Empire's Head Knight, Agim Empire's Head Royal Bodyguard. Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Before, I could only choose from positions like security guard. But what is this Demon King's reward?" A system notification appeared, Demon King of the Autumn Rain explanation. The Demon King was deeply moved by your efforts. The Demon King is asking for your cooperation and secrecy. The Demon King promises the same reward as the goddess, but with one additional gift. Kill all the top 10 heroes except for yourself. If you achieve such a feat, the Demon King's authority will immediately ascend you to floor 99. However, only one person out of the top 10 may receive the Demon King's reward. If multiple people choose this reward, it will randomly select one person. If no one chooses this reward, the Demon King's reward will perish. As Kim Gong-ja read again, kill all the top 10 heroes except for yourself. If you achieve such a feat, the Demon King's authority will immediately ascend you to floor 99. He then murmured, however, only one person out of the top 10 may receive the Demon King's reward. Kim Gong-ja said, what? Liao Fan the Viper asked, why is he suddenly staring into thin air? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, if I kill everyone here, I can make my way to floor 99 in one go. A system notification appeared. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, please pick from the following 2 rewards. Select from the following rewards. Sword Emperor said, it's a trap. It's most definitely a trap. Zombie, don't fall for it. Kim Gong-ja said, I know, of course it is. Because there's no way that Flame Bastard wouldn't have chosen the Demon King's reward. The Demon King's reward. That Flame Bastard definitely would have chosen it. And yet he's still hanging out on the 40th floor, not the 99th. Therefore, the Demon King's reward has to be a trap. My guess is that the Flame Bastard first sided with the Demon King, then regressed upon realizing it was a trap. But to be honest, it does look tempting. Maybe it wouldn't be such a terrible idea to die to the boss of the 99th Florunce. Sword Emperor said, Gong-ja, don't do it. Look at me. I'm the Sword Emperor. I climbed to the 99th floor alone and failed. And I'm telling you, this is a trap. A revoltingly horrid one at that. With your current skills, not only are you unable to kill the top 10 rankers, even if you somehow found a way to do so, you'd never be able to beat the 99th floor boss. Kim Gong-ja asked, is the boss of the 99th floor really that strong? Sword Emperor replied, there isn't one. There's no boss monster on the 99th floor. But instead, there's something much more vicious. Ugh. Anyway, it's a trap. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kim Gong-ja asked, just what is it? Sword Emperor replied, I hate to admit it, but you're doing well. Just keep doing what you've been doing, and you'll be able to clear the 99th floor automatically. Kim Gong-ja was silent and said, all right, we're throwing this run. Sword Emperor asked, throwing it? Kim Gong-ja said, yep, I'm only going to take the safest routes. I'm ignoring the rewards too. I'll just watch how things go for now. Sword Emperor said, the Goddess of Protection's reward too? Why? Kim Gong-ja replied, it's fine. Just think of it as losing the battle to win the war. Kim Gong-ja turned around and said, everyone, the rewards for the 11th floor have appeared in front of me. Anastasia said, really? That's great. I was just getting tired of waiting for the quests. Once you choose your reward, it'll continue through the queue to the next person. Kim Gong-ja said, yep, I've already chosen my reward. I decided not to choose one. Suddenly, Anastasia and the Heresy Inquisitor looked at him with wide eyes. The group shouted in shock, what? A system notification appeared. You did not select a stage reward. A system notification said, the Goddess of Protection is questioning your decision. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain laughs menacingly. Paladin asked, Kim Gong-ja? What did you just? Kim Gong-ja said, Sword St. Marcus Calenberry said so. I guess it's my turn now, as rank 2. I see it now as well. I understand. So you've selected the safest choice. Kim Gong-ja continued, but was it really necessary to give up on a reward altogether? Perhaps it's just a foolish old man's concern. But being overly cautious can also lead to defeat. I'm grateful for your concern, but I have no regrets. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry said, well, that's a relief, but it's a decision I have trouble following. I will be choosing the Goddess of Protection's reward, and I'll choose the Grand Master of the Egim Empire. Suddenly, knights walked in and said, we pledge allegiance to the mightiest swordsman of the empire. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry said, oh ho, so this is how the roles are decided. Heresy Inquisitor asked, Ah, I see, I understand now. It's similar to the Mafia game. Liao Fan the Viper said, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Heresy Inquisitor said, no need to worry, I shall explain it to you. Pay attention now, everyone. Liao Fan the Viper asked, the 99th floor, really? Anastasia said, this is. Heresy Inquisitor explained, yep, it's just like the Mafia game. For our convenience, let's refer to those who chose the goddess as knights, and those who chose the Demon King as traitors. But there's a significant difference from the Mafia game. The traitor has much more of a disadvantage than the Mafia. There are 9 knights, and the Vice Guild Master of the Civil Militia on our side. Paladin said, that's true, and we can tell who the traitor is, as long as you trust me. Heresy Inquisitor continued, as you can see, this game is heavily skewed in favor of the Knights Hunter Kim Gong-ja. Your decision to give up the reward seems unnecessary. While I respect your decision, I will choose the Supreme General of the Empire, Liao Fan, the Viper said. So you're saying it's best to choose a reward, right? Well, I'm choosing the Captain of the Guards. Paladin said, then I'll choose the Director of Foreign Affairs. It looks to be the most ordinary. Anastasia said, I'll be the Chancellor then. I trust you all won't side with the Demon King. The reward will disappear on its own if nobody chooses it. Countess said, don't worry. It'll be the Director of Financial Affairs for me, obviously. A system notification appeared. Rewards distribution has ended. Sword Emperor asked, you sure this is okay? I know you said you're throwing this run, but isn't this too much? Kim Gongja said to Sword Emperor, nope, I'm sure this is the answer. Kim Gongja thought to himself, when should one hunt the prey? And when should one surrender the hunt and back off? A system notification appeared. All top contributors have completed their selections. Kim Gongja, Sword Saint, Heretic Questioner, Viper, Crusader, Witch, Countess. Rewards forfeited, 1 person. Goddess's reward received, 8 people. Demon King's reward received, 1 person. All top contributors have completed their selections. Anastasia said, you fools, I told you not to choose the Demon King's reward. Heresy Inquisitor said, what a surprise. To choose the Demon King's reward when the odds are so oppressively against you. Liao Fan the Viper said, freak, this tension. It's just like when we cleared the first parts of the tower. I'm getting chills down my spine. There'll be heads rolling today. Countess said, you mean back in the days when the 5 great guilds used to be the 10 great guilds? I saw quite a few deaths back then, and caused quite a few deaths too. Anastasia said, Crusader, question everyone here with lie detector. Don't miss a single person, a system notification said. May luck be with you all. Anastasia continued, I'll say this now, as the leader of the Black Dragons. I don't know who the hell dared to betray us, but I promise to bring the traitor the most painful death. Crusader, use lie detector immediately to question everyone now. If even a single person here tries to avoid the question, I'll kill them immediately, Paladin said. I'll preface my interrogation by saying that I am not the traitor, Hunter Kim Gongja. You forfeited the rewards, so you by default are not a suspect. But I will ask you regardless. Did you select the Demon King's reward? Kim Gongja said no. Paladin said, it's the truth. Anastasia and Countess were relieved. Paladin then asked, Sword Saint, did you select the Demon King's reward? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, I swear on my honor, I certainly did not. Paladin walked forward and Heresy Inquisitor said, it wasn't me, I don't want to die to the witch just quite yet. Liao Fan the Viper said, frick you, wasn't me. Countess said, me neither. Paladin said, they're all speaking the truth. And then she asked Anastasia, Witch, did you select the Demon King's reward? Anastasia grinned in anger and said, no, it wasn't me. Paladin said, truth. Liao Fan the Viper said, wait, if it wasn't any of us T10, then who the hell is the traitor? A system notification said. The goddess of protection laments your foolishness. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain laughs cheerfully. Paladin said, don't be surprised. The traitor may possess an ability that hides or can conceal lies. Or, though it may sound ridiculous, there may be one among us who has multiple personalities. It's not impossible. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, or it could just be that you are the dirty traitor. Anastasia said, are you suspecting us right now? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, indeed, even if the Crusader were not lying, it's possible she could have lied for you 5 great guilds. Paladin said, sure, logically that's certainly a possible theory. I could indeed be the traitor. But what's important is that we do not lose our cool. We've overcome countless obstacles so far. If we can trust each other this time too. Heresy Inquisitor said, ah ha ha, you're quite innocent. Trust, you say. What a beautiful word. But it takes a long time to build that trust. It took 10 years just for us to collaborate with each other and be called the 5 great guilds. In other words, I find it difficult to trust anyone, barring the 5 great guilds. Not all of us have the patience or time to spend the next 10 years building trust with each other. Paladin said, wait, this isn't the time to be prioritizing efficiency. Heresy Inquisitor, please. Heresy Inquisitor used his skill. Holy Technique, Divine Body. Viper, you take care of the rank 10. Heretic Questioner, you can't, Paladin shouted as Heresy Inquisitor used his skill. Holy Technique, Divine Transmission. As Liao Fan the Viper finished off rank 10, a system notification appeared. A warrior has died. He was not the Demon King's subject. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said. You disgusting bastards, you've finally shown your true colors. Another system notification came. A warrior has died. He was not a servant of the Demon King. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry seethed. You haven't changed at all since back then. Stop immediately, or I'll. Heresy Inquisitor said. Holy technique. A system notification flashed. A warrior has died. A system notification added. He was not a servant of the Demon King. Heresy Inquisitor wiped the dirt from his hands and said, it wasn't any of those three. The situation's gotten rather complicated. I was certain it would be one of them, which means the culprit is among us. Our 10 years of trust are about to crumble. Paladin said, I told you to wait. I asked you to wait. I pleaded with you to remain calm, and yet just like back then, you. Heresy Inquisitor said, how weird you say that, Vice Guild Master. I'm very calm right now. I calmly came to the conclusion that those three had the highest probability of being the traitor. Suddenly, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry cut his arms. Heresy Inquisitor said, I was ultimately wrong, but on the bright side, the media won't have access to this info. Suddenly, Liao Fan the Viper fought Sword St. Marcus Callenberry head-on. You freakin'! Liao Fan the Viper yelled. As Heresy Inquisitor looked at his arms flying through the air, he shouted, Hey, you goddamn cultist! At least let us know before you kill someone. Liao Fan the Viper said, this has gotten rather complicated. This is a serious problem now. Without both of my hands, I can't perform my holy techniques. I'm sorry, everyone. It seems I won't be of much help alone anymore. He looked at his severed arms in the distance, slowly realizing the weight of what had happened. Liao Fan the Viper said, That's not the problem. Someone come help. I'm gonna die. Paladin said, Kim Gongja, I'm leaving everything to you. Only you, who did not select a reward, could be guaranteed as innocent. So please, I'm begging you, stop the Sword Saint. As all of the guild leaders fought against Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, Heresy Inquisitor said, That's a great idea. The majority rule in a situation like this is inefficient. We should give authority to the one who is certainly not the traitor. He put medicine on his severed arm and said, I too will honor any decision Hunter Kim Gongja makes. I will not trust my own judgment until the traitor has been caught. Kim Gongja spoke to Sword Emperor. Hey, Sword Emperor, am I fated to be liked by psychopaths or something? I just got handed full authority by the Vice Guild Master of the Civil Militia and the 10,000 Temple Guild. Sword Emperor said, You've been promoted, congrats. Wasn't this why you gave up the rewards? I've kind of just been awestruck this entire time, honestly. There seemed to be a lot of tension between the rankers, and I thought there'd be a fight should a traitor appear. So I gave up the reward, but I never thought it would get this bad. God, I feel so bad for the 3 people who died for nothing. I guess I'll have to regress at some point. A system notification appeared. You did not select a stage reward. Kim Gongja said to Paladin, Hey, I have a question. Paladin replied, Yep. Kim Gongja said, He's always been like that. Paladin said, Religious conflicts were a serious issue when we first entered the tower. There was constant fighting amongst different religions and sects. That's when the heretic questioner showed up and killed them all. This is the only way he's ever known. Unification of religions and new horizons. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I thought the religions came to an understanding peacefully. I guess the media just covered it up. Liao Fan the Viper screamed, I'm gonna die, frick, I'm really gonna die. Heresy Inquisitor said, I realize that my lapse in judgment has caused trouble, and I'm sorry. I realize I sound shameless in requesting this, but Hunter Kim Gongja Liao Fan the Viper shouted, The Chenmu Master is about to die, you bastards. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, in exchange for full authority. Won't you stop the Sword Saint? Kim Gongja said, You damn, no. Let's talk in depth about you later. And he shouted, Sir Sword Saint, if you've bowed down to me, it means that you have at least some respect for me, so hear me out. Please stop fighting. Let's talk it out. As Sword St. Marcus Callenberry continued to fight, Kim Gongja suddenly said, I will ask out your granddaughter. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry noticed him. Kim Gongja continued, All right, I'll go on a date with her if she comes to the tower. So please, just do me a favor. I might even become your grandson-in-law. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry stopped. I'm not forgiving them, and I certainly did not stop fighting because of what you said. I've simply realized from trading blows that I could kill them whenever I want. So I suppose it wouldn't be too late to rip these bastards apart after I've caught the traitor. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Why are you telling me this? Paladin said, Wow, that's true. Let's kill them later, if at all. Liao Fan the Viper asked, Are we done? Kim Gong-ja replied, "Now please, let's calm down. We don't know who the traitor is. We may not even be able to find the traitor. But that comes second. We can get past this, even without finding the traitor." Paladin asked, "How so?" "Just the fact that the traitor selected the Demon King's reward means that they're after our heads." He looked at the system notification, which read, "You could become the Emperor's Chancellor, General, or even the Head Knight. Choosing a position will bring with it its respective skills and status. Young hero, unite your strength with those of your fellow men and destroy the Demon King's core, located on the 20th floor, Kim Gong-ja said. "It says the Demon King's core is located on the 20th floor. Let's not focus on how to find and kill the traitor. It's a trap. The traitor could be terrified right now, shaking inside. Or the system could have selected the traitor on its own. Let's all kill the Demon King first. If the Demon King dies, the reward disappears too. It's a simple problem." A system notification flashed. The Goddess of Protection's eyes are shining. Another system notification followed. The Demon King of Autumn Rain clicks his tongue. Kim Gong-ja said, "No matter how the tower tries to test us, the solution will always be simple. Let's climb the tower." A system notification appeared. The 12th floor quest is being given. Kim Gong-ja added, "And break the Demon King's core." A system notification confirmed. The 12th floor quest has begun. As they looked outside, the rain turned red. It showered harder, and a soldier was petrified. The soldier said, "It's a nightmare." His friend replied, "The rain of nightmares is raining down again." Another friend said, "It's all over now. It's the Demon King." Liao Fan the Viper said, What is this? Why is everyone suddenly like this?" A soldier cried out, "Oh goddess, why have you forsaken us?" Kim Gong-ja asked, "This is all scripted, right? Why are the NPCs like this?" "The quest has begun," the system announced. Kim Gong-ja walked toward the window and shattered the glass. He muttered to himself, "The Demon King of Autumn Rain has arisen." He looked at the Demon King head on and said, "You pitiful wretches. Did you think that calling humans from another world and giving them high positions could turn them into your shields? Call as many as you like. Call thousands of warriors, thousands of knights. In the end, they are still humans, just like you are. I pity you for not knowing the end to your foolishness. The ones who don't see humans as humans." Suddenly, the map chimed, ping, ping, ping. It showed that they were being surrounded by demons. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Get swallowed by your ill intents." A system notification appeared. Empire Capital Defense Level, ASS Mission Goal. "Warriors, you have secured a supply route by bravely fighting against the army of the Demon King. Sensing danger from this, the Demon King itself has appeared. The Demon King is able to summon monsters whenever he wishes. The Demon King is aiming for the center of the Ikim Empire, the capital, Hakamenia. Thankfully, the strength of the Demon King has weakened, as it had to manifest in a place far away. Stop the Demon King. If you lose the battle, the 13th floor will not be opened." Liao Fan the Viper said, "He's weakened, that?" Paladin replied, "I told you, this is not the time to fight amongst each other." Liao Fan the Viper exclaimed, "This is unfair. Is this even a quest that's meant to be cleared?" Liao Fan the Viper continued, "Even though it was a tutorial until the 10th floor, the difference in difficulty is too." Kim Gong-ja interrupted, "Stop right there. Let's stay calm. We can do it. The tower doesn't give quests that cannot be cleared." He looked at Liao Fan the Viper and said, "Have you forgotten? We're not simple hunters here. You are the captain of the Royal Guards of the Ikim Empire. That means you should be leading the Royal Guards. We cannot clear this stage just with us hunters. We must convince the NPCs, raise them up and command them. Lead them to war as if they're actually humans." He turned to Sword Saint. "Sword Saint, we cannot fight against each other. You're the captain of the knights. Will a country where the captain of the knights and the royal guards draw swords against each other be able to fend off external threats? We've been given the roles of leaders, and now is the time that we should be doing our duties." "Paladin," Kim Gong-ja continued, "this is the throne room, but we can't see the king. Please help find the king along with the civil officials. It will be difficult to control the NPCs without their leader." Paladin said, "Understood." Kim Gong-ja turned to Heresy Inquisitor. "General?" Heresy Inquisitor responded, "Yes, that's me." Kim Gong-ja said, "I really dislike hunters like you. One day we'll have to resolve that. But now I cannot lose you, who's a general." Heresy Inquisitor laughed, "Ahaha, I'm starting to like Kim Gong-ja the hunter more and more though." Kim Gong-ja replied, "You said you'd be giving me all the power, so shut up and listen to what I'm saying. The soldiers at the walls are probably out of their minds because of the army in front of them. You, the commander, must go up to the walls yourself and give them morale. It's noblesse oblige. Whatever happens, protect the castle walls. If the walls are breached, it's the end for this stage, Heresy Inquisitor affirmed. I have never broken my promise since my birth. I'll protect it with my life. It's the orders from the captain. Everybody in the department, gather up. Kim Gong-ja nodded. Well then, I'll get going first. An adventurer outside shouted, "What is this rain? Is it acidic?" His friend responded, "Whoa, that's huge." "It's way bigger than huge." Anastasia called out, "Kim Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja asked, "Black Witch?" Anastasia replied, "Call me the Black Dragon Leader. I don't really like my nickname." Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. "How did you appear here out of nowhere?" Anastasia explained, "One of teleportation. It's one of my skills. I can move to any place that I can see." Sword Emperor shouted, "Hey zombie, you should get killed by this girl. Teleportation? That's such a sweet skill." Kim Gong-ja asked, "Then what are you doing here instead of going ahead to the castle?" Anastasia said, "Obviously I've come to take you there. I was on the 11th floor. You have a sword that works on the NPCs here, right?" Kim Gong-ja furrowed his brow. "I don't know what that was, but if we have that, we can raise the morale of the NPCs. The person that the soldiers on the wall need is not me, but you. Make an agreement." Kim Gong-ja was confused as Anastasia extended her hand. Anastasia said, "Make a clear verbal agreement that you'd like to teleport with me. If not, I can't teleport you. That's the restriction of my skills." Kim Gong-ja hesitated. "Hold on. Teleportation would at least be an S-rank skill. Is it okay for you to tell me its restrictions as well? Isn't it your ace in the hole?" Anastasia chuckled. "That's a strange thing to say. According to you, I am the chancellor of this empire. Isn't it an obvious thing for a chancellor to pull out her ace in the hole to protect her country? There's no time. It doesn't matter how simply you do it. Just agree to it," Anastasia urged. Kim Gong-ja sighed. "I agree to the Black Dragon Leader's skill usage." Suddenly, Anastasia grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hands and shouted, "Teleportation!" A soldier cried out, "This is the end!" "Oh God, have mercy." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "We call them NPCs, but they are people no different from humans." A soldier wept. "Heek, hook, please. Take pity on us." Kim Gong-ja reflected, even if they're just illusions, it doesn't mean that their fears are illusions as well. As Kim Gong-ja and Anastasia landed, he said, "Thank you for bringing me here. From here, I'll—" Anastasia cut him off. "Wait, I can't get chased away after only showing my junior my bad sides. I didn't become a guild leader just by sitting still." She raised her arms and shouted, "Soldiers of the Ikem Empire, rise. Did you think that these stone walls will protect you? Do you not know that the only walls truly protecting our empire are you men, the soldiers of the empire?" Anastasia's voice rang out. A soldier, crying, looked up and said, "Look, it's the Chancellor." Anastasia shouted again, "Rise! One day these walls may fall and our homes might perish. But as long as you're still standing, our empire will not fall. Rise, O final walls of Akim Empire, the warriors who are the empire itself. Until you no longer have hands to hold your swords and spears, rise for the empire, rise for yourselves." Kim Gong-ja was stunned as Anastasia grabbed his arm again. Anastasia suddenly raised his arms and shouted, "God is with us!" A system notification appeared. "The goddess of protection thanks you for the choice you've made." Another system notification followed. "The goddess of protection gives out the last of her power." As the light of hope shone upon the soldiers, Kim Gong-ja remembered what Commander Sarbaz Akim had said, "You are a true hero." A system notification chimed, reenacting the trauma of your killer. A new system notification followed. No one knew why, when, or where it appeared. Another system notification read, "The penalty depth is weak, painting of hell." One more system notification appeared, but when it did, crimson rain fell. The Demon King said, "Pitiful ones." A system notification chimed, "Where the rain fell, blood soon came after." The Demon King continued, "You were born as humans to eat up humans." A system notification followed. Each time a country fell, the territories of men became smaller and smaller. Commander Sarbaz Akim shouted, "Retreat to an area where the rain doesn't fall." A system notification read, "Whenever the records of each country disappeared, the history of humanity became smaller." The Demon King sneered, "Do you think that is the fate of humanity? I designate it as the karma of wild animals." "It just rained." A soldier said, "It's over. This is the end." A system notification appeared. Rain fell. The Demon King asked, Give me a reason as to why I shouldn't slaughter wild animals today. Another system notification followed. Rain fell. A soldier cried, "Where is our king? Please save us." A system notification appeared, and rain fell. A scribe whispered, "Oh, goddess of protection." The system chimed. The scribes used their old quills sparingly. Without saying anything, they accepted the fate of mankind and wrote it down. And so, mankind was destroyed. The Demon King sneered, "Pitiful ones." A system notification said, "The master of nightmares." Another system notification appeared, "The king of all monsters." The Demon King continued, "Get swallowed by your ill intents." A system notification followed. At their final moments, the scribes gave it a name, Demon King. As the light from Kim Gong-ja's sword shone brightly, a soldier gasped, "The rain! The rain stopped!" His friend exclaimed, "Ooh, dear goddess, the goddess is protecting the empire." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "No, this power wasn't anything amazing. It's just that the rain stopped where the light of the holy sword shone upon." A soldier said, "Ah, I did well to stay alive. All hail the goddess, all hail the Agim Empire." Kim Gong-ja reflected, but sometimes there were moments when little things were enough. And that was the case for the humans, who only had little things left. He realized that the reason there hadn't been a single NPC in the throne room at the very beginning was because all the higher-ups had abandoned the country. A soldier shouted, "God hasn't abandoned us." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, that was the reason why the tower set this empire as a stage. Just like how the children abandoned by everybody were left in a mansion on the 10th floor. Anastasia shouted, "Rise!" Her voice cracked from the strain, and a soldier, unable to hear her clearly, tried to take off his helmet. "That's right, get up. What kind of behavior is this in front of the Chancellor? Grab your spears properly." Anastasia sighed. Still holding Kim Gong-ja's wrist, she said, "Phew, why are you staring at me like that? Is this your first time seeing someone from Ukraine give a speech?" She continued. "There are a lot of countries, though communists in ours. I don't like them. They sure do give a good speech, though. I learned, well, it's nothing." Sword Emperor muttered, "That looked like a joke. She messed that up." Kim Gong-ja, still confused, listened as Anastasia asked, "Kim Gong-ja, what are you going to do now?" "First, we should hold them off at the castle walls." "That's right," he said to himself. "The S-rank skill of the Black Dragon leader is teleportation. But even if we fly straight to that place, we'll probably get surrounded by monsters instantly. We need to make a one-on-one situation with the Demon King first. We must bring the hunters while the soldier NPCs hold them off, and then we won't be pushed back. And if the Demon King deploys more monsters to break through the castle walls." Anastasia interjected, "When it does that," Kim Gong-ja said, "you should teleport me in front of the Demon King." Anastasia raised an eyebrow. "So, you're like a special force? Do you plan on dying?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, anybody would have doubted that, but I plan on winning. He then said aloud, "Death doesn't mean defeat for me. I have a hidden ace in the hole as well. Trust me." Anastasia smirked. "Like you said, if you're a hunter, you'd have a secret hidden. I'll hope that your blade is strong enough to work on that boss." The Demon King's voice thundered, "You're playing funny tricks, goddess. It's too pitiful to even call it a final resistance. Light. What use is light to those who won't harvest the rice grains of tomorrow? The times you've spent caring for those pitiful things have made you pitiful as well. Then I will show my light as well." As he swung his massive sword, soldiers flew like insects, and the castle walls shattered. Kim Gong-ja and Anastasia covered their heads as a system notification read, "One warrior has died. They are not the pawn of the Demon King." Anastasia gasped. "That came from the direction of the throne room. The Sword Saint, the Cult Interrogator, and the Viper should be heading here with their individual troops. The Paladin would be searching for the king, following your orders. That leaves." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "The Countess." He said aloud, "That person was not the traitor." Anastasia growled, "For you to die first, you bastard." Kim Gong-ja replied, "Black Dragon leader, if the Countess really died, that means the tower is now connected with the outside world." Anastasia quickly regained composure. "Now we should focus on what's in front of us. Even a Demon King shouldn't be able to keep shooting those kinds of attacks constantly." Kim Gong-ja, "Protect the fallen castle door with me." Kim Gong-ja looks at the map and said to himself, "The Demon King's army changed their formations. Are they trying to break through?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Yeah, that's what I think as well." She grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hand. Anastasia without hesitation said, "Teleport," and they arrived at the front lines. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, There are no allies looking out for me here. The Sword Emperor's voice cut through the chaos. Hey zombie, for just 1 minute. No, it doesn't matter if it's only for 30 seconds. Hold them back by yourself. In order to win this war, you must be the beacon of hope for everybody. It doesn't matter how long it is. The important part is that you show yourself holding back those bastard monsters by yourself. You don't survive for 30 years and call yourself a hero. In a time when everyone desperately needs 30 seconds, the human who brings them that 30 seconds is a hero. Be a hero. I promised I'd teach you swordsmanship until you reached the 20th floor, didn't I? Although it's a little early, it's time for a practical lesson. Put your back foot at an angle. Point your front foot forward. Now, look ahead. There are 2 goblins right in front. Their normal eyesight is poor, and their eyes are closed because of the dust clouds. Also, your holy sword is shining, which is perfect for stealing their vision. The important thing in a fight is not an absolute second, but a relative second. Use your blade to steal the opponent's vision and gain that 1 second. Kim Gongja thought to himself, like that, my 1 second was slightly faster than my heartbeat. Sword Emperor said, let's go, partner. Kim Gongja reflected, and my blade will be slightly faster than my 1 second. Sword Emperor continued, it's time to be a hero. He faced the demon army alone. Take care of them one at a time. Go for the one on the left next. Kim Gongja thought to himself, as one is about to die, I move on to the next. And as the next one dies, I go on to the next. A dance of the sword. Kim Gongja said, 1 second has passed up till now. Don't stop your sword to go for another swing. Connect each attack to the next. It's the same as music. As the tone goes down, it's just for the sake of a higher tone that's upcoming. Connect them. If you swing your sword downwards, then swing it back up again. If you do that, you'll be able to use your sword in continuity. Using a sword is basically a battle with time. Those inexperienced in the sword can't hold the ground for more than a second. Once they swing their sword, they end right there. On the contrary, an experienced swordsman can dominate for 5 seconds. Don't lose out on time. It doesn't end just because you've slashed once. You must figure out your next move. Normal people would just let time flow as it is, but a swordsman mustn't allow that to happen. Survive that 1 second. A swordsman is one who lives by the sword. Do you think surviving that 1 second is easy? When people allow time to flow normally, that's not true living. Only when you commit time to something is it considered truly living. Gongja, you're a swordsman. Therefore, you ought to live by the sword. Go for 10 seconds now. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I had a lot of doubts. Why did the tower give that bastard an X-grade skill? It didn't have to be some amazing saint. If only that skill had gone to a pretty normal person, there wouldn't have been any problems. But why did it go to that psychopathic bastard of all people? Could it be because unless one is exceptional, they can't possibly overcome the tower? In order to rule at the top, must one be like that bastard? What a joke. I'll break the 20th level instead of the Flame Emperor. The 30th floor too. The 50th floor too. Even the 100th floor. I'll show it to you. A system notification appeared. Your existence has become even clearer. Another system notification appeared. Hunter Kim Gongja's level has grown. A third system notification appeared. Your hunter rank is now D rank. Sword Emperor said, congratulations. 30 seconds. A system notification appeared. May luck stay on your side. Suddenly, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry arrived, observing Kim Gongja chasing down the fleeing goblins. Without a moment's hesitation, Marcus Callenberry decapitated the approaching goblins with 1 strike. Marcus Callenberry said, you were amazing. Young man, my name is Marcus Callenberry. Kim Gongja thought to himself, this is the second time. He remembered the first time someone had introduced themselves, my name is Yu Suha. Goodbye. Kim Gongja reflected, it's the second time the first in rank has told me their name. Different names, different people, so very different from what I am. He realized then that he was able to do things now that he couldn't have dreamed of in his first experience. Kim Gongja said, sir, my name is Kim Gongja. Sword Emperor smiled. Young man, let us fight together. A system notification appeared. Hunter rank number 1 Sword Saint. Another system notification. Empire's Night Order Captain. A final system notification. Combination attack. At that moment, Heresy Inquisitor arrived, laughing. Ah, I'm sorry for being late. Although we might have arrived earlier, leading troops sure isn't easy. Thank you, Hunter Kim Gongja. I will now take over from the time you've bought for us. General's orders. Everyone. A system notification appeared. Hunter rank number 4, Pantheon Leader, Cult Interrogator, Empire's General. Heresy Inquisitor shouted, slaughter all who bear their fangs toward the Empire. A system notification. Support. A soldier yelled, "Don't get pushed back. The goddess is with us," Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. Everything was quiet. I was only thinking of one thing in my head, to advance. Liao Fan, the Viper, arrived and said, "Oi, great job. I'm late because I had to take care of the guards and my guild members. But don't worry, I'll show you why we're called the Heavenly Martial Clan." As Kim Gong-ja focused on fighting, Liao Fan muttered, "You're not listening to me. Is he in a trance? He's different indeed. I like him. Hey, I'm Liao Fan. Doesn't matter though, since you can't hear me. You saved my life in the audience chamber earlier. How can I call myself the Heavenly Martial Clan leader if I don't repay that favor? Just keep running ahead. I'll take care of the left side. Consider this a special privilege. No one who's fought on my right side has ever died before. Go on, Sword Saint. I'll protect you." Paladin appeared. "Sorry for being late. Although I found the Emperor, he had already poisoned himself." Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry replied, "It's all right. As compared to leading troops, it'd be better if you joined in the attack." Paladin asked, "Of course." Hunter Kim Gong-ja. "Don't interrupt him," Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said. "He's enjoying a very rare and precious moment right now." Kim Gong-ja charged forward. The Demon King's voice echoed, "Pitiful souls. Just because I gave you some time, did you think it was all yours? Even the goddess who was watching over you is weakening right now. There isn't a goddess for the Empire anymore. What were you expecting? Were you thinking of proving to everyone that you can do it? All right, then show me." Kim Gong-ja shouted, "Hey witch, use the mirror." Anastasia responded, "I know, I might have lost the chance to do it once, but I won't let it happen again." She reflected the crimson beam from the Demon King. Anastasia shouted, "Sword Saint Viper." Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry and Liao Fan, the Viper, replied, "All right," Anastasia called. "This is it. I'll teleport all of us in front of the Demon King. Stick with me." Kim Gong-ja, grab on. Kim Gong-ja looked behind and said, "Ah." Anastasia shouted, "If you don't come, we're going to leave you behind." Liao Fan, the Viper, said, "I'll show you the power of the Heavenly Martial Clan." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this scene is about to disappear, as memories flash back. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry had once said, "To think I had misunderstood such a kind young man." Kim Gong-ja reflected, these people would cease to remember everything that happened. However, Sword Emperor said, "Partner, let's go kill the boss mob, you brat." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, just because they don't remember it, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Kim Gong-ja said aloud, "Let's go." Kim Gong-ja thought, just like how a person who died on the first floor and the soul who died on the 99th floor made it here. If we go back, things will become unresolved again, but I've become a little stronger. As Anastasia and Kim Gong-ja held hands, Kim Gong-ja said, "All right, let's teleport," he thought. "I'll be able to do it better this time around." The Demon King scoffed, "How interesting you are, the warriors of the goddess. A traitor has been revealed to be among you, yet you grew your trust in each other desperately and pieced back the broken trust together. Do you think a torn rag can possibly cover you?" Kim Gong-ja suddenly jumped forward, and Anastasia screamed, "No, Kim Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I'm sorry. I'll see you in my next life." The Demon King sneered, "Ho, how foolish." Kim Gong-ja thought, although you might not be able to remember what happened today. The Demon King growled, "Are you here to kill me, warrior?" Kim Gong-ja retorted, "No, I'm here to get killed by you, bastard," and pointed his finger toward the Demon King. A system notification said, "You have died." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, now a system notification said, "Because of your death, the skill requirements have been met." Another notification followed, "You are copying the skill of the monster, the Demon King of Autumn Rain, randomly." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Let's start round 2. I had one more doubt." A system notification said, "You are copying the skill of the monster, the Demon King of Autumn Rain, randomly." Kim Gong-ja thought, why did the tower give such power to someone like Yu Suha and then give a nobody like me such a chance as well? Sword Emperor's voice broke in, "I've seen the skills. Do you want me to read them for you?" Kim Gong-ja thought, maybe the tower. Kim Gong-ja said aloud, "Yes, please." Sword Emperor said, "Okay, listen up carefully." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, was the tower disappointed by the attitude shown by the hunters? A system notification rang out. Grudge falls like the rain does ranks effect. You can't see it, can't be seen. People always insist that as long as they can't see what's in front of them, it doesn't exist. People who have become blind. That's right, ignorant fools. In that case, please show it to me. Show me plainly just how many people have died due to their ignorance. Just as there is no such thing as innocent blood shed in this world, the heavens willingly rain down crimson blood. but only the blood that you've witnessed will become the rain that falls. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the Flame Emperor, Yu Suha, would have undoubtedly destroyed everything on the 10th floor. Why wasn't the tower disappointed with that? Sword Emperor's voice interrupted. This is the next skill. A system notification followed. The Heart Howls rank, A effect. You use your emotions as fuel to strengthen your aura. The stronger your emotions are, the stronger your aura becomes. A heart of revenge, hate, sadness, and all sorts of emotions. It doesn't matter what kind of emotion it is. The path of fire doesn't care what fuel it uses to continue burning, but you will slowly become addicted to that emotion. Kim Gong-ja thought, every floor has a hidden quest. I'm sure the 12th floor is no exception. Sword Emperor continued, the next skill is this. A system notification appeared. 100 Soul Summon rank, SS effect. You can summon the people you've killed as monsters. The dead will not inherit the skills they had when they were alive, nor their memories. You can only summon them as monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. But you can only summon them once a week. Kim Gong-ja thought, these are the 3 skills I want the most. He said aloud, I'll go with this. Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Huh? Really? I don't know about that though. Kim Gong-ja replied, this would be the most useful skill to clear up to the 20th floor at least. Sword Emperor sighed. Well, do as you please, though I have no idea why you chose it. Kim Gong-ja said with a smile, look forward to what I'll do. He then asked, right, Sword Emperor, you know the daily schedule of the Sword Saint, right? Sword Emperor replied, yeah, old man Marcus is a total grandpa. His schedule from when he wakes up at dawn until he sleeps is totally fixed. Kim Gong-ja continued, please let me know what his evening schedule is like. I need to do something with it. Sword Emperor responded, sure. A system notification appeared. Selection complete. The skill will be copied. Another notification followed, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, and that was how I saw the trauma of the Demon King. A system notification sounded, your hunter rank is now D rank. The penalty for your skill is taking place, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. The level of the penalty is medium. It is the hungry, demon's path. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, let's talk about the nightmare a little later. A few moments later, Anastasia approached. You're leaving already? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes, the 11th floor will be opening shortly. If I don't want to fall behind, I have to start preparing now. Anastasia frowned. You don't even know what the 11th floor is like. How are you going to prepare for it? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, there were no issues up to the 10th floor. But on the 12th floor, where the Demon King appears, you guys. Anastasia looked at him with concern. Kim Gong-ja, are you all right? You don't look so good. Are you hurt somewhere? Kim Gong-ja smiled faintly. I'm all right. I just got a little emotional seeing how such amazing people like you are gathered here. I guess I'm just astonished. Well, anyways, yes, I do know what the 11th floor is like. Not just that, I also know the contents of the 11th floor's quest. When I cleared the 10th floor, it gave me information about the quest as a reward. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. Can I take it that the reason you're telling us this is because you want to share the information with us as well? Of course, but on one condition. When I ask for a favor in the future, please fulfill it for me. Although I can't tell you what it is right now, I can guarantee that it won't put another person's life in danger or be a means to acquire money. If you think it's impossible to fulfill that request, then you can reject me when the time comes. Heresy Inquisitor raised his hand. That sounds like a really favorable condition to us. If we have the information, we should be able to think of how to take care of all the problems beforehand. I'm in. Countess hesitated. If we still have the choice to refuse then. I'm in as well, she said. I'll hear you out for now. Anastasia agreed. It doesn't sound like a deal that'd be disadvantageous for us. I'm agreeable too. Kim Gong-ja nodded. Okay, stage 1 clear. Kim Gong-ja turned to face them. I'll tell you all now about the Agam Empire, from the 11th floor to the 20th floor. Anastasia nodded. As expected, having the tutorial up to the 10th floor means we could be involved in a large-scale battle from the 11th floor onwards. I need to pass down some of this information to my guild members. Gosh, our members aren't that good in fights. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, with this, we should be able to clear the 11th stage easily. He spoke aloud. I'll take my leave now. Ah, Paladin. Paladin turned to him. Kim Gong-ja said, you're the vice guild leader of the Vigilante Guild, right? Can you take a walk with me? I need your advice on something. Paladin replied, I was about to get up as well. As long as it doesn't take too long. Kim Gong-ja said, "Not at all. 30 minutes would be enough." Paladin said, "Sure thing then." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I'll gladly accept your request for a date." A person nearby said, "Seeing as how there isn't an announcement yet, does that mean a nameless newbie cleared it?" His friend responded, "Impossible. There's probably some kind of deal happening within the high-ranking guilds." A girl commented, "I want to clear a stage too." Another boy asked, "Why is there zero information about the person who cleared the 10th floor?" Sword Emperor's voice broke through, "Hey, zombie, he's following you." Kim Gong-ja thought, "Are you sure?" Sword Emperor said, "Yeah, but don't look back. You won't be able to see him, even if you turn around. That old man is really stealthy, got a stealth skill." Kim Gong-ja replied, "All right, just make sure that he's following me." He thought to himself, "In the previous time, there was something that sent shivers down my spine. It's too late to resolve that misunderstanding with the Sword Saint on the 12th floor. I need to resolve that misunderstanding before we climb the tower. The relationship between the Sword Saint and the guild leaders is very strained. If he draws his sword against me, he'd automatically become enemies with the guild leaders. Imagine the news dropping that there's a traitor later on. That would be a shortcut to destruction." Paladin spoke again. "Kim Gong-ja, where are you going? If we go this way, we'll be entering a pretty dark neighborhood." Kim Gong-ja said, "There's a store I'd like to introduce to you." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I'm now baiting the Sword Saint. I purposely made myself visible based on the Sword Emperor's information about the Sword Saint's schedule. And when he saw me, he immediately started stalking me." Of course, Paladin is unaware of that. Paladin asked, "A store?" Kim Gong-ja answered, "It's a store operated by a nameless chemist, but she's really capable. Once her name spreads, she'll definitely make it big. I'm hoping you can take a look at her store and maybe purchase some of her products." Paladin raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious about what you just said?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Looks like she activated the lie detector skill." Kim Gong-ja said, "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Paladin asked. "I'm just asking out of concern, but you're sure nothing strange is going on?" Kim Gong-ja assured her, "I just want your help. Even if anything happens, I'd be the one in danger, not you. Please trust me." Kim Gong-ja thought it'll probably come out as the truth in her lie detector skill. Paladin hesitated, then said, "I'm sorry. People often tell me that I'm too suspicious of everything. Let's keep going." A few moments later, they arrived. Master Alchemist greeted them with excitement. "Ah! Hello." Kim Gong-ja said, "Boss, you're still working right now?" Master Alchemist grinned. "Although operating hours are over, my business is always open for you. You're my first regular after all." Master Alchemist then noticed Paladin. "But this person who came with you is..." Kim Gong-ja introduced the Vice Guild leader of the Vigilante Guild. She's also known as the Paladin. Master Alchemist was shocked. "The Vice Guild leader of the Vigilante Guild?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "That's the normal response from regular hunters." Master Alchemist exclaimed, "She's a very prestigious person. Why would she come to a place like this? Whoa, is this a drug bust? I don't produce any drugs or harmful medicines here. I've lived with a clear conscience, and I'll continue to do so. Please don't investigate me." Kim Gong-ja thought, "I take back what I said about this being normal." Paladin said, Kim Gong-ja thought she probably just used the lie detector skill again. Since everything is being determined as the truth, I'm sure she's confused. Kim Gong-ja quickly reassured Master Alchemist, "Boss, don't worry. That's not why I brought her here. You're such a capable and kind chemist after all." Master Alchemist asked, "So why?" Kim Gong-ja explained, "I just thought that with your skills, you deserve much more with your business than this. I feel like it's such a waste of your talent, so I wanted to introduce you to the Vice Guild leader." Master Alchemist looked intrigued. "An introduction?" Kim Gong-ja continued, "Please give her a potion sample for her to test. Who knows? Maybe if the effects of your potions are good, you could even make an exclusive contract with them. If you supply potions to the Vigilante Guild, things will probably get easier for you too." Master Alchemist's eyes lit up. "An angel." She grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hands. "You helped me when my store was about to be sold, and you placed such a huge order with me. And now you're connecting me with others too. How can I ever repay you?" Suddenly, Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry arrived. Kim Gong-ja turned around, sensing the presence. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry said, "Hey, apart from that man over there, the rest of you, please leave this place. I wish to speak with that person over there privately." The Paladin spoke, "The Sword Saint, what business do you have with him?" The Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry replied, "This young lady must have difficulties with hearing. I told you to leave this place. I have business with that man. What could you possibly need to discuss with Hunter Kim Gong-ja? The paladin asked, unfazed. The Sword Saint sighed. Could you please leave? This is the third time I've asked. If it didn't work the first time, it won't work the third or the 30th, Sword Saint. Have you forgotten simple truths like that as you've aged? The paladin retorted. Hunter Kim Gong-ja has officially joined the top 5 guilds. Attacking him would be the same as declaring war on us. Whatever you're planning, don't expect the Vigilante Guild to sit idly by. The Sword Saint's lips curled in a tight grin. Ha! As expected, all the guilds are in cahoots together. I knew it. He gripped his sword, ready to fight. The paladin scoffed. In cahoots? I'm genuinely getting more and more confused here. Sword Saint, I'm aware you've been reported for hunting people occasionally. Of course, the Vigilante Guild doesn't interfere with your personal crusades. However, it's a different story if you do so openly, right in front of me. I swear on my life that I will stop you. The Sword Saint challenged. Are you certain you can? No, I'll fight with everything I have and die. And the moment I do, you'll be reduced to a mere murderer of an innocent person. The paladin replied. If you wish to live as a murderer for the little time you have left, then bring it on. Kim Gong-ja watched silently, thinking to himself, one of the Sword Saint's weaknesses I learned last time. He's reluctant to fight innocent people. Just then, Marcus Calenbury remarked, Miss Paladin, you're the only one here who hasn't taken a life. All right, I'll try trusting you, Kim Gong-ja thought, noting that the paladin's refusal to kill made her an anomaly in the guild, a beacon of kindness, at least by the Sword Saint's standards. Suddenly, the master alchemist interrupted, Excuse me, I don't know what this is about, but this customer is my benefactor. Babylon may not have laws like the outside world, but I won't allow you to harm him, even if you are the Sword Saint. A few days ago, some thugs were harassing me, and he put a stop to it. So please leave my shop. I'm officially asking you to leave. Kim Gong-ja mused. How ironic. They might not be as strong as the Sword Saint, yet these kind-hearted people are the ones who can stand up to him. The paladin asked, So what will you do? If you're still determined, I'll take you on. The Sword Saint released his grip on his sword, stepping back. It seems today isn't the day, he said, turning to leave. Kim Gong-ja breathed a sigh of relief. Stage 2-5 condition cleared, he thought. At least I managed to talk to him before he tried to kill me. As the Sword Saint walked away, Kim Gong-ja called after him. Sword Saint, tomorrow at noon, I'll be waiting for you in the northern part of the city. If you want to understand what kind of person I am, meet me there. Marcus Calenbury glanced back before continuing on his way. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, There go 30 years off my life. Meeting the Moonlight Murderer in person. The paladin overheard and asked, Is the Sword Saint really known as a murderer? Not exactly, she replied. The top 5 guild leaders know a bit more. Apparently he lost his daughter and son-in-law, who lived outside, to a murderer. He's an old man who rarely shares personal details, so I don't know much else. So that's why he doesn't hesitate with murderers, Kim Gong-ja surmised. Perhaps. I've kept an eye on him, though I lack any hard evidence. And, of course, what I've shared with you is confidential. The Sword Emperor added, She's right. He told me about it once. His grandson and granddaughter barely survived the ordeal. Kim Gong-ja turned to the Sword Emperor. Why are you only mentioning this now? The Sword Emperor shrugged. You never asked. The paladin continued. I can understand how he feels. Working in the Vigilante Guild, I encounter people like that. Sometimes I wonder if it's right to let certain people live. The temptation to eliminate those who deserve it can be strong. The top guild leaders each have their own stories, she added. Since you've joined us, you'll learn them all in time. But there are plenty of places rotten to the core. I wonder how you'll react when you encounter them firsthand. She looked around and changed the subject. But anyway, how much are the potions here? The Vigilante Guild's budget is always tight, so we can't afford anything too expensive. The next day, the countdown displayed 00321. A crowd gathered, waiting in anticipation. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Today's atmosphere feels similar to my last attempt, but there's something different. Looking down at his phone, he noted to himself, That difference is me. As the seconds ticked down, Sword Saint Marcus Calenbury approached, his eyes narrowing. You're truly here alone. Is that because you're confident you can take me down, even on your own? I suppose someone like you, who's taken countless lives, would have confidence in their abilities. Kim Gong-ja remained silent, his expression unreadable. The Sword Emperor, observing from the side, called out, Zombie, are you all right? My heart hurts for him, Kim Gong-ja thought, before speaking aloud. Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Saint, I have something that I must tell you. I know why you're trying to kill me. You're coming out by yourself, huh? I guess you do know what sins you've committed. It's because of the detective's insight skill, right? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was shocked and said, How do you know that? Kim Gong-ja said, Please believe what I'm about to tell you. And he said to himself, It truly is hard to gain someone's trust. Everyone has something they're stubborn about. In the Sword Saint's case, it's his skills. The old man in front of me has lived with his stubbornness up until now, and that stubbornness has become his way of living. And what I'm going to do is reject the Sword Saint's way of living up until now and convince him that it's wrong. This will be very difficult, but I just need to risk my life for it. Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Saint, I'm a prophet. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was shocked and asked, What? Kim Gong-ja replied, More accurately, I possess a skill that's similar to prophesying. Because of this skill, I came to know that you have the skilled detective's insight. If this goes on, you will try to kill me, and I will ask you why you have to kill me. Then you'll tell me the reason. Because of that skill, you see the number 4093 above my head. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, Try guessing. How many fingers am I holding out on my left hand? Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry thought to himself, This shouldn't be hard for a prophet, as he put out 2 fingers. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, So, this is how he chooses to do it, huh? If you can't guess, I'll take it that you've lied to me. Kim Gong-ja suddenly grabbed his dagger, and Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was shocked, thinking to himself just as expected. Suddenly, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was even more surprised and said, What? System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, Try guessing. Kim Gong-ja said, You're trying to hide your left hand behind your back, huh? You're going to ask me to guess how many fingers you're holding out on your left hand. And if I'm a prophet, it wouldn't be hard for me to figure that out. Sword Saint, please believe me. I'm not lying about my skill. It'd be easy for you to kill me here, but without me it'd be impossible for us to clear the 12th floor safely. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, Wait a minute, just wait. This isn't good enough. It might not be a prophecy skill. It could be a see-through or mind-reading skill. How do I know that you're really a prophet as you say you are? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Yeah, I guess that doing this once wouldn't be enough. System notification, you have died. System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, No, this isn't good enough. Prove that you're not playing some kind of trick. For example, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, There's no easy way to persuade someone. System notification, you have died. System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Saint, you mustn't kill me here. There'll be a great number of casualties on the 12th floor. It's the truth. System notification, you have died. System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja said, Please believe me. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, But it's okay. Test me as many times as you want. System notification, you have died. System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Whether it takes a week or half a month, I'm confident I'll be able to convince you. System notification, you have died. System notification, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja said, I've died for longer than you've lived. I'm not saying that I'm innocent, and I'm not asking you to not kill me forever. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, What is it then? Kim Gong-ja said, 5 days? Please don't kill me for 5 days from now on. Follow me, see for yourself, and decide if I'm someone who deserves to die. It looks like you still don't believe my words. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I just need to deliver my final strike. I'll tell you something you told me in the far future. You said you'd believe that I'm a prophet if I told you this. The non-player character said, Oh, warriors. Oh, people who climb the tower. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was shocked and asked, What is it? Kim Gong-ja said, The Sword Emperor. The non-player character said, You'll be facing trials of trust. Kim Gong-ja said, I don't know whose nickname that is, but you said telling you this would be enough. The non-player character said, The answers you're looking for will once again reveal who you truly are. Why is why. You'll get to know about yourselves. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, Young man, you said 5 days, right? All right, I'll be following you for the next 5 days. I'll be watching everything you do, say, and how you behave. After that, I'll decide whether you deserve to die or if you're truly a prophet. Is this good enough? Kim Gong-ja said, yes, this is good enough. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's done. Making a pledge with the guild leaders and ensuring the Sword Saint wouldn't kill me on sight. The Sword Saint will probably trust me for the time being. I've met the requirements to stop innocent sacrifices on the 12th floor. Kim Gong-ja said, well then, Sword Saint, I'll see you at the next stage. The non-player character said, oh, people who are climbing the tower. Kim Gong-ja said, transmit. The non-player character said, may luck stay on your side. At the battle, a warrior said, be careful of the arrows, as she caught an arrow. Her friend said, what on earth is all this? Commander Sarbas Agim said, whoa, oh warriors who are going to save the Empire, please help us and save the Empire. System notification, quest name, supply route defense battle difficulty. F a mission objective, the Agim Empire is facing a disaster. The Demon King, who once only existed in legends, is leading an army. He is cunning, vicious, and strong. He is trying to block the Empire's supply route. Defend the port. This battle is the first step in saving the Empire, but if you fail, then the 11th floor will not open. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, everything's the same as last time up to this point, but Anastasia shouted, Black Dragon, assemble! From this point forward, the Black Dragon will take charge of this war. Heavenly Martial Clan, Vigilante Guild, take charge of the left wing and break through the enemies. Pantheon and the Merchant Troop will take the right wing. Black Dragon will break through the middle. If anyone has an issue with my commands, talk to me after the war is over. If you're able to talk, then use that time to kill one more monster. Viper yelled, my comrades, follow me. I'll kill anyone who dares to die before me. The Paladin said, what on earth is that? Everyone back up the Heavenly Martial Clan so that wild boar bastard won't feel lonely fighting alone, the Heresy Inquisitor added. Aha! Individual actions will lead to immediate execution. Make sure you move as a team, the Countess said. Everyone's so hot-blooded right now. Let's help them slowly without overstraining ourselves. Commander Sarbas Agim watched the battle and said, oh, look, the warriors from another world are attacking the monsters without hesitation, aren't they? Soldiers of our empire, let's join them. Everyone follow me. It looks like the goddess is still protecting our empire. As Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor watched the fight, the Sword Emperor asked, Zombie, are you all right? Wouldn't this make you stand out less? There's no one who enjoys standing out more than you. Wouldn't people be less interested in you compared to last time? Kim Gong-ja replied, well, I guess so, but this doesn't feel that bad. The Sword Emperor said, ho, rascal, did you grow up a little? As if, speaking of what I need to take care of. Meanwhile, Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry observed from behind. Kim Gong-ja suddenly looked back, startled. Kim Gong-ja asked, what are you doing over there? Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry said, I'm observing you. Didn't you say it just now? You asked me to observe you for 5 days before deciding whether to kill you or not. Kim Gong-ja said, you're not thinking of watching me 24 hours a day, are you? Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry said, of course that's what I'm going to do. Kim Gong-ja replied, sir, you ought to kill monsters too. Rewards are given according to how much you contribute, right? Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry made a single slash, decapitating the goblins. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry said, I'll kill some from time to time, so don't worry about me. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, stubborn old fart. Kim Gong-ja said, ugh, seriously. He walked toward Anastasia and her guildmates, who stopped him. What business do you have with the guild leader? Anastasia looked behind and said, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. And the Sword Saint? I'm busy commanding my guild right now. Tell me what you need in 30 seconds. Hey, Team 4, don't run around stupidly. Stay in your own position. Kim Gong-ja said, Black Dragon Leader, I have the 10th floor clear rewards. Anastasia replied, yes, so? Kim Gong-ja said, this mini-map is the reward. I can see the whole battlefield and the locations of the enemies as well as our allies. Anastasia turned around in shock and said, really? Kim Gong-ja said, why would I lie? I'm telling the truth. Anastasia said, you should have come to me earlier. What have you been doing? Tell me. Where's the boss monster? She grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hand. Kim Gong-ja said, it's surrounded by monsters, so I can't see it clearly, but based on the map, it's over here. Anastasia said, tell me you agree with me using my skills, quickly. Kim Gong-ja said, I agree with the Black Dragon Leader's usage of skills. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this person's true personality comes out when she's really busy. Anastasia then said, teleport. They teleported near the goblin boss. Anastasia asked, where? Kim Gong-ja said, over there. Anastasia said, teleport. They teleported on top of the goblin boss. Anastasia said, you're good with a sword, right? Kim Gong-ja replied, that's enough to kill that monster. Anastasia threw Kim Gong-ja toward the goblin boss and shouted, then, go forth. Kim Gong-ja slashed the boss in half. A goblin asked his friend, Kei Keruk. His friend replied, Kei rear. Kim Gong-ja looked at them and said, what? Do you want to get split in half too? The goblins fled the scene shouting, Keruk, Ki Kim Gong-ja. Oh, they're running away. A warrior shouted, go after them and beat them up. Get every single one of them. Stop right there, you goblin bastards. Anastasia shouted in excitement, yes. Great job, Kim Gong-ja. My goodness, to think we cleared the stage in under an hour. I think fewer than 50 hunters died. Maybe not even 30. This can't get any better. Kim Gong-ja was shocked and thought to himself, this person. The reason she was so emotionless last time. Could it be that a lot of hunters died because they didn't know what to do? And now she's happy because there aren't many casualties? What an unexpectedly simple person. Whether she's happy or sad depends on how many people have died. Kim Gong-ja said, there, you've gotten too excited. Please, calm down a little. Anastasia said, one should be allowed to act excited when they're excited. I'll praise you again. You did really well, Kim Gong-ja. I've never seen so few casualties in all the time we've been raiding the tower. You ought to be proud. Even though you would have wanted to clear the level alone and keep all the rewards. I'm really glad that you're like a new hero to us. All the press will be running to you from today onwards, so brace yourself. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, staring at Anastasia. That's right. This is it. Being able to get the attention of so many people, being treated like a hero, and being envied, these would usually put me on cloud 9. But as he held the soft hands of Anastasia, he continued to tell himself, it can't compare to being acknowledged by them. People who have worked hard until now, even if they can't say the results were the best, they can definitely say they did their best. The Sword Saint, the Black Dragon Leader, and so many others like them who have worked so hard. I want to live a life worthy of being acknowledged by them. And I want to protect these people. System notification, calculating raid contributions. And he continued to tell himself, so that beings like the Demon King won't be able to make fools out of us. So we won't be insulted or humiliated by people like the Flame Emperor, and so we don't have to waste time on dirty tricks. I just want to acknowledge these people and be acknowledged by them. System notification, calculations completed. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I want to be respected by them. The Sword Emperor said, rascal. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, even if that might be an impossible dream, I want to live a life like that. The Sword Emperor said, you're a rascal worth looking after. System notification, raid contributions ranking 1. Kim Gong-ja 2, Black Witch 3, Cult Interrogator 4, Viper 5, Paladin 6, Countess 7. Sword Saint Kim Gong-ja said to himself, in a world that's changed like this, it makes me want to change a little as well. The rankings are different from last time too. System notification, high-ranking raiders will enter the 12th floor first. Anastasia said, if we ride this momentum, we might clear the 20th floor quickly, who knows? System notification, until the high-ranking raiders receive their reward, the remaining raiders cannot enter the 12th floor. Anastasia said, I thought we'd lose at least 5,000 people, but we have a seriously good start. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, no, if I leave things as they are, we'd have to pay too high a price on the 12th floor. Especially since we'd be losing our only talent who's about to make exchanges with the outside world. If that happens, it won't just be 5,000 people, we might lose 50,000 or 500,000. As they began to teleport to the next stage, Kim Gong-ja said, so, I'm going to carry them. A few moments later, they arrived. Viper said, ho? Anastasia said, to think we'd come to a place like this. The Heresy Inquisitor said, Hunter Kim Gong-ja, that was amazing. I never imagined you'd pull off a combined attack with the Black Dragon Leader like that. Aha! Is the ability to detect where the boss monster is one of the rewards from the previous stages? Kim Gong-ja said, wait a minute. I have something to tell everyone. As Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry silently observed at the back, Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "It's done. Even the Sword Saint won't attack me anymore." Kim Gong-ja said, "I told all of you something yesterday, right? That I need you all to listen to one of my requests, no matter when I ask it." The Heresy Inquisitor said, "Ah, yes. Of course I remember." Kim Gong-ja said, "Please listen to my request now. For 5 days starting now, please don't do anything and just stay here. If you do that, I'll clear the 20th floor in 5 days." The non-player character said, "Oh, warriors who climb the tower," a person shouted, "11th floor! Open the 11th floor!" The non-player character said, "You'll face trials from the 11th to the 20th floor." The non-player character said, "The trial of trust." Kim Gong-ja said, "I told you all something yesterday. Remember?" The non-player character said, "All of you will find the answer." Kim Gong-ja said, "I said I need you all to listen to one of my requests, no matter when I ask for it." The non-player character said, "The answer you find will reveal who you are once again." Kim Gong-ja said, "Please listen to my request now." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "This is the answer I was looking for." Kim Gong-ja said, "For 5 days starting now, please don't do anything and just stay here. If you do that, I'll clear the 20th floor within 5 days. Anastasia was shocked and said, "Wait a minute. 5 days? Did I hear you wrongly? If that's a joke, it's not a very funny one." Kim Gong-ja said, "You heard me right. This isn't a joke." Viper, Heresy Inquisitor, and Paladin were shocked into silence. Anastasia said, "That's impossible. You know it, don't you? It took us years to clear up to the 10th floor. Although we did clear the 11th floor in less than an hour just now, aren't you being a bit too overconfident? Maybe you're just a little too excited?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Please, I cleared the 10th floor, didn't I? Granted, I did it for my own sake, but I shared the rewards and results with everyone here. We all benefited from the development of the 11th floor stage and the location of the boss monster. I'm not the only one who gained from it. Everyone here did. So I believe I have the right to ask this favor from all of you. Regardless of whether I clear the 20th floor or not, all I'm asking is for everyone to wait 5 days. System notification, welcome Hunter Kim Gong-ja. System notification, you've successfully cleared the 11th floor as rank 1. Kim Gong-ja said, "This is my request." System notification, you will be given your 11th floor clear reward. System notification, the Goddess of Protection is offering you a reward. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is offering you a reward. As Kim Gong-ja looks behind him, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Demon King, you're panicking because we're not fighting among ourselves, right?" System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain suggests you take his reward. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain hints that you could give up on rewards altogether. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is acting suspiciously. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is urging you to make a decision. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain cannot understand what you're thinking. Heresy Inquisitor said, "This is simple. Hunter Kim Gong-ja shared information about the 11th floor raid with us and asked us to listen to one request in return. We promised him we'd fulfill it as long as it wasn't an impossible one. So, waiting here for 5 days and doing nothing, even though dealing with the press for 5 days won't be simple, it's still not an impossible request. I'll agree to it." Anastasia said, "It is indeed not an impossible request, but..." Heresy Inquisitor said, "A promise is a promise, Black Dragon Leader." Anastasia said, "Sure, a promise is a promise." Viper said, "I'm not entirely sure what you're planning, but all right." Countess said, "You must have something in mind, right? I'll go along with you then." Paladin said, "Okay, I promise that I won't do anything for 5 days." Anastasia said, "If everyone's okay with it, I'll follow along as well." In that case, I'll wait for 5 days too." Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry said, "I have never made such a promise though. I only promised to observe him for 5 days. I'm not obliged to listen to other requests beyond that. If you're leaving to clear up to the 20th floor, then by our promise, I'm going to follow you." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, that's fine." And he thought to himself, while I plan to subjugate the Demon King alone, having the Sword Saint beside me does give me a sense of relief. No need to reject that. Kim Gong-ja said, "All right, everyone, thank you for agreeing to my request. I'll see you in 5 days." As Kim Gong-ja walked away and opened the door, Sword Emperor said, "Huh? why aren't any of the NPCs moving? Kim Gong-ja said, it's because the quest hasn't started. Sword Emperor said, quest? Kim Gong-ja said, no one has chosen a role. Right now, the Empire doesn't have a chancellor or a Night Order captain. Originally, the hunters were supposed to complete the quest from the 12th to the 20th floor. The quest began the moment we entered the 11th floor stage. That's likely the correct order. But haven't we been in the 12th floor for a while now? Why is it taking so long to give us the quest? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, we need to choose the roles first before the quest can start. Which means, Kim Gong-ja said, if we don't choose roles, the quest won't begin. The Demon King's invasion won't start, and the Empire won't have to fight the invasion. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain suggests you take his reward. Kim Gong-ja said, however, Sword Emperor. System notification, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is urging you to make a decision. Kim Gong-ja said, what if I kill the Demon King in this state? What would happen? Sword Emperor said, what? Kim Gong-ja said, I'm asking, what would happen if I kill the boss monster before the quest even begins? Kim Gong-ja opened his mini-map. Kim Gong-ja said, it's simple. No one would be able to choose the Demon King's reward. Of course, there wouldn't be any traitors either. He'll just get killed before he can play any tricks. System notification. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is furious at you. System notification. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is manifesting himself. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, how dare you, warrior of the goddess. Do things in the right order. It's impertinent of you to come here without making a choice. Kim Gong-ja said, what nonsense is that? I already made my choice, didn't I? The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, what are you talking about? Kim Gong-ja pointed his sword at the Demon King of Autumn Rain and said, look, this is the best decision I can make. Demon King, I'm going to kill you before the quest even starts. That way, you won't be able to kill a single hunter or a single person in the Empire. No one has to die, and there won't be any traitors. Do you get it? It'll be a happy ending without any sacrifices. I've never liked bad endings. Maybe it's just my personality, but I've always preferred happy endings whenever possible. You're getting in the way of my reaching that happy ending. Sorry, but please die. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, how dare you? How dare you try to stop me on your own without any help from the Empire? As the clock ticks, Kim Gong-ja raised his sword and said, to hell with getting help. In a world that's frozen, with my sword as the only needle on the clock. Warriors usually fight alone. The 5 days of eternity begin. In the past, the creature opened its eyes the day the rain fell. A frog said, croak, 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 croak. As the frog jumped around the forest, suddenly, it was swallowed whole. As it tried to escape, suddenly, it escaped. It jumped onto a stone and looked at the rain. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, it rained. The frog said, croak. That creature wanted to live just a little longer. As the Demon King of Autumn Rain suddenly attacked Kim Gong-ja. System notification. You have died. Kim Gong-ja wrote a line on his hand with a Sharpie, counting how many deaths he had endured. Sword Emperor said, zombie. There's nothing remarkable about that guy's sword technique. He's just attacking with brute strength, which is terrifying in itself. Kim Gong-ja said, but if I can predict his moves, I can dodge him. Sword Emperor said, that's right. System notification, you have died. Kim Gong-ja wrote another line. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, this is the prison of time. He drank his elixir and fought the Demon King of Autumn Rain again. A huge hand was about to crush him. System notification, you have died. He wrote another line on his hand. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I wonder what would happen if the quest went as expected. How many soldiers would die on a battlefield like a flooded torrent? Each death means that at least 20 years of someone's life ceases to exist. If 20 soldiers die, that's 200 years gone. 100 deaths would mean 2,000 years lost. To save those years, I chose not to pick any roles. System notification, you have died. System notification returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, in that case, I need to be prepared for eternity. Sword Emperor said, but can you dodge the attack even if you know the direction it's coming from, you weak zombie? Kim Gong-ja said, just shut up, will you? System notification, you have died. Sword Emperor said, you're still too inexperienced in using aura. That's your problem. You need to balance the flow of your aura throughout your body. Kim Gong-ja said, That's easy for you to say. System notification. You have died. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "How dare you, warrior of the goddess, follow the right order? Your arrogance comes from the empire, doesn't it?" Kim Gongja said, "All right then. Let's start with a strike today as well." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "What?" Kim Gongja said, "The warrior has slashed the Demon King. System notification, you have died." Kim Gongja said, "The Demon King has slashed the warrior. What else is there to discuss here? System notification, you have died." Kim Gongja said, "Bring it on, Demon King. I am the sword of the empire." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "All right, prove it to me then." Kim Gongja said, "Sure, I'll show you. System notification, you have died." As the clock went back again, Kim Gongja continued to fight, saying to himself, "With my sword as the only needle on the clock." Kim Gongja said to himself, "For even a single second to move in this world, my sword has to move. Though I'm just a sword that measures 1 second, this world can only breathe again because of that single second. Even if floods cover the earth, like a single drop of water that must flow, I have no choice but to keep fighting through that single second, even if it means doing so for eternity." As Kim Gongja writes multiple lines on his hand, Anastasia shouted in joy, "Great job, Kim Gongja. Unbelievable, we cleared this floor in less than an hour, and fewer than 40 people died." As Kim Gongja writes on his wrist, Anastasia continued, "Great job, Kim Gongja. My goodness, we cleared this stage in less than 50 minutes. Moreover, your suggestion to join forces with Tomund, the veteran shield soldier, was superb. I think fewer than 30 hunters died." And Kim Gongja continued to write on his wrist. Anastasia said, "And we did it in less than 40 minutes. I think less than 20 hunters died." As Kim Gongja writes another line, Anastasia said, "It's unbelievable. Great job, Kim Gongja. We simply followed your instructions and healed Jeshua, the knight, to fight the golem together. Maybe fewer than 10 people died. To think that's possible on a battlefield like that." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "You bastard, why are you laughing?" Kim Gongja said, "Because I feel happy." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "Does dying here bring you some kind of happiness?" Kim Gongja said, "You wouldn't understand. No one would." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "How arrogant." Kim Gongja said, "I'm just a simple man." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "A pitiful one." System notification, you have died. Kim Gongja said to himself, "But I didn't give up because there's no reason to. My sword is faster today than it was yesterday, and it'll be even faster tomorrow." Anastasia silently said, "I've just confirmed it, Kim Gongja. Not even one person." Kim Gongja said to himself, "Because I'm alive," and Anastasia said, "Not one person died." Anastasia held Kim Gongja's hand full of lines and said, "I even checked with Pantheon and not a single person died. Sure, there were some fools who got injured, but no one died." As she couldn't control her tears, she hugged Kim Gongja and said, "Thank you. Really, thank you so much." Kim Gongja said to himself, "I want to live a little longer now." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "How dare you? How dare you try to stop me alone?" Kim Gongja said, "I already told you warriors fight alone." The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "Foolish one." As Kim Gongja dodged the swing of the Demon King of Autumn Rain, he continued to fight. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "My shadows are made up of all your wickedness." Kim Gongja said to himself, "Here he comes," as his sword charged up. Anastasia's mirror suddenly broke as it deflected the attack of the Demon King of Autumn Rain, and Kim Gongja was shocked. Anastasia suddenly arrived and said, "I'm sorry, Kim Gongja. Although you asked me to stay in the audience chamber, I grew impatient. I came after you, curious about what you were up to." Enjoying yourself, huh?" Kim Gongja said, "I'm trying to act like a warrior here. It feels pretty amazing." Anastasia said, "I can see why. That creature looks like it's worth hunting. I can't let you have all the fun. I'm joining in." Kim Gongja said, "Wow, are you really going to steal my kill after I've nearly finished it?" Anastasia said, "Stealing someone's kill is the best feeling in the world, don't you know?" Kim Gongja said, "Agreed." Laughter. The Demon King of Autumn Rain, annoyed, said, "Bastards." Kim Gongja said, "I'm sorry. I wanted to fight you alone, though. But now that I think about it, warriors have always fought in groups. Since it's tradition, you'll let it slide, right?" The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, "You're trying to take over the heavens with petty tricks, huh? I won't play with you using a sword anymore. Oh, 100 souls, respond to my voice." As the goblins appeared on the ground, Anastasia was shocked and said, We can't handle this by ourselves. Sword Saint, what are you doing just standing there? Help us. Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry said, I was going to observe a little longer. It hasn't even been 30 seconds since he started fighting the boss monster. Kim Gong-ja said, He's right. I plan to hold out for a minute and then ask for help. Anastasia said, Seriously, whatever. Both of you, take my hands. We're getting out of here. Kim Gong-ja said, No, it's all right. Kim Gong-ja pointed his finger to the sky and used his skill 100 Souls Summon. The Demon King of Autumn Rain felt shivers in his spine and said, What? System notification. A skill has been activated. Dark energy formed around Kim Gong-ja. In a different scene, in the past, a girl said to herself, That creature grew larger, and each new body brought it a new kind of happiness, even the happiness that comes from killing. The girl suddenly was shocked as she saw the lion and ran away, shouting in fear, Save me! Dad, help me! As it chased her. She shouted, Anyone. As she screamed, she said to herself, How fragrant! What is this smell? The creature devoured its prey as if bewitched, absorbing the memories of its victims. It tried to consume everything without leaving anything behind. As she stood up, her father shouted, My little girl! Estelle! How many times have I told you not to go out alone? Didn't you hear what the doctor said? Your body is too weak. Suddenly he stopped and said, What's with your clothes? Estelle said, Dad, I think I'm all better now. Estelle said to herself, That was the first name the Demon King had ever received. Back in the fight, a system notification said, A skill has been activated. As skeletons appeared out of nowhere, Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Emperor, you were curious why I chose the 100 Souls Summon, right? Sword Emperor said, Yeah, I was. Kim Gong-ja said, I was drawn to this skill the moment I heard of it, a technique that can enhance aura. I thought it would be cool to use a powerful light like the Demon King, but I think differently about it now. A system notification said, Skill card open. Another system notification said, 100 Souls Summon rank, SS effect, you can summon the people you've killed as monsters. The dead will not retain their skills or memories from life. They can only be summoned as basic monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. However, you can summon them only once per week. Kim Gong-ja said, To summon all the people I've killed as monsters. Here's a question. How many people do you think I've killed so far? Sword Emperor said, That flame retardant, something else, and yourself. A total of 2? Kim Gong-ja said, That's right. That's probably what you'd think. But why would the Sword Saint's detective's insight show 4,000 kill counts above my head? That means the tower calculates kill counts differently. I'll ask you again, how many deaths do you think I've caused? Sword Emperor was shocked as an army of skeletons appeared, holding Kim Gong-ja's knife. As they made a growling sound, Kim Gong-ja laughed and said, I've killed so many. Anastasia was shocked and said, Unbelievable. Is this your skill? Kim Gong-ja said, Yes. Anastasia said, Oh my God. A skill that can summon thousands of monsters? So this is how you were able to clear the 10th floor by yourself. Kim Gong-ja lied and said, Yeah. The Demon King said, But how do you have the same skill as I do? Kim Gong-ja said, Are you curious? Too bad. I don't plan on telling you why. The Demon King said, I can't forgive you. Such a thing must not be allowed. Oh goddess, how long do you intend to ridicule me? Didn't you promise to take in all my resentment? Kim Gong-ja shouted, Sword Saint, please fight alongside the skeletons. If you do, they won't be pushed back. Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry said, All right. Although fighting with monsters bothers me, it's better than fighting with you. Kim Gong-ja said, Black Dragon Leader, please help me. Together, we'll take care of the Demon King. Anastasia said, Understood. Just don't hold me back. Kim Gong-ja shouted, Oh, 100 souls, show me what you do best. Kill them and die. As the army of the dead charged forward, they swarmed the goblins, crushing them, yet they continued to stand and fight again. Sword Emperor was shocked and said, Damn, who do these skeletons take after? They're so damn tenacious. A battalion of monsters unafraid of death, huh? It's terrifying. The Demon King said, How dare you? How dare a mere human from another world do this? Someone who doesn't carry a single ill intention, resentment, or tie to life in this world. How dare you stand in my way? Kim Gong-ja said, Why should where I come from matter? I'm standing right here, right now. But if you insist I'm not qualified enough, then stop talking. A system notification said, The tower presents you with your nickname. Another system notification said, Your nickname will be the Death Sovereign. Kim Gong-ja said, "The tower provides the proof that I am qualified." A system notification said, "Respect to the sovereign that harvests death." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "That creature, it doesn't age. On the contrary, it was beautiful every single day." The scent it carried bewitched many people. Her followers shouted, "Estelle Nim, oh, saintess of the border. Saintess, I've heard you can cure any type of illness." As the child sobbed, the child's mother said, "Please help this child who's gravely ill. Have mercy on this little one and pour out your blessings." The child said, sobbing. Estelle said, "You know the rule, right? Leave the child here and come back when the sun rises tomorrow. I'll take care of the rest." The mother said, "I leave it all to you, saintess." As the child continued to cry a few moments later, Estelle looked at the child and carried it as it hiccuped. Estelle smelled the child and said, "How fragrant. This is the depth of a human's love. Your mother chose the best rags to cover you." As Estelle played with the child, Estelle said to herself, "Even in rags, life is brilliant." Estelle said to the child, "You'll no longer be in pain. Happiness exists in the world because of this person's miracle." As she said to the child, "Pitiful one." As she devoured the child's flesh and bones, Estelle absorbed the child's memories. Estelle said, "I see you've lived a life of pain. I know it all now. Everything will be okay, my child. I'll ease your pain." She pointed at the child and it melted, shouting in pain, "Kia." Estelle said, "Pitiful one." The next day, Estelle said to the mother, "Your child will grow healthier now and won't fall sick so often. Please continue to cherish your baby as you've done so far." The mother said, "Ah, thank you." As followers grew, they said, "Thank you so much, saintess. Oh, savior of the sick." A lady said, "Thank you for helping me to walk again." A man said, "I can see again. Thanks to you. You're truly our savior." In another scene, a merchant said, "Did the farmers flee again? Are you saying they went to join the saintess who saves?" As the people said, "Oh, savior of the sick," soldiers gathered and said, "The authority of the goddess has fallen to rock bottom. Are we going to let the cultists go unpunished? Show no mercy to the witch's followers. Burn down the witch's base." The soldiers then burned the town. A follower said, "Saintess." As the screams of pain echoed, a soldier shouted, "Don't let a single one of them live. They're all monsters cursed by their own twisted hearts." Estelle was shocked at the sight, screaming, "All of you who don't see humans as humans, be devoured by your evil hearts." Back in the battle, Anastasia shouted, "Kim Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja landed and said, "I'm all right." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, left side, right side, thinking about where the Demon King would swing its sword. As the Demon King smashed him, a system notification said, "You have died." Kim Gong-ja said, "Left side, huh?" A system notification said, "Returning to 24 hours prior." A system notification said, 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's been noted that using the Returner's Clockwork Watch allows memories and stats to remain. As the Demon King swung its sword, a system notification said, "You have died." A system notification said, "Returning to 24 hours prior." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Those stats include the skills as well. Just as the Sword Emperor remembers my memories after I return, my abilities will also be the same as they were at the time of my death." A system notification said, 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "And the cooldown time is the same too." Anastasia shouted, "Kim Gong-ja." A system notification said, "You have died." A system notification said, 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, another day passed by. As the fight repeated itself, a system notification said, "You have died." A system notification said, 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. A system notification said, 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. A system notification said, 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. A system notification said, 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds until you can use 100 souls summon again. Anastasia shouted, "Kim Gong-ja!" Kim Gong-ja evaded the attack and said, "I'm all right." The Demon King shouted, "You bastard, a mere human bound to die. Do you possess the eyes of prophecy?" A system notification said, You are now able to use 100 souls summon. Kim Gong-ja said, something like that. A system notification said, a skill has been activated. The Demon King was shocked and said, what?
As thousands of skeletons appeared, they began to fight.
Kim Gong-ja leaped forward. The Sword Emperor said, you're seriously one persistent bastard, but this is awesome. Hey, zombie, try doing repeat summons next time. Maybe hide somewhere and summon again after a week. Kim Gong-ja said, let's talk later. Sword Emperor said, I think the previous summons would be cancelled, and only the latest one would be recognized. But who knows? Maybe repeated summons could turn you into a zombie king. Kim Gong-ja said, just shut up already. I can't focus, a system notification said. You have died. Kim Gong-ja shouted in frustration. Oh, I need to do this for another week because of you. Sword Emperor said, ha ha, blame yourself for being weak. None of it is my fault. A system notification said, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second until you can use 100 souls summon again. Kim Gong-ja said, I swear one day I'll beat the crap out of you. Sword Emperor said, I'm already dead though. How do you plan to beat up a ghost? Blah blah blah. Kim Gong-ja said, ah. Sword Emperor said, anyway, as frustrated as you are, go kill the Demon King already. I cleared the 20th floor alone without any cheat-like skills. Kim Gong-ja said, Black Dragon Leader, he's coming from the right next. Anastasia said, got it. Anastasia charged her energy and used her mirrors, and shoots at the Demon King. As she hits the Demon King, Kim Gong-ja said, nice shot, madam. Anastasia said, who are you calling madam? I'm still very young. Kim Gong-ja said, yeah, because of those elixirs. Anastasia said, we'll talk about that after we kill the Demon King. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, after this, I'll watch the Demon King regain its strength. He then said, all right, Black Dragon Leader, he's coming from the left. Sword Saint, dodge left and will charge once his body is wide open. Anastasia said, understood. As Anastasia evaded the attack and used her mirrors, she attacked the Demon King. The Demon King shouted, you bastards, how dare you do this to my resentment, my resentment. Kim Gong-ja was shocked and said, skin? A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. Kim Gong-ja was confused and said, what? A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 13th floor. Kim Gong-ja said, wait, how can a boss monster escape just when I'm about to kill it? The Demon King shouted, don't misunderstand, I'll be back. Kim Gong-ja cursed under his breath. You black sesame shake-like bastard. As Kim Gong-ja, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, and Anastasia watched the drop of black liquid from the Demon King, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what did I do all this for? A system notification said, the tower has recognized your decision. A system notification said, setting up hidden quest. A system notification said, the 12th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 13th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 14th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 15th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 16th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 17th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 18th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 19th floor quest will be revised. Kim Gong-ja was confused and thought to himself, quests can be revised? A system notification said, warrior of a world where time is stopped. Difficulty, unknown mission objective, you've resolved yourself. You've decided not to let a single person lose their life. Your justice asks for nothing in return and your devotion does not seek recognition. A warrior is someone who holds justice and devotion in equal measure. Oh warrior, the people of this continent may never know your justice or your devotion, but justice remains justice, and devotion remains devotion. Will you choose to be a warrior in a world where time has stopped? The Demon King has been injured and has escaped. He couldn't have gone far. You may pursue him if you wish. The choice is yours. A system notification said, will you accept the quest? Kim Gong-ja said yes. A system notification said, hidden quest activated. Warrior of a world where time has stopped. A system notification said, may luck stay on your side. A system notification said, the Demon King cannot be detected on the 12th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King's retreat has been confirmed. A system notification said, a change in history. Anastasia said, what is this? Kim Gong-ja, what on earth is happening? Sword Emperor said, I've never experienced anything like this before. What's going on? Kim Gong-ja said, Huh? Black Dragon Leader, look over there. The castle walls. I think the number of flags has greatly decreased. Anastasia said, yes, you're right. Hold on to me. We need to check it out. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, I agree. Anastasia said, teleport. As they looked at the city changing right before their eyes, Kim Gong-ja said, change of history. History has changed. By right, the Demon King should have invaded the Aegim Empire. Whether he wins or gets destroyed in death, the part where he invades the empire was fixed in history. But in this world, the Demon King's invasion has become non-existent. A system notification said, the 11th floor quest will be revised. A system notification said, the 12th floor quest will be revised. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, in the time that has passed, history has changed because of me. A merchant said, this is an Alibrant apple, one even elves love. It's cheap, buy now. A lady in the crowd said, the water in the sauna is seriously of bad quality these days. What are those managing it doing? They should do something about the water. A lady who gossips said, gosh, those princes are really troublemakers. Please help donate. The goddess of protection loves all of you. Kim Gong-ja said, over there. Commander Sarbas Agim shouted, who are you guys? How impertinent. How dare you step foot in our castle? Come down right now. As Kim Gong-ja remembered him before asking for help, Kim Gong-ja said, Sarbas Agim Nim, and was confused. Huh? Commander Sarbas Agim said, you disgusting thief. How do you know my name? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I see. Commander Sarbas Agim said, bastards. Didn't you hear me asking you to come down? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, he, who is a friendly soldier of the Empire on the 11th floor, is treating me like a total stranger. As Commander Sarbas Agim said to him before, please help our Empire, Kim Gong-ja laughed and said, ha 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 ha. As Commander Sarbas Agim was shocked, Kim Gong-ja continued, ha ha, aha ha ha, aha, na 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 na, ha ha ha, na 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 na, da aha ha, ha ha ha. Kim Gong-ja shouted, I protected them. I protected the Empire. I kept my promise without a single sense of shame. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, several hundred days. Kim Gong-ja shouted, without a single regret. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, with just the resolve of not wanting anyone to die, I spent hundreds of days driving back the Demon King. Kim Gong-ja shouted, I'm proud of myself. As the lines on his hands remained, reminders of the countless deaths he endured, he shouted in joy, I did it, Kim Gong-ja said to himself. I lived like trash. I lived while envying, scoffing at others, and wasting the day away by drinking. He remembered messaging the chat room saying, I want to become like the Flame Emperor too. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I used the coldness of the world as an excuse for hardening my heart. I threw away my life. A system notification said, stage clear. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, but today I stand proud. A system notification said, we're announcing this again. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, even if the world looks upon the Black Dragon Leader and the Sword Saint. A system notification said, the 12th floor has been cleared today. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I stand here proud of what I have done. A system notification said, calculating the number of raiders. A system notification said, calculation complete. A system notification said, there are a total of 3 raiders. A system notification said, raid contributions ranking, rank 1. Death Sovereign, rank 2. Black Witch, rank 3. Sword Saint Commander Sarbas Agim was confused and said, What on earth are you talking about? Kim Gong-ja shouted, Sarbas Agim Nim, please take care of the Empire. I'm sorry, but this is where my role as the warrior ends. Defeating the Demon King is the end for me. Although there are definitely areas in the Empire that are still rotten, you do what you need to do from now on. I wish you all the best. You can do it. As Sword Emperor joined Kim Gong-ja, laughing, ah ha ha ha. You crazy bastard. I thought you'd be more serious, like an adult, but you're just showing off everything you did. Kim Gong-ja said, there's no helping it, is there? I'm too lovely today. Sword Emperor rolled in the air saying, crazy Kim, bastard. I like how you're not acting like a loser. Ah ha ha ha. Kim Gong-ja said, hey, Black Dragon Leader, what are you doing? Let's go to the 13th floor quickly, Anastasia said with disgust in her voice. Right. There isn't anyone normal among the high-ranking hunters. I understand. Kim Gong-ja said confused, what? And she said, teleport. As they teleported away, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, the right to enter first is always given to rank number 1. Anastasia said, Death Sovereign, represent us and say transmit. Kim Gong-ja said, all right, and he said, Transmit. A system notification said, you are being teleported to the 13th floor. A system notification said, welcome, Death Sovereign. The Demon King shouted, I won't forgive you. How dare you? How dare you take my children? The children I took in after sparing them. How dare you take them away as you please? Are you ridiculing me? Are you intending to take away my flesh, my blood, and my soul? I'll curse you. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, what a horrifying scream. I've never heard anything like that before. Anastasia said, yeah, what happened for it to scream that way? Sword Emperor said, huh? What's with that bastard? Isn't he weaker now? Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, what? Sword Emperor said, well, it should have been severely injured since that witch woman pierced it with her aura. But this doesn't seem like it's just because it's injured. It's like its level dropped. For example, let's say that guy was an SS rank Great Goblin King on the 12th floor. But now it feels like he's just a Great Goblin King without the SS rank. Not only that, he's only around the level of the Great Goblin King that you defeated without much effort using Gorok on the 5th floor. How weird. Boss monsters are only supposed to get stronger as you climb up the tower, you know? Could the aura burst that the witch used have some kind of leveling down effect? Kim Gong-ja said to himself. Did an unexpected change occur on this floor? A system notification said, calculating clear reward. A system notification said, impossible to calculate. A system notification said, all the rewards can only be calculated when you clear the 19th floor. A system notification said, only an unofficial reward can be given to you currently. A system notification said, blessing, Battle God's blessing has been enhanced. A system notification said, all the maps from the 11th floor to the 20th floor have been revealed. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, a world map? Kim Gong-ja said, I got it. As Sword St. Marcus Callenberry and Anastasia looked at him confused, Kim Gong-ja said, I know why the Demon King is acting that way. Black Dragon Leader, please think about the previous stage. The history where the Demon King invades the capital has ceased to exist. The refugee camp had also disappeared altogether. Think about it. Where did the refugees escape from? Wouldn't it be either from the Empire or from somewhere else in the world? And yet, the camp of those refugees completely disappeared. Anastasia said, I see. Kim Gong-ja said, not only did the history of the invasion of the Empire change, but the history of the invasion of the entire world has been changed as well. Yes, we've returned to an era in which the Demon King has yet to invade the continent. As the Demon King shouted in frustration, Ka-ah, Kim Gong-ja said, and this is the time when the temple was being attacked. Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, that guy's level did go down. Sword Emperor, confused, said, huh? Kim Gong-ja said, you know that voice that always informs the hunters that they've leveled up? A system notification said, your existence has become even clearer. Kim Gong-ja said, I get the hunters leveling up part, but what's with the existence part of the sentence? I thought they just wanted to make it sound cooler. That boss monster probably grew stronger as it killed numerous citizens of the Empire and refugees as well. But the slaughtering and hunting have now changed and ceased to exist. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain is enraged. Kim Gong-ja said, that's just the amount of growth it now doesn't have. A system notification said, the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain is becoming fainter. The Demon King shouted, Ka! Kim Gong-ja said, its existence is becoming fainter. The Demon King screamed, you bastards. Kim Gong-ja said, let's go. Let's raise the beacon fire of counterattack. The Demon King shouted, 100 souls, Zalal, 10,000 demons. My children, kill all of them. Anastasia said, I've always hated zombie movies. Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Emperor, let's make a bet. Make a guess on how many times I'll die while getting to the 19th floor. Sword Emperor said, okay, I'm going with less than 100 deaths. Kim Gong-ja said, in that case, I'll go with less than 99 deaths. Sword Emperor said, wow, you dirty bastard. Let's see the zombie bastard take out his own kind. In return, since it's a bet, I won't be helping you at all this time. All right? Kim Gong-ja said, you got it. A system notification said, you have died. A system notification said, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja said, gosh, we have to do something about the numbers first. Black Dragon Leader, can't you do something about it? Anastasia said, I'm already doing my best. I'm the only one with a wide area skill here after all. More importantly, Death Sovereign, can't you use that skill of yours? Kim Gong-ja said, it's on cooldown right now. I can only use it after 3 coins. Anastasia, confused, said, 3 coins? Kim Gong-ja said. Ah, never mind that. Hey, Sword Saint, can you break the cover of that sarcophagus-like thing over there? I need to confirm something. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said. What do you want to confirm? Kim Gong-ja said. I'll explain later on. Please do it first. I'm a prophet, get it? Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury looks back at him as a zombie bit Kim Gong-ja's neck at a distance. A system notification said, you have died. Kim Gong-ja said, okay, Sword Saint. That sarcophagus over there is actually a secret pathway. Under it, there's a hammer that is super effective against the undead. Please go with the Black Dragon leader to get it and use it. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, I've only used one sword my whole life. Kim Gong-ja said, that has a wide area effect. If you just infuse it with aura and strike the ground, you can get rid of all the zombies in one go, okay? Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, how do you know that? Kim Gong-ja shouted, I'm a prophet. As a zombie was about to bite Kim Gong-ja's neck again. A system notification said, you have died. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, we've taken care of the zombies somewhat with this. Kim Gong-ja looks at the giant goblin Cyclops and says, now we'll have to fight the Demon King. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, what is that? Kim Gong-ja said, as you can see, it's a giant and a zombie. So, a zombie giant, I guess? It's probably a giant that used to protect the temple and became the Demon King's subordinate after getting killed by him. If the cult interrogator was here, we could have found out a bit more about it. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, in any case, leave that giant to me. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, please do. A system notification said, you have died. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, in any case, I'll take care of that giant. Kim Gong-ja said, no, Sword Saint, please continue to keep the zombies in check with that hammer of yours. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, hey, I'm going to test my sword against that giant. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm a prophet. A prophet. I'm okay? Black Dragon leader, please use your beam to hit that giant's eye. Anastasia, excited, said, I really wanted to hit that eye anyways. Kim Gong-ja said, perfect. Let's go. Suddenly, it blasted a beam of flame at them. A system notification said, you have died. Kim Gong-ja said, 100 souls summon. Anastasia said, my goodness, Death Sovereign. Does that skill of yours have no cooldown time? Kim Gong-ja said, it does. Now I just need the 2 of you to take on the giant, but I need you to do something. Please don't hit its eye. Anastasia was shocked and said, why? Kim Gong-ja said, if you do that, something terrible will happen. Anastasia, like a child, said, but Death Sovereign, look at that huge eyeball, you see it? Kim Gong-ja said, yes, I'm looking at it. I know it's an eyeball that's really calling people out to hit it. Anastasia said, so why? Kim Gong-ja said, I agree, but you can't do it. I don't have time to explain it. Please don't do it, okay? Anastasia, frustrated, said, ugh. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury said, let's do as he says for now. He says he's a prophet. Anastasia said, even the Sword Saint. She silently thought for a moment, then said, all right, I'll do my best not to hit that eye. Kim Gong-ja said, thank you. The Demon King shouted, my general. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 14th floor. Suddenly, the place transformed. A priest said, you little rascals, how many times have I told you not to run in the temple? I bless you in the name of the goddess of protection. As the Cyclops rested in the mountain, Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Saint Marcus Kalenbury and Anastasia, let's go. As they held each other's hands, Anastasia said, teleport. They arrived at the 14th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 15th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 16th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 17th floor. A system notification said, history is regressing. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 18th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 19th floor. A system notification said, the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain is becoming fainter. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said in anger, you! If not for you, if only you followed the procedures properly. If not for you, things wouldn't have become like this. How dare a mere swordsman from another world do this? Kim Gong-ja said, ah, I can finally see your eyes. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said in shock. What? Kim Gong-ja said, it's just as I've said. I've finally been able to take a look at how your eyes look like. To think that the warrior hasn't met eye to eye with the Demon King. It's truly an unbelievable tragedy. Come at me with all you have. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said. You, Kim Gong-ja said. Or run away again. Aren't you curious? Just how much weaker would you get if you run away again? If you don't come at me with everything you have right now, you won't be able to win against me. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said. What you just said? How dare a hyena that tears away at my flesh say that? What on earth do you know? Kim Gong-ja said. Estelle, I warned you. You should come at me with everything you've got. If you don't do that, my time will become longer than your history. A system notification said, you have died. A system notification said, the penalty for your skill is taking place. A system notification said, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, now, we can start talking about a certain nightmare that happened. A system notification said, the level of the penalty is medium. A system notification said, it is the hungry demon's journey. A system notification said, recreating the Demon King of Autumn Rain's trauma. A man shouted, burn it all. Burn all of the witches' lair down. Don't show them any mercy. They're all monsters that are cursed. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Estelle was shocked as she saw her village being burned and asked herself, why? How can they burn other humans like this? 3 soldiers said, the Emperor of the Great East, by the orders of His Majesty, it's the will of our Lord. The Pope, how dare a mere cultist assume the title of a saintess? Since this is a request from the monarch of the forest, O Spirit, bless this arrow. May the jewel of the wise king of the merfolk that was bestowed upon us grant magic power onto this staff and into our soldiers who are fighting in order to keep an honorable promise that was made. Estelle said to herself, who on earth are these people? Who are they that they'd burn other humans? As the people burned, they shouted in pain, wah, wah. The mother before said, you must feel stuffy, right? Please hang in there for a while more. Another said, old man. The old woman said, yeah, things will be all right. Everything will be all right. A few hours later, after the fire went out, Estelle walked alone and looked down. As she remembered a man saying, Saintess, this is the first apple from my house. Please take it. But now, all she saw was a burnt hand. A lady before said to her, I thought I'd never be able to run again. It's all thanks to you, Saintess. As she saw the foot of the lady burnt to a crisp, Estelle fell to the ground in disbelief. She said, Lepandro, Dazena, Sales Tachao, Bugensash, Mobaizan, Topo, Ana da Garkop. She held the ashes in her hands and began to eat it. Then she stopped and said, pitiful uns. Estelle cried out, you pitiful ones, all of you were humans as well. You were born as humans and knew the beauty of life. You were also known to cry for other humans. But how? How is it that other humans don't hesitate in calling all of you monsters? A child from a distance said to her mother, what the hell is that? Estelle said, and so, you're saying that all of you are humans, while my children are meant to be monsters forever? That's what you think. Are you the only humans in that world of yours? It looks like humans will only be humans to you if they have proof of it. The resentment, like rain. In that case, prove it to me then. The heart howled. I'll curse all of you. As the rain fell, your evil intentions are what made me. No more villages will get burned from now onwards. I'll devour all your evil intentions. Sword Emperor shouted, Gongja, wake up, this is not your hell. A system notification said, trauma recreation completed. A system notification said, subject self is confirmed to be intact. A system notification said, the penalty has ended. As Kim Gongja slashed the Demon King of Autumn Rain, he shouted, Ka! The Demon King of Autumn Rain winced in pain. Urk! Sword Emperor shouted, right now, the head is wide open. The Demon King of Autumn Rain shouted in pain, Ka! And tried to run away. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, Kyuk. Urk ta Kim Gongja said to himself, the body has definitely gotten smaller. Most of the dirty liquid is gone. A system notification said, the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain is becoming fainter. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said, no, I can't. My children's resentment and grudge. You are Kim Gongja said, retreat. Retreat to the 20th floor. You won't be able to win against me now anyway. Go back to where you belong, the Demon King Castle, quietly. Go back to where it all started. That will be where you'll meet your end, Demon King. As Sword St. Marcus Calambury looked at Kim Gongja silently, Sword St. Marcus Calambury sheathed his sword. Anastasia said, I'll let the Death Sovereign take the last strike. The Demon King of Autumn Rain frustratedly said, damn it all. A system notification said, the Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 20th floor. A system notification said, the Demon King has retreated. A system notification said, change of history. Kim Gong-ja said, Sword Saint, Black Dragon Leader. A system notification said, the 19th floor stage has been opened. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm sorry, but I would like to clear the 20th floor by myself. Thank you for helping me thus far. But I'd like to settle this with the Demon King alone. Please let me go alone. Anastasia said, I'm fine with that. You're the one who contributed the most to us reaching this place, and I did break the promise of not moving for 5 days, so I'll really wait it out this time. Sword Saint Marcus Kalenberry said, once today is over, it'll be the 5th day. If you clear the 20th floor, then I'll meet with you separately. There are a lot of things that we need to talk about. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, thank you. As he begins to transfer to the 20th floor, he then said, transmit. A system notification said, welcome, Death Sovereign. A system notification said, you've entered the boss stage. A system notification said, there's only one challenger, the Death Sovereign. A system notification said, may luck stay on your side. A system notification said, all your rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor will be calculated at once. A system notification said, calculating. A system notification said, calculation complete. A system notification said, the tower has acknowledged your great accomplishment. A system notification said, the Death Sovereign's authority has been adjusted. A system notification said, you've been bestowed the limited authority of an apostle. A system notification said, other than the X-grade skill, you've been given the power to adjust all the other skills that you possess. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, am I being given the choice to choose? I don't know why the tower was built. I don't know who built the tower or why it's filled with otherworldly living organisms. But I think I have an idea of what kind of existence the tower is now. An existence that observes the decisions that we make and remembers my choices. Kim Gong-ja said, it's time to end things, Demon King. Estelle shouted, it's my village, don't you dare ruin my paradise. A system notification said, the boss stage will now start. The Demon King of Autumn Rain said to herself, a blue sky without a single cloud in it. Today, there won't be any rain. A system notification said, the boss stage will now start. The Demon King of Autumn Rain shouted, I won't forgive you. Those burn marks are still fresh in my eyes and in my mind. Estelle shouted, those ties, do you want me to forget the evil intentions of those bastards? Are you intending to turn back time and burn my paradise again? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the world's smallest stage and the world's most evil boss monster. As the Demon King of Autumn Rain rushed toward Kim Gong-ja and attacked him with her sword, Kim Gong-ja blocked it. Kim Gong-ja said, it looks like our positions are totally opposite now. Do you remember? You were the Demon King on the 12th floor and I was the warrior. You were the invader and I stopped you. As Kim Gong-ja pushed the Demon King of Autumn Rain away, she grunted, ugh. Kim Gong-ja added, the world is strange like that. Now you're the one who's on the defense. The Demon King of Autumn Rain shouted, die. Kim Gong-ja replied, I'm sorry, but that's the most meaningless line to me. The Demon King of Autumn Rain groaned, ka, and tried to swing at Kim Gong-ja. Suddenly, she was cut in half. She screamed in pain as her black liquid fell to the ground. Kim Gong-ja said, but you must become even weaker than you are right now. As Kim Gong-ja continued to attack, the Demon King of Autumn Rain shouted in pain, ka. A system notification said, the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain is becoming fainter. Kim Gong-ja said, even more. A system notification said, the existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain is becoming fainter. The Demon King of Autumn Rain cried out in agony. She became smaller, and the black liquid slowly disappeared. She gasped, A system notification said, the level is being adjusted right now. Estelle shouted in disbelief, no. A system notification said, the nickname, the Demon King of Autumn Rain, has been removed. Estelle screamed again, oh, tower, you mustn't do this. Kim Gong-ja said, now you've gotten weak enough. Estelle said, don't come any closer. Don't come near me. Kim Gong-ja walked towards her and said, try stopping me then, with your authority, sword or whatever. If you don't do it, then I'll be cutting you down. Estelle cried out, you, all of you, after everything you've done to my children. How dare you do this to me? Kim Gong-ja replied, you're wrong. Just as you said previously, I'm just a foreigner who came from another world. Yeah, the Aeon Alliance, the temple, the king, and even the emperor. Everyone who lived in this world joined hands and burned your village. There's no one on this continent that's free from that blame, but I'm different. Since I'm a total foreigner here, hunters like us are free from that blame. Estelle said, "You have no right to hold me accountable for anything, and you also don't have any more strength to stop me." Estelle sobbed, "I didn't want to do anything bad. I just wanted to heal the sick." Kim Gongja said, "You didn't want to do anything bad." He continued, "Estelle was afraid of you as well. She screamed for her dad and begged you to spare her. And what did you do to her? That's not even everything. You devoured a precious child that was entrusted to you by its mother, and you then showed off to others by claiming you saved the child. You betrayed the people who trusted you." Estelle said, "That's not it. Kim Gongja sighed, "You hid the truth from others. By becoming Estelle and devouring that child, you kept quiet because you knew people would misunderstand you and treat you like a monster, and you were scared of that." Estelle said, "I didn't know, too, had no memories of being human. I had no knowledge." As she remembered herself running from the lion shouting, "Help, Mum! Father, is anyone there?" she gasped. "What do you mean? Is that from that time?" Kim Gongja said. "You made a mistake because you didn't know anything?" Estelle said, "Yeah. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed Estelle." Kim Gongja said, "That's what the humans did. The king who burned you down probably gave the same excuse." A soldier said, "We didn't know." Another said, "We thought she was just an evil witch." Estelle shouted, "Such blatant lies. I'm sure there are people who would come up with even more calculated lies." Kim Gongja said, "But can you be so sure that all of them are like that? What about the soldiers who were simply following the orders of their king? What about the commoners who lived in their territory but had to evacuate? Among them, don't you think there would have been at least one of them who would have said, 'I didn't know like you did? I'm sorry, but I'm unlearned and ignorant.' There's only one kind of justice in the world that I know of, and that's karma. If you think those things that you spat up after swallowing them with your shadow are humans, then all right, you should experience it yourself too. Only then would it be fair, right?" Estelle said, "What are you talking about?" Kim Gongja shouted, "Oh, tower. I wish to use my clear reward. You said I can change one of my skills according to what I want, right?" A system notification said, "100 souls summon rank." SSA system notification said, "The tower has affirmed what you've just said." A system notification said, "But unreasonable changes would be impossible." A system notification said, "The tower is giving you an example to help you understand." A system notification said, "Advancing an SS grade skill to an SSS grade skill is permissible." Kim Gongja said, "I wish to change the 100 souls summon skill. You may leave everything else intact, but I'd like to change the part where memories can't be inherited. Make it so that I can choose for a summoned soul to inherit its previous life's memory." Estelle asked, "What? Are you trying to DDO? Kim Gongja replied, "What do you think? This is a reasonable request, isn't it? I'm not asking for the dead to keep their abilities or to reduce the cooldown time. It's just inheriting their memories." A system notification said, "Calculating the level of your request." A system notification said, "The tower has acknowledged that your request is a reasonable one." A system notification said, "Requesting approval from Zrakua." A system notification said, "The Death Sovereign's request has been approved." A system notification said, "100 souls reincarnation rank, SS effect. You can summon the people you've killed as monsters. The dead will not inherit the skills they possessed when they were alive, but if you wish, the dead's memories and their appearance when they were alive can be inherited. If you don't wish for it, they can only be summoned as monsters, but you can only summon them once a week." Kim Gongja said, "This is the first SSS grade skill I've gotten." He continued, "All right then, I'm going to kill you now. If you don't like how that sounds, then just think of it as me devouring you. Just like how you devoured Estelle and the sick, I'm going to devour you, and then I'll spit you out just like you did too." As Estelle grabbed her sword and charged at Kim Gongja said, "I'm truly glad you became human. If you had remained as a monster, no matter how hard I tried to kill you, you wouldn't be a target for the 100 souls reincarnation." Kim Gongja dodged as Estelle said, "Ugh." The Sword Emperor said, "That's clumsy. Your posture isn't right. Your feet aren't steadily planted, and you're not looking at the enemy in front of you while swinging your sword. You're completely unsure in your way of the sword." Tisk. How typical of a swordsman who depends only on skills and aura. "No, that's not even a swordsman." Estelle panted, "Huff, huff." The Sword Emperor said, "Look, zombie, this is why I've always emphasized getting your basics right. The only thing you can rely on in your last moments are your hands and legs. Show her the end." Kim Gong-ja slashed at her, breaking her sword. She looked behind in disbelief. She dropped to the ground and gasped, "Ah!" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, was it the Demon King's words? Estelle groaned. "Ah, ah." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the one who harvests death. Yeah, that wasn't wrong. Kim Gong-ja raised his sword for an attack when the Sword Emperor said, "Hold up. I'm sorry for interrupting when you're all serious. Actually, I'm not sorry. In any case, don't kill her. Just wait a moment." Kim Gong-ja growled, "Damn it, why?" The Sword Emperor said, "It feels like you think this is all normal." Kim Gong-ja asked, "What is?" The Sword Emperor replied, "Let's say we're sure that she's not a monster now. Does that mean she's a human, like you? Maybe she's just become a normal NPC. Are you sure an NPC can be targeted by the 100 Souls reincarnation too?" Kim Gong-ja said. "Wouldn't that probably be the case?" The Sword Emperor snapped, "Probably. Get your act together. The tower is pretty strict on stuff like that. If you just kill her, going along with the flow and the tower goes, 'I'm sorry,' an NPC can't be a target. Will you take responsibility for that? Look at your skill card again. It says, 'The people you've killed.' Does it mention NPCs anywhere?" Kim Gong-ja muttered, an NPC is a person too." The Sword Emperor shot back, "That's what you think." Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Hey, tower?" A system notification said. "The tower is listening to you." Kim Gong-ja asked, "I have something I'd like to ask. Does the 100 Souls reincarnation also acknowledge NPCs that are killed as the dead? Or does it only apply to hunters like me?" A system notification said, "Requesting confirmation from Zrekua." A system notification said, "Unable to confirm." A system notification said, "Your question is outside of the tower's authority." Kim Gong-ja said, "What?" A system notification said, "Confirming the authority of the tower's questioner." A system notification said, "Pass. The Death Sovereign possesses the limited authority of an apostle." A system notification said, "The tower has acknowledged the Death Sovereign's question as an official topic." A system notification said, "The tower is requesting a meeting of decision by majority to the 6 pillars of life." Kim Gong-ja exclaimed, "Wait a minute, what's that? Wait." Kim Gong-ja was transported to another dimension. When he opened his eyes, he saw a system notification. "Please select a skill card." Kim Gong-ja, confused, said to himself, "Why am I here?" Another system notification appeared, confirming participants. The 6th pillar of life, Staff of Ancient Times, has joined in. The 5th pillar of life, the princess that walks across mirages, has joined in. The 4th pillar of life, the moon that takes care of the blind, has joined in. The 3rd pillar of life, legislator of the beginning, has joined in. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I don't see anyone, but I can feel them." The 2nd pillar of life, the god who dances in the void, has joined in. Kim Gong-ja muttered, "An overwhelming sense of existence." The 6 pillars of life have been confirmed in attendance. The tower will now share the question posed by the temporal apostle, Death Sovereign. Does the skill 100 Souls reincarnation also affect NPCs? If you agree that NPCs should be included, please vote to agree. Otherwise, please object. Multiple voices echoed, "Gesh, la. Zakwa chodeo, sato yovela? Weloyo na shu, deo fenta. Kunto niola. Gesh venail na, nai gesh nail na, gesh mula gagame chogretihen welovo leo na. Gesh, nail, nai gesh nail." Kim Gong-ja thought, every language spoken in the tower is automatically translated for us. But it's different with them. They aren't existences within the tower. They could be beings the Demon King cannot even compare to. They could even be the ones who designed this tower. Voting for the agenda will now begin. The 6th pillar of life, Staff of Ancient Times, votes to object. The 5th pillar of life, the princess that walks across mirages, votes to agree. The 4th pillar of life, the moon that takes care of the blind, votes to agree. The 3rd pillar of life, legislator of the beginning, votes to object. The 2nd pillar of life, the god who dances in the void, chooses to forfeit voting rights. 2 agreed, 2 objected, 1 forfeited. Kim Gong-ja pondered, these great existences that have the final say on my skill, 100 Souls reincarnation, made an invalid vote? Why would they? There's still one person who hasn't voted. The one who didn't need to join because he resides in this place. The one who knows everything because he's always here, the master of the tower. Kim Gong-ja spoke aloud, "I believe this should be agreed to. If NPCs aren't included, then how did the Demon King summon countless monsters? The countless people the Demon King killed in the Empire and the Kingdom are all NPCs. I understand what everyone is worried about, that I might kill NPCs indiscriminately and summon them. But I've shown you the kind of person I am. I'm not that kind of person, and I don't intend to live that way in the future either. A system notification appeared. Not bad, but it's complicated. Death Sovereign, speak not from your head but from your heart. Kim Gongja smirked and said, that demon king is prey I have caught. Don't interfere with it, since I am the one who caught it. The first pillar, Master of Life, votes to agree. The voting has ended. 3 agreed, 2 objected, and 1 forfeited. The Death Sovereign's skill 100 Souls reincarnation will now target NPCs as well. The Death Sovereign's temporal apostle authority has been removed. The meeting has ended. May luck stay on your side. Back in the tower, the Sword Emperor called out, Zombie? Hey, zombie, why did you suddenly go into a daze? I said, ask the tower. Estelle silently placed her head on the ground. The Sword Emperor called again, Zombie see? Hey, Zombie King, can you hear me? Kim Gongja muttered to himself. It felt like the time spent was only an instant, but at the same time, it felt like an eternity. Kim Gongja said aloud, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor replied, wow, you're finally responding. I thought your brain had become zombified since I kept calling you a zombie. Kim Gongja asked, did you not hear or see it? The tower summoned me into the underworld. Life this and pillar that. And something like the Tower Master appeared and laughed too. Didn't you see all that? The Sword Emperor looked confused and said, Zombie, I'm sorry. I think I teased you too much about being a zombie. I won't tease you as much anymore. Please come back to your senses. Kim Gongja thought, he doesn't know them, huh? Even the legend who cleared the 99th tower in another world doesn't know about them. Who did I just meet? Let's calm down. While there are many things I don't know, there are things I am aware of as well. Suddenly, Estelle spoke. Please spare me. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I'm going to give my prey the final strike now. I'm sure I'll find out about the rest when I reach the 100th floor of the tower. The Sword Emperor said, you're just going to kill it? Without asking the tower? Kim Gongja raised his sword and replied, it's all right, I already have the answer. With a single strike, he ended Estelle. Kim Gongja spoke, 100 souls come back to life. Estelle's body began to boil in dark liquid and she groaned in pain. Get up, Kim Gongja commanded. He thought to himself, although it looks the same as before it died, this is a newborn life. The person who brings life into the world is responsible for it. Kim Gongja continued, the name Estelle that you stole is nothing but a name, but that doesn't mean you can use it. He thought, the first responsibility is to give it a name. Hungry Demon, he declared. That'll be your name from now on, Hungry Demon. You will serve me as your master. Estelle, the Saintess of the Border, the Demon King of Autumn Rain. You, who didn't deserve to have a name, have received a name. Estelle bowed deeply and said, yes, master. I will follow your commands. Kim Gongja thought on the last day of the promised 5 days. Estelle softly spoke, my lord. Kim Gongja thought to himself, one of the 2 kings has fallen. The Sword Emperor frowned. I don't understand. Think of what you did to her. She should be furious and resentful for what you've done. Estelle sobbed quietly. The Sword Emperor continued, but why is she lowering her head to you without resisting? Kim Gongja replied, shall I tell you why the Hungry Demon is submitting to me quietly? Estelle continued to sob. Kim Gongja explained, it's because she knows. Suddenly a horse stomped on the ground. Kim Gongja looked at the Sword Emperor and said, Sword Emperor, you'll know it soon too. A system notification appeared, searching for the existence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Unable to find the Demon King. The Demon King no longer exists. Change of history. Estelle cried out, no, please, no. As other horses approached, Estelle pleaded, the village, again, please. Commander Sarbas Agim shouted, everyone stop. Estelle collapsed to the ground and whispered, oh my lord, I will not harbor resentment. I will not seek revenge. I'll do anything you command. I don't care what happens to me, but please, please save my paradise. The Sword Emperor sighed. So that was it, Kim Gongja said. I'll do it. The Sword Emperor nodded. The Lord is responsible for protecting his subordinates, huh? I'm sorry for not seeing that earlier. As Kim Gongja walked away, he said, you lost the bet too. Start thinking of what you're going to do. Kim Gongja suddenly shouted, everyone stop. Commander Sarbas Agim retorted, I'm the General Sarbas Agim. How dare you block my path? Kim Gongja smirked. Well, what business would you have with a village like this? Commander Sarbas Agim declared, this is the Emperor's will. We heard there's a witch here who's inciting the kind commoners of this continent to rebel. They have fallen for the witch's evil trap and have become monsters. How can we just leave them be? Kim Gong-ja asked. So, Commander Sarbus Agim replied, we need to purify them with sacred fire. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I know who they are. Paladins of the temple rescued on the 13th floor said, how dare a cultist who claims to be a saintess tell the Pope who to punish and who not to punish? Elves of the forest rescued on the 14th floor said, since this is a request from the Lord of the Forest. Magicians of the waterfall, rescued on the 15th floor, said, by the jewel that the wise king of the merfolk bestowed upon us. Warriors of the volcano, rescued on the 16th floor. Armed merchants of the 17th floor. The nomadic tribe of the 18th floor. And the soldiers of the small nations and countries of the 19th floor said, as the Free City Alliance's merchants, leaders, and all the subordinate countries' soldiers have decided to join hands, we will also punish the world together as one. Kim Gong-ja thought, those people I've saved. Commander Sarbus Agim demanded, I'll ask you once again, the person blocking our way, who are you? A system notification appeared. Warrior of a world where time has stopped. Difficulty unknown. Oh, warrior! The humans of this continent will not know of the justice and devotion that you have committed. But justice will still be justice, and devotion will still be devotion. Will you still choose to be a warrior in a world where time has stopped? Kim Gong-ja asked, General Sarbus Agim, did you say you came here after receiving orders from the emperor? A soldier exclaimed, you! How dare you address the general, who's under imperial orders, informally? Kim Gong-ja chuckled, you're so funny. You, who are more aware than anyone else of the pathetic state of the empire's emperor, dare to keep going on and on about imperial orders. Commander Sarbus Agim looked confused. I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you say something so audacious? Were you sent by the witch? Kim Gong-ja smirked. Audacious? Should that be coming from someone who dethroned the crown prince and tried to put the third prince on the throne? He thought to himself, this is information I found after going through the general's trauma. Although he doesn't know this. You shouldn't live like that. Have you forgotten how kind the emperor was to you? You, who were meant to weave fishing nets in the port for life, becoming a general was all thanks to the emperor. Commander Sarbus Agim's eyes widened. I know now. You're from the Amber Palace. Are you trying to change the minds of everyone who's gathered here from all over the world? Kim Gong-ja laughed. Foolish bastard. Do I look like a puppet of a deposed queen? Maybe it's because you weaved fishing nets. But you seriously have 0 sense in judging people. What? Who on earth sent you? I asked you, who are you? Kim Gong-ja raised the holy sword, which began to shine brightly. Oh, great founding emperor, the emissary sent by Lafanta Agim is standing before you. He continued, Sarbus Agim, I know of the chaos that has overtaken the imperial family and the evil acts of the good-for-nothing crown prince. I know you are now standing on the side of the third prince purely out of loyalty to the empire. My condemnation of you for going crazy for authority was just me testing your personality. Are you upset about that? Commander Sarbus Agim's face turned pale. How would I dare to be upset? Or recognizing my loyalty? But I was unable to hold back my temper. Oh, what have I done? Kim Gong-ja glared. If you're not upset, then why haven't you gotten down from your horse? Commander Sarbus Agim quickly dismounted and knelt before Kim Gong-ja. Pete, please forgive me. Kim Gong-ja commanded. Protect the rising sun. Guard the seas and everything that lives on land. O Agim Empire, may you shine always. This lowly servant pays respect to the emissary of the founding emperor. The soldiers around him echoed, We pay our respect. We pay our respect to the emissary of the founding emperor. The sword emperor, watching from the side, said, Whoa, Kim Zombie. I thought you were only good at talking nonsense, but you're pretty good at bluffing too. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Did you just notice that? The sword emperor added, I'll teach you one more thing then. What matters most when you swing a sword isn't just your abilities, it's trust and confidence. Especially the trust you have in yourself. It's the same with bluffing. In order to trick your opponent, you must first be able to trick yourself. Remember this, bluffing is all about confidence. An elf nearby whispered, The emissary of the founding emperor. Her friend, noticing the sword, added, But that sword is definitely. A priest questioned, Why would the emissary be in such a place? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself as expected. The lies I tell with the holy sword only work on the empire's soldiers, huh? Commander Sarbus Agim hesitantly asked, emissary of the founding emperor, may this ignorant servant ask you a question? Kim Gong-ja nodded. What is it? Commander Sarbas Agim continued. We came to subjugate the witch today. May I know the reason why you are here? Kim Gongja thought. Remember, bluffing is all about confidence. He then shouted, My soldiers, I've already subjugated the witch. Commander Sarbas Agim gasped. What? Kim Gongja pointed at Estelle. Look over there. Estelle, it's the witch of the West, a blind man exclaimed. I've seen her in the past. That's definitely her. His deaf friend shouted, Burn the witch. Their amputated companion cried, Kill her right away. Kim Gongja remained calm. Hungry demon, come over here and kneel down. Estelle hesitated for a moment, but then moved forward and followed Kim Gongja's command. Commander Sarbas Agim watched in shock. Lower your head. Look at the ground. Estelle continued to obey. Place your forehead on the ground. Estelle groaned but complied. Kim Gongja added, Kick off the ground in that state and do a forward roll. Estelle paused, confused. Didn't you hear me? All right, Estelle said and awkwardly rolled forward. Now do a handstand. Do it right now. Estelle, exhausted, struggled but managed to comply. Stretch out your arms and jump 20 times. Sit down and stand up 10 times. Do 10 push-ups as soon as you're done. Maintain a plank position for 20 seconds. Estelle eventually collapsed to the ground, panting. I can't do any more, my lord. I can't move my body. Kim Gongja addressed the crowd. Do you understand it now? As you can see, I've already subdued the witch. No matter what happens now, she'll never be able to go against my commands. She no longer possesses the power to harm this continent. You may be at ease. Commander Sarbas Agim and his soldiers stood in stunned silence, mouthed agape. If that's what you say then, Commander Sarbas Agim stammered. A soldier interrupted. Wait a minute. What do you think you're doing right now? We came here to subjugate the witch. Commander Sarbas Agim shook his head. It's as per what the emissary has said, the witch has already been subdued. He protested. How are we supposed to believe that? Isn't that mere sword the only proof he's the emissary of the great founding emperor of the East? Commander Sarbas Agim scoffed. That mere sword? Are you questioning the empire's authority right now? That sword is proof of the goddess's favor. The man hesitated. No, but. The Pope has given me orders. Commander Sarbas Agim retorted. It looks like you're placing the mere Pope's orders above the founding emperor. The man snapped back. What? You dare question the temple's authority? Sarbas Agim countered. Didn't you first question the authority of the guardian holy sword? The man growled. All right then. It seems like the third prince you're following no longer needs the support of the Pope. Commander Sarbas Agim smirked. Ha, that darn support. We already have the emissary of the founding emperor watching over us. It doesn't matter anymore. The man's face contorted in disbelief. Is that truly the stance of the third prince's faction? Kim Gongja thought to himself. I know why the hungry demon tried to drive a wedge between the hunters. Commander Sarbas Agim sighed. This is not the time for this. Don't we need to check if what that young man said is true? This is why humans, who are short-lived, are considered to be ignorant. The man flared up. What? Are you saying that's how elves view humans? Sarbas Agim, annoyed, added, Just what can the temple and the empire do? Both of you are fighting at such an important time. The man clenched his fists. There's no need for more words. Let's settle this by fighting like real men. Suddenly, a lizard lady stepped forward. Everyone, please step away. From my point of view, this seems like a simple problem. We just need to know if that young man truly is the emissary of the founding emperor, whether that woman is the witch, and whether the emissary really subdued the witch. These problems will be solved once we find out the answers to these 3 questions. Commander Sarbas Agim asked, How are we going to confirm it then? The lizard lady revealed a small object. This is the Jade of Soul, given to us by the wise king of the merfolk. If you place a single drop of blood in here, it can tell whether the owner of the blood is kind or evil. She stepped forward. All right, if that lady truly is the witch of the borders and if you're truly the emissary of the founding emperor, then please accept this jade's test. Kim Gongja looked at the jade in silence. The lizard lady repeated, This is the Jade of Soul. If the blood of a person who possesses a kind soul touches it, it will shine forth a white light. If the blood of a person who possesses an evil soul touches it, the jade will be dyed black. All right. If that lady truly is the witch of the borders, and if you're truly the emissary of the founding emperor, then please accept this jade's test. The evil and kind acts you have committed will be proven by the jade. Kim Gongja whispered to the Sword Emperor. It's something similar to the vigilante captain's lie detection and the Sword Saint's detective's insight. Huh? The Sword Emperor nodded. Yeah. Human-like creatures are really good at making stuff like that. Kim Gongja smirked. All right, test me all you want. The lizard lady warned, don't regret it. Deception is useless in front of the jade. She grabbed Estelle's wrist and sliced her palm with a small blade. Estelle's blood dripped into the jade. Suddenly, the jade darkened, swirling with shadows. The lizard lady gasped in horror. Such an evil soul. Just how many evil acts have you committed, and how many lives have you truly taken? You are a cursed existence, a witch. No, I'm sure you're the Demon King. She flung Estelle aside and turned to Kim Gongja. All right, now it's your turn. You called yourself the emissary of the founding emperor. Are you ready? Kim Gongja extended his hand confidently. I'm always ready. The lizard lady narrowed her eyes. It's useless for you to try and trick anyone. Here. She sliced Kim Gongja's palm with her long fingernails, letting his blood drip onto the jade. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth from the jade, illuminating the area. The dark aura from Estelle's blood vanished instantly. The lizard lady's eyes widened in shock. This is... The light grew even brighter, shining like the sun. Commander Sarbasagim shielded his eyes. What on earth is happening? An elf exclaimed. Oh my wise king, why is there such a light coming from the jade? The lizard lady mage whispered. Just how is this soul? So pure. Just how many lives has he saved? This person is the light himself. He's the light. The arrogant paladin muttered. A light? The lizard lady mage retorted. Can you not tell from his soul that's bursting forth light? The paladin stammered. I can't really tell. The lizard lady mage frowned. Why is that so? Shouldn't you be able to see it, paladin? The paladin mumbled. In the first place, what do you mean by light? The lizard lady mage scoffed. This is why there's no talking with low-grade humans. There's no way a person with such a soul would lie to us. Even if he did lie, it would be all for our sake. No, I'm sure he's the apostle of the goddess. Kim Gongja grinned. That's right. I'm the goddess's apostle. A soldier murmured. That person is the light. His friend questioned, what light? Their eunuch companion added, well, he did shine, I guess. Even his sword was shiny. A fishman observed, that sword seems to be the one the emperor of Agim used. The eunuch mused, does that mean he's from a really reputable household? The paladin, still confused, shook his head. No, I still don't get it. The lady lizard mage declared, that young man. He's the emissary of the founding emperor and the light himself. The paladin interjected, have you all forgotten? We need to burn that place down. The Pope isn't just worried about the witch, there are also the followers of the witch. We can't allow them to escape divine punishment. Estelle clung to Kim Gongja's jacket, trembling. The paladin sneered. If you truly are the apostle of the goddess, then you should take charge of the divine punishment and lead the way. Sword Emperor whispered to Kim Gongja. It's all right. The best lies are made up of 90% truth and 10% lies. Kim Gongja faced the paladin. Paladin of the temple, watch your words. I will be the one to decide how the divine punishment will be meted out. Since I've taken in all the evil, I've already carried out the divine punishment. I'll show it to you. With a snap of his fingers, 4,069 skeletons emerged, their hollow eyes glowing with eerie light. Ah! They roared, their voices echoing through the battlefield. The soldiers recoiled in terror. Demons! The paladin, trembling, gasped, oh God! What in the heavens are all these horrifying things? Kim Gongja calmly placed his hand on Estelle's head. This is my doing. See for yourself. The witch is not the only evil existence in this world. These are all evil beings I've taken in. Even demons almost as wicked as the witch. The paladin stuttered. All of these monsters? Kim Gongja declared. The goddess has ordered me to annihilate the evil that swarms the earth. It is my mission to subjugate all the evil in the world and my duty to imprison all demons in hell. What you are seeing now is my hell. The lizard lady mage whispered in awe. My goodness, were you doing all this while we were unaware? That's right, Kim Gongja replied. She gasped. No one recognized you as the apostle. For a mere human like you to carry such a huge hell by yourself. Yeah, Kim Gongja said firmly. This is my duty. Tears filled her eyes. Ah, you're the light. She cried out to the others, there's no need for you to punish the witch separately. I've already imprisoned all the evil beings. They will groan forever under my shadow. I am their hell. You have been endlessly saving us in ways we never realized. Sword Emperor, still unconvinced, scoffed. I don't have anything to teach you anymore. Let's leave. I'm just as pure as a child now and can no longer stand seeing someone like you. Kim Gongja smirked. You're so humble, master. I still have a lot to learn from your wicked personality. Turning back to the paladin, Kim Gong-ja spoke with authority. I'm sure you know by now, this is the goddess' will, the divine punishment of the goddess. Do you intend to go against the stern command of the goddess? The paladin stammered. But apostle. Kim Gong-ja snapped his fingers again. What I'm saying is, if these demons escape and bring great harm to the world, the paladin interrupted nervously. Oh, apostle, what do you intend to do with this skeleton? Kim Gong-ja grinned. I'll dispel your doubts once and for all. 100 souls, remember? Suddenly, one of the skeletons transformed into Yu Suha, who appeared enraged. What the heck? Yu Suha shouted. What did you do to me to turn me into this state? I won't be appeased even if I burn you alive. He lunged at Kim Gong-ja, grabbing him by the collar. I'll kill you, you bastard. How dare you do this to me? I'll definitely kill you, no matter what happens. Kim Gong-ja remained calm. As you can see, this man is as evil as the witch. No, he might be a demon worse than the witch. Yu Suha raged. Who the heck are all these people? Hey, lizard, long ears, what are you staring at? I bet good items will drop if I tear you apart and kill you. Kim Gong-ja snapped his fingers again. Dance. Suddenly, Yu Suha began to dance wildly, flailing like a crazed performer. What the? No. Wait a minute. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you all. I will definitely kill you, he screamed even as his body continued to dance against his will. The paladin, now captivated, fell to his knees. Kim Gong-ja asked, Are you still worried after seeing this? Demons can't go against my orders. The paladin, overwhelmed, looked up. Oh, apostle, may I ask for your name? Kim Gong-ja gazed down at him. I'm Gong-ja. The others followed suit, kneeling and chanting, We will follow your orders. Gong-ja-nim. A system notification appeared. Congratulations. You've cleared the normal stage. You have cleared the hidden quest, warrior of a world where time has stopped. You've cleared the boss stage. There is one raider, the Death Sovereign. Calculating clear reward. Calculation complete. The rewards will be given to you 24 hours later on the 21st floor. Sword Emperor, frustrated, muttered, Who clears a boss stage like this? Crazy Kim bastard. Kim Gong-ja chuckled. Crazy or not, it doesn't matter to me. I cleared the stages up to the 20th floor in the way I wanted. Not a single hunter died during my raid of the 20th floor. Not a single person from the Empire or the continent died. And I took in this rascal, Kim Gong-ja said with a smirk. I'm sure the 20th floor would have been cleared even if I had done nothing but observe. The village being burned and disappearing is just one of the ways it could have ended. The tower doesn't care if the ending is happy or sad, as long as it concludes properly. Otherwise, Yu Suha wouldn't have been able to clear the 40th floor. He continued, This world is not one fixed by the tower. This isn't an ending we had no choice in. Kim Gong-ja looked up at the sky and said to himself, Today, the sky didn't rain, and there wasn't any fire on earth. This is the ending I selected. Sword Emperor asked, Is that part of the ending you chose? As Yu Suha continued to dance uncontrollably, he yelled, Freaking bastard! Stop it right away. Why aren't you stopping this? Kim Gong-ja gave Sword Emperor a thumbs up. Isn't this beautiful? Fool! Yu Suha shouted in frustration. A system notification appeared. Announcement to everyone. Today, the 20th floor has been cleared. Another notification followed. Announcement to everyone once again. Today, the 20th floor has been cleared. Kim Gong-ja sighed. What a pity. The internet doesn't work here. Sword Emperor smirked. Didn't you say you don't care how people view you anymore? When did I say that? Kim Gong-ja asked. I thought you wanted to be recognized by the witch and the grandpa more than by ordinary people, Sword Emperor replied. A new notification appeared. The 21st floor will open in 24 hours. Kim Gong-ja smiled. The more recognition, the better, you know? I want to be acknowledged by both sides. The countdown timer displayed 23:59:53. Sword Emperor chuckled. Wow, aren't you a greedy one? Why are you so greedy? Suddenly, Anastasia hugged Kim Gong-ja from behind and exclaimed, Death Sovereign, you're freaking crazy, seriously awesome, and you're just a kid who's not even 30 yet. Black Dragon Leader, it hurts, Kim Gong-ja groaned. In the distance, Sword St. Marcus Columberry observed them with a smirk. Anastasia pulled out her broken phone and showed it to Kim Gong-ja. You really cleared the 20th floor within 5 days. Isn't that crazy? You have no idea how much of an uproar the tower is in right now. Look, she added, I went down to the first floor briefly to take this. The screenshots from her broken phone displayed headlines. Flash news in unprecedented advance. The 14th floor cleared as well. The new star's nickname has been decided. The Death Sovereign. Who among the Sword Saint, the Witch, and the Death Sovereign played the biggest role? I couldn't screenshot everything because there were too many articles. Sorry, Anastasia apologized. But you need to understand this, Death Sovereign. It's not just the tower. The outside world is also in an uproar. Even though the headlines look like that, they're all talking about you. Where you were born, what kind of life you've lived, and how you became a ranker in an instant. Kim Gongja blinked. Wait a minute, did you screenshot all of these by yourself? Of course, Anastasia replied with a grin. So, you went down to the first floor just to take screenshots of these articles about me? A system notification appeared. You've teleported to the first floor's city. Kim Gongja scrolled through the screenshots on her broken phone, the device clicking with each tap. Anastasia nodded. Yes, I guess, if that's how you want to put it. Kim Gongja thought to himself, the person who has the most authority and is ranked number 2 in the tower. This person, Anastasia cautioned. Don't read the comments. There'll be people jealous of you, leaving malicious messages. Having no casualties at all is such an incredible feat. Don't bother about the nobodies. Feeling her warmth against him, Kim Gongja wondered, is she an angel? Sword Emperor scoffed. Anyone who treats you nicely is an angel to you, huh? If she's not an angel, then is she a goddess? Kim Gongja mused. Sword Emperor rolled his eyes. Crazy fool. Anastasia interrupted his thoughts. And take a look at this. These were yesterday's newspaper headlines. The headline read, Hunter rankings updated. Rank 1, Sword Saint rank 2, Black Witch rank 3, Death Sovereign rank 4, Countess rank 5, Cult Interrogator rank 6, Viper rank 7. Babel's Linguist. This is the first time it's happened since the tower opened, Anastasia exclaimed. It's the first time someone outside of the rankings jumped to rank number 3 in an instant. Kim Gongja murmured to himself, rank number 3. Anastasia smiled. Congrats, Death Sovereign. You're now someone who represents all the hunters as well. You must now be careful of how you act. Kim Gongja tilted his head. How I act? You've entered all 5 of the top guilds, even though you don't officially belong to any. Anastasia explained. Someone ranked number 3 would typically be considered a guild leader. Even though you're affiliated with all the top guilds, it wouldn't be right for you to remain just a guild member. Guild leader, Kim Gongja echoed. Anastasia softened her tone. But if you want to do everything alone and clear the tower like that, Grandpa, I won't force you. Sword St. Marcus Kalenbury raised an eyebrow. Are you bad-mouthing me right now? Kim Gongja shrugged. So, there's that. Who are all these people? Anastasia explained. They're soldiers from all over the continent. Explaining this would take too much time, though, Kim Gongja said, scratching his head. Now that we've brought down the Demon King, there was an invasion event that involved those NPCs. So, I used my skill and an item to trick them into thinking I represent the Empire's founding emperor and whatnot to get them to stand down. Anastasia chuckled. You're a pretty good liar, huh? Well, thanks to that, I cleared the 20th floor without spilling any blood, Kim Gongja replied. I wasn't trying to criticize you, Anastasia said with a smile. Things actually turned out great. Thanks to you, we can now trade with this continent. We no longer need to bow down to those old geezers from the outside world. Wicked bastards, they always try to bargain prices with rations. Let's see if they can still do that in the future. Sword St. Marcus Kalenbury nodded thoughtfully. Fundamentally, trading between the tower and the outside world is unfair. In terms of funds, resources, and techniques, the tower has much more to offer than the outside. Anastasia sighed. Rations, they're always the problem. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I thought they were unfriendly when we first met, but I guess this means we've gotten much closer. So, Black Dragon Leader, what you're saying is that we can now start trading with this continent, right? Kim Gongja asked. Yes, Anastasia confirmed. Kim Gongja smiled. Then, I'll lend you my name. I'm the emissary of the founding emperor and the goddess's apostle in this world. Things will probably be easier for all of you if you disguise yourselves as apostles of the goddess. Anastasia looked intrigued. I'm grateful for your offer, but I'm sure it won't be for free. What do you want? Kim Gongja's eyes narrowed. The 20th floor. Estelle, who had been listening silently, gasped. Anastasia's eyes widened. Are you saying you want the whole 20th floor to yourself? Yes, Kim Gongja confirmed. More accurately, I'd like to own all the land on the 20th floor. In return, I won't take anything from clearing the 11th to the 19th floors. You may share the rights of commerce with the continent with other hunters as well. Anastasia considered the offer. That's an excellent proposal, but I can't make the decision alone. I need to gather the other guild leaders and discuss this. She paused. glancing around. You really want to take this place? It doesn't look like it's worth much. It's small, and it doesn't seem good for farming. Based on my experience, sharing the harvest from the 11th to the 20th floor would be more profitable. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. I prefer properties over money. Owning land is the best. All right, Anastasia said. I'll gather the guild leaders so you can meet them and discuss this. Good, Kim Gong-ja agreed. Anastasia glanced toward a chaotic scene in the distance and asked, and I have a question for you. What on earth is that? Yusuha continued to dance, crying and drooling uncontrollably. Kim Gong-ja waved it off. Black Dragon Leader, you didn't see anything here. A system notification appeared. You've teleported to the first floor city. Anastasia said, would it be okay if we meet at the cafe from before? Yes, I'm fine with that, Kim Gong-ja replied. 5 days from others' perspective. But for me, it's been several hundred days since I've returned, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, sighing. Ha, Anastasia noticed. What's the matter? I'm starting to really feel like I've cleared the 20th floor, Kim Gong-ja admitted. Anastasia smiled knowingly. I think you're about to feel it even more. I already told you, you're the only topic everyone in the tower has been talking about. Prepare your heart. Suddenly, loud voices erupted outside. He's out! It's the Death Sovereign, another shouted. It's the Witch and the Sword Saint, and that means that person is the Death Sovereign. Flashes from cameras lit up the area as the media swarmed toward Kim Gong-ja. A reporter rushed forward. Is it true that you cleared the 20th floor alone? Another called out, please look over here. Just a moment. A lady asked, what's your relationship with the witch? Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Anastasia leaned in and whispered, don't say anything. You don't have experience dealing with the press, right? She continued, mystical or popular star? Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion. What? The concept you want to go with, Anastasia explained. Do you want to be mystical to them, or do you want to be a popular star? Once you settle on a concept, it'll be hard to change. So answer me now. A popular star would be like a movie star. You'd need social media accounts and your own secretary. Black Dragon will provide the manpower and security for you. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry scoffed. I work alone because I don't want to deal with all this nonsense. Kim Gong-ja stammered, what would I need to do if I want to be mystical? Simple, Anastasia replied, her tone serious. Remain emotionless. No social media, no appearances in magazines or broadcasts. The same goes for personal broadcasts. Around 2 interviews a year, and only with reporters I've vetted. Is that all? Kim Gong-ja asked. Anastasia raised an eyebrow. Looks like you still don't understand how difficult it is. Attention is like a drug, one that's very addictive. Even if only 10 people give you attention, it makes you happy. But here, millions of people will react to everything you say. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry added, there aren't many people who can resist that drug. They're all just illusions. But they're illusions that make you feel good. Anastasia turned to Kim Gong-ja. Death Sovereign, what's your decision? Kim Gong-ja calmly responded, what I want is recognition. As for the rumors, I'm not sure, but I think it's a little different from getting attention. I only need attention from the people around me, whether it's hundreds, thousands, or millions. What I seek isn't attention, it's recognition. Anastasia nodded thoughtfully. While I think that what you've mentioned is very similar, I respect your answer. I'm glad you're the way you are. Kim Gong-ja hesitated. So, how do I put up a poker face? Anastasia leaned in, her expression serious. I'll tell you the secret. Think of a really nasty memory. For me, my father died during a civil war when I was in the outside world. Everyone was running away, but the soldiers caught up to us. My father stayed behind and shouted at me not to look back. She paused, her voice softening. And I really didn't look back. I just kept running forward. I kept running, even when I heard the bullets being fired. I don't blame myself for running. I was still young. But why didn't I look back? It's something that still haunts me, something I could have done so easily. I always remember that whenever I need to put up a poker face. If you keep thinking about memories like that, putting on a poker face will become easy. I'm sure you have 1 or 2 such memories, right? Kim Gong-ja nodded quietly. Anastasia smiled faintly. You're a fast learner. You'll get used to it soon. A few moments later, at the coffee shop, the Heresy Inquisitor waved enthusiastically as Kim Gong-ja, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry, and Anastasia entered. Welcome. To think you'd really clear the 20th floor in just 5 days. This is the fastest clear ever since the tower's appearance. I respect you from the bottom of my heart, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. No, I should call you Death Sovereign now. The paladin chimed in, surprised. Honestly, I thought you, the Black Dragon leader, and the Sword Saint had died during the raid. But you cleared the 20th floor by yourself? If you have any secret tips, please share them with us. Kim Gongja sat down and offered a modest smile. All I did was live a kind life, though. What practical advice? The paladin replied dryly. Kim Gongja glanced around. In any case, I'm glad to meet all of you after such a long time. Have you all been well? The Countess raised an eyebrow. A long time? It's only been 5 days. As promised, we stayed in the audience chamber. But after some time passed, the Empire's NPCs started coming in and out. I guess she's talking about the time when I drove back the Demon King on the 12th floor, Kim Gongja thought to himself. The Heresy Inquisitor shuddered. The NPCs thought we were enemies trying to invade the Empire. The Night Order and their elite soldiers all came for us. Ah, that sent shivers down my spine, Viper smirked. But this kiddo has a few talents. Firstly, he escaped from the prison where we were held. Tisk. How talented. The Heresy Inquisitor laughed. Wasn't that fun? To think the underground prison had a secret pathway. It felt like I'd returned to my younger days. Viper shot him a look. Didn't you say you got caught by the Bulgarian Mafia when you were young? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Underground, prison, escape. Those were all part of my youth. Crazy bastard, Viper muttered. Anastasia smiled wryly. I know just how colorful our lives were in the outside world. The Countess was born in a trash village in India. Viper, your parents were chief executives in a gang, right? The Paladin suffered quite a bit in Venezuela. We're all trash when we meet each other in the outside world, aren't we? The Paladin frowned. I don't think these are topics we should be discussing at this meeting. Does this mean we're treating the Death Sovereign as one of our own? Yes, Anastasia affirmed. You might not know this, but the Death Sovereign was crucial in raiding the tower. In the 11th floor raid, not a single person died, even though numerous hunters participated. I want to make him a hero representing the tower. She turned to each person. Countess, you're too obsessed with money. Cult interrogator, you've killed too many people. The Countess sighed. I can't deny it, it's the truth. The Heresy Inquisitor grinned. Yes, they were necessary sacrifices. Paladin, you hate receiving attention from anyone. The Paladin shrugged. It's just my personality. Anastasia glanced at Viper. And Viper, I'm sorry, but you're too ugly. Viper froze in shock. Anastasia continued smoothly. The Sword Saint, as you all know, is an old geezer obsessed with his sword. I have to act secretly on many occasions, so I'm not well suited for this either. But the Death Sovereign, he doesn't have much of an image with the public yet. The Heresy Inquisitor nodded. It's true. We've been around for too long and lost our impact on the public. Even though we still produce magazines about the hunter world, sales are dropping day by day. He pointed at Kim Gongja. You're a little short, but it's all right. You just need to look good in photos and you'll be fine. He paused, then asked, just curious, are you dating anyone right now? Kim Gongja shook his head. No. The Heresy Inquisitor grinned widely. Perfect. That means we don't have to worry about scandals. The Countess observed. He actually looks a little sly when he smiles. That's why we're going with the mystical feel. The Heresy Inquisitor added, it'd be bad if you've never dated anyone before. I'm sure some bad rumors will start because of that. Anastasia dismissed the concern with a confident smile. It's fine. I'll take care of that. Countess grinned mischievously. Is this a scenario where love blossoms amidst a 5-day journey together? Ah ha ha, wonderful. I've been donating to an orphanage anonymously just in case a rumor like that starts spreading. I'll tell them that the Death Sovereign is actually the one who donated. Anastasia nodded. Thanks. Get the photographer and designer here first. The Countess continued. We need to circulate at least one picture today. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow and said to Anastasia, I thought we were going with the mystical feel. I don't think. We need a designer, right? He added, unsure. Anastasia smiled gently. Just for today. Everyone is interested in who you are. Just one picture. Let's take one picture for them to see, all right? A few moments later, a makeup artist spoke with urgency. Please look over here. Yes, that's perfect. The photographer added, this time, with you holding a short sword, just like a wolf hunting its prey in the forest. Kim Gongja struck a pose and said, the photographer exclaimed. You look way better in a suit than expected. Anastasia turned to the Heresy Inquisitor. How about going with the concept of a youth passionate about adventures? Heresy Inquisitor smiled widely. Wonderful. Sword Emperor trembled and laughed loudly. Boo-ha, boo-ha, ha, 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 ha. Kim Gongja, clearly annoyed, shouted, I'm not doing it. A hunter just needs to focus on climbing the tower. To hell with how the press sees me or a photo shoot. You guys can't even clear the 10th floor for years because you're all concerned about useless stuff like that. Anastasia smirked. That line was pretty good. Countess suggested, let's go with a hunter is one who climbs the tower as the title for the magazine this time around. Viper nodded thoughtfully. We were as passionate as him when we were in our 20s. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. Forget it. I'm here to talk about the 20th floor. I'll leave the management of the 11th to the 19th floors to all of you. So please let me have the land on the 20th floor. Anastasia thought for a moment. I hope we can portray him as someone who isn't greedy. How about this for the front page tomorrow? Death Sovereign announces he'll share management of the 11th to 19th floors with the public. It's discovered he's satisfied with just raiding the tower. The second page could read, Death Sovereign found to have been donating to an orphanage on a regular basis. An article like that would be perfect. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry nodded. Let's express our thanks and respect by giving him the 20th floor. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry added, just give it up, young man. This happened to me when I ranked number 1. They just want to show the outside world that we're living an upright and good life. It's a type of inferiority complex, I guess. I'm sure they threw away everything they had to come to the tower. I'm not sure why they're acting like this. Let's go. If we stay here, the whole day might pass without us realizing it. Kim Gong-ja shouted, let's run away quickly. Anastasia called after him. Death Sovereign, the press conference is tomorrow. Try to come back by morning. You must not be seen outside, so use the roofs to get around. Be careful. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja panted as he jumped toward the rooftop. Suddenly, a guard called out, Sword St. Marcus Calenberry calmly replied, can you kindly leave this place for 5 minutes? The guard hesitated, then asked, could you be the Death Sovereign? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Ah, yes, I am. The guard pulled out a book and exclaimed, whoa, I'm seeing you in person for the first time. Whoa, this is awesome. The guard hesitated, then asked, this is the only paper I have with me. Could you please sign it? Sword St. Marcus Calenberry raised an eyebrow. Your name is? The guard replied nervously, I still haven't received my nickname. Death Sovereign, could you sign this paper too? The guard asked eagerly. Kim Gong-ja looked at the book, unsure. I've never done this before. The guard practically begged, it's my lifelong wish. Please sign it. She handed over the book, and Kim Gong-ja reluctantly signed it. The guard happily skipped away from her post. Thank you. I'll treat this as my family's treasure. A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja turned to Sword St. Marcus Calenberry and said, Sword St. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry looked at him with a soft smile. Young man, he said, you probably see the great number of people I've killed, right? If you look in the mirror, you'll probably also see a murderer who's killed numerous people. But I'm not trying to condemn you. I know it's because you have your own standards for killing people. I'm talking about the standard of punishing people who have harmed many others. He looked thoughtful. I'm also where I am because of my standards, and that's punishing groups of people who have harmed many others. Kim Gong-ja nodded slowly. So, Sword Saint, you could think of me as someone walking the same path as you. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry held up a hand. There's no need to go so far to convince me. I'm different from the other hunters. The high rankers have all suffered in the outside world. I, on the other hand, grew up without many issues and lived without lack. But I've gotten curious as to whether my success came about due to my own abilities. Could I just be someone who has grown up while being the best? No, that's not it. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry unsheathed his sword and said, I'm proud of being able to stand upright after experiencing the good things in the world. I want to prove that my pride isn't a delusion. Kim Gong-ja nodded. That's why you climbed the tower. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry continued. But it seems I've let down my guard unknowingly over time. A system notification appeared. Open skill card. Detective's Insight rank B effect. You can know the kill count of your target. It doesn't include indirect killing. It only counts when your target intentionally kills another person. However, you won't be able to know how your target killed them. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry sighed. I was foolish. I chose to trust only my own eyes and hands. Before I realized it, I became heavily reliant on my skill. He looked at Kim Gong-ja. Young man, I'll ask you one last question. Have you killed even a single innocent life before? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I see. That's why he said there's no need to convince him. Because convincing is done with the head. A system notification echoed, Death Sovereign, don't use your head. Use your heart to speak. Kim Gong-ja answered with confidence. No, I've never killed anyone innocent before, Sword Saint. And I don't intend to in the future. Without hesitation, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry shattered his skill card. I choose to believe in my eyes. He smiled softly. You've done well these last 5 days. Thank you for playing along with this old man's stubbornness. I'm only saying this now, but I enjoyed breaking through the 12th to 19th floors with you. Rest up today. Once the press conference is over tomorrow, the 21st floor will open. I look forward to what you'll do on the other floors. Death Sovereign. With that, he leapt away. Kim Gong-ja stared after him and muttered, Sword Emperor, the Sword Saint just acknowledged me, right? Sword Emperor chuckled. Yeah, that seems to be it. Kim Gong-ja knelt down, overwhelmed. Whoa, wow, it's really over. The 20th floor is finally mine, and the guild leaders will handle the press. Yes, it's really all over now. Sword Emperor smirked. Over? What's over? People might think you've just cleared the 60th floor or something. A system notification appeared. The Goddess of Protection is amazed at your achievement. The Goddess of Protection acknowledges all of your achievements. The Goddess of Protection says you are qualified to be an apostle. Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion. What's this out of the blue? Another notification followed. The Goddess of Protection agrees that you should continue to trust yourself in the future. Kim Gong-ja frowned. Wait a minute. What do you mean? The system replied. The Goddess of Protection asks you to look below. Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Below? The Goddess of Protection asks you to look a little bit to the left. Kim Gong-ja glanced to the side, puzzled. Hold up. The Goddess of Protection grants you the last authority. Kim Gong-ja whispered. The Goddess of Protection, are you this sword? The system responded. The Goddess of Protection says yes. Meanwhile, a reporter exclaimed excitedly on television. Everyone, you're watching an amazing video right now. Let's take a look at the latest footage we've just received from the BBs. The headline reads, The person who played the biggest role in clearing the 20th floor. The new star's identity is? The video showed the Black Witch holding hands with another hunter. The reporter continued, Do you see this? That hunter is estimated to be the Death Sovereign. In the footage, Kim Gong-ja shouted, Gah! The reporter added, If the video hasn't been fabricated, it appears the Death Sovereign killed the 11th floor boss in a single strike. We've never seen anyone defeat a boss monster in a single blow until now. Kim Gong-ja quickly turned off the television. Sword Emperor asked, Why did you turn it off? It was pretty interesting. Kim Gong-ja, visibly flustered, retorted, I feel so embarrassed I could die. Sword Emperor shrugged. Then just die. Not like it matters, since you don't really die anyway. Kim Gong-ja groaned. I don't want to, Sword Emperor smirked. All right, change the channel then. Kim Gong-ja sighed. All the channels are talking about me anyway. A system notification appeared. The Goddess of Protection says that's just how amazing your achievement is. Think of it as the price you pay for being a famous hero. The Goddess of Protection advises you to get used to it. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. I was too tired yesterday to talk properly, but, hey Goddess, aren't you thinking too highly of me? The system answered, You're the light. The Goddess of Protection remembers it clearly. That roar you gave at the Empire's castle. Kim Gong-ja covered his ears. Stop it. I only said that because I was too excited. The system continued. That sentence you said with such gusto. The Empire will now be in your hands, Kim Gong-ja pleaded. Please. You have a very desirable sense of confidence, Kim Gong-ja muttered under his breath. Is this sword fangirling over me? The system added. The Goddess of Protection confesses she's happy to serve someone like you as her second master. Kim Gong-ja reflected. Like how I was fanboying over the Flame Emperor previously. The system continued, unabated. Especially when you took in the Demon King of Autumn Rain and said, The Lord is responsible for protecting their own. Kim Gong-ja groaned, burying his face in his hands. Ugh. A system notification said, The Goddess of Protection. Kim Gong-ja looked at the sword and said, You started this first. A system notification appeared. The Goddess of Protection senses danger to its body. The Goddess of Protection asks you to stop. The Goddess of Protection. Gong-ja sighed. Whew, it's finally quiet. The system stayed silent for a moment. Kim Gong-ja continued. So, you're a constellation, right? Why are you a sword, even though you're a constellation? Did you possess a sword? A constellation is something like an administrator of each stage of the tower. I've seen things like the Hungry Demon, who started out as a monster but became a constellation. But to think that an item would be a constellation? What on earth is this? A system notification responded. The Goddess of Protection shakes her head. It'll be easier for you to understand by thinking of constellations as existences that represent something in the relevant world. The goddess of protection says she was originally a holy spirit revered as a god, but the founder of the empire, Lafanta Egim, broke it into 5 pieces and sealed it. It is the first holy sword idol. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. Your name is Idol? A system notification confirmed. Positive. The system explained. The first sword is Idol. The second sword is Compassion. The third sword is Prayer. The fourth sword is Sacrifice. The fifth sword is Salvation. A system notification added, the goddess of protection boasts that if you gather all 5 sister swords, she'll be able to recover the strength she had in her prime. Kim Gongja smirked. In short, you're a fragment of the real holy sword, and I need to find the remaining 4 fragments to use your true power, right? Kim Gongja leaned forward. Interesting. So where are the rest of the sister swords? Hello, goddess? Where are your sisters? Do you not know? A system notification appeared. The goddess of protection exercises her right to silence. Kim Gongja sighed. That means you don't know, huh? The system protested. The goddess of protection says she'd be able to sense their existence if they're nearby. Kim Gongja shrugged. It's not that urgent right now anyway. In any case, you possess 1/5 of your original strength. Idol, what can you do? A system notification proudly stated, you can receive absolute support from the people of the empire. Kim Gongja groaned. I know that better than anyone else already. What else? Suddenly, the sword burst into light. Kim Gongja yelled, ah! A system notification appeared. The goddess of protection is proud of being able to shine brightly. Kim Gongja groaned again. I've already seen this too many times before, so I know that already. My eyes! Sword Emperor burst into laughter. Kim Gongja grumbled. Other than the support from the people of the empire and shining brightly, what else can you do? The system responded confidently, confident in cutting down monsters. The system quickly added, the goddess of protection is also confident in cutting down humans. At that moment, Anastasia knocked on the door. It's been getting a little noisy. What's happening? Kim Gongja waved her off. I'm all right. Anastasia raised an eyebrow. Really? The press conference is in 5 minutes. The 21st floor will be open after the press conference ends. Just head for the 21st floor after answering some questions, got it? Kim Gongja nodded. All right. Anastasia smiled. The answers will be amazing, so don't forget to show up. Kim Gongja crossed his arms. So in short, you can't do anything other than shining, right? A system notification protested. The goddess of protection protests against that unfair opinion of yours. Kim Gongja shrugged. Whatever. You're sparkly from now on. The name Holy Sword or the goddess of protection is too wasted on you. In the first place, you weren't able to protect your own country, right? And you're way too noisy. The Sword Emperor alone is already too much for me. I'm already going crazy with him, Kim Gongja pointed firmly. From now on, you're not allowed to speak unless it's absolutely necessary. A system notification appeared. The goddess of protection. Kim Gongja smirked. Or I'll just send you back to the Agim Empire. Sparkly, did you understand that? A system notification responded. Sparkly replies, yes, warrior. Outside, the countdown read. Anastasia addressed the room. Thank you for your warm welcome. A reporter shouted, Black Dragon Leader. Kim Gongja muttered to himself before the saintess. The Black Dragon Leader was really popular. A reporter shouted again, over here, please look over here once. Just once. Anastasia stepped forward. As everyone knows, we've cleared the 11th to the 20th floors. Just as various press outlets have highlighted, this is truly an incredible feat. We've thought hard about how we could inform everyone of this great news, but we didn't have to worry about it because everyone was already talking about it. We're truly grateful to you all for helping us cut down on our promotional budget. She paused, then smiled. But the thing that we're most proud of this time isn't just the clearing of the 10th floor that everyone has hoped for these past few years. It's also not clearing the 20th floor at an unbelievable speed. It's 0 deaths. There isn't a single person who died. That's what we're most happy about. Anastasia gestured. Everyone, please look down for a moment. Anastasia said, please look at the floor of the Babylon Plaza that you're all stepping on. You'll see that there's a name carved onto each tile. They're the names of the warriors who have died for us. They're the names of our predecessors who offered up their lives while raiding the tower. When we raided the 2nd and 3rd floors, numerous names were carved onto the floors. I'm truly happy that I'm able to declare this in front of them like this. Today, we will not carve a single name on the plaza. A reporter shouted, Black Dragon Leader. Another reporter shouted, Black Dragon Leader. Anastasia continued, it's now time for reporters to ask questions. Please raise your hands one at a time. Kim Gongja thought to himself. There's no need for me to do anything at all, though. Getting connected to the right people is indeed important. As the countdown read, Anastasia said, the answer to the question that was just posted is, she thought to herself, I hope this interview ends quickly so that I can go to the 21st floor already. John Acid said, I'm reporter John Evans from the Babylon Daily News. I have a question for the Death Sovereign, who's recently ranked number 3. Kim Gong-ja thought, me? John Evans continued, there's been a lot of talk about the Death Sovereign making it to rank number 3 so quickly. The speculation that you're a super newbie, secretly prepared by the major guilds, has been the most convincing. If that's true, then you'd be a hero created by the major guilds. We've also heard that you'll be exercising a monopoly on the 20th floor. People are concerned that the major guilds have joined forces to monopolize the 11th to 20th floors. What are your thoughts on this? Anastasia interjected, he's provoking you. Don't answer him, I'll take care of him. Kim Gong-ja replied, no, people like him will keep appearing anyway. I should at least tell them my stance once. Anastasia frowned. But Kim Gong-ja took the microphone and said, it's all right. I'll be able to deal with this. Anastasia hesitated. Just don't go overboard. Kim Gong-ja smiled. I can help cover for most of the mistakes you might make. But if you go overboard, there's nothing I can do to control the press. I'm the calmest person you could ever find. You know me, right? I'm the prophet, okay? Kim Gong-ja cleared his throat and said, Hello, everyone. I'm the hunter who received the nickname Death Sovereign. A pleasure to meet all of you. You are reporter John Evans, right? John Evans replied, yes. He thought to himself, a pretty pressurizing stare. There's only one way to deal with such a stare. Kim Gong-ja said, I think all these concerns are due to my incompetence. John Evans blinked. Pardon? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I just need to say it in the opposite way of what the Flame Emperor said. Kim Gong-ja repeated, I think all these concerns are due to my incompetence. He continued thinking, I don't have the eloquence or experience that the Black Dragon leader has, but I know something that others don't know about. Kim Gong-ja remembered the rudest hunter's interviews in the world. As Yu Suha had said before, kiddos, we only cleared the 20th floor because of how good I am. I worked so hard to clear the tower. It's natural that whatever we get from there belongs to me. Look here, 4 eyes. Who should take it if not me? Your father? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, that was known as the Your Father incident. Even though the Black Dragon leader tried to stop the press conference a few times, Yu Suha still went head-on with the reporters, cussing out their parents and in-laws and saying all sorts of swear words that spread throughout the world because of streamers. However, doing the opposite of the worst would make it the best. As Yu Suha had said before, kiddos, we only cleared the 20th floor because of how good I am. Kim Gong-ja spoke up. I know there is a lot of attention on me from the public, but everyone has overestimated me. Without the help of the Black Dragon leader and the Sword Saint, I wouldn't have been able to make it to the 20th floor. As Yu Suha said before, I worked so hard to clear the tower. What do you have to say about that? Kim Gong-ja continued, of course, I did work very hard with the objective of 0 deaths in mind, but I don't think of this as a sacrifice. I think it's something that I ought to do as a human and as a hunter. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's natural that whatever we get from there belongs to me. He added, which is why I have no intention of asserting my claims. That is also why I've entrusted the authority of sharing what is on the 11th to 19th floor to the guild leaders. Kim Gong-ja thought, who should take it if not me? He finished, the 20th floor is a sort of greenbelt region, so the residents of the tower who have been living there originally will continue to reside there. I'm content with playing the role of an administrator on the 20th floor. As Yu Suha had said before, your father? Kim Gong-ja said, Reporter Evans, that's all I have to say. Do you have any other questions? John Evans said, I don't have any more questions. As Yu Suha said before, if you don't have anything more to say, then get lost, American pig. Kim Gong-ja in the presence said, thank you. If there are any other questions, I'll answer them. Suddenly a reporter raised his hand and said, over here. I'm from the Hwanmun newspaper. Another reporter shouted, please answer my question, Death Sovereign. I'm from Utop Daily News. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, saying the direct opposite was a total score, huh? Another reporter called out, I'm from BBS. As Yu Suha said before, what, Hwanmun? I'm not going to do interviews with you. Your newspapers reek of old geezer's smell. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, he's like a compass for my life. Kim Gong-ja said, the reporter from Hwanmun newspaper, we'll start with you, Anastasia said. We'll stop answering questions now. The countdown read. Another reporter said, Death Sovereign, please answer one more question. Anastasia said, everyone, I understand that you're all curious about our new hero, but Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. We had a night's rest, and we're going to bury ourselves in raiding the tower once again today. Please continue to show us a lot of interest and encouragement while watching over us. We will focus on our objective of having 0 deaths this time around as well. Another reporter shouted, "Black Dragon Leader, just one last question, please. What's your relationship with the Death Sovereign?" Kim Gong-ja was shocked. Anastasia looked at him and smirked, saying, Our relationship? We're more than just friends, we're comrades." The reporters and crowd were shocked. A reporter said, "Did you just say why you're more than just friends?" Anastasia replied, "I said we're more than just friends, we're comrades. That's all. I hope no one misunderstands what I've said." The press conference that the Black Dragon Leader is hosting has come to an end. I thank all of you sincerely once again for all of your interest and encouragement. A reporter said, "Be Black Dragon Leader. Don't leave yet. Please elaborate on what you just said. Death Sovereign, what do you think of what the Black Dragon Leader just said?" "Death Sovereign." Anastasia said, "Let's go." Kim Gong-ja said, "You're leaving after getting everyone so curious?" Anastasia winked at him and said, "I'm a woman who loves watching drama. One must fan the flames at the end in order to create a deeper impression." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, as expected of a guild leader who rules from the top of the tower. A few moments later, Anastasia said, "Whew, that was perfect," and she held Kim Gong-ja's rough hands. The humble attitude was a total bonus. Although people like heroes, they like heroes who are humble the most. You were great at maintaining the balance of being subservient and firm. I didn't know you had a talent for handling the press. What have you been doing? And why have you only just appeared? Tell me if there's anything you want. Money, fame, or a woman? I can give you anything you want in the tower." Kim Gong-ja said, "It's all right. But Black Dragon Leader, what was with that 'we're more than just friends, we're comrades' thing?" I was really surprised. Anastasia said, "It's nothing. I just purposely threw in some smokescreen. The press will dig up scandals you never had anyway. In that case, it'd be safer to get them to focus their attention on me." Kim Gong-ja said, "Is that so?" Anastasia reassured him, "Don't worry, Death Sovereign. I've been dealing with the public for several years now. You can totally count on me for matters like this." As the crowd counted down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The countdown in the sky showed, and the crowd shouted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a non-player character appeared in the sky and said, "People who will be climbing the tower, congratulations on breaking through the shadow of the Demon King that was filled with resentment." Sword Emperor said, "Zombie, don't let your guard down." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this isn't the time to get all excited like I'm at a festival. The 21st floor onwards is a totally different place. Everyone can stay on the first floor forever as well. This place is the refuge for people who wish to run away. Everyone could have chosen to do this instead of challenging the tower. However, all of you have chosen to break through the 10th floor to the 20th floor. You chose to see the end of the tower. In that case, it's only right that we respond to all of your wills. Anastasia was shocked. A person said, What's happening? I didn't say transmit though." Another man drinking his cup of cold coffee said, "A force transmission?" The non-player character said, "Oh, ones who have chosen to climb the tower. The ones who have become warriors of the tower by gladly taking on a new name. From this point on, only warriors who are selected will take on the noble task." Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja and the others were teleported into a library. The librarian said, "Welcome. Oh, warriors who climb the tower. I have earnestly waited for all of you for a very long time. Welcome to the great library of all creation. Welcome, warriors who climb the tower. I've earnestly waited for all of you for a very long time. But it's all right. Life is a journey that starts and ends with meeting someone. Isn't that the meaning of life? To meet a certain someone? Waiting is a seasoning added to life that gives it a deeper experience." A system notification said, "The constellation librarian in a corner welcomes everyone," Humustra said. "I'd like to welcome all of you from the bottom of my heart once again. Welcome to the great library of all creation." A knight said, "Oh." A man taking a shower said, "Where are we? Don't look over here." A lady in disgust said, "Goodness." Humustra said, "Oh my, it looks like I didn't properly think this through." He placed a book in the hands of the man who was taking a shower. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "That's a relief." That was embarrassing. Anastasia said to Humustra, "Who are you, and where are we?" Humustra said, "I'm just a nobody who's managing a slightly bigger library, Black Witch. Compared to you, I'm someone who's more like an extra. I hope you'll treat me as a nobody." A slightly bigger library? Kim Gong-ja thought. It's more like a world that's made based on a library. Humustra said, "Oh, so you're the Death Sovereign. Don't need to be so wary of me. I just want to welcome all of you. To me, you guys are no different from the heroes written in epic stories." Viper said, "Heroes written in epic stories?" Humustra said, "Just like this one." He took out a book titled Agim Empire Chronicles. Humustra continued, "My hobby is reading books, but the books in my library aren't just normal books." He then took out Heavenly Ascension City Tale and Agim Empire Chronicles. They are everyone's history, books that talk about the worlds that the tower has built. Details about why all of you are selected among numerous warriors. The reason is simple. It's because in your world, only you guys have received a name as a character. All 302 of you gathered here, you're all warriors that have received a name. Anastasia shouted, "You only summoned hunters that have a nickname. The rest of them, wait a minute. Are we the only ones who'll be raiding the tower?" Humustra said, "Don't worry. You guys protected the Agim Empire with just 3 of you. With 300 of you, you'll have 100 times more power. You should be able to get past the stages I prepared easily." Kim Gongja said, "Let's get on with this, librarian. I know you're excited to meet living people, but we want to quickly climb the tower." Humustra said, I see. I was so pleased to meet all of you that I forgot to deliver the quest. But it's not like me to give detailed explanations. Let's see. Which story do I feel most moved by? This book is too boring. This one is too quiet since it's about extinction. Oh, this is great. I'm warning all of you in advance. This is just for you to get a taste, so don't be too surprised. As Humustra opened the book, they were suddenly transported to a city. As they fell, Humustra said, "I'm the librarian, but as I've said, the books in my library aren't just normal books." A gay man screamed, "Hayek," Humustra said, "a little more. No, we can think of this as a much more difficult level." The Great Library of All Creation, as the name implies, is a library that has records of numerous worlds. This is the world that you guys have raided, and this is your world. There are many names for these books. Some think of them as chronicles, some as tales. There are people who call them annals or even sagas, but the name I like the most is not among these. Annals are a concise historical record in which events are arranged chronologically year by year. Apocalypse. Your apocalypse would be considered a serialization, if I were to use a term that all of you enjoy using. The long prologue has ended, and now you're climbing up the tower and reading the actual story. But not all apocalypses can be serialized smoothly. As Kim Gongja saw a city explode, Humustra said, "There are apocalypses that face serialization cancellation. This world isn't alone. There are numerous worlds that have faced that end. If the cause of cancellation for this apocalypse is fire, then the cause of cancellation for this apocalypse would be water. How tragic is this? The characters of this apocalypse were alive just like all of you, but before they were able to reach a proper end, before they were able to write a magnificent ending, everything ended for them due to a greatly unjust reason. I call this the serialization cancellation, but you guys simply call it the end of the world." As the people started to gag, saying, "Blah blah, blah, cough," Sword Emperor said, "I guess it's normal for people to want to vomit, since that was something that a normal human wouldn't be able to handle seeing." Humustra said, "The quest that I'll be giving to all of you is simple. Choose among the 8 cancelled apocalypses. Among the 8 worlds that have met their end, choose one of them. I'd like to read the apocalypses, even if they have already been cancelled. I want to read the stories of the worlds that have met their end. You guys will enter the 8 books of apocalypses and save the apocalypse that experienced serialization cancellation. Enter the 8 worlds yourselves and stop their end. That's the quest I'm giving to all of you." A system notification said, "Remake the world, first book difficulty, undecided mission objective. There are numerous worlds, and many of them have met their ends. The constellation, librarian in a corner, calls these worlds serialization cancellations. The librarian in a corner wishes for these stories that have met unreasonable ends to continue. Please start by choosing one of the books that have been canceled. If you succeed in saving that world, it will become the 22nd floor for all of you. However, if you fail, the 22nd floor will not be opened." A man still barfing said, "Blah!" Humustra clapped his hands and said, "Please clean up after your own vomit. That's basic manners, right? The library can only be kept clean with everyone's help." Kim Gongja said, "A bookmark? They're bookmark maids. They'll be serving everyone until you all clear the TH floor." Anastasia said, "They're monsters, right?" Humustra said, "You can call them that. There are a few things that all of you need to pay attention to while you're here. Firstly, you mustn't touch any books that I haven't given permission for. They're all books that I've gathered with my own blood and sweat. They're apocalypses that are one of a kind in the universe. A man shouted in anger, "Fork, stop fooling around. You're the boss monster, right? Hey, everyone, pick up your weapons. To hell with the quest. We just need to kill this guy and we'll clear the TH floor." The Death Sovereign or whatever made it to the TH floor alone, right? I'm sure we can win against a mere kid like him. Who's to say that we can't do it? Huh? As people stared at Kim Gong-ja, he then shouted, "You guys know the top 5 guild leaders, just stand back. I never liked the idea of you guys hogging the raid from the 11th floor onwards. On top of that, you brought some random kid along, manipulated the situation, and made him into a hero?" Anastasia said. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Kim Gong-ja grabbed Anastasia's wrist and said, "Please, hold it in." Anastasia said, "Hey, Death Sovereign, if we leave such kids alone then." Kim Gong-ja said all of this is currently on live broadcast. Anastasia was shocked and said, "What?" as the people outside watched. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Before I returned to the past, I was also on the plaza observing the raid up until the TH floor." Kim Gong-ja thought, "A live broadcast is shown through a hologram in the plaza right now. That constellation mentioned it already. We're no different from characters. And of course there'd be viewers who watch the characters. If one shows a bad side of themselves here, it'll be remembered for life." Anastasia said, "I guess how one clears the floor here would be important." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, we're already in a production known as the Great Library." A system notification said, "Welcome, Death Sovereign." A system notification said, "You will be given your 20th floor clear reward." A system notification said, "Normal stage reward, blessing, the God of Beauty's blessing has been bestowed upon you." A system notification said, "You will be able to see how the characters feel towards you from the 21st to the 30th floor." A system notification said, "Hidden stage reward, blessing, the Snake God's blessing has been bestowed upon you." A system notification said, "Kim Gong-ja, great. This is the type of benefit that I need right now." A system notification said, "You will be able to see what the characters think from the ST to the TH floor." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Shall I give it a test?" Character window. He saw a system notification saying of Anastasia, preferred genre. Romance dislike genre, history preferred character. Prince on a white horse, young men, wolfman. Clumsy man disliked character. Psychopath, soldier, politician, useless female lead preferred plot, rewards. Sacrifice of the few for the sake of the many disliked plot. Being forgotten, betrayal, female lead, misunderstanding others, black witch. If we're being broadcasted live in Babylon, then I ought to play a noble character for the sake of our future. Clearing the tower would be the secondary objective. Yeah, in that case, a wise plan would be. Anastasia looks at Kim Gong-ja, staring at her, and she said, "What's the matter? What happened?" Kim Gong-ja froze in shock and said, Oh, it's nothing." As Sword Emperor laughs and cries at the same time. Anastasia said, "That's a relief, but please tell me if something's happened." Sword Emperor said, "A prince on a white horse. At that age of hers, a prince." "Zombie, go get a horse and ride on it." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, character window. Sword Emperor said, "Wouldn't a hero become a prince if he wears a crown? Aren't you a hero?" Kim Gong-ja saw a system notification saying of Sword Emperor preferred genre. Hashtag wuxia dislike genre. Hashtag everything except wuxia preferred character. Hashtag macho. Hashtag rival. Hashtag mother disliked character. Weak bastard. Pushover preferred plot. Victory. Refreshing dislike plot. Defeat. Slow progress Sword Emperor. That doesn't work on me, right? Kim Gong-ja, with a disappointed look, said to himself, "Mother," Sword Emperor shouted, "Hey, damn you. I'll kill you. Turn it off right away. Erase it from your mind, you bastard. Do you really want me to kill you? I'll cut off all ties with you." Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, Yeah, don't talk about useless stuff and just bow your head to me until we reach the floor. Otherwise, I'll keep opening up your thought window whenever I'm free." Sword Emperor replied, You bastard, just you wait." The man shouted, "Yeah, we've all thought it through. We'll be able to take care of a mere boss monster with this number." Sword St. Marcus Calenberry said, "How foolish. Have you forgotten about what the constellation just showed you? Where the worlds met their ends." He continued, "If he wanted to, he could easily throw us into a world like that. And yet you want to fight him? You must be crazy." Sword St. Marcus Calenberry added, "If you all want to commit mass suicide, I won't stop you." The man said, "Hey, don't get scared. The Death Sovereign managed to clear the TH and the TH floors alone. That's just how boss monsters are like. This is all an act put up by the major guilds. If you're going to wag your tails for the top 5 guilds for the rest of your life, then get lost, Humustra said. Are you done talking? The man said, yeah. Boss monster bastard. 50 people could easily take care of a kid like you. Humustra said, I'm sorry. I don't really like cliches. I'll end this real quick. And he opened a book. The man shouted, ah, what's this? Humustra said, in this apocalypse, humanity has been annihilated, and only one magician remains alive. After going through various adversities, he's actually more like a tentacle monster than a magician. He's a protagonist that I like quite a lot. He's ranked around number 9 on my favorite character list. This magician's specialty is sealing magic. I'm kind of in an owner-customer relationship with him. In return for me giving him some materials, he'd gladly fulfill one of my requests. Oh, right. His hobby is making the things that he's created wear maid uniforms. I guess it's inevitable, though. All of humanity has been annihilated except for him. He'll probably become even more unusual if he wants to continue maintaining his sanity. It's gotten cleaner. Useless extras have been taken care of. Are you guys even more ready to become the protagonists? A few moments later, Heresy Inquisitor said, haha, to think that people would drop out from the start. This really stings. But, to begin with, sacrifice is needed for the advancement of things. We ought to ride on the backs of those sacrifices and perform an even fiercer raid. Let's cheer up. We almost lost people, but now it's reduced to just. We're really lucky. Aren't you guys going to drink? This is really good. Kim Gongja said, firstly, cult interrogator. Please shut up. The more you talk, the lower the morale gets around here. That'd be bad. Heresy Inquisitor said, I'll gladly shut up. Kim Gongja said, everyone should know by now. You shouldn't try and fight against that constellation recklessly. The only thing we can do now is to just quietly do the quests he'll give to us. Kim Gongja said to himself, I'm now ranked number 3. I'm a strong hunter who has the 3rd most speaking rights. I need to get used to getting attention. But doing the quest doesn't necessarily mean it'll be bad for us. Everyone, please look at the quest window. A man said, all right. A system notification said, please start by choosing one of the books. In the case that you succeed in saving that world, it will become the ND floor for all of you. However, if you fail, the ND floor will not be opened. Kim Gongja said, the most important part here is the last part. You know what that means, right? Depending on which world we save, our rewards will differ by a lot. If we save a world that's full of diamonds, then that world will become the 22nd floor for all of us. Diamond is just an example. But what if it's a world that has an abundance of rations, water, and various resources? Anastasia said. We'll be self-sufficient. We could resolve the issue of rations even without the help of the outside world. Kim Gongja said, that's exactly it. Kim Gongja opened a book, and Viper said, hey, Death Sovereign, be careful. Nothing happened? Humustra said, that's right. Unless I use my abilities, those are just normal books. But the forbidden books that are too dangerous have been hidden very well. Kim Gongja said, does everyone understand now? We need to stick together and read the books here. Moreover, we need to choose certain books that we can clear and benefit from, a system notification said. The stages on the ST to the TH floor are worlds of apocalypses. A system notification said, Sumyuan Academy story genre, romance, fantasy difficulty, D-grade number of people. People currently, the serialization has been cancelled. Introduction. Sumyuan is a magic academy with a rich history. It is a normal academy where friendship, competition, love, and jealousy are common. This apocalypse could have remained a normal story about life in the academy if an end-of-the-world artifact hadn't been sealed beneath the academy grounds. Cause of cancellation, a female student who had reincarnated stole the fiancé, the crown prince of the villainess. The villainess got so angry that she released the sealed artifact. A great demon was then set loose, and it ended the world. As Kim Gongja held a book, Sumyuan Academy story. A system notification said the contents were something like that. As he opened it, Kim Gongja said, there you are, the other half of my life, Sylvia. Sylvia replied, you're my other half. Then the castle exploded. A demon has appeared. How unlucky. That's how the world ended. End. Kim Gongja said to himself, look at how a romance novel that was getting really exciting suddenly ended like that. Any reader would have flown into a rage. Kim Gongja said, each book has different difficulties and contents. We need to select ones that we can clear and benefit from when we clear them. Kim Gongja said to himself, how much more terrible would it be if these were real worlds, as the people pretended to listen? Sword Emperor said, idiot. They're acting like that because you talk to them politely. Do you not know that talking to hunters is like talking to walls? There are around hunters that you're in charge of. You need to speak casually to them before they'd even consider listening to you. He continued. Do you remember that your existence has become even clearer thing whenever you level up? Do you know what that means? It means you have gotten more prideful. A man yawned. Kim Gongja said, is that so? Sword Emperor said, the higher the level of a hunter, the more prideful they usually are. They don't listen to anyone. Kim Gongja sighed. There are hundreds of apocalypses. Am I supposed to read them all by myself? Gather around. Let's split into groups. Those who have read books before, to my left. Those who haven't read any novels, history, or anything of the sort, to my right. Move now. Those who read books split into groups according to the genre that you like. A maid held a paper saying, Detective, another wuxia. Kim Gongja said, is there no one doing history? Well, why are there so many people over here? Then he slammed a book and said, all right then, we will now start reading all the books. Heresy Inquisitor said, now, I'll hand out apocalypses according to genres. Take a book within your groups and read it. Each of you will then decide whether the book you're reading is a flop or a good one. Kim Gongja said, yes, Cult Interrogator? Heresy Inquisitor said, Death Sovereign. I don't know what a flop is. Kim Gongja said, For example, this is a flop, a system notification said. Survive in a volcano. Genre, survival, romance difficulty, D-grade number of people, people currently. The serialization has been cancelled. Introduction. This world has been devastated due to a nuclear war. But a human's will to live is truly remarkable. The male protagonist and his lover have survived even after a nuclear war. The protagonist couple swore that they would overcome all sorts of adversities and hardships and become the new Adam and Eve. Kim Gongja said, the new Adam and Eve, and it being romantic and all, isn't that good. A system notification said, cause of cancellation. The place where the protagonist couple promised to meet was in a volcanic area. Humanity has met its end. Kim Gongja said, there's no point in saving this world. War has already taken place, so what would we do with the ND floor that's radioactive? Heresy Inquisitor said. Aha, Kim Gongja said to himself. For your information, the Flame Emperor had chosen either magma or volcanoes up until the TH floor. Since he's immune to fire, if he did things right, he could have made it so that the tower gets treasure boxes. But I guess he didn't care about anyone else. Kim Gongja said, do you understand now? Don't worry about the feasibility of the story or the personality of the protagonist. Just read and think about how much we can benefit if we save that world. Kim Gongja said to Anastasia, excuse me? This is the detective group. Anastasia said, I know. Kim Gongja said to himself, didn't it show that she was a romance fan in her character window just now? Kim Gongja said, do you like detective stories? Anastasia said, of course. I'm an intelligent woman. As she sipped her cup of water, Kim Gongja said to himself, could it be because she doesn't want the people around her to know that she likes romance? Come to think of it, romance has a lot fewer hunters compared to the rest. On the other hand, Wuxia is swamped with male hunters. These people, are they still putting on acts in this current situation? Sword Emperor said, I told you, didn't I? High-level hunters are very prideful. You saw the Suicide Squad of members just now, right? They're all crazy bastards. Kim Gongja said, Black Dragon Leader, even so. Anastasia said, even so what? Kim Gongja said, I just thought that the Black Dragon Leader is someone who's quite romantic. I've always thought of you that way, so it's a little unexpected that you're not in the romance group. Anastasia said, really? Anastasia said, do you think I'm someone who looks like romance is for me? Kim Gongja replied, yes, to the extent that you'd feel out of place in any other group that isn't romance. Anastasia sighed, then became serious and walked toward the romance group. She said, if that's what you say, then I don't have a choice. I haven't read anything about romance before, but maybe I'll take this opportunity to try something new. Heresy Inquisitor said, amazing Death Sovereign, the Black Dragon Leader has never left her seat to go to another place before, as he was in the detective group. Kim Gongja said, Heresy Inquisitor, you read detective novels as well? Heresy Inquisitor said, I know Sherlock Holmes. I know Dr. Watson too, Kim Gongja said to himself. Character window. Preferred genre. Fairy tale mythology dislike genre. None preferred character. Human dislike character. None preferred plot. Ultimate happiness of the majority dislike plot. None and a half hearts. Heresy Inquisitor said, I know Sherlock Holmes. I know Dr. Watson too. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Crazy bastard. This guy. His thoughts and appearance are totally the same. Heresy Inquisitor said, what's the matter, Death Sovereign? Kim Gongja took out a pen and said to Heresy Inquisitor, you're now in the fairy tale group. There's only you in this group, so you must evaluate all of the books that come into this group alone. Heresy Inquisitor said, oh, what an important responsibility I have. Kim Gongja thought to himself, don't worry, I'll make sure to evaluate them thoroughly. There isn't a single fairy tale book within the apocalypses, though. Why would there be any fairy tales where their ending would be the end of the world? Kim Gongja said to Sword Emperor, phew, how is it that there are people out of who are hiding their preferences? They're crazy bastards, seriously. This is the last person that I'll be taking a look at. Character window, preferred genre, Isekai strongest MCMCs that DGAF harem dislike genre. Politics criminal preferred character. Older woman, younger woman, MILF pure sunder cute traps dislike character. Mafia gangster blonde tanned thugs TLN, DGF, don't give a F preferred plot. I was summoned into another world and realized I was this pure character who was super overpowered, the one who carries the blood of the strongest dragon and the empress of the demon world. I want to show everyone what it's like to be unrivaled. What's the problem with that? Number 2, I think my younger sister has become the goddess of creation for me. It's problematic for me since I just want to live a quiet high school life. Overpowered, unrivaled harem situations that happen, and I have no choice but to step in. Dislike plot, #NTR. Kim Gongja said to himself, currently ranked number 6 within the tower, the Heavenly Martial Clan's clan leader, 1.5 hearts, Viper. Wow, what are the martial arts sects? Why is wuxia like this? Every line has the beggar sect or whatnot, and it's filled with men that reek of sweat, as they are in wuxia. Kim Gongja said to himself, Viper said to himself, aren't they really inconsiderate of their readers? Viper looked at Kim Gongja and said, what are you looking at? I'm busy reading. Kim Gongja said to himself, he was the emperor of light novels. Kim Gongja said, nothing. Please continue reading. Anastasia said, I think my eyes are dropping out. Death Sovereign, I think I can understand what the constellation is feeling. Kim Gongja, eating a sandwich, said, pardon? Anastasia said, all these apocalypses, they all got cancelled when they reached the climax. A meteor fell just as the female protagonist was about to confess to the male protagonist. Aliens appeared when they were about to kiss. It's all a mess. And it's even worse because they were all interesting until something ridiculous happened at a ridiculous timing. It's like having a perfect pork cutlet as the main course and something suddenly comes out of it as you cut it up. Kim Gongja in shock said, wait, you don't have to tell me about what came up. I'm eating right now. Anastasia said, I'm sorry, Death Sovereign. I'm so insensitive, but I have to tell you this. So the thing that came out is, Kim Gongja said, this is all broadcasted live, okay? Anastasia said, irk. She whispered to Kim Gongja's ear, and he dropped his sandwich. Humustra said, it looks like you all finally understand my pain. The books of apocalypses that I've permitted you to read, they're all grimoires in this great library that's especially destructive. They're all so interesting that it's impossible for readers not to love them. But that's all there is to it. The more interesting they are, the more you suffer. Because these grimoires all have terrible endings. Anastasia said, did you give these to us on purpose? So that we'd suffer like you did. Humustra said, you can say so. All right then. It's time for all of you to fall into the hell of serialization cancellations and suffer in my eternal suffering along with me. Right now, a lady said, to think he gave us canceled series to read on purpose. A boy said, is he the devil? He'll definitely receive divine punishment. Master Alchemist said, Hunter Neem. Kim Gongja said, did you receive a nickname as well? Master Alchemist said, yes. I somehow received one. It's not a very cool nickname. It's Chemist. Hee. Kim Gongja said to himself, the alchemist Castellan already received her nickname? Kim Gongja said, you're really amazing. How did you get a nickname so quickly? Master Alchemist said, not at all. I'm really not that amazing. I'm not being humble here. I heard a voice a few days ago that said, the products you produced have contributed to saving the world. And I was suddenly given a nickname. I don't understand why. Kim Gongja thought to himself, it's because of the elixirs she gave me. Doesn't this mean that I carried her? Master Alchemist said, I'm not the one who's amazing, you are. You rose up to rank number 3 in just a matter of days. It's an honor to have met someone like you. Kim Gongja said, come on, stop it. I just got lucky. Master Alchemist said, If you need anything in the future, please let me know. I'll help you with anything as long as it's something I can help with. Viper said. The Wuxia group has finished reading. Anastasia said. The romance group is done too. Heresy Inquisitor said. The detective group has finished reading as well. Paladin said. The sci-fi group is done too. Kim Gongja said. Then for each group, please come up with a few recommendations. Heresy Inquisitor said. The fairy tale group would like to recommend this, although this is actually the only book we had. He showed a book titled Me and Our Sacrificial Lambs. Kim Gongja thought to himself, there was a fairy tale book? A system notification popped up. Me and Our Sacrificial Lambs genre, fairy tale difficulty, A-grade number of people and above currently. The serialization has been cancelled. Introduction. In this world, humanity founded a utopia that moved through a special force, and that's through the screams of innocent children. Thanks to meticulously developed torture techniques and life-extending treatments, they were able to extract 5 years' worth of screams from each child. The sacrifice of one child for the sake of million lives? How efficient! Cause of cancellation. Years after the utopia was founded, all of the innocent children were depleted and the utopia lost its force. Kim Gongja thought to himself, it looks like, regardless of this apocalypse's difficulty and reward, we need to go in and take a look. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, the Wuxia group strongly recommends this book. A system notification popped up. Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon genre Wuxia. Fusion difficulty. B-grade number of people currently. The serialization has been cancelled. Introduction. The Murim is a place that respects martial arts and belongs to people who have reached the peak of martial arts. The Heavenly Demon appeared in this place and plotted to unify everyone in the Murim. The demonic cult is a group built around the Heavenly Demon, and the forces that try to fight against the demonic cult would have collided over the fate of the world. If only a super pandemic didn't occur so suddenly. Cause of cancellation. An unknown pandemic broke out in this world, and the Heavenly Demon died. The demonic cult was annihilated, and the rest of the forces in the world are dead as well. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, the reason we recommend Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is simple. This world has an existence known as the Heavenly Demon. He's a person of the Murim who has collected all of the martial art manuals available in the Jianghu. And so, the demonic cult's headquarters built a huge secret vault, which is a library. Martial arts is a type of skill, and martial art manuals are books that contain the secrets of those skills. Jianghu is like an underworld society where all kinds of people could be involved, such as ordinary beggars, street performers, etc., and not all of them have martial arts. A man said, that means if we succeed in saving this world, we'll also obtain the library that contains the best skills in the world. It's a chance for our hunters to get stronger. His friend said, can we gain new skills? Kim Gongja said to Sword Emperor, a Murim world, I just need to die to the martial masters, and I could at least get one a grade skill. Sword Emperor said, zombie, that's just like you. Is taking shortcuts all that's in your head? Kim Gongja said, it's because I now have a world that I want to destroy, but it'd be difficult with my current strength. A system notification popped up. Sparkly notifies you that she detects a presence. Kim Gongja said, a presence? A system notification popped up. Sparkly says that one of her sisters is very close. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a sister sword. As Kim Gongja looked at Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, a system notification popped up. Sparkly says that she can feel the existence of a sister sword coming from the book that the Sword Saint is holding. Kim Gongja said, okay, let's start by dying once before I go to the Murim world. Sword Emperor said, what was the okay for? A system notification popped up. Sparkly doesn't understand what you want to do. Kim Gongja said, Lafanta Agim. He was the first emperor of the empire and the person who turned the goddess of protection into Sparkly. A system notification popped up. Sparkly says that you're the person who named her Sparkly. Kim Gongja said, I have no idea what kind of person he is, but this means that he's able to travel between worlds. Sparkly was originally from the Agim Empire, right? But now there's another one of her in the Murim world. This means that Lafanta Agim is someone who has the ability to cross between worlds. He's probably a munchkin of sorts. He's competent enough to establish an empire and strong enough to break a constellation into parts. It isn't wise to jump into the Murim world recklessly, since I'm not invincible. Kim Gongja thought to himself, the truth is, recently, I've been starting to feel a little nervous. I feel nervous that if I let my guard down even for just a little, my sense of confidence could turn into arrogance. Kim Gongja said, I became third in the rankings, pretty much defeated the Demon King by myself, and now everyone in the city listens to me. I'm even commanding hunters who have received nicknames. I feel like if I'm not careful, I might let my guard down. Just like how the first-ranked person lost his life by letting his guard down. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I need to know more about who this person is, since I might end up meeting him in Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Right now, I have no information at all. Sword Emperor said, that's not a bad mindset, but what are you going to do? It's not like there's a way to find out more about him. Kim Gongja said, you're wrong. Even though this sword looks like this, it's still the goddess of protection. It might have been broken into 5 pieces, but strictly speaking, it's still a constellation. The question here is, if this sword stabs me, would that be considered suicide or murder? Sword Emperor said, huh. Kim Gongja said, the chances are 50-50, but it's worth giving it a try. A system notification said, Sparkly pleads with you to reconsider what you're thinking of doing. Kim Gongja said, why? A system notification said, it's embarrassing for others to see Sparkly's past. Sparkly is earnestly pleading with you to respect her private life. Kim Gongja said, come on, there's no need for things like privacy between us, is there? I'm being broadcast live 24 hours a day as well. We ought to be fair here. A system notification said, Sparkly begs you not to do it. Kim Gongja ended his life using Sparkly. A system notification said, because of your death, the skill requirements have been met. A system notification said, the goddess of protection skills are currently sealed and therefore cannot be obtained. A system notification said, currently, your hunter rank is D. The penalty for your skill is taking place. A system notification said, the level of the penalty is intermediate. It is the story of the hungry demon. The goddess of protection said, it feels like a long journey has been completed. I knew you would be able to do it, hero. Lafanta Agam said, yeah. Kim Gongja thought to himself, that guy is Lafanta Agam. The goddess of protection said, it feels like it was just yesterday that you were flustered because you got summoned out of nowhere. But now you are the emperor who has unified the continent. Sword Emperor said, huh? What was that? That silver-haired bastard. He looks like the constellation killer. You know him? And what's a constellation killer? Sword Emperor explained. That's his nickname. He's a crazy bastard who hunts down constellations and beats the crap out of them. That's how he got his nickname. The tower is connected to other worlds. From the 50th floor onwards, the hunters from other worlds will have to compete against each other. Instead of climbing the tower like he's supposed to, he beats up constellations that he bumps into occasionally right away. And the constellation killer is a camper on the 50th floor. Kim Gongja said, is Lafanta Agim a hunter too? Sword Emperor said, yeah. I've always wondered which world this crazy bastard was born in. To think I'd meet someone I know from such a long time ago here. Kim Gongja said, how were you guys related? The goddess of protection said, I'm truly amazed. You were just a commoner who didn't know anything at first. Sword Emperor said, I've fought with him properly before. Although he was strong, he wasn't at the level where he could win against me. Lafanta Agim said, you're now stronger than I am. Hero, what do you intend to do from now on? I don't think there are any holy or evil spirits that can stand in your way anymore. This long journey of yours has finally ended. Lafanta Agim continued, constellations, it won't be holy or evil spirits anymore. It'll be constellations. The worlds don't belong to the constellations, but to the humans. The goddess of protection said, hero, why are you suddenly exuding such an aura? Lafanta Agim said, I won't kill you since I've come this far with your help. I'll just break your existence apart and seal you up. That way, you won't be able to regain your power again. I'm sorry, but this is the right path to tread. A system notification said, reenactment of trauma completed. A system notification said, the subject's self is confirmed to be intact. A system notification said, the penalty has been completed. Kim Gongja said, I don't really understand, even after seeing it. Sparkly, why did your previous master seal you? A system notification said, Sparkly sulks and says that she doesn't know either. A system notification said, the Lafanta Agim that she remembers is a hero who had an overwhelming sense of justice. A system notification said, Sparkly says that she has no idea why he sealed her or why he turned his back on the empire that he had built up. Sword Emperor said, I already told you this. The higher the level of a hunter, the crazier that bastard gets. Don't try to understand these crazy bastards. They say if you look into an abyss long enough, you'll become the abyss itself. Just become strong like me and beat up the constellations or whatever. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I guess we did gain something just by knowing what he looks like. And one more thing, the constellation killer will treat me as an enemy the moment he sees me, since I'm walking around with a fragment of the constellation he sealed. It was time for the 21st floor again. The hunters had chosen the ND floor after reading all the apocalypses. The choice to select Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon didn't have many problems, as the Sword Saint had recommended it. Humustra said, "So, you're going to choose wuxia as your first genre, huh? That's not a bad choice, but it probably won't be identical to the Murim you know. There'll definitely be martial arts in the Janghu too. You might meet interesting people depending on how you progress. Martial arts like treasures. You might even gain what you guys call skills. But as always with high risks, there will be high returns. The enemies you meet will be that strong as well. This should be obvious, but if you die within the apocalypse, you'll die for real. And of course, it'd be impossible to get out of the apocalypse before it reaches a proper ending." Humustra continued, "Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon can only allow people. All right then, who among you guys will be the characters of this apocalypse?" Kim Gongja said, "I'll do it." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "I'll join in as well. I can't sit out of an apocalypse I've recommended." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Aha, looks like the soul of a wuxia maniac is boiling within him." Humustra said, "That's great. We've met the minimum requirements for people participating. 2 more people can join as characters. How would you guys like to proceed?" Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "Actually, there's another reason I recommended this apocalypse. Everyone, please look at the cause of cancellation. Cause of cancellation, an unknown pandemic has broken out in the world, and the heavenly demon has died. The demonic cult has been annihilated. The rest of the forces in the world are dead as well." And, Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry explained, "The last sentence says, as the unexpected and unidentified disease broke out and killed the heavenly demon, the rest of the people died later on as well. As you can see, the thing that destroyed this world was the pandemic. So, we'll need hunters who are knowledgeable about diseases. And I know someone who knows the most about diseases. Potion King, can you step forward?" Sword Emperor said, "Ah, that guy. He's the owner of the pharmacy that he frequents." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "I'll be doing most of the fighting, and the Death Sovereign will help where I'm lacking. The Potion King here will take care of the pandemic. With the 3 of us, we'll clear the apocalypse. Death Sovereign, do you have something to say?" Kim Gongja said, "Ah, yes. I have someone I'd like to bring along with me as well." He pointed at the Master Alchemist. Master Alchemist said, "Uh-huh, are you referring to me?" Kim Gongja said, "Yes, that's right." Master Alchemist said, "Death Sovereign, it's only been a week since I got my nickname. I'm really weak. Bringing someone like me along would be meaningless." Kim Gongja held her soft hands and said, "You're the most competent chemist and doctor I know." Master Alchemist said, "Pardon? What?" Kim Gongja said, "And you told me something earlier, didn't you? You said, if you need anything in the future, please let me know. I'll help you with anything as long as it's something I can help with." Kim Gongja said, "If you meant those words, you'll help me, right?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, "If you've received my help, then you ought to pay me back too, Master Alchemist." A person said, "What? So all 4 slots are filled?" His friend asked, "Who on earth is that woman though?" Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "It's the lady I met previously." Master Alchemist said, "Heek!" Kim Gongja said, "There's no need to be scared. I've already resolved my misunderstandings with the Death Sovereign." Master Alchemist said, Is that so?" Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "However, Death Sovereign, the place we're about to head into is going to be pretty dangerous. Didn't the constellation tell us that if we die in the apocalypse, we'd die for real too?" Kim Gongja said, "Yes, she's the best chemist I know of." Sword Emperor said, "Although he makes some decent potions, he's not the best. Now that lady's around." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, "She's the best chemist you know of." Kim Gongja used his power and saw 5 hearts for the Sword Saint. He thought to himself, "I'm sure she's exceptional, since she was recommended by an exceptional fellow, but I see, Sword Emperor. It's been a while since you've said something that's correct. When the biggest fish that once lived in a creek goes to a river, it wouldn't be able to recognize that it's actually just a small fish. All right, I'll take this chance to help these 2 young ones get closer to the Potion King." Kim Gongja said to himself, "Wow." Sword Emperor said, "I won't say much since we've gone through a lot together, but he still is an old fart who thinks he knows best." It looks like the Sword Emperor on his side also did the same thing with the Sword Emperor on my side. He must have underestimated the chemist based on her physical appearance. Potion King said, "Ha! The best that you know of? That's why brats are no good. It's ridiculous that you would think of yourselves as the best after accomplishing such a small feat. I feel like I'm looking at my younger self. It's so displeasing. Seriously, this is why brats are no good."
Sword St. Marcus Calenbury said, "Potion King, be understanding.
The Death Sovereign is an exceptional young man. He's just lacking a little experience in life." Potion King replied, "But that experience is what's most important, isn't it? Acting like you know it all despite not knowing that fact, I feel embarrassed for them. They're just like me when I earned $1 billion in Silicon Valley. It's the same kind of poor attitude I had." Sword St. Marcus Calenbury said, "Hey, calm down." Kim Gongja thought to himself, incredible. That stubbornness that's making the almighty Sword Saint flustered. Potion King said, "I'm already trying to calm down, aren't I? I'm trying my best to hold myself back on your account, even though these brats are trying to call the shots here. But now he's suddenly saying that he wants to bring that skinny girl with us." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "I guess even old farts have their own hierarchies, huh?" Master Alchemist said, I'm okay with you calling me a brat, but the Death Sovereign isn't a brat, and a poor attitude." Potion King said, "Oh ho, look at her, Marcus. She's acting like he's her darn husband and defending him." Master Alchemist said, Defending my husband?" Paladin said, "Please stop. That chemist is definitely exceptional. I know her through the Death Sovereign's introduction. Potions. She's been supplying the Vigilante Guild with countless exceptional potions." Potion King said, "I guess it's good enough for a place like the Vigilante Guild," Paladin said. "What did you say?" Potion King replied, "Those who don't know how high the sky is would think that the ceiling is high. Would a guild like yours be able to buy from my store? That kind of recklessness reminds me of when I was young as well. Tisk." Sword Emperor said, "Why are you allowing yourself to hear all that nonsense? How about you stop holding yourself back?" Kim Gongja said to Sword Emperor, "I'm not holding myself back. This situation is currently being broadcast live in Babylon Plaza. Is this the perfect time for the debut of one and the retirement of the other?" Kim Gongja said, "Shall we have a match then?" Potion King said, "See, Marcus? They're asking for a fight since they can't win with words." Kim Gongja said, "No, I'm not asking you to fight with me. I'll provide you with the potion ingredients. Please make a potion with these materials. Wouldn't we know who's better after we compare the efficacy of the potions?" Master Alchemist said, "Death Sovereign, that old geezer. No, I mean that person. I know you're infuriated by his insults, but he's still known as the Potion King, you know? On the other hand, I'm just..." Kim Gongja held her soft shoulders and said, "Chemist, I believe in you, so please, believe in yourself as well." Master Alchemist said, "The Death Sovereign, I'll do my best. No, I'll make sure to win." A few moments later, they began mixing the potions. A person said, "I think the Death Sovereign was a little reckless there. That old geezer's potion shop has a waiting list of 1 month, despite his potions being so expensive. There's no way he'd lose." His friend said, "The Death Sovereign and the Potion King. Even though they're both kings, there's still a huge difference in their experience." Countess said, "All right then, who do you think will win? Please place your bet on the person you think will win." Anastasia said, "Death Sovereign, will you be all right?" The betting odds are now 1.08 to 47. Kim Gongja said, "That's great. How about we put in some money so the odds don't change too much and earn some allowance?" Anastasia said, "You're the one who said this is all broadcasted live, right? In the case that the chemist you recommended loses terribly, your reputation would take a big hit as well." Kim Gongja said, "Yes, this is a live broadcast the whole world is watching, not just Babylon. I do feel a little sorry for what's about to happen to that Potion King, though." Potion King shouted, "I'm done, brats. Bow before this great creation of mine. Rarity, special grade recovery potion. Although it tastes a little bitter, you'll be able to recover even from critical wounds. Of course, there are still certain side effects. To be able to make such a potion, you truly have incredible skills." A person shouted, "A special grade recovery potion." As expected of the Potion King, a girl shouted, "Can you please sell that to me?" Another said, "I'm in front of you in the queue. How dare you cut in line?" Master Alchemist said, Excuse me. I did it as well," she said, as her potion glowed brightly with different colors. Master Alchemist created a Soma strawberry. Rarity, pure legendary grade. A person in the crowd exclaimed, "Wait, strawberry flavored? How can there be a strawberry taste if no strawberries were used? And what's with this effect?" As others were blinded by its light, Countess covered her eyes with sunglasses. Master Alchemist said, As long as the body part is in good condition, even a severed limb can be reattached without any side effects. She fell silent for a moment, adjusting her eyeglasses, and then said, "Ha, is this the potion you made, old man?" She mocked the Potion King's creation. She held it, observed it, and said, "Ho, this is all there is, huh?" Potion King thought to himself, could this person be the type who grows stronger indefinitely when she thinks she has the upper hand? Master Alchemist said, "Old man, it can't be that." Potion King snapped back, "Brat, it can't be that." Master Alchemist shot back, "You're that incompetent?" Potion King retorted, "You're that lucky?" Master Alchemist said, "What?" Potion King sneered, "You're really lucky. Tisk tisk, brats these days. I thought I was that competent when I earned $1 billion in just minutes on Wall Street." Master Alchemist said, "Want to go for another round?" Potion King laughed, "Are you sure? The goddess of fortune doesn't smile upon the same person twice. Tisk tisk brats nowadays, seriously." A few moments later, Potion King said, "You are so darn lucky," as Master Alchemist's potion shone even brighter. But the goddess of fortune doesn't smile on the same person thrice. A few more moments passed. Potion King said, "Impressive luck." But the goddess of fortune doesn't smile on the same person 4 times, as Master Alchemist's potion gleamed even brighter. Sword St. Marcus Calenberry covered his face and said, "Just stop it, Potion King. You look really pathetic right now." Potion King cried out, "No, this time for sure. I'll completely destroy that newbie's luck with my experience. Can't you see this? This victory road of mine of Sean McAllister."
Sword St. Marcus Calenberry said, "I'm sorry, miss."
"It looks like you're truly the best chemist there is. I was wrong for not trusting the Death Sovereign's guarantee." Master Alchemist said, It looks like your friend's in a lot of pain. It's not like he's really that bad. Even though he's not as good as you are, he's still pretty good at it." "Yes, well, he's definitely better than the average person. He does have some fundamentals, so he could at least be used as an assistant." Countess suddenly shouted, "You, a contract with me right now. An exclusive contract, a contract with me." Master Alchemist said, "Sorry." Countess said, "I promise you'll be treated the best in the industry. I'll even let you touch the cat. No, I'll let the cat roll around on the field for you. How does that sound?" Another person shouted, "Me too, chemist. Since you were chosen by the Death Sovereign, you should be the chemist of the Death Sovereign." Another said, "Let's drop the death part, Potion Empress." A pervert yelled, "Oh goddess of potions, please bless us with your potions." Master Alchemist shouted, "First off, those who want to buy from me will have to go through the Death Sovereign. The Paladin, who was already buying from me, is fine, but I'll only sell to whoever the Death Sovereign permits me to sell to. So, everyone." Kim Gong-ja said, "Let's think about that after we clear the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon." Humushra said, "It looks like all the characters have been decided. I'll say this again. If you die within the apocalypse, you'll really die in real life. There's only one way out, and that's through rescuing the world from getting canceled no matter what, and through giving it a proper conclusion." Kim Gong-ja said, "What does a proper conclusion mean?" Humushra replied, "That depends on your judgment. The possibilities are infinite. You can eradicate the pandemic and save the Muram. You can also make use of the pandemic to rule over the Muram. All right, please send us into the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon right away." Suddenly, a martial artist said, "Wait a minute. Is the clan leader not going?" Viper, confused, said, "Huh?" His disciple said, "This sounds like a world that's made for the clan leader, though." Kim Gong-ja looked back and thought to himself, "Wait, Viper is." Viper's disciple said, "If we're talking about the ways of the Jangu, wouldn't the clan leader be the best fit?" His friend said, "I think so too." "Master, you ought to join them." Viper looked down and said, "I was already intending to express my interest in joining. Have you guys forgotten about me?" Kim Gong-ja used his power and saw 1.5 hearts. He thought to himself, "Darn disciples, why are you making such a big fuss about sending me to that countryside-looking place?" Viper said, "A world where martial arts and chivalry are respected, that's Muram right there. Even though I was born in a different world, the hometown of my heart has always been Muram. Still at hearts," he thought to himself, "they don't even have flush toilets there. I suffered so much in the Agam Empire because they didn't have it either, damn it." Viper said, "I'm sure all of you know why the clan I created is called HMC Heavenly Martial Clan. Still at hearts," he thought to himself. "Under the heavens, I was just a jobless man who possessed the best cheat skill before I climbed the tower. Do you have a problem with that? That's what HMC stands for, but they somehow thought it meant the Heavenly Martial Clan." He then said, "I must go," and to himself he muttered, "I really don't want to go." A system notification appeared. Sparkly reports that she's dumbfounded. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, Viper, I understand why you want to go. Viper replied, there's no need to say more. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, however, I don't think there's a reason why I should give you my spot. They observed their powers clashing, and someone exclaimed, the Sword Saint is clashing with the Heavenly Martial Clan leader. This is a battle of pride. Paladin said, Sword Saint, Heavenly Martial Clan leader, please stop. You're not actually intending to fight here, right? Viper said, both the Sword Saint and I are martial artists. Wouldn't everything be resolved if we fought and the stronger one wins? To himself, he thought, I'll lose to him on purpose. It'll be embarrassing if I lose too obviously, so I'll lose by a slight margin. My disciples will fall for it if the person I'm losing to is the Sword Saint. Paladin, do something about this. Paladin said seriously, Viper, a guy like you. Sword Saint, are you not willing to stand down? Viper thought to himself, why are you asking him if he's willing to stand down? Paladin said, I know how you love to be on the front lines of battle, but haven't you already participated in the raid along with the Death Sovereign and the Black Dragon leader from the 11th to the 20th floors? If you still insist on raiding the ND floor, that'd be really shameless of you. Since the Heavenly Martial Clan leader is the leader of an organization, can't you respect him a little? While he's not someone who cares about how he looks in front of his disciples, he's in a different position, someone who moves alone like you. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry fixed his tie and said, since when have I considered the positions of the top guilds? Viper said, Sword Saint, you seriously? Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, however, I'm starting to think that I ought to act a little more respectfully these days. Kim Gongja thought to himself, why is he making such an emotional decision now? Kim Gongja said, Viper, I'll let you have your way this time around. Viper replied, you should have done this earlier. Count your lucky stars, old man. To himself, he thought, Marcus Callenberry, this is not who you are. No. Heresy Inquisitor said, Paladin, that was amazing to think you actually convinced the Sword Saint. Paladin said, no, he's the one who allowed me to convince him. Heresy Inquisitor said, ah, I see. I'll have to hug the Sword Saint then. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry said, I'll have to firmly reject that. Anastasia said, everyone's really growing bit by bit. Potion King said, Tisk, if it's settled, then let's quickly go. The sun might rise if we wait any longer. This too is similar to when I was young. I guess nothing can be done about it. Although I lost to that brat consecutively because of her luck, I, the Potion King, am still known as the best chemist of all time. Master Alchemist said, Death Sovereign, I'm scared. Sure, I might be way better than that old man at least. And that's a fact as sure as Galileo's heliocentric theory, but still, someone like me. Viper said, hey non-combatants, make sure you hide yourselves well when we're fighting. It takes just a second for one's head to fly, you know? To himself, he thought, I don't want to go. Old man Sword Saint, replace me now. It's not too late. Yumustra said, Death Sovereign, Viper, Potion King, Chemist. The four of you have been selected as the new characters of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. When you wake up in that world, you'll be in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, which is days away from facing its end. I hope to see an awesome conclusion created by you guys. Kim Gongja thought to himself, in my era, wuxia is already a genre that not many people would read anymore. This feels like CG from the past. It looked really cool at that time though, an era where seriousness was mocked. Both martial arts and chivalry didn't have much power in the world. Kim Gongja focused and said, Hup, energy circulation. That's still not enough. Energy dinner, energy brunch, ka. In a world headed for destruction, in that place snow was falling. At the Murim world, Master Alchemist said, it's so cold, as a blizzard brewed. Kim Gongja said, everyone please use your aura to protect your body. Master Alchemist said, I never learned how to use aura. Potion King complained, gosh, this is killing me, I'm so darn cold, cool. Kim Gongja said, Heavenly Martial Clan leader, please take care of the Potion King. Viper said, all right. As Potion King piggybacked on Viper, he sighed, gosh, I feel so much better now. Kim Gongja said, Chemist, you'll be with me. As he extended his hand, Master Alchemist hesitated. Sorry? Kim Gongja touched her soft white hands and said, give me your hand. As she felt warmth spreading in her body, she said, thank you, but this feels a little ticklish. Kim Gongja said, I'm embarrassed too, but we don't have time to waste right now. Since the librarian is a constellation, he used words like story and serialization cancellation. Master Alchemist responded, but this is a whole world by itself, not just any book. We're here to save a world. You know that, right? Kim Gong-ja said. Yes, that's right. I think I thought of this a little too lightly. I'll do my best. As they continued to hold each other's hands, Kim Gong-ja said, we just need to focus on what we each need to do. Although I'm now protecting you with my aura, when we take care of the pandemic, both you and the Potion King will have to handle it. Master Alchemist said, yes, Death Sovereign. The book chronicles of the Heavenly Demon displayed. The Heavenly Demon died due to the sudden outbreak of an unidentified disease, and the rest of the people died shortly after as well. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, in that sentence, which has fewer than 50 words, it didn't mention that it was super cold or that there was snow piled up to one's knees. We need to find out from this point forward about what happened to the character, the Heavenly Demon, and what caused him to die. Master Alchemist said, look over there. I think I see someone. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, and to find out what this unidentified disease is that caused this world to come to an end. Kim Gong-ja said, okay, let's head over there first. Sword Emperor said, something strange. I don't hear any sound coming from that direction. Kim Gong-ja said, isn't that because the snowstorm is covering up the sounds? Sword Emperor said, maybe, but it's not just the sound. I don't see any movements at all, not a single movement. Potion King was confused and said, what? Why are all the humans frozen? They looked at the humans, frozen in place. Master Alchemist put on her gloves and took a sample from the dead. Master Alchemist used her skill and said, he's a real human. Based on the skill life diagnosis book, he's been dead for years and months. According to the Moving Hospitals analysis, this is a disease that hasn't been recorded. Potion King said, how unusual. Master Alchemist said, the cause of death for all of them is the same. They weren't frozen to death. If they died due to a disease, then they should be lying on the ground. But, as you can see, they're all standing up. This must be the doing of ghosts. When stuff like this happens, the silicon. There's a high chance that someone purposely moved them here. Even though their cause of death might be the same, their time of death is all different. Some died years ago, and some died years ago. I can't help but think someone intentionally moved the corpses here. Kim Gong-ja said, could this be some kind of tomb? Viper said, a tomb. When I saw them from afar, they looked like the terracotta warriors. The terracotta army is a collection of terracotta sculptures depicting the armies of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China. Kim Gong-ja used his skill character window, preferred genre, none dislike genre, none preferred character, none dislike character, none Yangcheng sect. Like Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, so this is what the character window of a dead person looks like. Light was probably this person's last thought right before he died. Kim Gong-ja said, if this place is a graveyard, then why did they make it this way? Viper said, is there no place we can take shelter in? The aura does make it slightly better. Master Alchemist said, look, these guys still have their weapons on their waists. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja heard someone laughing from the distance. The Axe Immortal, the Murim Alliance leader and the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, the demonic faction will meet their end today. The demonic cult leader So Bakyang said, ha, what a joke. As long as I'm alive, the demonic faction will be just fine. Axe Immortal, you're the one who'll be saying goodbye to the Orthodox sect Murim. The Axe Immortal, Namgung Woon, said, nonsense. I've already cut off the heads of the blood demon squad that your demonic cult is so proud of. I even cut off the heads of those rotten demonic elders of yours and sent them to the underworld. There's a total of martial artists in the Murim that are following me. What kind of sorcery will you use to stop me? The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, said, old man, you sure are one lying fool. The blood demons have received my secret orders and are currently out on a mission. Kim Gong-ja whispered to Master Alchemist, let's approach them quietly, okay? The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, said, rather than worrying about my subordinates, worry instead about those minions under you. Axe Immortal, where are those comrades of yours from reputable clans that you were so proud of now? You, who were once revered as the alliance leader of the Murim, have now become pathetic. The Axe Immortal, Namgung Woon, said, it's none of your business. They've received my secret orders and have been dispersed to all parts of the world. You sure have a lot of secret orders, huh? Namgung Woon continued, this is all because you keep messing with the world unnecessarily. If not for the stupid demonic faction, the state of the world wouldn't have been damaged like this. So Bakyang sneered, then the people who handed over the Murim to those idiots must be idiots themselves. Namgung Woon yelled, you bitch, how dare you? So Bakyang mocked him. Bring it on if you're unhappy, old man. I'll finally kill the last person of the orthodox sects and show you just how healthy and alive the demonic faction is. Namgoon Woon fumed. I can't stand seeing a vile demon like you so boastful. I'll split your head into two and offer one piece to the Jade Emperor and the other to Hades. The two faced each other, ready for a fight, when Sobaekyang taunted, Axe Immortal. Where's that jade axe of yours that you were so proud of? Why did you bring that cane here? You're nothing but an empty husk of the Namgoon clan. The only good thing about you was how happy you were swinging that axe. Namgoon Woon snapped. Shut up. What happened to the savage blood demonic sword that you always carried around? Why is that cane in your hands? Sobaekyang replied, what harsh words. Even though it doesn't seem like much, it's a wooden sword that I personally carved. The essence of 1,000 years of the demonic faction is within this wooden sword. I've named it the demonic heavenly wooden sword. Namgoon Woon scoffed. Did you just name a mere cane a demonic heavenly weapon? Sobaekyang responded, am I not supposed to? They stared at each other. Namgoon Woon cleared his throat and said, the demonic heavenly wooden sword is a bit much. How about just calling it the cane? Sobaekyang said, well, maybe cane could mean something else. Namgoon Woon angrily retorted, a cane is just a cane, as you can see, foolish bitch. Sobaekyang said, since you're going so far as to say that, I'll just call this the demonic cane. Namgoon Woon raged, that damn demon word. Demon. I have no idea why the demonic faction bastards always like to have the word demon in whatever they name. All your subordinates are Blood Demon, Sword Demon, Phantom Flame Demon, Twilight Demon General. There are already 4 demons in there, and what's worse is that they come together to make up the 4 demonic generals. Kim Gongja said, don't they sound sophisticated? Sobaekyang growled, I can't believe that Jianghu was ever in the hands of these stupid bastards. Suddenly, both Sobaekyang and Namgoon Woon noticed something. Namgoon Woon shouted, bitch, didn't you say the weather today would be great? Sobaekyang replied, there are times when fortune-telling works and times when it doesn't. No one can predict everything. Namgoon Woon exclaimed, gosh, we might as well have gotten a street fortune teller to tell us our fortune. I got tricked into believing this bitch, and now everything's ruined. Sobaekyang snapped, shut up and just prepare to fight, old man. We're already pretty weak, so don't waste any more of your strength. Master Alchemist asked, why are they suddenly acting like this? Kim Gongja said, I'm not sure either. They watched from a distance. Master Alchemist heard something, and Potion King, Kim Gongja, Master Alchemist, and Viper turned to look. Suddenly, Kim Gongja ran, and the others shouted in alarm. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Morim, a world where martial arts are revered, used, and treated as something they've reached the peak of. Their world. The heavenly demon appeared here and plotted to unify the Morim. The demonic cult is a group built around the heavenly demon, and the forces that try to fight against them would have clashed over the fate of the world. If only a super pandemic hadn't occurred so suddenly. Kim Gongja shouted, the super pandemic was a zombie virus? As Master Alchemist and Potion King ran, Potion King yelled, run away! I've never seen those things in Silicon Valley before. The world is going to end. Kim Gongja said, this place is. He cut off the head of a zombie and said, already a world that has ended. The zombie still moved. And Kim Gongja thought to himself, damn it, are these the type to only stop if their brains are completely destroyed? Let's get away from here first. Sobaekyang shouted, who are you guys? Said, old man, I think my eyesight is failing me right now. I see 4 living humans moving. Is Hades calling out to me? Namgoon Woon continued, I think my eyes have failed me too. Probably because I've been influenced by your stupidity. Kim Gongja shouted, you guys run away quickly and please tell us where we can run to as well. Sobaekyang, the demonic cult leader, said, oh my gosh, they are really living humans, old man. Namgoon Woon responded, or are we already dead, and this is just what hell looks like? Sobaekyang replied, that would mean I am either here in Utopia or in hell with you, huh? Namgoon Woon said, since I've done countless good and chivalrous deeds, there's no way I'd be in hell. This must be Utopia then. But not only does this place not have peach blossom trees, there are Jiangshi running towards us as well. Sobaekyang said, that means this isn't a dream, but reality, and they are all living humans? As Viper picked up Namgoon Woon and Kim Gongja picked up Sobaekyang, the demonic cult leader said, since his embrace is warm, I guess he's not a Jiangshi at least. Sobaekyang asked, where on earth did you guys come from? You've learned some interesting movement techniques. Are you children from the outside world? Kim Gongja thought to himself, outside world. He then said, we are. He then wondered, is she asking if we are from outside the Murim? Suddenly, the zombies leapt toward them. Kim Gongja was shocked and said, "What? Why would zombies be able to fly in the sky?" So Baekyang, proud of her zombie disciples, said, "That's the weightless art I created. I borrowed it from those Kunlun nobodies and tweaked it a little. The weightless art, also known as Qinggong, allows one to move around as if their bodies are very light. Look at them. They're so skilled that they aren't leaving any footprints on the snow, as expected of the elites of the demonic cult who have received my teachings. They're true demonic beings who don't forget what they've learned even after they die." Kim Gongja stammered, "Wait a minute. They don't forget their martial arts even after they die?" So Baekyang responded, "Oh, I guess you're slow to understand since you're from the outside world. Even when martial artists become jiangshi, they can still use martial arts. That's simply common sense." A zombie let out a chilling growl. "Gwar." So Baekyang said, "I've never heard of such common sense before, especially for those guys who are elites of the demonic cult. I've taught them to be able to react to killing intent even in their sleep. I'm so proud that they can still use the weightless art like that even after they've become corpses." Kim Gongja gritted his teeth. "Hupfi." Potion King looked back and said, "They're catching up. They'll catch up at this rate, clan leader bastard. Run faster, run even faster. If I get bitten and become a zombie, I'll really start biting you." He squeezed Viper's neck and Viper yelled, "Freak! Whose idea was it to bring this old man in here? And why do I have old men in front and on my back while the Death Sovereign only has women?" Kim Gongja snapped. "Is that really what's important when we're about to get bitten to death by the martial arts of zombies? Since it looks like we're about to die, what else can be more important?" Sword Emperor yelled, "Zombies! They're zombies!" Kim Gongja shouted, "Their weakness. Don't they have any weaknesses?" So Baekyang said, "If you destroy their heads, they'll stop moving." Kim Gongja asked, "Is there no easier way to do it?" So Baekyang thought for a moment and said, They stop moving if there's light." Kim Gongja yelled, "Lady whose name I don't know, and chemist." Master Alchemist responded, "Yes." So Baekyang said, Kim Gongja said, "I'm sorry, but I'll need to throw you guys up for a bit. Try to land by yourselves." Master Alchemist, confused, said, "What?" As Kim Gongja threw them into the air, they shouted, "Ah!" and fell into the snow. Kim Gongja said, "I'm sorry," as a zombie behind him growled. Kim Gongja looked back, and Sword Emperor said, "You're going to die here, huh? It looks like the zombie bastard is going to get killed by a real zombie. This is something I can tick off my bucket list." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "What bucket list? You're a ghost." Kim Gongja said aloud, "I'm still not dead." He raised his sword and shouted, "Sparkly." A system notification said, "Sparkly responds to the hero's call." Kim Gongja called out, "Sparkle," as she shined brightly. The zombies fell in the snow. Potion King sighed in relief. "Phew, did we survive? Did I survive again? Gosh, if not for that Marcus bastard, I wouldn't even be here at the tower." "Ugh." Kim Gongja asked, "Is everyone all right?" Master Alchemist groaned, "Ugh, yes, but my face hurts. Thank you for saving us, Death Sovereign." Viper exclaimed, "Freak, the Sword Saint was exactly like this. And now this old man too. I want to live without old men in my life." Kim Gongja said, "Heavenly Martial Clan Leader, while I take care of the zombies, please handle the rest." Viper asked, "What are you going to do?" Kim Gongja replied, "I need to take care of all of them quickly while they aren't moving. Since I need to destroy each and every one of their brains, it'll take a while, but it shouldn't be too difficult." So Baekyang, the demonic cult leader, said, "Wait a moment, child of the outside world. I would like to offer you my gratitude for saving a complete stranger like me. But if you want to kill the zombies, I have no choice but to stop you." Kim Gongja asked, "Why is that so?" He thought to himself, could these zombies be under a unique curse? If I kill them, will I also take on their curse? So Baekyang replied, "They're all part of the demonic cult that I own." Kim Gongja responded, "What?" So Baekyang explained, "They're my disciples and subordinates. We're in a great war to completely eradicate the orthodox factions. We need every one of our martial masters. We already have fewer numbers than them, so I can't afford to lose my elites here." Kim Gongja thought to himself, a great war. The world of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was just one step away from meeting its end. It's impossible that there are any forces left that could start a war. Humustra said, "Once you open your eyes, you'll be in the world of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, where it is 10 days away from facing serialization cancellation. I hope to see a good ending created by you guys." Kim Gongja thought to himself, there's only 10 days left until this world is completely over. So Baekyang said, "Me and that old man, the Axe Immortal, the Muram Alliance leader. Namgun clan's abdicated clan head. Namgun Woon, we've been at war for 3 years already. It's been exactly days since the Orthodox demonic Great War was declared. Both me and that old man swore upon our own names that we won't leave this place until one of us admits defeat. Even though they've been reduced to Jiangxi, they still use demonic martial arts and are still demonic beings. They're my subordinates that I need to look after. Don't kill them as you please. If you want to kill the zombies, then kill the ones that have monk robes on. Namgun Woon shouted, "No way, I'll never let you do that. They're all elites of reputable Orthodox sects that I've spent so much effort gathering. Did we make a pledge, you heavenly demon witch, that we won't touch the zombies and that you and I will see the Orthodox demonic Great War to its end?" So Bakyang sneered, "Pledges are meant to be broken." Namgun Woon fumed, "Wicked lady dog. In that case, I'll crush all the heads of those demonic beings." So Bakyang retorted, "Bastard, are you intending to break the pledge even though you're the leader of the Orthodox sects? You've finally shown your true colors, hypocrite." Kim Gongja said, "The world's about to end, but you guys are still going on about the Orthodox demonic Great War or something?" So Bakyang said, "The order's wrong. We were in the midst of the war when the world decided to end by itself. But this fight we've started can't be pushed back. I will not stop moving until I've gained victory over that old man. Since I still have 500 Jiangxi soldiers left, I'll lead them and crush the Orthodox sects. That's what I want to say, you vile demon. Even if I were to become a vengeful spirit, I'll fight you, and my comrades of the Muram will be with me. I'll put a stop to this sickening war that's been going on for days." So Baekhyang continued, "Just like how a scholar shouldn't be picky about their brush, a martial artist shouldn't be picky about their sword. Even if I'm holding the demonic heavenly wooden sword because I forgot to bring my savage blood demonic sword, this is more than enough to defeat an old man like you." Namgun Woon laughed. "Ha! So you want to fight to see who gets to unify the Muram last, huh?" As they both shouted at each other and attacked. So Bakyang shouted, "Heavenly demon dominating stride." Namgun Woon yelled, "Heaven-splitting golden axe." Their twigs suddenly broke. They grabbed each other's hair and pulled. Kim Gongja thought to himself, "What on earth is this?" Namgun Woon shouted, "Hup, eye stab." So Baekhyang shouted, "Block." Sword Emperor said, How strange. Their techniques and breathing are really good. They'd be very powerful martial masters even in my world." Kim Gongja muttered, "That?" Sword Emperor said, "Can't you see what they're doing? That eye stab is the concept of the divine dragon's claw trying to steal the magic pearl of the evil dragon. It's called the twin dragon's pearl snatch. And the covering of the face is the concept of the descended Buddha covering the faces of every sentient being in the world. It's also known as the 1,000-move bodhisattva." Kim Gongja asked, "But why are they fighting in such a mess?" Sword Emperor replied, "That's why it's strange. If the form is at that level, it ought to be filled with a certain level of energy and intent. But in those movements, there's none of that energy which we know as aura, and that's why it's such a mess. That shouldn't be the case even if their Dantian was completely destroyed." Kim Gongja said, "What about the possibility that you're just messing with me?" Viper commented. "That old man and that woman, they're pretty good. That bite just now contained the principles of the Land King Snake, and that stretching of the arms just now contains the principles of the calm transcension dragon." Sword Emperor said, "While he's only pretending to be the real thing, I guess a martial artist is a martial artist after all. Yeah, the humongous Land King Snake, the king of the land, and the calm transcension dragon, flowing with peace. See that zombie? That guy knows his stuff, unlike you." Kim Gongja muttered to himself, character window. Viper, now at heart, said, "After analyzing how they fight with my invincible skill, I was indeed right. Those movements were as good as hellhounds protecting the Demon King Castle's main gate. But I guess it's like their movements are stuck between the previous life of a two-headed troublemaker and the previous life of a class president, and the male high schooler who was once a hero of an online game, and the classmate who was younger because he skipped a grade. He was also a popular manhwa artist and childhood friend. They both decided to become heroes. I'm sure of this," Viper said. "Aye. Is that so? They look like children fighting, though. If anyone can see the difference, then what would be the difference between a martial master and a normal martial artist?" Viper at hearts thought to himself, "My goodness, just how many directions of attack do they have? The two of them are above the old man Sword Saint for sure. It feels like I'd level up just from watching them. I want to teach these martial arts to my disciples when I head back." Kim Gongja said, "You know how people always say that everyone has their own perspective? That's just Viper's point of view. of how martial arts. Sword Emperor said, thanks. Potion King sneezed and said, gosh, this is freezing. Hey, you bastards. How long are you going to keep fighting each other? Don't you see that we're here too? That narrow-mindedness, seriously. It's just like when I was young. It's exactly the same. So Bakyang, the demonic cult leader, and Namgoon Woon, the Axe Immortal and Murim Alliance leader, stopped. Namgoon Woon said, we certainly aren't treating our guests from far away right. I'll guide you to the cave I'm living in first. A few moments later, the sun shone. So Bakyang said, huff. Namgoon Woon said, huff. So Bakyang said, huff. Namgoon Woon said, huff. Kim Gongja said to So Bakyang, if you'd like, do you want to get on my back? So Bakyang said, thank you. My cultivation technique isn't working very well today. Viper said, Death Sovereign, that's not how it should be done. Kim Gongja asked, what? Viper said, this is how it should be done. A few moments later, Kim Gongja noticed something and muttered to himself, Namgoon Woon said to Kim Gongja, the weather's freezing, but your body is warm. Sword Emperor said, that's strange. A few moments later, they arrived at a cave. Namgoon Woon said, this is my abode. As they entered, Master Alchemist gasped in awe, whoa, isn't that a hot spring? So Bakyang said, this is a resting place I found a long time ago. I never thought I'd be having outsiders as guests here, though. Go ahead and take a bath first. I'll search for food with the old man to see if we've got anything for you. Namgoon Woon asked, do we have anything else other than grain balls? So Bakyang replied, old man, that's why I said we're going to search, right? So Bakyang, the demonic cult leader, asked, have your ears turned deaf after you've aged? Grain balls are basically made from grinding grains together and forming them into rice balls. They're tasteless and dry, but because they're dry, they can be preserved for a long time. They're usually used for isolated training in the world of Murim. Namgoon Woon, the Axe Immortal and Murim Alliance leader, said, you keep calling me an old man, but our ages aren't that different, you know? So Bakyang retorted, if you've got a problem with that, then perform body reformation too. Kim Gongja and Master Alchemist exchanged confused looks. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a martial master can perform body reformation and return their body to its prime after reaching a certain level of martial arts. Master Alchemist said, how fascinating. They were just about to fight to the death a while ago. Potion King added, didn't they say they've been fighting for 3 years already? You become attached to one another after fighting for so long, I guess. But it's nice that it's warm here. Having to constantly hold hands with an adult man after coming to this world is a little embarrassing. Heavenly Martial Clan leader, please stay away from me a little now. Viper commented, why did the Sword Saint take an old geezer like you as his friend? Potion King snapped, hey, watch your words. I'm the one who took him in as a friend. So Bakyang said, it's embarrassing, but we don't have much to offer. These are grain balls, eat your fill. We used to hunt for food occasionally, but we don't even see any beasts around nowadays. Kim Gongja said, it's all right. Thank you for the food and warm welcome. As Master Alchemist, Potion King, and Viper took a bite of So Bakyang's grain balls, they were shocked. Master Alchemist looked at the grain balls and asked, have you guys been eating this all this time? So Bakyang answered, yeah, that's what we've been doing most of the time. Master Alchemist asked, oh, how long have you been eating this? So Bakyang replied, it's been over 2 years since we've been surviving on grain balls. She added to herself, the word on the wall is the Chinese character upright, but it's been used to count the number of days. It consists of 5 strokes, 1 for each day that's passed. Master Alchemist said, that's crazy. You guys won't be able to get proper nutrition though. So Bakyang said, I don't understand what you're saying. It's quite all right for me. Potion King groaned, I can't take this anymore. It's because you guys are eating stuff like this that you don't even have the strength to cross the snowfield. You're just like me when I was young and didn't think about my body's well-being. He took out his ingredients, showing off his walk skills. All right, it isn't much, but eat all you want. You should eat proper meals while you're young. Namgoon Woon muttered, both me and that heavenly demon aren't that young. Potion King said, did you eat some kind of elixir? Whatever, even if you're old, just eat up. Only then can your body continue to survive. Kim Gongja sipped a cup of cold water and his life seemed to light up. He thought to himself, this is better than the most luxurious item I indulged in after winning the Merchant Alliance's lottery. Way better than the taste of a venti quad white mocha frappuccino, half Java chip, half chocolate drizzle. Oh my goodness, to think such a taste would exist in the world. Master Alchemist said, oh my, this is really good. So Bakyang said, this tastes really incredible. Are you a cook for the imperial family? Nam Gung-woon said, although I've eaten a lot of different types of dishes as the alliance leader, I've never eaten a delicacy like this. Potion King proudly said, well, that's because I was the chef of my own restaurant in my 50s and received 3 Michelin stars. If I had a proper stove instead of this mere burner, I would have fed you guys with even more food. Viper asked, why would such an amazing person like you come to the tower? Potion King responded, is there a problem with that? Marcus also came to the tower, didn't he? Viper asked. Did you know the sword saint from outside the tower? Potion King said no, he was just an annoying son of a rich family that was dirty. In the eyes of someone who succeeded by his own efforts, he's just a lucky bastard. He came to the tower after having some terrible luck in his later years. As the plates were finished, So Baekyang said, all this bizarre food and your vibe that exudes affluence. I'm curious as to where all of you have come from and why you've come here. Did the outside world find a way to cure the Jiangxi soldiers? Kim Gongja and Master Alchemist exchanged looks. Kim Gongja replied, no, we're still looking for a way to cure them. So Baekyang looked away and said, I see. Well, all of the physicians and Taoists of the Murim have tried, but they weren't able to achieve anything at all. So Baekyang, the demonic cult leader, said, even the martial masters of the Maoshan sect, who were experts on Jiangxi, had given up. I'm sure the situation is the same in the outside world as well. Is there really no way to cure it? Kim Gongja replied, I'm not trying to exaggerate, but you've seen our cooking, right? We possess knowledge that none of you have. Especially the chemist over here. She makes the best medicine and is very skilled at treating diseases. Potion King said, she was just lucky. Kim Gongja continued, and that old man over there is also someone qualified to assist this chemist. If you have any useful information, we might be able to develop a cure. So Baekyang said, it's hard to call it a cure, but it's not like there's no way around it. Master Alchemist asked, what is it? So Baekyang and Nam Gung-woon, the Axe Immortal, the Murim Alliance leader, and the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head said, please wait here for a little while. They walked to the back of the cave. A few moments later they returned, and Master Alchemist was shocked. So Baekyang and Nam Gung-woon were carrying a coffin, which they carefully set down. They slowly opened it to reveal a zombie inside. Kim Gongja asked, this is? So Baekyang replied, the Wudang sect leader. After he got bitten by a Jiangxi, he asked us to use his corpse for research purposes. However, we only found one way to stop the virus: acupuncture to block off all of the blood vessels. So Baekyang demonstrated by holding a needle over the zombie's body and pulling it out. Suddenly, the zombie let out a loud shout. Master Alchemist was startled, falling to the ground in shock. Heek! So Baekyang explained, as you can see, if we block the blood vessels between the brain and spine, we can keep the Jiangxi down. But this is more of a temporary treatment than a cure. The blood and energy of people bitten by Jiangxi become polluted by murky qi through their blood vessels and meridians. No amount of lotus positions or energy circulation can purge this murky qi. Even for demonic beings who have cultivated demonic energy or ascetics of pure qi, which is like the water of a stream, once they are polluted by it, it's the end for them. Their entire body would become hot as if they were on fire, and they would soon become Jiangxi. Shaolin's monks survived the longest. They were able to maintain their consciousness for a year even after their arms were bitten off. But they were exceptions, even among exceptions. No matter how powerful a martial master is, it's hard for normal people to last more than 15 days after being bitten. Child from the outside, are you really able to find a cure? Master Alchemist and Potion King thought silently. So Baekyang continued, it's all right. I had thought only the two of us remained in this world. I'm already glad to meet other living people. Nam Gung-woon said, we'll prepare your sleeping quarters. Sleep here for today. We can talk more tomorrow. Later that night, as everyone slept, Potion King muttered, Marcus, if you just leave like this, I'll forever be number 2. Master Alchemist sighed, I can't eat anymore. Viper said, Kim Gongja stared at the sky. Sword Emperor asked, Zombie, why aren't you sleeping? Kim Gongja replied, I need to confirm something. Sword Emperor stared at Kim Gongja. Suddenly, So Baekyang and Nam Gung-woon looked at Kim Gongja, who pretended to be asleep. So Baekyang asked, are they asleep? Nam Gung-woon replied, it looks like it. Let's do this right now then. Kim Gongja opened his eyes and sat up, startling So Baekyang and Nam Gung-woon. Nam Gung-woon exclaimed, whoa, what's this? You, weren't you asleep? So Baekyang wasn't amused and said, what an observant child. When did you realize it? Kim Gongja responded, I thought it was strange from the moment we met. The weather was so cold, yet the two of you wore so little. Your aura. I mean, it was to the extent that if you hadn't used your internal energy, you wouldn't have been able to bear the cold. That means you were already using internal energy to protect your body from the cold. Kim Gong-ja said, for people who are so great at using internal energy to be tired from fighting like children, that means you're probably using your internal energy for other matters. The two of you have already been bitten, right? But you're just suppressing the murky chi with an incredible amount of internal energy as the leaders of the demonic cult and orthodox sects. Am I wrong? So Baekhyang, the demonic cult leader, looked at the sky and stood up. Namgung Woon, the Axe Immortal, the Muram Alliance leader, and the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, stammered, Demon Head, you. So Baekhyang said, it's all right, old fart, we've already been caught, and opened her clothes. So Baekhyang then continued, child from the outside world, you're right. It's been 3 years since I and that old fart were bitten by Jiangxi. But strictly speaking, there are errors in what you've said. Namgung Woon replied, we weren't suppressing the murky chi. We simply blocked off the acupressure points on our cervical vertebrae with our internal energy to stop the flow of the murky chi. Sword Emperor remarked, shit, that's telekinesis. Gongja, you know about the airburst sword, right? Kim Gongja nodded. Yes, one would cover their sword with internal energy to make it fly around. Sword Emperor continued, when they say they've blocked the acupressure points on their cervical vertebrae with internal energy, it means they're paralyzed from the neck down. They're using their internal energy to move their bodies, just like they're moving swords with the airburst sword. Every movement of their heart, every breath, every joint and muscle, they're using their internal energy to control everything, like using the airburst sword 24 hours a day. That's why they get so tired, even from walking a few steps. Crazy bastards. So Baekhyang said, we've been fighting the great orthodox demonic war like this. Namgung Woon added, it's been 3 years since we started fighting. Namgung Woon continued, recalling a past conversation. A disciple once said, heavenly demon, this can't go on. Half of the blood demon squad has been wiped out. Even the elders, who were spread across the world after we declared war on Muram, are no longer reachable. This isn't the time for us to fight with those orthodox sect idiots. Our cult, or maybe even the world, could be in danger. The disciple went on, the beggar sect's beggar. Heavenly demon, we've set up the pharmacy, regardless of faction or sect, as per your instructions. The Tang clan leader and the martial masters of the Maoshan sect are all here. A few of them have caught the Jiangxi disease and will be using their live bodies, so we should be able to get results shortly. He continued, heavenly demon, the lunar shadow demon and the blood demon have died as well. Even if we take down 100 Jiangxi today, 1,000 more will rise tomorrow. We can't fight against this pandemic. Please, heavenly demon, leave Fallen Island. Even zombie soldiers shouldn't be able to cross seas. This isn't the only place where Muram can be. Wherever the banner of our cult flies, that place will be where Muram is at. He added, the oath made during the Great War isn't important anymore. It was sworn before the world fell apart. In a time where things don't make sense anymore, we mustn't be stubborn in our ways. Please forget the oath you made with the Muram Alliance leader and rebuild our forces anew. He was bitten and collapsed. Heavenly demon, as he fell to the ground. Kim Gongja asked, how did you last so long? So Baekhyang and Namgung Woon looked at each other, and so Baekhyang said, follow us. They walked outside. So Baekhyang said, people die eventually. I'll tell you something interesting that happened in Muram. There was a supreme peak martial master who achieved 10,000 poison immunities and an invulnerable physique. No poison could affect him, and no sword could hurt him. How can someone who can't be killed by the most vicious poison or the sharpest sword be killed? He was invincible. But in the past, one thing people couldn't accept was that anyone was invincible. Child from the outside world, do you have any idea how that supreme peak martial master died? Kim Gongja asked, how did he die? So Baekhyang replied, he was killed by the lust demon. The pleasures of bodies coming together aren't poison, and definitely not a sword. Kim Gongja said, but aren't fleeting pleasures considered poison? So Baekhyang responded, you're right. That's why she didn't present the storms of pleasure from the start. She was very clever about it and took her time. At first, it started with mild pleasures. Then it eventually grew into indulging in fatal pleasures. Those slaps she made during their sexual intercourse no longer felt like pain to the supreme peak martial master. And eventually, he even felt pleasure from the lust demon's whippings. Everything she did with her hands, feet, and eyes was pure bliss to him. In the very last moment, the lust demon strangled him very lightly. She didn't need any powerful martial arts or strong internal energy. He, who was out of breath, found pleasure in it and smiled brightly. He indeed reached the peak, just like the supreme peak martial master he was, and died. It's as if he wasn't someone who couldn't be poisoned or injured. The moral of this story is simple. Namgoon Woon, the Axe Immortal, the Murim Alliance leader, and the Namgoon clan's abdicated clan head said, "You mustn't mess around with the lust demon. It's not just some old story. This actually happened." He was a martial master that the Tang clan bastards put a lot of effort into raising. That woman sent the lust demon to assassinate him. They stopped at the edge of a cliff. So Baikyang, the demonic cult leader, slid down the cliff and said, "Most of those kids who started out in the Murim have gotten it wrong. The goal of a martial artist isn't to be invincible. The goal of learning martial arts is to achieve eternal life." So Baikyang moved a zombie and said, "Ha ho ho. Someone who's immune to poison will die from something that's not poison. And someone who's achieved an indestructible physique will die from something that's not a sword." As the zombie made a sound thud. So Baikyang continued, "Are you aware that a person in the Jianghu doesn't simply choose what martial arts they learn?" Namgoon Woon huffed and puffed, struggling to keep his composure. So Baikyang said, "What they're choosing is the type of martial artist they want to live as and how they'll die. People will die one day. We know that as well. How could we feel resentful about death itself? But this is not the death that we want." Namgoon Woon responded, "It's all right if we die by poison or sword. It's okay if we get caught in a trap and die in an ambush." Huff, huff, even taking a hit from those Shaolin monks is all right. So Baikyang said, "Dying from the betrayal of my trusted subordinates is all right. There's no greater joy than dying from a spar requested by the next generation. All but dying a death like this." Namgoon Woon said, "You asked us how we lasted this long?" So Baikyang replied, "We just want to die in the way that we want." Kim Gongja thought to himself, even though their cause of death is the same, their time of death is all different. The only thing I can think of is that someone moved the corpses here on purpose. So Baikyang said, "Looks like there aren't a lot of Jiangxi that made it very far today." Namgoon Woon said, "Last night's moon was really bright. Although moonlight doesn't work as well as sunlight, it still affects them." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "We're in the midst of the great Orthodox demonic war." The snow fell. Namgoon Woon said, "But the Orthodox Murim will not end just because of mere Jiangxi." So Baikyang said, "My cult's fate will not end because of some mere corpses biting." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "While people die." Namgoon Woon said, "If the Orthodox sect is to be wiped out, it'll only be because of the wicked hands of the demonic cult." So Baikyang said, "If my cult is to cease to exist in the world, it'll only be because of the swords of the Orthodox sects." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Even if the 10 great sects and 5 great clans have all disappeared, as well as the words on all the secret martial arts manuals, this world still hasn't come to its end. As long as there are still 2 people left before the world ends." Namgoon Woon said, "I am the Murim Alliance leader, the Namgoon clan's abdicated clan head, Namgoon Woon." Kim Gongja thought to himself, even if the world had 1 billion people, and of them have fallen to the pandemic. Namgoon Woon said, "I am the Axe Immortal." So Baikyang said, "I am the demonic cult leader." So Baikyang. Kim Gongja thought to himself, provided that the last person is the one to end their life, then the cause of death in this world wouldn't be from a disease, but suicide. At least, that's what the Murim Alliance leader and the demonic cult leader insisted on. So Baikyang said, "The heavenly demon." Kim Gongja thought to himself, this is a fight to determine the cause of death for this world. So Baikyang said, "I request that spar." Namgoon Woon asked, "Would it be a battle or a battle to the death?" So Baikyang replied, "A battle to the death." Namgoon Woon said, "I accept." As the demonic cult leader, So Baikyang charged towards the Axe Immortal, the Murim Alliance leader, and the Namgoon clan's abdicated clan head, Namgoon Woon. They grabbed each other's hair. Kim Gongja said to himself, "A genre that has gone into decline, a world that has gone into decline. This apocalypse has gone on for days and is slowly dying away." Kim Gongja thought, we can't let this go on. It's illogical, this shouldn't be it. Namgoon Woon said, "Gosh." So Baikyang said, "Ugh." Kim Gongja said, "Sword Emperor, I don't know if you really think that's an impressive fight, but no matter what amazing principles are involved in that tussle, it's an insult for both of them." Sword Emperor said, "So what? Are you going to kill the heavenly demon or the Murim Alliance leader instead?" "Well, I guess that could be a merciful present to them too. But you mustn't forget that both you and I are just outsiders here. Kim Gongja said, I know that. That's probably not what they want me to do either. Kim Gongja thought to himself, if they have to die, they simply want to die by each other's hands. Kim Gongja said, I'll finish things off in this world in my own way. So Baekhyang said, it's already nighttime, old fart. Namgung Woon said, maybe it's because it's winter. The day passes by so quickly. So Baekhyang said, I'll definitely end this tomorrow. Namgung Woon said, that's what I want to say. And they walked back into the cave. Inside the cave, Viper asked, where did you guys go? Master Alchemist said, we were looking at the patients. We were a little out of sorts yesterday. Kim Gongja asked, did you make any progress? Potion King replied, not yet. So Baekhyang said, I'll rest first then. You guys make yourselves comfortable here. Kim Gongja said, sure. Please have a good rest. Boss, please be honest with me. Master Alchemist said, pardon? Kim Gongja asked, how long do you think it would take if we were even able to make the cure? Master Alchemist said, if I were to be really honest then, at least days. Potion King said, it could even take 2 to 3 times longer than that. We always try to put in a lot of buffer time for stuff like that. But even if we put in buffer time, it's usually not enough. Master Alchemist said, yes, he's right, although that'd be the worst case scenario. Kim Gongja said, can I take it that the shortest amount of time needed would be 100 days and 300 days at max? Master Alchemist said, actually, we don't even know if we can make it. The facilities and environment aren't great. I'm sorry, Death Sovereign. You put in so much trust in me and brought me here. Humustra said, when you wake up in that world, you'll be in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, which is days away from facing its end. Kim Gongja said, it'd be impossible to develop the cure given the limited time. He then thought to himself, 10 days from now. Kim Gongja said, no, it'll be enough, as he held his knife. Don't worry, boss. I'll do something about the time problem. Please don't give up and continue researching. Do you remember what I told you when we fell into this world yesterday? As Kim Gongja and Master Alchemist held each other's hands, Kim Gongja said, but this is a whole world by itself. It's not just any book. We're here to save a world. You know that, right? Kim Gongja in the present said, what I said yesterday still stands, whether it's the time limit or the thought of being imprisoned here forever because we couldn't clear this stage. Please clear your mind of all those unnecessary thoughts. I'll do everything I can on my end, so I hope you'll also show me your best. Master Alchemist said, to clear my mind of all unnecessary thoughts. Yes, I promise you. I'll take care of all the other problems. The future Alchemist Castellan, please trust in me and continue your work. Master Alchemist said, if not for you, I'd probably still be in the back alleys of the slums. My machines were all taken away from me, and honestly, I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened. Yes, I do want to repay you for that. I'll focus all my energy into developing the cure. But once I start focusing on my work, I become totally oblivious to my surroundings. I'll probably forget things like formalities. Will that be okay? Kim Gongja said, it doesn't matter. Just go all out. Master Alchemist said, understood. Old man, please support me to the best of your abilities from now on. Potion King said, support? What a wicked woman. Hierarchy is everything in the world. How dare a greenhorn brat like you ask me, the Potion King, to do mere supporting? Master Alchemist said, skill card open. Potion King said, what? What is this? Are you showing off your skills to me? Youngsters nowadays think that skills are everything. What a disaster. True abilities are. Master Alchemist said, it's okay for you to look at what my skill cards are. Potion King replied, what? You're showing your skills to your competitor? Are you crazy? Master Alchemist said, or should I show them to you myself? This skill is called Moving Hospital. I can perform blood tests and even brain scans in real time. I can also retrieve medicine that I've stored in advance, but there's a chance of misdiagnosis. This is Life Diagnosis Book. I'm able to determine a patient's status through their genes. By combining both of these skills, I can minimize the chance of misdiagnosis. Potion King said, wait up, brat. Why are you showing me your skills? What if I reveal this information to the Alchemy Castle or other people in the same industry? Master Alchemist said, do so if you want. However, please make sure to properly support me in the development of the cure this time. Potion King said, wait, so why? Master Alchemist said, if I want to develop the cure as soon as possible, then I'll need you. You find me an eyesore, don't you? You're angry because some young brat is acting up and doesn't know her place, right? You're also annoyed that someone like me is talented, right? The fact that I'll be able to live a longer life than you and that I'll be treated nicely for a longer period of time infuriates you like crazy, right? If you help me out this time around, I'll give you all the recipes I've developed up until now. I won't even say that I made them. You can just take them and use them. Potion King slapped the soft face of Master Alchemist, causing her glasses to fall to the ground. Wicked brat. Master Alchemist picked up her glasses and said, I'll analyze the zombie virus. Potion King said, You'll come to know that there's always someone better than you. Master Alchemist said, Please do what I tell you to do. Potion King said, There will come a day when your pride is bruised and your rotten self will start to stink. Master Alchemist said, You just need to do what I tell you to do. Potion King said, You'll meet someone better than you one day. Master Alchemist said, I'll need you to find and bring me whatever I need. They silently looked at each other. Master Alchemist put on her gloves and said, Death Sovereign, I'm sorry, but please get out. Your breathing is bothering me. It bothers me a lot. Potion King said, On your way out, get us 6 zombies. We need more samples. Young children, teenagers, old people, and both genders, 1 of each. And if you find some medicinal ingredients I've mentioned, bring them back. As Kim Gong-ja looked at the wall, he marked it with a sparkly tool. Kim Gong-ja said, Leave it to me. The next day, as they walked outside, So Baekyang said, It's been getting tougher since my body hasn't been listening to me much these days. I wonder how far the Jiangshi have gotten from each other today. Namgung-woon said, It's not like they can travel kilometers overnight. Just stop talking and start moving. The following day, So Baekyang and Namgung-woon fought again during the day. The next day, they carried more zombies inside the cave. The next day, Kim Gong-ja carried zombies again for Master Alchemist and Potion King. The next day, Kim Gong-ja said to himself, It's been a week. As Potion King and Master Alchemist continued to study the corpses, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Since we fell into the apocalypse. Outside, the snow started to fall heavily, and So Baekyang said, It looks like we won't be able to go out today. There are days like this too. We were actually lucky that the last few days had good weather. When it gets really bad, fierce snowstorms could last for over 30 days. There won't be a single bit of sunlight, and we won't be able to move at all. Kim Gong-ja said, The Jiangshi must be constantly on the move then. Is that all right? If they go too far, we won't be able to retrieve them. So Baekyang said, If that happens, then there's nothing we can do. We'll just take it that we've lost them. Just 3 years ago, we had cult members. And those Orthodox sect kids that the old fart was leading were also around that amount. But as time passed, we had Jiangshi that wandered too far for us to find. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm sure that must have been the scariest thing. So Baekyang said, Kim Gong-ja said, For you to wake up in the snowfield and find that the Jiangshi that were there yesterday had disappeared somewhere else. So Baekyang said, Do you think I feel fear? Kim Gong-ja said, Yes, I think so. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, I guess I've turned the world upside down too many times. Normally, the heads of people who speak nonsense like you would have their heads cut off. Child of the outside world, you have to thank the ruined world for that. Kim Gong-ja said, Both you and the Murim Alliance leader are martial masters. Compared to the both of you, my martial arts are a sorry sight. So Baekyang replied, But no matter how powerful you are, your internal energy isn't unlimited. When will your internal energy be depleted? You said you were blocking your acupressure point in your cervical vertebra with your internal energy. That means you're using your internal energy to keep your heart pumping, breathing, and moving your limbs. No matter how much internal energy you have, you can't possibly do something as ridiculous as that forever. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, People die one day. Kim Gong-ja said, I'll ask you again, Heavenly Demon, when will your internal energy be depleted? So Baekyang was silent for a moment before replying, You're truly an observant child. Kim Gong-ja asked, How many days do you have left? So Baekyang said, I'm healthy. You're truly very observant. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, The reason why the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon came to an end. If I think about it, it could be a surprisingly simple problem. Kim Gong-ja said, If you guys run out of internal energy, you won't be able to move your bodies. So Baekyang said, That's right. Heart, lungs, upper dantian. We just need to let the rest of us rot while we maintain those 3 parts. Kim Gong-ja said, You're aware of it already, huh? So Baekyang said, I survived 1 year with those Shaolin temple monks. It's like they wanted the world to know they were monks. They passed away while in the lotus position. In their last moments, excluding their faces, they were no different from Jiangshi. Their whole bodies were rotten and black. Amitabha. Those were their final words. Kim Gongja asked, "You asked if I was scared?" So Baekyang said, "Yes, I am. I'm scared of my internal energy being depleted. I'm also scared of my true chi being depleted. I'm scared of snowstorms and not having any sunlight. I'm scared that the ones who used to be my subordinates would disappear when it becomes bright outside. I'm scared that I won't be able to kill that old fart, and also scared that he wouldn't be able to kill me. I'm scared that the day will come when both of us can't do anything, and we'll just lie on our beds. I'm scared of waiting for both of our internal energies to dry up as we lie on our beds." The Axe Immortal, the Miram Alliance leader, the Namgun clan's abdicated clan head, Namgun Woon, said, "Demon Head, I'm sorry. I can't move my body anymore." So Baekyang said, "To think that the world could be this scary." Namgun Woon said, "I'm sorry." So Baekyang said, "I am scared of a meaningless day, that our struggle until our very last moments would be for naught, that this world would become one where snow constantly falls, leaving only a monochrome view where we no longer exist." Master Alchemist said, "I'm sorry, we can't cure you as of the moment." So Baekyang said to Namgun Woon, "Get up." Namgun Woon replied, "I'm sorry." So Baekyang shouted, "I don't want to hear your stupid excuses. Get up, Miram Alliance leader, Axe Immortal." So Baekyang continued, "Didn't you make a promise with me? You swore that you'd challenge the demonic faction and raise the banner of the Orthodox Miram, didn't you? Didn't you scheme to fight me by gathering the 10 great sects and 5 great clans? You can't do that by dying on your sickbed. Get up and wield your weapon." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Aura." So Baekyang said, "Even a cane would be fine. Wield it and fight with me." Namgun Woon said, "I'm sorry." So Baekyang shouted, "I said get up." Namgun Woon said, "Demon Head, I'm sorry that I'm weaker than you. I tried to hang on for one more day, but it's getting too hard for me. I'm sure you felt it too, that I was already using my innate true chi. My internal energy has already been depleted. My true chi has dried up too. You might be able to hang on for another year, but this is it for me. It's because I'm weaker than you. Please kill me. I don't want to become like the Shaolin abbot. Please kill me before my body rots. If I become a Jiangshi, I won't really be seeing, even though I have eyes, and I won't be truly living either. So Baekyang said, "So, you want me to kill you, lying on your bed? Are you really saying that right now? Is this the ending of the great war that you promised me?" So Baekyang said, "We might as well have killed each other from the start. Why did we hang on until now for honor or whatever? We should have gathered all the people under us and ordered them to commit suicide instead. Why did we insist on our stubbornness for hope?" The Axe Immortal, the Miram Alliance leader, and the Namgun clan's abdicated clan head, Namgun Woon, said, "I." So Baekyang interrupted, "Namgun Woon, you were born a martial arts genius. Praised and envied by all of Jianghu. You reached the peak level at the age of. You became the Namgun clan head before you even reached years old. You were appointed as the alliance leader as the demonic faction gained power. All the essences of being an orthodox sect member are in you, and all the principles of walking the right path are a part of you. But now, you're just asking me to kill you without any resistance?" So Baekyang said coldly, "All right, I'll kill you, but you won't die a nice death." As Potion King coughed hard, so Baekyang drew Namgun Woon's treasured jade axe and said, "Namgun's old fart, this is the jade axe that you treasure so much. I'm sure you still remember it." Namgun Woon weakly responded, "So Baekyang." So Baekyang pressed, "Say it, say it. Chivalry has been forgotten in martial arts, and martial arts no longer has chivalry. Say it, and I'll kill you as you wish." So Baekyang thought to herself, that meant the end of the Orthodox Miram. The request for the Miram Alliance leader to acknowledge the end of the Orthodox sects. "Only then will I kill you with your beloved weapon. Say it now," so Baekyang demanded. Namgun Woon hesitated and finally said, "I can't do it. I simply can't do it. I can't say IAT. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Baekyang. I'm sorry." With a final, decisive motion, so Baekyang struck. "Didn't you say that living isn't really living if you become a Jiangshi?" So Baekyang said, "It doesn't matter to you anyway. Even if you die now, it's not really dying." As she turned to leave, she muttered, "What's the difference between not truly living and not truly dying? I don't know the difference. How meaningless. The world has become all void." On the morning of the 9th day after the apocalypse began, Namgun Woon passed away from illness. Master Alchemist said, "We've obtained a precious sample. There's a limit to how much we can analyze the virus on people who have become zombies for years. Thanks to the sample this time around, we'll be able to observe how the infection progresses in real time. They don't become zombies right after they die. It seems like they awaken as zombies after some time. I'm guessing it's because it takes time for the infection to spread to their brains. Potion King grumbled. She might be good at making medicine, but she's really bad at explaining things. That's why brats who just do whatever they want are no good. Master Alchemist replied, although I did my best to research it, it's impossible to develop a cure. Kim Gongja asked, is it because there wasn't enough time? Master Alchemist nodded, yes. We need at least days, around days if possible. Suddenly, Namgung Woon stirred. He groaned, whoa. So Beiqiang said coldly, how pathetic. In the end, you're not even human underneath. You're no different from a beast. You'll just eat and eat until your body is no longer able to move and disappear. As Namgung Woon growled, So Beiqiang said, chivalry has been forgotten in martial arts, and martial arts no longer has chivalry. She shoved her hand into Namgung Woon's mouth. Eat up. Viper shouted, oi oi, what do you think you're doing? If you do that, you'll become a Jiangshi too. Kim Gongja warned, don't go near her. It's already over. As he looked at his hand, glowing with energy, So Beiqiang glanced at her own hand, exhaled, and began to laugh maniacally. Sword Emperor cautioned, zombie, be careful, she's gone into chi deviation. So Beiqiang looked at them, her gaze cold and full of menace. Ho, the orthodox bastards have come to assassinate me, huh? Great, bring it on, let's fight it out. Kim Gongja shouted, everyone run away. As So Beiqiang charged toward them, she swiftly decapitated Potion King. While Viper prepared for battle, Kim Gongja and Master Alchemist fled, calling her a freak. Sword Emperor observed, she's completely lost it now. She's above the transcendent demonic level. It must be because she's using her internal energy and true chi. She's temporarily entered the life and death realm. Even if I were in my prime, I'd lose 4 out of 10 rounds against her. This is the highest level of cultivation in the demonic cult. So Beiqiang spoke, her voice dark and resolute. As grief fills the world, Mount Song sleeps. Let the grievances ignite the heavens and the earth, and burn Mount Wudang. The demonic cult rules over the Morum, and I am the one who rules the demonic cult. Do you fools think you have the right to speak to me, the highest of authorities? Viper screamed, Death Sovereign, take the chemist and run. So Beiqiang sneered, you aren't strong enough, dogs of the orthodox. As Kim Gongja carried Master Alchemist and fled, So Beiqiang called out, Namgung, where's Woon? Namgung Woon. No matter how many people there are in the Morum or how wide the skies are, there's only one person worthy of fighting me in the entire world. 4 demon generals. Drag Namgung Woon to me right now. Master Alchemist said, Death Sovereign, I believe you. A system notification sounded, you have died. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a soundless, traceless, and scentless end. Even in a world that darkens people, those people eventually get buried in the white snowfield. But that's all there is. An end doesn't mean anything to me. Another system notification echoed, returning to an earlier time. Kim Gongja murmured to himself, no, let's start saving your world. In the past, during a snowstorm, a child walked alone. She saw a figure in the distance and called out, Mom, but her mother kept walking away. The child stopped. The young So Beiqiang didn't know, was her mother intending for them to naturally get separated by suggesting they cross the snowfield? Or did she truly just get lost? There was no way So Beiqiang could know. A system notification appeared. You have died. Kim Gongja asked the Sword Emperor, did you memorize all of the chemist documents? The Sword Emperor replied, well, to a certain extent. We should be able to piece everything together with what we both memorized. But we need to get back quickly. Okay, Kim Gongja said. Let's quickly select the skill then. The Sword Emperor pondered. How about this? A system notification appeared. Rank A, Demonic Heaven Divine Artifact. The demonic cult loathes the principles of the heavens. They curse them. They created a cult while endlessly loathing and cursing the heavens, thus forming a doctrine in the process. The Demonic Heaven Divine Art is a martial art that embodies the essence of that doctrine. A person who comprehends this art can tear apart the heavens and trample over mountains. However, to wield it, one must understand the depth of the loathing and curses stored within its techniques. The more one loathes and curses the heavens, the darker the world becomes. One who masters the Demonic Heaven Divine Art will become the heavenly demon that overthrows the heavens. But it will be difficult to remain in control when using it. Kim Gongja asked, Demonic Heaven, That's the martial art we just saw, right? The Sword Emperor nodded. Yes, it's a typical demonic art. In the end, whether it's martial arts or trap formations, it all depends on how you deal with the world. How you deal with the world, Kim Gongja repeated. Exactly, the Sword Emperor said. If you're talking about embracing the world, then that's the orthodox sect. If you're talking about ravaging it, that's the demonic cult. Martial artists of the orthodox sect build themselves into vessels that accept the world, while martial artists of the demonic cult turn themselves into claws that can tear the world apart. I'll give you a simple example. A downward slash from above. Some sects call it the tiger form sword strike, symbolizing a charging tiger. But in truth, it doesn't matter if it's a tiger or a bull. There are countless variations, each reflecting the enlightenment of the sect's founder. What's important is to channel that image, even if just a little. Kim Gongja said, turning something of the world into something that belongs to you. Is that what it means to embrace the world? Exactly, the Sword Emperor replied. But demonic arts are different. When the demonic cult teaches their arts, they say, remember the anger you felt when a bandit stabbed you. Remember when your younger sister was taken away by the county magistrate. Recall how powerless you were. Engrave in your mind the moment you found your sister's lifeless body after waiting outside the magistrate's residence. Remember how you buried her with your bare hands in the frozen ground. Did your fingernails break? Did you bleed? Did you lay her in a shallow grave, barely an inch deep, and cover her with soil? Remember how each grain of soil felt. Now with that same hand, grasp your sword, lament your helplessness, and curse the world for its cruelty. Kim Gongja murmured, fingernails that can ravage the world. Exactly, the Sword Emperor said. The cultivation of internal energy is about strengthening your spirit. Whether you're a martial artist or a hunter, victory depends on the strength of your aura and spirit. Demonic arts cultivate denser, darker spirits, but you don't need to learn it. I want to learn it, Kim Gongja said firmly. What? The Sword Emperor was taken aback. I said, I'm going to learn it. Why? I just want to. The Sword Emperor scowled. Don't tell me you were bewitched by that heavenly demon lady's sword techniques. Darn it, this is driving me crazy. She only looked impressive because she reached the life and death realm using true chi like she was on steroids. True chi steroids. Zombie, martial artists have been warned since ancient times not to fall for those tricks. Compared to proper martial arts, that kind of demonic art is just trash. Kim Gongja smirked. Are you sulking because I'm interested in learning someone else's martial arts instead of yours? What? No, don't worry. Your martial arts are still the best in the universe. Do you think I don't know that? The Sword Emperor retorted. I am the strongest. So why are you trying to learn the divine arts of the demonic cult? Kim Gongja's eyes sharpened. To clear this stage perfectly. The Sword Emperor said, even if we do create the cure, we're only saving 2 people. It's been more than 2 years since the others died. It's not like they'll come back to life just because we have the cure. Kim Gongja asked, so what's the ending supposed to be then? The Murim Alliance leader and the heavenly demon becoming Adam and Eve? Do you think that's a good ending? The Sword Emperor frowned. No, that's not it. I feel upset just imagining them acting all sweet toward each other. Kim Gongja said, producing the cure is just the first condition for a good ending. In the end, whether we can have an awesome ending depends on whether the characters within the story can find satisfaction. I'd like to present a perfectly satisfying ending as a gift to both the heavenly demon and the Murim Alliance leader. A system notification appeared. Selection completed. The skill will be copied. Your hunter level is now D rank. The penalty for your skill is now in effect. Kim Gongja muttered to himself, of course. This isn't where it ends. The heavenly demon's nightmare is another hell I have to cross. A system notification appeared, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. The level of the penalty is medium. Kim Gongja took a deep breath. There will be time to talk about this slowly. A system notification appeared, the hungry demon's journey. Viper exclaimed, it's so cold. Is this Siberia? Why is there a snowfield here? The Potion King sneezed. Achoo! Suddenly, Kim Gongja held the hands of the master alchemist. She whispered, thank you, Death Sovereign. Kim Gongja replied calmly, it's something I should have done. Heavenly Martial Clan Leader, please take care of the Potion King. The master alchemist nodded. I'll keep trusting you. Kim Gongja pointed ahead. Hey, I think I see some shadows of people in that direction. Viper squinted. What's all this? Why are they all frozen? They look like zombies, Kim Gongja said. Zombies? Viper gasped. Kim Gongja continued. Please take a closer look. There are lumps of flesh in their teeth. It's as if they were biting off flesh like beasts. The master alchemist examined one of the corpses. He's right. The owner of this corpse and the flesh inside its mouth. The DNA doesn't match. They're completely different people. It's been 3 years since this corpse died, but the flesh is only 2 years old. As hard as it might be to believe, it looks like this corpse was moving around for about a year. The Potion King shivered in fear. I really hate monsters like the ones in horror movies. Do something about them. Kim Gong muttered to himself. This time, the progress is much faster compared to the previous round. He then said aloud, Boss Potion King, I have a pretty fascinating skill. At the cave, Kim Gong-ja asked the Sword Emperor, what was on the second page of the chemist's notes?
The Sword Emperor responded,
Let's see. Cell reaction test results. Kim Gong-ja said, based on the analysis of that skill, the master alchemist interrupted. That's impressive. A perfect research method with no flaws. It even seems like something I could do. Though the phrasing is different from how I'd put it. You're truly amazing. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this person really thinks she's amazing, huh? The Potion King said, in any case, it's great that we managed to reduce the research time. I really want to get away from these zombies. Is there any warm place we could stay? Suddenly, the Murim Alliance leader, Namgung Woon, the abdicated clan head of the Namgung clan, appeared and laughed. Ah ha ha. Today marks the end of the demonic faction. The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, sneered. Ha! Even a passing dog would laugh at that. Later, inside the cave, So Bakyang whispered, I'm scared. To think the world could be this frightening. Outside, she proclaimed, as long as I'm alive, the demonic faction will be just fine. Axe immortal, you'll be the one saying goodbye to the Orthodox sect, Murim. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the strongest person in the world. He reflected, because she's the strongest in this world, she was the one who survived alone until the very end. In a sad way, she embodies what it means to be a martial artist, alone in the entire universe. So Bakyang asked, you already, Kim Gong-ja replied, we're from far away from the outside world. We came here looking for you after hearing of your greatness. I've admired you for a long time. Having heard of your reputation as the strongest person of all time, he thought to himself, I don't know how much time it will take from now on, but Kim Gong-ja then bowed deeply. Heavenly demon, please take me in as your disciple. In the past, So Bakyang lay in the snow and whispered, it's cold. I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. I can't smell anything. It feels like ice has filled my stomach. Mom, it's so cold here. Suddenly, a light broke through the clouds. An old woman appeared and said, oh ho, what a bizarre situation. It's been 10 days since it snowed in this area. The snow has accumulated to at least 5 inches. How are you still breathing? The old woman picked up the demonic cult leader So Bakyang from the snow and said, you're not an ordinary child, are you? It seems your body is immune to the cold. All the coldness in the world is like internal energy to you. This is truly bizarre and mysterious. To think you survived in this snowfield for more than 10 days. You must possess the ultimate yin body we've only read about in ancient texts. She looked into the child's eyes. Child, what is your name? The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, replied softly, I don't know. The woman continued, how old are you? I don't know. How did you end up buried in the snowfield? I don't know. The woman sighed. You don't remember anything. How pitiful. Yet despite all that, you've reached the creation realm at such a young age. You possess the perfect vessel for martial arts. The palace master of the Northern Sea would pay 100 million gold to have you. What a mysterious, fated encounter this is. What's difficult to know is if you are fated for our cult, or if our cult is fated for you. Child, will you follow me? I'll feed you and give you a place to sleep. So Bakyang nodded silently. The woman smiled. You don't give off any scent. You have no name, no memory of your birth. It's as if you're a child born from the snow itself. I'll give you my surname. You will be known as Bakyang, the scent of the snow. From this day forward, you are a follower of the demonic cult Bakyang. Bakyang looked up. Where will I go? To a place where children like you are gathered, in the present. So Bakyang, now the demonic cult leader, snapped. That's impossible. I have never taken in a disciple. No matter how far the world has fallen, my principles won't change. A disciple? She scoffed. That's absurd. The Murim Alliance leader, Namgung Woon, the abdicated clan head of the Namgung clan, chuckled. Come on, demon head. Why are you being so stingy? They've survived, even though they're from the outside world. Not only that, this young man wants to learn from you and conquer the dangers of Jianghu. You should be proud of them. Why remain so stubborn? Baekhyang crossed her arms. While I'm proud of their resilience, the relationship between a master and disciple is cold and firm. Our cult doesn't accept just anyone. We only take in those abandoned by their parents or the world itself. Namgung Woon clicked his tongue. Tisk kisk. And you criticize us for being overlords? It's always those who judge others that are the worst. Child, that's what she says. Since it's come to this, why not give up on joining the demonic cult and become my disciple instead? I am Namgung Woon, the leader of the great Namgung clan and the Muram Alliance leader. If you follow me, Kim Gongja interrupted. Heavenly demon, why can't you accept me as your disciple? Namgung Woon gasped. Did he just ignore Mum? Baekhyang's eyes narrowed. Didn't I already tell you? Only those abandoned by the world can enter my cult. Kim Gongja replied calmly. The world has changed. Because of the mysterious pandemic, people have turned into Jiangxi. The Muram sects and clans have been wiped out. The world has abandoned humanity, and thus we've all been abandoned by the world, whether you acknowledge it or not. He added quietly to himself, and more importantly, I'm a hunter, an orphan devoted to the tower. Kim Gongja looked directly at Baekhyang. Heavenly demon, wouldn't that suffice for me to enter the cult? He thought to himself, although it's embarrassing to admit I've been abandoned by the world. Perhaps it's more accurate to say, I abandoned the world first. Baekhyang regarded him for a long moment. Then she said, all right, if you're that confident, then show me the tri-sword technique. I'll judge with my own eyes whether you are worthy of joining my cult. Though I'm sure you're just all talk. Kim Gongja bowed slightly. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, he whispered, activating his skill. Demonic Heaven Divine Art has been activated. In his mind, countless sword techniques unfolded. He could see the intricate dance of steel, the flow of power. But that was all he could see. I haven't fully comprehended the demonic Heaven Divine Art. If I try to imitate these techniques in my current state, I might make a fool of myself. But then he remembered the words of the Sword Emperor, lament your helplessness, resent the world for its cruelty. Kim Gongja thought, if I'm going to make a mess of things, I might as well make the best mess I can. The Sword Emperor had once said, if you're talking about ravaging the world, there's no one better suited than the demonic cult. The demonic cult builds itself as the fingernails that tear the world apart. It thrives on screams, the raw cries of despair that rise from the ashes of the abandoned. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced the tension. Friendly Ajusi, please save us. It's hot in here. I want to live a little longer. The more Kim Gongja wielded the demonic Heaven Divine Art, the more his thoughts began to shift. Burn them, burn the witch's den to ashes. The mob's cries filled the air, fueled by fear and rage. But the nature of the demonic cult, more screams than fingernails. You bastards who no longer see people as humans, someone shouted, voice cracking with despair. Be devoured by your own evil intentions. A cold, detached voice echoed amidst the chaos. Say it! Say that chivalry has been forgotten in martial arts, that martial arts no longer know chivalry. No matter how profound the balance of yin and yang, no matter how sacred the principles of the 4 books and 3 classics, they cannot silence the single scream of a lowly human in despair. Namgung Woon, the Muram Alliance leader and abdicated clan head of the Namgung clan, gasped. The demon head, that sword technique. Kim Gongja, his gaze unwavering, thought to himself, compared to the sword of harmony and balance, the sword of lament is sharper. Compared to swords forged in sacred principles, the sword of despair, forged from screams, is stronger. The demonic cult leader, So Baekhyang, raised her voice. Stop! Kim Gongja continued, his thoughts a dark mantra. The more one laments, the more vulgar the scream becomes, and the stronger the sword strikes. That is why we are strong. The strong survive. That is the doctrine of the demonic cult. The sword techniques of the ultimate authority, the heavenly demon, are nothing but screams directed at the world with every stroke. Stop it already! So Baekhyang's voice trembled with fury. Kim Gongja whispered to himself. Even the strongest authority, even the heavenly demon herself, screamed in her final moments. I said, stop it already, Baekhyang shouted, pointing a demonic twig at him. You! Her voice quivered with rage and disbelief. Where did you learn the ultimate technique of our cult? Her eyes narrowed, dark and sharp, fists clenched in barely contained fury. You can't deceive me. No matter how terrible the form, what you've just shown me is undeniably the demonic Heaven Divine Art. And in this world, she continued, her voice low and menacing, the only beings capable of learning that art are demonic beings. Her gaze locked onto him like a blade. I've never met you before. Speak, where did you steal it from? Kim Gong-ja stood silently, his breathing steady but strained, the weight of her question pressing down like a mountain. His lips trembled slightly as he whispered, Am I worthy? For a moment, So Baekyang was silent. Kim Gong-ja's body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. Death Sovereign, a voice shouted, echoing through the ruined hall. You've used too much aura. Kim Gong-ja's vision blurred, the overwhelming energy of the demonic heaven divine art clashing with his fragile human body. The master alchemist rushed to him. I'll inject some restorative liquids into you. The Sword Emperor's voice echoed in his mind. Tisk, tisk. You're in this state because you tried to wield a martial art unsuited to you. How many times did I tell you to start from the foundations? But you're not that bad. You're commendable. In the past, the young Baekyang and her master arrived in a small, isolated town. This is where you'll be living from now on, her master said gently. Eat when you want to, sleep when you want to, and play whenever you want to. She added with a smile, Baekyang, just make sure you live your life however you want. Later, a child approached Baekyang. The adults here are all kind. They don't ask us to do anything. Her friends scoffed. Aren't they raising us to be slaves? Idiot, the child retorted. I've been here for a year now, and it's nothing like that. Come to think of it, have you talked to the new kids who came today? I only talked to one. There are a lot of them today. Don't you think more new kids have been coming recently? Yeah, another child replied. They said it's been a poor harvest year, so there are more orphans. Everyone did great by coming here. They would have starved to death if they'd stayed in their hometowns. Baekyang's gaze darkened. You guys, how did you come here? The children stared at her, each revealing their stories. Farming doesn't work well anymore, one said quietly. My mother worked in the red light district, another murmured. A girl folded her arms. I don't want to talk about it. Why should I tell you? Another boy spoke with a hardened expression. Some Ajusi wielding a sword attacked our village at night. My village suddenly fell sick, another added. I ran away because my dad kept hitting me. Then, a boy, barely older than the rest, chuckled darkly. Wow, I hit my grandfather though. Baekyang's mind wandered as the fragmented stories intertwined. The pot of Jinkin. She whispered to herself, all sorts of poisonous animals and insects are sealed in a pot, tearing each other apart, until the last one standing possesses the ultimate poison. Each child's words echoed in her mind like venomous whispers. What poison in the world could compare to this? Baekyang asked softly, You guys, are you happy now? The children, unaware of the weight behind her question, smiled. Yeah. Baekyang's heart ached. This place isn't a utopia. It's a pot to develop that one person's poison. A boy grinned. I don't have to earn money for my mother anymore. A girl chimed in. The physician will cure me even if I'm sick. No one beats me, another boy said proudly. I like it here. Baekyang clenched her fists, whispering to herself, I don't know. The next morning, everyone, time for breakfast. A cheerful voice rang out, pulling the children from their makeshift dreams into another day in the pot of Jinkin. Baekyang? The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, murmured to herself, Sleep when you want to. Eat when you want to. The peaceful morning was interrupted by a report. One person is missing today, a brother announced. In the fields, So Baekyang quietly helped with the harvest, her hands moving in rhythm with the farmers. You may also play whenever you want, she whispered to herself, echoing words from long ago. A boy watched from a distance and muttered, Baekyang is strange. She keeps hanging around those farmers all day. His friend nodded. Yeah, and she skips meals on purpose. Weird, right? So Baekyang, unfazed by their whispers, continued her silent mantra. Just make sure you live your life however you want. That afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived. So Baekyang, a calm, authoritative voice greeted her. It's been a while. She turned and bowed slightly. Yes, it's been a while since we last met, Master. The elder, one of the 7 elders of the cult, known as the demonic Buddha, studied her closely. I've heard some interesting things. You're helping the farmers, harvesting your own food. Yes, Baekyang replied calmly. I hear you've also made your own clothes and blankets. Yes. The elder's eyes narrowed. Why? You could live comfortably here without lifting a finger. This place is the Peach Blossom Spring. The adults farm and pick fruit for you. You're just a child. Why work of your own will? Baekyang's gaze remained steady. Mr. Mo, who farms at the foot of the mountain, lost 2 daughters to the county magistrate. The elder frowned. Mr. Kui, who works in the orchard, lost his 2nd son when he was conscripted to build fortress walls. When he protested to the officials, they killed his 1st son as well. He buried both sons in his hometown and came here with his wife. Her voice grew softer, yet colder. The farmers who feed and clothe us have all been hurt by the world. Not a single one of them is an exception. This place isn't heaven. They don't feed and clothe us because they're fools. The elder's gaze hardened. Then why do you think they do it? Bakyang's eyes darkened with the weight of her understanding. Because they want revenge. The world has been so unfair to them. They can't forgive the county magistrate or the officials who ruined their lives. They want vengeance, but they lack the power to achieve it. I've heard that martial arts must be learned from a young age to be mastered. The farmers are too old to reach that level. But they can farm for the children who can learn martial arts. That's what this peach blossom spring really is. It's not a sanctuary, it's a crucible to forge us into weapons of vengeance. The elder remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you believe you are here to take revenge on their behalf?" Bakyang nodded. "Yes, that's why we're here at the demonic cult headquarters." They stared at each other in a tense silence. Finally, the elder spoke softly. "Bakyang." "Yes, master." "Do you have things you wish to say to the world?" "Yes, I have many things to say." The elder's lips curled into a faint smile. "I see. Then the world must hear them. You've passed the test to enter the cult. You did not waver, even when surrounded by abundant food and comfort. You have shown your poison clearly." The elder's voice grew solemn. "You will be my disciple from this moment on. You will call me master. Your sword will now ring on behalf of countless screams." Bakyang bowed deeply, performing the ritual of 9 bows to acknowledge her new master. "I accept, master." In the present, Kim Gong lay on the cold stone floor, his body trembling from the strain of wielding forbidden power. "Get up, now!" So Bakyang's voice was cold but firm. Kim Gong-ja groaned, struggling to rise. "Hey, heavenly demon! If you squat there like that, I can't get up, even if I want to. I think my head will crash into yours." Bakyang's eyes narrowed. "Seeing how fluently you're talking, your body must be working just fine." She stood and crossed her arms. "Go bathe and purify yourself. Wash your body and your heart sincerely." Kim Gong-ja blinked in confusion. "Pardon? I'll wait for you at the entrance of this cavern." As she turned and left, Kim Gong-ja lay back for a moment, exhausted. Nearby, the Potion King, the Master Alchemist, and the Viper lay in a restless sleep, mumbling in their dreams. Potion King muttered, "Marcus, with this, it'll be my 100th victory. N999099W wins. That chemist brat." Kim Gong-ja, weary yet amused, whispered to himself, "Just what are they dreaming about?" He opened his character window, watching as the world around him slowly began to settle. Master Alchemist, deep in a dream, murmured to herself, "Yes, I'm correct. Why do I have to explain something so simple to you? Even if I explain it, you won't understand. You're all as stupid as water fleas. What I'm saying is, if you used your brains just a little more then," Viper, also lost in his dreams, chuckled darkly to himself. "Muhehehe." Kim Gong-ja glanced at them both, shaking his head. "I shouldn't wake them up." He glanced at Viper, especially that last one. At the cavern's entrance, So Bakyang stood, arms crossed, waiting. "You made sure to clean every single corner, yes?" Kim Gong-ja straightened and nodded confidently. "Yes, I made sure even my heart was cleansed. I'm feeling very clean right now." So Bakyang's eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't like men who are good with words. You're too good with words. Compared to a real man, you're more like a con man. I'm really worried." Kim Gong-ja opened his character window with a sly smile. "Is that so?" Within her own thoughts, Heavenly Demon observed him carefully. On top of being good with words, he's got a pretty face. He looks like a goody two-shoes. It's like he's a perfect fit to become the leader of the ignoble clan. Kim Gong-ja, curious, asked aloud, "What's an ignoble clan leader?" So Bakyang responded without hesitation. The ignoble clan, also known as the Hao clan, is a refuge for those of lower social status, beggars, prostitutes, and the like. Despite their status, they are known for their unmatched information-gathering abilities. They have ears everywhere. With a nod toward the path ahead, she said, "Follow me." Usually, you'd have to wear the clothes of the demonic cult and endure numerous tests. Just because you've proven yourself worthy doesn't mean you've passed yet. Kim Gong-ja smirked. "The first test of your cult is the test of comfort," So Bakyang interrupted. "Yes, you'll be fed and clothed for free. Those who are satisfied with that become external family disciples and are raised as farmers, blacksmiths, or escort warriors." Kim Gong-ja continued, "But those who pass the test become internal family disciples, officially learning the demonic arts. That's when they truly enter the cult." So Bakyang's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Kim Gong-ja smiled knowingly. I saw your trauma when you killed me. I'm someone who knows many things. So Baekhyun exhaled slowly. How heartless are the heavens. To think I'd meet such a sly person as my last fateful encounter. Do I really have to accept someone like an ignoble clan wastrel as my disciple? From a distance, Sword Emperor chuckled. She's the heavenly demon for a reason. She has a good eye for recognizing talent. If he were just a wastrel, I wouldn't have bothered with him. But when it counts, he always pulls through. Kim Gong-ja scratched his head. Is he praising me or insulting me? He smiled to himself. In moments like this, if I take it as a compliment, the world will seem brighter. Sword Emperor added with a smirk. That's why you're like a wastrel. Zombie bastard! So Baekhyun crossed her arms and spoke decisively. This should be good enough. Be glad I've decided to take you in as my disciple. According to the rules of the demonic faction, I won't reject someone who meets the requirements. Kim Gong-ja's face lit up. In that case. But, so Baekhyun interrupted, her tone sharp, I still can't officially accept you as my disciple. Kim Gong-ja's expression fell. Huh? Wait, heavenly demon, isn't that too much? I came from the faraway outside world to be taught by you. I've shown you I'm worthy. Why won't you officially accept me? So Baekhyun's gaze remained cold. First of all, what you said is suspicious. You claim to come from the outside world, and that you've admired me for a long time. It sounds like a lie. Kim Gong-ja sighed internally. Why does she have such sharp instincts? She continued, I left you alone before because you didn't seem to have a wicked nature. Honestly, it's strange that you have such a kind personality too. What's hard to tell is whether you're fated for me, or if I'm fated for you. Kim Gong-ja straightened. What's the test? So Baekhyun gestured toward a dark pit. Down there, I've thrown a Jiangxi soldier. He was a peak martial master in the Jianghu, someone I had high hopes for. Defeat him. If you can, I'll take you in as my disciple. Kim Gong-ja nodded slowly, his confidence returning. But, she added, you must fight while feeling hungry. As you fight, your heart should only be filled with hunger. No other emotions are allowed. Kim Gong-ja smirked inwardly. She already considers me her disciple. So Baekhyun's voice softened, taking on a dangerous edge. Remember the voice, the groans, the hand movements, the leg movements, every action of someone who has starved. Gather all of that into one emotion. With that emotion, swing your sword. Only the feeling of starvation must guide you. So Baekhyun's voice echoed in Kim Gong-ja's mind. That's when you'll be able to fully utilize the true power of the demonic heaven divine art. Kim Gong-ja's curiosity stirred. What happens if I swing the sword with only the feeling of starvation? So Baekhyun's smirk deepened. You'll be able to cut down someone who has never starved in a single strike. That's why I was able to wipe out 50% of the Orthodox Murim in one blow. Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists, absorbing her words. Fingernails that ravaged the world. So Baekhyun continued, her tone cold and instructive. First, you must learn what it's like to die of starvation. The next lesson will be thirst. Once you can swing your sword with the pure essence of thirst, you'll be able to cut down those who have never experienced that suffering. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. You will learn the sword of the 9 trials. With it, you'll turn the world upside down. Kim Gong-ja's lips curled into a smile. That sounds very appealing. So Baekhyun gestured toward the pit. Then what are you waiting for? Jump into hell. Yes, ma'am. Kim Gong-ja saluted before leaping into the abyss. As he fell, he muttered to himself, in this world, is there a word that sounds stranger than zombie? He grimaced. That would be facepalm. The impact of the fall echoed through the cavern. Kim Gong-ja stumbled to his feet and sprinted deeper into the dark. This is nuts, he yelled. So Baekhyun's voice rang out from above. Thirst, don't just swing your sword randomly. Didn't I tell you to remember the suffering of someone who starved to death? If you just swing mindlessly, the demonic heaven divine art will be nothing but an empty shell. But I don't feel hungry right now, Kim Gong-ja protested. You fool, she snapped. Does that mean you can't imagine something red just because you don't see it? Just because you don't feel hungry doesn't mean you can't recall what it's like to be hungry. Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth. Kyuk. So Baekhyun's voice softened but remained stern. If you can't do it, it means you're unfamiliar with true starvation. You're simply too full. A practitioner of the demonic heaven divine art must be able to summon such emotions at will. She paused, then commanded, think of the longest time you've gone without food. Remember it. Relive it. Where were you? What did you crave most? How long did you starve? Kim Gong-ja hesitated. The longest, maybe 3 or 4 days. A pause. Then, 3 days? So Baekyang's voice dripped with disbelief. Are you telling me you've only starved for 3 days in your entire life? Impossible. The world has been in chaos for years. Famine has stretched for seasons. Unless you belong to a reputable clan, 3 days is nothing. Kim Gong-ja fumbled for an explanation. In the outside world where I lived, things were more abundant compared to the Central Plains. You still don't understand, so Baekyang barked. The feeling of starvation is the most primal urge. People cannot ignore it. It's a suffering every human knows. Emperors and commoners alike feel the same hunger. How do you expect to comprehend the demonic heaven divine art if you don't understand this? Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. I've lived as an FF class hunter for over 10 years. I've been hungry plenty of times. Even when I bought teakbokki, I searched for places that would give me just 4 more rice cakes. So Baekyang's footsteps echoed as she turned to leave. Forget it. I made a mistake expecting anything from you. You're just someone who talks big. Kim Gong-ja's heart sank. Heavenly demon, wait! Her figure disappeared into the shadows. Heavenly demon? This is ridiculous. Does it make sense that I can't learn martial arts just because I've never starved enough? He clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. Damn it, fool! Kim Gong-ja woke with a start, breath ragged. I've gone through my fair share of suffering. Nearby, Sword Emperor observed him with a bemused expression. Wow, what a completely traditional training method. Well, it makes sense if she's about to teach you her ultimate technique. Kim Gong-ja's eyes narrowed. All right, so that's how it's going to be, huh? His resolve hardened. Do you think I'll cower just because of how you're acting? He grinned, determination blazing in his eyes. What a relief. Even though I look like this, I've been burned to death before. Viper stirred from his slumber. Yua? Where you going? Kim Gong-ja strode purposefully toward the cavern's depths. I'm going to find an item I need to clear this stage. His thoughts burned with resolve. Do you think I can't die because of hunger? Sword Emperor shook his head. This is bad. He's completely lost it. He's a crazy bastard who doesn't see anything when he gets angry. Looks like we'll be stuck in this for weeks again. In the heart of the cave, Kim Gong-ja sat in meditation. Sword Emperor watched exasperated. Crazy bastard, are you really planning to stay here until you die of hunger? Yes. So? Kim Gong-ja replied calmly. Sword Emperor sighed. Gosh, Gong-ja, we're the world's ultimate crazies, sure, but come on. I'm fine with you throwing yourself into training, but what did I, who can only watch you, do to deserve this? Kim Gong-ja waved him off. Stop bothering me. The Sword Emperor said, I'll ask you this. How many days do you plan on doing this? Kim Gong-ja responded, I saw it in the Heavenly Demon's trauma. She survived for 111 days by only circulating her energy and not eating any food. So, I'm going to survive for 112 days. The Sword Emperor replied, God damn, idiot. Even if you try to survive for 100 days, you won't make it. Look at the weather now. It's freezing. If you don't cover yourself with aura right now, you'll probably die. How are you planning to cover yourself with aura for a full 100 days? And Gong-ja, even if you starve for 100 days, it's no longer just starvation. Have you ever starved for 100 days before? Tell me if you haven't tried it before. Kim Gong-ja said, Have you starved before? The Sword Emperor replied, Of course. I went into fasting with the monks when I was young. There were days when I thought I'd die from hunger, but after 15 days, I didn't feel hungry anymore. Kim Gong-ja retorted, That's not starving. That's just training your mind, mental training. Kim Gong-ja said, I have my answer then. I'll starve for 15 days, endure the hunger until it reaches its peak, and then kill myself on the 15th day to stay in that state. My feelings of hunger won't change then. How about I repeat that for 112 days? My aura won't be depleted, and I'll still constantly feel the hunger. The Sword Emperor cursed, Crazy bastard, just learn from me. Don't take some weird cult bastard as your master. If you really need a teacher, learn from me. What's driving you to do something this batshit crazy? The Sword Emperor continued, I'll master the demonic heaven divine art perfectly. Do you know why the heavenly demon ceased to exist in this world? Why the world of the chronicles of the heavenly demon ended? The world became void because they felt like life had no meaning anymore. I don't want this world to end like that. I don't want the character known as the heavenly demon to end that way either. The Sword Emperor paused. It's easy to live like the Flame Emperor. He's got a cheat skill and a conceited attitude. The whole reason I won is because I'm strong, but those who lose are just idiots. I'll clear the stage however I want because there's no need to be bothered by idiots. Scoffing and sneering at everything. He smirked. That did look pretty cool though. While sneering itself isn't childish, living a life sneering at everything is pretty childish. Being righteous might seem childish at times, but living a righteous life isn't childish. I'm human too. I need to live. In that case, the answer to how I should live is obvious. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's been a week since I started fasting. The first and second days were the most torturous. By the third day, the suffering started to drift away. My intestines moved slower. My thoughts slowed down. My life itself was slowly drying out. It was like I was a creek in a year of famine. Is this starvation? He stood up and said, no, staying still won't help. The Sword Emperor asked, what are you doing? Kim Gong-ja replied, I'm exercising. I was mistaken. I was foolish. The starvation the heavenly demon spoke of might not simply be about not eating food. It's not about sitting in the lotus position and fasting either. Starvation is wanting to eat but not being able to. He continued, this week, I thought of a certain farmer. A starving farmer. Which farmer would stop going to their field just because they're hungry? Whether they're hungry or not, whether they've eaten or not, they still have to work. And despite working that hard, they still don't have anything to eat. They take their half-moon hoe and dig into the ground. But because it's a year of famine, no matter what they do, the seeds simply don't grow. There's nothing they can do. That's why they're starving. Kim Gong-ja continued, it's been more than half a year since it rained. The reservoir is empty and the village well has dried up. There isn't a single drop of water in the fields. Some villagers have abandoned their fields and homes, leaving for the coast in search of something better. But still, this farmer didn't give up, because things wouldn't be different by the sea. People survive by stealing from the world, but a farmer only knows how to steal from the ground, and they wouldn't know how to steal any other way. That's why this farmer works his field every day, even knowing that nothing will grow. Kim Gong-ja sighed. When night falls, he climbs the mountain to peel tree bark that can be eaten. But now, even that is running out. Starvation is about making the world completely white. He paused and said, he has his family. He has his children. The Sword Emperor asked, so? Kim Gong-ja continued, but even this tree bark isn't for him. He finds water and boils the bark in it. The farmer thinks to himself, I'm hungry. I want to eat, but I can't. I have to give this to my children. At least they should have it. His child said, I don't want to eat this anymore, and pushed the bowl away as it dropped. The father then raised his hand at his child. He thought to himself, this isn't me. I'm not the kind of person who hits my child. It's just, the famine is so severe and I haven't eaten in so long. That's why. I've grown too sensitive. That's why. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this isn't how my life is supposed to be. He continued, there have been countless famines since the world began, and in every single famine, there have been countless farmers, countless instances of starvation. Kim Gong-ja said, fight while you feel hunger. All of my swings must come from how my hands move in starvation. As he huffed and swung his sword, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, do my hands move a certain way in starvation? He swung again and said to himself, that's right, our hands do move a certain way when we starve. Remember the voice, the groans, the hand movements, the leg movements, and every action of someone who has starved, that hand movement. It's the same one the farmer used when he slapped his own child. Remember them all. Gather them into one emotion. That hand movement is the one the farmer used when he kicked open the door, went out and threw the tree bark onto the ground. Swing your sword with that feeling of starvation. That hand movement is the one the farmer used when he returned home and gave the soil-covered tree bark to his child. Ever since the world was created, there were farmers who hit their children and farmers who stroked their children's cheeks and whispered apologies. There were farmers who survived until the next year, and there were farmers who died with their children. No matter what their hands did, starvation was in it all. Kim Gong-ja closed his eyes. Suddenly, he used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, first form, sword of starvation. He whispered to himself, this is hunger. This is starvation, however, it's still not good enough. The Sword Emperor, watching from a distance, muttered, is he a crazy bee bastard? Kim Gong-ja, noticing, said, why are you calling me a crazy bastard again? I trained properly this time, didn't I? The Sword Emperor sighed. That's why they say ignorant people are the scariest. Zombie, you're truly a one-of-a-kind crazy bastard. While your soul belongs to the Orthodox sect, your thoughts belong to the demonic cult. Oh man, Kim Gong-ja asked, so what? The Sword Emperor shook his head. A bastard who doesn't know martial arts. Simply put, you're an Orthodox martial master who uses demonic arts. He continued in frustration. Do I need to say more? You're an Orthodox martial master, but you only know how to use demonic arts. I'm starting to feel frustrated with you. How am I supposed to teach someone like you my martial arts? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. I'm hungry. I want to eat choco pie. The Sword Emperor sighed again. If I teach him like I taught the old man Marcus, I think everything will go to shit. Kim Gong-ja murmured to himself. Starvation is choco pie, huh? The Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Hey, you're thinking about something else right now, aren't you? Kim Gong-ja replied. I was thinking about going down the mountain for a while. The Sword Emperor scoffed. For what? Are you planning to show off your skills to the heavenly demon this time? Kim Gong-ja answered. Nah, I've only just started practicing the demonic heaven divine art. I need to commit suicide now and return to the heavenly demon. The Sword Emperor nodded. Yeah, it seems you're not totally hopeless. Kim Gong-ja said, What's good about it? Nothing about it is good. When the heavenly demon looked down on me for not having starved before, do you know how discouraged and hurt I was? I'm someone who holds grudges. Just getting acknowledged wouldn't heal my pain. The Sword Emperor grimaced. Rascal, you're creepy. Kim Gong-ja continued, The reaction I want is one of surprise. You're very talented, exceptionally talented. I didn't realize you were my fate. My eyes must have been clouded for a moment. I'm sorry. Just thinking about it is as sweet as choco pie. The Sword Emperor shook his head. What a crazy freak. Kim Gong-ja said, I felt something when I used the demonic heaven divine art just now. Compared to the people of this era, I haven't truly experienced starvation. While I imagined the farmers boiling tree bark, I couldn't fully picture what kind of bark it was or how it should be boiled. I need to make up for my lack of imagination now. Kim Gong-ja then used his skill, 100 Souls Reincarnation. Suddenly, Estelle appeared, surrounded by 4,069 skeletons. Estelle asked, Oh Lord, did you call for us? Kim Gong-ja said, Hungry demon, I have a task for you. Estelle replied, I await your command. Kim Gong-ja explained, This world is ending. Humans are becoming spirits and corpses roaming the netherworld. This place might be similar to the Agam Empire that you once destroyed. My orders are simple. Spread out and gather all the corpses of those who starved to death. I'm sure there's a village or farm nearby. Find the corpses of those who died from starvation and bring them here. They're corpses that can move, so they'll resist, but overwhelm them with your numbers. Estelle asked, How many? How many corpses should we bring back? Kim Gong-ja responded, 112. He then muttered to himself, I will learn everything about their starvation. He added aloud, Bring me 112 corpses. He thought to himself, and draw closer to the heavenly demon. Estelle hesitated. 112 people. My lord, 112 deaths is too much. Kim Gong-ja looked at her. You've become so thin that it's hard to recognize you these days. Estelle replied. If you disappear, I will disappear too. I can't stay in my little paradise anymore. My life, my memory, my purpose, everything would be gone. It's all dependent on you. As much as I am concerned about myself, I am also concerned about your body. Kim Gong-ja said, It's good that you're being honest. How is life these days? Estelle was shocked. What? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, After I gained the right to monopolize the 20th floor, I released a hungry demon to the village. You've come to live in Esther's village. The people you cherish, who are more important than your life, are back. How has life been for you? Except for when I need to ask her to do something, I usually let her stay in the village for a while, Estelle said. Kim Gong-ja asked, Is everything all right? Estelle replied, Everything is all right. There was an incident. Some hunters came, claiming they were here for the strength treasures hidden by the Death Sovereign and the 5 great guilds. But the witch you brought, along with those hunters who followed her, stopped them. There was no big commotion. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the Black Dragon Guild's cleanup was thorough. Estelle added, The smaller lords of the neighboring kingdom no longer bother us. They are dealing with a measles outbreak, brought by the nomadic tribes they hired to defeat us. Kim Gong-ja mused, This world's affairs seem to be going well. Estelle continued, Even without that, the Empire and Temple have both declared this town a holy land. Sometimes, lizard men and elves bring me gifts too. Kim Gong-ja said, Estelle sighed, But I don't have much power beyond that. Sick people come, hoping for miracles, and pilgrims arrive after hearing rumors of the Holy Land. I don't know what to do with them. The master alchemist had once said, I'll only sell potions to those approved by the Death Sovereign. Kim Gong-ja reassured, Don't worry, I have a plan. He thought to himself, After this expedition, I'm building a new alchemy store for chemists on the 20th floor. Since she mentioned that she'll take new customers through me, I need to make sure I filter them well. She can't handle the workload alone, so I'll recruit staff and make the hungry demon her assistant. She could even take a disciple, perhaps a hunter aspiring to be a chemist. Naturally, the alchemy store will grow. The new alchemy store will become a branch of the alchemy castle. It won't take long before the branch becomes the headquarters, Kim Gongja said aloud. Anything else? He asked. Estelle thought for a moment. Other than that, Dezena. Dezena is a child in my village. She loves the rice cakes the hunters bring. And Garzov, an old man who cares for the orchard. He gave fruit to the black dragon hunters guarding the village, and in return, they gave him. Well, that's the situation. Kim Gongja said, I guess everyone is living well. Estelle nodded. Yes, that's true. Kim Gongja said, we must ensure that the people of this world can live decent lives too. Gather the bodies quickly. Estelle replied, as you command. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a fallen constellation. She was once called the demon king of autumn rain, the one who destroyed this world. Estelle said, I will search for a town or city with government offices. Kim Gongja thought, she knows how to harvest death. Estelle added, government-managed places should have maps, though they may be in poor condition. They'll be good enough for reference. Kim Gongja responded, we'll dig up broken maps and explore remote areas, villages, and fishing towns. He then spoke to himself, the children who woke up in the morning to find their mother's bodies, wailing as they withered away like wild plants. I'll bring their bodies too. The villagers who cursed their dead mothers for failing as parents, those who hid in wells to escape epidemics but couldn't return, and prisoners who never had a chance to escape, all dying of starvation. Kim Gongja said to himself, the starvation of 112 carefully selected people. Estelle reported, I brought them all, my lord. Kim Gongja said, all right, release them. He took off his shirt to show his bones and shouted, bring it on. As he was bitten in the arm, he cried out, ain't irk. Another bit his wrist. A system notification appeared, you have died. A second notification followed, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. Moments later, within the trauma, a fisherman said, if I die on a boat, I won't trouble this world anymore. I've spent my life on the river and I'm happy to die here. I'll quiet. Another system notification appeared, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. A person spoke, Castellan, the barn is empty. In 15 days, there will be no more millet in the warehouse. The fisherman's catch is also running low. We don't know what to do. The Castellan responded, reduce the food for the elderly and children to 1/3 of what they usually receive. Reduce half of what the younger ones get. His aide replied, there will be a lot of opposition to this though. The Castellan said, I'll starve by example. If I, the leader, don't put anything in my mouth, the words of those who complain will lose their strength. This place won't last long anyway. What difference does it make if we starve for a few days? A system notification appeared, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. A girl said, we're all going to starve to death if this continues. The Castellan said, children shouldn't eat. That's as good as asking us to die. Her friend replied, what should we do then? The girl said, even if we're going to die, we ought to eat something first. Only then will we become jiangshi that don't look weak. There's a recipe I learned from the sect. It's called an earth biscuit. A boy, confused, asked, earth biscuit? She replied, listen well. The kids who can swim should keep catching fish. Don't give them to the adults. We'll share them among ourselves. The rest of us will go to the river and gather mud. The boy asked, what are we going to do with it? She answered, I'll show you. A system notification appeared, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. The girl said, nice, it's done. The boy asked, what's that? She explained, you just spread the soil on the ground and bake it in the sun. The boy asked, how is that a biscuit? She snapped, shut up. It's a recipe passed down in the beggar sect, so just watch carefully. All right, that's it. Everyone try one. The boy winced. Ugh. The girl warned, but be careful when you eat. A system notification appeared, recreating the trauma of the enemy who killed you. The child added, it won't be tasty if you take big bites. You need to eat it little by little. Her friend said, it's surprisingly edible. The boy commented, it's nice because it's salty. The girl said, don't lick it too much. The taste will disappear. You have to lick and chew at the same time. They then spotted a boat in the distance. The boy said, look, it's a dead body. The girl responded, I think he starved to death on the water. Her friend said, poor thing. Was he a fisherman? Suddenly, the dead man's eyes opened. The girl said, huh? The man started to chase them. Kim Gongja thought to himself, they tried to survive. Kim Gong-ja thought in order to survive, they endured hunger. As they reached for the earth biscuits, their fingers dug through the mud by the river, spreading it on stones to dry in the sun. Even their fingers, clinging to the earth biscuits, none of them escaped starvation. A system notification appeared, reenactment of trauma completed. The subject's self is confirmed to be intact. The penalty has ended. Kim Gong-ja opened his eyes. He said, I thought I'd learn how to boil tree bark, but the reality was far beyond my imagination. He paused. Huh? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, are tree barks not even considered traumas when the world is ending? He sighed, if a person is driven into a corner, they'll even eat mud with their bare hands. This is hard. As he dug into the snow, he saw a mud biscuit. Bon appetit. He bit into the earth biscuit. Kim Gong-ja said, it doesn't taste good. It tastes really bad. Humans came from the earth. So why isn't the earth edible? Why is the smell of soil and the texture of dirt so revolting? He thought. Emotions that can't be expressed in words can usually be conveyed through actions. Martial arts are simply emotions wielded by one's hands. Let's go back. I'll return and show the heavenly demon my sword techniques. I'll show her the techniques of those who died namelessly. The demonic cult leader, Sobakyang, said, I've thrown a Jiangxi soldier below. Defeat it, and I'll accept you as my disciple. However, fight while feeling hungry. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I don't know martial arts, so I don't understand yin, yang, or the 5 elements. So Bakyang said, while fighting the Jiangxi soldier, let the pain of hunger be your only thought. No other emotions or thoughts can enter your mind. Can you do that? Kim Gong-ja thought, if there's any principle in my martial arts, it's their screams. If my blade contains a law of nature, it holds the actions of those abandoned by the heavens. He thought again because of resentment and grudges. A demon, the smell of soil in my mouth, the sensation of earth in my hands. Resentments and grudges rise to the heavens, thus demonic heaven. Demonic heaven, divine art, first stance, sword of starvation. So Baekhyang was shocked and said, heavenly demon. Kim Gong-ja asked, what kind of death shall I show you next? A few moments later, So Baekhyang said, the demonic heaven divine art was originally a sword technique with 9 stances. The sword of starvation you've shown me is the first stance. The next will be the sword of for thirst. She thought to herself, for thirst is an archaic English verb meaning to die of thirst. Kim Gong-ja said, it's thirst, huh? So Baekhyang said, that's right. You demonstrated the sword of starvation pretty well. So, if you focus on training, you could become a decent demonic. Kim Gong-ja interrupted. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Pretty well? Kim Gong-ja said, oh, how weird. I think I did excellently, but I guess it's only pretty good for you. I'm sorry. It's just that my pride suddenly disappeared and I was about to lose my confidence. It's like my morale dropped right to the bottom. So Baekhyang grumbled, Punk. All right, I'll admit it. You showed off the sword of starvation skillfully. Just don't go around boasting and saying that you've mastered the demonic heaven divine art. Kim Gong-ja asked, what? What did you say? Skillfully. So Baekhyang said, are you intending to ridicule me by playing with words? Will you only be satisfied after I perform the ritual of 9 bows? What an insolent brat. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, okay, she got hooked. You be the master instead. I'll be your disciple. So you're saying that I've been recognized as your disciple, right? Not just an external disciple, but a true disciple of yours, right? He thought to himself, external disciples are those who learn martial arts from a sect, but don't belong to the main sect. The demonic cult leader, Sobakyang, replied, refrain from speaking about unrelated matters. Focus on the teachings I'll give you from now on. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it really is so. The heavenly demon has already chosen me as her disciple. However, she will never outright say it. Perhaps it's because the relationship between master and disciple is more serious than I imagined in the Jianghu. A relationship that carries so much weight could become frightening. That's why she hesitates to declare that I'm her disciple. So Baekhyang continued, listen carefully. Kim Gong-ja reflected, she's contemplating whether she should let someone from outside the central plains into her heart. So Baekhyang went on, if you can use the sword of starvation to that level, then you have the right to listen to our cult's teachings and even steal them. However, Kim Gong-ja, in deep thought, activated his skill. The system notification flash, preferred genre, hashtag wuxia disliked genre, hashtag classics, hashtag myths, hashtag history, hashtag fairy tales preferred character, people with tenacity, hashtag rivals dislike character, hashtag suppressors deceitful people, Hashtag Playboy's preferred plot, all-out fights dislike plot, hashtag running away, hashtag oblivion meaningless death. So Baekhyang thought to herself, should I take him as my disciple? I must decide soon. No, that's an unnecessary thought. I should be satisfied with my fight with Namgoon Woon. A disciple at such an old age? It's too greedy. What pathetic desires. Kim Gongja reflected, yeah, think about it. Be swayed by your thoughts. Will you continue fighting the great orthodox demonic war with a hopeless Miram Alliance leader? Or will you take on another disciple and pass on the teachings of the demonic cult to the next generation? What will you choose as a way to escape a meaningless death? Please don't give up on your life just yet. Please live on. Even if the world ends and you're left alone in the Muram, I still want you to live. I hope I can become the reason for you to choose to live on. He thought again. Words don't mean much. The heavenly demon likely doesn't want a disciple for the same reason as me, because actions outweigh words. Only then can things truly last. So Baekhyang thought, it's still not time to decide yet. Kim Gongja, understanding the moment, realized we haven't worked hard enough to put it into words. She's still unable to make a decision. So Baekhyang suddenly snapped, child of the outside world, you don't look focused. Are you listening to me? Kim Gongja replied, of course I'm paying attention. That's not even a question. They locked eyes, silent for a moment. So Baekhyang said, all right, since you're overflowing with confidence, I'll let you take the next trial. Don't follow me, I'll be busy. Kim Gongja was stunned. She didn't leave any footprints. Sword Emperor remarked, I'd like to spar with her once. Kim Gongja was perplexed. What? The Sword Emperor repeated. Are you deaf? I said I'd like to spar with her. Damn it all. The Sword Emperor continued. Did you know, zombie? The demonic cult from the Muram I was born in was utterly weak. But fighting those demonic bastards was the only entertainment I had. Even that so-called heavenly demon bastard got his ass kicked by me. I beat hundreds of small fries as I roamed the jungle like a hero. He sighed. I'm so envious of that Miram Alliance leader born here. If it were me, I'd have a death match with her, wondering if it'd be my death or hers. A great fight, climbing a snow peak, then enjoying a bowl of liquor while overlooking the Jianghu. Perfect. If only I weren't a ghost. Kim Gongja thought silently, then said, that's it. Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. Kim Gongja said, the chemist will be making a cure for the epidemic. I'll become the heavenly demon's official disciple. All is well, but something's kind of lacking for the finale, don't you think? Kim Gongja continued, what you just said blew everything away. Great play. You did great, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor frowned. What's the matter? He added, every time you make that face, huge troubles always follow. Kim Gongja replied, we still have an unsettled debt between us. The Sword Emperor blinked. A debt? A past scene flashed in Kim Gongja's mind. The Sword Emperor had said, let's bet on how many times you'll die before reaching the 19th floor. Kim Gongja recalled, you said I'd die 100 times or less, and I bet I'd die 99 times or less, right? If my memory isn't failing me, our bet concluded with 97 deaths. And if I didn't calculate it wrongly, 97 is lower than 99, right, Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor was stunned for a moment, before Kim Gongja said, I need you to do something. Suddenly, So Baekhyang arrived, carrying a zombie, and said, this is the Blood Demon. He was part of an elite squad within our cult. It's the best combat squad, consisting only of assassins. They answer solely to my orders, So Baekhyang said. Kim Gongja replied, the last time you sent your next generation leader, and now you're sending an assassin from your combat squad? It feels like the difficulty has increased a lot. So Baekhyang calmly said, don't worry, I only bring people who are at your level. Kim Gongja thought to himself, she probably literally chose my opponent by sifting through hundreds of zombies in the snowfields. So Baekhyang continued, what you need to demonstrate isn't different from what you did this morning. Just fight with the Jiangxi soldier. Kim Gongja reflected, her heart is full of consideration. So Baekhyang added, only the sensation of thirst should exist in your heart. Kim Gongja thought, it's full of sincerity. So Baekhyang instructed, all right then, start fighting with only thirst in your heart and no other emotions. Kim Gongja nodded, all right. A system notification appeared, you have died. Kim Gongja cursed, he's so damn strong, damn it. The scene shifted to the cave. Chemist, Potion King, how's the progress on the cure for the zombie virus? Kim Gongja asked. The Master Alchemist responded, oh my goodness, this looks like something I would have researched. These are just like my neatly organized notes coming to me on a palanquin. Potion King, puzzled, asked, what's this? Did you work in Silicon Valley too? This looks like something I'd have done. At the cave, Kim Gong-ja gave commands. 100 souls summon, spread out and gather the corpses that died of thirst. Estelle replied, Yes, my lord, I accept your command. Kim Gong-ja continued, I need you to do one more thing. There should be plenty of Jiangshi who can use martial arts nearby. Find them. Demonic beings dressed in black robes and warriors in white robes. Even if they're 50 or 150 kilometers away, search the snowfields and bring them all back here. Estelle asked, What are you going to do with all those corpses, my lord? Kim Gong-ja answered, In a world that's ravaged, there are still 2 people left on the battlefield. They probably want a decent showdown. But unfortunately, they're just acting like soldiers to me. Since they want to have a showdown, we should prepare for a real war. I'm preparing for the real great Orthodox demonic war. Kim Gong-ja reflected. The heavenly demon was disappointed when I first tried to learn the sword of starvation. So Bakyang asked, What? Are you saying that you've only been starved for 3 days at most in your whole life? Kim Gong-ja thought she didn't recognize my efforts. The heavenly demon only tested me so I'd give up on my own. So Bakyang replied, Forget it, it's my fault. Kim Gong-ja thought, so there would be nothing more to look forward to in this world. That's when I learned about starvation. But when I started learning about thirst, as Kim Gong-ja concentrated and attacked the zombie, he delivered a powerful blow, destroying the zombie with a single strike. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, her attitude has completely changed. So Bakyang said, Your sword techniques are far too simple. There's nothing extraordinary about them. There's no variation. They're honest and straightforward, but vulnerable. It feels like your sword techniques aren't for confronting humans, but for dealing with the world. She continued, It's not of our cult, but of the Orthodox sects. What a coincidence. However, each scream engraved on the path of your sword is clear. For some reason, it's truly marvelous. Estelle entered with the corpses, and so Bakyang said, I'll teach you a fundamental principle. Kim Gong-ja asked, A fundamental principle? So Bakyang explained, It's essentially the secret know-how or technique. Think back to when you used the sword of starvation. What were you thinking when you swung the sword? Kim Gong-ja answered, I thought about starvation. So Bakyang nodded. Naturally, but that's not all. Unknowingly, you've also understood the essence of the demonic arts. Now, think of an apple in your head. Kim Gong-ja asked, An apple, like the one we eat? So Bakyang responded, Did you think of it? How does it feel? Kim Gong-ja was confused. What? So Bakyang said, It's okay if you don't know, just say so. Kim Gong-ja admitted, I have no idea. So Bakyang praised him. You're honest. That's good. Now think of starvation. Kim Gong-ja replied, Yes, I'm thinking about it. So Bakyang asked, How does the sensation of starvation feel? Kim Gong-ja responded, It's crumbly. So Bakyang asked, How does it smell? Kim Gong-ja thought for a moment and said, It smells like soil. So Bakyang pressed, What kind of soil is it? There are many types. What is the soil of starvation? Kim Gong-ja answered, It's mud. I can't scoop up any soil at will. So Bakyang nodded. It needs to be gravel-free, sand-free mud. Kim Gong-ja acknowledged, I see. I got it. So Bakyang asked, How does starvation taste? Kim Gong-ja hesitated before saying, Because I'm sad. Children are drying mud cookies in the sun. There's nothing to do while waiting for the mud to dry, so the kids loiter around the mud snacks. The demonic cult leader So Bakyang said, Children waiting for the sunlight, huh? Starvation is about children waiting for the sunlight. Child, that is your poem. When I asked you about the touch of an apple, you answered, I have no idea. But when I asked you about starvation, you touched the mud, you smelled it, you chewed it and ate it. You've seen the flowing river and even heard its sound. While an apple has a form, starvation does not. Apples are tasty, but starvation is tasteless. And yet, you describe starvation very well. Starvation for you is mud, sunlight, rivers, and children. Child, that's your talent. The reason you don't know the touch of an apple is because it didn't stimulate your memories. You'd know if you've ever eaten an apple. Apples have a soft, smooth peel with a slight crunch, so it's nice to eat with the peel. But it will be different for a child with a cold. You have to cut it in half. You'll have to scoop it out and feed the child, bite by bite. Have you ever eaten apples like that when you were young? Kim Gong-ja said, Yes. Kim Gong-ja's father asked, How was the texture of that apple? Kim Gong-ja replied, It was slushy. My mouth was filled with apple juice. So Bakyang smiled. Yes, that's just it. If you scrape the peel, the remaining apple in its skin will get wrinkled. The hand of the father who dug into the apple also became wet as the juice overflowed. So, child, which of them would you say is an apple? Is a whole apple an apple? Or is it an apple that's been cut in half? Is it the apple juice from that spoonful of apple? Or is it the parent's hand? What is your apple? I saw a mother before who only ate the apple peel after scooping out all of its flesh. An apple to me is the leftover peel of a mother. It's also a child with a cold. It's the heart of the mother who scooped it up one bite at a time. And I also think of children whose mothers never scooped apples for them when they were young. I think of a mother who can't afford apples. I think of a mother who could buy apples but chose not to. I think of the children who have caught colds, but there was no one to take care of them. I think of the children who died because no one cared for them. There is nothing in this world that does not have a human heart. Therefore, there is no place that does not have human resentment. Starvation has no form, no taste, and no scent. Thirst. Starvation is mud, rivers, and children. That's the same with thirst. Feel the thirst, taste it, smell it. Demonic arts are about memories. Memories are sensations. This is the fundamental principle of the demonic cult. This is your demonic heaven divine art. The villagers cannot voice their claims, even if falsely accused. The resentment of not being able to express oneself finally leads to hatred. But the demonic cult's martial artists are different. We wield the sword. How can one call it living if they just live as they want? That's death. How can a sword be called a sword if it swings however it wants? That's a beast. Do you want to die or become a beast? Kim Gong-ja said, no, I'm a living human being. So Baekyang said, then go ahead and get thirsty. Thirst like how you starved. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, we gathered 112 people who died of starvation. Among them, there was a child who ate mud cookies. I bit grains of soil in my mouth. Demonic heaven divine art first form. Sword of starvation. So Baekyang said, you found the mud of starvation. Now, you need to find something for thirst. For you, starvation is children waiting for the sunlight. What is that something for your thirst? Kim Gong-ja thought, we gathered 48 people who died of thirst. Among them, there was an old woman who drank seawater continuously. I salted my intestines with salt water. Kim Gong-ja used his skill, demonic heaven divine art. Second form, sword of thirst. So Baekyang asked, is the pain you receive from the sea nothing but thirst? There's also the pain of drowning in the sea. Child, what is water to you? Kim Gong-ja thought, we gathered 37 people who drowned. Among them, there was a father who breathed his last breath into his child. I'm sinking into the water, breathing with a hungry demon. Kim Gong-ja used his skill, demonic heaven divine art. Third form, sword of asphyxiation, and he thought to himself, sword of asphyxiation literally means sword of drowning to death, but I'll go with asphyxiation instead. So Baekyang said, starvation is mud, thirst is the sea. For you, suffocation is the last breath of a father. The earth, the sea, and the air are already yours. What is winter to you? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, we gathered 96 people who died of the cold. Among them, there was a newborn that stuck to the body of its mother, who had already died. I embraced the corpse tightly until I completely froze up. Kim Gong-ja used his skill, demonic heaven divine art. Fourth form, sword of frostbite. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, child, your sword techniques are ever changing, huh? The life of a user is buried in his martial arts. Those are habits that can't be changed, especially for the demonic heaven divine art. You truly have a rich life experience. It's hard to know all the sufferings a human goes through. Even if one does know them, it's difficult to understand all the sufferings at their toughest point. But when I see you use the demonic heaven divine art, it's like... Suddenly, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, looked behind and said, someone's coming? Viper was carrying the Murim Alliance leader, the Namgun clan's abdicated clan head, Namgun Woon, and the Murim Alliance leader. Namgun Woon said, So Baekyang said, Geezer, why are you here and what's with that pathetic look of yours? The Murim Alliance leader, Namgun Woon, said, shut up. I'm here because I'm worried about you. Demonic head, you haven't even had the ritual of 9 bows yet, have you? Gosh, it's so glaringly obvious. I knew this would happen. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what's the ritual of 9 bows? The Sword Emperor explained, it's a ritual performed when a master and disciple form a relationship in the Jianghu. It's slightly different for each sect. Some places require 9 bows, others only 3. Just so you know, my sect considers you to have gone through the ritual of 9 bows if you withstand 9 hits from your master. I withstood up to 63 hits. It's the longest record in my sect's history. Am I awesome or what? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I get why he acts like a lunatic now. So Bakyang said, whatever, it's up to me to decide who'll be my disciple and when they get to become one. It's none of your business. Namgung Woon responded, bullshit. Of course it's my business. The reason you don't have a disciple is because you feel sorry for me. We're the only ones left from the Jianghu. As it happens, you're the only demonic being left, and I'm the only orthodox martial artist left. If you take in a disciple alone, only the demonic cult would have a successor in the Jianghu. What's the conclusion? It's like you're winning a battle without even fighting. You and I made a pact. You're too ashamed to break that oath, and you feel sorry for me that you can't accept that young child as your disciple. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're so unnecessarily loyal. I knew you would do this, so I took the initiative first. Viper said, well, things somehow turned out like this. So Bakyang said, Jigeezer, it can't be that. Namgung Woon declared, yes, starting today he's my best disciple. So Bakyang charged at Namgung Woon and said, how dare you do this to me? Do you know what I thought of all day while not being able to receive the ritual of 9 bows? As so Bakyang grabbed Namgung Woon's man bun hair, Namgung Woon shouted, shut up! If a fateful encounter has appeared, you should accept it and thank the heavens. You shouldn't miss that opportunity just because you're worried for me. So Bakyang retorted, what about the great orthodox demonic war? Namgung Woon responded, it doesn't have to be just the two of us fighting for it to be the great orthodox demonic war. So Bakyang said, I can't acknowledge the war unless you're my opponent. Namgung Woon countered, just because you want to split the world doesn't mean it's divided. So Bakyang declared, the world you see may be a great sea, but to me, it's a frozen sea. You can't just split it because you want to. Namgung Woon replied, melt it then. So Bakyang said, in order to melt it, we need demonic followers. Kindling for the fire, which is the way of the demonic cult. Namgung Woon shot back, get another kindling then. So Bakyang gritted his teeth, Axe Immortal you're exactly the kind of hypocrite an orthodox martial artist would be, with all those twisting and turning of your words. Kim Gongja said, this is kind of unexpected. Viper asked, what is? Kim Gongja replied, aren't you the heavenly martial clan leader? Is it all right for you to have a new master? Viper answered, if the place is one where sword dance is done, then I'll do the sword dance. If there's a master to learn from, I'll request to learn from him. I'm not so free as to sit down and nitpick about all those details. Kim Gongja said, let me be clear with you, whether this situation was dumped on you or whether you're just pitying him. With that half-hearted resolve of yours, you'll regret having the Murim Alliance leader as your master. Kim Gongja thought to himself, this isn't a decision that he should make. Just like how he jumped into the Heavenly Demon Chronicles because of his pride. That would be an insult to the two worlds that are quarreling loudly right over there. Kim Gongja said, I don't know what you're talking about, but... Viper said, freak, what the hell are you talking about, Death Sovereign? If you want to confirm my resolve, do it with your sword. It's not going to be easy, though. Kim Gongja said, Viper, have you ever starved? Kim Gongja used his sword and skill, Demonic Heaven Divine Art First Form, Sword of Starvation. Viper was shocked and said, freak, what the hell is this? Freak this shat. As Kim Gongja charged towards Viper, Viper blocked Kim Gongja's attack and said, damn it, I almost died. I thought you were just all talk. Looks like you've got some decent swordsmanship. What the hell? Those are all moves that I can negate using the eternal demonic sword technique. The Murim Alliance leader, Namgung Woon, said, yes, my disciple. That's the sword technique that exudes the demon spirit, which literally freezes and breaks the world. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I don't think that's what he meant, though. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, he sure has sharp eyes despite only having one, huh? Anyway, even though you're a little old, you have genuine eyes that can penetrate the essence of another person. Truly a great talent in history. The Murim Alliance leader, Namgung Woon, said, but it looks like you've got a pretty good disciple, too. It hasn't even been that long since he started learning, yet his sword techniques are already at that level? He's truly the heir of the demonic ways, who exceeds even the 4 demonic generals. Namgung Woon continued, so the reason why you haven't taken him in as your disciple. So Bakyang said, geezer, you're still blabbering about that? Kim Gongja thought to himself, yeah, this is not just a fight between me and Viper. There's a reason why this duel is taking place that the Heavenly Demon doesn't know about. It's to make the Heavenly Demon acknowledge me. The Murim Alliance leader, Namgung Woon, said, my disciple. Viper said, whoa, master. Namgung Woon said, from now on, I'll be giving you advice, so listen carefully. So Baekyang said, Jigeezer, what do you think you're doing? Namgung Woon asked, Do you have any problems? Didn't you say that you aren't the master of that new demonic being? So Bakyang replied, well, that's true, but I can't believe you're giving advice in the middle of a duel between two martial artists. Namgoon Woon said, two martial artists? The only thing I see is a new demonic being and the proud successor of the Orthodox faction. Even the laws of the Great Ming state that it's okay for Orthodox martial artists to join forces to defeat demonic beings. There's no problem here at all. He thinks to himself, the legal code drawn up in the time of Emperor Hongwu. Namgoon Woon said, disciple, while his blows are pretty heavy, it seems like he can't hold them up. Don't get hit by him. Just avoid his attacks and wait for his internal energy to run out. Viper said, hey master, are you serious? How can you speak like that to me? I've already figured that out. Do you have any more practical advice? Namgoon Woon said, use the butterfly sword technique and the world-shattering order. It'll work on him in an instant. Viper said, the butterfly sword technique and the world-shattering order, huh? Namgoon Woon replied, yeah. Mix in the principles of the supreme heaven martial arts as well. Can you do it? Viper said, freak, of course it's possible. Master, I'm Viper, the heavenly martial clan leader. You asked me if I've ever starved, right? Is that your martial art? Let me ask you the other way around, Death Sovereign. What do you think martial arts is? I'll give you the answer. As Viper attacked Kim Gongja with a powerful slash, he said, martial arts is crushing the bastard who's in front of you. That's all, you punk. Kim Gongja blocked the strike, wincing in pain. Kyuk, Viper smirked. I won't miss this chance. The demonic cult leader, So Baekhyang, watched the exchange with growing frustration. She clenched her fist and shouted, you punk, what are you doing? That's rain, water. Doesn't that sword look like rainwater? There's nothing to be scared of. Take it in and drink it. Kim Gongja was shocked, realizing the significance of the moment. The heavenly demon has acknowledged this fight. Kim Gongja nodded. Understood. He invoked his skill, demonic heaven divine art, second form, sword of forethirst. Viper grinned. You're going to divert my sword? The Murim Alliance leader, Namgoon Woon, called out, disciple, the humus. Turn into wet soil. The demonic cult leader, So Baekhyang, laughed. Ha! We'll turn him into a puddle then. Kim Gongja unleashed another attack, demonic heaven divine art, third form, sword of asphyxiation. Viper was hit and grimaced in pain. Kyuk, Namgoon Woon muttered. How persistent. Get away. So Baekhyang ordered, stick closely to him. Viper cursed, freak this. Kim Gongja used his skill once more, demonic heaven divine art, fourth form, sword of frostbite. So Baekhyang shouted, child, you mustn't block that attack. Dodge it. Kim Gongja thought to himself, the number of wounds we had increased. The wounds that appeared in the cold wind quickly hardened into scars. Namgoon Woon shouted, hey, you demonic lady dog! How dare you teach him what to do? Kim Gongja reflected, on their behalf, those who can't fight without putting all their strength into it, I became the sword of the heavenly demon, and Viper became the sword of the Murim Alliance leader. It's a sight they can't see anymore. It's now a dream they can't dream about. Everything will fade away eventually. No matter how brilliant one's dream is, it will fade away one day. Human beings would also deteriorate. So Baekhyang seethed, nasty bastards. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a genre that deteriorates. I threw it all away in the past. Why is it back now? What am I supposed to do with it? Kim Gongja, his resolve solidifying in the face of this internal conflict, whispered to himself, only people can abandon another person. And only people can choose not to abandon another person. His heart was clear now, and he spoke with certainty. Heavenly demon, I want to become your disciple. I wish to become the scenery that you see. I wish to have you as my master. I want to be your dream that doesn't fade away. What you see would continue into what I see. With all the weight of his decision pressing down on him, he stated plainly, my nickname is Death Sovereign. My real name is Kim Gongja. Your dream would continue into my dream. In time, may your life continue into mine. Please accept me as your disciple. In that moment, the demonic cult leader, So Baekhyang, finally spoke, his voice filled with a strange mixture of reverence and finality. I am the heavenly demon, So Baekhyang. Perform the ritual of 9 bows. I will take you as my last disciple. But then, the tone shifted. So Baekhyang thought back to the past, to a forgotten prayer that had been passed down in the demonic cult. Baraya, Babaraya, Iam Babaraya. The meaning of this phrase was lost to time. No one knew what it meant, not even the old woman who had brought So Baekhyang into the cult. It was simply a word that was memorized without any understanding of its origin. In the silence of his thoughts, So Baekhyang reflected, My heart is a candle, so light this place up. For him, Baraya was a song of the villagers, a scream that had no real meaning. Screams originally have no meaning, he thought. So naturally, doesn't that mean the villagers' screams don't mean anything? He reflected on the primitive nature of existence. There's no need to be knowledgeable in order to scream. Therefore, the villagers who haven't learned any manners or behaviorism could only scream. Screams are something primitive among all creations. Finally, his voice broke the silence, echoing the teachings of his own master. There's nothing more for me to teach you. Venture out. Where do you want to go? He asked. Where the starved are, where the thirsty are, where there are people suffocating and freezing, where people who are addicted to drugs are, where the sick are, where the people who have been struck by the government are, where those who have burned to death are. That's where I want to go. The master of the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, Baraya. Baraya. If So Baekyang, this whole world is where you want to go. So Baekyang, 21 years old, she has appeared in the Murim. During winter that year, 31 martial artists of the Jianghu, 47 government officials, and 55 local families lost their heads. The atmosphere was thick with intensity as the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, prepared to impart the sacred ritual of the 9 bows to Kim Gong-ja, her new disciple. Her eyes, cold yet filled with a strange glint, watched him carefully as he braced himself for the first bow. So Baekyang began, her voice a soft whisper laced with authority. The customs of our cult are special. When a disciple greets their master, they bow 9 times. But it doesn't end with just bowing. It is up to the master to accept the bow. The master can ask for as many bows as they desire until they are satisfied. Her words were heavy with the weight of tradition and power, but Kim Gong-ja, ever the disciplined disciple, nodded silently, prepared to face the ritual. As she continued, this is the cult's martial arts secret vault. It also holds the secrets of the 10 sects and the 5 reputable clans. This place is called the Heavenly Martial Academy. Her gaze swept over the vault, a silent testament to the power of the cult she led, and the centuries of martial knowledge stored within these walls. The Sword Emperor, whose enthusiasm had not been dampened by the seriousness of the moment, laughed loudly. This is freaking awesome. It's a treasure trove. Zombie, I'll be reading some of these. Don't mind me. Just buy some time until I finish reading them all. All the ultimate techniques in this world are mine now. Ka ha ha ha. His words echoed through the vast halls, but So Baekyang remained unshaken, her focus unwavering as she prepared to explain the significance of the bows. She turned her attention back to Kim Gong-ja, who awaited her instructions, his heart steady despite the intensity of the ritual. When I was 21 years old, I ventured into the Murim. Can you guess what the first thing I thought of when I did that? Her voice was sharp, and Kim Gong-ja pondered for a moment before responding. The destruction of the annoying orthodox sects? He ventured, trying to gauge her response. So Baekyang winked, her lips curling into a slight smile. That was my third thought. Kim Gong-ja, intrigued, continued, to prove that the demonic cult is the best? That was my second thought, So Baekyang replied, the hint of a smile still playing on her lips. She paused, lost in thought for a moment before continuing. Since I was young, I really hated the word Murim. Murim is a term that martial artists who worship martial arts use to refer to the Jianghu. But they aren't the only ones in the Jianghu. There are fishermen and farmers too, and merchants and prostitutes. There are countless trees that make up a forest. So, the 10 sects and the 5 reputable clans decided to name it the Forest of Martial Arts. But you see, Murim means martial arts and forest. She looked at Kim Gong-ja, her voice colder now, filled with purpose. Then, I decided to take martial arts away from them. Kim Gong-ja, confused, asked, What do you mean you took martial arts away from them? So Baekyang's eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam. I stole all the martial arts manuals they revered like ancestors' urns. The Taoists of Kunlun even begged me to just crush their heads and leave the book that contains the principle of the cloud dragon alone. So I crushed their heads into the ground and ran away, my hands full of their books. I did that for decades. Now this place is Kunlun, the Wudong sect, the Sichuan Tang clan, the Zhuge clan, the Mount Mo sect. All the martial arts in the world form the forest here. It's worthy of being called Murim. Her words were fierce and filled with the weight of her long history of defiance and ambition. She then turned to Kim Gong-ja with a solemn expression. I want to receive your bows. Will you perform the ritual? Kim Gong-ja, having learned to trust her words, replied firmly, Yes. So Baekyang nodded and continued. I won't argue about how you'll do it, child of the outside world. Just let your body take the lead. Perform all 9 bows. Each bow has a different meaning. With that, Kim Gong-ja began the ritual. The first bow, the bow of hunger, was a bow of understanding. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, starvation is like children waiting for the sunlight. As he bowed, So Bakyang watched with approval. Good. The second bow, the bow of thirst, followed. Thirst is the sea waves, Kim Gong-ja mused silently as he bent low. So Bakyang explained, the demonic cult is divided into 4 levels. The first level is the novitiate demon. A novitiate demon is able to speak of their own pain. It's about how the follower who enters our cult becomes the sword of the cult and can speak of their pain with their sword. Kim Gong-ja nodded, recognizing the depth of this teaching. The second level is the ultimate demon, So Baekhyang continued. The ultimate demon can express the pain of others. They can heal others' suffering with their sword. Kim Gong-ja, now fully absorbed in the ritual, moved to the third bow, the bow of asphyxiation. The third level is the transcendent demon, So Baekhyang said. A transcendent demon is someone who can speak of everyone's suffering. They can walk down the street, meet new people, and know what kind of suffering those people are enduring. The transcendent demon must be able to sense all of it. Very few have reached this level. Even in the history of our cult, no more than 5 have achieved it. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I am a transcendent demon. The fourth bow, the bow of frostbite, was next. The heart of a freezing mother holding her child, So Baekhyang said. Finally, the last level is the divine demon. The divine demon knows not only the suffering of all people but the suffering of all living things. They must be able to speak of the suffering of all creation. She paused, her voice darkening slightly. This is a level that has never been attained. I'm guessing it's something like that, since there hasn't been anyone who has become a divine demon. The ritual of the 9 bows continued, each bow representing a deep and painful journey for Kim Gong-ja as he connected with the suffering of others. The 5th bow, a bow of death by poisoning, brought him face to face with his own imperfections. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the 5th sword of the demonic heaven divine art represents those who have died after being addicted to drugs. I'm still mastering the 5th sword. As he bowed, So Baekhyang, the demonic cult leader, stopped him. Do that again, she commanded. Kim Gong-ja, perplexed, did so once more, only to be halted again. Stop! Do that again, she repeated. Each time, Kim Gong-ja felt the weight of his own failure, yet he pushed through, determined to understand the pain of those who had suffered as he had. Kim Gong-ja continued to reflect, despite it being done imperfectly, I've experienced what those who have died of poisoning felt 336 times. But even after that, So Baekhyang demanded he do it again. Do it again, she said. As Kim Gong-ja, now overwhelmed, thought of the 189 counts of people who have died of sickness, So Baekhyang again ordered him to repeat the process. This time, his mind echoed with the image of the 510 people who were beaten to death. So Baekhyang nodded approvingly. You're an honest child. There are children who are honest because they were born into good families. But there are also those who are upright through their own merit, despite being born into ugly circumstances. You, child of the outside world, must be the latter. Her words sank deep within him, and she continued, what kind of life did you live for you to grow up so well? How can you be so kind despite the world around you? If the sun represents life, then the shadows represent suffering. Humans aren't one because they are alive. They are one because of suffering. She then added, if I want to share my pain with someone, I will spend my life with that person alone. Those who have been hurt by everyone will want to be with everyone. The demonic cult leader, So Baekhyang, said, Gongja, people aren't just capable of hurting others. They can also decide the ones who will be hurt. The villagers you're trying to save will never become good. The group you saved will never become noble. The people you love will never be perfect. But despite that, you still want to be hurt by everyone. When they scratch you with their fingernails, think of it as if they're just trying to hug you really tightly. Life entails suffering, but it's human suffering. Her voice lowered, becoming more solemn as she spoke the sacred words. Baraya, Baraya, I am Baraya. Your heart is a candle, light it up and see the shadows of others. The ritual of the 8th bow, the bow of immolation, was next. Kim Gong-ja bowed, remembering the words of his enemy. I'm Yu Suha, farewell. As he completed the bow, So Baekhyang finally acknowledged him, saying, I see. The last sword of the demonic heaven divine art is not fixed. For generations, the cult leader has shaped the final sword as something that belongs to their own. So, everyone performs the 9th sword in their own way. Kim Gong-ja was tasked with the final bow, the ninth bow of his own death. He thought to himself, for all 4,090 of my suicides, my head hurt. My hands were shaking. I was afraid that my hands would miss, prolonging the pain. The slower the death, the cloudier my resolve became. He reflected on the dark thought that had haunted him. But there was a human I couldn't forgive. I wasn't confident in living a life that could forgive that person. Because I desperately wanted to live, I had to die desperately as well. The bow of suicide was the most difficult for him, but he completed it. As he finished, So Baekhyang took him in her arms, her voice soft yet firm. Gongja, you are my disciple. No matter where you go or where you are the heavenly demon's disciple. You are So Baekhyang's disciple. Our doctrine is in your heart. Even if the Jianghu is destroyed and the world comes to an end, as long as your heart beats, the demonic heaven will continue. Kim Gong-ja, still processing the gravity of his actions, replied quietly, Yes, master. He felt a sharp pain in his head, realizing the weight of what he had just experienced. I now know that, he thought. The journey wasn't over though, so Baekhyang walked ahead of him, her voice cutting through the darkness. It's dark. Be careful when you walk. Kim Gong-ja, following her lead, replied, Understood. As they moved, Kim Gong-ja reflected again. Heavenly demon, no, I wonder what master is thinking. But despite the uncertainty, he continued to follow her, knowing that his path was now set. A sudden notification broke his reverie. Preferred genre wuxia, dislike genre, classic, mythology, history, fairy tale, preferred character, villagers, rival, disciple, dislike character, suppressor, deceivers, playboy, preferred plot, all-out battles, dislike plot, escapes, oblivion, meaningless death. In the midst of this strange message, he couldn't help but wonder. Four Hearts' heavenly demon. And she said to herself, if I use my remaining internal energy sparingly, I could live for about 1.5 years more. Oh man, this isn't good. I need to pass down everything that I know to my disciple in 1.5 years. Kim Gong-ja holds his head and said to himself, it felt ticklish somehow. Heavenly demon, what is my future now? Just then, the Sword Emperor called out from the distance, Zombie, ahaha. Even though our worlds are different, guys in the Jianghu are roughly the same. Our Murums aren't that different. Still, it feels nice to read martial art manuals. Oh, right. Did you finish the ritual of 9 bows? Amid the chaos, a system notification appeared, indicating Sparkly barely stopped her tears from flowing and is in awe of the hero. Then Viper spoke up, Oh, you're back, signaling that another chapter in Kim Gong-ja's journey was about to unfold. The conversation continued in a whirlwind of excitement and uncertainty, as Viper shared his tale of becoming a disciple to the Muram Alliance leader. Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but be intrigued by the strange turns their lives had taken. Viper had been brought into the fold almost by accident, and despite his own wishes for a quieter life, he was now bound by fate to the Muram Alliance leader. Viper's quiet thoughts revealed the burden he carried. An old man nearing death bowed to me and pleaded for me to give the heavenly demon a reason to live. How could I reject that? And he's stronger than me. What else could I do? Just as the conversation grew heavier, a voice from across the room broke the mood. It was Potion King, who with a wide grin declared, even though that person looks like that, he's still our precious comrade. The Muram Alliance leader, the Namgun clan's abdicated clan head, Namgun Woon, boomed, Oi you! Is that the truth? At this, Master Alchemist jumped in, her voice filled with reverence. The heavenly martial clan leader is an idol in our world. However, Viper was caught off guard, unable to contain his accidental confession. I guess. I said it without realizing. The flurry of attention made Viper uncomfortable. He internally groaned. Everyone made a fuss and it's so embarrassing. Please, I beg of you. But Namgun Woon, despite the embarrassment, continued with a serious expression. Please be my last disciple. The words were more than a request, they were a plea, as Namgun Woon had no time left to waste. Viper sighed to himself, how troublesome. I just want a quiet life. Why is my life so eventful? At that moment, the conversation shifted back to the matter at hand. Viper looked at both Kim Gong-ja and So Baekhyang, signaling that he had news. I have both good and bad news for you, he said, his voice tinged with urgency. Kim Gong-ja perked up, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. What is it? He asked. Master Alchemist spoke first, excitement evident in her voice. We've succeeded in developing the cure, Death Sovereign. So Baekhyang, the demonic cult leader, froze in shock. What? You created the cure? Are you serious? Her voice was full of disbelief. Master Alchemist nodded. We developed it yesterday, but we had to conduct clinical trials all day and observe the results. We tested it on the Wudong sect leader's corpse, the sample you both provided. The result was that the infectious disease was cured and it became a normal corpse again. The gravity of the news set in, and so Baekhyun could hardly contain her awe. This is incredible! The mysterious disease that none of the Taoists or physicians of the Jianghu could do anything about. And you've cured it with such ease? Master Alchemist lowered her gaze, humbly replying, It's thanks to the research materials that the Death Sovereign provided. Without that, we would have never been able to make the cure. So Baekhyun shook her head, unwilling to let her contribution go unnoticed. No need to be so humble. Cure the axe immortal right away, please. She was eager to see the results of their hard work. However, Master Alchemist held up a hand, cautioning, Even if he acts all tough and big, the truth is that he didn't have much time left. Finding the cure just in time is a blessing from the heavens. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, recognizing the skill of the Master Alchemist. She's a genius. I'm not surprised she made the cure, but, Master Alchemist continued, Yes, of course, we'll begin the treatment immediately, but there's a problem with the cure. Namgoon Woon, always direct, spoke up. What do you mean? There's no problem with the cure. I saw how the Taoist's corpse became normal. There's no doubt that the cure is effective. Master Alchemist's expression darkened slightly. No, there's no problem with the cure itself. But the condition of the Axe Immortal's body is not good. You see, in order to properly cure the infection, we must destroy the Dantian, the source of the disease. The room went silent, the implications of her words settling in. Namgoon Woon stepped forward, nodding gravely. I understand. The Axe Immortal and I are both half dead already. We've just been surviving by force. We've already exceeded the limits of our bodies. Master Alchemist added, Too much time has passed since the two of you were infected by the Jiangxi disease. We can't even properly identify the internal impurities. The lower Dantian is in especially bad condition. In order to treat this disease, we'll have to remove everything from there. The demonic cult leader, So Baekhyun, didn't hesitate. Are you talking about removing the growth of the disease stuck in the Dantian? Master Alchemist nodded, but her tone turned serious. We have to completely remove the whole part. This isn't just about cutting off the infected tissue. It's about removing all traces of the disease, which will require significant work. But don't worry, we've already tested this on others. Namgoon Woon, with a serious expression, added, Their surgical techniques were incredible. If we need a physician again, we should seek them out in the outside world. So Baekhyun finally acknowledged his resolve. Namgoon Woon, I understand. You are going to undergo surgery. At your age, losing a bit of internal energy isn't much of a concern. I have no regrets. If anything, I'm grateful that I'm able to take in a disciple at this late stage of my life. As Namgoon Woon grasped So Baekhyun's shoulder, he spoke with clarity. Even if my Dantian is destroyed, I'll still have my mind. As long as I have my mind, I'll continue to teach my disciple. Martial arts are in the heart, not the body. So Baekhyun smiled slightly, her eyes shining with pride as she looked at her disciple. You are right, Namgoon Woon. As long as our hearts remain, so does our martial arts. The final preparation was made. The surgery would be a turning point for them all. Kim Gong-ja, now fully a disciple of the demonic cult, knew that a new chapter of his journey was just beginning, one that would bring him deeper into the heart of the Jianghu and the mysteries of martial arts. Kim Gong-ja reflected on the Murim Alliance leader's surgery, silently acknowledging its success. The healing had been a long and arduous process, but the results were clear. As he emerged from the cave, he met So Baekhyun, the demonic cult leader, who was eager to hear about the outcome of the surgery. So Baekhyun asked, Are the results of the surgery out? How did it go? Kim Gong-ja nodded. It was a success. So Baekhyun's face softened. Is that so? My disciple, she said with a hint of pride, though there was something reflective in her tone. She continued, almost to herself, I wanted to cut off all the coldness of the world. That's how it was when I was young. I hated winter. I hated the snow that came with it. I always wondered why such a season existed in the world, why lives were taken away every winter. Even though I couldn't cut off all the coldness with my sword, I was sure I could easily strike down those who froze the world. Kim Gong-ja recognized the passion in her words, her thoughts steeped in memories of past ambitions. He whispered to himself, Savage blood, demonic sword. So Baekhyun nodded at his words and added, Yes, when I first ventured into the Jianghu, I tried something. It was childish, really. I imagined the world's coldness as an object, a snow-covered mountain, and I tried to cut it apart. At the time, I couldn't do anything. She closed her eyes, a nostalgic expression crossing her face as she whispered, Barayo, Barayo. I am Barayo. My heart is a candle flame, and may it light this place up. She made a dramatic slash in the air, as if imagining the power of her attack. It looks like I only ended up cutting the peak of the mountain. While I tried to cut the mountain with my heart, I wasn't able to. My bloodlust strike is still not good enough. I guess this is my final level. Her gaze turned inward as she considered her limitations, speaking almost to herself now. A bloodlust strike is about inflicting damage with just bloodlust. I'm still not there yet. So Baiqiang looked back at her disciple and smiled wryly. I'll do the surgery next. But first, we should rest. Inside the cave, Potion King was soaking in a hot spring bath. He teased, Can the heavenly demon's surgery wait for a while? Master Alchemist replied apologetically, I'm sorry. We need to rest a little. As the scene shifted, so Baiqiang approached Nam Gung Woon, the Murim Alliance leader, who had just undergone his surgery. Geezer, I heard you lost your Dantian, so I came here to see you. Nam Gung Woon chuckled. What an incredible person to be my first visitor after my surgery. Take a good look at me. So Baiqiang examined him carefully. How do you feel? Nam Gung Woon sighed in satisfaction. I feel light. It feels like I've attained immortal ascension. So Baiqiang shook her head with a smirk. Looks like you're still full of nonsense. You haven't even gone through body reformation. Like hell you'd be able to attain immortal ascension. Nam Gung Woon, undeterred, grinned. But your face looks better now. Did you decide to go through with the surgery? So Baiqiang nodded. Yeah, I just came from using a year's worth of internal energy and swinging my sword to my heart's content. That'll be the last time I use my internal energy in my life. Nam Gung Woon responded, genuinely impressed. Oh, that's certainly a marvelous sight. What a pity that I wasn't able to see it because I'm recovering in bed. So, how was it? What did you slash? So Baiqiang sighed deeply. I tried to slash away Winter, but I wasn't able to do so. I wasn't even close. Nam Gung Woon raised an eyebrow, a small smile on his lips. Oh my, what a shame. Well, cheer up. Haven't you attained a level that no one has been able to reach? That means you could have easily thrown the whole Jianghu into chaos multiple times. So Baiqiang chuckled darkly. Nam Gung Woon, Nam Gung Woon spoke with a sense of finality. I don't regret it at all. The world has already fallen this far, so surviving for 3 more years is already a miracle. And it's a miracle that I was tended to by these physicians from the outside world. Being able to take in a disciple in my late years and having someone to continue the martial arts of the Orthodox Murim is also a miracle. Miracles after miracles. I'm just thankful for everything that's happened. His expression shifted slightly. If there's something that I regret, it'd be that I wasn't able to conclude my fight with you and end the great Orthodox demonic war. So Baiqiang nodded in understanding. Well, a perfect life doesn't exist. Our disciples will probably bring an end to it on behalf of us. Nam Gung Woon smiled faintly. Yeah, I'm sure they will. If this is the conclusion to my life, I'll accept it. At this point, so Baiqiang turned to Kim Gongja, her eyes softening. Kim Gongja, I'll be back after going somewhere for a while. Kim Gongja hesitated. Where could you possibly go with the world in this state? Kim Gongja looked thoughtful, his voice quiet. I just need to take a breather. Don't worry. So Baiqiang, concerned, raised an eyebrow. I'm more worried now because you told me not to worry. You're not going to do something dangerous, are you? Kim Gongja smiled reassuringly. I'll definitely be back before your surgery is over. Please undergo the surgery in peace, Master. When you open your eyes again, I'll be there waiting for you. As he stepped outside, Kim Gongja mused to himself. I wonder what the world looks like before it meets its end. The Murim, I wonder if the forests in that place have regrown. Kim Gongja was deep in thought as he observed the Jianghu, the chaotic underworld society that had shaped so many lives, both innocent and martial. I wonder if the water has started flowing there again. He mused, pondering the state of the world. As he surveyed the gathered Jiangshi, Estelle approached him. My lord, as you instructed, we've gathered 439 Jiangshi, who were once known as demonic followers, and 478 Jiangshi who were once known as orthodox followers, a total of 917 missing persons. She continued, the numbers we've gathered of those who weren't lost in the vicinity and those we collected here are 560 demonic follower Jiangshi and 521 orthodox follower Jiangshi. The total number of Jiangshi gathered here is 1998. Kim Gongja nodded with approval. Great job. Now bring them in front of me one by one. Estelle replied, yes, my lord. With a wave of his hand, Kim Gong-ja made a decisive slash in the air, shouting, Baraya. Next, Baraya. I am Baraya, Kim Gong-ja sighed. Faster, we need to get rid of them before the sun sets. Estelle said, yes, my lord. Kim Gong-ja sighed to himself. I was thinking at that point in time about how I could create a perfect ending. What does one's life have to become for it to be considered perfect? Would Master be satisfied with an ending of her taking me in as her disciple? That's not it. Taking in a disciple is just a normal ending at best. We'd probably still be able to clear the 22nd floor with this as the ending, but Estelle said, my lord, hang in there. There's less than half left. A system notification rang in his mind. Sparkly is cheering the hero on with all her strength. Minutes passed and Estelle announced, last 10 remaining, my lord. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts darkened as he observed the task at hand. I'm definitely not satisfied with it. You did great, my lord. Truly an amazing job. Kim Gong-ja was confused by her exuberance. Why are you so happy? Estelle looked away, her voice soft. What you've just shown me has filled up my heart. Although I haven't seen the person known as your master, I'm sure she'll be happy. Not just happy, she'll be overjoyed. Kim Gong-ja gave a small smile. Yeah, I hope she'll be overjoyed. Inside the cave, Master Alchemist complimented both So Bahyang and Kim Gong-ja for their recovery after the surgery. Great job, both of you. If you've improved this much a week after the surgery, you should be fully recovered. Even if you get bitten by another Jiangshi, it's unlikely you'll be infected again. So Bahyang touched her head, a rare gesture of humility. Thank you. We owe our lives to you. Master Alchemist shook his head. It's not an easy task to help save someone's life. So Bahyang smiled softly. It's an amazing thing to think of what one's supposed to do as something you're supposed to do. And if you're able to act on those thoughts, that makes you even more incredible. You're amazing for a young child. Turning to Kim Gong-ja, So Bahyang asked, is it all right for the two of them to move about now? Master Alchemist replied, yes. They should be able to move about and exercise without any issues now. Kim Gong-ja turned to So Bahyang and Nam Gung-woon. Master, Murim Alliance leader, please take a walk with me. So Bahyang raised an eyebrow. A walk? She added with a slight smirk. I'd be glad to take a walk with my disciple, but why is this geezer tagging along? Nam Gung-woon grumbled. Geez, I'm the one who wants to pass up on taking a stroll with the demon head and her little demon head. Kim Gong-ja persisted. Oh, I need the both of you to come with me. So Bahyang and Nam Gung-woon exchanged confused glances. So Bahyang sighed. All right, I wonder what my disciple has up his sleeves. I'll give in to you then. Nam Gung-woon raised an eyebrow. Well, I'm sure whatever he has in mind is probably a lousy idea. As they walked, Kim Gong-ja spoke up, his voice serious. Both of you have mentioned that your only regret would be that you couldn't finish the Great Orthodox Demonic War, and that the conclusion of that war would have to be passed down to us, your disciples, to finish it for you. But I had different thoughts. So Bahyang blinked, surprised. You, Kim Gong-ja pressed on. The Great Orthodox Demonic War is a ritual between the two of you. Even if I and the Heavenly Martial Clan leader fought, it'd just be a normal duel. It could never be considered a great war. So Bahyang remained quiet, considering his words. Kim Gong-ja continued. Only the fight between the two of you would be considered the Great Orthodox Demonic War, since the two of you have protected the demonic cult and Orthodox sects from the very start. So Bahyang smiled, a rare moment of warmth in her usually cold demeanor. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up for the last 3 years. Thank you for finding Jiangshi every single morning. If the two of you had given up, I definitely wouldn't have been able to find them back. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts shifted abruptly. He looked toward the cliff, feeling a dark energy rise. 100 souls reincarnation, he murmured, sensing a presence. Suddenly, his dark energy came down the cliff, and he said, just think of this as a dream. You could also think of this as a side effect of losing your Dantian. You could also just think of this as me having learned some kind of strange sorcery. Master, Murim Alliance leader, the world of the demonic cult isn't over yet. If martial arts hasn't lost chivalry, then chivalry hasn't lost martial arts. If the demonic cult disappears from the world, it would just be because of the Orthodox sect's swords, and if the Orthodox sects get destroyed, it'd only be by the hands of the demonic cult. I would like to say this to both the demonic cult leader and the Murim Alliance leader. Please fight and decide who the last master of the Zhonghu will be. A disciple of the Murim Alliance leader. The Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Nam Gung-woon, said, what the hell happened? A disciple of the demonic cult leader, So Baikyang said, "Is this the afterlife?" Her friend said, "I survived," a disciple of the Murim Alliance leader. The Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, I'm sure I got bitten by a Jiangshi." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Disciple, are you from another world and not just outside of the Jianghu? This isn't a sorcery that a mere human can perform. It's a sorcery that would only appear in absurd legends. Or did I pass on to the afterlife without realizing it?" Kim Gong-ja said, "No, that's not it. They're also like you. They can't use their martial arts anymore. They're way weaker than they were when they were alive." With a knowing look, Kim Gong-ja gestured to the figures that had appeared. "Go and see for yourself." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, turned sharply as she slid down the cliff, landing with a grace that defied the current circumstances. She looked back at her team, her most trusted allies, Blood Demon Squad Captain, Lunar Shadow Demon, Spirit Flame Demon, and Sword Demon. Each one a name that carried weight within the demonic cult. Blood Demon Squad Captain said, We'll find out what's happening first. Let's remain calm. We'll send out reconnaissance." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Blood Demon Squad Captain." And he looks back and said, "Heavenly Demon?" The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, in shock, said, "Blood Demon Squad Captain. It's really you." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Lunar Shadow Demon." Lunar Shadow Demon said, "Yes, Heavenly Demon." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Spirit Flame Demon." Spirit Flame Demon said, "Yes, cult leader." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Sword Demon." Sword Demon said, "We await your orders." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "I thought I had lost you all. My children." A monk said, "I thought I had made my grave in the cave and crossed over to the afterlife. When I closed my eyes, there was no nirvana, nor were there graves. Only snowfields could be seen." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, shouted, "Monk!" The monk, disappointed, said, "Looks like those demon bastards crossed over with me. I can't believe they're still in my life after I'm dead. I wonder what Buddha expects of me." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, hugs him and said, "Looking at you rambling on and on with that nonsense talk, it really is you. You've made it back alive. You've really made it back alive." The monk said, "I'm not your friend." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "This is no doubt a miracle of the Jade Emperor." The monk said, "What absurdity is this?" And he said to himself, "The Jade Emperor in Chinese culture, traditional religions, and myths is one of the representations of the first god." And he said, "Stop dirtying my ears. I shouldn't have fallen for your talk and fought with the unorthodox in the first place. It would have been better for me to pass away in the temple." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "It looks like he's the monk who survived the longest after Master and the Murim Alliance leader. Seeing how you managed to destroy this wonderful atmosphere for meeting after such a long time, you're truly the monk I knew." The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, I am the demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, the heavenly demon. I don't care if today's just an illusion. It's okay even if I'm just a sick person who's dreamwalking. It doesn't matter if the world of the demonic faction is but a dream that will pass by. Life is about people harboring things like illnesses, and the world is about people dreaming about the same things. I haven't forgotten the names of the illnesses I'm suffering from. I still haven't forgotten the warmth of the dream that I'm supposed to dream. Therefore, I won't let go of anyone nor let go of the world." And she stomps the snow and said, "Baraya! May the name of my illness and not my martial art prove my position. Not the prowess of my internal energy, but the warmth of my dream that proves my existence. I am me. I request the 990th duel." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "I am the Murim Alliance leader from the Namgung clan." The Grand Clan head, Namgung Woon, the Axe Immortal. "You, the demonic cult, take the screams of the commoners as a part of your cult's teachings. Screams would become revenge. Revenge would dye their swords red, and in turn, dye the world crimson. You blood-starved revenge demons. The world has been dyed crimson, and yet you guys are still acting like weak lambs. You guys cry out endlessly and grab onto the hems of the heavenly demon while appealing for her to turn things around for you. While you guys continue to pull on her clothes, you claim that you are weak and sad commoners. But all of you have hands and feet too. Until when will you dwell in the selfishness of your past? Even a tree would forsake its flower in order for the fruit to be born. What about you? You guys are just merchants in a flower garden selling your pain. And he said to himself, meaning they continue to dwell only in their pain. The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, said, "All right, I'll take that as you accepting my request for a duel. Do you want to fight to the death?" The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "Yes, it'll be a fight to the death." So Bakyang gave a cold smile. "I accept that," she said. The air seemed to crackle with the energy of their confrontation, and as So Bakyang cried out to her followers, she proclaimed their victory in the making. "Oh, my children of the demonic heavens." She raised her arms high. "It doesn't matter if people say what happens today will just be an illusion or a hallucination. Baraya. They can say our dreams are meaningless. Baraya. If that's the case, we'll have to live like we're in our dreams, right?" The ground trembled beneath them, and the world seemed to warp in response to her call. "I am Baraya. Our hearts are like candle flames. Let us burn this place up, the world of the demonic faction. Turn it into a place for the commoners. Kill them all." As the battle raged, Namgung Woon's disciples shouted, "Bring it on, you demonic cult bastards." So Bakyang's disciples responded in kind, their voices filled with venom. "We'll root you all out today for sure." The fight was a whirlwind of chaos. Lunar Shadow, one of the demonic cult's 4 generals, clashed with an opponent, declaring, "Eat my blade." And Sage Hyungong, the Wudong sect leader, bound himself face to face with an equally determined foe. "It looks like you're worthy of being my opponent," Sage Hyungong shouted as their swords met with a mighty crash. But their struggle was far from easy. Sage Hyungong was struck in the throat, and Lunar Shadow took a blow to the eyes, their laughter ringing out despite their injuries. Meanwhile, Spirit Flame Demon, another of the 4 generals, was confronting Jo Myung, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. "As courtesy of being one of the 4 demonic generals, I'll let you make the first 3 moves," Spirit Flame Demon said, only to strike mercilessly after her own deception. "Did you seriously believe that?" Jo Myung fought back, his voice calm. "Does it look like I believed it?" Their fight was a brutal exchange of blows, with Jo Myung showing remarkable resilience, even as he endured savage attacks. "Freak you, monk," Spirit Flame Demon spat, her fury growing. "Take my remaining 2 moves." As he tried to knee the head of the Spirit Flame Demon, suddenly his knees broke and said in pain, "Kuh! Ka!" The demonic cult extermination squad leader Sword Demon said to Attic, "If you bastards can't use internal energy, then aren't you just street thugs? That's what you really are." Manhwa sect elder, Myriad Rampaging Blossom Sword, said, "It's time to show what you orthodox bastards are truly like." "Vulgar, so vulgar," as their swords clashed. Demonic cult extermination squad leader, Sword Demon, said, "Fuck, stop, ade acting dal TTV." Manhwa sect elder, Myriad Rampaging Blossom Sword, said, "That's what I want to say to you," as they continue to fight. Demonic cult extermination squad leader Sword Demon, said the demonic faction, "Fights for the commoners, die. All of you diddy bastards from the Moyong clan, come out right now." Suddenly, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, arrived and attacked 3 enemies, and she said in joy, "Ahaha ha ha. There sure are a lot of orthodox bastards here." As Jo Myung and Sage Hyungong tries to attack the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang and was blown away and said in pain, "Ka!" The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, "How ridiculous. The anguish of the world overflows so much that even Mount Song is grief-stricken. May their hatred burn the heavens and the earth. May they burn up Mount Wudong. The demonic cult rules over the Murim, and I'm the one who rules over the demonic cult. Do you guys have the qualifications to even stand in my presence? You guys aren't good enough, you orthodox dogs." Namgung Woon, the Murim Alliance leader. The Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, took off his robe and said, "I, the Murim Alliance leader, will take you on. There's only one person in this world who's worthy of fighting with me." The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, "I'm reminded of the day the Great War first started. We weren't able to conclude the war on that day and had to continue it the next day. And we weren't able to conclude the war on the second day again, so we had to continue on the 3rd day." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "It was because I made a mistake on the first day. I should have gone all out that day. Bring it on, you vile demon. Today, luck is on my side." It was the Murim Alliance leader, Axe Immortal, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said, "Luck, huh? All right then. I guess your luck is going to bring you doom today." It was the demonic cult leader, Heavenly Demon, and she charged at the Murim Alliance leader. The Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, as they both landed a hit on each other's faces. As the demonic cult leader, So Baikyang laughed, saying, "Ah." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, smirked and said in pain, "Irk." As the Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, slaps the demonic cult leader, So Baikyang's chest. The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "How filthy," as she spat her blood. The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Is the great cultivation technique of the Namgung clan that strengthens one's body useless after all?" The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "You vile demon, have you stooped so low as to insult another's family?" The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "You're just an old geezer who's like a dried-out vegetable. But don't you think what I said just now made sense? I should have ended the great Orthodox demonic war on the first day. I also didn't go all out on you. While you might think that I fought with my all, I actually didn't do it. I didn't fight with my life on the line. Today's fight is a second chance that usually wouldn't have been possible. I have no intention of repeating my foolish mistakes twice. Axe Immortal, I'll be putting in my all today." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "Don't tell me. Are you intending to use your core chi?" Kim Gongja said to himself. Innate core chi. It is energy that everyone is born with. In other words, it's a person's life force. The core chi is different from internal energy and can't be increased through human efforts. Once it's used, it's over. And martial artists who use their life force will face the same ending. They'll either die or become crippled. The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "Vile demon, since we're both becoming weaker by the minute already, even if you use your core chi, you won't be able to do much with it. Not only do you not have internal energy, you don't even have your dantian. Do you understand what I'm saying?" The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "I know that." The Murim Alliance leader, the Namgung clan's abdicated clan head, Namgung Woon, said, "Are you intending to use your core chi, even though you won't be able to gain an overwhelming victory with it?" The demonic cult leader, So Baikyang, said, "Of course. Don't be angry, Namgung Woon. I'm not just throwing my life away. I'm just choosing today to be the end of me, which would have come eventually. I'm grateful to have been alive this long. I'm thankful for every moment I've lived, for everyone I've met, and I'm ready to die today. I've lived as a martial artist, and looking back, I am truly happy." Kim Gongja stood frozen, stunned by her words, while Namgung Woon finally nodded, his own resolve hardening. "All right. I too have desperately hoped for a day like this to come. Let's die together then, heavenly demon." With their words echoing in the air, their powers surged, overwhelming the battlefield with an undeniable force. Then, in a flash, So Baikyang struck. Her fist launched toward Namgung Woon, but it missed. Both fighters momentarily hesitated as peach blossoms bloomed around them, the overwhelming energy in the air causing life to flourish. From the sidelines, Sword Emperor observed the phenomenon, his voice a whisper of awe. The surrounding living organisms are growing from the core chi that's in the air. Core chi from such strong martial masters is like a feast for them. It will last only a short while, but this is rare. The yin and yang energies have meshed together perfectly. This place is becoming a different world. But the fight was far from over. So Baikyang surged forward again, her voice as cold as ice. Heavenly demon dominating stride. And Namgung Woon retaliated with a roar, heaven-destroying axe. The clash of their martial arts filled the air, the ground beneath them cracking and trembling under the sheer weight of their power. In the midst of their furious exchange, So Baikyang's voice cut through the chaos, venomous and full of loathing. "I hate you. I hate all of you, the orthodox and honorable warriors." Namgung Woon's face contorted with rage. "I loathe the 9 sects and the 5 great clans. You all stayed aloof, happy in your little world, while the commoners screamed in pain. But what I can't forgive is that you feel pain too." So Baikyang's eyes burned with fury as she continued. "You act so humane towards yourselves, yet you're beasts to others. How can you be so cruel to others while pretending to be human?" The force of her punch landed on Namgung Woon's body with a sickening thud, and he gasped, falling to the ground in agony. "Kyuk!" Kim Gongja rushed to her side in shock, calling out, "Master!" But there was no answer, only a chilling, unnatural coldness emanating from So Baikyang's body. She looked down at Nam Gung Woon, her eyes gleaming with triumph. I won. Kim Gong-ja stood motionless, watching in disbelief. Yes, you won. You've won. The final battle had ended, but at what cost? So Bahyang, having fought with everything she had left, was now left to face the consequences of her actions, knowing that her life would soon come to an end. The scene was heavy with the weight of So Baekyang's impending death, and her disciple, Kim Gong-ja, stood at her side, filled with emotion as he grappled with the moment. So Baekyang, the powerful and fearsome demonic cult leader, had just revealed her failure to strike the killing blow, her words laced with both disappointment and acceptance. I was supposed to punch a hole through his heart and pull it out, she said quietly, her voice betraying the immense shame she felt. But not only was I unable to do that, all I could manage was to hit him. I'm ashamed to face you. Kim Gong-ja, though he was deeply moved by her words, tried to hold back his emotions. But you're in a much better condition than I am. Why are you making such a face? Don't worry, I still have 2 hours before I die. It's more than enough for us to say our farewells, isn't it? His words were calm, but inside he could feel his heart breaking. He couldn't help but think to himself, 2 hours, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said. And yet you look like you're about to cry. You're a disciple that put your master in a pickle. Well, I guess I did put you in a pickle as well. As they shared this moment, the master alchemist arrived, rushing toward them with a sense of urgency. Death Sovereign, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, said I would have wanted to take my time to tell you everything, but it seems I'm unable to do that because of my own stubbornness. I'm worried about what I will be in your heart and what I'll leave in it. All I hope is for you to think of me as a flower that had bloomed at a point in time. But the master alchemist's words were cut off as he rushed to assess the situation. Well, what happened here? Viper holds the Muram Alliance leader, the Namgun clan's abdicated clan head, Namgun Woon, and says, Master, open your eyes. So Bahyang let out a resigned laugh, her eyes narrowing as she observed Namgun Woon's condition. That old geezer is fine. I wasn't able to punch him with that last hit. He was bragging that luck would be on his side today. Looks like living as a cripple for the rest of his life is his luck. The master alchemist was horrified. A cripple? I won't let that happen. No, there's no time for this. Both of you need to be treated right away. So Baekyang, though weak, managed a small smile. It's all right. I know my body the best. It's a body that doesn't have much time left. Go look after that old geezer. And I'd like to spend my last moments with my only disciple. Child, could you let us have some alone time? The master alchemist hesitated, but with a look in his eyes, he relented. I have some painkillers. Shall I give them to you? So Baekyang shook her head softly. It's all right. The winter breeze feels nice. I'd like to feel all of it as I leave this world. As the master alchemist stepped back, leaving the two alone, Kim Gong-ja gently cradled So Baekyang in his arms, her fragile body leaning against him. She looked up at him, her voice soft but laced with a quiet finality. Now what should we do with the remaining 2 hours? Kim Gong-ja, his voice barely a whisper, replied, Master. She smiled faintly at his sadness, knowing the truth of the moment. The mountain where our cult is located. Have you heard about how beautiful it is? Kim Gong-ja nodded, though his heart ached. He could feel the finality of her words deep within him, and he knew it was more than just a conversation about a mountain. The demonic cult leader was asking him to remember her in a way that transcended their current world. Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, It's not over yet. I have a favor to ask of you. So Baekyang raised an eyebrow, surprised. What is it? Kim Gong-ja hesitated for a moment before replying, his heart full of resolve. The ending that you'd be satisfied with. The last remaining piece until that's achieved. Please spar with me. A moment of silence passed between them, and So Baekyang's eyes widened in shock. What? She whispered, unable to fully grasp what he was asking. Kim Gong-ja continued, though he spoke to himself, Mind Sword. The moment I glimpsed that level, that was when you were called the Heavenly Demon instead of just Baekyang. So Baekyang stared at him, finally understanding the gravity of his request. I can see it, Kim Gong-ja added to himself. The level where you could cut anything if you wanted to. That's the level you reached. The words hung in the air like a dream, and so Baekyang nodded slowly, recognizing the greatness of his request. I'm finally able to see what most people in the Jianghu couldn't achieve. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving slightly as she continued. Although it looks out of reach, is there any place that can be seen but not reached? A disciple approached from the side, his voice filled with reverence. Heavenly Demon, our Lord. But Kim Gong-ja, focused on the task at hand, couldn't help but think to himself, if only she had been given decades of time. As the disciple continued to speak, mentioning the ongoing struggles of the people, Kim Gong-ja's thoughts turned inward. The hardships of the people were endless, but the demonic cult leader had always carried their burden in silence, even when it was beyond her control. One of the disciples spoke out in distress. "The government has demanded taxes be paid with marten leather, but my father hasn't returned after going to catch a marten. We're now unable to pay the taxes, so they insisted that we pay tax based on how many we have in the family." Another disciple lamented, "There has been a continuous drought for years, yet the government has asked us to build a reservoir. How are we supposed to lift boulders when we're starving?" Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists as he remembered the sacrifices So Baekyang had made, the weight of her role as the leader, a responsibility she had carried for so long. If only that was the case. The disciple looked up at her, speaking her name with reverence. "Heavenly demon?" So Baekyang, her voice low but steady, gave one final instruction: lead the way. She could feel the weight of everything around her, the cries of the people, the endless hardships, and she knew there was much still to be done, even in her final moments. The battle was never just about power. It was about the lives that hung in the balance, the people who had suffered. "It seems there are a lot of things I have to cut down," she said quietly, a note of finality in her words. Kim Gong-ja responded softly, "On that day, you cut down people who froze the world, but you weren't able to cut down the winner." And with that, Kim Gong-ja made his final plea. "Please spar with me." So Baekyang's smile was bittersweet as she answered, "How unexpected. While it's praiseworthy that you're trying to surpass me." Her voice trailed off, her body too weak to continue, but her eyes locked with Kim Gong-ja's, a silent understanding passing between them. "As you can see, I can no longer move." "Gong-ja, what satisfaction would you get from winning against me?" Kim Gong-ja responded with determination in his voice. "We just need to fight in a way that doesn't require our bodies." He took a deep breath and said, "I'd like to fight you with words." And so, they began a battle of wits, of strategies, where they would talk about the moves they would use and how they would attack. Kim Gong-ja had no intention of winning, but only of understanding, to leave behind a memory of their final exchange as equals. The air between Kim Gong-ja and So Baekyang crackled with tension as they prepared for a spar unlike any other. A battle of wits, skill, and memories rather than raw physical might. The rules of the fight were simple: no body movement, no internal energy, just the mind. So Baekyang couldn't help but mockingly observe, "Looks like you've gotten pretty arrogant, huh? While you'll win in a physical fight, you'll definitely lose in a hypothetical fight. If I was at my prime, I could use all the moves I want. How would you be able to defeat me?" Kim Gong-ja, with a calmness that contrasted the intensity of the moment, responded, "Don't think that your fight with the Murim Alliance leader just now was your best. You've said it yourself. You would have pierced through him and pulled out his heart." So Baekyang raised an eyebrow at his words. "Even though we'll just be fighting with words, I'd like you to have a fight that you're truly satisfied with before you leave." She waited for him to answer, and he did so with determination. "Yes, master." A flicker of something unreadable passed through So Baekyang's eyes. "All right, I won't go easy on you, even in a hypothetical fight. I'll let you have the first move, so don't resent me too much when I end this in one move." Kim Gong-ja nodded, accepting her challenge with resolve. "Yes, master. Once we're done fighting, I'll tell you stories from the past." The demonic cult leader nodded in acknowledgement, sensing the gravity of what this final battle represented for her disciple. "All right, show me the results of your training then." It was at this point that Kim Gong-ja turned to the Sword Emperor, his companion and confidante, who had been silent thus far. "Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor seemed to stretch, as if coming to life after a long, tense silence. "Is it finally my turn?" Kim Gong-ja spoke under his breath, reflecting inwardly, "Someone who's reached the peak in another Jianghu." Kim Gong-ja addressed him directly. "Yes, please do this as a favor for losing our bet." Sword Emperor grinned widely, clearly eager for the challenge. Well, I wanted to fight with the demonic cult leader anyway. I'll show her the best fight she's ever seen. Tell her I'll let her make 3 moves first." For most in the Jianghu, it was unthinkable to allow another person to fight on behalf of a martial artist. It was seen as a monumental disrespect, a great shame. But Sword Emperor, undeterred, made his intentions clear. Usually, it's an unthinkable thing to allow another person to fight on behalf of a martial artist. There's no greater disrespect and shame in the history of Jianghu than this. However, I've got no choice but to request this fight despite knowing I'll be ridiculed. I'm the Sword Emperor. I came from a world known as the Myriad Sword World, and I'm known as the strongest there. I'd like to request a hypothetical fight despite knowing it might offend you." So Bakyang chuckled darkly, her voice laced with curiosity. Disciple, tell me how you're going to move quickly. The tension was palpable as Kim Gong-ja spoke softly but resolutely. Master, you know how I used weird sorcery techniques, right? So Bakyang paused for a moment before responding. Are you talking about that sorcery you used to bring my people and the orthodox Jiangxi back? I've decided not to ask you anything about it. Silence is a virtue. But Kim Gong-ja continued, his mind working quickly. You must be the reaper that the Jade Emperor sent to me because he took pity on me. His words held an eerie weight. I know of other types of sorcery. Among them, I can summon ghosts. The ghost that's with us right now is very knowledgeable in martial arts. In another world, he's known as the strongest in that world. So Bakyang's eyes widened, a mixture of disbelief and intrigue crossing her face. Aha, the strongest martial artist from another world. Incredible. Kim Gong-ja smiled inwardly, sensing that So Bakyang thought him to be joking. But his voice remained serious. She must have thought I was joking. Still, So Bakyang was ready for whatever challenge came next. Well then, since this ghost is the strongest in the world, I will do my best too. I'll accept him as my opponent for the hypothetical fight. So what move will the strongest ghost make? Kim Gong-ja spoke with a calm certainty. He says he'll let you make the first 3 moves. A flash of indignation crossed So Bakyang's face. How arrogant. There's no way my disciple would say something like this. He's definitely a ghost who doesn't know his place and is acting up. She smiled, calculating her next move. I'll use the 5th technique of the 21 Cloud Dragon Sword techniques, Burst Dragon Swift Slash, to pierce through your Water Moon acupoint. Kim Gong-ja calmly spoke, almost like an observer. He'll use the Earth Dragon Staff Art's 6th technique, Jixia Copper Dragon, to absorb her attack and take a step back with Cloud Evasion Mystic Art. So Bakyang raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. I'll use the 7th technique of the Ultimate Mystic Art, Varying Flying Kick, to send him flying. Sword Emperor, unfazed, responded with a quiet calm. I'll use the 2nd technique of the Slaughter Fist, Double Razor Punch, to neutralize her attack and dodge with Iron Pivot. The exchange continued at lightning speed as both sides countered each other's moves with their own. So Bakyang smiled slightly, impressed, but she was determined to prove her strength even in this hypothetical duel. I'll use the 6th technique of the 6 Enigma Swords, Heavenly Enigma 6 Ordnance Attack. Sword Emperor responded smoothly. I'll use the Axe Kick and then step back with Plum Blossom Rampaging Steps. And just like that, 3 moves had passed, each countering the other in an intricate dance of martial techniques. Kim Gong-ja watched silently, the weight of the moment sinking in, 3 moves in an instant. Then Sword Emperor spoke again, his voice filled with understanding. I can kind of imagine the life that you've lived. After you became the strongest in the world, you had no time for training and had to take care of the cult's matters. While you could see the life-death realm in sight, you didn't go there because you were busy. You were so busy taking care of your family and the cult, how would you have time to train? But you know what's upsetting? You became the strongest despite all that. There was no need for you to try any harder because you were already standing at the top. People already recognized your abilities and you were the strongest. How pitiful. Your misfortune was becoming the ultimate martial artist in this place. I'll show you what it means for there to be someone better out there. Kim Gong-ja helped the demonic cult leader. So Bakyang sits up and she said, looks like he's not just some random martial artist. Kim Gong-ja said, all right, I won't go easy on you. And he said to himself, Heavenly Demon, belongs to the world of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the strongest in history, demonic cult. Sword Emperor said, of course I'm the Sword Emperor, you know. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Sword Emperor, belongs to the myriad sword world, the strongest in history, Orthodox sect. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, fighting begins. As Sword Emperor and the demonic cult leader, So Bakyang faced each other. The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, said, I'll send you flying with the Fireblood Flame Dragon's 1st technique, Rampage Explosions. Sword Emperor said, why is she starting to behave like the Orthodox sects? I'll counter that by using the first of the 18 Cloud Dragon Sword techniques consecutively. If I lose in 1 turn, I'll perform an uppercut after that. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, 1 move. The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang, said, what should I do? Should I take that attack? Or, all right, I'll mix in the know-hows of the laws of life and death and use the butterfly impact. Sword Emperor said to himself, 1 more move. Kim Gong-ja tells the move of Sword Emperor and said to himself, and again, As the demonic cult leader, So Bakyang sweats the demonic cult leader, so Bakyang gets frustrated and holds the hand of Kim Gong-ja tighter and said, "How long are you intending to step on my hands with your dirty feet? I'll use the second technique of the 3 demonic leeches, Burning Leech Ravage, to rip you apart." Sword Emperor said, "You simply matched my move, yet you're so grouchy. I'll take off my foot and do a lazy donkey roll from the air. At the same time, I'll use the 4th technique of the Divine Revolving Charge, Life-Death Rotation, to aim for your right ankle, right wrists, and the White Tiger 3 acupoints together." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "I'll take 3 steps back with the heavenly demon dominating stride." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Yes." Sword Emperor said, "Since you acted like the orthodox sex, shall I act like the demonic faction then? I'll use the deadly frozen sword as my response to stick to you." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "The Moram Alliance leader Axe Immortal wasn't good enough for Master. He's definitely the strongest within the orthodox Moram in this world. That's why he was the only one that could fight her. But wasn't it proven in the final orthodox demonic Great War? It's obvious who'd win if the 2 of them fought. The Muram Alliance leader, the Namgoon clan's abdicated clan head, Namgoon Woon said, resting, "I'm sorry. It seems I'm weaker than you." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Maybe that's why Master delayed the conclusion of the orthodox demonic Great War until the th time, like a child who was slowly savoring a sweet that was going to melt and disappear eventually." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "What a foolish move." Sword Emperor said, "I'll use the deadly execution blade's 2nd technique, Guidance. Not so fast. I'll use Iron Pivot to dodge and Rampage Explosions to attack." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "Aha, my disciple. The ghost you've summoned is the best." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, Master. He's probably the strongest among the people I know." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I think I can finally understand what the Moram Alliance leader felt." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "Why are you only introducing this ghost to me now? I've never met such a strong martial artist in my life before." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, he was upset. The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "I'll mix the principles of the Supreme Heaven martial arts to twist your arm and kill you, and then take 4 steps back with the heavenly demon dominating stride." Sword Emperor said, "Gosh, you already took 3 steps back, and now you're taking 4 steps back. I guess it's about time you start running away. I'll use the cloud circulation divine art to follow you and stay 1 step away from you, and then enhance my sword chi and use Summer Storm." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "I was sick of just checking what you're capable of. I'll use the Sword of 4 Thirst to suck you in. Use the 1st to the 3rd technique of the Sand-Piercing Dragon and pierce your Tianzu acupoint, Great Heavenly Circulation, and Body Pillar acupoint." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I couldn't understand the duel they had." Sword Emperor said, "That's how it should be." "Great. I'll use the Butterfly Sword technique and the laws of life and death to distract you and dodge. I'll take 1 step back and use the Taiji Engulfing Heavenly Sword." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I couldn't understand what the Sword of 4 Thirst was, but I didn't know what the Sand-Piercing Dragon was either. I don't know what it means to use the laws of life and death to distract someone, or what kind of sword technique the Taiji Engulfing Heavenly Sword is. And because I didn't know what they were, I wasn't able to picture out how they fought." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, not bad at all. Good. I'll use the divine technique's principles to dodge." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Sword Emperor said the 3rd technique of Force Sword in response. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I wanted to be a good enough opponent for you if I could. I wanted to be your hope if I could." Sword Emperor said, "I'll use the 2nd technique of the kick to counterattack." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, "All right, I'll pierce your hand with my sword." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "But all I could do was listen and watch." Sword Emperor said, "You're rushing. That's too rushed. I'll use this to dodge and then strike your neck." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I'll use this to attack." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "And the level that the 2 of them are at is simply out of my reach." The demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said after I received that attack. And she looks back and said, "Yeah, the demonic cult leader, So Bakyang said, my disciple, the weather's cold today. It's winter once again, and this place will become the eternal snowfield. The snowfield is a merciless battlefield for those in the Jianghu. Each step they take could get them stuck, so they need to use footwork techniques here." As they watched the demonic cult leader, So Bakyang and Sword Emperor fighting in a distance, the demonic cult leader, so Baekyang said, which is why battles on top of the snowfield always focus on making the opponent fall. My disciple, are you aware that the ghost you summoned and I are desperately trying to take away each other's place on the snowfield? That's probably why we used a lot of kicks. We would kick the snow into the air and use it to hinder each other's vision. We're truly fighting for our lives here, don't you think? Cover your eyes. I can see my opponent. He's a strong and noble martial master. He's big in size, isn't he? Kim Gong-ja said, yes, master. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said, a martial master that's as big as a bear is breathing heavily. He's smiling confidently while asking me to bring it on. He's probably confident because there's a huge physical difference between us. How can one overcome those physical differences? I have to embrace that fact and think of what I'm good at. I can move faster than he does. Above all, I'm familiar with the snowfield. I'm better than him at using the traceless snow steps. This is a prolonged fight, understand? I'm aiming for a prolonged fight, which is why he's seen through my intentions. He's moving faster. He's charging toward me like a wild boar. But there's no need to fear. I already anticipated this. I'll step backward lightly. I was and draw him in. He's just like a wild boar that's charging at me in a flurry of snow. Kim Gong-ja opened his eyes and said to himself, able to see the two of them. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said, each of our steps are causing snowflowers to form and fly around. It's snowing. It's been 2 days since we started fighting. Sword Emperor said, how long can you run for? I won't lose in terms of Qinggong. As he said to himself, a technique to move swiftly and more adeptly. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said, I'm confident that I can run forever. Sword Emperor said, but you'll stop eventually. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said, don't you know, this world has become an endless snowfield. Even though I don't have any place to go, there are infinite places I can run to. Sword Emperor said if you were in your prime, you'd definitely be able to do that for eternity. But we're having a spar now. There's less than 2 hours until your time is up. Are you still intending to run despite that? The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang said, aha, how cheap. Yeah, I'll admit to that. I don't have much time left, and I can't run forever. In that case, the demonic cult leader, So Baekyang unsheathed her sword and said, I'll show you my full strength. She used her skilled demonic heaven divine art, first form Sword of Starvation. Starvation in general means the actions of parents switching children with the house next door and eating them. Have you heard of adults bringing up the beef jerkies made from children's bodies that they hid in the snowfield? Have you heard of villages with bodies of young children that could be found if you shove through the snow in winter? As she spoke, Sword Emperor blocked the deadly strike, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. How sad. I guess there was a famine that year, but those are just coincidences. There are bumper years and also famine years. Everything in the universe happens by coincidence. With a glance at So Baekyang, he continued, if you're wailing of sadness because of coincidental tragedies, then you ought to laugh happily and become happy as well because of coincidental happiness. The depth of sadness and the height of happiness are the same thing. The intensity of the battle was not just physical, it was philosophical as well. As their swords clashed again, So Baekyang's soft cheek was scratched by the force of the impact. Sword Emperor carried on with a strange detachment, which is why I'll sing about the harvest in autumn. As I walk, there are days when I see the horizon. There are days when I see an endless golden sea as well. There are also children playing hide and seek among tall grains of wheat, and laughter spreads throughout the field. But So Baekyang was not deterred. You talked about the bodies of children found buried under the snowfield. I'll talk about children laughing while playing hide and seek in the wheat field. Kim Gong-ja felt a deep tension in the air as their battle continued. It wasn't just a fight for victory. It was a battle for ideologies, for survival, for everything they stood for. And as the clash between the two martial masters reached its peak, So Baekyang was struck by Sword Emperor's blade, causing her to cry out in pain. Hyuk, Sword Emperor stood tall, his sword raised with quiet confidence. Whichever side it is, they're all coincidences, he said, his tone steady but laced with conviction. If I had to choose what to think of while wielding my sword, then it'd be the laughter from within the wheat field. If I were to remember a scene right before I die, it'd be the children playing hide and seek. In response, So Baekyang's eyes flashed with a cold fury. That's really demonic heaven divine art, second form, sword of force thirst, she cried out, the air thickening with the power of her strike. Such a fortunate story. Did you say both cases were coincidences? But happiness doesn't kill. The pain of starvation and thirst could kill someone. If you die, it's the end. It's all over. I'll sing about the commoners who die without being able to drink a single sip of water. Sword Emperor chuckled lightly, unfazed by her words. Oh, going for a swim in summer is freaking refreshing, he replied, the lightness in his voice sharp and almost mocking. You've been teaching Gongja the wrong things, he added nonchalantly. So Baikyang's shock was evident. What? She gasped, her confusion clear. Sword Emperor's voice softened, but the weight of his words still held power. Sorry, I was too harsh with my words. They're not wrong. You just taught him those things too early. It's good to sing about the world's pain. It's good to look after others in their suffering, but you can't simply do stuff like that forever. Why? So Baikyang demanded, still reeling from his words. Sword Emperor smiled, a hint of empathy in his expression. Because you'll get sick of it. Gongja still hasn't tasted enough happiness in the world. He needs to enjoy all the delicacies in the world. Only then will he be more dejected as he understands the pain of those who won't be able to eat these treats. He ought to swim in the summer. Only then will he cry more for those who live without water. A human's heart is like a candle wick. If it only burns, then it'll end up becoming all burned up one day. Cult leader, did you know? This guy has never loved anyone before. Isn't it funny? He hasn't even dated before. But the first thing he had to do was carry all the pain and sadness in the world. He's told to not even dream. The teachings of your cult were given way too early for him. I'll teach him how to be happy. I'll teach him how to laugh without a single hint of hypocrisy. I'll teach him how to rely on others. He needs to become so happy with others that he won't know what to do. Only then will he be able to feel all the sadness. The demonic cult leader, so Baikyang became angry and said, Are you intending to become the master of my disciple? Sword Emperor grinned unshaken. Yeah, I planned on becoming his master from the start. I'm also the one who taught him how to cut off an orc's head. And how to use aura. I finally raised him to be somewhat decent. How dare some evil cult leader try to interfere now? So Baikyang blinked in disbelief. What? Evil? Sword Emperor's tone grew colder, and he didn't flinch. Yeah, the demonic cult is evil. What's wrong with saying that? He continued, his voice sharp with righteous fury. It's too early for Gongja to learn the demonic heaven divine art. Swinging one's sword is supposed to be an enjoyable process. A sword that's swung based on pain and suffering? What the hell is that? It's too demonic. He should be about only singing enjoyment and happiness. So Baikyang was fuming. Gongja is my disciple. He's a child that was born for the sake of becoming the next cult leader. Sword Emperor snorted. That's exactly what an evil person would think. The atmosphere around them crackled with tension, and their swords seemed to hum with power, ready to unleash hell. So Baikyang's voice rang out again. I'll send you flying with the demonic heaven divine art's 7th technique, Sword of Battering. Kim Gongja's heart raced as he watched the clash unfold. I can see both of their swords, he thought, trying to make sense of it all. Sword Emperor calmly spoke. I'll use the Harmony Engulfing Strike's 4th technique, Autumn Night Setting Moon Strike, to counter you. So Baikyang responded swiftly, her voice unwavering. I'll use the demonic heaven divine art's 8th technique, Sword of Continuous Immolation, to resist that attack. Kim Gongja watched with awe, his thoughts swirling. I finally understood after being able to see them. Master, teaching the heavenly demon. Then something changed. So Baikyang coughed painfully, struggling to stand. I wasn't able to complete the last sword path of the original demonic heaven divine art. There's only one reason. The death that had been rooted in my heart was death from cold. I was abandoned by my mother to die alone in the snowfield. That's what I define death by. However, paradoxical it is, now that the world is about to end, I'm now able to complete the demonic heaven divine art's 9th sword technique. Her voice echoed through the snowy landscape, a harrowing declaration. I alone rule in heaven and on earth. Regardless of whether I look above or below the skies, I'm the only one who's ruling. Baraya, Baraya, I am Baraya. The last candle flame is about to die out because the world is a constant winter. The song singing will become the only song in the world, and my death will be the death of the world. Everything becomes white and is all white. My demonic heaven is to die on the snowfield. With that, so Baikyang unleashed the full power of the demonic heaven divine art, 9th form solitary rain sword. The world around them exploded in a blinding white flash, the force of the attack shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Sword Emperor watched calmly, his expression unchanged as the snow around them whipped into a frenzy. He raised his sword to block, his voice cold as the wind. I see. So dying alone is the death that the demonic cult leader chooses. All right, I'll admit that. That's an attack befitting the last martial artist of a world that's ruined. But I know more about solitude than you do. The battle was reaching its zenith, each strike, each word carrying the weight of centuries of pain, philosophy, and power. The world seemed to hold its breath, watching as two masters clashed not just with swords, but with their very ideologies and destinies. The words of the Sword Emperor rang through the air with the weight of truth. How long did you survive alone in the world? 3 years? 2 years? No, you've never gone through it even for a single day. Because the Murim Alliance leader was always by your side. His voice was cutting, a subtle criticism wrapped in insight. I'm sorry, but I've lived alone for 130 years. The power from the clash between her sword and Sword Emperor shattered her attack with a single blow, sending shockwaves through the air. The color drained from the world for a brief moment before it returned. Kim Gong-ja, still dazed from the immense force, closed his eyes and felt his body trembling. He exhaled in short, shaky breaths. Huff, huff. Master, are you all right? Are you feeling okay? His voice was soft but filled with concern. Gently he checked So Bakyang's pulse, relieved to find she was still alive. The demonic cult leader's expression softened as she gazed up at him. I see, she said, as she collapsed into Kim Gong-ja's arms. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. I see it now, my disciple. You had only wanted to help me from the start, huh? You said you came from the outside world because you admired me and my reputation. That was all just a big fat lie. Why didn't I realize this sooner? You're my disciple. You're not someone who would cross over worlds just because of my reputation. Thank you. Kim Gong-ja held her gently, overwhelmed by the moment. She smiled faintly, her hand caressing his face. Disciple, are you happy to have met me? Kim Gong-ja, voice trembling, replied softly. Yes, master. So Baekyang's gaze softened as she held his face in her hands. Can you remember me as the stalk of a flower? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes, master. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. I'm curious as to what kind of flower it is. With a faint smile, So Baekyang replied. A peony. She held his face with tenderness. A red peony. Kim Gong-ja whispered, his heart full of emotion. How beautiful, she whispered softly. And then her hand fell from his face, her body slack in his arms as they gazed at the distant mountain. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light split the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the mountain, slicing it clean in half. The world around them trembled. Kim Gong-ja, his heart pounding, held her tightly, his voice breaking with emotion. Master, you've split Winter apart. Master. Winter has been cut. A few moments passed, and the Blood Demon Squad leader appeared, his voice laced with curiosity. Sir, I was busy fighting just now, but I heard from a few cult members that our cult leader has called you her disciple. Did the heavenly demon perhaps take you in as her direct disciple? Kim Gong-ja looked up sharply, his thoughts swirling. I'm not sure if I'm considered her direct disciple, he replied, a trace of uncertainty in his voice. Blood Demon Squad leader raised an eyebrow. Didn't she take you in herself? Kim Gong-ja nodded. That's correct. I am her disciple. The Blood Demon Squad leader seemed to ponder this for a moment before speaking again. If you are indeed her disciple, then she definitely would have taught you the demonic heaven divine art. Please forgive my disrespect for asking this of you, sir. Please demonstrate some techniques of the demonic heaven divine art for us. Kim Gong-ja, though still unsure of his position, knew the weight of the situation. While he sounds polite, he's basically saying, I find it hard to believe you're her disciple. So please show us proof of it. I would be treated as her successor just by being her disciple, huh? I now understand why she hesitated so much and whether she should take me in as her disciple. Now that she has returned to the earth, I now rule over the demonic cult. He took a deep breath. All right, will showing you the sword of starvation be sufficient? Blood Demon Squad leader's expression remained serious. Yes, the cult leader gave us the following order. Don't acknowledge him as my successor if he doesn't meet the requirements even by a little. We are capable of discerning your sword technique, Sword Demon said to Spirit Flame Demon. Hey, what the hell is the Blood Demon talking about? She said you can't even understand that? He's saying that if we see the first form of the demonic heaven divine art, we'll be able to tell if he's the heavenly demon's disciple. He said, but why is he representing us? She said he's the best at being polite among us. He's from the Moyong family, although he's just a love child. He said, what? That bastard was from the Moyong family? She said, why are you so surprised? It's not like you're hearing this for the first time, right? This has been said dozens of times. Forget it. Nothing can change who you are. He said, what do you mean? She said, Sword Demon, I'm saying that your existence alone is like a cancer lump that's comparable to the Sichuan Tang clan's poison arts. And because of that, I am currently being affected by those cancerous cells of yours. Considering that I'm invulnerable to more than 1,000 poisons, you're truly amazing being. He said, oh, is that a compliment? She said, rockhead. Squad leader said, ahem. Sword demon said, what are you looking at? Wanna go at it? Spirit flame demon said, that feels freaking annoying. Go look elsewhere. I can feel your stare. Kim Gong Ja said to himself, yeah, this is what this place is like. The demonic cult was originally a place where people who couldn't study came. My master was just graceful by nature. Most of the demonic cult members are clueless about manners and etiquette. Kim Gong Ja said, starvation means children that are waiting for the sun. Dying from dehydration would be represented by the sea. Dying from drowning would be represented by the last breath of a father. Kim Gong Ja said to himself, this is thanks to me getting a glimpse of my master in the Sword Emperor's fight. Kim Gong Ja said freezing to death would be represented by the last warmth of a mother as she holds her child. Kim Gong Ja said to himself, her attacks got sharper with each strike. I haven't mastered the rest of the moves yet. I'm embarrassed to show them. Would this be sufficient? But in this moment, as he began to understand the gravity of the position he now held, he knew that he would have to learn quickly and rise to the challenge. The future of the demonic cult, and perhaps even the world, depended on it. The scene unfolds as Blood Demon Squad Captain kneels before Kim Gong Ja, his voice filled with reverence. We pay our respects to the direct disciple of the demonic faction, the new heavenly demon. One by one, the others follow suit, kneeling and echoing. We pay our respects to the direct disciple of the demonic faction. O cult leader. Kim Gong Ja bows his head, his expression humble. I don't deserve to be called the heavenly demon. I am already known as the Death Sovereign. I hope my master's name will remain hers for eternity. The Blood Demon Squad Captain pauses, looking conflicted before replying, in that case, I don't deserve the cult leader title either. Kim Gong Ja turns his attention toward the Sword Emperor. I am still severely lacking in my training. How can I be the cult leader when I have nothing to teach all of you? The Blood Demon Squad Captain responds calmly, names are just names. The heavenly demon has never been wrong about the people she's chosen. Since she took you in as her disciple, you are definitely worthy of being the cult leader. Kim Gong Ja nods in acknowledgement, though still unsure. Thank you. However, I, who have been judged worthy, deem myself unfit to rule the demonic cult. The squad members exchange glances, unsure of how to proceed. We wouldn't know what to call you then. We can't just keep calling you sir, the Blood Demon Squad Captain says, scratching his head. The Spirit Flame Demon offers a suggestion. Can't we just call you our young cult leader? It's a common way to address the leader of the next generation in the Jianghu. Kim Gong Ja considers this and nods. If you're finding it too burdensome to address me as the cult leader right now, and you're not rejecting the idea of becoming the cult leader, then it would be all right for us to address you as the young cult leader. The Spirit Flame Demon agrees. All right, let's do that. The Blood Demon Squad Captain stands and with a formal bow says, young cult leader, I'd like to formally offer my thanks to you. We have no idea how you did it, but we remember that you turned us back from being Jiangxi. If it wasn't for you, the Orthodox demonic Great War wouldn't have ended, and we wouldn't have been able to show our loyalty to the heavenly demon as well. Each of the 4 demonic generals swears their allegiance, kneeling before him. I am one of the demonic cult's 4 demonic generals, the Blood Demon. I and the Blood Demon Squad swear our allegiance to you. I am the Spirit Flame Demon, one of the demonic cult's 4 demonic generals. I and the Soothing Spirit Squad swear our allegiance to you. I am the Lunar Shadow Demon, one of the demonic cult's 4 demonic generals. I and the Corpse Shadow Squad swear our allegiance to you. I am the Sword Demon, one of the demonic cult's 4 demonic generals. I and the Extermination Squad swear our allegiance to you. As they all kneel before Kim Gong Ja, he stands tall, a sense of authority settling over him. As long as I, Bharani, live, the doctrine of the shadows will not die. Suddenly, a series of system notifications ring out, signaling a significant milestone. Stage clear. The first volume of the quest, Remake the World, has been cleared. Today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. We repeat, today, the 22nd floor stage has been cleared. Calculating the number of participants. Calculation complete. Kim Gong Ja bows his head solemnly. I entrust my master's funeral to all of you. Please don't make it too fancy because that's not what she would have wanted. The notifications continue. Raid contribution ranking. Number 1, Death Sovereign. Number 2, Chemist. Number 3, Viper. Number 4. Potion King Kim Gong-ja looks at the rankings and adds softly, I'm sure she'll be happy even if you simply stay until the funeral is over. Take care of Master, please. With those final words, he teleports back to the library. As he steps into the room, a familiar voice greets him. The librarian, Humustra, is standing in the corner. Welcome, Death Sovereign. Congratulations. The last word of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was recorded as please. Please represents someone's wishes, and the demonic cult remembers that as Baraya. Kim Gong-ja was shocked as he saw everyone knocked out. Librarian in the corner, Humustra said please and Baraya carry similar meanings. So in that sense, it was very fitting as the last word. Kim Gong-ja said, wait a minute. Why? Are all the other hunters unconscious? Welcome, Death Sovereign. I've been eagerly waiting for your return. Why? Are all the other hunters you unconscious? As he saw Anastasia on the floor. Kim Gong-ja looks around and is stunned to see everyone knocked out, confusion flooding his mind. Wait a minute, why? Are all the other hunters unconscious? Humustra, seemingly unbothered, responds, don't worry, I've simply put them to sleep temporarily. You put them to sleep? Kim Gong-ja repeats, still in disbelief. Yes, Humustra confirms with a smile. I used a harmless sleeping scent for that. In the story City of the Smoke, while there are many worlds that use words to communicate normally, there are also worlds that communicate through singing or scents. In this apocalypse, there are scents of people's anger, sadness, and happiness. And of course, there are sleeping scents as well. Don't look at me like that. I simply made my surroundings quiet because I wanted to talk to you. Kim Gong-ja frowns, his suspicions rising. Talk to me? Kim Gong-ja asked. You want to talk to me after knocking all of my comrades out? The librarian in the corner, Humustra, replied, comrades. As expected of the Death Sovereign, they could just be perceived as useless burdens, but you call them your comrades so naturally. I can't help but tear up at that commendable mindset of yours. Humustra continued. We were able to see everything you and your party did from here. It was like a movie, very tear-jerking. Everyone was prepared to welcome you back passionately. But if I let them do that, then I'd only get to speak to you much later. That's why I've put them to sleep, so that I could speak with you. Don't worry, I did it without harming them as much as possible. Kim Gong-ja rushed to Anastasia and checked her pulse. She looks comfortable, and both her pulse and breathing are normal. What a relief. He stood up and said, if you have something to say it quickly so we can wake them up. The librarian in the corner, Humustra, smirked. You're in such a rush. I want to take my time talking to you. I intentionally summoned you back without the rest of those who raided with you. Kim Gong-ja retorted, I'm done with the 22nd floor, but I still have a sword I need to find. Later, Humustra said dismissively. That's something you can find later. As Humustra pulled out his scissors, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, he's a constellation that can freely command monsters of other worlds. Humustra commented, your hair's quite long, Death Sovereign. Kim Gong-ja silently evaluated his options. Even if I learned the demonic heaven divine art, I'd still lose if I attacked him now. I'll trim it for you, Humustra offered, taking a sample of Kim Gong-ja's hair. Your fingernails are pretty long too. A martial artist ought to take care of their hands properly, Humustra remarked as he clipped Kim Gong-ja's nails, carefully collecting them in a bag. What are you trying to do? Kim Gong-ja demanded. Humustra's tone turned whimsical. Death Sovereign, let's say you have someone you like very, very, very much. There's nothing about that person you don't like, a noble and pure love. The problem is, that person doesn't exist in reality and only exists within stories. But then, tada, that character in the novel I like very much suddenly appears in front of my eyes. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Kim Gong-ja activated his skill to analyze. Preferred genres, #fusion, #romance, #mystery, #adventure, #horror, #history, #war, #sports, #SF, #myths, #fairy tales. Disliked genres? None. Preferred character, #characters killer star. Disliked character? None. Preferred plot, #story. Disliked plot, #cancel serializations. Humustra's thoughts raced as he collected more samples. Toenails. If it's possible, I'd like to get his eyebrows as well. I would have wanted to wait for his beard to grow out and ask him to let me shave some of it, but I don't think he'll allow me to do that. Ah, Sir Light, you're so brilliant. I want to turn you into a bookmark and possess you for eternity. Kim Gong-ja snapped, crazy freaker. Then noticing something, he exclaimed, Since when did you take my socks off? Give them back to me. Please don't move, Humustra pleaded. I wouldn't want to ruin your perfect feet while I cut your toenails. Why are you doing this to me? Kim Gong-ja shouted. Humustra replied indignantly, And you didn't speak formally to me previously, did you? But someone like me wouldn't dare to speak casually to you, Sir Light. A system notification appeared. The librarian in a corner wants your pinky toe's nail. Kim Gong-ja thought, he's really gone freaking crazy. Humustra declared, You're my light, my music. Since your name is Gong-ja, I'll gladly convert to Confucianism. Ah, they say one should be happy when receiving a friend who's come from afar. I'm a Confucian scholar who'll revere you from today onwards. Kim Gong-ja snapped. What kind of scholar would want to get someone else's toenails? If you keep acting like this, I won't go into the next apocalypse, Humustra threatened. Kim Gong-ja sighed. I see. That's an effective threat. Humustra grinned. But that's not something you can do based on your character. You already know it. Just like how the heavenly demon withered away in an unfair manner, there are other similar characters in the other apocalypses. In that case, based on your personality, you can't help but want to help them. I can picture which hands you ate the grain balls with on the first day of the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, even after you went on to page 2. Humustra added, Now Gong-ja, be nice and give me your pinky toenail. Kim Gong-ja warned, Stop it before I say I hate you. Stay 5 steps away from me or I'll really say it. Humustra reluctantly stepped back. Please treat me like you usually do. This is disgusting, Kim Gong-ja demanded. And please return my hair and fingernails to me. Humustra started to cry. I can't. You're being utterly unreasonable. Kim Gong-ja, activating his power, terrified Humustra, who gasped. You were incredible. The love you had for the heavenly demon was really praiseworthy. Just by becoming her disciple, that alone could have been the ending, but you didn't stop there. The final orthodox demonic great war and the final spar. It's like I had tasted sweet chocolate ice cream bingsu. Kim Gong-ja asked, Are you going to include the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demons Jianghu on the 22nd floor? Yes, Humustra confirmed. The other hunters can freely enter or leave the 22nd floor. They can also enter the Heavenly Martial Academy, where the martial art manuals are stored. This is all thanks to you. Kim Gong-ja nodded. There's something I wanted to ask about the apocalypse. Why is the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon one of the apocalypses? Humustra mused. Is there really a need for a reason? Kim Gong-ja replied, It's because I like happy endings. Or, do you prefer bad endings? No matter which side it is, both have their own pros and cons. The end of a story is simply the last stop for the characters in the story. If possible, readers usually prefer it to end happily. But I'd like to embrace the character's sadness and failures. That means even a bad ending deserves a proper conclusion, Humustra reasoned. Kim Gong-ja countered, Even if I hadn't gone in, the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon would have ended, although it would have turned out badly. My master and the Murim Alliance leader had done their best to the very end, even if the Murim Alliance leader died first, and my master lost her sanity. That too would have been the conclusion my master would have arrived at. Why was the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon included in the apocalypses? Are you saying that the Murim Alliance leader dying and my master doing whatever she wanted wouldn't be considered a conclusion? Kim Gong-ja said to himself. I thought of this question when I read the other apocalypses, as the me and our scapegoat was shown, and Kim Gong-ja said to himself, putting aside whether that conclusion is one I can accept or not, that conclusion was one where the world followed the flow of the story. Humustra smiled. I just felt like watching a happy ending. Does that not suffice as a reason? You're strong. You appear omniscient to a hunter like me. But instead of fixing the apocalypse yourself, you sent us to fix it. That means you're not trying to become the author. Even if you could, you don't want to. Kim Gong-ja analyzed, a reader that doesn't want to interfere with the story no matter what. And observing Constellation, the librarian in a corner. Shall I analyze who you are too? Kim Gong-ja asked. There must be a specific condition as to why the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon and the other stories are categorized as apocalypses. Humustra sighed. Seriously, you simply won't let it go, will you? Follow me. I'll show you the secret of the apocalypse. Humustra took Kim Gong-ja into the Murim world and said, if the zombie virus were an epidemic that occurred naturally within the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, I wouldn't have chosen this as an apocalypse, as you said. Kim Gong-ja replied, that means. Humustra continued, The zombie virus didn't happen naturally in this story. It's an epidemic that was spread from the outside world. It's similar to being invaded by a new continent. Over there, do you see that? They looked and saw the decaying corpse of a dragon. A system notification stated, "Sparkly detects an ominous energy." Humustra said, "Looks like your sword sensed it too. That's to be expected. The sword you have was originally a complete constellation after all. Humans are able to quickly recognize people who are in the same situation as them." Gongja, have you seen what a constellation that has fallen from heaven looks like? Kim Gongja replied, "Yes, I have." Humustra asked, "In that case, have you seen a corpse left behind by a dead constellation? Not so far, huh? This is quite a rare sight, so use this chance to feast your eyes on it." A system notification added, "Sparkly detests the presence of her sister." Another notification stated, "Sparkly says that is the second sister, the holy sword of protection, the sword of compassion." The sword of compassion spoke, "It hurts, it's so mortifying, it's so painful." Kim Gong asked, "Didn't you say it was dead? That is still alive right now, though." Humustra replied, "It's already dead. What you see and hear right now is nothing but the resentment of the corpse. When an existence reaches the level of a constellation, their deaths are horrible. The epidemic your party calls the zombie virus is a curse created by this corpse. The curse left by the constellation of this Murim, the yellow dragon that abides in the Great Lake when it died. Its resentment continued living on despite its death. The pain that the body endured despite being dead. When that curse spreads to the martial artists here, they become Jiangshi." A system notification echoed, "It hurts." Kim Gongja thought to himself, the source of the curse, the origin of this world's destruction. The sword of compassion murmured, "I'm in an endless cycle of pain." Kim Gongja thought again, the curse of the dragon is what took Master's life. Kim Gongja sighed aloud. Unless the constellation stabbed itself in the heart, someone must have killed it. Who's the culprit? Humustra answered, "You already have an idea of who it is." Kim Gongja whispered, "Lafanta Ayim." Humustra confirmed, "That's right. His nickname is the Constellation Killer. He roams the world and kills constellations. A constellation is an existence that represents its world. A world that loses its constellation is like a fortress that's lost its walls." Kim Gongja thought, an apocalypse. A world where its representative is dead, and its denizens have all ceased to exist. Humustra added, "Just like that, the likelihood of the world's destruction increases." Kim Gongja asked, "Why does he kill constellations? He should have kept to himself and stayed as the emperor of his country. Why go so far as to destroy the world?" Humustra replied, "That's not something I can answer. I'm just a mere reader. While you've said I'm all-knowing and all-powerful, that's not true. I'm all-knowing but powerless. Despite knowing the truth of the world, I didn't get involved in it. However, you're different. You who can interfere. You do what you can. Whether they want it or not, you fix the problems destroying the world. You can call it a coincidence if it happens once, but if it happens a second time, that's fate. And if it happens a third time, it becomes inevitability. The yellow dragon that abides in the Great Lake was killed in a wicked and cruel manner. A normal person wouldn't even be able to get their hands on that sword. However, it's possible for you because you've gone beyond coincidence and fate. You've achieved inevitability." Kim Gongja called, "Sparkly." A system notification responded, "Yes, hero?" Kim Gongja asked, "What do I need to do to retrieve your sister?" The system notification replied, "You just need to pull me out and use me to touch her." Kim Gongja unsheathed Sparkly. A system notification stated, "The goddess of protection absorbs a shard of herself." As Kim Gongja hit the dark energy with Sparkly, a dark sword emerged, and its dark energy intensified. Kim Gongja exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" A system notification declared, "The sword of compassion is resisting the absorption." Kim Gongja thought, "It's putting up quite the resistance." A system notification added, "The sword of compassion is confused." Kim Gongja thought, "It's like a black panther, startled awake when something touched it." A system notification relayed, "The sword of compassion asks, did you betray Lafanta Agim?" Another notification followed, "The goddess of protection consoles her sister." Yet another notification stated, "The sword of compassion requests to see if the new master is worthy." The system continued, "The strength of a constellation is powerful. One who isn't worthy mustn't be allowed to wield it." Finally, the system concluded, "The sword of compassion does not acknowledge you as the new master." Kim Gongja said, All right, I get where you're coming from, but how do I prove I'm worthy? A system notification stated. I'm a shard in this state because I lack the compassion of the goddess. Another notification followed. You can prove your worth by showing that you're capable of becoming someone's idol. It's now time for you to show that you can feel compassion for another person. The sword of compassion asks you to submit your body and heart to her temporarily. Kim Gong-ja asked, why do I have to do that? A system notification explained, for the sake of looking into your memories. Another notification protested. The goddess of protection does not agree. You'll find out if the hero is worthy of becoming your new master if you just travel with him. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Kim Gong-ja said, no, it's okay. I can't possibly carry a sword I can't trust. That won't work for me, even if it's a great artisan sword, because it makes me too uneasy. He sheathed sparkly in its scabbard and declared, come, look into my memories or whatever you want to your heart's content. A system notification declared, the sword of compassion puts your compassion to the test. Moments later, Kim Gong-ja's memories played out before them. The Hellfire Maiden said, kind mister, hang in there a little more. Estelle said, pitiful things. The world has become nothing. My disciple. The sword of compassion was silent, observing the memories. Finally, it turned to Kim Gong-ja and said, you. Kim Gong-ja responded, I'm not perfect. I am weak when it comes to good intentions and the desire for others to be kind to me. I would even push myself just to get them to treat me kindly. I would struggle desperately because I want to be seen as a good person in others' eyes. That might actually be one of my weaknesses. Your previous master was imperfect as well. I still don't know what grand thoughts OtakuGo has while traveling the world, killing constellations. Maybe what he's doing is a noble act, but even if that's the case, I still think he's doing the wrong thing. If you believe your former master was absolutely perfect, then don't follow me. I don't need such a sword. A system notification asked, are you going to kill OtakuGo? Kim Gong-ja replied, if he's someone who deserves to die, then yes. The system inquired further, can you promise that your personal emotions won't interfere with your judgment? Kim Gong-ja looked away and said, I don't know. My master is dead, and the Jianghu has been destroyed. Too many people have been hurt or killed. I don't know what's right anymore. However, I promise you that I'll do my best. The sword of compassion remained silent. Kim Gong-ja added, so, if it seems like I'm about to stray from my path, I want you to do your best to set me straight. I will do my best, and you will do your best. That means we are on this journey together.
The sword of compassion softened, its resolve melting.
A system notification revealed, my ability is pain. The one who is cut by me will feel pain. If there are no wounds, then there would be no death. My ability is to create pain without causing wounds. My new master, I swear that I will serve you with the best intentions at heart. A system notification followed. The goddess of protection has become even brighter. The sword of compassion whispered, oh, ooh, Kim Gong-ja landed on the ground, feeling water running through his feet. Suddenly, the mountain exploded. Humustra appeared and said, winter is the season of death. You've finally ended this lonely season. Kim Gong-ja responded, I can smell spring in the air. He thought to himself, I wonder if Master knows where the smell of spring comes from. He addressed Humustra, Sir Librarian, I have a benefit from clearing floors and can see the characteristics of others. Humustra nodded. I know. I'm in charge of the 21st to the 30th floors. The benefit you received was prepared by me. Among your characters, I saw the constellation killer. A system notification added, preferred characters, hashtag story characters, hashtag constellation killer. Humustra remarked, that's probably true. Kim Gong-ja asked, why is that the case? OtakuGo is a man who goes around killing constellations. I would understand if you disliked him, but I don't know why you like him. Humustra chuckled. Since you asked, I'll answer, especially for you. I have a long-time dream. Kim Gong-ja, confused, asked, a dream? Humustra replied, yes, I want to appear as a character in the novel that I like. Kim Gong-ja exclaimed, can't you do that immediately? You're capable of traveling freely within the apocalypses. Humustra laughed. Hoo-hoo, you can't understand how a reader feels. In an apocalypse, I am nothing but a foreign existence. I'm not supposed to be in that world, whether it's the constellation killer who killed the dragon of Muram or me. We are the same when it comes to being foreign existences in this world. I don't wish to be involved in a novel as a foreign existence. I want to appear as a rightful character, one who has always been there from the start. Kim Gong-ja stood silent, confused. Humustra broke the silence, saying, it's my turn to ask questions now. Gong-ja, why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? In her final moments, the heavenly demon reached a level where she could kill others with nothing but her bloodlust. While you're not as powerful as she was, the memory of her still lives on in you. If you had taken her as one of your 100 soul summons, she would have become a force to be reckoned with. So why didn't you kill her? Kim Gong-ja, shocked, stammered, that. Before he could finish, Humustra interrupted. It's okay. I understand even without you answering. You didn't want to interfere with what happens to your master in the end. I'm the same. I don't wish to be directly involved in the endings of worlds. What you want and what I want aren't so different. I refuse to get involved. In that case, there's only one way to become a character in a story. I mustn't go searching for the characters of a novel. They must come to me. Lefanta Agim, the constellation killer, is roaming the world, killing constellations endlessly. Eventually, he will visit my world, the great library of all creation, to kill me. I'm waiting for the day he comes to my library. On that day, I will finally appear in Lefanta Agim's story. Kim Gong-ja asked, even if the end of that story means your own death? Humustra smiled. Yes, to die at the hands of the protagonist. Isn't that the best possible epilogue? A few moments later, Kim Gong-ja, the Sword Emperor, and Humustra walked in silence. Suddenly, a demonic cultist rushed toward Kim Gong-ja and exclaimed, "Young cult leader, welcome." Kim Gong-ja asked, "Is the funeral over already?" The cultist stammered, Not yet. It's still ongoing." Then the Blood Demon Squad captain approached and reported, "The body of the heavenly demon has disappeared." Kim Gong-ja, shocked, exclaimed, "What?" The captain explained, "You'll understand the situation better if you see it for yourself." They walked together toward the scene. The captain continued, "Since all the snow has suddenly melted away, the heavenly demon's body has vanished as well. My apologies. It all happened so suddenly. There was no time for us to react." Kim Gong-ja, stunned and speechless, listened as the captain speculated. "We think that because the heavenly demon's internal energy was so pure, her body might have naturally dissolved into energy and disappeared." The Sword Emperor remarked, "Amazing. When a constellation from this world died, all that remained was a curse. But when your master died, flowers bloomed. Your master surpasses even the constellation." The Blood Demon Squad captain added, "Of course, we're still preparing for the funeral. I'd like for you to participate as well." Kim Gong-ja shook his head. "No, it's okay. There's no need to proceed with the funeral." The captain, surprised, asked, "Pardon?" Kim Gong-ja explained, "While I've become the young cult leader as part of inheriting the tradition, there are still people in the cult who don't accept me. The law of the strongest reigns here. It's tradition for the strongest warrior to become the leader. Instead of a funeral, let's have duels. It's customary at funerals to present the most valuable item. What's most important to us would be swords, correct? So let's offer up the sword techniques Master taught us. Come at me." The cultists charged at Kim Gong-ja, shouting, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Viper arrived and said, "The Heavenly Martial Clan will be moving to the 22nd floor." Kim Gong-ja, confused, asked, "Pardon?" Viper explained, "We've decided to relocate. We'll be moving the entire training hall there. Just as you inherited the line of descent from the Heavenly Demon, I became the disciple of the Murim Alliance leader. The Heavenly Martial Clan is my guild, so it's only right for them to follow me and join the Murim Alliance. Even though my master was half a cripple, his limbs were fine. The chemist promised to do whatever it takes to restore his ability to circulate energy. I'm planning to serve him as the Supreme Guardian." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, a guardian is someone who protects the sect. A Supreme Guardian would mean being the highest-ranked protector. Viper continued, "He seemed really upset about the Heavenly Demon's death. Even I felt depressed just looking at him." Kim Gong-ja mused internally. Viper is trying to make the Murim Alliance leader the eldest elder. In times like this, it's better to keep yourself busy by teaching future generations. That'll help your guild members grow stronger too. He fell silent, reflecting. Viper noticed and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "I was just in awe, realizing that not just anyone can become the leader of one of the 5 top guilds." Internally, Kim Gong-ja thought, "I was wondering why someone who's such an otaku is so popular among his subordinates. It's because he really takes care of his people." Viper scratched his head and muttered, Really? Don't misunderstand. I'm just doing what ought to be done. Getting compliments for something that should be done would make the world a gloomier place. I can't let that happen." "It's upsetting," Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. "Come to think of it, do I have anyone I can truly call my people?" The Sword Emperor chimed in suddenly. "I want to fight him and beat him up." Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, "Zombie apocalypse. Let's go with the martial arts genre for the next one." Suddenly, Humustra appeared, beaming. "Gong-ja!" Nail clippers, custom made just for your fingernails and toenails. A system notification chimed in. Sparkly sings of the hero's brilliant accomplishments today as well.
The majestic figure of the hero who lets out a
Lions roar in the fortress of the Agim Empire. Kim Gong-ja sighed inwardly. For starters, it's definitely not these three. Never. Because they're not even human to begin with. The master alchemist approached. Death Sovereign. Kim Gong-ja perked up. It's her, the master alchemist continued. We've successfully mass-produced the vaccine for the zombie virus. As long as people take the vaccine before entering the 22nd floor, there should be no issues. Kim Gong-ja asked, Chemist, do you have any plans to move? Pardon? Your current store is too small, isn't it? After clearing this stage, your reputation and value have skyrocketed. Will you be able to handle the current orders with that store? The master alchemist hesitated. I've thought about expanding, but estate prices on the first floor are quite expensive. The Count actually showed me a contract offering to pay for it. Kim Gong-ja quickly interjected, No, don't sign that. I'll provide a store location for you and cover the relocation and interior renovation fees. Really? Yes, you know I own the 20th floor, right? I'll give you a good location there. In return, I want you to prioritize making medicines or potions I request. Would that be all right? The master alchemist nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Suddenly, Potion King interrupted with exaggerated coughing. Ahem. Gosh, my store has been around for far too long. There's a weird smell in there. It's a 3-story building, and my knees hurt from climbing the stairs. It'd be great if a nice young man offered me a place with good air, about 30,000 square meters. Before he could continue, Sword St. Marcus Calenberry grabbed him and dragged him away. Sorry, my friend is acting unsightly. Potion King shouted, How could you stop me? I'm losing money right now. Orders are dwindling and I'm struggling to keep the business afloat. Chemist brat, just tell everyone I cheated in my last match. I can't even stand up to Mr. Sean McAllister. The master alchemist blinked in surprise. On the 20th floor, the chaos continued. A person shouted, Chemist God. Another chimed in, Chemist Sovereign. Someone else yelled, Ultimate Supreme Chemist, please sell my medicine. Nearby, Yusuha groaned. Freaking bastard. What do you have against me? Why are you making me do this? Amidst the chaos, Kim Gong-ja's skeletons cheered. Those here to make potions, please line up. Those here for the zombie vaccination, please head to the Heavenly Martial Clan's headquarters on the 22nd floor. On the 22nd floor, cultists barked, Quiet. This is the Heavenly Martial Clan's training hall. Don't push the people in front. Viper grumbled, Old man, we've got tons of customers waiting. Potion King snapped, Don't rush me. Not only am I here as an exclusive physician for the Heavenly Martial Clan, but I'm also helping with vaccinations. You ought to be thankful. Anastasia marveled, This is incredible. Clearing the chronicles of the Heavenly Demon with a great ending played a huge role in all this. All the other hunters are fired up and motivated because they don't want to lose to you. Thanks to that, the tower is being cleared faster than ever. System notifications appeared. 24th floor, Dawn Cabin Diary genre, mystery. 23rd floor, Universe Iron Knight Chronicles genre. 22nd floor, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon genre. 21st floor, Great Library of All Creation. With this momentum, Anastasia said, we'll probably clear the 30th floor by next month. Suddenly, an apocalypse struck. System notifications echoed ominously. Announcement to everyone. Today, the raid of the 25th stage has failed. Repeat. Today, the raid of the 25th stage has failed. The system displayed Someone Academy Stories genre, romance, fantasy, difficulty, D grade number of people 2 to 5. The notification explained, Someone is a magic academy with a long history. It's an ordinary academy where friendship, competition, love, and jealousy intermingle. This story could have remained a simple academy tale, if not for the artifact strong enough to doom the world, sealed beneath the academy. Reason for failure, the antagonist had her fiancé, a prince, stolen by a reincarnated student. In her fury, she broke the seal on the artifact, unleashing the great demon and ending the world. The paladin and countess lay lifeless. Anastasia gasped in horror. The count. And the paladin? Failed? Impossible. They were a great duo. Umustra shrugged. A shame. But the milk's already been spilled. Nothing can be done about a failed raid. As sparkles shimmered in the air, Kim Gong-ja stared, speechless. Umustra added, Please understand my position, although undoing the spillage may still be possible. A few moments later, at the men's room, Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself, Damn it, I've never even read romance stories. I can't just leave the Count and the Paladin to die, and the librarian's hinting at me to go, so I'll just do it. Sword Emperor, lounging nearby, asked, "Why don't you just give up and try a different raid?" Kim Gongja replied, "I don't think it'll be that simple." The blade reacted just before the Book of Revelations was sealed. Its sister sword must be in that world. A system notification sounded. "Sparkly agrees with your theory." Sword Emperor raised an eyebrow. "Well, you've never read Morum stuff before and still did just fine. You'll probably be okay." Kim Gongja grinned. "Okay, let's go." And with that, he made the decision. A few moments later, Kim Gongja announced, "I'll command this stage." The paladin and countess exchanged a silent look. The paladin spoke, "Sorry, Death Sovereign. I didn't know you were into romance." Kim Gongja groaned. "Ugh, no need to apologize. It's true that I'm an amateur when it comes to romance." The paladin scrutinized him closely. "Yet you still wish to command this stage?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Oh my, she's serious about romance." But he didn't want to take her down due to her past failure. He nodded. "Yes, I really want to take charge. I can't lose to her," he added internally. Considering the genre, it'd be better for someone more knowledgeable in it to go. But I completed Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon without ever reading Morum, he thought, still unsure. The paladin hesitated. "That's true, but..." Kim Gongja interrupted, "And what's more, I have a bad feeling about this stage. Please, let me be in charge." Anastasia and Sword St. Marcus Callenberry exchanged shocked looks. Anastasia spoke up, "It doesn't really matter, right? He's proven his skills countless times." The paladin was confused. "Black Dragon Master?" Sword St. Marcus Callenberry nodded. "I also think we should follow what Death Sovereign says. He knows something." The paladin glanced back. "Even you." Kim Gongja smirked internally. "Nice one, rank 1 and 2. Here," he said. "I'll pick the team to go with me. I'm going with the top elite this time. Don't hate me for not picking you." Anastasia raised an eyebrow. "The top elite, huh?" Kim Gongja locked eyes with her. Anastasia replied, "This will be my first romance, but I think I fit the vibe. It's just my aesthetic, though I can't say I'm an expert in romance. If only the top elite teammates had to go, wouldn't that pertain to me? Just my personal opinion." Kim Gongja thought, "She's a bit strange." The paladin added, "No, you're wrong, Black Dragon Master. Romance and romance fantasy are very different. If romance is a macaron, then romance fantasy is a chocolate mousse cake." She glanced at Kim Gongja. "Death Sovereign, I definitely think an expert like me should go." Kim Gongja, growing frustrated, thought to himself, "She's making metaphors. She's just as strange." The countess chimed in, "Isn't love something that can be replaced with money? A rich person is better at dating than a poor one. Love is power, and power is money. I should be the one appointed here." Kim Gongja muttered to himself, "Who put her in romance?" Looking frustrated, he finally said, "Cult Interrogator, let's do this together." Anastasia, Paladin, and Countess were stunned. "Huh?" they asked, confused. Viper spat out his cold bathwater of an influencer remark. "Phooey," he sneered. Heretic Inquisitor smiled. "Oh, all right. If you so wish, then I'll gladly come with." Anastasia leaned in and whispered to Kim Gongja, "Death Sovereign, are you out of your mind?" She sighed. "He doesn't know how to be empathetic. He's a psychopath, and even if I were to sugarcoat it, he's a sociopath, at best. Why would you take a man like that into a romance genre?" Kim Gongja glanced at Heretic Inquisitor, then back to Anastasia. "Black Dragon Master." Anastasia asked, "What?" Kim Gongja answered, "I don't know much about romance, but I do know what the most important thing is." Anastasia frowned. "What?" Kim Gongja replied with confidence, "Looks." As Heretic Inquisitor glowed with an aura, both Kim Gongja and Anastasia exchanged glances. Anastasia, defeated, finally admitted, "Right." Kim Gongja nodded. "Yes, he uses holy magic, so he should be able to react accordingly to any situation. Plus, he does whatever I tell him to. Most importantly, the cult interrogator says exactly what he thinks. There's no difference between what he says and what he thinks. This might actually be great in a romance," Kim Gongja mused to himself. Humustra, watching from the sidelines, grinned. "Oh ho, quite the original duo this time. All right, I'm excited to see how things will pan out. The season of love. It's the time when everyone praises love. People say love trumps class, blood, and nationality. Perhaps that is precisely why love has become so difficult. Love is action and attitude, but many people only focus on the idea of romance. A romantic reality or a realistic romance?" Humustra continued, "I shall specially grant you a favor as you struggle between the two. You've basically cleared the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon up to the hidden stage. However, you've yet to receive the rewards for the hidden stage." Kim Gongja blinked. Hello? A system notification appeared. Face blindness card. Coincidence? Eavesdrop on the ultimate secret. Card. Humustra seemed to realize something. I wasn't supposed to say that. Card. Kim Gongja stared, bewildered. What the hell are these? Humustra shrugged nonchalantly. These are very useful in romance. They'll be your Trojan horse. You can check the last gift in the Book of Revelations. Kim Gongja, more confused than ever, asked, huh? Humustra grinned. Death Sovereign. Cult Interrogator. I choose you two as the characters of the Sumwin Academy story. When you open your eyes again, you will be taken to the point 7 days before the unfortunate discontinuation of the Sumwin Academy story. I hope you'll be able to create a great ending, young lady and butler. Kim Gongja, confused, said, Eh? Suddenly they were transported. A beautiful lady exclaimed, You rude and imbecile thing. The Heresy Inquisitor looked back and said, Aha? Kim Gongja, still confused, muttered to himself, Aha. A system notification announced, Kim Gongja, butler. Another system notification added, Cult Interrogator, young lady. The Heresy Inquisitor glanced at the beautiful lady who repeated, You rude and imbecile thing. Kim Gongja was shocked. The Heresy Inquisitor asked, Did I do something wrong? That was such a heavy slap. Suddenly the lady slapped again. How dare you act like nothing has happened after saying something so absurd? You intend to keep mocking me, huh? Kim Gongja thought to himself, This is the banquet hall of the higher class. The lady in front of us is this apocalypse's villainess. Huff, based on the memories of the Count and Holy Knight from when they tried to clear this. In this empire, where magic and alchemy are advanced, she's the daughter of the Duke, the next most powerful after the imperial family. This apocalypse will end in 7 days. Reason for doom, the villainous fiancé, the crown prince, had his heart stolen by a female student who reincarnated. The lady called out, Hey, someone, come here. A butler responded, Yes, my lady, and rushed towards her. I don't wish to see those things. Get them out of my sight, right now. The Heresy Inquisitor, confused, said, Huh? Kim Gongja echoed. Eh? The boys replied, Yes, my lady. The Heresy Inquisitor asked, Are you perhaps feeling unwell? That's no good. I'll help you. Your expression has gotten worse. I think you'll need to look for a doctor now instead of staying at the banquet. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, declared, Right now. Get them out of my sight. Imprison the servant. A servant said, Sorry, but please come with us. Kim Gongja, confused, said, What? The servant added, Please lower your voice. The lady is having a hard time with loud noises. The Heresy Inquisitor asked, Where are you taking us? Kim Gongja stammered, Huh? They were thrown into a prison. Kim Gongja shouted, Servants of the Duke? The Heresy Inquisitor laughed and exclaimed, Death Sovereign! This is bad. It seems I've become the protagonist here. A few moments later, the Heresy Inquisitor said, I can't believe this. I've been dressed up as a girl a lot when I was young, but to think I'd be given the role of a female protagonist. This must also be one of life's experiences. Kim Gongja muttered, I envy that infinite optimism of yours. The Heresy Inquisitor beamed. The world is beautiful, Death Sovereign. Let's think positively. Then they used their skill, divine spell, transformation. What do you think? Kim Gongja looked back and said, Your voice. The Heresy Inquisitor replied, Yes, I changed my vocal cords a little. Do I sound more like a lady now? Kim Gongja commented, That's incredible. You sound just like a dignified young noble lady, although you probably need to refine the contents of what you say. The Heresy Inquisitor grinned. Thank you, Kim Gongja thought to himself. Although it was out of our expectations that we possessed the female protagonist and her butler, I think we can deal with this situation. The Heresy Inquisitor noted, You look a little more relaxed now. Kim Gongja reflected, because there's a cult interrogator's divine spell and my regression skill. Kim Gongja replied, Pardon? The Heresy Inquisitor continued, After you returned from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, your expression has been gloomy the whole time. That's natural, since you lost your beloved master. That's why I was worried about the raid this time too. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to perform because of your depressed emotions. But it seems that was an unfounded worry. Kim Gongja asked, You're able to tell what one is feeling from their expression, huh? The Heresy Inquisitor affirmed, Exactly. I don't know what it feels like to be depressed, but I do understand it. Kim Gongja thought, How fascinating. The Heresy Inquisitor elaborated, Even machines would creak if there are grease spots. Stress is the grease spot for humans. If left alone for too long, it could settle down within your heart. So please make sure to manage it well. Kim Gong-ja mused. Is he trying to understand humans in his own way? Although he's a psycho, he's quite unique. The Heresy Inquisitor added, by the way, there's been something strange since just before. Kim Gong-ja asked, what do you mean? The Heresy Inquisitor explained, based on my understanding, we've been imprisoned due to an abuse of authority. Kim Gong-ja agreed, that's what I think of this situation too. The Heresy Inquisitor beamed, I'm glad our mutual understanding has increased, and usually in such times the one in power will put guards or security troops to monitor the people they imprison. I don't sense anyone outside the door right now. He glanced at the window. Instead, I sense movement there. Suddenly, assassins burst through the window, shattering the bars. Get them, one shouted. Kill the men if you want, but don't harm the woman. Kim Gong-ja reacted immediately. Sparkly. A system notification chimed. Yes, hero. Light burst forth, temporarily blinding the attackers. Now, Kim Gong-ja shouted. The assassins recoiled, one clutching his eyes and crying out, ah. Kim Gong-ja seized the moment, cutting through an attacker's arm. Ugh. The injured assassin groaned in pain. The Heresy Inquisitor intervened. Death Sovereign, you mustn't kill all of them. We need one alive to find out who's behind this. Moments later, the assassins were subdued and tied up. One muttered in disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be a frail noble? The Heresy Inquisitor addressed the captured group. You have 3 choices. 1. Ask for death, and I'll grant it. 2. Endure my interrogation and spill your secrets bit by bit. 3. Talk willingly and avoid the pain. One assassin sneered. Crazy woman, just kill me. Understood, she replied, ending him swiftly. Turning to the others, she asked, are the rest of you ready to decide? Another assassin trembled. Please spare my life. We were just following orders. Why did you ambush us? The Inquisitor demanded. Haven't decided yet? Fine, I'll help you. She revealed a necklace, its ominous aura enough to terrify the remaining captives. One stammered, please, I'll talk. Kim Gong-ja grabbed the Inquisitor's arm. Hang on, there's no need to go this far, he muttered under his breath. If this continues, this story's genre will turn into a 19+ romance. Kim Gong-ja addressed the captives. You cut through the windows pretty easily. Were they prepared beforehand because you knew we'd be here? His character window activated. He saw thoughts. Attacker 1, we did hear a girl would be brought to the cellar. Attacker, damn it, they said she's just a normal lady. We were lied to. Kim Gong-ja nodded. So you knew in advance. And you were hired to kidnap her, correct? Yes, one admitted. He glanced at his character window again. Attacker 1, we were hired to take the girl. Attacker 2, they said not to harm her. That's why we came with 4 people. Kim Gong-ja's expression darkened. It's clear who orchestrated this. The Heresy Inquisitor raised a brow. Oh, you figured it out already? Yes. The culprit must be someone with a lot of power to be able to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy. That would be impossible unless it's someone who knows the academy's security system thoroughly. And the villainess shouting this just now while chasing us out. As Lady Raviel Ivanzia of the Silver Lily said earlier, to see those things. Get them out of my sight right now. Kim Gong-ja said, she didn't specify where to move us, but they brought us to this exact place where the assassins were prepared to attack. The Heresy Inquisitor said, oh ho, indeed, the villainess could be the one who hired these assassins. But that would be far too obvious. I may look like this, but I'm the protagonist of this apocalyptic world. I'm the noble daughter who is seeing the crown prince. The villainess sends someone like me here, and I get ambushed? She would get involved in too big of a scandal, even if she's the daughter of a duke. That means the villainess isn't the culprit. The person who wants her to look like the criminal is the true culprit. And it's also someone who finds me so important that a request for me not to be harmed, no matter what, would be included. Suddenly, the crown prince, the male protagonist, entered and hugged the Heresy Inquisitor, saying, Sylvia. The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, everything will be all right now. I've come to protect you. I, the only heir of this empire. And he was the crown prince, the male protagonist. Kim Gong-ja looked at them with an annoyed expression from a distance. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, last year, 2 ladies were given names by the emperor. Sylvia Avenay. A golden flower has bloomed in the middle of a yellow flower garden. From now on, this is what people will call you. Lady Golden Flower, the female protagonist of this world, Laviel Ivanzia. You are a precious flower who holds your head high and has a silver brilliance. From now on, this is what people will call you. Lady Silver Lily, this apocalypse is villainous. Among the names given to noblewomen during their coming-of-age ceremonies, these two were the most prestigious names given by the emperor. Since the two ladies are studying in the same academy together, it's inevitable that a huge storm would occur within the academy. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, but even so, the crown prince, the male protagonist, looked at Kim Gong-ja sharply. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself in disgust, isn't he too uncouth for a crown prince? The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, you survived too, huh? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what's up with him? He's getting on my nerves. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, your highness. I was able to remain safe and alive. The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, you sure are lucky. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm just a lowly nobody. This can't be my own luck. It was because of your grace, your highness. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what I'm saying is, this ambush is your doing, isn't it? The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, you're being excessive with your words. How could everything in the world be due to my grace? Protecting your own life and being able to shield Sylvia from the assassin's vicious attack, that was all your luck. I would like to express my gratitude to you. Kim Gong-ja thought, that darn curly-haired. He's underestimating my abilities and saying that I got lucky. Although I don't want to believe this is happening, could he be trying to keep me in check? Kim Gong-ja said, Lady Golden Flower is my master. He continued, and I belong to her. A sword protecting its own master has nothing to do with luck. Then he thought to himself, What? Oh, what am I doing? My mouth is saying things by itself. This is crazy. What good could ever come from a mere butler fighting with the crown prince? Kim Gong-ja thought, it's just like a tool fulfilling its purpose. I don't deserve such great flattery from you, your highness. A system notification said, you are syncing with your character. Another system notification said, your current synchronization is Kim Gong-ja thought, what the heck? The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, I guess noble families at the level of a baron choose their servants based on how good they are at talking. His Majesty will be disappointed if he becomes aware of this situation. Kim Gong-ja thought, don't do it, curly hair. Don't provoke me any further. Kim Gong-ja said, please forgive me. Everything under His Majesty's rule is perfect. Kim Gong-ja thought this stage. As before, the paladin said to the countess, I will offer my life to protect you, my lady. The countess said, butler, please be careful. Kim Gong-ja said, an ancient demon is invading the world, and they're doing that right now? Now's not the time to be loving and embracing one another. Why the hell are both of them doing that? A system notification said, you are syncing with your character. Another system notification said, your current synchronization is Kim Gong-ja said, it's become a fight with words. I'll look into what happened tonight thoroughly and uncover the truth. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this was the reason why the Holy Knight and the Count failed in this apocalypse. Kim Gong-ja said, there's no one as trustworthy as you, your highness. I earnestly plead for you to find the culprit behind the ambush and punish them as a warning to others. The crown prince, the male protagonist, hugged Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Aveney and said, of course, I'll do that. It seems Lady Sylvia is in great shock. There could still be other assassins around. I'll be protecting her today. Kim Gong-ja said, please forgive my insolence. Now that such a thing has happened, Lady Sylvia needs to be placed somewhere where she can feel most at ease so that she can rest properly. Kim Gong-ja thought, darn mouth, give me a break. Kim Gong-ja said, I hope my master can stay in her room as usual. The crown prince, the male protagonist, said, are you saying that she'll be uncomfortable around me? A system notification said, you are syncing with your character. Another system notification said, ding. Kim Gong-ja said, my apologies. A system notification said, your current synchronization is Kim Gong-ja thought, please give me a break. The Sword Emperor said, hey, what are you doing? Kim Gong-ja thought, Sword Emperor. I mean, Sir Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor said, have you gone nuts? Kim Gong-ja said, please do something about me. I'm really going to lose it. Do something so I can break out of this. The Sword Emperor said, in that case, zombie, you've always felt disgusted looking at Viper. But now that you get the chance, you're doing the same disgusting things as the protagonist in Viper's delusions. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm back. Please don't continue any further. Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Aveney said, The crown prince, the male protagonist, asked, Sylvia, what's wrong? Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Aveney pushed herself away from the crown prince and said, Oh? Fascinating. I just felt something new, something I've never felt before. My heart is racing. This is truly mysterious. It seems the owner of this body truly likes you. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, Sylvia, you're really... Heresy Inquisitor suddenly evaded the Crown Prince's hug. Kim Gong-ja held Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay's hand and said, My lady, let's return to your dormitory. You need to continue living life as usual tomorrow, don't you? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, we mustn't forget, we're not just here to play our roles. We have a goal, to clear this stage. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay replied, Oh yes, you're right. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. However, I will be returning to my dormitory with my servant. Please have a good evening. I'll take my leave now. The Crown Prince exclaimed, Sylvia? Kim Gong-ja and Heresy Inquisitor stepped outside. Kim Gong-ja sighed and muttered, Things have become more complicated. Synchronization. I wasn't expecting a trap like that in here, darn it. I almost got jealous when I saw you hug that curly-haired guy. Heresy Inquisitor laughed. Ha, this is indeed something we never expected. Death Sovereign, how much did your synchronization increase earlier? Kim Gong-ja replied, It went up to 3% super quickly. I barely stopped it. Heresy Inquisitor smirked. Amazing! I hit 10% in an instant. Kim Gong-ja, confused and shocked, said, What did you just say? In that short time with the Crown Prince, his synchronization went up to 10%? He took out his dagger and looking silently at Heresy Inquisitor said, This won't do. Let's prepare some safety measures. Let's decide on a keyword, one that can bring us back to our senses no matter the situation. For example, if I say peach, then you say carrot. Something like that. Heresy Inquisitor nodded. It'll be a secret code just between the two of us. I agree. What kind of secret code should we go with then? As they discussed, they noticed the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, staring silently at them from a distance. Heresy Inquisitor muttered, Death Sovereign, I think I hate that woman. I'm really curious about what kind of expression I'm making right now. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay tried to suppress a smile by placing her fingers on her mouth, but Kim Gong-ja was shocked. A system notification appeared. You are syncing with your character. Your current synchronization is 4%. Another notification stated, Norms of a romance fantasy genre. 1. All men around the protagonist are suspicious. 2. The most ordinary man is actually the most extraordinary one. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what was with the cult interrogator's laughter? I need to wake him up. Kim Gong-ja spoke up. Cult interrogator. Before he could finish, Raviel Ivancia interjected, Lady Goldenflower, you seem to be just fine, huh? Kim Gong-ja thought, shit. She called out that nickname before I could call out his nickname in the tower. Raviel continued, I heard you were attacked, but as expected of someone who lives on the border, you're as tough as a weed. I guess a few assassins are nothing to you. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay responded, Did you come all the way here at this late hour out of concern for my health? I'm so honored that so many people, including the Crown Prince, have shown someone as lowly as me so much concern. The Crown Prince came looking for me because he was worried about me. And you're the perpetrator behind those assassins, right? Raviel retorted, What defines lowliness isn't just the origin of one's birth, but their thoughts as well. Don't forget to observe your manners as a noble. Lady Goldenflower fired back, I didn't know that slapping someone at a dance banquet is befitting of a noble's manners. If it isn't too rude of me to ask, I'd like to visit your reception room. Kim Gong-ja internally screamed, Stop! Lady Goldenflower added, I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. It seems you're quite the expert at hitting people. Kim Gong-ja thought, Cult interrogator, please stop. A servant intervened, Lady Goldenflower, you've crossed the line with your words. How could a mere daughter of a baron from the borders say such things? Kim Gong-ja stepped forward and said, Please forgive us. It seems my young miss is in great shock after experiencing a traumatic incident. I believe she needs to rest quickly. Since it's quite late now, may we please take our leave? I think it won't be too late to resolve the misunderstanding tomorrow morning. Raviel declared, You, how dare you stand in the way of Our Lady? Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay protested, Lady Silver Lily. Butler, what are you talking about? Kim Gong-ja whispered to Lady Goldenflower, Please be quiet, and took her hand, pulling her away. As they walked, Lady Goldenflower complained, Butler, wait a minute. I still have things to tell her. Please, don't stop the conversation as you please. Kim Gong-ja thought, I can't allow any more character synchronizations. He turned back and addressed Raviel, Lady Silver Lily. Raviel asked, What is it? Kim Gong-ja said, I've always been in awe of how the servants of a duke family carry themselves. Just as I've seen tonight, they're indeed dignified. Unlike nobodies like me. I've learned a lot tonight. Even though I'm of a lowly status, I'd like to offer my respects to you. We will now be taking our leave. He pulled Heresy Inquisitor away. A few moments later, outside, Kim Gong-ja said, "Cult Interrogator, are you back now?" Heresy Inquisitor replied, "What did I just say back there?" Kim Gong-ja closed the door and said, "Let's decide on a secret code." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "A secret code?" Kim Gong-ja said, "I've been thinking about this the whole day. We really can't carry on like this." Heresy Inquisitor agreed. "Yes, we ought to do so. What you're saying is correct." Kim Gong-ja grabbed Heresy Inquisitor's face and said, "When spring comes, magnolias wither." When I say when spring comes, you are to answer with magnolias wither. That's our secret code, one that will bring us back to our senses. Let's give it a try. Heresy Inquisitor responded, "When spring comes." "Magnolias," Kim Gong-ja prompted. Heresy Inquisitor replied, "Magnolias wither." Kim Gong-ja smiled. Yes, I've come back to my senses." Heresy Inquisitor grinned. "Thank you. Today was so eventful, like a storm just passed by." Kim Gong-ja said, "Do you want a cup of tea to calm you down?" Heresy Inquisitor nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Good, we're not done yet. I can't believe there's a kitchen in a dormitory room. Rich people and their antics. It's still too early to give up on this regression." Kim Gong-ja grabbed a teapot and a teacup and said, "All right." A system notification appeared. How to make the tea that Lady Goldenflower likes. 1. Preheat the teacup and teapot. 2. The teapot used to make the tea and the one used to serve it must be separate. 3. Once you add milk and a spoon of honey to the tea and mix it, her favorite tea will be complete. Kim Gong-ja thought, "We brought along precious honey for times like this. Since the young miss is usually pretty thrifty, it should be okay to enjoy such luxuries now." Kim Gong-ja was shocked and said, "It's not okay." A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character." Kim Gong-ja shouted, "Damn it! This damn romance! Why would anyone be happy thinking about putting honey into red tea?" He then dumped all the salt into Heresy Inquisitor's tea. A system notification appeared. "Sparkly is worried about your current state of mind." Kim Gong-ja muttered, "What the hell is love? Who the hell cares?" He thought to himself, "I really can't let it happen. I've gone through so much to clear all the stages so far. It feels like I'm slowly losing myself." Kim Gong-ja said, "Here's your tea." Heresy Inquisitor took a sip and was immediately shocked. "Death Sovereign, this tea tastes strange." Heresy Inquisitor then drooled rainbows. Kim Gong-ja asked, confused, "What's wrong?" Heresy Inquisitor said, "If my taste buds aren't wrong, this is the taste of salt." Kim Gong-ja replied, "That's what the tea is like." Heresy Inquisitor looked at the rainbow-colored tea and said, "This tea? If I'm talking about how salty it is, I'd say it tastes just like salt water." Kim Gong-ja said, "Just shut up and drink it." Heresy Inquisitor gulped it all down and drooled rainbows again. "Thank you for the drink. It's really salty." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, you're finally back to normal." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "What do you intend to do from now on?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Let's see." He thought to himself, "The person who destroyed this world is the villainess. Lady Silver Lily is the fiancée of the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince falls in love with Lady Goldenflower, her world will probably be crushed due to the betrayal and the loss of her loved one. Her grudge would eventually become what destroys this world. We need to bring the villainess and the Crown Prince together. Otherwise," Kim Gong-ja continued aloud, "we need to at least destroy the love they have completely. Let's aim for one of these two endings." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "Are we going for a breakup plan?" Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Since I've never dated, I don't know what it's like. But wouldn't it be way easier to break up a couple than to bring them back together?" Heresy Inquisitor said, "In order to do that, we'll need Lady Silver Lily to fall out of love with the Crown Prince. Do you have any good plans in mind?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "I do. The more you act like a lady, and the more I act like a butler, the more synchronized we will be with our characters." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "What if we don't act like a lady and a butler? The synchronization rate will either drop or at least stop increasing." Kim Gong-ja snapped his fingers and summoned Yusuha. Kim Gong-ja said, "Let's become a bad lady and a bad butler from now on." A system notification appeared. Norms of a romance fantasy genre. 3. Do you want to grow the love between two people? First, make them hate each other. The notification continued. Hatred is like lightning, and love is like thunder. If one becomes obsessed with the lightning known as hatred, The thunder known as love will start to roar as well. The next day outside, a student said, "Did you have a good sleep?" Her friend replied, "I did." The first student asked, "Did you also have a good sleep?" Her friend nodded, "Yes, I did. I think I'm feeling really refreshed because I had a really good dream. I'm thinking of eating 2 pieces of toast for breakfast." Her friend said, "Oh, I'd love to hear about what you dreamt about. Shall we have breakfast together?" Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "Oh my, I really like the sound of that." The girl asked, "Oh, did you have a peaceful sleep, Lady Goldenflower?" Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, replied, "No, it was not peaceful at all." As they looked like punk rock stars, the girl gasped in shock. "Irk," Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "I almost died last night because I got ambushed by assassins. I couldn't sleep the whole night. How could you ask me if I had a peaceful sleep? I'm not the one who needs peace. Your head's the one that needs it. Does your head feel at peace? Is your skull safe? Is the brain inside normal?" Her friend suddenly caught her and said, "A Lady White Orchid, breathe. Can you hear me? Lady Goldenflower, how could you be so harsh with your words?" Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, replied, "Why are you making such a big fuss? I simply asked an appropriate question in response to what she asked me." Her friend said, "Everyone, please get the infirmary doctor here." Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "Is your hair red because your skull cracked and a little part of your brain leaked out? You were already not so bright, but now there's a danger that your intellect will fall further. Please pick up your brain quickly." As Lady Plum Blossom fell, she sighed, sigh. Her friend shouted, "Kya, Lady Plum Blossom." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Death's Sovereign, you're the best. The synchronization rate really didn't increase at all. Let's become a bad lady and a bad butler," Kim Gong-ja said to himself. "Last night, the best delinquent tutor will guide you toward the path of delinquency." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Okay, I'll do my best to learn." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself it was super effective. Kim Gong-ja said, "Thank you for the compliment, my lady." Heresy Inquisitor replied, "I'll continue to trust in you completely from now on. You're truly dependable, Death Sovereign. But are you stepping on me so that the synchronization rate won't increase?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "I have no choice but to do this if I want to be a bad butler." Heresy Inquisitor nodded. "I see, I understand." A purple boy said, "Lady Goldenflower has gone crazy. She became a totally different person after being attacked yesterday." His friend responded, "It's like a demon possessed her." Another boy added, "Young Shik and the 2 ladies who bravely went to confirm whether the rumors were true still haven't returned yet." His friend said, "And people also saw her butler putting salt into her red tea." A servant shouted, "Lady Goldenflower, you have sullied the honor of my master. We will not overlook this for the sake of the family's honor and our master's too. So please permit us to fight with your servant." Kim Gong-ja pointed at himself, confused. The servant said, "Please accept my request. I swear I'll win upon the name of Baron Coulson." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "It's tiring to live as an easy target." Another servant said, "I also swear upon the honor of Count Bradley." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Understood. We'll resolve this peacefully, just as you all wanted." Kim Gong-ja whispered to Heresy Inquisitor and stepped on his shoe. "Wait." Heresy Inquisitor felt the pain and said, "Ouch." Kim Gong-ja whispered, "After deciding to act like a delinquent lady, you need to follow through with it until the end. Don't just go along with what other people say easily. That's not what it means to be a delinquent at all." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Ah, you're right. What do I need to do then?" The servant raised his fists and said, "What are you whispering to each other about?" Heresy Inquisitor said, "All right. I'll allow all of you to fight with my servant as you wish, but please submit 5 gold coins for each round of the fight." The servant gasped, "What?" Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "We as butlers are property of the family. I can't let the family's property get damaged in a fight." The servant thought to himself, "I can't believe they're asking for money for sacred duels." Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "Don't tell me your loyalty toward your families is worth less than 5 gold coins?" The servant muttered, "Damn it," and said, "I only have silver coins with me. Do you take small change?" Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai, said, "Of course I do. I take all sorts of money." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "A servant takes after their master. It's time for me to show the results of my tuition lessons." Kim Gong-ja said, "I'm asking this just for fun. Has anyone here ever starved for a week?" The servant shouted in pain, "Ah!" Another servant cried, "Ah! Help me!" The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, ran towards the commotion and shouted, "Silver! What on earth is going on right now? I heard bad rumors, but I had thought they were just the devil's whispers. But you're really fighting our schoolmates right now? What do you think you're doing? If your master is tired, then as a servant, you ought to do everything you can to stop them. How are you just swinging your sword around rashly? As a butler, you're third rate. And as a servant, you're a failure. A total failure. Kim Gong-ja said, "My apologies, Your Highness. I only accept comments from my young miss. If she thinks that I'm a failure, I will stand down. But if she doesn't, I will remain a loyal butler to her." The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, "You, how dare you act so shamelessly after causing such a ruckus?" He then looked at Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay and said, "Sylvia, didn't I tell you repeatedly that you mustn't have such a person as your butler? There are multiple eunuchs that the imperial family has spent a lot of effort grooming. I just need to talk to the emperor, and he'll let you choose one of them as your butler. Don't worry, my father favors you a lot." Lady White Orchid and her friend exclaimed, "Oh my, what should we do? His Highness's fiancée is Lady Silver Lily, though. But wasn't that just a verbal promise made before they were even born? There were rumors a while back saying that the emperor favors Lady Goldenflower. Could it be? Ah, oh my!" The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, took Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay's hand and said, "Sylvia, what do you say?" Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "This is nerve-wracking. Will the love of Lady Goldenflower, the female protagonist, grow even stronger, or will the cult interrogator's ego, who's acting as a bad lady, become stronger?" The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, "Will you listen to my earnest plea?" Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay replied, "Your Highness." "What? What kind of perfume do you use?" The Crown Prince, confused, asked, "What?" Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, "Forgive me for saying this, but it feels a little familiar. Did you find out who was behind the assassins that ambushed me yesterday?" The Crown Prince said, "Not yet. I'm still investigating it." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, "If my butler hadn't been there with me last night, then I would have been in big trouble. If you truly cherish me, then I earnestly plead with you to respect my butler. I trust my butler the most." The Crown Prince, unable to smile, looked stunned. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay mockingly laughed, opened her huge fan and said, "Oh ho 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 ho." She continued, "Oh ho ho ho," sounding louder each time. "Oh ho ho ho." The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, "Sylvia, you're laughing so differently from usual. Although your voice sounds like a baby bird." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, "Oh, I really like this kind of laughter, though." Is that so? I see. Now that I listen carefully, it sounds all right." "Yeah, it's all right. So beautiful. I've discovered yet another charm of yours today." Kim Gong-ja muttered, "Huh?" The Sword Emperor said, "Aren't you mistaken about something here?" The Crown Prince said, "Sylvia, you're just like a kaleidoscope, shining beautifully in so many colors. No one's laughter is fixed upon their birth. I will also change my laughter." The Sword Emperor said, "You thought it'd be easier to destroy love than to bring about love, right? Sorry, but that's different for every person." As Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay laughed, "Oh ho ho ho," the Crown Prince laughed along, saying, "Mwahaha, mwahaha." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "What's so great about love?" The Sword Emperor said, "You reek of a loner who's never dated. Love comes in different forms for everyone. There is love that can't be cut even if one tries very hard to do so. I think that's the love the Crown Prince has. The whole bad lady plan was creative, Titho." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Why does the Sword Emperor sound so grown up? Don't tell me I'm feeling an inferiority complex because I've never dated. That hurts my pride too much." Kim Gong-ja sighed. "My lady has told you that she trusts me the most. Your Highness, you're a noble person. However, you're always somewhere far away. While I might be lowly, I'm always by my master's side." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Now, let's see if your love can withstand this as well." Lady White Orchid and her friend exclaimed, "Kya!" The Sword Emperor shouted, "You idiot! He really does not know the formula for love." The Crown Prince, grinning in anger, suddenly knelt before Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay and said, "You're truly arrogant for loitering around Lady Goldenflower while using the excuse of being her butler. In that case, I too will tend to her needs. You may retire." Kim Gong-ja, shocked, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Lady White Orchid said in shock, "Oh my gosh, His Highness is so passionate." Her friend added, "Is it really okay for him to act like this?" Suddenly, they heard the voice of Lady of the Silver Lily, Ravia Levanzia, who said, "What on earth is with all this noise?" As she arrived, a system notification echoed, "Who else would love you as I do? Who else would caress you with such love as I do?" Have you seen anyone else with more desperate eyes than I do? Have you felt a touch gentler than mine? No one. None. I'll make it so that there's none. As Lady Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia stared at them, the Crown Prince said, Lady Silver Lily, I heard that you took a sick leave in the morning. That's why you didn't attend the academy today. Have you gotten better? The lady's heart is such a troublemaker. Lady Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia replied, Please rest at ease. Thanks to your concern, I had a really good rest last night. The Crown Prince said, Is that so? That's good to know. Since you're sick for at least half of the year, a day like today is a precious one. It's perfect timing since the spring weather is perfect. You ought to enjoy a long, slow stroll. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, how strange. Even though he's royalty, it should be hard for him to treat the daughter of a duke so poorly. The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, That sounds good. If the spring wind gets stronger by even a little, the magnolia leaves would start to fall. I'm worried that the flowers would feel lonely if I'm the only one who appreciates them. Your Highness, please don't dirty yourself in such a rowdy place. How about we enjoy spring together on a stroll? The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, annoyed, said, Ha, why would I do that? The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, Lady Golden Flower, come along with us too. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Will that be okay? Lady Silver Lily and the Crown Prince. Both of them are dangerous characters. Just being near the two of them together would increase the synchronization rates. I'm getting closer to becoming a butler, and the cult interrogator is getting closer to becoming Lady Golden Flower. While it'll be dangerous, Kim Gong-ja whispered to Heresy Inquisitor. What's your current synchronization rate? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Nothing would be resolved if we just do nothing. Heresy Inquisitor said 17%. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, Sylvia, there's no need to agree to that. Here. Heresy Inquisitor said it went up by 1% as I listened to what the Crown Prince had to say to me. And it also went up by 1% when my eyes met with Lady Silver Lily's. It has increased by 2% in total compared to yesterday. The synchronization meter said 2%. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, the rate of increase has definitely decreased compared to the crazy surge last night. I think it might be okay for us to take a risk here. Kim Gong-ja whispered, when spring comes? Heresy Inquisitor said magnolias wither, as Kim Gong-ja smirked. Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Avenay said, Oh ho! Since Lady Silver Lily has personally asked me for a stroll, I'll gladly accept your invitation. The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia looks back and said, Follow us quietly. As they stroll, the Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, Is this where you want to take a stroll? Isn't this your residence? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Does she not live in the dormitory? I guess the influence of a duke's family is tremendous. The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, Of course not. The stroll was just an excuse that I made up. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, confused, said, What? The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said there were a lot of people watching in the garden. It's not a place where we can speak honestly about a matter that requires secrecy. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, Secrecy? The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, Yes. This is regarding the assassins who dared to infiltrate the private space of a noble. We mustn't let information about this leak out and create doubts in the hearts of the people. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, Based on my assumptions, the culprit who hired the assassins is the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist said. Are you saying you found out who the culprit is? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I might be overthinking things, but Lady Silver Lily is acting so calm, as if to tell the Crown Prince that she knows he was the one who did it. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, Not even I could get good results on the investigation. How did you do it? The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, The servant of Lady Golden Flower gave me a clue. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, I drove Lady Golden Flower and her servant out of the banquet hall yesterday. I had overreacted, as last night she slapped Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Avenay and said, Get them out of my sight. Get them out right away. The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, But I never instructed anyone to lock them up in a specific place. It's highly likely that one of my subordinates had ill intentions. Your Highness, shall we head down together? The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, nervous, said, I don't see any servants here. How strange. Where did all the servants of your family go? The lady of the Silver Lily Raviel Ivancia said, Are you that worried? I guess you would be. Let me take the lead, as they follow her down. The Crown Prince, The male protagonist, visibly afraid and sweats Kim Gong-ja, said to himself, "This smell, the scent of blood." The lady of the silver lily Raviel Avanzia said, "Forgive me for bringing you to such a filthy place, Your Highness. These people are the perpetrators behind the ambush of Lady Golden Flower." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, even though her body looks frail, as if she could collapse at any moment. The lady of the silver lily Raviel Avanzia said after investigating throughout last night, "It has been revealed that they orchestrated the ambush out of personal revenge." The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, said, "Personal revenge?" Kim Gong-ja said to himself. She remains aloof and calm despite the horrifying sight in front of us. The lady of the silver lily Raviel Avanzia said, "Yes, please hear me out," Kim Gong-ja said to himself, as expected of a culprit who destroyed a world. The lady of the silver lily Raviel Avanzia said, "His Highness is here, so mind your manners." The servant said, "We young miss." The lady of the silver lily Raviel Avanzia coldly looked at the servant and said, "You conspired with your colleagues to hire assassins to go after Lady Golden Flower. Explain to His Highness why you did such a thing. If you tell the truth, your family will not face any trouble." The servant stammered, "A young miss, a Lady Golden Flower is the daughter of a mere baron from the outskirts, and yet she dared to seduce His Highness. Why, you're his legitimate fiancé." I got so angry, and I couldn't just do nothing, so I did something really foolish. Forgive me, please forgive me." Raviel's eyes remained cold. "Is there anyone else who conspired with you to hire those assassins?" The servant quickly replied, "No, this was just done by the three of us." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "That's a false testimony. They're just matching their stories with Lady Silver Lily to protect the Crown Prince. This is all to cover up the fact that the Crown Prince orchestrated the entire thing to make himself look like a hero. They're protecting him because the truth would ruin him." Raviel handed over a sword to the Crown Prince and said, "Your Highness, please execute them." The Crown Prince trembled. "Execute?" Raviel's voice was unwavering. "These are the people who tried to kill Lady Golden Flower, whom you claim to cherish so much. They're also criminals who dared to intrude into the private space of a noble. Execution is a punishment they deserve. You are the foundation of our country. What is there for you to hesitate about? Could there be a different truth from what I've uncovered in this incident? I beseech you, not as a student of our academy, but as your loyal subject. If you feel my investigation is lacking, please delay my punishment and report this to His Majesty's Special Forces. But if you are satisfied with my findings, there is no need to complicate matters further. Execute them here and punish me for my failure to properly manage my family's servants." Raviel rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm scarred and battered. "I will always take responsibility for my wrongdoings," she declared. "System notifications, my beloved daughter, do not have any expectations. Each time you think to yourself, maybe this time, the world will whisper back, not this time. If you still want to put yourself out in the world, keep this in mind. Give your life away without expecting anything in return. Forgive the people for holding a carnival over your dead corpse. Let them enjoy their gluttonous feast, whether it be on your purest sacrifices or your naive hopes. And just like that, leave nothing in this world on your way out." Raviel thought to herself, "Mother left me these last words before her death." She recalled the scene vividly, her mother's body cremated, the smell of ash and sorrow heavy in the air. The Crown Prince snapped her out of her thoughts. "What is it?" Raviel replied, her voice sharp. "As the backbone of this nation, please bestow upon them your punishment." The Crown Prince stammered, "Like a sissy, and glanced behind him. Raviel pressed on. "Or shall I appeal their crimes to a higher court? Do you plan to take the route of deposition? Are you testing how much His Majesty is willing to tolerate?" Caught off guard, the Crown Prince muttered, "Sylvia." Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenai, chuckled. "You're very good at your job. I even like how you pulled us two into this situation." The Crown Prince looked at her, baffled. "Sylvia?" Sylvia smiled coyly. "Everyone here will be accomplices now. No one will speak of this. Isn't it good for you, Your Highness? Your mistakes will be covered up, and I enjoy the thought of the princess being punished." The Crown Prince was at a loss for words, shocked by her bluntness. Sylvia continued, "The only one not benefiting from this situation is the princess. How do you expect to gain anything from this, Lady Silver Lily? The Duke family's 3 loyal servants are about to die, and you're taking the punishment in His Highness's place. What are you thinking?" Raviel replied coolly, "I don't know what you mean. As you've said, they are the Duke family's servants. As the Duke's daughter, it is my duty to take responsibility for their mistakes." Sylvia laughed mockingly. "Aha, you're so pretty. But you're not very good at discussions, are you? Let's be honest. Why are you offering to take the punishment in His Highness's place? Is it, perhaps, love? Raviel's expression remained unreadable. I'm just fulfilling my duties, Lady Goldenflower. It's disloyal to consider benefits or payment in matters of responsibility. So you don't want any rewards? Lady Raviel Evancia, the Lady of the Silver Lily, asked coldly. Do you really want me to answer that? Give up. Whatever you do or say won't change how I act. The Crown Prince, the male protagonist, faltered. Sylvia. Kim Gong-ja silently observed the scene and thought to himself, the cult interrogator has no intention of changing Lady Silver Lily's mind. The prince can't make a decision on his own either. To resolve this situation, I need to use the knowledge of a butler. A system notification sounded. You are syncing with your character. Your current synchronization rate is Kim Gong-ja spoke up. Please wait for a moment, young lady. Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avene, responded, yes, butler, what is it? Kim Gong-ja thought, it's still okay. He said aloud, if those servants are truly behind the assassination, then we have a right to exact revenge. It's not right to leave it entirely up to His Highness to decide the punishment. Lady Silver Lily has also been betrayed by her subordinates, so I believe she has the right to give the punishment too. Lady Raviel raised an eyebrow. Oh, so? Kim Gong-ja continued, there are 3 servants, and 3 people with the right to punish them. Why don't we each take responsibility for one of them? I'm sure you'd want to make us accomplices anyway. I think it's too much for His Highness to decide the punishment alone. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia hummed thoughtfully. Kim Gong-ja added, if all 3 of you equally take responsibility, it will be a good compromise. The Crown Prince, looking relieved, exclaimed, I see, you're right. The princess was betrayed by her subordinates. Sylvia was ambushed, and I need to uphold the law. Each person has their own reason, so each should decide the punishment. Lady Raviel shook her head. Your Highness, a king shouldn't share his responsibilities with others. But the Crown Prince, in a fit of rage, threw his sword at Lady Raviel's smooth white legs and shouted, Shut up! All you ever tell me is to kill, punish, get rid of them. Kim Gong-ja was shocked as the Crown Prince continued, how many people do you think I've gotten rid of until now? Lady Raviel's voice remained steady. It's the duty of a person who will lead the empire in the future. The Crown Prince snapped back. I am no murderer, you snake. If you want to see blood spilled so badly, then you kill them yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Lady Raviel picked up the sword and said, then at least give me the order. Order me to execute them. Or have you forgotten how to do that? Do you wish to give up your authority as a leader? The Crown Prince, shaking with anger, spat. Killed them. Lady Raviel immediately decapitated a servant. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this person will someday get in the way of Lady Goldenflower, if I don't stop her now. A system notification sounded. Your current synchronization rate is Lady Goldenflower. Sylvia Avene laughed with amusement. Ah ha ha ha, you're getting more interesting. All right, let's become accomplices. The Heresy Inquisitor immediately ended another servant's life as the Crown Prince watched in shock. Lady Goldenflower turned to him with a smirk. There, just one left now, and handed the sword to the Crown Prince. She said with a sly grin, Your Highness, get rid of him. The Crown Prince hesitated, trying to flee, but Kim Gong-ja suddenly grabbed him. You. If it weren't for your pathetic assassination attempt, none of this would have happened. The Crown Prince groaned. Ugh, a kidnapping driven by insane love might have happened. But you're going to ignore your responsibilities now? Kim Gong-ja's voice was steady but cutting. Take it. The Crown Prince, still confused, asked, What? Kim Gong-ja turned and repeated, The blade. Take it. A system notification chimed again. Your current synchronization rate is 9%. The Crown Prince's face twisted in rage. You impertinent! How dare you! Kim Gong-ja, unaffected by the prince's outburst, spoke firmly. I can see how long you must have avoided blame by placing it on others. Kim Gong-ja's mind raced. I don't care if my synchronization rate increases. I feel exactly the same as the butler does right now anyway. The rage over the cowardly escape, he continued, his voice colder than before. I'm sure you left all of your dirty work for Lady Silver Lily to do. He recalled his words to the people. Is this the time for you to be running? Kim Gong-ja's tone was filled with disdain as he addressed the Crown Prince. You're supposed to be the royal prince of the empire. Bring down the blade. The Crown Prince, almost pleading now, shouted, Sylvia, please, stop your butler. With trembling hands, the Crown Prince struck the remaining servant. Wha! Wha! Lady Silver Lily's voice cut through the air, calm and assured. You have upheld the laws of the Empire, Your Highness. Please harden your heart so that you may continue doing so. The Crown Prince, his face pale and horrified, dropped the sword and fled the scene, his resolve crumbling. Lady Silver Lily spoke one final time, her tone authoritative and unyielding. The fate of the people in this empire lies in your hands, Your Highness. Kim Gong-ja, silently watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel an unsettling admiration for Lady Silver Lily. I want to understand this person. Lady Silver Lily's voice, soft yet commanding, reached his ears. Please become strong. 3 days into the apocalypse, Lady Silver Lily was absent from the academy. The cult interrogator mentioned, I heard she is in bed due to feeling unwell. She was always one to fall ill easily, and spending the night interrogating her servants must have taken a toll on her. 2 girls whispered in the background, one remarking, they are a crazy master and servant duo, while the other added, we should steer clear of them. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the cult interrogator, a strange figure of authority and power, turned toward Kim Gong-ja. The Crown Prince is also absent today, all thanks to you, butler. I suppose he must be quite shocked. He might even request a leave of absence at this rate. Kim Gong-ja froze, caught off guard at being addressed as a butler rather than the feared death sovereign. Please, be careful, Kim Gong-ja replied, his voice edged with unease. The cult interrogator waved a hand dismissively. Oops, my mistake. Now that my synchronization has passed 20%, it's harder to control my words. Kim Gong-ja's brow furrowed, his attention momentarily diverted. The cult interrogator, not missing a beat, picked up a cup of tea. This salty red tea is unexpectedly delightful. I'd like another cup, please, butler. Kim Gong-ja sighed. You called me butler again. The cult interrogator smiled mischievously. I did. What are you going to do about it, butler? She leaned back, waiting for a response. Kim Gong-ja, not one to back down, began preparing another cup of tea. The art of tea making is quite intricate. Even the sight of tea pouring from the pot into the cup embodies a beautiful culture, fitting for our young miss. A system notification echoed in his mind. Your current synchronization rate is 10%. Kim Gong-ja was momentarily distracted by the notification, but in his flustered state, he accidentally spilled tea onto the cult interrogator. The cult interrogator leaped back, a startled exclamation escaping her. Why did you pour tea on me, butler? That was hot. My delicate hair suffered a huge shock. Kim Gong-ja, a bit rattled by her sudden reaction, observed her carefully. That's not your usual reaction. Are you sure your heart hasn't already turned into a golden flower? Let me know when spring arrives. The cult interrogator's eyes narrowed, and in a swift motion, she grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hair, pulling him closer. Magnolias wither, and so does your hair, butler. As time passed, Kim Gong-ja, silently combing the cult interrogator's hair, noticed something strange. There was a subtle, almost imperceptible change in her demeanor. You seem to have a lot more expression now, Kim Gong-ja remarked, his fingers working deftly through her hair. You used to smile, but it felt like you weren't really smiling, more like you were just smiling. The cult interrogator paused for a moment before replying. Am I different now? Yes, Kim Gong-ja confirmed, his gaze lingering on her face. Now, when you smile, I feel like I understand why you're doing it, whether it's a genuine smile or something else. The cult interrogator appeared to ponder this. I see. I was self-aware of it as well. Death Sovereign, do you think this changes for the better? Kim Gong-ja, observing her small stature, found his thoughts wandering. Despite her appearance, she was no stranger to taking lives. How many had she claimed? As a first-generation hunter born in Bulgaria, her age and the number of lives taken were unknown. I believe it is a positive influence, Kim Gong-ja responded after a moment's thought. Honestly, I was unsure of what to do with you. The cult interrogator raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Because you are a crazed killer on top of being a psychopath, Kim Gong-ja explained, his voice cold but measured. But I couldn't just dispose of you abruptly. Even the Black Dragon Guild master, who despises you, and Sword St. Marcus Calenberry asked me to spare you. There must be a reason for you to remain alive. The cult interrogator let out a soft chuckle. That's some keen insight. Kim Gong-ja, his eyes narrowing slightly, asked the question that had been on his mind for some time. Why do you kill people? Despite being a psychopath, you seem to understand people. You make an effort to comprehend others, so why do you resort to killing? The cult interrogator's gaze shifted skyward, as though the answer was buried deep within the clouds. Firstly, I must tell you that I am a highly skilled individual. She paused for a beat, then activated her holy technique, stealth. She demonstrated, making her surroundings fade into nothingness. With this, I can make any object in the world disappear. Naturally, I can also make weapons used for killing, even bodies, vanish. When those in power choose not to kill, it's not due to reluctance, but the trouble of concealing the evidence. They fear discovery. However, such concerns do not apply to me. Kim Gong-ja listened carefully, his mind racing with the implications of her words. The cult interrogator continued, her voice lowering as she spoke of the past. The tower was truly chaotic then. It saw the revival of the slave system, racial discrimination, uneasy sentiments, terror attacks, shadowy forces, group slaughters, and conflicts of ideologies. It felt like the entire history of humanity was compressed into one, a taste melting in your mouth. If this continued, humanity would be destroyed. She paused, as though gathering her thoughts before continuing. Small military cliques in the 5 major guilds of the time sensed the impending crisis, prompting 5 individuals to gather. Anastasia, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, was the first to speak. Let's establish an eternal non-aggression pact. The Countess, regal and composed, laid out her conditions. Promise me that my merchant troupe will have exclusive rights to trade goods in the outside world. The cult interrogator, as calculating as ever, chimed in. It would be beneficial if each guild had a territory they could monopolize. That would be my condition for helping to cover up these incidents. Viper, with a rough edge to his voice, grumbled, I can't believe the craziest one here is also the most trustworthy. But why is this coffee so bitter? Who ordered this? Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, ever the stoic, intervened, settling the conversation. I won't say do what must be done. Instead, I'll say do what you want. They all agreed, raising their weapons and declaring in unison, tonight we will execute people with our beliefs, judgments, and methods. The first night was brutal. 4,653 people perished. The following night, 10,171 lives were claimed. The next night, 8,275 lives were lost, followed by 7,412 on the 4th night, and 3,781 on the 5th. Finally, no one died the night after that, as Anastasia of the Black Dragon Guild sat among the fallen, weeping. Her eyes met those of Sword St. Marcus Callenberry, who stood solemnly beside her. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry spoke in a voice full of regret. I will take responsibility for this and resign. We will never speak of this incident again. They all participated in the slaughter, fully aware that it should not have happened. I will despise all of you for the rest of my days, and most of all, I will despise myself, Sword St. Marcus Callenberry declared as he walked away, casting aside his helmet. The cult interrogator continued to reflect on the situation, his mind drifting to the vacant position of the Vigilante Guild leader, which had once been held by Sword St. Marcus Callenberry. Since that day, the position has remained empty, he mused. The Holy Knight took over, but she regretted it. I didn't regret it. Those sacrifices were necessary. But now I wonder, could these thoughts be influenced by my growing synchronization with the Lady Golden Flower? These thoughts are becoming more bizarre. He glanced at Kim Gong-ja, the Death Sovereign, his tone betraying his internal conflict. I think if you had been there back then, things might have been different, he continued, his gaze drawn to the sky. How do you all live with these emotions, the constant what-ifs that haunt you? How do you endure it all? Butler, this is no good. I'm starting to want to stay in this world. A system notification appeared above Kim Gong-ja's head, marking the synchronization with his character. He realized that he might not be able to bring himself to kill the cult interrogator anymore, seeing the regret in his actions. Young miss, Kim Gong-ja called out, referring to the cult interrogator as he mentioned the arrival of spring. The cult interrogator responded playfully, Spring is good, Butler. Shall we go for a stroll? Kim Gong-ja was taken aback by the sudden change in tone. The cult interrogator laughed heartily, teasing, Death Sovereign, you look terrible. Grasping his head in disbelief, Kim Gong-ja admonished, You shouldn't joke about this. I apologize, the cult interrogator replied with newfound mischievousness. I've become quite the prankster since feeling these emotions. My synchronization has gone up by 1% just from this conversation. It's now at 32%, and it might even surpass 50% by tomorrow. That's how addicted I've become to emotions. I am the protagonist of this apocalypse. In another scene, Kim Gong-ja knocked on the door, recalling the cult interrogator's request to save him from drowning in emotions. Upon entering the room, they found the Lady of the Silver Lily buried in paperwork. Kim Gong-ja relayed, The Lady Golden Flower sends her well wishes for your health. Turning to the cult interrogator, Kim Gong-ja promised, I will do as you ask. As he entered, he pondered whether the Lady of the Silver Lily might hold the key to resolving the apocalypse. "Lady Golden Flower sends her best regards," he greeted her. As the Lady of the Silver Lily sifted through papers and letters on her desk, Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but reflect on her complex emotions. Her demeanor radiated love, jealousy, and tolerance. Despite her outward arrogance and monopolization tendencies, Kim Gong-ja wondered if they could be manipulated to end the apocalypse. Suddenly, the Lady of the Silver Lily picked up an hourglass and declared a 15-minute break for her staff, dismissing everyone from the room. Kim Gong-ja and the Lady of the Silver Lily locked eyes from a distance. Slowly, Kim Gong-ja approached her, remarking, "I heard you had fallen ill, but you look quite healthy. I am surprised." "I may not appear so, but I am still a student," she replied. "If I want to skip classes to focus on actual work, I need a suitable excuse. However, despite appearances, I am far from healthy," she added, glancing at a letter. She then turned her attention back to Kim Gong-ja. "Your keen eye noticed the spies among our ranks quickly. The actor chosen this time seems quite clever, a blessing for the Empire. If you weren't as astute, I wouldn't have even granted you an audience." Kim Gong-ja was taken aback. "Pardon?" he asked, seeking clarification. The Lady of the Silver Lily continued, "I thought you were clever, but it seems there are aspects where you fall short. This is my 14th round, yet it has only repeated 10 days of my life. Meeting someone like you makes it the 13th time for me." A system notification appeared, indicating that the heart covered by silver was watching. The Lady of the Silver Lily then asked, "How many rounds has it been for you?" Kim Gong-ja was stunned by the question, and the Lady of the Silver Lily noted his expression. "Your face tells me this is your first time," she observed. "Did the constellation that sent you here not provide any explanation? How unusual. Normally, they would explain everything to the apostle before sending them on their journey." "Apostle?" Kim Gong-ja repeated, confused. The Lady of the Silver Lily shook her head, remarking, "You really know nothing, do you?" She retrieved another hourglass from her drawer. "Which constellation sent you? Mutia, Trigon Star, Hishemite, Kritz, Nasaro, Fishmer? Whose proxy are you?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "The librarian in a corner sent me." "Humustra?" The Lady of the Silver Lily pondered. "Is that his real name?" "Humustra, is that his real name?" Kim Gong-ja asked, intrigued. "Did Humustra not explain anything to you?" she inquired. Kim Gong-ja realized the Lady of the Silver Lily knew the true names of the constellations. "The librarian is trying his best not to get involved in the apocalypse," Kim Gong-ja explained. "He expects us to gather information on our own instead of handing it to us." "The apocalypse," the Lady of the Silver Lily repeated, a hint of recognition in her voice. Kim Gong-ja clarified, "It's a world whose barrier has fallen because they don't have a constellation. That's what the librarian calls worlds like that." The Lady of the Silver Lily paused, considering this. "Who is he to name other people's worlds?" she mused. "An apocalypse, huh? It's true that this world will eventually be destroyed, but I can't simply hand over my soul so easily to another." A sudden realization struck her. "Wait, did you not possess the servant of Lady Golden Flower to come after my soul?" Her gaze pierced Kim Gong-ja, searching for an answer. Kim Gong-ja quickly shook his head, denying the Lady of the Silver Lily's assumption. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the hourglass signaled the end of its time. Without saying a word, the Lady of the Silver Lily reached for another hourglass. "Look, butler of Lady Golden Flower," she exclaimed. "Please call me Kim Gong-ja. That is my real name," Kim Gong-ja requested politely. "I don't want to." "How dare you ask me to call you by your real name?" the Lady of the Silver Lily retorted sharply. "Blame yourself for inhabiting the body of a butler and not that of a noble. In any case, I understand that your current state is like a blank piece of paper. You haven't received any clear guidelines at all." Intrigued, Kim Gong-ja asked, "What is a clearing guideline?" The Lady of the Silver Lily explained, "It's something like this. The Lady of the Silver Lily is weak against sunlight. She has a dull sense of taste, so she prefers food with deeper flavors. The Lady of the Silver Lily likes white flowers, but she is quite tired of lilies due to receiving too many of them. These were the guidelines brought by the apostles during my 6th regression. She is a pragmatist and prefers discussions on topics such as politics, diplomacy, and money." She then revealed that Kim Gong-ja had been sent by a constellation known as Mahos. Kim Gong-ja was astonished that the method to clear this world had been laid out so plainly. The Lady of the Silver Lily recounted, "It was so absurd that I took it from him after reading. He was shouting as he died in my hands. Mahos yelled, 'Why did it not work when I followed the guidelines to the dot?' It was as if he felt wronged. But I am the one who has been wronged. How can there be guidelines for a person's heart? A system notification indicated the Lady of the Silver Lily's unhappiness. You all underestimate what a heart is capable of, she continued, her voice filled with frustration. If you truly wish to gain my heart, you must approach it honestly and directly. Yet you come with your clearing guidelines, all you servants, rotten to the core. Kim Gong-ja nodded in agreement, understanding the depth of her frustration. The Lady of the Silver Lily set down her teacup and remarked, "It seems we can find common ground. I hold you in high regard, not just because of your cleverness, but because it seems you view the people of my world as humans. Is that so? Isn't that natural?" Kim Gong-ja responded, surprised. "There are countless brutes who can't even meet that basic standard," the Lady of the Silver Lily retorted. "Beasts who don't see humans as humans, yet dare to call themselves human. What a mess they are." She then looked at her table, gesturing to something. "Do these things mean anything to you?" she asked, her gaze sharp and probing. Kim Gong-ja tried to avert his eyes. "Have you encountered many such people?" the Lady of the Silver Lily questioned, her tone probing deeper. "Is it happening again?" Another system notification indicated her scrutiny. "Or perhaps," she continued, "have you seen someone else in that light?" Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but feel as though the Lady of the Silver Lily could see into his true feelings. "Even though you say that," Kim Gong-ja began, feeling the need to assert himself, "didn't you look down on me simply because I inhabit a butler's body instead of a noble's?" "I can't let you control this conversation any longer," he resolved inwardly. The Lady of the Silver Lily replied, "Are you so upset that I refuse to call you by your real name?" Kim Gong-ja retorted, "I'm just suggesting that you should tone down the high and mighty attitude while saying those things." Get off my high horse? Those are certainly words one would expect from a lousy butler," the Lady of the Silver Lily responded. "However, I can agree with what you're saying. Let's return to the real topic. I understand that you're not after my soul. In that case, what is it that you seek to achieve by crossing over to this world, a world that endlessly repeats the same 10 days? A system notification hinted at the Lady of the Silver Lily's suspicions about Kim Gong-ja's true intentions. "I doubt you were banished here simply because your constellation dislikes you," she continued. "I've heard that Humustra is moderate, but despite that, I don't believe you're here for a leisurely break. So, actor, who currently plays the role of the butler of Lady Silver Lily, answer me this. I won't tolerate any lies. The moment you deceive me, you'll find it impossible to accomplish your objective." Kim Gong-ja remained silent, pondering her words carefully. The Lady of the Silver Lily added, "I don't reveal my heart to anyone who doesn't reveal theirs first." Kim Gong-ja questioned himself, "Why did I come to this world? Is it because we need to take over this world as the 25th floor of our tower?" Recalling the words of the Black Dragon Guild leader, Anastasia, Kim Gong-ja remembered her reasoning. "There's a reason I recommend this apocalypse for the 25th floor. Firstly, it's highly developed in magic and alchemy, meaning it's rich in resources." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "No, we could choose another apocalypse and still be fine. After all, isn't a fragment of my holy sword here?" Anastasia had also mentioned the potential for new skills and artifacts in this fantasy world. Kim Gong-ja knew that while he grew stronger by seeking the Sisters of Sparkly as their owner, it only led to a slight increase in power. Then he recalled Anastasia's final words, "Just so you know, there's a subgenre for this apocalypse. It's romance." Kim Gong-ja recalled the words of the Sword Emperor, Bae Hur-young, who had remarked that Kim Gong-ja had yet to experience enough of the world's happiness. "Isn't it funny," he thought to himself, "that I've never dated anyone before? I still don't know what love is," Kim Gong-ja confessed aloud. "The emotions of someone in love, I am still ignorant about those things. You might not know this, but this world's genre has romance. I think it's perfect for learning about love. I want to learn about the things that I lack. I can't stand the idea of living life without knowing it. I won't feel like I've fully lived my life without experiencing it." The Lady of the Silver Lily replied, "So, you want to learn about love? From me? I'm not sure about that." More accurately, Kim Gong-ja clarified, "I want to learn about love from this world. I want to know where I lack understanding. I want to experience it." "Why have you come looking for me then?" the Lady of the Silver Lily questioned. "Wouldn't it be faster for you to learn from Lady Golden Flower?" "That won't work," Kim Gong-ja explained. "She is even worse at this than me. If I want to learn something, I should learn it from someone who knows it better." The Lady of the Silver Lily sipped her cold tea, taking in his words. "I guess you're right," she conceded. "Lady Golden Flower is in a position where she needs to be taught love in this round, but I still don't see why you've come to look for me." As the time was nearly up, Kim Gong-ja finally revealed, "There is a reason. I wish to understand you. Even though I don't know if I should be on the Crown Prince's side or the Empire's side, you have offered and sworn your life to them. I wish to understand how you are able to act like this. If that's because of love, then I would like to experience that kind of emotion like you do." The lady of the silver lily's eyes widened in shock as she heard Kim Gong-ja's words. "It's a little embarrassing for me," Kim Gong-ja admitted, "but this is my honest answer." The lady of the silver lily, still in shock, replied, "I have never been in a situation like this, wanting to learn about love. That only shows me just how fearless you are. So, you want to understand me? You must not speak of understanding lightly. That's a word that could harm someone. Because understanding and being responsible aren't necessarily different." Kim Gong-ja called up to the librarian Humustra. "Please stop the broadcast for a while. I have something I would like to tell Lady Silver Lily." A system notification appeared, stating that the librarian in the corner had agreed to the request, granting Kim Gong-ja 10 minutes of scene skip. Kim Gong-ja looked at the lady of the silver lily with happiness and said, "I am also a regressor, but my regression is a little different from yours." He stepped closer to her as he continued, "You said you were repeating the last 10 days of your life, right? I return to the day before I die. It doesn't just proceed normally. If someone kills me, then I am able to view the trauma of that person." "Their trauma?" the lady of the silver lily questioned. "I can view their memories, scenes of their lives, and even the deepest wounds of someone's heart," Kim Gong-ja explained. "If it's a wound caused by the destruction of something precious, I can also see those memories." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I guess I have been wanting to tell someone about my own story. That's why I can understand others a little easier," Kim Gong-ja told the lady of the silver lily. "To someone who is in the same situation as me, to someone who lived a similar life as me. It's a type of skill or technique," Kim Gong-ja continued. "I do fear that I could get too used to easily understanding others. One of the most important people in my life told me this: never get too used to your skill. But if I am the only one who understands others, that won't really be understanding," the lady of the silver lily interjected. "But still, I can't just leave people in the lurch because—" Kim Gong-ja started. "Even if it might seem like hypocrisy," the lady of the silver lily interrupted, "I would like other people to know that I am here and that I am protecting this place because of them. To be able to live that kind of life is such a blessing, don't you agree?" Kim Gong-ja nodded in agreement, understanding the depth of her words. The lady of the silver lily continued, "While understanding might take only an instant, taking responsibility lasts for eternity. You have volunteered to enter into hell, huh?" A system notification appeared, signaling that the scene skip skill had ended. The lady of the silver lily looked at Kim Gong-ja and then at the hourglass. She took one, saying, "All right, servant of Lady Golden Flower, I will teach you about love." She added, "I will teach you about love, but for 1 week starting from today until the time before the world ends, you must become my exclusive servant, not Lady Golden Flower's." "Exclusive servant?" Kim Gong-ja questioned. "Yes," the lady of the silver lily replied. "I have only known how to love myself. I have never taught others about love before. The only way for me to teach you would be to show it to you directly." She glanced at the hourglass again. "So, you will have to stay by my side to watch and learn, won't you?" Kim Gong-ja silently contemplated. "Come to think of it, this seems to be a losing deal for me. I will be showing you all the aspects of my embarrassing private life after all. Extend your thanks to the luck of your past, present, and future life," she remarked. Kim Gong-ja thought of her as a haughty noble. In another scene, Kim Gong-ja stood outside the estate of the lady of the silver lily and entered. "Please excuse me while the servants prepare," he said. The lady of the silver lily acknowledged his arrival and asked a servant to show him in. The servant replied, "As you wish, my lady," and opened a blackboard. Kim Gong-ja looked at what was written on the board. Lesson 1 Basic. Love starts at the place where you experience a mean bitch. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I thought about this last night." The lady of the silver lily pondered, "What kind of method should I use to teach you about love? Since I don't have the time to only focus on you, I won't be able to help you find your first love. Isn't that right?" She pointed at Kim Gong-ja and said, "So, I intend to slowly teach you things about love that you must know. Repeat after me. Love starts at the place where you experience a mean bitch." Kim Gong-ja repeated the phrase. "Yes, a mean bitch," the lady of the silver lily said. "It could also be mean bitches," she added, covering her face with a fan in a seductive manner. "Somewhere out there exists first love that would be perfect right from the start, where you can care and compromise for the other person to become a lifelong partner. But that is not your situation," she said, surprising Kim Gong-ja. "There is a 99% chance that the woman you will meet is a mean person. Even if she's not a mean person right now, she will become one soon. It's because it's impossible for any human to be nice all the time with that exact value. The Lady of the Silver Lily instructed the servant to spin the board, and on it was written, Lesson 1 Advanced, you are also a mean bastard. But don't be too offended by that, she clarified. Humans are animals that learn from experience. The one who has suffered at the hands of a mean person and the one who is going to become the mean person can stop themselves from repeating the same mistakes. They just need to learn what kind of person is mean and what they need to do to not become mean. Kim Gong-ja, frustrated, replied, Can't it just be all good from the start? Don't have any expectations for humans. Butler, the Lady of the Silver Lily exclaimed. Humans will forget what they've said, they will resolve their hearts, and then give up. Forgetting and giving up, these are the two basic iron rules of dating. Kim Gong-ja silently thought about this. The Lady of the Silver Lily concluded, And if you really want to love someone, then you must also learn how to remember and resolve yourself, Kim Gong-ja replied. I must also learn those too? You really are a child, the Lady of the Silver Lily remarked. To see is to believe. I will just show it to you. She stood up from her chair. Kim Gong-ja asked, You will show it to me? How? Can't you tell even after seeing it? The Lady of the Silver Lily got closer to Kim Gong-ja, placing her hand on his shoulder. I am the one who loves the world's meanest person, she declared. Let's go, she exclaimed. Feeling the warm and caring hands of the Lady of the Silver Lily on his shoulder, Kim Gong-ja looked back at her and said, Wait for me, outside. Kim Gong-ja and the Lady of the Silver Lily walked side by side, the Lady of the Silver Lily proudly showing off her pearly white legs as they strolled. A servant approached the Lady of the Silver Lily, saying, My lady, did you hear? She replied, I did. The Lady of the Silver Lily asked, Is His Highness awake? A ruler ought to wake up earlier than his people. She then said to the servant, He is probably still asleep. Open the door. The servants hesitated, saying, Forgive me, but we have strict orders from His Highness. Both servants bowed deeply toward the Lady of the Silver Lily. Getting close to the servant, the Lady of the Silver Lily whispered, I know he probably told you not to let me in, no matter what, if I ever visited. But the Emperor is worried about the Crown Prince and has ordered me to do this. Let me ask you, are you a servant of the Crown Prince or the Emperor? Think about it. The servant sweated and looked terrified. Eventually, the Lady of the Silver Lily and Kim Gong-ja were allowed inside the room. The Lady of the Silver Lily knocked on the door and called, Your Highness, are you awake? The Crown Prince replied, Don't come in. Undeterred, the Lady of the Silver Lily took out her golden key and declared, If you're up, then I am going to come in. Kim Gong-ja was shocked, wondering how the Lady of the Silver Lily had the authority to do this. Inside, the Crown Prince was startled in bed. The Lady of the Silver Lily scolded, The sun has already risen, and yet you are still in bed. Do you think it's okay for you to live such a nonchalant life as the one who will be succeeding the ruler of this country? The Crown Prince shouted for someone to close the door and asked if anyone was out there to help him. The Lady of the Silver Lily then called for her butler and said to Kim Gong-ja, I will teach you the second lesson. The butler opened the blackboard where the second lesson was written, If you can't avoid meeting a mean person, learn to enjoy it. Kim Gong-ja asked, How do I enjoy it? The Lady of the Silver Lily replied, You will probably love someone eventually and you will meet a mean person as your first love. If that is going to happen, you might as well learn to enjoy it. She snapped her fingers, and the butler revealed the advanced version of the second lesson. You must become a meaner person than the one you will meet. Suddenly, two servants with buckets of ice-cold water threw water at the Crown Prince in bed. The Lady of the Silver Lily said, Dating a mean person is basically war. Peace would be the best situation. If the person you meet is friendly, then you ought to behave in the same way. But if that person turns out to be unavoidably mean, then bear this in mind. She showed off her beautiful fan, which had today's slogan written inside, Don't be nice to a mean person. She instructed Kim Gong-ja to repeat after her, and he complied. The Lady of the Silver Lily continued, Humans want to be seen as cool, smart, or nice to others. From what I see, you belong to that last category. Refrain from doing that. With a snap, she closed her fan. She then instructed the servants to open the door and walked outside. The Crown Prince is wet, despite it already being spring, and I am worried for his health, she told the servants at the door. Attend to him immediately. The shocked servants cried, Your Highness. The Lady of the Silver Lily told Kim Gong-ja, Burn this into your mind. This is the formula for dating. The good-looking one will lose to the smart one, and the smart one will lose to the prick. So, the one who has reached the peak of love is a beautiful person who is smart but a bad person. Bear that in mind. Kim Gong-ja nodded in understanding as he watched the servants dry the crown prince in bed. Kim Gong-ja then expressed to the crown prince that this was very different from the love he had imagined and was expecting something more romantic. The lady of the silver lily replied, "Yes, and you must think that love is done with the heart and not the mind." That is correct too, but this would depend on your luck. It is not easy meeting someone who would cause your heart to race at first sight. Depending on the type of life you have lived, it will also affect what kind of person will cause your heart to race. A servant then offered to bring them to the reception room. Kim Gong-ja thought that this felt more like the lady of the silver lily's residence than the crown prince's. The lady of the silver lily said, "To fall in love at first sight means you are able to see how that person has lived their life so far." Kim Gong-ja remarked that it sounded complicated. The lady of the silver lily agreed. "It is." She sat down in a chair and added, "Since it's pretty complicated, would you like to test something out?" She then looked at Kim Gong-ja seductively and said, "Try and see if you can make my heart race." Kim Gong-ja asked, "How do I do that?" The lady of the silver lily replied, "You just need to do something praiseworthy." Kim Gong-ja inquired, "And what would that be?" The lady of the silver lily teased, "Must I tell you that as well? You might as well just ask me to find our lover right away instead. I want you to think about it and show me your answer. You are clever, so you might actually succeed." Kim Gong-ja then took something from his coat, 3 cards, and declared, "These are the cards that the librarian in the corner Hamustra gave me. Based on what you have said, these are kind of guidelines." He then destroyed the cards in front of the lady of the silver lily. Kim Gong-ja thinks to himself that maybe these cards could really be of great help in clearing this stage, but his shortcut to clearing it would be to show her his sincerity. The lady of the silver lily looks at the fragments of the cards and is shocked. Suddenly, she smiles and asks Kim Gong-ja to come closer. He approaches her and she tells him, "You are way too tall. Come closer," as she grabs a bottle from her side. The lady of the silver lily then whispers to him, her fingers gently touching his neck, "I will tell you this in advance. I won't take responsibility for you." Kim Gong-ja smells the scent of white lilies, and the lady of the silver lily asks, "Does it smell good?" She continues to gently touch his ears. Kim Gong-ja responds with a yes, and their hands interlock. The lady of the silver lily then asks, "Do you like it?" To which Kim Gong-ja replies affirmative. She gets closer to him, telling him that she likes it too, revealing that it's her favorite and most cherished scent. "It doesn't feel bad for me to reveal who I am to you," she says, and Kim Gong-ja feels a drop of sweat roll down his chin. The clock ticks, and she tells him to continue on this journey with her as she releases her hands. She then says seductively to Kim Gong-ja, "I will tell you a secret tonight." Kim Gong-ja realizes he's in trouble. A system notification appears at his back, indicating he's syncing with the character. He thinks to himself that he might have fallen in love with the lady of the silver lily. Outside, Kim Gong-ja rests in the grass, gazing up at the sky. The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, calls him zombie multiple times, but Kim Gong-ja remains unmoved. "Oi, Zombie Kim," calls the Sword Emperor again, followed by "Slit Eyes Kim, you cult leader." In Kim Gong-ja's mind, thoughts of the lady of the silver lily linger, Death Sovereign, asking if he can hear him. Lying on the grass, Kim Gong-ja murmurs, "What is love?" The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, remarks that Kim Gong-ja is a lost cause, blaming himself for Kim Gong-ja falling for someone out of his league. He then casually picks his nose. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja recalls something and mentions suicide. This shocks the Sword Emperor, who questions Kim Gong-ja's sanity. Kim Gong-ja explains that if he were to do that, he might get to experience the situation earlier again. Sparkly then jumps up and strikes Kim Gong-ja's head, causing him to wince. "I know I am out of my mind here, but what can I do when she is all I think about?" Kim Gong-ja laments. The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, remarks that Kim Gong-ja must be seriously out of his mind to say such things. Kim Gong-ja defiantly declares, "I will not wash my face today. Even if I do, I must not wash my ears." "Don't you think you can still smell the scent of lilies? Want to try sniffing my ears?" The Sword Emperor dismisses Kim Gong-ja's comments as another round of nonsense. Kim Gong-ja then reflects on the ramen-haired crown prince and questions how many times he saved the world in his previous life to deserve the lady of the silver lily's love. He expresses his desire to respond to every eye-catching comment on the internet saying, "I want to be like the crown prince." The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, shakes his head at Kim Gong-ja's words, muttering about the world shifting if Kim Gong-ja learns to love someone. He expresses regret at giving Kim Gong-ja advice on love, Kim Gong-ja points out his synchronization at 21% and mentions that even the butler, the original owner of his body, is becoming more synchronized. He speculates that the butler has also fallen in love with the Lady of the Silver Lily. The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, questions if the butler didn't like Lady Golden Flower instead. Kim Gong-ja asserts, "You know nothing. Love isn't cast in stone. Love is love." The Sword Emperor, disappointed, reminds Kim Gong-ja that he only learned about love half a day ago. Kim Gong-ja looks up at the sky, pondering how he can save the Lady of the Silver Lily and make her happy. Disheartened, the Sword Emperor tells Kim Gong-ja to start by getting to know her more. He advises, "When dating, you constantly need to make yourself seen by her. But you are her exclusive servant now, right? You have the geographical advantage since you are always by her side." Kim Gong-ja gazes at the flying bird, pondering the concept of a geographical advantage in a world that is coming to an end. The Sword Emperor, Bae Her-young, thinks to himself that this is a big problem, and Kim Gong-ja looks over at him. Kim Gong-ja hears a bell and realizes that the lesson is over. He needs to pick up the cult interrogator. Cult interrogator, he corrects himself. In the middle of the night, the Lady of the Silver Lily tells Kim Gong-ja that he can't just think of this as a reward for doing something praiseworthy. Holding a lamp as they walk down the hallway, she adds, "I will tell you my secret. Follow me." Kim Gong-ja sweats nervously in his gloves as they continue. The Lady of the Silver Lily asks Kim Gong-ja what he's thinking about. He responds with a confused, "Pardon?" She reminds him that he is her exclusive servant, at least for now, and demands an answer. Flustered, Kim Gong-ja admits, "I was thinking of holding your hand." Shocked at his own words, he internally berates himself. "What did I just say?" Suddenly, the Lady of the Silver Lily gets close and takes his hand. Kim Gong-ja calls out her name, and she asks him if he thought about her all day, pressing her chest against him. She then questions if he missed her touch and smell, and if he imagined them. Kim Gong-ja is speechless, and the Lady of the Silver Lily insists, "Answer me! If you aren't honest, I will let go of your hands." Nervously, Kim Gong-ja confesses, "I did all of that." The Lady of the Silver Lily demands he say it properly, and Kim Gong-ja, sweating profusely, stammers, "You are the only one I thought about all day today." The Lady of the Silver Lily praises him with a good job, and a system notification shows that Kim Gong-ja is syncing with his character, with a current synchronization rate of 29%. Kim Gong-ja, feeling overwhelmed, tells himself that he doesn't know what's happening anymore and doesn't know what to do. He then tells the Lady of the Silver Lily, "We must not do this," while she plays with his bow tie. Curious, she asks him, "What is this?" Thinking quickly, Kim Gong-ja tries to explain, "I am someone who came from outside of this world. I am just borrowing the body of this butler." The Lady of the Silver Lily replies, "So, didn't you say you saw me as a human?" A system notification shows a heart covered with silver looking at Kim Gong-ja. Continuing, the Lady of the Silver Lily says, "I guess you are like the rest of the apostles and see me as only a native of this world. No, I guess in the words of Hamustra, who sent you here, I am a character." Kim Gong-ja looks like he's about to explode with the weight of the situation. He blurts out, "My original master is Lady Golden Flower, so I must attend to Lady Silver Lily for my mission." The Lady of the Silver Lily then leans in closer to Kim Gong-ja and remarks, "What strange words. You just told me you only thought of me all day. That means you didn't think about her, right?" She then releases his bow tie. A system notification shows the heart covered with silver, looking at Kim Gong-ja. The Lady of the Silver Lily asks, "Was that a lie?" Kim Gong-ja, his eyes fixed on her with a hint of pink in his cheeks, replies, "No, I didn't lie." Then the Lady of the Silver Lily leans in close, whispering into his ear, "Call me your master. Just once will do. I want you to be sincere when you do it. If you do, I promise to give you a sweet reward." Just as Kim Gong-ja is about to comply, the Sword Emperor Bae Her-young calls out, "Gong-ja!" A system notification shows sparkly trembling to help bring Kim Gong-ja back to his senses. The Lady of the Silver Lily asks, "What's wrong? Don't you want your reward? Just do it once." Kim Gong-ja contemplates and thinks to himself, "Just once. Wouldn't it be okay if it's just once? Even if something goes wrong, I can just turn back time. Maybe this is something I must do in order to get important information to clear this world. So even if I say it just once." A flashback is shown where the Flame Emperor talks to Kim Gong-ja saying, "You do know that I am the Flame Emperor, right? You should die then." In another scene, the apothecary hugs Kim Gong-ja and says, "Death Sovereign, I trust you." In yet another scene, the demon lord Preta kneels before Kim Gong-ja and says, "My lord." And in yet another scene, Kim Gong-ja's master says to him as she dies, "My disciple." Kim Gong-ja then tells himself, "Am I someone who would submit to others so easily?" He then grabs the lady of the silver lily's shoulder. He asks himself, "Did the burden on my shoulders get that much lighter? No, I am the lord of the hungry demon, the young cult leader of the demonic cult." Kim Gong-ja then holds the lady of the silver lily's hands and says, "I am sorry, the lady of the silver lily. I can't acknowledge you as my true master." He then adjusts his bow tie, thinking to himself that he did everything up until now so he wouldn't become like Yu Suha. That's why he ran through the snowfields with the alchemist Castellan, so that there would be no deaths. Kim Gong-ja tells the lady of the silver lily, "I want to learn the happiness of love, but I don't want to learn it at the cost of losing myself. If you really want to obtain my heart, then you have to go about it in a different way. I will take you as my master, so I want you to take me as your master as well. Your decision will take a high priority in my life, and I will take your advice even more seriously than my own beliefs. I won't put myself as the top priority of my life, but for me to do that, I want you to do the same for me. If I give you my heart, how will I continue to breathe? You need to give me your heart so that I can continue to live. If you want to see me go crazy over you, you will have to do the same for me." The lady of the silver lily then releases her grip on Kim Gong-ja's hands and drops the lantern, saying, "You really are different from the other foolish apostles. I thought you were just a naive kid, but while you were new to love, you had many life experiences. Looks like I rushed into things." Kim Gong-ja replies, "You seduced me into becoming your servant, right?" He picks up the lantern and adds, "You said that understanding and being responsible aren't necessarily different, right? A one-sided sense of responsibility is just a one-sided understanding." He gives the lantern back to her and asks, "That's not why I approached you. So, what is the secret you wanted to tell me?" The lady of the silver lily responds, walking away, "There is a treasure in my family that's been passed down for generations. It's a sword with the word legendary in its name, which makes it sound like a joke. It is said to grant a wish if you pray to it, but there is a condition." Both of them turn their gaze to a large object covered in red cloth. The lady of the silver lily removes the cover, revealing a mirror with a sword emanating a red aura. A system notification shows Sparkly detecting her sister's energy. The lady of the silver lily continues, "This is a sword that grants wishes, a family treasure passed down for generations. But there's a condition. When making a wish, the sword must be used to pierce the user's own heart." Another system notification shows Sparkly detecting her sister's energy again, and another notification follows, indicating that Sparkly says it's the third sister sword of the Holy Sword of the Protector prayer. The lady of the silver lily touches the sword and says, "It was before I became a regressor. When the Crown Prince got together with Lady Golden Flower, I was so angry that I made a wish to this sword." She explains that she asked the sword to grant her eternal love, pleading with it as she held onto the sword and stabbed her heart in the mirror. That's how the lady of the silver lily's life became an eternal love. She continues, "Even if I die, I don't truly die, and my feelings toward the Crown Prince don't change either. After that day, my heart became eternal and the same." The lady of the silver lily then takes Kim Gong-ja's hand and places it on her left chest. Kim Gong-ja is shocked to realize he can't feel a heartbeat. The lady of the silver lily asks him, "Did you say you wanted my heart?" "Sorry, but I don't have a heart to give you." A system notification shows the heart that is covered in silver looking at Kim Gong-ja. The lady of the silver lily tells Kim Gong-ja, "Help me. It's time to finish what we're doing today." The clock strikes midnight, and a red liquid begins to flow toward Kim Gong-ja and the lady of the silver lily. The lady of the silver lily magically grips her sword, and Kim Gong-ja asks, "What is this?" as he grabs onto her. She replies, "This is my nightmare. Butler, don't let your guard down. From this moment on, this world has become another world. It is completely cut off from the outside." A system notification shows the heart covered with silver manifesting. The red goose speaks, "Crown Prince, you are so hateful. Before you became the Crown Prince, you would pick flowers for me, wipe my tears with your sleeve. But you are still a good person with a delicate heart. What meaning could there be to love someone who has been great since birth?" The lady of the silver lily then stabs one of the talking lips, and it continues, "While you are hateful, to be able to lead someone like you is true love. I love your highness. I am a noble that knows how to love as well." As Kim Gong-ja and the lady of the silver lily slash at the talking lips, the red goo continues speaking. It mentions how Lady Golden Flower was seducing the crown prince, which Kim Gong-ja finds revolting. He feels a familiar sensation, similar to before when he fought the Demon King of Autumn Rain. A system notification shows the existence of the heart covered with silver becoming even clearer. Kim Gong-ja recognizes this as the power of a constellation. The red goo shows a scene where the crown prince says to the Lady of the Silver Lily, "Lavielle, your family and the imperial family made us fiancés. But I don't care if this is an engagement that the adults decided for us. I am here today to officially ask for your hand. Lavielle, will you marry me when we grow up a little more?" The Lady of the Silver Lily replies, "Yes, my prince," and the crown prince says, "You will be the only one I love." To which she responds, "I will only love you as well, my prince." The Lady of the Silver Lily curses, expressing her frustration with the crown prince for shirking his responsibilities after making such promises. The red goo dismisses this, saying it can't be helped since it was a promise made when they were young, as humans are forgetful creatures. Kim Gong-ja charged up his sword and unleashed the demonic Heaven Divine Art, 8th form, Sword of Immolation, obliterating the red goo in an instant. Sword Emperor Bae-Her-young, watching from the side, commented, "Ho, looks like he can deal with small fries like this in one hit now. He's grown a lot." Kim Gong-ja then turned to the Lady of the Silver Lily and asked, "Since when did you become a constellation?" He also mentioned the familiar spirits of the constellation, asking if she was the one who created them. The Lady of the Silver Lily explained, "It happened the moment I stabbed my own heart. This world didn't have a constellation from the start. It's hard to tell whether it existed and was killed, or if it was never here at all." Sword Emperor Bae-Her-young added, "Looks like the constellation killer killed the original constellation that lived in this world." Kim Gong-ja reflected to himself that the demons were becoming stronger every day, not just growing in number and size, but also in power. The Lady of the Silver Lily continued, "When the 10th day started repeating itself, I became the representative of this world. Even though I didn't want it, the hands of time in this world began to revolve around me as the center." Sword Emperor Bae-Her-young explained, "Becoming a god this way isn't typical. In the Murim sense, she would have become a god like any unorthodox faction. Even though the sword she used was just a fragment, it was still the goddess of protection, a holy relic. If someone used that sword to stab their own heart, they become a constellation, whether they wanted to or not. What's more, it transformed her body into one that could withstand the causality of time constantly repeating itself. No human body can naturally endure that. While she's not a full-fledged constellation, it's still the result of many situations aligning perfectly." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself that one could become a constellation even without wanting it. He sheathed his sword. The Lady of the Silver Lily asked, "How strange, aren't you disappointed?" Kim Gong-ja replied, puzzled, "Pardon?" She continued, "What you said was right. No matter what state my heart is in, those demons are my familiar spirits. All those things I mumble, even in my dreams I swore to have an eternally unchanging love. To maintain that love I must remove any dirt or flaws from it every single day." Holding the mirror, she added, "Disappointment, frustration, a compensation mentality. Those demons you saw are the results of that. Isn't it hideous? Though I've taught you about love, I have to take it back now. I intentionally brought you here to break you out of your illusion." Kim Gong-ja stepped closer to the Lady of the Silver Lily and said, "Disappointment? You asked me if this was hideous?"
"This isn't enough to make me feel disappointed in you," he continued, gazing at the sword.
"You just told me your secret. A truly hideous person would never show their heart to others." The Lady of the Silver Lily rushed toward Kim Gong-ja, responding, "You've only loved me for a day. Your words are full of cajolery." "Is it a problem if it's only been a day?" Kim Gong-ja challenged. "What if I love you for a year or 1,000 years then?" The Lady of the Silver Lily's face showed shock as they moved closer to each other. Kim Gong-ja pressed on, "Can I come back after that happens?" Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "I became certain at this moment even while the butler is sharing his heart out right now." Out loud, he said, "In my eyes, I see what kind of human you loathe and despise. I know what hurts you or causes you pain. You're probably the same as me. And I love you because that's how you've lived your life. Because I am also living the same kind of life." Thinking to himself, Kim Gong-ja realized, those words coming out of my mouth are actually my own feelings. Whispering into the Lady of the Silver Lily's ear, Kim Gong-ja said, "Just like how I love myself, I love you. I hope you will love me as much as I love you. I will definitely make you fall in love with me. I don't care if your heart is held captive in this world or not. That also applies to your memories with the Crown Prince when you were young. We are both regressors, the only two in this world. We have a ton of time that only we can enjoy." I will present to you so much time that you might feel suffocated. I will try my best. The Lady of the Silver Lily replied, Are you intending to keep repeating the last days of this world infinitely? You'll get sick of it. Kim Gong-ja replied confidently, There's no use trying to scare me. It's not my first time living through the same days repeatedly. Curious, the Lady of the Silver Lily asked, What if I get sick of you and ask you to get lost? Kim Gong-ja replied with determination, I will get lost, but that wouldn't happen at all to begin with, as he held the Lady of the Silver Lily's hands. I should be saying that this is too much effort, but it's not the case with you, the Lady of the Silver Lily remarked. Suddenly, 3 servants rushed toward them, and one of them said to the Lady of the Silver Lily, I'm sorry, my lady. Kim Gong-ja's face showed shock as the servant continued, Forgive me, but Lady Goldenflower is causing a ruckus right now. Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but wonder, what is with all the commotion at such a late time? Outside, the moon cast a pink hue as the cult interrogator called for her butler, shouting, Butler, where are you, butler? She cried. Kim Gong-ja rushed toward the cult interrogator who exclaimed, Lady Goldenflower, you can't behave like this here. In a flashback, Kim Gong-ja had spoken to the cult interrogator who said, I'll be working as the Lady of the Silver Lily's exclusive butler for the time being, in order to gather information on her and clear this stage. The cult interrogator nodded and added, All right, it can't be helped since this is for the mission. I am all right with it. Do what you need to do, Death Sovereign. Back in the present, the cult interrogator shouted, Bring my butler here at once. Butler, I know you're in there. The Lady of the Silver Lily, came the voice of the uninvited guest whom Kim Gong-ja least wished to see. The cult interrogator spotted Kim Gong-ja and said, There you are. She rushed toward him expressing concern. I was worried about you since you hadn't returned even though it's so late. You're not just my butler, but also my childhood friend. That means you mean more to me than just a butler. Would it be unsightly of me to ask you to recognize that? In any case, you must not stay in such a place. I think the flowers in this garden are all poisonous. All right, butler, come back home with me now. Before the cult interrogator's hand could reach Kim Gong-ja, the Lady of the Silver Lily slapped it away, saying, Impudent brat, she added. You're already committing a severe offense that warrants the death penalty just for causing a commotion here late at night. This isn't the type of place where you can cause a ruckus. The cult interrogator noticed that the Lady of the Silver Lily was wearing Kim Gong-ja's coat and shoes, and her eyes turned malicious. The Lady of the Silver Lily demanded, Kneel down and ask for my forgiveness immediately. The cult interrogator retorted, Oh, are you going to flog me with whips? If you're going to do that, make sure to do it properly. I'm curious as to how the Crown Prince will react when I show him the marks left behind on my calves. We'll have another memory together. The servants were shocked, and one of them exclaimed, How revolting. The Lady of the Silver Lily responded, Really? Let's do that then. I like how you're trying to make more memories in your school days. I will help you achieve that as a noble of our empire. Bring me the whip. The servants nervously replied to the Lady of the Silver Lily, Young Duchess. The Lady of the Silver Lily corrected them. I already told you not to call me that in the academy. The servant hesitated. But if the Crown Prince finds out about this? The Lady of the Silver Lily interrupted. My left hand still has nothing in it. The servants rushed to get the whip. Kim Gong-ja spoke to the cult interrogator asking, My lady, what is this? What are you doing here this late at night? The cult interrogator replied, I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Isn't that obvious? I've been waiting for you since this morning, but you never came back. At first, I thought you had something urgent to tend to, but I heard rumors that you were acting as the Lady of the Silver Lily's butler. She got a hold of your weakness and threatened you with it, didn't she? Don't worry, I won't let her take anything away from me anymore, including the Crown Prince's love and your loyalty to me. Kim Gong-ja was shocked by the cult interrogator's words and asked their secret sentence. When spring comes, the cult interrogator replied, Pardon? What are you talking about? Kim Gong-ja was stunned as the cult interrogator couldn't remember their secret password. The servant then handed the stick to the Lady of the Silver Lily, who called the cult interrogator by her real name, Sylvia Avanai, she accused. You caused a commotion and infringed upon the territory of a duke for private matters, and you weren't apologetic at all. The Lady of the Silver Lily swung the stick, saying, If you behave impertinently, I will punish you by the orders of the Emperor. Sylvia Avanai replied, Apologetic? I know better than anyone else what I did wrong. My crime was receiving the great love of the Crown Prince, even though I'm just a daughter of a baron family from the countryside. I'm sorry for accepting this love. Sorry for being loved more than you. She then said the real name of the Lady of the Silver Lily, Lavielle Ivanzia. Is that enough of an apology? From a distance, the Crown Prince shouted while holding a torch, calling for Sylvia Avanai. He then rushed over to her and hugged her, asking, "Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" He looked at Lavielle Evanzia and accused, "You vicious woman! How could you treat Sylvia Avani so harshly?" Lavielle Evanzia coughed and said to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, this is the law of our empire." The Crown Prince retorted, "How can the law be more important than a human? Your lips speak of the empire all the time, but what have you actually done in your devotion to the empire? All you do is constantly bully Sylvia Avani, don't you? That's why you are a vicious woman, you witch." Feeling sad, Lavielle Evanzia asked the Crown Prince, "Are you going to get rid of me?" The Crown Prince looked at her, then turned to Sylvia Avani and said, "Let's go," as he walked away. He added to Sylvia, "You must not stay in a place like this." Sylvia Avani then called for her butler, "Come along as well." Kim Gong-ja bowed and requested his status window. He then examined the cult interrogator status window, reading all her likes and dislikes. He saw her thoughts. "Lavielle Evanzia, I won't let you have anything." Feeling betrayed, Kim Gong-ja remembered his last moments with the real cult interrogator. Sylvia Avani then called out to Kim Gong-ja, "You are coming with me, right?" In a flashback, the cult interrogator had called for Kim Gong-ja, saying, "Death Sovereign." Now she called him butler. "You are coming along, aren't you?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "I am thinking of staying by the Lady of the Silver Lily side for the time being." Sylvia Avani responded, "Do you really understand the situation right now? I don't enjoy showing off my wounds, but I have suffered humiliation just so I can release you from her grasp." Kim Gong-ja acknowledged, "Yes, I am aware of that." Sylvia Avani continued, "Yet you still reject my hand despite knowing that?" A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character." Kim Gong-ja replied, "I still have unfinished business here." Another system notification flashed. "You are syncing with your character." Sylvia Avani responded, "What a convenient sentence. Are you sure it's not because you've been bewitched by her?" She then realized, "Ha! All right then. I don't know what other scheme you're up to, but you won't be able to cause my relationship with my butler to waver." Lavielle Evanzia asserted, "It's your right to be under the wrong idea. Get out of my sight now." Sylvia Avani asked the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, you are coming with me, right?" The servants called for Their Highness and Lady Golden Flower, Kim Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle Evanzia looked at them as they left. When they were alone outside, Lavielle Evanzia told Kim Gong-ja, "You've done enough. You must go back inside now." Kim Gong-ja asked, "What do you intend to do now?" Lavielle Evanzia replied, "I will spend some time admiring the flowers before going back in. I wish to be alone, so I want everyone to go away." The servants told Kim Gong-ja, "Butler, you go inside and rest as well." Sword Emperor Bae-hur Young said to Kim Gong-ja, "Zombie, this is your chance. She's definitely depressed right now. You need to go ahead and win some points." Then in frustration he added, "You're just ignoring me now?" Kim Gong-ja spoke to Lavielle Evanzia, "I can go a few days without sleeping. Aren't you tired?" Lavielle Evanzia replied, "I want to say I'm not, but I am indeed a little tired. It's my 14th regression already, and I've tried to set the Crown Prince on the right path for 140 days. Even if my love for him has not faded, he needs to be set on the right path for the nation's sake. This is so tough." Coming closer to Lavielle Evanzia, Kim Gong-ja said, "You are not alone anymore. You have me. As long as humans have someone who sees and knows of the love that they have, then they would be able to withstand all situations." "Is that so?" "Yes, that's surprisingly the case." Lavielle Evanzia replied, "You are mistaken about something. I repeat the last 10 days of my life, and you go back to the moment right before you die. It might look like the same situation, but it isn't. One of us will definitely regress earlier than the other, and whoever regresses first will forget about what's happening now. The other person will be trapped by time. We are two parallel lines that can never run to each other. It is possible for me to understand who you are and what your situation is, but that's all there is to it. It's impossible for the two of us to have a life together. The confessions you gave me, saying you wanted to spend your time with me, were beautiful. However, maybe it only sounds beautiful because it's one that can never become reality." Kim Gong-ja shouted, "What if it can become reality?" Lavielle Evanzia replied, "What ifs don't exist in this world?" Kim Gong-ja responded, "I will definitely keep my word. I am not saying all this just so I can win over your heart. I'm not the kind of person who would lead people on with nonsense. What if I help you get out of this eternal 10-day cycle?" Lavielle Evanzia replied, "How arrogant. I am content with living my own life." Kim Gong-ja said, "I know, it's the same for me as well, but still, I wish to help you because you are someone I love. Is that arrogance to you too?" He then gave Lavielle Evanzia his coat. Lavielle Evanzia asked, "What do you want from me?" as she wore Kim Gong-ja's coat. Kim Gong-ja said, "Please stay with me. until this world faces its end. And I would be really grateful if you could help me love you more. Do it to the point where I am so drunk in love for you that I can't get out of your grasp. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself that he had realized the cult interrogator had already reached 100% synchronization. The secret to clearing this stage was quite tricky, but it would probably work. Lavielle Evanzia asked, "Are you really asking me to help you with that?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "It will be fine. I am pretty easy to win over. My heart is already racing like crazy just with you holding my hand." "How shameless," Lavielle Evanzia responded as she touched Kim Gong-ja's face. "All right, since I said I would teach you about love, I will take responsibility for it. Would this be enough?" A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character." Kim Gong-ja blushed and said, "Yes, that is enough. Goodness, I know I'm not in the place to say something like this. But aren't you a little too naive?" Lavielle Evanzia asked. "I don't know how you survived in such an arduous world." "I have died a ton of times," Kim Gong-ja replied. "Does your heart also race after seeing such a weak side of me? I heard that showing one's weak side can sometimes be effective in winning over someone's heart. I understand now, after seeing you quarrel with Sylvia Avenay. You might be wise, but you are the kind that can't stay still when provoked, even if that means you will lose out in the process. That's why I want to give this a try. You talk as if you are an expert in love, but isn't being loved as important as giving love? You are clueless about being loved, or at least more clueless than Sylvia Avenay." Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle Evanzia looked at each other. A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character." "Keep talking. I'm starting to love hearing your voice," Lavielle Evanzia said. Kim Gong-ja continued, "And so," Lavielle Evanzia touched Kim Gong-ja's lips and said, "Your teeth are so white. It's no surprise that Sylvia Avenay was able to steal the crown prince from you," Kim Gong-ja remarked. "You need to analyze what the crown prince's preferences are even more thoroughly." "Your tongue is red. It looks pretty," Lavielle Evanzia commented. "Why did you stop talking again? I can't admire your tongue if you don't talk. Keep talking. Do you surrender?" Kim Gong-ja nodded and said, "Yes. Do it to the point where I am so drunk in my love for you that I can't get out of your grasp." Kim Gong-ja, still gazing at Lavielle Evanzia's pretty face, said, "You really are someone who likes living life while saying dangerous things. I don't know what great idea you have thought of that made you so confident, but you are so fearless. Well, since I've gone through 14 regressions, I don't mind being a part of it, even if it's just for a moment," Lavielle Evanzia replied. Getting closer to Lavielle Evanzia, Kim Gong-ja heard her say, "Be a bad person to another bad person. That is my principle. As I reflect on the incidents that happened today, I think the Crown Prince has been a little too much of a bad person to me. I won't let that continue." Kim Gong-ja asked, "Are you finally going to give up on him?" Lavielle Evanzia replied, "No, my heart has already become a constellation and is stuck in the night sky. I am incapable of doing that. But I want to also become a bad person that's gone a little overboard. I'm going to have an affair with you starting today." "Huh?" Kim Gong-ja responded in surprise. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself that Lavielle Evanzia was his first love, and this didn't feel right. An affair. There ought to be something more romantic. He then asked Lavielle Evanzia, "Do you love me?" She responded with a straightforward no. "But you are a servant of Sylvia Avenay. She cherishes you as her only childhood friend and butler," Lavielle Evanzia continued. "I am curious about what face she will make when she catches wind of us dating. I am sure the Crown Prince will be taken aback as well." "So, you're going to act like we're dating to get revenge on the two of them?" Kim Gong-ja asked, trying to understand. Lavielle Evanzia hugged Kim Gong-ja tightly and asked, "Do you hate that idea?" She then jumped into Kim Gong-ja's arms and he caught her by her legs as she demanded, "Say my name." Kim Gong-ja, with a deep voice, said, "Lavielle Evanzia." "Good," she responded. "Do you remember what I taught you when I first talked about love?" "Love starts from meeting a bad person," Kim Gong-ja recalled. Lavielle Evanzia nodded. "That's right." A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character. I will become the first bad person for you," Lavielle Evanzia said as they shared a kiss. Meanwhile, Sword Emperor Baehur-young watched them and commented to himself, "Since they are both crazy, they are so compatible with each other. Well, I doubt it's possible for you to date an ordinary person. Birds of the same feather flock together after all. Congrats on your first love, although it's an affair." The next morning, Kim Gong-ja washed his face, adjusted his bow tie, and spoke to the mirror. Lavielle Evanzia. A system notification appeared. "You are syncing with your character." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself that all he did was call Lavielle Evansia's name, and now he was sure he had really fallen in love. He called for the status window, and his stats were shown. Name, Death Sovereign rank, D skills. I want to become like Youth's Returner's Clockwork Watch Sword Constellation, A Goblin High Society F100. Soul Reincarnation SS Demonic Heaven Art. A. You have the blessing of the beauty of God. You have the blessing of the snake of God. Kim Gong-ja thought as he looked at his status window. The life of Kim Gong-ja is described so simply. My jealousy, my secrets, my relationships, my humor, willpower, and happiness are all included as well. He then opened another status window to see his likes and dislikes, curious about how it all appeared. Frustrated, he muttered, I'm still Kim Gong-ja. I didn't get consumed by my character like the cult interrogator. My plan will proceed as planned this time around. I will make it happen. He then called for Sword Emperor Bae Her-young and told him, if I get consumed by my role as a butler, I want you to do something for me. There's a high chance that I won't be able to hear your voice when my synchronization reaches 100%. Even with all my skills, I'll probably forget to use them. We must do everything we can to prevent me from reaching a synchronization rate of 100%. 99% is the last line of defense. It can't go any higher. Got it? He showed the dagger from his pocket and added, if it looks like I'm going above 99%, please stop me regardless of what you have to do. Sword Emperor Bae Her-young replied, I can't believe you're worried about that. You have such a strong mind of your own. Is there even a possibility that situation will happen? Kim Gong-ja enthusiastically responded, yes, there is, because I'm going to intentionally raise my synchronization rate that high. What? Sword Emperor Bae Her-young was surprised. If you do that, you'll fail this stage and remain stuck in this world. I can't tell you why I'm doing it right now. It will only work if I'm the only one who knows the plan, Kim Gong-ja explained. I'm going to make use of the loophole within the tower system and clear this stage. Please help me if I'm in danger. I'll be counting on you then, Mr. Strongest in the world who wants to become my master. I'll be leaving to help my lover now. In another scene, Kim Gong-ja spoke to Lavielle Evansia saying, you must have been pushing yourself too hard, right? Every night, you're battling demons and cleaning up after the Crown Prince or Lady Golden Flower. That's why you've taken a leave of absence from the academy today as well. Lavielle Evansia replied, don't worry. It has been this way ever since my first regression. More accurately, it has been like this since birth. I practically grew up in this mansion. It just got worse after I stuck the sword into the mirror, which caused my heart to disappear. The reason the Emperor gave orders not just to me, but to Sylvia Avenay as well, is one of the causes too. Which is why, even if I become the Empress, I will die not long after. It's hard for me to conceive children as well. I'm not suitable to become the Empress. Lavielle Evansia coughed hard, and Kim Gong-ja handed her the tea. Lavielle Evansia sipped the tea and thanked Kim Gong-ja. She noticed that he added a lot of honey, exactly how she liked it. She asked, how did you know? Kim Gong-ja replied, you told me previously that the apostles before me brought a guideline with them, and it was written there, the Lady of the Silver Lily has a poor sense of taste, so she enjoys extreme flavors. I just used whatever was written there. That means you're also going to be the same as them too? Lavielle Evansia asked. Since you're the one who told me about it first, I'm not the same. I simply used it as a reference. I hope that's how you'd see it, Kim Gong-ja responded. Lavielle Evansia remarked, taking a closer look, you're pretty cheeky too. So what's the plan you've come up with? Kim Gong-ja explained, the time that I'm spending with you now is just a form of entertainment. One of us will definitely forget our time spent together, so I doubt there's any way to resolve this. You probably have never entrusted your life to anyone before. Please have trust in me. Even if we're not dating for real, I'm someone you've chosen. I'm anything but competent. There are times when we need help from others, and this is your situation right now. Even if I die, the Empire needs to be strong. I need to set the Crown Prince straight. I need to defeat the demons of blood too. You must have thought that way through all 14 regressions of yours, right? Kim Gong-ja continued. Lavielle Evansia asked, do you think I'm worn out? Kim Gong-ja answered, yes, and please rest a little. I think I'm the kind who hates seeing the person I love bear every burden herself. No, I'm certain. I hope that when I'm tired, the person I love would help me, and vice versa. We have just a fake relationship, Lavielle Evansia pointed. It doesn't matter because I am serious about this, Kim Gong-ja replies. Do you not find this insulting at all? You still don't know me well enough, Kim Gong-ja continues. I am really optimistic. Did you think I would be discouraged by my inferiority complex just because you are fake dating me? Not at all. I actually think of this as an opportunity. You will end up loving me eventually. Lavielle replied, My goodness, just where does that confidence of yours come from? Kim Gong-ja responded, Because we all end up spending time that belongs only to us. Until you say that you are sick of me, I won't give up on you no matter what happens. I will do my best to become a pillar of support in your life. Midnight came quickly. Lavielle prepared and took out her sword, saying, Time's up. Let's do what we must today. Kim Gong-ja refused, saying to Lavielle, No, you need to rest. Are you expecting to fight stronger enemies with that body of yours? Please leave this to me. Kim Gong-ja then proceeded to eliminate every monster threatening Lavielle. By 8 in the morning, Kim Gong-ja had taken care of all the paperwork for Lavielle, telling her, Please don't bother yourself with such tasks as well. Lavielle asked, What are you doing right now? Kim Gong-ja replied, There are only a few days left until this world ceases. If the empire is going to fall just because you don't do some paperwork, then let it fall right now. Kim Gong-ja proceeded to burn all of her paperwork, adding, Just think of this as a holiday, your very own holiday. By 4 in the afternoon, Lavielle remarked, It's my first time leading a life like this. Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle sat by the lake under a tree. Lavielle said, Is it really okay to not do anything? It's been 3 days since I hadn't gone for lessons. If someone saw me like this right now, Kim Gong-ja reassured her, It's okay. I will make it all okay. Lavielle expressed her reluctance to rely on him, to which Kim Gong-ja replied, Who said I will be helping you for eternity? If I need help, I want you to help me. We just need to help each other out. Should I recite some of the poems you like? Lavielle agreed, and as they looked at the castle in the sunset, she said, It's beautiful, isn't it? Kim Gong-ja concurred, and Lavielle remarked, The season of spring makes everything look white. This is the period where the spring blossoms bloom before the magnolia flowers wither. The empire calls this white spring. Kim Gong-ja admired the beauty of the season, and Lavielle added, I can't remember how long it's been since I have seen such a sight. A system notification appeared, indicating that the presence of the heart covered by silver had become even stronger. Suddenly, Lavielle remembered the time she held the sword, and tears welled up in her eyes. The heart covered by silver manifested, turning the sky red. A servant nearby asked if it was blood in the sky, and as stars started to fall and hit the castle, the apocalypse seemed to begin. Lavielle turned to Kim Gong-ja and asked, Butler, I feel at peace when I am with you. Can I really trust you? Kim Gong-ja replied, You told me this before, that we are like parallel lines, and the one who dies first will definitely regress first. That's why we will never be together for eternity. He took her hands in his, continuing, Starting from now, I will cover you with my aura. It won't just be your body, it will also surround your brain. Similarly, I will do the same with myself. I will then explode both of our heads at the exact same time. It's true that the person who dies first will regress first. There is no guarantee that the one who's unable to regress would keep their memories. In that case, there is only one way we can remain together. We need to die at the same time, Kim Gong-ja explained. He looked into Lavielle eyes and said, Lavielle, please die together with me. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, just like how people manage their lives, I managed my own death. I was always able to think of an easier way to die. Like exploding my brain with aura, I could end my life painlessly in an instant. It was a simple and easy method. That is why I didn't die that way. If I get used to these things, I will let my guard down. This is also why the Flame Emperor was killed by me. That's why I chose not to die that way. I chose a more painful death in order to keep my senses and ability to make judgments as vivid and clear as possible. However, today's a whole different matter. Addressing Lavielle, Kim Gong-ja said, It's okay. It will end in an instant. Lavielle then remarked as the aura of Kim Gong-ja covered her hand, It's so warm. It's as if warm water is flowing into my body through my blood vessels. If this is what your body temperature is like, then you have a slightly warmer one than I do. I feel so uneasy. I have never felt like this before, even through all those past regressions. That's because it would be fine as long as I didn't lose myself, but I don't wish to lose you today. Suddenly, demons appeared, causing the servants to panic. Lavielle declared, No mistakes are allowed. If either of us dies 0.1 seconds earlier than the other, I will blame you for eternity. You are only allowed one chance. Engrave my words into your heart. Kim Gong-ja assured her. All right. A system notification appeared, showing the heart covered with silver looking at Kim Gong-ja. La Vieille Avancia then added, take responsibility for causing me to start trusting other people again. A system notification shows the apostle of the cow that harvests destruction has appeared. A system notification shows the apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains has appeared. A system notification shows the undying evangelist of happiness has appeared. La Vieille Avancia remarked, they are creatures who just can't read the atmosphere. Kim Gong-ja replied, we all have to teach them a lesson. They will need to learn that only death awaits if they try to come in between someone else's love. La Vieille Avancia agreed, saying, I like the sound of that. Kim Gong-ja then used the demonic heaven divine art, ninth form of the demonic heaven divine art, sword of suicide. A system notification appeared stating, you have died, returning to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja found himself in the grass, called by La Vieille Avancia, who asked if he was awake. She teased, I can't believe you're waking up so late. What a pathetic butler. Kim Gong-ja was shocked, thinking to himself, did we succeed in retaining both our memories while regressing? La Vieille Avancia then continued, butler, I think you lied to me a little. You promised that you would spend the same time period with me, but I returned 9 days earlier than you did. Even though we had a fake relationship, how could you leave your loved one alone for 9 whole days? I was the only one who was worried since I returned 9 days earlier than you. You had sworn to be my side but failed to keep your promise. How could you wake up so late? Overcome with emotion, Kim Gong-ja immediately hugged La Vieille Avancia. She continued, you will need to go through a lot to make up for your wrongdoings this time around. Kim Gong-ja apologized, and La Vieille Avancia dropped her umbrella, saying, it's okay, as she hugged him back. She reassured him, it's all right now. I can no longer bring myself to say that watching over you, even though you are unable to spend the last day with me, has been really boring. Kim Gong-ja said, that's a lie. La Vieille Avancia replied, yes, it was boring, but it's fine since I am good at waiting. Kim Gong-ja apologized again, and La Vieille Avancia forgave him. A system notification then appeared, indicating that the synchronization with the character was at 71%. Kim Gong-ja said to La Vieille Avancia, my lady, I need a favor from you. I am really sorry, but can you wait just a little while longer? He played with her silky smooth hair and continued, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. I will reduce 1 day at a time until we can be together starting from the first day. Excited, La Vieille Avancia grabbed Kim Gong-ja by his collar and exclaimed, you are so cheeky. You are asking me to die 9 more times. Kim Gong-ja asked, did it hurt for you? La Vieille Avancia leaned closer and replied, no, but you are so bad for wanting to take my life multiple times, even after taking it once. Then he asked the long-awaited question, can I kiss you? Suddenly, a system notification interrupted saying, you have died, returning to 24 hours prior. The scene shifted to the halls at night, and another system notification appeared saying, you have died. Again, the scene changed. This time outside, with the notification, you have died. In another scene, Kim Gong-ja asked La Vieille Avancia, you brushed your teeth before you came, right? La Vieille Avancia replied, I think I will exercise my right to remain silent. Kim Gong-ja protested, that's not fair. He continued, haven't you made me wait for a total of 39 days? With that little selfishness of mine, it will help you feel less guilty. You ought to thank me. Thinking to himself, Kim Gong-ja reflected, that means we have kissed for 39 days. It sounds embarrassing, so stop talking. Once again, a system notification interrupted. You have died, returning to 24 hours prior. In another scene, the cult interrogator called for Death Sovereign and exclaimed, the Lady of the Silver Lily is here. What is she doing here so late? I heard that she is staying in another place and not in the dormitories. Kim Gong-ja inquired, where is she right now? Walking past the cult interrogator, he asked, Death Sovereign? The scene shifted to in front of the dormitories, and yet another system notification appeared. You have died, returning to 24 hours prior. Finally, the scene changed to a ball where Kim Gong-ja looked at La Vieille Avancia. She initially showed no reaction on her face, but suddenly they walked towards each other and kissed passionately. People around them were shocked to see a butler and the Lady of the Silver Lily kissing. After the kiss, Kim Gong-ja asked La Vieille Avancia, is this still our first day? She replied, it's our first day now. Our eternal first day, as long as we both want it. In the background, the cult interrogator asked, did I miss something? In the middle of the ball, Kim Gong-ja and the Lady of the Silver Lily kissed, stunning the crowd into whispers and exclamations. A person from the crowd asked, "What on earth happened?" Another question, "What I saw wasn't real, was it?" Sword Emperor Bei He-young couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "My eyes! Why do I have to suffer something like this instead of attaining Buddhahood after my death? Why did I have to see this live in person? Zombie, stop it!" As he covered his eyes with his hands. People around murmured among themselves, "What on earth is this? That butler belongs to Lady Golden Flower, though. If the emperor hears of this, the Lady of the Silver Lily is the crown princess." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "It's about time people reacted like this." The crown prince then called for the Lady of the Silver Lily, asking, "What are you doing right now?" The Lady of the Silver Lily looked at the crown prince with disgust and replied, "I apologize for causing such a commotion. Your Highness, I have done something that shouldn't have been done in public." The crown prince was shocked as the Lady of the Silver Lily continued, "I understand my crimes are severe, so I will gladly accept my punishment." She handed over a letter to the crown prince and said, "My request to withdraw from the academy." In the letter she had written, "I know you have a big heart and would have trouble choosing a punishment for me, so I have gone ahead and prepared my own punishment. I shall withdraw from the academy and isolate myself until my withdrawal has been completely processed. I won't take any visitations, so I hope you can grant this punishment to me." Reading the letter, the crown prince muttered, "La Via Levancia." The Lady of the Silver Lily then grabbed Kim Gong-ja and tried to run away, shouting to the crown prince, "Your Highness, please permit that to be my punishment." Outside as they ran, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "Is this really okay? Her love for the crown prince should still be alive since she offered her heart to the mirror. Though I should think about what the crown prince has done this whole time. More importantly, La Via Levancia seems to be happy. That's good enough then." The cult interrogator then shouted and waved at Kim Gong-ja, calling him Death Sovereign. He asked, "What about clearing the stage?" Running alongside them, he inquired, "And what was the meaning behind that kiss just now? I have no inkling why you would do such a thing. Also, when I see the two of you together, my heart beats abnormally. What does that mean?" Kim Gong-ja replied with a smirk, "You are having a heart attack. Also, I will clear the stage by myself. Just think of this as a break for yourself and rest." The cult interrogator nodded. "I see. All right then. I will act independently and do as I want." Kim Gong-ja added, "But you must not kill people, nor can you torture them. Same goes for kidnapping people to get information or imprisoning others." The cult interrogator scratched his head. "Oh, okay. But that would mean I have nothing left to do, though?" Kim Gong-ja grinned. "You will have things to do later on. Just read a fairy tale book in the corner of the room until that time comes." Cult interrogator exclaimed, "I'm hearing something. Tell me that my synchronization has gone up. What is this?" Kim Gong-ja replied with a mischievous grin. "That's the heart attack again." And he and La Via Levancia ran away. Inside the carriage, La Via Levancia said to Kim Gong-ja, "From tomorrow onwards, the whole empire will be in an uproar. It will start with about 200 letters from the capital's high society. I will probably also receive around 20 letters from my hometown's high society, and among them, 10 will be from my father. Lastly, the emperor will be sending an envoy to me." Kim Gong-ja suggested a solution for this situation. "Pardon? Wait, you just called me Kim Gong-ja," he exclaimed, looking at the castle. "It's so small. I have been stuck in that palace for too long." The Samuin Academy is a facility established for the sake of strengthening the emperor's power, Kim Gong-ja explained. The children of powerful families from all over the empire are forced to enter the academy to be taught the same education, language, and activities, so they will inherit the nature of the united empire. Inside that small academy, jealousy, vanity, arrogance, and possessiveness prevail. But they are simply being covered up in the name of tradition and order. The empire that we will rule over in the future can't be found in that academy. I wonder if the crown prince knows that. Worry about the empire later on. You are trying to take on too much right now, Kim Gong-ja advised. For now, just think only about me. That should be more than enough to keep you busy. La Via Levancia then came closer to Kim Gong-ja and said firmly, "Kim Gong-ja, if you dare leave a scar on my heart, I will kill you. Do you understand that?" Kim Gong-ja nodded. "Yes, I understand. I will never let your soul get hurt at all. If I harm it unwittingly, then I will apologize to you directly." But La Via Levancia added with a steely gaze, "I think you need to have a slightly better understanding. If you betray me, then use these hands of yours to strangle me. Don't even use aura." I want you to kill me with your own hands over and over again until the fact that I met you in this world is completely erased. I don't care if it takes a few hundred or a few thousand days. I shall sentence you to inflict my death, and I want you to live eternally, remembering the fact that you do not have my forgiveness. That's right, Kim Gong-ja agreed. Know that the moment you betray me, you will be banished to an eternal hell. La Vieille Evanzia said firmly, I understand, Kim Gong-ja. If you have any secrets to confess to me, do it now. Kim Gong-ja then revealed a skill card explaining, I have a skill known as 100 Soul Reincarnation. Anyone that I kill, I can summon them after they die. If I wish to, I could allow the summon to inherit the appearance and memories of its past life. La Vieille Evanzia pondered for a moment and said, I suppose you could summon me too then. Kim Gong-ja nodded. Since you died with me 9 times, I could summon 9 of you, but I don't intend to do so at all. La Vieille Evanzia added another condition. I want to add another condition for you if you betray me. Destroy that skill completely. Kim Gong-ja agreed. All right, sorry for not telling you about this earlier, and he held La Vieille Evanzia's hands. La Vieille Evanzia said softly, I will forgive you if you promise me one thing. Kim Gong-ja asked, What is it? She replied, Do not commit suicide without my permission. Don't die even if a time comes when it's easy for you to do so. You are my lover, not someone who I would throw away easily. Even if you really can't avoid death, then I want you to struggle until the very end. Kim Gong-ja nodded solemnly. All right. La Vieille Evanzia then asked, Tell me what you want from me. Kim Gong-ja looked into her eyes and said, I want you to trust me when I tell you to do so. La Vieille Evanzia smiled gently and replied, I shall always trust you, before leaning in to kiss Kim Gong-ja passionately. Kim Gong-ja said, Lady Silver Lily, let's just not think of anything and take a break for 10 days. There's no one here who works as hard as you, so let's forget all our work for 10 days and use the regression skill to our heart's content. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, replied, You want us to enjoy ourselves in a way that no normal person can. Kim Gong-ja said, That's right. No matter how chaotic things may become, no one will remember anything if we just go back one day, right? I knew you'd get it. You're so quick on the uptake, Kim Gong-ja added. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, sighed. Looks like I've gotten into a relationship with a bad boy, a servant asked. Which seats would you like? Kim Gong-ja put down his suitcase and said, I'll hire the troops for a whole day. All 6 troops. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, said, Gong-ja, there's something I've always wanted to do. Kim Gong-ja asked, What is it? The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, answered, To see acts performed by all 6 troops on a huge stage. 3 acts will be tragedies, 2 acts will be comedies, and I'd like the remaining one to be an opera. Kim Gong-ja said, That sounds like it'll be really chaotic, though. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, grinned. Exactly. I want to see chaos. An actor exclaimed, Ah, Romeo, how are you, Romeo? Her friend replied, Ah, my lady, you're just so lovely. As Kim Gong-ja and the Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, laughed while watching, night fell. A man said, Call it. A bald man hesitated. See, call. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, said, Say you'll fold. The bald man stammered, I fold. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, urged, Raise the stakes. More, the bald man exclaimed, that this is tyranny. You might be the daughter of a duke, but you can't act like this in my abode. Kim Gong-ja shouted, How dare you speak so loudly against Lady Silver Lily? Young miss, let's execute him. Kim Gong-ja added. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, said, Forget it. Even if Baron Lo was secretly making drugs underground and distributing them across the country, what will happen if he gets executed because of it? The Baron was shocked. What do you mean? The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, coolly replied, Sit down. If you play 10 rounds with me, you'll survive tonight. A few moments later, in the Lady of the Silver Lily's room, Kim Gong-ja asked from the bed, Are you happy? The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, answered, This is my first time wondering if it's really okay for me to live a little longer. Kim Gong-ja said, I'm happy too. Look, my synchronization rate has increased again. Kim Gong-ja's synchronization rate was at 76%. The Lady of the Silver Lily, La Vieille Evanzia, said, confused, Synchronization? Kim Gong-ja explained, It's a type of measure that the constellation who sent me here put in place. I came into this world and became a butler, right? This shows me how much I've assimilated with my character. Whenever you call me by name, caress my face, or stay in my embrace, like right now, that value will increase. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Avancia, mused, my synchronization rate is increasing right now as well. What will happen to you when that number hits 100? Kim Gongja said, let's not care about that right now. We decided that you'd only think about me, didn't we? The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Avancia, sighed. You're so cunning, Kim Gongja thought to himself one day. A servant shouted on the streets, this street belongs to Lady Laviel Evasia for today. How dare you bring this horse carriage, purchased by mooching off the sweat and blood of commoners? Here, Kim Gongja muttered to himself, another day. Kim Gongja shouted at the majesty, Your Majesty, you must rein in your son. He's such a good for nothing. By your majesty, the servant stammered. Kim Gongja said to himself, we took time to travel around. They played in the fountain, gave gold to the poor, watched the sunset together in the park, and sat on the fountain at noon. Kim Gongja, while holding the lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia's soft hand, said, we've done something really terrible. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, sighed. Yes, we're terrible individuals. Kim Gongja said, but we're the only ones who know that. Kim Gongja's synchronization rate was at 81%. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, said, yes, we're accomplices. Kim Gongja asked, Laviel, do you remember what I told you in that horse carriage? The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, replied, I remember everything you've said to me. Kim Gongja said, I asked you to trust me whenever I told you to do so. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, said, of course I will. Kim Gongja said, I'd like you to keep that promise right now. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, said, you look like you're up to no good. Telling me everything honestly would be better for your heart. Kim Gongja said, I'm going to increase my synchronization rate all the way to 99% now. I need to become a butler at almost 100%. I need to become someone who was born and raised in this world. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, asked, why is that so? Kim Gongja said, I can't tell you the reason. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, said, if that's something you can't tell me, then it's something that will only succeed if only you know about it. The reason you're telling me this now is probably because you need me to do something. Kim Gongja replied, that's right. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, sighed. You made me make that promise back then for this very moment, huh? I should have been more cautious. What do I need to do? Kim Gongja thought to himself, first we went back to the first day, with this stage as the start. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, closed the door, looked behind and asked, what do I need to do now? Kim Gongja said, please tie my hands and legs tightly to the chair. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, hesitated. Gongja, I think it's too early for us to do something like that. Kim Gongja asked, what are you thinking of? I'm satisfied with our current lives, so don't worry. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, said, while I did promise that I would trust you, you're not giving me any reasons to do so. Despite her hesitation, the lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, expertly tied Kim Gongja to the chair. Kim Gongja said, great, it's tight enough. The Sword Emperor suddenly called out, hey Zombie Kim, what the heck are you doing? I feel really uneasy right now. A system notification appeared. Sparkly is worried about your actions. Kim Gongja thought to himself, yes, I think the butler who owns this body now loves both ladies. It's hopeless love on both ends. The butler will probably silently close off his own heart. The crown prince loves both ladies as well. Lady Golden Flower loves the crown prince and the butler. Kim Gongja's synchronization rate was at 81%. Kim Gongja continued thinking, Laviel also loves both me and the crown prince. This is a really messed up romance. But thanks to this, I'm able to come up with such a plan. Kim Gongja said, please bring the mirror in front of me. He stared at himself and used his skill status window. A system notification appeared. Preferred genres. Martial arts, romance, mystery, adventure, dislike genres. None preferred characters. Masters, noble heroes. People who sacrifice, people who work hard. Children, kind people. People who are not overconfident. People who are generous to others. People who understand, preferred plots. Justice wins in the end. Friendship, love, dislike, plots. Self-loathing, giving up, running away, disillusionment, monopolization. Kim Gongja was at 4 3/4 hearts. Kim Gongja said, Laviel. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Evancia, replied, I'm listening. Kim Gongja said, please give me a really passionate kiss right now so that I can fall even more in love with you. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia teased. Do you like being kissed while being tied up? You should have told me this earlier. Kim Gong-ja said. After a certain point in time, I will no longer be myself. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. When I saw the cult interrogator synchronizing completely with Lady Golden Flower, I noticed something strange. Her hair grew as usual. That's my secret plan for clearing the stage in my own way. Kim Gong-ja said, when my synchronization rate goes beyond 90% and gets closer to 100%, I want you to kill me with your own hands. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, gasped. What? Kim Gong-ja said, think about it. I bet you can think of the exact same thing I'm thinking of. After all, you're a regressor just like me. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, said, Gong-ja, this is dangerous. This is no different from a gamble. Kim Gong-ja replied, from the point of it being a gamble, we've already won, because this is the tower's error. Simply pointing out this error puts us in a favorable position. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, said, there's one more problem. I won't be able to remember you. Kim Gong-ja said, that's okay. I'll figure it out somehow. But I only ask one favor of you. If I'm unable to leave this world on my own, please make it so I can be called Transmit. Trust me. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, replied, okay. I was your first dog, and you'll be my last. Jeez. I really ended up with such a bad guy as a lover. As she touched Kim Gong-ja's chin, she kissed him passionately. You are syncing with your character. Synchronization rate is now at 84%. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, last time. You are syncing with your character. Synchronization rate is now at 85%. Kim Gong-ja continued thinking, the cult interrogator transforming into Lady Golden Flower was somehow strange. You are syncing with your character. Synchronization rate is now at 86%. Kim Gong-ja thought, why is the transformation still as is? The cult interrogator can freely change his appearance using the holy technique. However, that is a skill possessed only by the cult interrogator. Lady Golden Flower didn't have it. Despite that, her hair still grew. That means syncing doesn't make one's skills disappear. Kim Gong-ja's synchronization rate is at 87%. Suddenly, the lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, got closer to Kim Gong-ja. A system notification appeared. You are syncing with your character. Another system notification appeared. Your current synchronization rate is 88%. As memories of his past flooded his mind, a system notification urged, please stop right now. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, asked, are you okay? The sword emperor shouted, Gong-ja, what the heck are you doing? Kim Gong-ja, drunk in love, replied, yeah, I'm okay for now, more. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, smiled mischievously. You mean you want me to kiss you more? How naughty of you, my lover. And they continued to kiss passionately. Kim Gong-ja said, Lavielle, I love you. Even if I were to be reborn, I'd still love you. So please, make it so that I don't forget, even if I DD. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, replied, I know. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, my existence is being chipped away. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, asked, Gong-ja, are you okay? Kim Gong-ja responded, what on earth? My goodness, young Duke, did you kidnap me? Ugh. The Avanzia Duke family's power may reach the heavens and beyond, but even so, this is too much. Do you hate Lady Golden Flower so much that you'd threaten a lowly servant like me? The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, was shocked. I see. So this is how it is. I thought I no longer had a heart that could be hurt, but this certainly pains me. Rejoice. Your sword undoubtedly pierced my heart. Kim Gong-ja, confused, asked, what do you mean? The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, responded, Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja asked, who are you calling? The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, said, my lover. She drew her sword and added, the man who gave me his heart and to whom I will give mine. If you scar my heart, I will kill you. As Kim Gong-ja's head hurt, the lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, said, Kim Gong-ja, return to me. Kim Gong-ja felt a sharp pain in his chest. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levanzia, whispered, I'll be waiting for you. She stabbed Kim Gong-ja's chest. As she kissed him, Kim Gong-ja thought, Lady Silver Lily. Does she intend to pursue the scheme targeting Lady Golden Flower on a full scale? I must tell, Lady Golden Flower, I want Tio to wipe her tears. A system notification appeared. You have died. Another system notification followed, returning to 24 hours prior. A third notification said, error discovered. Another system notification appeared. The owner of the skill and the target of the skill are not the same. A system message continued, assessing whether to return to 24 hours prior from the owner's or target's perspective. The notification said, unable to assess. The given matter is beyond the tower's authority. The next system message read, the tower has checked the authority of the Death Sovereign. A system notification said, clear. The Death Sovereign is temporarily qualified to be an apostle. The grantor of the interim apostle status was revealed, Hamustra. A system notification followed. The tower considers the Death Sovereign's raising of the issue as an official agenda item. A system message said, the tower calls for a majority voting meeting of the 6 pillars of life. A figure said, Chuba ta mura waloyo bushi tu. Another figure responded, Sado maimao. A system notification confirmed, request confirmed. Translating the language of Zrakua. A figure angrily said, that little brat is playing with us. Call Hamustra here right now. Why the heck did he send him as an apostle? Another figure responded, according to the procedures, there's nothing wrong with it. Another figure said, more importantly, I'm sure he can't understand a word we're saying. One figure suggested, did he sync with his character? Reversing that will help in communicating. Another figure ordered, Mia, reverse it. A system notification appeared, request confirmed, resetting the Death Sovereign's synchronization rate. Suddenly, Kim Gongja gasped as his synchronization rate dropped to 0%. A figure said, you deliberately used the regression skill after syncing with your character, didn't you? So that you could return 24 hours prior as per the character's perspective and not yours. Kim Gongja confirmed, yes, you're right. Send me back to the day before the beginning of the eternal 10 days. A figure angrily shouted, shameless bastard. Another said, calm down, child. Your personality as a fragment during the Dark Ages is starting to resurface. An angry figure shouted, I'll kill you. Another figure remarked, anger and jealousy do not help at all in negotiations. The angry figure shouted, D.E. A figure said, you said you were the Death Sovereign, right? It's been a while since we've had to hold a meeting twice for the same person. How long has it been since we did this for the constellation killer? Moreover, the link between these two is getting stronger. I wonder if it's a coincidence. A system notification appeared. How bothersome. A system notification followed. If the synchronization rate was 100%, we could have regressed you to a day before from the butler's point of view. Another system notification said, if it were 90%, then it would be from the Death Sovereign's point of view. Yet another system notification appeared, however, it was 99%. A system notification continued, it's so ambiguous. Which side should we take? Kim Gongja said to himself, the master of the tower. Kim Gongja spoke, I think I should be regressed from the butler's point of view. A system notification asked, convince me. Kim Gongja replied, firstly, the numbers. A synchronization rate of 99% means there's only 1% left. Since the butler takes up the most percentage, it's only right to think that the butler is the one in charge of the body. The system responded, yes, but the returner's clockwork watch is your skill. The only one who can use that skill is you. The system then asked, you need to regress, right? The system added, no need to be nervous. I just asked that question because I was curious. Kim Gongja said, please think of it from the perspective of the butler. Both the butler and I have always quarreled about who should be in control of the body during this stage. There were times when the butler won and times when I did. That means the butler fought me fairly and won. As a result, he gained my skill. The returner's clockwork watch is also the butler's skill. A system notification said, ho! Another system notification said, that makes sense. Sure then, it's just like what you did. A system notification continued, just like how you copied the Flame Emperor's skills and obtained them. A system notification added, I wondered who would win if a regressor fought against another regressor. To think we'd have to return the butler to the moment before he gets the skill. A system notification said, we are actually impressed by your idea. A system notification followed. You could have chosen to run away and avoid drawing the attention of the Flame Emperor, but you didn't. Why is that so? A figure said, it's because he wanted revenge. How vicious. A system notification said, the moon that takes care of the blind curses you. Another said, it's because he's someone who has a great sense of justice. A system notification said, the princess that walks across mirages blesses you. A system notification said, yes, that's it. He committed suicide for revenge at times and for his sense of justice at other times. However, I'm only impressed because of one thing. A system notification said, the legislator of the beginning quietly speaks. The figure said, that was the only way to defeat the Flame Emperor with a 100% chance. A system notification said, yes, Death Sovereign, your heart is so raw and hot, but your mind is so sly. You're constantly searching for a perfect victory. A system notification added, so, I've been waiting in anticipation for the logic you'll present to us to completely convince us. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, we've done nothing wrong. This mistake is completely on the tower, an error. The problem lies in the judgment call about which personality should take charge upon the regression. If the tower were perfect, such an error wouldn't have occurred in the first place. A system notification said, yes, I admit that. So, Kim Gong-ja said, since we're victims of this error, please compensate us for it. Additionally, reward us for discovering the error as well. A figure said, how impudent. Watch your words. Do you want your existence erased? A system notification said, the god who dances in the void glares at you. A system notification said, the moon that takes care of the blind is trying to kill you. A system notification said, stop. A system notification said, interesting. A system notification said, the interesting part is your confidence that will definitely compensate and reward you. Why should we do that when we could simply clear this mess and look away? Kim Gong-ja said, because. A system notification said, may luck be on your side. Kim Gong-ja said, you've always wished luck upon me. You never mocked us, despite being one of the absolute beings. Nor have you despised us. You never forced us to head in a certain direction. The hunters who wanted to stay on the first floor could stay there forever. You would wish luck upon those who wanted to climb the tower and request them to be careful. That's not all. Those people you allowed to have a floor were all lonely and miserable. You gathered all the people who experienced tragedies and operated your tower with them. You are kind. You don't interfere when we're fighting or trying to kill each other because you respect our freedom. You will compensate us for the loss caused by the tower's error because the responsibility is on the tower, not us. Thank you for creating the tower. I've always wanted to tell you that, but I've never been in a situation where I could do so. I've always wanted to thank you. Without the tower, I would have lived a trashy life in the outside world. Actually, even after coming to the tower, I still lived a trashy life. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I lived my life wrong. I lived my life wrong, but Kim Gong-ja said, if it weren't for you. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I wouldn't have gotten a second chance. Kim Gong-ja said, I wouldn't have been able to go back more than 4,000 days on my own. I was only able to do that because there was someone watching over me. That's the only thing that kept me going. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The figure said, you're truly to my liking. A system notification said, the princess that walks across mirages looks upon you with favor. The figure said, it's my first time seeing a human give thanks in this place. A system notification said, the staff of ancient times looks upon you with favor. The figure said, it's normal for kids these days to point fingers and blame others first. A system notification said, the god who dances in the void looks upon you with favor. A system notification said, that was pretty cute. A system notification said, I'm just a mirror. If you see me as kind, then it's only because you're kind as well. A system notification said, tell me, what kind of compensation would you like? Kim Gong-ja said, I'd like to return to 24 hours prior from the perspective of the butler. A system notification said, what about your reward? Kim Gong-ja said, Lady Silver Lily, please allow my lover to keep her memories. A system notification said, I see. A system notification said, you could request a really powerful skill, you know? After all, you discovered an error in the tower. Another system notification followed. Shall we strengthen the returner's clockwork watch? Make it so you can regress to any time instead of just 24 hours. A system notification continued. What about strengthening the 100 souls reincarnation? The summons could inherit not only the memories but also the abilities of the original. Kim Gong-ja said, I don't need them. Please, I'd just like to be with the one I love. The figure held Kim Gong-ja and said, Death Sovereign. A system notification said, May you be blessed with luck. Another system notification added, May luck be on your side. A system notification concluded, the meeting has come to an end. A system notification said, adjusting synchronization rate. A system notification stated, your current synchronization is at. A system notification said, returning to 24 hours prior. Lady Golden Flower Sylvia Avenay said, Butler, you're finally awake. Your afternoon nap was a little too long. Kim Gong-ja said, young miss? Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai replied, "Yes, you're one and only." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "What's happening?" Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai said, "I just came back from having dinner with the Crown Prince and found you sleeping so soundly on the chair. Isn't it improper for you to sleep ahead of your master? However, I decided to let you off because your face looked so cute while you were sleeping. You look like you're about to cry. Did you have a nightmare?" Kim Gong-ja thought, "What is this?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Did you enjoy your dinner with the Crown Prince?" Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay exclaimed, "Yes. And guess what? His Highness gave me a blue coral ring earlier. He did it in the canteen with the whole school watching. The Crown Prince sure knows how to make a girl happy. I wonder what kind of expression Lady Evanzia would make when she hears the news." Kim Gong-ja said, "La ville." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay, confused, said, "Butler, I don't think it's appropriate for you to speak of her name like that. Even though it's just the two of us here, that's still pretty disrespectful. Please mind your manners." Kim Gong-ja said, "Young miss, what are you saying? Did you not hear what I just said?" Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay replied, "Pardon?" Kim Gong-ja said, "I don't know what's happening, but it feels like someone is shouting directly into my ears." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay asked, "Are you sick? Shall we go to the infirmary?" Kim Gong-ja said, "I'll go out for a quick breather." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, "All right, come back when you're done." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "A time when I was still not a regressor." The Crown Prince got together with Lady Goldenflower. "I was so angry that I made my wish upon the sword that was passed down within the family. When I did that, my life became eternal. What am I doing here? I need to go back, but my body is moving by itself." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, "I will wait for you. I've been waiting for you. You look like you're in a predicament. You're very obvious with what you feel. I can see it clearly, even during the night. Just from reading your face, I can understand that this is your first." Kim Gong-ja thought, "My first?" Kim Gong-ja said, "I don't know what I should tell you, so I'll just keep quiet." "Lady Evanzia, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream?" The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, replied, "What an interesting question. I've become your dream, and you have become my life. This exchange of dream and life could be called our love. But I doubt you're asking me that question with that kind of romantic intent. If you're curious as to why you don't see any servants here, that's because I asked them to leave." Kim Gong-ja said, "But why?" The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "And let me warn you, don't call me Lady Evanzia with that mouth of yours, or I might just dig your heart out and kill you." She slapped his back lightly. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "What do you see?" Kim Gong-ja said, "I see the two of us standing side by side." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "And what else do you see?" Kim Gong-ja grimaced in pain and said, "Kuh." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, repeated, "I asked you, what do you see?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Words. I see weird words. And I hear weird voices." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "You're receiving love, huh? Tell me more about those words." Kim Gong-ja said, "I can't see them clearly. The words are incomplete. Stir, love, that's all I see." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "Stir is master and love is lover. It sure is like you to have those words remaining, but is the word master in front of the word lover? While I understand why that's the case, I don't like it." Kim Gong-ja said, "My lady, there are too many things that I don't understand, although you did tell me this isn't a dream. In that case, what do you want from me?" The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, "I want you." She leaned closer and continued, "You said you felt like you were in a dream. What dream was it?" Kim Gong-ja hesitated before replying, I can't remember it clearly, but there were a few scenes that I saw. One of them was you looking at me in tears." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, asked softly, "What else?" Kim Gong-ja said, and in that instant, I think my heart was in pain. I don't think it was just because I was pierced by the blade you stabbed into me." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, smiled faintly. "I'm glad you remember to be sorry still. Do you know why you had such a dream?" Kim Gong-ja shook his head. "I have no idea at all." Raviel's expression darkened. "It's because that's the trauma I have. My mother committed suicide. I remember the words she whispered into my ears on her last night. The memory of how everyone was hush-hush about death and quietly watched her get cremated by fire." Her voice grew heavier. "But those memories weren't even my trauma. It wasn't even the memories of the crown prince giving Lady Golden Flower the coral ring as a marriage proposal. She paused, her gaze piercing. The memories of the 10 days that are repeated eternally, or the memories of all the things that used to hurt my heart terribly. Her voice sharpened as her hand tightened around Kim Gong-ja's throat. Because now, only one person has the power to hurt my heart. She choked him and said, her tone venomous, I already warned you clearly that I'd kill you if you dared to scar me. I've been scarred. Now, die. A system notification appeared. You have died. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levancia, whispered, die and love me again. A system notification followed, reenacting the trauma of the foe who killed you. Penalty level, intermediate. This is the hungry Iman's journey. Kim Gong-ja gasped as he spoke. My lady, please think about this. You should be able to think of the same thing as me since we're both regressors. Raviel thought to herself, a dangerous man. I quickly realized what he was scheming. A scheme to make use of the tower's flaw and turn the whole game around. She watched him intently. He looked so innocent. How did he even come up with something like this? Her heart wavered, but her mind was resolute. However, Gongja, that's dangerous. Raviel thought, I didn't just want to be alive. I won't be able to remember you. Her thoughts spiraled. I wanted to live a life with you. All the memories we shared have become my existence. Her voice softened as she spoke aloud. Even if the plan works and you push me away as I try to stab the mirror with the sword, ending the eternal cycle of 10 days, it would all mean nothing if I can't remember you. Kim Gong-ja met her gaze and said, it's all right. I'll deal with it no matter what. Please trust me. Raviel's inner conflict surfaced. How could you ask me to trust you without anything to back it up? I regret promising to trust you. But her resolve solidified. But since I already did, I have no choice but to follow through with my promise. She whispered to herself, I'll trust in the man I love. I'll trust in his competency. Raviel leaned in and kissed Kim Gong-ja, because he's someone that I chose. Her voice turned steady as she said, so please, convince the tower and succeed in regressing to a day prior. The problem will be what comes after that. Kim Gong-ja smiled faintly and said, Raviel, I love you. Raviel thought, how will he revert the synchronization rate when it goes beyond 90%? If he succeeds in regressing to a day prior, I'm certain he will forget about me. Even if he does remember me, it won't be a clear memory. Kim Gong-ja said with determination, I'm able to understand other people more easily than others. Raviel's gaze softened as she looked at him. But her heart darkened. I just need to kill him, she thought, her resolve wavering. The first person who brought me complete happiness. A naive yet mean person. I don't want to kill you, but if I do that, what happens now will definitely become my trauma. And my lover will be able to see everything that happened today. When that happens, I'll be able to show you all these memories. Kim Gong-ja woke up with a start. Goodness. Lady Raviel. Raviel thought to herself, this is the wound that you have left on me. Kim Gong-ja asked, startled, did you just kidnap me? Raviel's thoughts whispered softly, don't forget this, even in your death. You are here, in my heart. She said with a sad smile, see you later. Her thoughts echoed as she walked away, are you listening to this? I'll be waiting for you. The lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levancia, said to herself, I love you. A system notification sounded, intact consciousness of the target confirmed. The penalty is over. Your current synchronization rate is 98%. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja woke up, tears streaming down his face. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avene, asked, Butler, what's wrong? You suddenly started tearing up out of nowhere while I was speaking. Kim Gong-ja wiped his tears, his voice urgent. I need to go somewhere for a short while. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avene, protested. You can't. I was telling you about how I'll be having dinner with the Crown Prince tomorrow. Isn't it your duty to listen to all my boasts? Kim Gong-ja replied quickly. The Crown Prince will give you a blue coral ring tomorrow. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avene, blinked, confused. Pardon? What did you say? Answer me first before you leave. Kim Gong-ja didn't wait. He ran outside and saw the lady of the silver lily, Ravia Levancia. He asked, You're here. Have you been waiting for me? Ravia Levancia replied softly, Yes. It's the second time today. She then showed him a mirror and asked, What do you see? Kim Gong-ja gazed into the mirror. I see the words, master and lover. I also see fragments of some words, but it's hard to tell what they say. Ravia Levancia said, Call me. But then she thought to herself, Don't call me Lady Levancia with that mouth of yours. Kim Gong-ja said, Lady. Raviel's expression softened. My lady. Kim Gong-ja nodded in understanding. That's much better. He held his face in confusion. Raviel Avancia thought to herself, what kind of dream did you have? Kim Gong-ja spoke up. You were crying. Raviel's voice was steady as she asked. And? Kim Gong-ja continued. There was a man tied up beside you. You looked like you were in pain as you stabbed him with a sword. Raviel's smile returned, faint and distant. You did great. Look, this is the evidence of the effort you put in for me. A system notification followed. The love of a certain regressor. Rank X effect. Love is like poison for a regressor. For no matter how hard they struggle, they will not be able to spend time with the one they love. So a certain regressor made a wish. Please protect my memories of my lover. That wish reached the tower and came true. You now share a timeline with the one you love. If your lover regresses one day, you will also regress one day. This is the oath of the ring, the marriage of time. May luck be on both of your sides. However, it is only active when you and your lover love each other. Raviel Avancia looked at the notification, lost in thought. Protect my memories of my lover, huh? What am I to do when I receive a proposal in this way? She gazed at Kim Gong-ja, her voice soft. I love your voice. Do you get it? I won't listen to anything other than you telling it to me in your own voice. As she played with his neck, her demeanor changed. She suddenly choked him, her voice cold. So, come back quickly. I'll kill you however many times it takes, until you come back. If you can come back just because I show you my wounds, then I'll show them to you over and over again. So look at my wounds and agonize. A system notification chimed. You have died. Raviel Avancia said softly, look at the scar you've given me. Another system notification appeared. You have died. Raviel's voice was soft yet chilling. Your traces are found in this place. A third notification followed. You have died. Raviel whispered, you're the only person in this world who can kill me. Another system notification echoed, you have died. And again, you have died. Raviel continued, her voice growing more desperate. And know that I'm the only one who can kill you. The cycle repeated as Kim Gong-ja's synchronization continued to decrease. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, once again, I have gone to where you are. You were born as the legitimate daughter of the Duke family. You left your mother, who was saddened by the life she had to live. Because the person you would be engaged to was already chosen before you were born, you devoted your whole life to his sake after your birth. He paused, his heart heavy. Lady Silver Lily, the moon of Avancia, the future Duchess of Avancia. He sighed, not the name that countless people call me by. Raviel Avancia looked at him with recognition. You're here. Kim Gong-ja said softly to himself, I've been waiting for you to call out the name that you want. He said aloud, Laviel. Raviel Avancia wrapped her arms around him and whispered, Gong-ja, I've been waiting for you. They hugged each other tighter, their bond undeniable. Kim Gong-ja whispered, Laviel. He thought to himself, thousands of words raced through my mind. I want to say. Then, with a heavy heart, he said to her, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the unerasable wounds I have given you. He paused, searching for the right words. I want to say, and with deep sincerity, he whispered, thank you. Thank you for trusting me, waiting for me, and loving me. But the only thing I can tell you right now, at this moment, is something that will only be said once in my life. Kim Gong-ja took a deep breath, his voice firm and full of emotion. Let's get married. Raviel Avancia looked at him in silence for a moment, her eyes full of emotion as she closed her eyes. Later, as they lay in bed, Kim Gong-ja whispered, Laviel, you're a genius. You were incredible. Kim Gong-ja looked at the lady of the silver lily, Raviel Avancia, and said, to think you would make use of my ability to see someone's trauma and use that to show me memories. I wouldn't have been able to think of something like that. Raviel Avancia smiled, her eyes soft as she responded, you're the type that respects others' pain. You're also incredible. How did you persuade the tower? The tower is like an administrator that is holy and inviolable to numerous constellations. I knew you had a way with sweet words, but to think it would be good enough to persuade even the tower. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. Actually, I don't remember it very well either. I think our memories would be veiled in this way if we met with the higher-ups of the tower. Raviel Avancia shook her head. That doesn't change the fact that you succeeded. My lover is so competent. Kim Gong-ja chuckled and replied, and my lover is a genius. He paused for a moment before asking, when shall we get married? Raviel Avancia raised an eyebrow. Are you rushing me right now? Kim Gong-ja smirked. In my opinion, what you just said sounded a little cowardly. Raviel Avancia narrowed her eyes. The correct procedure would be to break off my engagement with the crown prince. He and I are bound by our engagement. We get in trouble with the law if I married you now. Kim Gong-ja shrugged. The truth is, I don't really care about whether our marriage is legal or not. Having just a small wedding would be good enough for me. Raviel Avancia's gaze hardened. It matters to me. This is the world that I live in. This empire is also the one I've sworn my loyalty to and looked after. My world and my country have to acknowledge my marriage. Kim Gong-ja smirked. Wouldn't it be hard for people to give you the reaction you're looking for, though? Raviel Avancia's eyes glittered dangerously. It's all right, Gong-ja. Any denizens who don't give us their blessings will die by my hands. Kim Gong-ja smiled inwardly. What do I do? She's so cool. He nodded. All right, but I have a condition. Raviel Avancia tilted her head. What is it? Kim Gong-ja's voice was serious. I want you to request to break off the engagement first. Don't allow the crown prince to suggest it because it's obvious he'll want to break it off. Those who don't know better will gossip about you, and I can't forgive that. Raviel Avancia raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me to disrespect the crown prince? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes. Raviel Avancia smirked. That's easy. Kim Gong-ja looked at her, intrigued. Do you have something in mind? Raviel Avancia's eyes sparkled with mischief. Of course. Who do you think you're asking? Every time the crown prince met with Lady Goldenflower secretly, I'd get a report in my study room's drawer. I have hundreds of those reports. I have plenty of witnesses as well. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what do I do? She's really so cool. Raviel Avancia shrugged. There's no need to go to the courts for this, though. The imperial family will want to keep this quiet, so I just need to request an audience with the emperor. Kim Gong-ja asked, when do you intend to visit the palace? Raviel Avancia smiled. As soon as possible. Gong-ja, after we get married, you'll become a man of the Avancia family. The imperial family will probably bestow a title upon you. You'll become my husband. I'll have to address you formally in official meetings. Is that all right? Kim Gong-ja thought for a moment. You're the master of the Avancia family, and I'm still an outsider. Don't worry. You don't need to be concerned about things like that. Raviel Avancia smiled knowingly. I knew you'd be all right. Take it as an experiment and address me as your wife. Kim Gong-ja opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Raviel Avancia chuckled. What's wrong? Are you embarrassed? Kim Gong-ja remained silent, his face flushed. Raviel Avancia laughed softly. I knew you'd be. I'll do it first then. My husband. Kim Gong-ja's voice trembled slightly. My wife. Raviel Avancia smirked. One more time. Kim Gong-ja looked into her eyes, uncertain. My wife. They stared at each other in silence, Kim Gong-ja still looking confused. Raviel Avancia teased. Are you being shy right now? She smiled warmly. My man is just so lovely. Kim Gong-ja pulled Raviel Avancia into an embrace, whispering, My wife. Raviel Avancia smiled softly. My husband. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, Ah, this is the sound of her heart. This is thanks to time being turned back to before she got her heart stabbed by the holy sword. This is what her heart used to be like, so warm. A system notification echoed. There is only one objective for this stage, to stop this world from being destroyed. The top reason for its destruction was the fragment of the holy sword going berserk due to Lavielle's wish. And that has been resolved since the prayer sword was not stabbed into her heart. A system notification echoed. However, due to this, the constellation that would have protected this world has disappeared as well. The otherworldly beings that tear through the skies of this world on the last day and descend upon it. They will definitely become stronger when they visit. This stage isn't cleared yet. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Avancia, turned to Kim Gong-ja and said, We'll have our wedding ceremony 1 month from now. Kim Gong-ja blinked in surprise. That'll be exactly 10 days after I possess this body. Raviel nodded. Yes, I intentionally arranged it to be the same day. That was supposed to be the day this world would face its destruction. Our wedding day will reject the supposed last day of this world and mark the starting point of our new life. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, she's so dashing. Raviel continued, I'll have to go through quite a bit of trouble to make that happen. First, I need to break off my engagement with the crown prince. Then, I need to take over my father's position as duchess. It would be hard to marry you as just a lady of my house. The legal procedures would be complicated, and it would cause unnecessary commotion if I married a commoner. It'd be better if I took you in as my husband after I became duchess. Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Oh, based on the memories of the butler that I have, isn't it quite hard to become a duchess? Raviel smiled confidently. Yes, it would have been hard for anyone who wasn't me, but I am Raviel Avancia. Kim Gong-ja thought, that was so cool. Raviel continued, The vassals of my household have already sworn their loyalty to me. I also have authority over the troops. If my father insists on keeping his title, I have the option of asking the emperor for help. I have more than enough evidence of the crown prince's adultery. His Majesty is very competent, considering this is a special stage that you got involved in personally. He is someone who has had to protect the dignity of the imperial family while staying loyal to my father, who has no real power. Kim Gong-ja raised an eyebrow. He sounds like a loyal person, but you're saying you'll make use of his weakness to threaten him, aren't you? Raviel tilted her head and said with a smile, Husband, yes, my wife? What you're doing goes beyond this world. It involves the tower. I would have understood your decision if you chose to leave my world, this empire. I'm saying I know you'll understand that I cannot give up my title, but there will come a time when you'll need to accompany me for events. Things like end of year and New Year parties. And what the Duchess and her husband do will always have to be political. You'll need to get used to the political side. Kim Gong-ja nodded seriously. I understand. You're saying it's possible to be loyal to the emperor yet threaten him. Just because you become Duchess, that doesn't mean the empire will suffer any losses. On the contrary, the country will be lucky to have such a competent noble. Raviel smirked. You understand situations so quickly. Kim Gong-ja grinned. Of course, I'm your man. Raviel's eyes softened. I love you. From the back, the Sword Emperor watched in shock, muttering, Freak! Who the hell suggested teaching this nutjob how to love? A system notification appeared. Sparkly points at the Sword Emperor with a sad heart. 999th norm of romance fantasy, love needs no norms. Later, Kim Gong-ja met with Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai. Lady Goldenflower, I have something urgent to tell you, Kim Gong-ja said. I'm getting married soon. Sylvia, caught off guard, spat her tea like an unrefined noble. Married, she exclaimed. If that's a joke, you're really bad at them. Are you asking for a beating? I'm not joking, Kim Gong-ja said calmly. My wedding date is set to be a month from now. Sylvia froze. Who are you marrying? Lady Silver Lily, Sylvia scoffed. Oh, come on, I knew you were lying. Kim Gong-ja calmly pulled out a contract. Please sign here. What is this? Sylvia asked, confused. This is a document that says you agree to my marriage with Miss Lavielle Evanzia if it happens. I will be freed from your shadow and become the husband of Lady Evanzia. Husband? Are you serious? Honestly, it'd be more believable to say I'm becoming the empress of our empire. Well, that's actually going to happen, though. Will you please sign it? Sylvia grumbled but signed the document. Oh, gladly. With this, it'll become another embarrassing experience for you. Thank you, Kim Gong-ja said. Tomorrow, I'll be calling my wife here. The next day, Kim Gong-ja entered with Lavielle Evanzia. I've brought her here, he said. Lavielle stepped forward gracefully. I believe you already know me, but I'll introduce myself once again, she said, her voice poised and commanding. Sylvia stared, wide-eyed and shocked as Lavielle continued. I am the daughter of Duke Evanzia and his successor, Lavielle Evanzia. With a practiced elegance, Lavielle closed her fan like a noble villainess. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Lavielle Evanzia, smiled as she addressed Lady Goldenflower, Sylvia Avenai. I'm truly glad that I'm engaged to your butler. Sylvia blinked in confusion. Pardon. Raviel continued without missing a beat. The butler is a servant of yours. I thank you for agreeing to our marriage. She held out an envelope, then with a practiced flick of her wrist, threw it like a shuriken. The envelope embedded itself in the wall with precision. You ought to be happy, Raviel said coolly. You're the first to receive our wedding invitation. It's a little gift from us to you for looking after him this whole time. Kim Gong-ja stepped forward. Lavielle, shall we go? Raviel turned to him with a stern look. I told you to call me your wife in front of others. My apologies, my wife, Kim Gong-ja said, scratching his head sheepishly. I'm still not used to being so formal. Raviel chuckled. You're so clumsy, but that's what I like about you too. As they walked away, Sylvia cried out, This marriage is not valid, but her words were ignored as Kim Gong-ja looked lovingly at Raviel. I love you, he said. And I love you, Raviel replied, her voice soft yet unwavering. A few moments later, Raviel spoke to Kim Gong-ja with a calm yet resolute tone. I've confined my father in the annex building. Servants gathered around, bowing respectfully. Congratulations on your engagement, my lady, they said. While there are still people within the family who follow my father, there are only a few of them, Raviel explained. I'm essentially already Duchess Evanzia now. The servants bowed lower. Greetings, the second moon of our empire, they intoned in unison. People will address me as the Duchess now, Raviel declared. May glory forever be upon the Evanzia household, the servants replied. Kim Gong-ja, overwhelmed by the formalities, whispered to himself, is what they're doing okay? They're children of nobles, but they're bowing to me, a butler. Raviel overheard and smiled. It's okay if I want it to be, and soon you'll be adopted by the Grand Chamberlain. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts raced. I'm sure they don't feel happy about this though, but this feels pressuring in a different way from what a popular star feels. Raviel reassured him. You'll be someone influential who has looked after the imperial family for a long time. You'll also have a noble title and a great reputation. We'll skip all those troublesome procedures. We just need a signed document. Kim Gong-ja reflected inwardly. At first, I was just Kim Gong-ja. Over time, I became the hunter Death Sovereign after earning my nickname. And now, I'm about to become the husband of the most noble lady in this empire. Raviel interrupted his thoughts. You've done so much for me in ways that I don't even know, Gong-ja. While the people here don't know it, you saved this world from a crisis. And you'll continue to save worlds. Wouldn't it be nice to do whatever you want in times like this? Kim Gong-ja looked at her with sincerity. No, I'm going to spend my life with you forever. I don't want to obsess over what I've done for you because compared to that, I want to do even more for you. I hope that meeting me will be the most fortunate thing that's happened in your life. I hope that being with me will be the happiest thing that's happened to you. And I hope that I'll become the most meaningful thing in your life. Raviel's eyes softened as she held his gaze. This isn't anything like mere fortune or happiness. You are my one and only miracle. Sylvia, still fuming, burst into the room. This is not valid, she shouted. Kim Gong-ja turned to her calmly. Didn't you sign the document already? I only signed it because I thought it was a joke, Sylvia snapped. This is strange. This didn't happen before. Was it a butterfly effect because of Memi? Kim Gong-ja tilted his head. Cow that harvests ruins? Sylvia blushed furiously. It's nothing, whatever. I'm sure Lady Silver Lily is the one behind all this. Kim Gong-ja corrected her with a smirk. It's Duchess Silver Lily. That'll be her new title soon. Please mind your manners. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Ugh, you're so annoying. I won't forgive you, she screamed, pointing accusingly at Raviel before storming out and slamming the door behind her. Suddenly, the Heresy Inquisitor burst into the room, a crazed look in her eyes. Death Sovereign. I think I've become the female protagonist of this apocalypse. Kim Gong-ja sighed. Cult Interrogator. Yes, Death Sovereign. 10 days from now, constellations from other worlds will invade this world. Please prepare for war with them. SS rank Cult Interrogator. Kim Gong-ja reflected inwardly. Cult Interrogator, a first-generation hunter of the Tower. A psychopath who suppressed the chaos of the early days of the Tower with blood. A specialist on religions who works under the Pantheon, which governs all religions on Earth. The Cult Interrogator raised her arms dramatically. Divinity is basically a law, she declared with fervor. Kim Gong-ja sighed again. Here we go. For example, a law that exists in our world, Earth, is the law of physics, Heresy Inquisitor began. The laws of physics are like a Windows operating system. They're not special in any of the worlds. But there are nuclear weapons and guns on Earth, right? The fact that the laws of physics apply universally means that these two things can appear in any world. Even though these technologies aren't exclusive to Earth, it's undeniable that they are incredibly powerful weapons. If we use them, we can fend off most apostles of the constellations. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evancia, nodded in understanding. I see. Since the laws of physics apply universally, physical force would work on them as well. Heresy Inquisitor beamed. You've understood it perfectly. It's reasonable to conclude that physical attacks would work on anything with a physical form. The only concern now is whether the physical attacks will have a normal effect or a reduced one. Sword Emperor chimed in, impressed. He's pretty smart. Yes, the Constellation Killer shattered Sparkly into pieces with aura. I can also hold my ground if I wield a sword. And the Black Dragon Guild leader used powerful beams to defeat the Hungry Demon. Physical force is a truly powerful law. A system notification suddenly appeared. Sparkly nods sadly. Sword Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Depending on how we can manipulate the laws of physics, that will determine how tough the constellations are. Heresy Inquisitor raised a finger. What I mentioned about the reduced effects of physical force is crucial. The constellations might not be fully restrained by the laws of physics. Raviel looked thoughtful. Since each of the constellations has their own law, they might be able to resist the laws of physics through that. Heresy Inquisitor clapped her hands in delight. You are truly brilliant. You understood that perfectly. As expected of the Death Sovereign's wife, Kim Gong-ja leaned in, his expression serious. The essence of our fight with the constellations will be that each constellation has their own law, and the apostles who follow them will also adhere to that law. Raviel's curiosity piqued. What kind of laws could they have? Heresy Inquisitor smiled, her eyes glinting with excitement. Let me give you an example. There's a constellation known as Varvit. He's the god of love. This constellation interprets everything in the world through love. In the world Varvit rules, neither power nor money is important. Love power determines how strong a person is. Kim Gongja frowned. Love power? Heresy Inquisitor gestured dramatically. A picture speaks 1,000 words. She activated her power, invoking her holy technique, Love God. The air around them shimmered as a powerful aura surrounded Heresy Inquisitor. Kim Gongja and Raviel exchanged confused glances. Heresy Inquisitor grinned. Coming in! Before either could react, Kim Gongja was struck in the back, causing him to stumble forward into Raviel. He collapsed into her, his face pressed against her soft, white, fluffy chest. Raviel gasped in surprise. Huh? Gongja, it's a little embarrassing to do this in front of others. Kim Gongja's face turned bright red. Wait, Raviel, I'm not planning to do anything. I just fell. Heresy Inquisitor shrugged nonchalantly. In Varvit's sanctuary, all actions lead to love. Even if you fall, someone nearby will be pulled along. She continued, her voice full of enthusiasm. If you drink water, it'll spill onto a white shirt, making it translucent. The sanctuary is a mechanism that reinterprets the world and brainwashes others. Just like how we were forced to become characters of a story within the great library of all creation because that world is a collection of stories. The constellations use their own laws to counter our laws. I call this a holy war, or rather, a constellation war. Kim Gongja, still recovering from his surprise, frowned. So what should we do about the constellation war happening in 10 days? Heresy Inquisitor nodded, her tone serious. We first need to identify which constellations we'll be up against. Do you know their names? If you tell me, I'll use my skill, Encyclopedia of Gods, to search for their information. Is it okay to use their nicknames? Kim Gongja mulled over the options. Sure, we'll go with nicknames. G. Cow that harvests destruction, the warhorse of the eternal plains, the undying evangelist of happiness. Heresy Inquisitor's eyes glowed with knowledge. The constellation known as Cow that harvests destruction is Muchia. This one handles destruction and reinvention. It can manipulate all sorts of physical forces, destroying vast areas or disassembling beings' physical structures and reassembling them. Rarely it can even affect time itself. Kim Gongja blinked in realization. Time. Heresy Inquisitor nodded. Because time is also a physical law. She continued, delving deeper. The constellation known as the warhorse of the eternal plains is Mahos. He governs jealousy and war. He can either send people into a battle frenzy across a wide area or obtain wisdom through strategy and tactics. He can even reverse the power, forcing peace through war prohibition. Raviel nodded knowingly. That's no surprise, since peace is a state where war is halted. Heresy Inquisitor frowned slightly. I don't know the name of the undying evangelist of happiness. It seems like that's not a very famous constellation. Kim Gongja thought to himself, not being famous could mean it's a weak constellation. I wonder what its advantages might be. Raviel sighed. There are 3 different types of enemies. That's troubling. Heresy Inquisitor added, the amount of power an apostle has depends on how much authority they can borrow from divinity. This makes things even more complicated. Kim Gongja, still processing the information, nodded slowly. Even so, we now have a rough understanding of what to expect. Thank you for sharing this information. Heresy Inquisitor smiled. It's part of our duty to help save this world. After all, I also have another skill in the holy technique that allows me to borrow almost all of the divinity's power if I know their name. By adding everyone's strengths, I'm certain we'll find a way out of this. Kim Gongja and the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, looked at each other. They said, so, love. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, love? As Heresy Inquisitor peeked, she said, Death Sovereign, something strange. My heart just felt a tingle. I also heard, your synchronization rate has increased. What is this symptom? Kim Gongja said, myocardial infarction. Please pay more attention to the synchronization rates. The love we just spoke of has other meanings than the usual ones, Heresy Inquisitor said. What is it? Kim Gongja replied, sorry, but I can't tell you. Let's just say it's sort of a secret weapon. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, as the authority of this world, I can't send away the security troops of the wedding venue as I please. But we could try to borrow the special forces from the Emperor. Heresy Inquisitor said, "Oh ho, how big are the special forces?" The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, "My husband's adopted father is the Chamberlain and the Special Forces captain as well. The number of troops he can gather would be." Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, "What do you think, Sword Emperor?" Sword Emperor said, "About what?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Look at how the two female protagonists are understanding each other. That looks hopeful. Don't you feel like this operation will definitely be a success?" Sword Emperor said, "Pull yourself together. Dealing with 3 apostles is no easy feat." Kim Gong-ja said, "How dangerous are they?" Sword Emperor said, "About 1.5 times the size of the Hungry Demon on the 12th floor." Kim Gong-ja said, "The Hungry Demon is a constellation though. The ones we're up against are just their apostles. They're probably weaker than a constellation, right?" Sword Emperor said, "The Hungry Demon was the lowest ranked constellation. Based on your tower rankings, it's about D rank." Kim Gong-ja said, "That's the rank of the 12th floor's Hungry Demon?" Sword Emperor said, "Yes. Well, I'm not worried since you guys are the ones fighting. But you want to clear the tower with 0 casualties, right? If that's the case, you'll need to think hard to come up with good plans. You need to improve your own fighting abilities too. You don't intend to stay at D rank forever, right?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Of course not." A few moments later, a servant said, "You're so handsome today, Sir Gong-ja." Another said, "You look so elegant." Her friend said, "The Duchess is so lucky." Kim Gong-ja said, "I'm really thankful for your compliments, but could you guys calm down a little?" A servant said, "No, not at all," her friend said, "because today's the one day that you should become the most handsome person in the empire." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, thinking of Anastasia, a sense of deja vu. The Grand Chamberlain said, "Congratulations on your marriage, Sir Gong-ja. I'm your adopted father. I hold a small title within the imperial family and work for them. I heard a lot of good things about you." Kim Gong-ja said, "My goodness, nice to meet you." The Grand Chamberlain said, "You can just address me as father. I know you won't be able to call me that from the bottom of your heart, but I'll make sure to act in a way that won't bring shame to the dignity of the Ivancia family. I intend to retire after your wedding ceremony. Duchess Ivancia has made preparations to look after me, so you need not worry about taking care of me in my old age." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Just how much did Lavielle do to prepare for this day? She truly is a very competent person. Even though we're just father and son for today, seeing as how there have been requests for more security troops in a favor of my other title, I'm assuming today's wedding won't be a smooth one." Outside, someone shouted, "Gah!" Sword Emperor said, "Zombie, get ready, here they come." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, stomped her foot and said, "They've appeared. Everyone, you are to follow my orders from this instant forth. All troops from the Divine Dragon Squad are to gather in one spot. My vassals are to guide and evacuate the guests. Blue Lion Knights, get into formation. I order you as the captain of the Special Forces."
The Special Forces are to gather and protect the guests.
"Do we have information on what their abilities are?" Heresy Inquisitor said, "Yes, I've completed the analysis. The lady with the huge hammer is..." As Heresy Inquisitor was hit by Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai, Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai shouted, "Lavielle Ivancia, I won't let you have anything." A lady said, "Lady Goldenflower?" Heresy Inquisitor said, "This isn't good. That's probably the original body of Lady Goldenflower." Kim Gong-ja, confused, said, "Original body." Heresy Inquisitor said, "To put it simply, it seems her soul has been captured by a demon. In return for borrowing the power of a constellation, she's given up her ability, appearance, and memories. She probably wished for that to happen, even if she had to sacrifice everything." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, "Protect the guests." As they charged towards Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai and shouted in pain, "Gah!" Heresy Inquisitor said, "Everyone, be careful. She has the body that can't be injured, one of Mutia's blessings." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai said, "You'll be following Lavielle Ivancia's instructions anyway. I'd rather destroy everything than give her anything." Kim Gong-ja said, "Her body can't be hurt literally. The actual effect is to reduce physical damage by 99.9%. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai said, "Oh cow that harvests destruction, bestow your blessing upon me." "Lavielle," Heresy Inquisitor said, "unless it's a strike that can crush her head in one go, we won't be able to deal any meaningful damage to her." The Grand Chamberlain said, "Who on earth is capable of doing something that ridiculous?" "That's truly a challenging task, but if no one can do it, we'll all die. Lady Goldenflower alone is already monstrous enough, and there's more coming." Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenai said, "Poor, unfortunate souls. Blame that pitiful girl for this. Blame her for possessing that body, and blame that young man. Because of them, we're here to flatten this place. It's only right for you to feel despair. Warriors that follow the warhorse, wake up. A soldier said, run away. The apostle said, charge. As the people ran away, Kim Gong-ja said, cult interrogator, what's that apostle's ability? Heresy Inquisitor said, he's activated one of the blessings of the warhorse, battlefield sanctuary. That's a wide area skill. It can influence a vast area. Its effects are amazing. It reverts all summoned spirits' strength to their prime days when they were still alive. All of those spirits are elites of the elites, the souls of warriors that followed the warhorse. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, the difference in fighting strength is immense. Our numbers are way too lacking. As children above sang, lula, la 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 la, lula dadla, and the people slept. Heresy Inquisitor said, this really isn't good. Anyone exposed to that song will be forced to be buried in their happiest moments. It's a type of mental attack. Unless you're really strong, you won't be able to come out of it. They're all such devastating abilities. Aha, yeah. 3 types of enemies to defeat, huh? That's a Herculean task. Death Sovereign, Heresy Inquisitor looked back and said, can I trust that you'll win this? Kim Gong-ja was silent as the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, Gong-ja, I should have told you this earlier, but that tuxedo looks exquisite on you. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, the apostles of the constellations that wrecked the wedding hall, the guests' agonies of death filling the air instead of blessings. Despite all of that, we will never give up on our wedding. Kim Gong-ja held the hand of the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, and said, Laviel, you're the most beautiful person in the universe. I promised you, didn't I? I won't commit suicide without your permission. Even if the moment where I must die comes, I'll do my best to delay it for as long as possible. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, yes, Kim Gong-ja. Please allow me to die right now, Kim Gong-ja said. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, all right, as they closed their eyes. A system notification said, you have the deed, Kim Gong-ja said to himself, the same death as usual. A system notification said, returning to 24 hours prior. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, Gong-ja, Kim Gong-ja said to himself, a regression that's no longer lonely. We're invincible together. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, let's establish our plan. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, God, please help me. A certain woman had prayed and her prayers were fulfilled. God, please help me. A certain man who had been by the woman's side also prayed. His prayers were fulfilled as well. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, firstly, we need to change the arrangements in the wedding hall. Now that we know where the apostles will appear from, we can gather the special forces and others who'll be fighting in that area. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, I realized this as I prepared for the wedding. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, the royal guards and my family's soldiers will be dispatched to the west side. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, both the groom and the bride are given tremendous authority. We can move any of the guests as we please. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, those among the nobles who can fight will be gathered toward the rear. While these 2 families are bitter enemies, they're very skilled with the sword. They'll likely express displeasure at having to sit together, but they'll accept it. Kim Gong-ja said to himself, things would be much easier if I could steal the blessings of the apostles with my skill. Sword Emperor said, Zombie, didn't I tell you? The tower is utterly heartless when it comes to the strange parts of it. The current you even has various blessings, like when you fought with the hungry demon. And even now, you have the blessings of the beauty god and snake god. Kim Gong-ja said to Sword Emperor, sure, but that's not related to my skill. Sword Emperor said, yeah. To be accurate, they belong to the category of buff effects given by constellations using their skills. So if you're that unhappy, go look for the constellations that buff them up and die by their hands or something. Kim Gong-ja said, I heard you. Just shut up. Heresy Inquisitor said, if there's an apostle skilled in mental attacks, we need to reduce the number of guests by a lot, especially the blessing of the apostle who manifests the happiest moments of one's life. There aren't many people who can push back against the poison of happiness spread by the undying evangelists of happiness. After all, the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, here's the problem. If we reduce the number of guests, it'll be hard to deal with the warhorse of the Eternal Plains side of things. That apostle can summon 10,000 troops. If we invite more guests, we'd be vulnerable to mind attacks. And if we reduce the number of guests, we would be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Kim Gong-ja raised his hand and said, "Please leave that to me, but I have a condition. A law in the empire states that only those who will inherit the family after marriage must wear black clothes, right?" The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Avancia, said, "Yes." Kim Gong-ja said, "Laviel, allow me to wear black clothes as well. I'm not trying to become the master of the dukedom or anything like that, but..." The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Avancia, said, "I know that's not the kind of person you are. It's just that the traditions of the empire bothered me. However, no tradition would be more important than you looking good. I'll begin the preparations." Kim Gong-ja said, "Thank you." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "With this, all preparations are complete." A few moments later, outside, the Grand Chamberlain said, "The arrangements in the wedding hall are strange. Pardon me, but it feels like this arrangement is designed for combat. Those who can fight have been gathered in the front, and the normal nobles are gathered in the back." Kim Gong-ja said, "I'm sure my wife has her reasons for doing so." The Grand Chamberlain said, "I see that you're carrying a sword on your waist." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes, it's because I enjoy training with swords. As someone who will become the second in command of the Avancia family, I can't possibly look weak, can I? Moreover, I ought to be prepared for any commotion that might happen at the wedding hall." The Grand Chamberlain said, "Understood. I too will hurry and prepare for any commotion that might happen." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "Great. With this, the special forces will be combat ready at any time. The more people who can stay calm when unexpected situations occur, the better." Laviel has also probably prepared the nobles. A person whispered, "Did you hear? I heard that there are people who are unhappy and against Duchess Silver Lily marrying a commoner. They said that fights could break out during the wedding. That's so terrifying." Her ugly boyfriend said, "I heard as well. I brought along bodyguards because I was feeling so uneasy." Suddenly, the apostles and Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, arrived above, and the lady said, "What was that?" A system notification said, "The apostle of the cow that harvests destruction has appeared." A system notification said, "The apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains has appeared." A system notification said, "The apostle of the undying evangelist of happiness has appeared." The Grand Chamberlain said, "Here they come. Everyone, to your places." The ugly boyfriend said, "Good God, what on earth is happening?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Those who can't fight, please evacuate into the castle. Cult interrogator. Climb onto my back." Heresy Inquisitor said, "All right," and she used her power. Holy technique, godly transmission. They teleported to the back of Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay. As Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay noticed, she smacked them with her hammer. Kim Gong-ja said, "One more time." Heresy Inquisitor said, "Okay." Holy technique, godly transmission. And they teleported again to the back of Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, blocked Kim Gong-ja's attack and said, "Kuh," and smashed them away. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, said, "I don't know what petty trick you're trying to pull, but it's futile. I have an invincible body. Absolutely nothing can harm me. The cow that harvests destruction has given me a body that's immune to damage." Kim Gong-ja said, "Did you offer your soul to an apostle because you didn't want to get injured?" Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, said, "That's none of your business. Everyone only has Laviel in their eyes. All she ever did was be born into a good family. She acts like she's better than everyone else, as if she understands all the sadness in the world. I'll kill her. I'll take everything she has." As Kim Gong-ja remembered his past messaging the chat group, "I want to become the Flame Emperor too." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "An indecent and unsightly desire. I'm in no position to scoff at Lady Golden Flower, but because I'm me, I can shout these very words." Kim Gong-ja said, "Lady Golden Flower, you ought to know that there are plenty of others who do much worse than you. People understand the pain that they've experienced, which is why when others scream because of their suffering, we ought to have compassion for the loneliness they're experiencing. To everyone who is screaming because they're trapped in pain," Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, said, "Nonsense. Who'd want to live such a life?" Kim Gong-ja said, "Sparkly." A system notification said, "Sparkly has responded to the hero's call." Kim Gong-ja said, "Change into the sword of compassion from the sword of idol." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "She has the body that can't be injured, one of Mutia's blessings. Her body can't be hurt, literally." A system notification said, "My ability is pain." A system notification said, "Those who are cut by me will experience pain, and if they can't be injured, they will not die." A system notification said, my ability is generating pain that inflicts no wounds. Kim Gong-ja said, Sylvia Avenay, I'll kill you from this moment forth. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, just try if you can. As Kim Gong-ja hit Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay and felt the pain, he exclaimed, ah, she huffed and coughed, feeling the pain in her chest. Kim Gong-ja said, cult interrogator. Heresy Inquisitor responded, yes, and she used her skill, godly transmission. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay lay on the ground crying, ah! Kim Gong-ja say, does it hurt? It probably does. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avenay said, help me. We had an agreement. We entered into a contract. Mutia won't let you off if you leave me like this. Mutia's voice echoed. How strange. A fragment of a constellation. I'm having a hard time figuring out how you got your hands on it. But it doesn't change the fact that I must get rid of anyone who stands in our way. Warriors that follow the warhorse, wake up. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the battlefield sanctuary is a wide area skill. It can influence a large area. Its effects are amazing. It reverts all summoned spirits' strength to their prime days when they were still alive. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Avancia, said, Gong-ja, the cape looks good on you. Kim Gong-ja replied, thank you for granting my request. I wanted to keep the promise I made to you. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Avancia, said, I understand. Go put an end to this, as you've wished. Kim Gong-ja raised his sword and said, 100 Souls Reincarnation. As he summoned the demonic cult and its generals, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the authority of Mahos, battlefield sanctuary. Its effect is reverting all summoned spirit strength to their prime days when they were still alive. The generals greeted him. Greetings, young leader of the demonic heavens. Kim Gong-ja said, fight for me. The spirit flame demon said, yes, young leader. You look especially handsome today. You've even powdered your face. It's like you're getting married or something. Kim Gong-ja replied, I am getting married. The demonic cult members were shocked and said in disbelief, you're getting married? The supreme being of the demonic heavens is getting married. His friend said, it's not just an engagement, it's a real marriage? The sword demon asked, who are you marrying? Kim Gong-ja pointed, over there. The sword demon said, she's so beautiful. Our young leader sure has high standards, sir. How many years of internal energy does she have? Kim Gong-ja proudly said, she doesn't know how to use martial arts. The sword demon replied, but she's going to be the partner of the ruler of the demonic heavens. The blood demon squad captain said, isn't it a little inappropriate for her to not know martial arts at all? The lunar shadow demon said, authority comes with strength though. The spirit flame demon said, the blood demon squad won't be able to acknowledge this marriage. Kim Gong-ja replied, oh, I forgot to tell all of you. She's the second most powerful lord in this country, right after the emperor. The sword demon changed his tone and said, that's a different story then. The blood demon squad captain said, not everyone has to learn martial arts after all. The lunar shadow demon said, yeah, authority can also come from power. The spirit flame demon said, congratulations on your marriage. The demon king of fall rain said, my lord, you're getting married. Kim Gong-ja said, yes, I am. The demon king of fall rain replied, that's impossible. How could a lunatic like you get married? Oh, please pardon what I just said. I mean, is there really someone who'd marry someone as unique as you? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, so that's what you really think of me. Kim Gong-ja said, she really does exist. Okay, I need you to focus on the battle first. Those are the otherworldly apostles who are attempting to invade and take over this world. They're also the same people who are trying to ruin my wedding. The lunar shadow demon said, oh, trying to get in the way of the young leader of the demonic cult's wedding, huh? The sword demon said, damn. They must be nuts. The demon king of fall rain drew his sword and said, I understand. I guess you've experienced another awakening pestering us to our prime days. It must be that constellation's blessings. Kim Gong-ja said, yes. The demon king of fall rain said, please pardon me for asking, but which constellation are they under? Kim Gong-ja replied, Mahos. He's also known as the warhorse of the eternal plains. The demon king of fall rain said, they're idiots who know nothing but fighting. Please give me your order. What would you like me to do? Kim Gong-ja said, cut them all down. The demon king of fall rain, without flinching, slashed and cut them all down in one move. Maho said, that's impossible. A constellation. To think he's able to command a constellation despite not being one himself. Kim Gong-ja said, crush them. As they charged into battle, the lunar shadow demon said, these are small fries. There's no need to even use our teachings. The spirit flame demon said, "You lowlives dare to get in the way of the marriage of the demonic heavens?" The sword demon said, "Today, we'll present the heads we've cut down as gifts for our young leader's wedding. Anyone who doesn't bring at least 5 heads will die by my hands." The blood demon squad captain said, "These guys never learn." Mahos yelled, "Don't panic, my warriors. Follow the lead of." The sword demon shouted, "Hit here." "I heard you're getting in the way of our young leader's wedding. You little bastard, go to hell." The sword demon slashed at Mahos and Mahos cried, "Bastard!" He fell from his horse and was easily decapitated. The sword demon held Mahos's head and said, "Did you see that? I'm the demonic cult extermination squad leader, the sword demon. The demonic cult extermination squad will present the most wedding gifts." The lunar shadow demon muttered, "Damn it." The spirit flame demon said, "Of all people, he was defeated by that musclehead." A system notification rang out. "You've defeated an apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains." Another system notification appeared. "The effects of Battlefield Sanctuary have ended." The lunar shadow demon groaned, "My internal energy." As the children began to sing, "Lula, Lula," Estelle remarked, "That fool, he's no help despite being an ally. Please forgive us, my lord." As the children continued to sing, "La La Lu," Estelle said, "Since I'm not at my prime, this kind of mental attack is too much." The children kept singing, "Lula, La." Heresy Inquisitor spoke, "Please wait. I'll deploy an immunity barrier." Kim Gong-ja replied, "No." The children continued their song, "Lu, Lula, La." The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Avancia, said, "If I'm right, the 3 of us should be fine." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "Ho, really? What kind of magic did you use again?" One of the children of the apostle commented, "What a weird human. You don't have any happy memories?" Kim Gong-ja said, "No." He thought to himself, "I have a lot of reasons to be miserable. I've lost countless lives, countless comrades, and was trapped for a long time. All the people who used to say I was beautiful have left me. Even if I say that my life is miserable, no one would blame me, but," he continued, "I'm the happiest right now." And he held the hands of the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, saying, "I don't know if you're aware, but today's my wedding day." Kim Gong-ja thought again, "Among the hundreds of reasons I have to be miserable, the one reason that brings me happiness is the most important to me. It'll be hard for you to find anyone happier than me today." As for the cult interrogator, he's either always unhappy or happy every single day. Heresy Inquisitor replied, "Oh, I knew you'd understand me. I'm always happy. I knew you'd see right through me, Death Sovereign." He used his skill, Holy Technique. As Heresy Inquisitor leapt, the children looked above and commented, "What a strange human." A system notification said, "You have defeated the apostle of the undying evangelist of happiness." Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, was on the ground. Kim Gong-ja looked at her and walked toward her, saying, "The sea cow that harvests destruction. Please grant new blessings upon me. In exchange, I'll offer up my existence itself." She sneered, "No, I'll turn this whole thing into a hot mess just as you desire. To destroy everything, I'm good at doing things like that." Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, looked toward Kim Gong-ja and shouted, "This is a breach of our contract. You said you'd give me the power to create fates. So, why? Why is there some crazy bitch in my B-body? Give my B-body back to me." Heresy Inquisitor replied, "Oh, that is inaccurate. To be precise, my body's gender is male, and I'd advise that you use healthier words." Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, screamed, "Motherfucker, this isn't right. This is all wrong. I'm definitely qualified to become the queen. I'll climb to even further heights than Lavielle Ivancia. That's my fate. The fate that I've created." Kim Gong-ja slashed at her, and Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, cried out, "So, oh, you monster!" She blocked Kim Gong-ja's attack. Suddenly, the sword of compassion shone brightly. Her body was struck and she felt pain, shouting, "Ack!" Kim Gong-ja said, "Choose! You've lost your place in this world. Even if you run away now, you will no longer be Lady Golden Flower. You'll only be the apostle of a constellation. I'll give you a chance. If you choose to remain as a constellation servant, you can do as you please. I'll let you off. But if you still hold lingering desires for this world and wish to stay here, then give up the blessing that your constellation gave you." Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avenay, asked, "Why?" Kim Gong-ja said, "And then die by my sword." You probably saw the battle that just took place, so you should know that I'm able to summon those who die by my hands in a state where they can remember their lives. If you surrender, I'll summon you into this world so that you can continue to live as Lady Golden Flower. Obviously, your life won't be the same as before. You'll be prohibited from showing any animosity towards my lover. But that's all. You'll be able to do whatever else you want, like marry the crown prince or whatever. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, asked, why? Kim Gongja replied, because life is about getting second chances. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani asked, why should I trust you? What if you just use me as your slave after summoning me? Kim Gongja said, think about it. Think about why we chose to possess you and your butler. You gave everything to your constellation. Your body and memories were handed over in exchange for your wish, and as a result, the place you once held in this world became vacant. But why was your butler's position vacant as well? I don't know the details either, Kim Gongja continued, but I've transformed into your butler before. What I realized back then was that his feelings toward you were noble. Even if you did become queen, you would never be happy. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, gasped. What? Kim Gongja said, it's because you weren't trying to become queen out of love for the crown prince, but because you wanted to be better than Lavielle. Do you really think a life obtained in such a manner would function properly? You're competent, but you're not better than Lavielle. Even if you did become queen, people would always compare you to her and belittle you for the rest of your life. Kim Gongja reflected, this is what a certain butler thought. If Lady Golden Flower hadn't become queen, she would have been happy. The man I transformed into observed how miserable you had been your entire life. He was willing to give up everything to rescue you. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, whispered, my butler also regressed? Kim Gongja said, no. Though you made your wish for your own sake, your butler didn't. He made his wish for you. He hoped that you alone would be able to regress. Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, asked, what? Kim Gongja said, do you remember your butler's name? Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, confused, said, huh? Of course. His name is. What? Wait, there's no W.A. Kim Gongja thought to himself, yes. The butler's name has never once been mentioned in this world. What happened? Did my butler disappear completely? Kim Gongja continued, he probably regressed about 3 times in this world. At first, his wish to the constellation was for Sylvia Avani to regress. The constellation that granted this wish was the cow that harvests destruction. Thus, Sylvia was able to eliminate Lavielle and become queen with the life she gained in her second run. After that, the butler made another wish to another constellation regarding the regression. The constellation who granted his wish was immortal, so the butler had to offer up his entire existence, and the world regressed back to before Lady Golden Flower became queen. Lastly, he wished for Lavielle's regression. Kim Gongja said, so we will never know the name of the butler. We'll never know how he felt while taking care of you, or what thoughts he had while wishing for the regressions, since his very existence has disappeared. But I know that the butler had hoped you'd live a different kind of life, so my wish is to fulfill his wish. In some unknown void, someone whose name you'd forgotten sacrificed everything for your sake. He loved you and wanted to be by your side more than anyone else, but he gave up everything. Live again in the way he had hoped you would. As Lady Golden Flower, Sylvia Avani, cried, Kim Gongja said softly, okay. As he raised his sparkling blade, a system notification rang out. The stage has been cleared. The 25th floor has been cleared today. I repeat, the 25th floor has been cleared today. Kim Gongja's father groaned. Ugh, what on earth happened? Kim Gongja thought to himself, the librarian in a corner only sent 2 hunters in. Another system notification appeared. 1. Death Sovereign 2. Cult Interrogator 3. Null. Kim Gongja muttered to himself, so the nameless third raider was. As Kim Gongja and the Lady of the Silver Lily, Ravielle Evanzia, stood together and closed their eyes, the Lady of the Silver Lily, Ravielle Evanzia, said, he is now my husband, the Evanzia family's second in command. Is there anyone here who objects to this marriage? Good. I will now pronounce that my wedding with this man has successfully concluded. Suddenly, Anastasia shouted, Death Sovereign. No, Kim Gongja. How could you get married without discussing it with us? I object to this wedding. You're the representative hunter of our tower. Your wedding must be held on the tower's first floor, Babylon City. It must also be broadcast live across the world. This is void. This wedding ceremony is completely void. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, first of all, I offer my sincere congratulations on clearing the stage. Your romance happened really quickly. I know saying things like that is usually considered rude, but if I had one piece of advice for you, it would be to not get married. The paladin said. Death Sovereign, while you were clearing the tower, things went crazy here. Everyone questioned how the two of you fell in love with each other. However, I stood firmly by your side. Because only those who have experienced love at first sight can truly understand each other. Don't worry, I understand you. I'll persuade the Black Dragon Guild leader for you. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what is that expression supposed to mean? I don't get it. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, said, Gong-ja, my love, it seems there are a lot of people you'll need to introduce me to. Kim Gong-ja whispered to her, we're doing the Meet the Family session after our wedding in the Empire. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, replied, isn't that to be expected? Among my family members, many live in distant places. The wedding ceremony will gather them all, which is why both families will introduce themselves on the night of the wedding ceremony. Kim Gong-ja said, I see, since marriage also means the union of two families. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, added, and our marriage is an international one, or rather an interworldly one. Kim Gong-ja's adopted father said, I never thought I'd be attending a meeting like this. I have no idea how many pigeon messengers I'll need to send to the emperor today. I'll have to update him on a lot of things. Anastasia said, that's true. This isn't something we were expecting either. However, this unexpected incident isn't tragic. It's fortunate. We believe that starting our first meeting with your country through a wedding ceremony is a stroke of luck. It's an event worth celebrating. Kim Gong-ja's adopted father said, you are otherworlders who crossed into our world after all. That's something bizarre and hard for us to explain to the emperor. Announcing this to our citizens will be difficult too. Anastasia replied, you're absolutely correct. I completely understand the position of your country. But you've also witnessed beings from other worlds invade your country. If humanity denies the existence of these beings, one day, existence will deny humanity. I'm worried about such a future. He sighed. You're right, thank you. It seems we have a mutual understanding of what needs to be done moving forward, even if it takes 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or longer. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I thought this might become a difficult conversation, but it's starting off well. Kim Gong-ja whispered, Laviel? The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, turned to him. Yes, Kim Gong-ja said, I would like to introduce you to a few people. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, looked surprised. People that aren't present in this room? They both stood up. The night is long. Let's take our time getting to know each other. I'd like to meet my husband's people for a short while. Outside, Sword Demon shouted, yeah, this booze from this world is so unique. Oh, young leader, your honeymoon starts now. The other cultists stood up, and Kim Gong-ja said, spare the formalities and enjoy yourselves. They all cheered, congratulations on your wedding. Congratulations, young leader. Long live the demonic faction. You two look great together, they said, raising whatever they had in their hands. Kim Gong-ja called, Sword Demon, come here. Sword Demon, looking confused, said, huh? The other cultists laughed. See? I knew he'd get scolded by the young leader eventually. He always forgets to speak formally. What an idiot! Kim Gong-ja said, Laviel, he's known as the Sword Demon. He's a subordinate of my master. My master was the leader of the demonic cult. She selected the 4 most exceptional individuals from the cult and named them the 4 demonic generals. He's one of them. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, nodded. I see. Kim Gong-ja continued, he's a simple man, He speaks roughly and has a cold attitude. The lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivanzia, touched Sword Demon's muscles and said, this shows that your master doesn't judge people based on how they speak or behave. Since she found him in a dangerous place, he must be very important and precious to her. I'm Raviel Ivanzia, the Duchess of the Empire and the wife of the young leader you serve. I hope we get along well. Sword Demon, slightly awkward, said, I hope Tio get along well with you as well. Kim Gong-ja called, Lunar Shadow Demon, Blood Demon, Spirit Flame Demon, please come here too. These 3 are the remaining demonic generals. I took them in after my master passed away. The Lunar Shadow Demon, Spirit Flame Demon, and Blood Demon squad captain said, I pay my respects to the wife of our young leader, Kim Gong-ja said. They're the elites of the elite who didn't forget their martial arts, even when cursed. Now, Hungry Demon, come here. Estelle, standing nearby, said, yes, my lord. Kim Gong-ja said, her name is Hungry Demon. She was originally born as a nameless monster. She has the ability to imitate whatever she devours. One day, she ate a human by coincidence, and then she started gathering people with her own strength. After she lost her people to the Empire's army, she became the Demon King and destroyed the Empire. After that, she fought me, the hero, and lost her life. Then, I ended up taking her in. Oh right, there's someone else. He drew his sword and said, "This is Sparkly." The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, was confused. "Sparkly?" Kim Gongja nodded. "Yes, she sparkles a lot. Her original name was far more imposing, but she was deceived by a bad man and got sealed. I didn't want to use the name Goddess of Protection back then, so I gave her the nickname Sparkly." The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, shook her head. "Your naming sense needs a lot of work. If it were me, I would have named her Brilliance." A system notification suddenly echoed. "Sparkly pledges allegiance to the wife of the hero," Kim Gongja added. "And you can't see him, but I have a friend. You probably will never be able to meet him. His situation is a bit unique. He's unable to appear in front of others. His speech is about 30 times filthier than the sword demons, but he's really strong. I learned how to use a sword, as well as how to harness aura from him." The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, said, "He must be an important person then." Kim Gongja nodded. "Without him, I probably would never have been able to withstand the flow of time." The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, smiled gently. "In that case, I ought to express my thanks to him. I've become happier after meeting Gongja. If it weren't for you, my happiness might have never come to pass. Thank you for everything you've done for him so that we can be together now," Raviel Ivancia said. The Sword Emperor remarked, "This brat's a crazy one. I'll leave him in your care." Kim Gongja said, "Laviel, this is everything I have." He thought to himself, "Everything I treasure, the people I've opened up my heart to and let in, my family." Suddenly, the lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, held Kim Gongja's hand and pressed it against her chest. "Let's dance," she said softly. Kim Gongja hesitated. "I've never really danced before." "I'm sure you still have some of the butler's memories. Use them as a reference," she replied, a smile playing on her lips. "What if I make a mistake and step on your feet? I'll kill myself," Kim Gongja joked. Raviel Ivancia removed her heels, preparing for the dance. Kim Gongja blinked in surprise. "Wow, now let's dance," she said. As they began, they stepped on each other's feet, laughing as they stumbled. Kim Gongja sighed. "Ah, see, I'm a mess. I've already stepped on your feet 3 times. "It's all right," Raviel Ivancia responded. "I'll step on your feet the same number of times. We're even now, right?" Kim Gongja smiled as they continued. "That dance that belongs to us isn't about not stepping on each other's feet. It's about not letting our partner's hands go, even if we do step on each other. No matter what misery we experience, we'll smile and gaze at each other's faces. I belong to Laviel only, and she only belongs to me. As long as the two of us are together, we'll be able to turn any world into our stage. Our next story will start in stages higher than where we've been." 15 days after both sides met, while the remaining hunters in the library raided the higher floors, the high rankers met with the Empire's emperor. The tower and the empire established several secret treaties. However, Kim Gongja decided to deal with these rapid changes in history later, focusing on what he needed to do first. In their room, Kim Gongja said, "Laviel, this is the sword that tore your heart apart. And it's also the sword that trapped this world in an unending cycle of 10 days. Kim Gongja unsheathed Sparkly and said, "Sparkly." A system notification echoed. Sparkly said, "Yes, hero." Kim Gongja said, "Devour it." He swung Sparkly, and an intense light shone. A system notification rang out. The goddess of protection has absorbed one of her fragments. The prayer sword is frightened and shocked. The idol sword tries to convince the prayer sword. The compassion sword tries to convince the prayer sword. The prayer sword is shocked at her fellow swords. Betrayal. The prayer sword roars and says she will not serve. Kim Gongja said thoughtfully, "I think I'm starting to understand why Lafanta Agim killed the constellations. At first, I couldn't understand his reasoning, but I've realized something in this world. Constellations would invade other worlds and try to rule them as they please, ignoring what the natives of those worlds thought. While their appearances differ, the librarian in a corner is the same. He throws living people into stories as characters to interfere with them. In the aspect of judging worlds as he pleases, he's no different from the other constellations. In a single word, a nuisance. It's violence. Lafanta Agim is someone who would even harm the emperor. He must have had many thoughts in the presence of the constellation's power. He must have started planning then. Instead of making use of the constellations and coveting their power, he decided to kill them all. This world most likely had a constellation too, but Lafanta Agim probably killed them. Still, your original owner was wrong. If a world no longer has a constellation, another one will simply be born to replace them. In the continent where the goddess of protection was sealed, The demon king of autumn rain appeared. In this world, the heart covered by silver appeared. To keep things short, your owner didn't resolve the problem. He just went around and created bigger ones. If you disagree, then tell it to my face. Maybe your owner did go through great trials, difficulties, and a lot of thinking before deciding to take on the role of constellation killer. But one thing I can say for sure is this: if he started something, he should be responsible for seeing it through to the end. In another world, where your owner killed a constellation, an everlasting winter took place. The warriors of that world were disrespected as they became moving corpses. Even if Lafanta Agim's ideals are noble, what he did can't be forgiven. Take responsibility for it. As the wings covered it, a system notification sounded. My name is Prayer. My original role was to fulfill the prayers of the people. Lafanta Agim prayed for this. To kill all the constellations so that no one would ever be toyed with by them again. His prayer was a noble one that was heavy but grand. That's why I entrusted myself to him. Human, what is your prayer? Kim Gong-ja said, to not run away from anything, to not look away from things that happen right in front of my eyes, to not change, to take responsibility for my words and actions, to not simply go along with what the world thinks is right if it is wrong. As long as I live and have my sword. A system notification echoed, the path to hell is always made to look like one with good intentions. What I can do now is to bless those good intentions of yours. However, to be in this hell of yours together with you is a separate matter. My ability is to test. When I pierce through the heart of someone, their wish will be tested. Whether that truly is their wish, whether they want it fulfilled no matter the sacrifice, my cursed ability is to make them give up their own wish by themselves in the end. New owner, I hope you flourish in this hell for a long time. Kim Gong-ja exhaled in exhaustion. Phew. The lady of the silver lily, Raviel Ivancia, asked, is it over? Yes, Kim Gong-ja replied. There are no more constellations or fragments that'll bring chaos to this world. At least, for the time being. Raviel Ivancia nodded. It's a world that an alliance of 3 apostles failed to capture. You can rest easy now. They're not foolish enough to scheme against you again after seeing how powerful you are. Kim Gong-ja looked at her skeptically. It feels like you're saying that, so I'll hear it. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avene entered, sensing the tension. Duchess, are you overthinking what you said? Raviel Ivancia responded. Your hearing is pretty good. I did say it so you'd hear it. She turned her attention to Kim Gong-ja. Keep reflecting on your own foolishness. I'm sure you know who you have to thank so the public would know you as the pitiful noble whose body was stolen by a demon. You should be thankful that your only punishment ends with just bowing your head to serve me. Once I see that you've repented enough, I'll work with my connections in the temple to restore your honor. Until then, just keep your mouth shut while serving me and my husband. Raviel Ivancia softened. Be extra thankful to my husband, who has allowed you to have another chance at life. Kim Gong-ja reflected to himself, this is the ending I've created. He turned to Raviel Ivancia. Laviel, I'll head toward the next stage. Okay, she said with a gentle smile. I want to follow you and see other worlds, but we both have things we must tend to separately. Go wild out there, Gong-ja. If you feel tired and need comfort, come back anytime. I'll be here. Kim Gong-ja nodded. Okay, but if you're all right with it, I want to build a house that belongs to us. I have a piece of land on the 20th floor of the tower. I'm thinking of building it there. Raviel Ivancia's eyes widened. Wow, I guess that'll become our main house next time. In that house, I won't be Duchess of Anzia. I'll just be your partner. Kim Gong-ja smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Raviel Ivancia handed him something. Kim Gong-ja looked at it curiously. What is this? It's the hand towel that I usually carry around. I used magic to keep the perfume on it. It's the scent of white lilies, the flowers you smelled as you fell in love with me. You'd always fiddle with your short sword's handle when trying to calm yourself down. That's a bad habit. Replace it. When your heart is agitated, smell that hand towel instead. Gong-ja, I wish that the reason you're able to stay as you are isn't because of misery or suffering. I hope that your memories and love for me, along with the happiness you feel when you're with me, will help you remain as you are. Can you fulfill my wish? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Okay, I'll do just that, Laviel. Raviel Ivancia smiled warmly. I love you. I love you too, Kim Gong-ja responded. They kissed, a promise between them. Kim Gong-ja whispered, transmit, and walked away. Anastasia stood seriously. Welcome back, Death Sovereign. Take a seat. We need to talk. Kim Gong-ja was caught off guard. Black Dragon Guild leader? What's the matter? Wait, now that I think about it, where have all the other hunters gone? Anastasia answered. They went away because we have something to discuss among ourselves. What I'm about to say now is confidential. Well, although this scene of us talking is being broadcast to the tower, Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. What's so important? The Heresy Inquisitor chimed in with a smile. Aha! To put the problem we've been having recently into simple words, Death Sovereign. You've become too successful. Kim Gongja blinked. What? The Heresy Inquisitor continued. Think about it. In Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, you showed the love between a master and their disciple, the respect and love you showed towards martial arts, and the way you consoled the cult members excited numerous people. After you cleared Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, thousands of martial artists from the outside world entered the tower in just a single day. Paladin added, someone recorded the broadcast that's transmitted to the tower's first floor and spread it to the outside world. Actually, we allowed them to circulate the video. Kim Gongja raised an eyebrow. What? Countess Nisha said, Death Sovereign, the effects of advertising your successes were tremendous. There was no need to stop them, but I think we underestimated the situation. Not you, but the influence that you, as an icon, hold. The Heresy Inquisitor chimed in. 113,654 people. That's the number of people that entered the tower yesterday. Kim Gongja was shocked. Just from yesterday? Anastasia nodded. Yes, she showed her old phone. The Heresy Inquisitor explained, that number usually only appears when there's a war going on outside or when a country has been destroyed. But excluding small border wars that have happened recently, no other major conflicts have occurred, Countess Nisha added. That means a huge number of people entered the tower despite it being a peaceful time outside. This is a flyer we got from the outside world. The flyer read, Make the King of Death our king. Let us head towards Utopia. Kim Gongja was confused. The King of Death, Countess Nisha responded. Obviously, it's referring to you, Death Sovereign. We heard that such flyers were being distributed throughout numerous regions outside. This wasn't our doing. The people in the outside world are doing this all by themselves. Paladin shook his head. I can't believe flyers are still being used in this day and age. Do you know what this means? He continued. This means refugees from poor countries who don't have access to the internet or are in areas of conflict are joining the tower. People are turning their backs on their nations and the lives they've lived in order to come to the Babel Tower. Viper added, I heard those people wore black clothes when they entered the tower. They said they're going to join the demonic cult. To put it simply, they're entering the tower because of you. Anastasia said, it's not just normal people or refugees either. Even brilliant academics are entering the tower. They say they want to help in creating a new society within the tower. Gongja, you didn't just clear a stage. People all over the world want a hero, the courage to face trials, the respect for humanity, and the devotion to love. Nothing excites people more than a hero who has the willpower to be kind and above board. You've become our flag. She showed the ranking. Today's Hunter ranking, rank 1, Sword Saint rank 2, Death Sovereign rank 3, Black Dragon Guild Leader rank 4, Cult Interrogator rank 5, Count rank 6, Viper rank 7, Babel's Linguist rank 8, Wide Range Combatant rank 9. Holy Knight Kim Gongja muttered to himself, rank 2 in the Hunter ranking. This is the new rank that the tower has given me. Anastasia smiled. What do you think, Death Sovereign? Are you prepared to become our king? Kim Gongja frowned. You're joking, right? Anastasia replied, Of course, we're not choosing to be in a monarchy system now. You don't know this, but we really spent a lot of effort into creating the current system of the tower. The Heresy Inquisitor laughed. Aha, we actually stand for idealistic anarchy. Paladin sighed. Stop. No need to make this complicated. The king is just a simple symbol. However, a symbol holds a certain power. Gongja, you already possess that certain power. More than 100,000 people entered the tower because of you. Not even the Black Dragon Guild leader is capable of doing that. No hunter of the tower has ever done that before.
In the past, we weren't able to take in that many people because there weren't enough rations.
But we have enough land and trade routes now. While it's not going to be easy, we can still feed everyone, Countess Nisha added. And most importantly, we've gained experience. I'm not trying to boast, but all the guild leaders here have lived their lives through chaos. Everyone here are experts in surviving chaotic times. Anastasia said, in this world, only we are able to get through such chaotic times. While it's not possible for any country in the outside world, it's possible for us. Death Sovereign, we can do it. Let's show the world that we can create a world that's slightly better. Kim Gongja thought to himself, a dream. Anastasia continued, Let's do what no other country in the outside world can do. Let those people running from the outside world have a place where they can breathe a little easier. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. An ideal. Anastasia added, we already know what it's like to have a fallen society. That's why we'll be able to prevent it from becoming so. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. The holy knight who ran away from a certain country in South America. Anastasia said, we know what it's like for people to be suppressed. That's why we can prevent internal conflicts. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the Black Dragon Guild leader, who survived in the Black Sea and was caught in wars. Anastasia said, we know what violence looks like. That's why we can make use of it. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the cult interrogator who was raised in a mafia in Eastern Europe. Viper, who grew up in the triad of the Central Plains. Anastasia said, we know what poverty is like. That's why we can overcome it. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the countess, who was born in the slums of India. Anastasia continued, let's show the world that we can create a world that's slightly better. Kim Gong-ja thought, I'm the one who changed all these people. When the Flame Emperor had monopolized the #1 rank, the tower remained just a tower. It was a paradise for criminals and death row inmates. The Black Dragon Guild leader always had dead, cold eyes. I can see the world that Master dreamed of. I can change the world. Kim Gong-ja said aloud, please tell me what I need to do. Anastasia smiled warmly. You just need to be yourself. That's the most important thing. As for getting used to politics, we'll gradually teach you about it. She added with a light chuckle, ahaha. If it seems like you're straying away, we'll take back your authority, so you only need to be the face of it all. Kim Gong-ja sighed. Well, I won't deny that. But if I can hand over my position to someone else, I'd gladly do it immediately. Do you want me to tell you how many violent crimes are being committed on a daily basis? Oh, and there are a lot of religious crimes too, in the last 10 days. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, what's important is for me to stay true to myself. He suddenly noticed Humustra hiding behind the books. Kim Gong-ja called out, librarian, please come over here for a moment. Humustra hesitated. But, is it okay for a mere being like me to be in your presence? I'm a nobody. So please just treat me as if I'm dust floating around the library. Kim Gong-ja responded firmly, don't talk nonsense, just come over. Humustra hesitated for a moment, but then moved forward. Kim Gong-ja said, please take out the book that'll be our next stage. Humustra blinked. What kind of apocalypse do you want? Kim Gong-ja replied with resolve, a fairy tale. Humustra was taken aback. Among the apocalypses that have been given to us, there's only one fairy tale, the sacrificial lambs and me. Please hand it to me. Humustra sighed. What a strange fate. All right, this is the apocalypse that you've requested. A system notification appeared, the sacrificial lambs and me genre, fairy tale difficulty, A-grade number of people, 2 or more as of now. The serialization has been canceled. Introduction. This world's humanity had founded a utopia that moved through a special force, and that's the screams of innocent children. Thanks to meticulously developed torture techniques and life-extending treatments, they were able to extract 5 years' worth of screams from each child. The sacrifice of one child for the sake of 17 million lives? How efficient. Reason for cancellation, 118,000 years after the utopia was founded, all of the innocent children were depleted and the utopia lost its force. The sacrificial lambs and me. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, it's an apocalypse that caught my heart from the moment I laid my eyes on it. Kim Gong-ja said, everyone, I'd like to choose this apocalypse for our next stage. Anastasia raised an eyebrow. A fairy tale book? I'm sorry, but there probably aren't any resources or useful land in that fairy tale book. The difficulty is A as well. Do we really need to clear it? Kim Gong-ja said firmly, we do. Up until now, we've been choosing apocalypses based on how useful they'll be to the tower. The secret martial art manual stored in the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon will enhance the fighting abilities of the tower. Our interactions with the SF world will also greatly increase our technology. Resources and technology aren't the only valuable assets, he continued. Cult interrogator, you said it yourself. Hundreds of thousands of people enter the tower every day. Heresy Inquisitor nodded. Kim Gong-ja pressed on. What we need right now is something that will keep us centered. Heresy Inquisitor agreed. I agree, but isn't that why we're making you the king? You'll become that center. We'll prepare a fitting title for you as quickly as possible. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. Such tricks won't work. Because it's not just me. Everyone else here needs the support of the people too. That makes sense. But how do you know all this? Kim Gong-ja replied, there's an original sin we all committed. We did horrible things in the name of trying to bring an end to the chaos within the tower. Sorry, but morally speaking, we're simply not fit. Anastasia nodded solemnly. He's right. We've committed too many atrocities to become flags. Kim Gong-ja said, you just need to do good from now on. No, please do a good job. We're a team. I can't resolve religious problems as quickly as the cult interrogator does. I can't respond to hoodlums like Viper can. Politics, economy, public safety. I can't do your jobs as well as you. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, but I'm confident in banding everyone together. Kim Gong-ja said aloud, I will never betray any of you. You can trust me. If a problem occurs between any of you, I'll become your mediator. If a conversation is needed, I'll bring it up. Please trust me and become a team. Like you said, there aren't any incredible resources in this apocalypse, nor are there fertile lands either. But there's a sacrifice that no one can allow. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, such sacrifices mustn't be allowed. He turned to the group. We'll show the world what kind of people we are by clearing this stage. This is where we make our stand. This is how we'll tell the people the way we'll run the tower. Kim Gong-ja said with conviction, if we do that, we can gain the people's trust. We can ask the residents of the tower to trust in us. Heresy Inquisitor said, their trust toward the administration, huh? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, we mustn't look away from sacrifices. Countess Nisha said, the requirement for participants in this apocalypse is 2 or more. Kim Gong-ja thought, even if difficulties await us, we'll break through head on. Kim Gong-ja spoke aloud, the most trustworthy hunters in the tower, my comrades. He thought to himself, we'll show them the kind of people we are. Kim Gong-ja said, please fight alongside me. There was a moment of silence. Anastasia said, you're asking us to walk such an arduous path. People can become more competent through hard work, just as one can become morally upright and gain authority through effort. But it's almost impossible to be both competent and morally upright as someone in power. It's way too hard. Kim Gong-ja replied, someone once told me that the path to hell is always made to look like one with good intentions. In that case, the path to heaven probably has numerous bad intentions present as well. Kim Gong-ja extended his hand. But that's not enough reason for us to give up, he continued. To the people who gave up on the outside world to enter the tower, we must show them a better world. Heresy Inquisitor grinned. Aha, that's all right with me. A morally justified authority strongly appeals to me. And Death Sovereign, you're the only person who can uphold us to morals. It'd be too much of a pity to lose this opportunity. He placed his hand over Kim Gong-ja's. Viper said, ahem, I'm the successor of an orthodox sect now too. The old man always nags at me to possess the heart of an orthodox sect. He placed his hand over theirs with a thud. Well, I'll treat this as showing filial piety to my master and join you. Paladin said, I already activated the lie detection skill from the moment we started talking. I didn't detect anyone lying. I trust your attitude of speaking the truth, the love that you have, and most importantly, your personality. All revolutions will face some sort of failure. In that case, I offer my life and soul to make our revolution the most beautiful failure. She placed her hand on theirs. Countess Nisha said, I can't agree on talks regarding refugees, but it's all right. I'm someone who follows the majority. I'm hoping that the stock I invested heavily in won't go bankrupt. Everyone, please fight a good fight. She extended her hand. Anastasia said, I can't promise a lot of things. I can't guarantee all of your successes, nor can I discard the methods I've used so far. But if we fail and someone among us must die, I'll be the first to do so. I promise you that. She placed her hand on top. Kim Gong-ja said, I'll promise this as well then. I won't let any of you die in any place or at any time. The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, it's a world that an alliance of 3 apostles has failed to capture. You can rest easy now. They're not fools who would scheme to attack this place again after seeing how powerful you are. Lady Goldenflower Sylvia Avene, I feel like you're saying that so I'd hear it. Duchess, am I overthinking what you said? The Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, your hearing is pretty good. I did say it so you'd hear it. Keep reflecting on your own foolishness. I'm sure you know who you have to thank so the public would know you as the pitiful noble whose body was stolen by a demon. You should be thankful that your only punishment ends with just bowing your head to serve me. Once I see that you've repented enough, I'll work with my connections in the temple to restore your honor. Until then, just keep your mouth shut while serving me and my husband. Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Evanzia, said, be extra thankful to my husband, who has allowed you to have another chance at life. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, This is the ending that I've created. As the team entered the apocalypse, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the constellation will be especially hostile toward you, Death Sovereign. You better watch out. A system notification rang out. The undying evangelist of happiness wishes to eliminate all trespassers. Another system notification followed. Detected trait of Sister Holy Sword from the undying evangelist of happiness. And another, the undying evangelist of happiness is the fourth Sister Holy Sword left behind by Lafanta Agim, sacrifice. Viper cursed. Freak, this wind, we're all gonna be split up. Heresy Inquisitor shouted, hold on to my right foot, don't let go. Holy technique, godly transmission. Godly transmission, godly transmission. As they all stuck together, falling. Viper shouted, hey, why am I last? Heresy Inquisitor replied, because you're the least helpful of this group. Anastasia laughed, good one, kid. I need you all to say you agree with my skill. Kim Gong-ja said, I agree. Heresy Inquisitor said, yes. Countess Nisha said, all right. Viper grumbled, freak, all right. Paladin said, all right. Anastasia called out, teleportation, and they all landed. Kim Gong-ja heard a voice saying, I won't let you get away. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, those are. The voice echoed, sing my apostles, Kim Gong-ja thought, the ones that invaded Raviel's world. A system notification announced, the undying evangelist of happiness has declared war against you. As the children began to sing, Lula, Viper shouted, what? As he covered his ears. The children continued to sing. Anastasia shouted, it's a psychological attack. Use your aura to defend yourselves. Heresy Inquisitor yelled, Count, give me your money. Countess Nisha groaned, damn it, I think my bank account might even break from this. Heresy Inquisitor retorted, it'll be better than your skull breaking. Countess Nisha snapped, 15% compound interest. Heresy Inquisitor shot back, no interest. Countess Nisha, clearly frustrated, said, what the hell kind of? Paladin intervened, shouting, Nisha, take your damn wallet out or I'm gonna kill you. Countess Nisha cursed, damn it. She quickly cast Withdrawal Infinity, Change User, Cult Interrogator. Gold poured down upon them. Heresy Inquisitor activated his skill, Holy Technique Devotion, Holy Transfer, Aura Strengthening, and Resistance to Psychological Attacks. Targets, the Count, the Cult Interrogator, Death Sovereign, the Black Dragon Guild Master, Holy Knight, Viper. Time limit, undecided. Countess Nisha went frantic. Gasp, my money! The tower's gonna go bankrupt if I do too. Get this over with if you don't want to starve. The undying evangelist of happiness laughed. Are you so strong that you can overcome pity idolatry and the origin of this all? The undying evangelist of happiness continued. I worked so hard to hide my presence and ambush you, but, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the Holy Sword's fragment. The undying evangelist of happiness declared, there's no use, traitors. My loyalty toward Lafanta Agim cannot be shaken. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. Lavielle became a constellation by stabbing her heart with the Goddess of Protection's fragment. She may just be a fragment, but she still has the potential to become a proper constellation. The undying evangelist of happiness growled, I will eliminate all of you to clear the path of tyranny that my master wishes to walk. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, that means the fragment could become a new constellation too. A system notification chimed, the undying evangelist of happiness resents you. The undying evangelist of happiness shouted, Apostles, sing louder. The children sang louder, chanting Ula, Lula. Viper groaned, hey, how long can this hold up? Anastasia said, my head is hurting despite the strengthening. Countess Nisha grumbled, can't you do something about them already? I've already broken into one of my emergency funds. Kim Gong-ja said, Count, why don't you just break into another one? Countess Nisha exclaimed, wah. Kim Gong-ja looked behind and urged, be a big spender for this stage. He raised his hands and declared, 100 Souls Reincarnation. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the specifics of my beloved 100 Souls Reincarnation are as follows. A system notification appeared. Rank, SSS. Effect, you can summon the people you kill. The dead will not inherit the skills they possessed while alive. However, if you wish, they may inherit their appearance and memories from their past life. If you choose otherwise, they will only be summoned as monsters. However, you can only use this summon once a week. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this is the most important part. He then shouted, 100 Souls Reincarnation. Suddenly a skeleton appeared. Anastasia exclaimed, skeletons? The Sword Emperor remained silent. As the children continued singing, Lula, Lula, the skeletons charged. The Sword Emperor said, I see. Those kids are trying to distract the enemy with happy memories. But the skeletons don't even have any, so it doesn't work on them. The skeletons, summoned by Kim Gong-ja, slashed at the children singing. The undying evangelist of happiness laughed. Futile resistance. We shall crush you with our numbers, Kim Gong-ja said. Makes sense. Even if these guys aren't capable of physical attacks, sheer numbers still give you an advantage. That's, I'm sure, what gave you the confidence to attack us too. But you already told us how to defeat you. You guys want to spread happiness without knowing pain? Black Dragon Guild leader, a mirror please, Anastasia asked. All right, what are you going to do with it? Kim Gong-ja replied, do you recall the fight against the Demon King of Autumn Rain? You deflected the Demon King's rays with a mirror, weakened him, and reinforced our attacks. I'm going to attempt that again. Anastasia said, you're going to shoot your aura like a ray. All right, but can you do it as powerfully as the Demon King? If it's not strong enough, even my mirror won't be able to do much. Kim Gong-ja reassured her, don't worry about that. Just focus on spreading the ray as widely as you can. Anastasia said, I don't know what you're thinking, but all right, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I can't push with just brute force like the hungry demon, and I can't fight like master. What if I can wield the sword with just the power of hunger? Then I could slay someone who has never starved before with just one slash. He continued, the apostles of happiness, who know neither misfortune, pain, nor starvation. Kim Gong-ja activated his skill, Demonic Heaven Divine Art First Form Sword of Starvation. The undying evangelist of happiness was shocked. What? Kim Gong-ja shouted, Black Dragon Guild leader. Anastasia said, all right. As Kim Gong-ja struck all of the children of the undying evangelist of happiness, Anastasia commented, goodness, I see. That constellation's subordinates are weak to your martial arts element. Heresy Inquisitor laughed. Ah ha ha! Amazing. What a spectacle. Countess Nisha grumbled. Hurry up. I've already broken into 2 of my emergency funds. Paladin ordered. Viper! They're coming your way. Get rid of them. Okay. Damn it. The demonic cult is getting all the cool scenes, Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. He thought, I can do this. We're invincible when we work together. Watch as these 6 people alone defeat the millions of apostles. Rejoice at the fact that nothing is impossible in the tower. Watch as we, who were once oppressed by the world, turn the tables. The undying evangelist of happiness screamed, how dare you, you heathens? What right do you have to invade my utopia? Look at our world of joy. There is no misfortune here. There's no such thing as an unhappy memory. The world I have created is so much better than your junkyard. How dare you display such hypocrisy before me? I have seen many worlds while with Lafanta Agim. The screams of torture were endless, no matter which world we witnessed. Thousands, millions, billions. However, in our world, just one sacrificial lamb is enough to let my apostles live painless lives. When I commit one sin, you all are overlooking billions of others. A system notification appeared. The path to hell is always wrapped in the guise of goodwill. The undying evangelist of happiness raged, how dare you insult my world when you're so horrible? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this is the hell created by the undying evangelist of happiness out of goodwill. This world is just an extreme example. Perhaps the trials we will face while climbing the tower won't be much different. When we're out of food, when we're out of resources, we'll have to make decisions as people responsible for the tower. Anastasia asked, what do you think, Death Sovereign? Are you prepared to be our king? The undying evangelist of happiness shouted, answer me, hypocrite. Can you truly say that my world is hell? You cannot answer me. I suppose you still have a conscience. Screw off. I cannot acknowledge trash like you as my new master. Kim Gong-ja replied, no, I can respond. I'm going to kill you all and make you one of my 100 souls. All beings that die to my sword become one of my 100 souls. If I wish, I can summon you with all the memories of your past life intact. I'm going to kill all of you so you can continue to exist in this world, even when summoned. I'll make sure you can live in happiness forever, without pain and without remembering anything. You'll just live your lives singing in joy. He continued, I'm not just talking to you. There are people in this world who are so evil that there's no redemption for them, with sins that cannot be reverted. Resentful spirits who wish for new lives, but cannot. From now on, I will execute them all myself. I will kill all of them and make them live again as my 100 souls. They will always remain in my shadow and pay for their karma. As the children of the undying evangelist of happiness listened, the undying evangelist of happiness screamed, liar! All evil people and resentful spirits? There's no way a mere mortal can do such a thing. Kim Gong-ja sighed. Don't you get it? I can create the utopia you boast of too. On top of that, I don't even need to sacrifice someone to do it. A while ago, Anastasia had asked, Death Sovereign, are you prepared to be our king? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, this is my answer. Kim Gong-ja declared, if all worlds are hellish, then I shall become a greater hell. My hell is superior and more just than your hell. Kim Gong-ja thought, this is the royal path I have chosen. Paladin asked, Death Sovereign, what do you mean? Kim Gong-ja replied, I meant what I said. I know that you've killed several people while climbing the tower. I'm sure it's still happening in the shadows. I cannot tell you that your ways are wrong. I don't have the skill nor the confidence to do better than you after all. But if you must kill someone, bring them to me instead. Heresy Inquisitor exclaimed, I see. What a good idea, Death Sovereign. Anastasia asked, what are you talking about? Heresy Inquisitor said, think about it. The Death Sovereign's skill can be used as a portable prison. His skill allows him to summon the target with memories of their past life. Since they're already dead, there's no need for resources. If the Death Sovereign tells them to never sin again, they have no choice but to obey since they are his summons. Paladin said, use the Death Sovereign's skill as a prison. Heresy Inquisitor grinned. Aha, yes, the criminals will be very afraid. Death Sovereign, a king that takes in those who should die. The name fits perfectly too, to offer my opinion as the merchant troop leader. Countess Nisha said, it's not bad. As you already know, the crime rate in the tower is higher than outside. The prisons are always filled to the brim, and the money spent on them is insane. Paladin said, I don't know. I do admit that it's effective. But isn't it too much of a burden for one person? Anastasia asked, are you sure you'll be all right? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, they are regretting having pulled me into their world, even though I did it because I wanted to. The Black Dragon Guild leader is a warm and noble person. Kim Gong-ja replied aloud, I'll be all right. He added to himself, I'm sure I'll learn their real names one day. Kim Gong-ja said, what will you do? I will not stop you if you wish to keep fighting, but the results are already decided. I will be taking over the utopia you are so proud of. The undying evangelist of happiness retorted, I am not merely a fragment of the goddess of protection, but also the undying evangelist of happiness, who rules over millions of apostles. If you are to take me in, all my apostles will be under your command automatically. How can you be sure that I won't try to do anything to you using my apostles? Kim Gong-ja asked. Kim Gong-ja replied, you won't. When you invaded Lavielle's world, I only summoned members of the demonic cult. I could have summoned those of the Orthodox Murim as well, but I didn't. It would have gone against my moral principles. Those people shouldn't be following the orders of a successor to a demonic cult. Whether you have 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 apostles, it doesn't matter. You can just live happily in this world as you always have. The undying evangelist of happiness muttered, An, Miss Lafanta Agim. A system notification appeared. The sacrifice sword is awaiting your decision. Another notification followed. The sacrifice says, my name is Sacrifice. And another, you can convert someone's pain into another's happiness. Another flashed. The more innocent and noble the person in pain is, the more intense the happiness. One more appeared. The goddess of protection is absorbing her fragment. Another followed. The goddess of protection's existence has become clearer. Then, stage cleared. The 28th floor stage has been cleared. Anastasia said, I guess information is the most important factor when it comes to clearing stages. It's so much easier when you know the boss's weakness. We were preparing to run away when we fell into the midst of the battlefield, but Kim Gong-ja said, the raid isn't over yet. I intend to clear up to the 30th floor today. Anastasia and the others were shocked. Paladin asked, today? Anastasia said, Death Sovereign. No, Kim Gong-ja, you've been overexerting yourself lately. You haven't had a day of rest since the Summerwin Academy story. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I guess it would seem that way to the Black Dragon Guild leader. Right, I've been pushing myself a bit. Anastasia said, yeah, so you should rest. Kim Gong-ja said, I'll finish up to the 30th floor today and then rest. Anastasia said, did you even listen to me? Kim Gong-ja said, Black Dragon Guild leader, the population in the tower is increasing by hundreds of thousands each day. Among them are bad people. We need to return and manage them. Anastasia sighed. Well, I can't argue against that. Kim Gong-ja said, don't worry. I'm very good at resting when I need to. You'll be shocked to see how Lavielle and I take breaks. Anastasia shot back. I'm not interested in seeing how a newlywed couple takes breaks. Kim Gong-ja said, if you're that worried, you can help me pick out a ring later. I need to give Laviel a ring, but I'm not good with that kind of thing. Anastasia replied, yes, you'll need to get her the prettiest ring in the world. Kim Gongja grinned. How did I end up as the outfit coordinator? Kim Gongja said, thanks for everything. Anastasia shrugged. Whatever, I won't say anything more. And they both said transmit. They went back to the library. Kim Gongja thought to himself, yes, this is it. Proving the worth of our ranks through pure skill rather than authority. As a team, too. The overwhelming power gap. They won't be causing any conflict for a while. Kim Gongja suddenly noticed something and said, He glanced at Humustra, who was deep in thought. Humustra said, welcome, congratulations. I thought you would need to put more effort into the raid, but it seems I underestimated the synergy you would all have when working together. To think that you would finish off a world with a constellation ruling over it so easily and quickly. Kim Gongja thinking said, he's congratulating us verbally, but it makes sense that he's not really happy. Narrator about the librarian in a corner said, the librarian in a corner loves stories. He enjoys characters going through suffering, hardships, unexpected trials, and unpredictable endings. He dislikes easy wins or obvious losses. Humustra reading stats said, character window. Preferred genres, fusion, romance, suspense, adventure, history, war, sports, sci-fi, mythology, fairy tale. Dislike genres, none. Preferred characters, constellation killer, death sovereign. Dislike plots, discontinued stories. Humustra said, well, the elemental type of the undying evangelist of happiness was too weak against the demonic heaven divine art. How unlucky. Tisk, tisk. What a fool. It would have been a fairer fight if she'd asked the other constellations for help. Kim Gongja thinking said, my name was added to the list of characters the librarian likes. Like he revealed, he loves Constellation Killer the most. Humustra said, then what will you choose next? If you wish, I can recommend something to you as well. Kim Gongja thinking said, for my name to have been registered right next to Constellation Killer. That means I'm the second best. Kim Gongja aloud said, the character you love the most is Lafanta Agim. How would I compare? Humustra said, Well, that's a difficult question to answer. You and the Constellation Killer are complete opposites. If the Constellation Killer is a man burdened with all the misfortunes of the world, then you're like chocolate ice cream. Kim Gongja said, chocolate ice cream? Humustra said, you're dark on the outside and look bitter, but when I actually bite into you, you're very sweet. Kim Gongja said, we already decided on the next apocalypse, Lafanta Egim Epic. You showed it to us after we cleared Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. Humustra said, to die at the hands of the main character. Isn't that the best epilogue there can be, Kim Gongja said? Death Sovereign. I know you consider the Constellation Killer your arch nemesis. I'm sure he's still hiding that book on himself. Humustra said, but Lafanta Egim Epic is not an apocalypse. I can only introduce worlds that have met unfortunate ends. Lafanta Egim Epic is still ongoing. I am unable to intervene in that. Kim Gongja said, I cannot possibly, Humustra said. However, don't you want to see it? Your two favorite characters together in one scene? Kim Gongja said, the next stage is genre that you've chosen, eyes. Crossover. Kim Gongja thinking said, a cruel fate awaits those who fall for the temptations of stories. People who fail to differentiate reality and fiction. Those who obsess over stories. And those who waste their lives on them. To them, reality is just a world that cannot become a story. There is no twist in reality, no shocking ending. Humans are just humans, not characters. Such disappointment in the real world, resentment toward humanity, and worship of stories. These make up those who have been tempted by stories. Kim Gongja thinking said, right here in front of me is someone at the pinnacle of such beings. Humustra said, Lafanta Egim and your crossover. It's certainly a tempting offer, but all stories have a right to end on their own, for me to intervene. Kim Gongja thinking said, he's wavering. Ah well, if you don't want to see it, then so be it. It was just an offer, nothing more. Kim Gongja said, I have signed a contract with the tower. Only constellations that have signed the contract may enter the tower. Humustra said, I am a kind of tenant here. In return for borrowing a floor of the tower, there are many restrictions I must adhere to. For example, Humustra said, provide humans only with apocalypses. Lafanta Egim Epic does not count as an apocalypse. A contract is a contract, and I cannot go against it just because I wish to. I do not want to anger the tower master. A tenant is inferior to the landlord. Humustra said, additionally, to be honest, I am not good at combat. That isn't just my case. Many constellations are the same. I am nothing more than an ordinary reader without my books. Kim Gongja said, and? Humustra said, I don't have books anymore. Humustra said, do you understand what it is I'm trying to convey right now? Kim Gongja said, yes, you shouldn't go against the conditions of a contract unless there is an urgent situation at hand. Humustra said, you, give me Lafanta Agam Ipik right now. You're so rude. I've been nothing but friendly towards you until now. To betray me like this, I am pained. This is why so many stories warn me not to trust humans. Kim Gongja, thinking, said, this guy sucks at acting. Kim Gongja said, give it, or I'm going to kill you, you perverted bastard. Humustra said, perverted bastard, aren't you being too harsh? Kim Gongja said, what else would you call someone who collects the hair and nails of another person? Didn't you say that your dream is to be killed by Lafanta Agim? Do you think it's normal to want to be killed by your favorite character? Kim Gongja, smirking, said, ah, well, I'm your favorite character too, huh? What do you think? Should I make your dream come true? Humustra said, I'll give it to you. System message said, Lafanta Agam Epic genre cannot be viewed at current rank. Difficulty cannot be viewed at current rank. Number of participants cannot be viewed at current rank. Status currently ongoing. Introduction cannot be viewed at current rank. Kim Gongja, reading, said, I can't see it and I can't read it either. Humustra said, well, that's because I permitted you to look at the apocalypses. All the books here are banned books, not permitted for humans to read. Kim Gongja said, then explain it. Humustra said, Lafanta Agam has the same hometown as you. Kim Gongja said, what? Humustra said, he was born in the same world and region and is of the same species as you. Not only that, but he also shares the same surname as you. He gave himself the surname Agam, using the language of a region called England. Kim Gongja said, you mean Agam? Humustra said, yes. Humustra said, yes. Agim is a homonym for Ikim. Kim Gongja said, Ikim. Humustra said, exactly. The constellation killer was summoned to the other world when he was young. He was only a high schooler back then. He went through quite the ordeal. However, he gained superpowers because of that and was able to overcome hardships in the other world. Kim Gongja, interrupting, said, well, wait, that's... Humustra said, yes. Lafanta Agam Epic's genre is high schooler goes to another world and causes chaos. It's an isekai. Kim Gongja said, I heard that genre went extinct along with the dinosaurs when I was young. Humustra said, the constellation killer is not young enough to be called a high school student anymore, but, well, it's not fair to say he's just causing chaos in the other world. He's had to go through countless trials and hardships to get to where he is now. Kim Gongja, noticing, said, the book's contents are appearing. Narration book description said, long, long ago, there were people who lived on the dead corpse of the ancient dragon emperor. The constellation killer started on the 20th floor, which you own now. That is where he began his journey. These people desired a hero, for there was no hero amongst them. That journey was to establish a nation. And now, the constellation killer has settled on the 50th floor. Humustra said, that constellation killer is basically on the 50th floor at all times. Kim Gongja said, I see, there's the problem. Humustra said, you have not been able to clear up to the 50th floor yet. You're still beginners, technically. Kim Gongja said, below the 50th floor is, for beginners? Humustra said, the 50th floor is a special place. Sending beginners to that floor is not allowed. Kim Gongja said, we worked so hard to get here though. From the 50th floor onward, you'll need to fight with hunters from the other world. It's just as the guardian ghost said. Then it must be a protection feature so we don't compete against them until the 50th floor. Kim Gongja said, does that mean you can't send me to the 50th floor no matter what? Humustra said, no, it's actually possible, if the person sending you pays the price for it. Kim Gongja said, that doesn't matter. You'll pay the price anyway. Humustra said, well, at least limit it to just yourself. Kim Gongja said, all right, send me to the 50th floor. Humustra said, don't regret it. Kim Gongja said, I'm going so that I don't regret things. System message said, I appoint you as a character of Lafanta Agam Epic. System error said, access denied. Error code, abnormal access detected. Penalty has been given to the librarian in a corner. Humustra said, I'll use my authority. System warning said, penalty has been given to the librarian in a corner. Humustra said, it does not matter. Go, Death Sovereign. Go and be with the constellation killer. System alert said, an unnamed resident of the tower has entered the 50th floor. Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.